At 1545 Beijing time, renowned astronomer Jiang Hui, together with the nation's leading astronomical team, made the first prediction of a phenomenal meteor shower numbering thousands. It was reported that this meteor cluster would be the closest approachable trajectory to Earth's orbit ever predicted by mankind. Radiation measurements indicate the presence of massive celestial bodies nearby, suspected to be black holes. Here. Yes, number 7474, that's the one. Give it to me, thanks. The girl leaned halfway out, reaching out to take the delivery from the other person. The deliverer man stared blankly at the slightly trembling door that had just closed. The words he had yet to utter lingered only as a trailing thank you echoing in the air. Oh well. Why are today's young people so impatient? He really wanted to chat, even just a few words. This was the 5th time today had been shut out. Sigh, in this modern world, even having a simple chat has become so difficult. When did the distance between people become so vast? The deliverer man allowed himself a rare moment of philosophical reflection, feeling this somewhat justified his elective sociology course from college. As for why a well-educated college graduate ended up delivering food, that would be a subject for another sociological research. The deliverer man drooped the corners of his mouth, looking a bit bored. Ultimately, due to the order time limit, he had to reluctantly move on. He had intended to share the latest news about the meteor shower with the customer, but as darkness fell, no one was willing to listen. This was his second-to-last order. After one more had be done for the day. The news said there was a high chance of observing the meteor shower tonight, a on-seen-a-million-year spectacle. He had even rented a large shooting rig, hoping to capture a series of stunning astronomical images. Maybe then he could leap over the Dragon Gate and achieve a major leap in profession and social status. Oh well, I'll save the chatting for next time. Let's deliver food. After all, even the grandest dreams need a full stomach first. By the way, what was that thing hanging by that girl's door? A pendant. A bell. Dusty and dull with mixed colors, seemingly neither metal nor plastic, and the carving looked rough, like an impressionist work knocked together. Supposedly such items are everywhere in the modern world, and people have grown used to this abstract style. The more incomprehensible the better. It fools plenty of people, including the deliverer man. As he turned just now, he inexplicably felt the pendant's color was strange, and it seemed to be glowing. It was a strange light that instantly captured one's attention, indescribably resplendent, impossible to articulate with existing human language, a sensation beyond common definition. But in a blink it seemed ordinary again, dusty, drab, and ugly enough to make one doubt that momentary flash was an illusion. The deliverer man couldn't help mocking himself for letting his imagination run wild, leftover effects from his studies conjuring paranormal fantasies. Too bad the world isn't full of anomalies. He urged himself to walk faster, heading toward the other side of the building. And what of the girl who had taken the delivery and made the deliverer man complain? She had the takeout for so long, presumably she was eating. Yes and no. She had indeed taken the delivery. As soon as she opened the lid, the rich aroma of spicy hot pot filled the air, ingredients looking fresh and appetizing. Her appetite, lost all day due to forced overtime, instantly returned, and she eagerly picked up a soft piece of taro. But euphoria soon turned to disaster. She ate too quickly, burning the inside of her mouth and raising a blister. The pain made her jerk, and she accidentally splashed the scalding broth. And then, oh no, a chain reaction. With her messy hair draped sloppily on her temples, she knocked the whole spicy hot pot over along with the piece she was holding. The food spilled all over her, instantly reddening her exposed skin. And she hadn't even taken a single bite of the deluxe spicy hot pot version. The girl immediately looked like she was about to explode, then the expression shifted into a mix of frustration and grievance before she forced herself to suppress the emotions. Oh heavens, is this what it means to be so unlucky that even drinking water gets stuck in my teeth? Even a bowl of spicy hot pot bullies me. But after years of being battered by society, she was no longer the kind of person who breaks down over small things. Besides, who would she be miserable for? In this large room, she was alone, no one to see her misery. And anyway, it was just a bowl of spicy hot pot. She hadn't even gotten angry when she was forced to revise the same contract 43 times today because of overtime. After today's ordeal, she felt her temper and patience had greatly improved. Thank you, society and client daddy, for this opportunity. Smile. She pulled herself together, cleaned up the mess on the floor, grabbed a random pair of home clothes, and dashed into the bathroom for a quick shower. When she came out, she quickly adjusted her mindset and was once again the optimistic Jiang Hui. But dinner was gone. If she ordered another, she'd have to wait over an hour. Jiang didn't have that much patience. After all, her dear client daddy was still waiting for the 44th revision. Stay calm. So she thought for a moment, grabbed a pack of instant noodles from the kitchen, and decided to make do for dinner. She was starving. Leaving the kitchen, she walked to the dining table and started boiling water. The TV was still broadcasting news about the meteor shower. An expert was using extremely exaggerated terms to describe its rarity and grandeur. The girl wasn't very interested at first, but since she was waiting for the water to boil, the speaker's voice drew her attention, and she couldn't help biting her chopsticks daydreaming. Until the water boiled, snapping her back to reality. She poured the water into the cup noodles, then hugged the noodles back to her computer desk to continue her battle. Instant noodles cannot be steeped for too long, but they also need time. The girl rested her chin on one hand, looking out the floor-to-ceiling window beside her computer. Through the relatively spacious balcony, she could see the starry sky outside. Behind her, the TV announcer was still excitedly shouting about the meteor shower. Ah, so boring. I wonder when the meteor shower will come. Could it be the next moment? Forget it, how coincidental would that be? Besides, this is the city, not a good observation spot. So why am I thinking about this? Have I been influenced by all those people? At this stage, filling my stomach seems more realistic. Oh, the noodles are ready. I'm so hungry now. However, before Jiang Hui could lift the lid of the instant noodle cup, the phone rang with a series of beeps. Jiang Hui was so furious, she almost threw the fork away, glaring at the instant noodles as if they were her mortal enemy. Indeed, one must return to reality. Not to mention watching a meteor shower, this miserable corporate slave couldn't even enjoy a hot bowl of instant noodles. With a final bitter glance at the noodles, Jiang Hui grabbed the phone from the table, stuck a fork into the rim of the cup, and stormed out to answer the call. Without a doubt, it was that client who had already made her revise the document 43 times, a nitpicker of the highest order Jiang Hui had ever encountered, almost to the point of lunacy. There are many clients who call for overtime after work, but has anyone heard of someone who makes you revise a single paragraph 3 times, then forces you to read it through 3 more times before picking out another part to revise? If you don't comply, he'll claim you're unprofessional and threaten to complain. If you ignore him, he actually does file a complaint. Some might think it's worth losing pay to avoid such a lunatic. But the problem is he harasses her boss with the same method, driving him crazy until it comes back to Jiang Hui to handle. Isn't this a terrifying, vicious circle? Jiang Hui had only been with this company for a year, and this was the 4th time she had dealt with this client's contact person. Each time the torment was so unbearable, she wanted to quit on the spot. Yet every time her boss lured her back with sweet talk and bonuses simply because the pay was good. It took a considerable sum to convince her otherwise. Finding a cheap worker patient enough to grind with such a lunatic wouldn't be easy. After hanging up, Jiang Hui returned with every part of her face scrunched up, clutching the phone. Her eyes landed on the noodle cup, empty and dazed, as if she'd been hollowed out in just a few minutes. She slumped down onto the hard bench like a lost soul, making it creak, her eyes shifting from the noodle lid to the timer at the bottom right of the computer screen. 7 hours of overtime already today. Could she just have a hot meal in peace? Jiang Hui pounded the table several times with her left hand in frustration, ignoring the pain in her palm, then furiously tapped the top left key with her finger. When emotions flare, any foolish thing can be done without thinking. This action, though using only 2 fingers, was no less forceful than the whole palm strike just now. As the key was struck, the noodle cup on the table shifted half an inch forward, its edge perfectly touching the edge of the keyboard. In a place Jiang Hui couldn't see, the hanging ornament outside the window also bounced, flashing with a stream of light, as if something had been activated, emitting a faint series of sounds. Beep, beep, beep. For a while, whether it was the sound from the TV show or the ticking of a clock, the girl's mind went blank. It's over, it's over, it's a disaster. Has everything been wiped out? In extreme panic, a cold sensation spread from the back of her head down her neck and spine. Her back was cold while her face and chest burned hot. Alternating cold and heat drove Jiang Hui nearly mad. If everything was really deleted, she'd be back to square one. Why was she taking out her anger on a computer and confronting a cup of noodles? Had she finally been driven crazy by the client's 44th revision? Jiang Hui knew she should be worrying about whether her day's work on the contract had been erased by her impulsive action. But suddenly she seemed to have an epiphany, even feeling a wild relief. Maybe losing the contract would mean liberation, and she could just quit. The moment the thought of no file and a broken computer freeing her crossed her mind, a dizzying pleasure and a secret expectation arose. No, what was she thinking? Was she possessed, or just brain dead to have such thoughts? The contract that had been revised 43 times and was about to enter the 44th iteration. Time is money, this is all money, can't waste it. Jiang Hui's face changed, drastically red, then pale, then red again, then a sickly white, and her eyes went blank. As time passed, watching the flickering screen finally stabilize on the original interface, she let out a long sigh of relief. The goddess hadn't abandoned her, the 44th revision was still on track. But somehow there was a trace of regret. So I better just finish the revision honestly, then shut down and not worry about anything. Jiang Hui rested one hand on the keyboard while the other lifted the noodle cup to put it aside. Glancing sideways, she saw the bright broth and slightly bloated noodles through the gap, and her hand paused involuntarily. Well, maybe just one bite first, otherwise she'd starve before finishing the work. She hadn't eaten a thing all day, one bite shouldn't be too much, right? Jiang Hui gave in to her cravings, bent her head slightly, and used a fork to twirl a strand of noodles. Unseen by her, the dark night sky outside shimmered with hazy light, and a faint crackling sound circled inside and out. Just as the noodles were about to reach her mouth, the girl's gaze caught a glimpse of the computer screen suddenly going black. Her pupils dilated as she looked up and saw the black screen filled with incomprehensible red error codes scrolling down line by line, as red as blood from her heart. Her mind teetered on the brink of collapse, but her hand mechanically continued moving forward. The still hot broth startled her already disoriented self, making her lips shrink back and the noodles fall onto her hand. Then a triple stimulus of mind, heart, and body triggered a reflex. Her arm knocked over the entire noodle cup, drenching the computer. Now it was truly over. Jiang Hui couldn't suppress a short scream as the noodle soup soaked the computer, raising a flickering web of light resembling electric sparks. And on the black screen, red error codes continued scrolling down endlessly. In this extremely dire moment, meteors fell from the sky outside, as if all the stars were falling. Jiang Hui felt hundreds of sharp forces converge behind her, enveloping the floor, the desk, the computer, and herself together, then sent them hurtling along with a huge torrent. Amid the raining meteors, she lost consciousness. It is said that light speed is the fastest velocity known to humanity, while time is a comprehensive physical quantity defined by humans to measure the dynamic and static states of all things. A legend has long persisted on Blue Star: if one could surpass light speed and achieve sufficient momentum, they might reverse the flow of time or even traverse through space-time. Then what about the reverse? If someone could navigate through the torrent of time, could they witness the speed of light itself? On the night the meteor shower descended, no one knew that a faint soul from Blue Star was carried away by the currents of time, drifting into the boundless expanse of the universe. It floated dimly within the river of time, traveling alongside billions of light-speed particles, accompanied by sun, moon, and stars oblivious and directionless. At last, this sliver of consciousness awoke from a prolonged stupor, as if passing through the primordial wilderness, descending slowly until it was drawn to a vaguely familiar focal point. In a single breath, an instant, a wisp of soul returned, and a flower of new life bloomed. In the 9,983rd year of the 8th stellar era, a meteor shower was also sweeping through a governing district on the central continent of planet number 732, a Class C planet in the permanent star system. Yet the inhabitants here had long grown accustomed to such spectacles, and no one paused to take notice. Inside an apartment building, a light abruptly flickered on in one unit, the room cloaked in a long silent stillness. No movement of living beings detected. The automatic sensor lamp extinguished itself. After a long while, a low whimpering sound arose from within the room, like that of a small animal, filled with confusion and bewilderment. In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened. For an instant, a strange iridescence flickered across the irises, then swiftly streamed out from the corners of the eyes. It hurts so much, what the heck? The person lying on the ground quickly reacted, instinctively groaning in pain. But it seemed she couldn't quite control some long-dormant function. Everything felt sluggish, her speech slurred and thick-tongued. Fortunately, she wasn't talking to anyone at the moment, just muttering to herself, sparing anyone the trouble of deciphering her words. After a long while, the frail figure finally managed to half-prop herself up, but she seemed to have lost perception of her limbs, as well, struggling 3 times before successfully steadying herself on one side. Detecting her movement, the sensor light flicked on automatically, and this time all 3 rows of lights in the bedroom blazed to life, flooding the room with brightness. As the harsh light struck her eyes, the girl instinctively squinted, her eyeballs throbbing with pain. Half propped up, the girl gazed about with a dazed look, her mind still a chaotic blur, unable to distinguish reality from illusion, a hollow buzzing filling her head. Where was this? After a long moment, her thoughts finally connected with her mind, scenes from before her unconsciousness flashing back, followed by vast swaths of alternating light and dark, chaos and obscurity, until the moment she opened her eyes. Could she really have been electrocuted by a cup of instant noodles? No, would it hurt, even if she were dead? Damn, this hurts like hell. The floor was cold too. She felt a damp chill on her back, a strange rusty smell lingering in her nose, and her mouth was parched and sore. How severe was this to catch a chill so quickly? She had better sit up from the floor first. Why did she feel so dizzy, and the back of her head was numb? Probably from falling backward and hitting the ground. What terrible luck. Should she be grateful that she wasn't killed outright or suffered damage to her occipital lobe, that she could still think relatively clearly? Well, she wasn't so sure anymore. Had she actually damaged her occipital lobe? Why did the room's layout seem so drastically different? Hopefully her vision wasn't impaired, distorting her spatial perception to such a degree. Otherwise, why would Jiang Hui feel like she didn't recognize her own home? Jiang Hui stared wide-eyed, scanning her surroundings, remaining motionless for a long time before blinking hard. No, this wasn't her room. and she remembered she had been at the computer desk in the living room. This was clearly a strange bedroom. Where on earth was she? Had someone rescued her and brought her here? Why was she inexplicably lying on the floor? Too many questions. Jiang Hui thought she had merely fallen asleep, and now the whole world had changed. Before she could figure out the situation, the light suddenly went out again, plunging everything into darkness. Jiang Hui expressed that when luck turns sour, even drinking cold water can choke you. What was this now? A power outage. Uncomprehending, she stood up unsteadily, both legs trembling, her body heavy and clumsy, relying on something, a table or something else, to support herself. Under such excruciating circumstances, Jiang Hui finally managed to rise from the damp floor, and at last she no longer felt so cold. The room's light flicked on again, illuminating the space. Half a minute later, Jiang Hui stood helplessly staring at this utterly unfamiliar place. Now she could be certain that her occipital lobe function was intact, and she hadn't misjudged. This simply wasn't her home. It was a very spacious room, about 50 square meters, not counting the 2 entrances on either side, half hidden behind stylish screens that concealed the structures within. Jiang Hui guessed they led to a bathroom and a walk-in closet. The overall layout felt quite roomy. The walls were covered with long grid-like white panels of an unknown material, which didn't glare under the light, but emitted a soft, lustrous glow, exuding a sense of sophisticated design. At the center of the room, the large bed was adorned with plain-colored bedding, its shape conventional, with dark, low-saturation covers. The base extended outward into a broad wooden platform, which in turn flowed into the floor's wooden planks, their subtle patterns shifting. Across from the platform, a large area was left open, draped with curtains that seemed to be floor-to-ceiling windows. The silver-embroidered fabric hung heavily, not letting a sliver of light through, revealing nothing of the outside. There were also bedside tables, a desk, large floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and various oversized ornaments. The room's owner exuded an air of him not short on cash. This was probably Jiang Hui's favorite style. She had once dreamed of decorating her room like this. If not for the current situation, she might have been eager to admire it. But rather than appreciating a stranger's room, Jiang Hui wanted to know what had happened. How had she woken up in such a completely unfamiliar place? Just where on earth was this? Jiang Hui was both disoriented and in agony. Whether it was an illusion or not, she felt her vision blurring, the surroundings swaying violently, and a deafening buzz echoing in her skull, as if she might lose consciousness at any moment. No, she couldn't faint now. She still hadn't figured out what was happening. She feared that waking up again would land her in an even worse predicament. Recalling the bizarre yet chilling news stories she had seen, of young women drugged and sold to remote villages, or a teenager tricked into selling his kidney for a phone, Jiang Hui felt she could still fight on. At least this place seemed like the kind of backwater village with no internet, and she didn't feel like she was missing a kidney. But for now, she had to remain cautious. The unknown didn't mean it was safe, or perhaps the danger just hadn't arrived yet. So despite being unable to stand and suffering from a splitting headache, she still admonished herself to stay alert. Unfortunately, reason was no match for her botus instincts. She desperately fought to keep her mind from fading into chaos, but her limbs felt limp and were on the verge of giving out. In panic, she grabbed onto a tall object nearby to steady herself, afraid that if she collapsed, she wouldn't get back up. A sharp beep-beep from a mechanical sound right beside her startled Jiang Hui, nearly making her fling away the object. But she remembered she needed support, so she forced herself to hold on and steadied herself again. Beep. Beep. Rebooting. The mechanical voice sounded again, this time followed by a sentence. Rebooting. What rebooting? Had she pressed a TV remote? Why was this sound suddenly appearing? It sounded rather odd. TM, ATO 69372 at your service. The strange voice continued. Jiang Hui's mind was as thick as paste, unable to keep up. She heard the words, but couldn't decipher their meaning. Scanned. Scanning. The unawakened individual is injured with a severe wound to the back of the head, massive blood loss. Immediate hospitalization recommended. Beep. Identity of the unawakened confirmed as the device owner. Currently on the verge of unconsciousness due to severe injury. Auto alarm activated. Nearest district hospital has been notified. Please stand by. Calling. A connection seemed to go through on the other end, and a human voice spoke. Hello, is this Miss Jiang, the owner of apartment 7A at 385 Changha Street? We received an alert from your smart system about a severe head injury. Can you confirm? Are you okay? Confirm what? Whether she was dead or not. It was so noisy here, and she was already feeling terrible. Why wouldn't they stop chattering? All right, send a vehicle to pick her up. No need to confirm. The kid has lost too much blood and is already delirious. How, with all this blood on the floor, why did the smart system only alert now? Yes. Yes. Yes, her household registration is under the collective user system with temporary guardians. A flood of words came after that, crashing into her mind, but she couldn't parse a single one. It only felt increasingly chaotic. Finally, the clamor subsided, and the persistent beeping stopped. Yet a faint whirring sound like that of a machine lingered in her ears, as if in 4D audio. The room fell silent again, but Jiang Hui didn't feel any better. Instead, without the distraction, she became more acutely aware of her own suffering. Earlier, she had only felt a headache and a burning sensation in her organs. Now, as time passed, a new and unbearable symptom emerged. She was losing body heat. It dawned on Jiang Hui that she might really be in a critical state. Her insides were scorching, but her skin temperature was dropping rapidly far below normal. She knew that hypothermia would first cause confusion, then unconsciousness, and eventually even cardiac arrest. Instinctively, she understood that she couldn't let her guard down. If she gave in to sleep, now she might never wake up. She belatedly recalled that something had mentioned calling. A hospital. What else was there? Never mind, it seemed like someone was coming to save her. Standing was too exhausting, so Jiang Hui shifted and sat on the floor. But the noisy thing beside her kept moving around. It had stopped beeping, but now it was rolling back and forth like a vacuum cleaner. Jiang Hui couldn't even lift her eyelids anymore, let alone bother to see what it was. Click, click, click. A sporadic sound broke the silence of the night. Half-conscious Jiang Hui heard the noise and instinctively lifted her head, squinting to see what was making it. Boom. A sudden explosion at the door jolted even Jiang Hui, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. Her heart leaped as she stared blankly ahead. What's going on? The smart system won't connect again. It just contacted the hospital. We had to resort to this method. Maybe it's malfunctioning. The owner was this badly hurt before it reported. I remember it's the TM series from Lucy Group released last year. They claim a 30-year warranty, but I doubt ITLL lasts that long. If the owner dies from this, the system won't need a warranty. It can retire early. Hey, you two, what are you doing? Get to work. Still gossiping. If that kid bleeds out in there, you'll lose your jobs. Medical chief, the bedroom is connected to the smart system. Unless Ms. Jiang grants access, we can't get in anytime soon. What do you suggest? You idiots, did you skip your emergency training? Use your heads. She's dying, and you're still following protocol. Just smash it open. Fine, get out of the way. They'll do it myself. Boom, crash. This time it was like thunder. The nearby door shattered, and Jiang Hui, lying on the floor, was covered in dust. They entered. A small figure lay on the ground, the back of the head stained with blood, hair matted into strands, and blood pooling everywhere. With that much blood loss, even a sturdy interstellar person might not survive. The medics who entered seriously doubted whether she was still alive. But the next moment, she displayed the highest level of survival instinct an interstellar human could have. Her small head trembled as she lifted it slightly, clearly making an effort, but due to her position, she could only manage to look at their feet. In a voice barely above a whisper, she gasped, "Save me," in Blue Star language. Then she collapsed with a thud. The relentless loss of warmth had finally stripped her of consciousness, leaving her to sink into a numb oblivion. Yet for some unknown reason, Jiang Hui found no peace in her slumber. A persistent piercing pain like needles stabbed through her brain, her mind swelling, as if something within was churning and grinding relentlessly. This alien sensation stirred a reaction even in her unconscious state. As Jiang Hui was lifted onto the electric gurney, the attending medical staff monitored her vital signs, while hastening their steps toward the emergency room. At first glance, the child's vital signs were already faint. The sensor board beside her emitted a prolonged, slow beeping indicating that her life force, though weak, remained barely stable, a fragile steadiness. Suddenly, the curves on the monitor began to surge violently, twisting into jagged lines that leaped and plunged, their peaks nearly bursting off the screen. The accompanying medics were startled. Such abnormal vital signs typically appeared only in those on the brink of death, their hearts racing uncontrollably from severe trauma. Moreover, she was an incompletely awakened individual. Their heart rates and internal organ functions were limited and stable with little fluctuation. Any such upheaval signaled a major issue with her spiritual entity. Jiang Hui might be suffering from both conditions, spelling out a dire fate. The medics rushing her to the emergency room were thrown into panic. Hurry, could something be wrong? Is the treatment pod ready? Wait, she might need manual intervention. Are the tools sterilized? The path ahead is fully open, we can pass through directly. Give me the respirator. Notify them to prepare the neural extension agent. Never mind requisition at first. I'll sort it out later. Yes, yes. Hey, her eyes have been moving and her eyelids are trembling violently. Could she be waking up now? That would be disastrous. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. The figure on the electric gurney's eyelashes fluttered, and amidst the staff's trepidation, she opened her eyes. The girl possessed a pair of bright, shimmering eyes, long and alluring in shape, with gently curved corners and light, clear irises. They were classic peach blossom eyes. Yet at that moment her gaze was unfocused, her vision entirely unsteady. "Miss Jiang, you're awake. How do you feel?" A younger female medic leaned in, asking tentatively. She didn't expect an answer, only hoped to gauge Jiang Hui's state of consciousness from her reaction. Moi. Just a reflex. Still, her bodily functions retained some activity. Send her in quickly. At that moment, Jiang Hui naturally didn't hear the question. Though her eyes were open, the scenery she perceived differed from others. Before her was a space dominated by a white backdrop, yet not an empty, featureless white. Beyond the hazy white, there were numerous faint, erratic lines crisscrossing in chaos, constantly shifting, lengthening, shortening, or returning to their origin. A strange unease welled up within Jiang Hui, coupled with an instinctive fear of these dots and lines. She didn't know what these glowing, ever-changing things were, but she instinctively felt they must not be touched lest something terrible occur. Moreover, the flickering lines and patterns multiplied, forming vast, overlapping shadows that seemed to press toward her in 3 dimensions. She was terrified, gripped by an inexplicable sense of encountering some unknown, dreadful entity. It was something beyond the perception and reach of her current level. Jiang Hui wanted to flee, but that eerie torrent of force refused to allow any escape. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Hui lost consciousness, once more, this time truly sinking into a dark silence. Now she was genuinely dreaming. In her dream, she seemed to have returned home. That small, unadorned, yet comforting apartment. The living room remained as sparse and empty as ever, the television still playing, and the calendar on the wall still showed the day she had last torn off a page. But the scene of the incident had changed slightly. The computer on the desk was gone, the instant noodle cup was empty, with dried noodles clumped on the table. Yet another item had vanished. Jiang Hui soon spotted it. The floor-to-ceiling window beside the computer desk had disappeared, merging into something else. A massive screen extended from the top down to the middle, with a keyboard below. The gaps and joints were seamlessly integrated, odd, yet harmonious. This giant computer perfectly concealed the window's original position, blocking the outside view. On the screen lingered long strings of red error codes, bold and large, starkly prominent in the subdued room, jolting her sluggish mind. Jiang Hui. It's definitely a dream. How else could such a bizarre thing appear before her? Such a huge computer. Was it a sign that deep down she still fretted over work, even now that she was inexplicably bound and transported somewhere? Or was she grieving the possibly damaged computer? She had just bought a new computer and she hadn't even taken a bite of her steaming instant noodles. Jiang Hui felt a deep resentment, yet her emotions seemed veiled, unable to unfold fully in this place between dream and reality. Her mind and heart felt hollow and empty. As Jiang Hui stood dazed, the previously static screen began moving again, scrolling downward rapidly, then filling with a sea of red. Before she could react, a sharp alarm blared through the room, piercing and shrill, startling her soul away. Then everything spun. Scenery twisted, distorted, and receded. As she was flung away, Jiang Hui had only one thought. Was she cursed to be at odds with computers? Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang, wake up. Are you all right? Someone called beside her persistently, until she felt compelled to respond. Then she awoke. Returning to the world, the girl opened her eyes, her gaze sharpening and steadying. Her sight fell upon a large cylindrical structure that enclosed her entirely from not far above, and she sank into bewilderment. She's awake. Finally. This patient had been in a coma for a week after leaving the treatment pod for unknown reasons. This is her second time in the pod, and she's been out for 2 hours. Now she's awake. Go call someone. So that was a dream. Then where was she now? This was perhaps the most absurd day in Jiang Hui's otherwise ordinary life. Miss Jiang, are you all right? If you can understand me, nod your head, or you can speak directly. I am Flea, an intern therapist from Ward 3 Department of Surgery, ground floor, District General Hospital. A tall, broad-shouldered man with brown hair and brown eyes stood nearby, his expression filled with concern. Returning to the world, Jiang Hui felt waves of discomfort. Her ears rang, and her mind struggled to adjust. Yet her ears, quicker than her thoughts, keenly caught certain key phrases. Hospital, surgery, treatment room. Had someone brought her to a hospital? Was she saved? Jiang Hui's first thought was whether she had truly escaped from that unfamiliar place, that unknown peril. Where was she now? She felt that most of her discomfort had faded, especially the sharp pain at the back of her head, which had vanished entirely. Then the extreme temperature imbalance she had felt before losing consciousness seemed to have returned to normal, leaving her feeling generally comfortable. Yet a certain discomfort lingered. Though the sharp pain had receded, it had transformed into an inexplicable stabbing sensation. Her entire brain felt swollen, making it difficult to concentrate. Please fetch the GA3KV force soothing agent. The wound on the back of her head might be causing an antigen reaction during the healing process. That foreign doctor, whose name she hadn't quite caught, seemed to be instructing someone to bring medicine. Jiang Hui thought she indeed needed medicine now, preferably something to clear away this nagging pain. But since when did hospitals start giving medicines such a long string of numbers calling them agents? It sounded so profound. Was it a newly developed drug? After a while, she felt someone gently press on her shoulder. As if instinctively knowing what was coming, Jiang Hui tried to struggle, but it was too late. A thin tube pierced the skin of her neck, and a cerulean liquid was injected. But as the agent entered her body, Jiang Hui felt the pain that had entangled her gradually dissipate. After a long moment, the turbulent waves in Jiang Hui's mind finally began to calm, her thoughts becoming clearer. She opened her eyes. This time they were fully lucid. "You're awake." The foreign doctor looked at her with a knowing expression, his tone now one of certainty. Feeling pressured by his standing, while she lay prone, Jiang Hui struggled to sit up. "Ms. Jiang, please wait. The agent hasn't fully absorbed yet. Sitting up now might affect your bolus intake." Hearing this, Jiang Hui had no choice but to stop and lie back down. "Doctor, may I ask where I am?" This time it was Flea's turn to be stunned. Was this patient's first reaction upon waking to ask that? Shouldn't she be asking about her own condition? And doctor? What an archaic term. Could this Miss Jiang have truly damaged her head? Nevertheless, he could still accommodate this small request. So he said, "Ms. Jiang, you are currently in the District General Hospital. You suffered a severe head trauma with impact to 2 lobes of your brain. Although it hasn't been confirmed as functional damage, it remains a possibility. Please rest for now." What District General Hospital? Was there such a hospital in her district? Jiang Hui instinctively felt that something was wrong. Everything was wrong. Her mind buzzed with strange thoughts while the reality around her was filled with peculiarities. I want to go home. I need to go home." The girl on the treatment bed suddenly seemed possessed, trying to sit up. This time, even Flea couldn't stop her. She forced herself into a half-sitting position, unable to maintain her balance, yet determined to swing her legs to the floor, stubbornly sitting up. The result was far from ideal. It took Flea's help to prevent her from losing her balance and collapsing again. "You're not healed yet." Flea was slightly annoyed. Though he was just an intern therapist, his ability to work at the District General Hospital and independently handle a patient's follow-up treatment only a year after graduation spoke volumes about his skill. But precisely because he was still an intern therapist, his mindset hadn't yet been tempered like that of a full-fledged medical practitioner. His heart was still fervent, unable to remain calm in the face of everything. For a patient like Jiang Hui, who seemed to be acting willfully, he naturally found it hard to tolerate, though more than that, he was anxious. This Miss Jiang was truly too young. Did she not realize she had just narrowly escaped death, nearly perishing that night? Moreover, the area of her injury was extremely sensitive. The brain had always been the greatest taboo for humanity. From ancient times to the present day, it remained unfathomable. Furthermore, the brain domain was widely recognized as one of the primary sources of spiritual power. As an incompletely awakened individual, Jiang Hui should be even more cautious. One misstep could lead to lifelong regret. Flea's reprimand made Jiang Hui instinctively shrink her neck. His tone easily reminded her of her homeroom teacher's scolding years ago. Even after leaving school for so long, she still obeyed reflexively. But after all that effort, she was now sitting steadily with her feet on the ground. Forcing her back down now would seem redundant. "Since you're up, I'll conduct a thorough examination. The sooner you're cured, the sooner you can go home." The doctor named Flea told Jiang Hui to stay put and not wander off. Then he turned and walked into a small adjoining room to prepare equipment, presumably medical instruments. Jiang Hui was left behind, utterly bewildered, still struggling to grasp the situation. The girl surveyed her surroundings. This so-called ward was vast, easily over 100 square meters. It was lined with large, unidentifiable medical machines covered in symbols she couldn't decipher. The room's overall tone was a blend of white and an indescribable metallic color. The materials on the walls and floor exuded an indescribable futuristic design, giving the impression of a laboratory. A very advanced one at that. Jiang Hui's mind raced, pondering many things, until the foreign doctor named Flea returned, pushing a small cart of strange medical devices. She keenly noticed that one of the peculiar instruments had extensions resembling long needles glinting ominously in the spacious room, stirring her imagination. From an angle, he couldn't see her hands clasped behind her back tightened abruptly. The lean muscles in her arms twitched, as if she were suppressing a powerful urge. The other party probably never imagined that Jiang Hui would have speculated so much during the brief moment he stepped away to prepare something. He picked up a device resembling a blood pressure monitor, fiddled with it for a while, then took Jiang Hui's hand and fastened it onto her. Although he first murmured an apology and then took her hand with a respectful sense of boundaries, Jiang Hui, who had already conjured up quite a plot in her mind, instantly devised several countermeasures for breaking free and fighting back. Yet she ultimately suppressed all these thoughts. Because, no, the situation was still unclear. If it really was as she suspected, wouldn't a rash move alert the enemy? That would only put her at a disadvantage. So she would endure for now. Since things had already come to this point, she was determined to see what these people truly intended by kidnapping her here. Sure enough, as the band, resembling a blood pressure monitor cuff, wrapped around her arm, Jiang Hui immediately felt an unusual sensation enveloping her skin. A bone-chilling coldness unique to metallic materials seeped through. What made her even more horrified was that the vast expanse of metal wasn't entirely smooth. There was a faint, prickly feeling. Could there be needles hidden inside? Jiang Hui had always been someone with a vivid imagination. Though she never channeled it into career development or skill acquisition, it served her well in daily life and entertainment. As her skin crawled, she kept speculating about the device's purpose, trying to convince herself to endure it. Surely it couldn't wither her arm away or something. But the more she thought, the more terrified she became, to the point of frightening herself to death. Though she managed to suppress any violent reactions, her face had instantly turned pale. Yet she ultimately suppressed all these thoughts. Because, no, the situation was still unclear. If it really was as she suspected, wouldn't a rash move alert the enemy? The other party, still oblivious, gently urged, "Relax. If we can't collect a sample, we'll have to do it again, and that would be troublesome." In the end, Jiang Hui barely managed to calm herself down and accept the so-called examination. She would observe first. After all, in terms of physique and information asymmetry, she was at a complete disadvantage. No matter what, endurance was her best strategy for now. Yes, this is fine now. Miss Jiang, there's no need to be so nervous. All the instruments at our district's medium-level hospital are procured through higher-level bidding, mostly from registered, high-end medical device manufacturers in the Interstellar market. They are absolutely safe, said Fry. Fry breathed a sigh of relief when the ultrasonic analyzer finally collected data like blood samples. However, he could understand the child's anxiety. He had reviewed the publicly available information about her with the chief therapist who handled the emergency. She was a child in dire straits, both parents deceased and no distant relatives to rely on. Her family wasn't completely heartless. They provided some resources and currency, but according to the rules, her household registration was placed under a collective account, making it clear she shouldn't count on them. As for Miss Jiang herself, though addressed as Miss, she was merely a teenager still of school age. Suddenly arriving in this unfamiliar place with no one to turn to and suffering such an accident on her first night, she must have been terrified. While sympathizing with Jiang Hui, his hands moved swiftly, expertly pressing buttons on the device. Data scrolled down by over a dozen lines, and then a progress bar appeared on the screen. All right, you don't need to take off the hydraulic cuff just yet. This process still requires comparing some of your BOTUS changing data. It'll take about half a stellar hour, Fry said gently to Jiang Hui, who was staring at the cuff. Mistaking her discomfort for the cuff being too tight, he adjusted the strap for her. But Jiang Hui wasn't thinking about that. She could sense that this thing called a hydraulic cuff might not be as dangerous as she had imagined. Although there was a brief sting at first, it didn't last long, like a tiny ant bite. Her attention wasn't on the cuff now. Instead, it was consumed by a persistent, unsettling strangeness that had been haunting her since earlier. First, she inexplicably found herself in a strange room. Then came the collection and examination, the fluctuating data, the bizarre instruments she had never seen before, the unfamiliar style of everything around her, and a feeling as if a thick cultural barrier separated her from this world. And then there were terms like interstellar medical device manufacturer and stellar hour. Good heavens, could she have fallen into some kind of trap? She had felt something was off since waking up. Jiang Hui felt a chill creeping over her, yet she clung to a sliver of hope. Miss Jiang. Fry asked, doubtfully, growing concerned for the underage girl. She had been brought in with a brain injury, and since he had assisted the chief therapist in treating her, he knew just how severe her wounds were. Although later brain function tests revealed no functional damage aside from chaotic brainwaves, an injury of that magnitude couldn't possibly leave a person unscathed. Now that she was awake and seemed to have regained consciousness without hindrance, she kept spacing out repeatedly, as if her mind couldn't keep up. It was clear she had been significantly affected. Fry decided to use a deep brainwave detector and other advanced imaging tools later to check if there were any previously undetected issues. Are you tired? Once the test results are out, if everything's fine, it'll take you back to your ward to rest. It won't be long, about a dozen stellar minutes. Though this type of ultrasonic medical equipment is technically ancient, a relic of an old era, it's the gentlest and has the least mental impact on unawakened individuals. Just bear with it a little longer. He was about to continue when the girl opposite him interrupted. May I ask, who am I? The girl's eyes, once somewhat dim and vacant, suddenly sparkled with life, animating her entire being. She no longer seemed as frail and ethereal as before. Yet her question seemed too bizarre. The therapist named Fry froze. May I ask which planet I am on right now? What year is it? And how did I end up here? Jiang Hui's questions burst forth like firecrackers, a rapid succession of inquiries. Her expression was both bewildered and urgent, a strange and fractured blend of disbelief and doubt. Fry didn't utter another word. The once relaxed and amiable atmosphere between them shattered inch by inch, hardening into a stiff silence as they stared at each other speechlessly. Then, Chief Medical Officer. Chief Medical Officer. The brain function of Miss Jiang Hui in room KY8047 seems to be malfunctioning. Please dispatch a medical team immediately. Fry called urgently into the small voice collector clipped to his chest. Jiang Hui. Due to her suspicious inquiries, Jiang Hui was rushed into the emergency room by a group of overly cautious medical staff. Then 5 or 6 people busily examined her on the emergency bed. This time she was truly at their mercy. Once placed on the emergency table, her 4 limbs were restrained, and something resembling an oxygen mask was put on her, leaving her no room for resistance. They attached something to her head, hung a device on her waist, and even her fingers were not spared, each one being pasted with something unknown. She felt like a dead fish being flipped over, surrounded by the incessant beeping of machines. Has the test data come out yet? Just came out, but it's only the superficial test. Her questions clearly indicated memory loss, possibly functional damage caused by brain lobe injury. It seemed her inquiries had led them to believe she had amnesia from a fall. What about her brainwaves now? They seem fine, slightly agitated. Oh, now they're fluctuating wildly. This agitation was due to listening to their words. Her blood analysis shows no issues either. Blood concentration and other indicators are within normal ranges, just a bit malnourished. I've also found a problem. Her heart has a minor issue that might require surgery, but it's a small problem, likely curable quickly. If not, we might need to replace it with a Hertos series product. What's wrong? Her emotions are extremely agitated. Her mental strength scale is off the charts, far exceeding unawakened peers. This is abnormal, and her heart rate is dangerously high. Look, she seems to be convulsing. It might be hypoxia. Give her oxygen immediately. Jiang Hui thought him scared. Okay. What do you mean by minor heart issue and artificial replacement of a product? Inhuman, for crying out loud. Don't describe it like repairing a car. The strange instruments, the seemingly futuristic terminology, the unfamiliar surroundings, and everything she had experienced since waking up in that odd room, all hinted at an abnormal and earth-shattering change. Jiang Hui had a strong premonition that she was no longer in the world she knew. Lying on the emergency table being rescued by various instruments, she gradually fell into a daze. In her sleep, she began to dream. Jiang Hui sometimes felt her life did have a certain dramatic flair. Born into an ordinary happy family, she was torn apart by a sudden accident, leaving her alone in the world. After struggling to grow up and leave school, she got a good opportunity, but due to a natural disaster she failed to seize it and had to settle for a random job to get by. Just as she was reluctantly accepting her fate and preparing to make a mark in an unexpected industry, she inexplicably ended up here. Heavens, could someone tell her what happened to transport her, a native of Blue Star, hundreds of thousands of light years away, into the interstellar era? Yes, after the doctor's emergency treatment, she finally remembered some memories, or rather quickly browsed through the remnants of this bogus memories. The memories were of a young girl living a carefree life on a planet in the Interstar system, raised in a happy family under her parents' love, only to lose everything in a tragic accident. Her guardianship temporarily fell to the family, awaiting adoption by other branches. But a week ago, after her second awakening, her mental strength did not improve, remaining at the level of the first awakening. Thus, the family's higher-ups deemed her low in talent and of limited cultivation value. According to family rules, she could choose to stay within the clan awaiting assignment, but her original resources would be reduced. The original owner might have had her own ideas, so she chose a different path, leaving the family for a lower-level star system, which would grant her a one-time settlement fee. However, this essentially meant separation from the family, forfeiting all regular support and future resources. Such a separation of household registration to collective users was akin to establishing independence, so that even if the family was convicted, she might not be implicated. The ties were quite thoroughly severed. Of course, it wasn't just the severed ties or leaving the Interstar system. Her choice effectively cost her many potential opportunities. To some, the original owner's choice might seem extremely childish. Picking up sesame seeds while losing a watermelon, a momentary impulse that ruined a possibly bright future. But for the current Jiang Hui, it was a great blessing, saving her from the major problem of facing the original owner's acquaintances. Her intuition was indeed correct, as she was no longer on Blue Star. She had arrived in a strange world that had developed into an interstellar era. She was no longer the Jiang Hui of Blue Star, but a citizen born on the Interstar system planet RB 690E Kermal Star, Jiang Hui. She had transmigrated. Jiang Hui couldn't quite digest this news, and the memories suddenly appearing in her mind felt as unreal as television images, impossible to relate to personally. As she was thinking this, someone entered the ward. This time it wasn't her previous acquaintance Fry, but an older physician. Upon entering, he saw her half leaning on the hospital bed, seemingly lost in thought. Ms. Jiang, he addressed her, instantly drawing her attention. Hello. She hesitated, then greeted him in the language from her memories. Actually, Jiang Hui should have noticed something was off earlier. Since arriving, she had been communicating with others in the interstellar common language, a residual instinct from this Bodhi's brain that prevented her from being mute and deaf from the start. At the time, her ability to understand and speak was an instinctive reaction amid the mental confusion. But now awake and having accepted the memories, she could clearly distinguish between the two languages as they were completely different phonetic systems. Hello, I am your lead therapist, Ho Carlet, responsible for your treatment. He naturally extended his hand to her. Even in her past world, this was a very westernized gesture rarely used in the country where she lived. Unexpectedly here as a minor again, she would have to use it, suggesting it was a common practice in this place. Jiang Hui awkwardly returned the handshake, trying hard to conceal her unfamiliarity with this world. Carlet did not notice Jiang Hui's slight unease, assuming she was merely introverted and shy, perhaps also timid in an unfamiliar environment. Chief therapists were typically experienced intermediate or higher-level practitioners skilled in soothing patients' sensitive emotions. He spoke gently to Jiang Hui. How are you feeling today? Would you like to talk about it? It's all right, don't be too nervous. I'm just here to do a preliminary check on your condition so we can work towards completing the treatment plan and getting you back home as soon as possible. Jiang Hui nodded. Yet for some reason his words struck a chord within her. It wasn't the content itself, but rather that as he spoke he seemed to emit a strange rhythmic magnetic field. Though not powerful, being enveloped by it instantly calmed her mind and dispelled most of her tension. Could this be what they called a therapist's skill? Jiang Hui had yet to fully digest her memories. Her mind held only a general outline of her life's experiences and key events. The remaining distant recollections, trivial details, and even common knowledge would take time to assimilate. It seemed she'd have to put some effort into that when she got back, or else it might lead to bigger problems later. I know she shouldn't be thinking about that. What she really wanted to know was where the original owner had gone. She hoped she hadn't accidentally squeezed her out during the transmigration. She didn't want to be a soul-snatching thief. But if the original soul was still inside the body, she truly had no idea what to do. As her thoughts wandered aimlessly, the therapist, named Carlet, seemed to have obtained some data and was scribbling away furiously. So Ms. Jiang, is your memory still giving you trouble? If you experience any further gaps, well, arrange another brain domain treatment. He asked again. I think it should be fine, Jiang Hui replied, sifting through the scattered memories in her mind with uncertainty. His pen stopped abruptly. Should be. You shouldn't say that. You are still a minor, just past your second awakening period, and fall under the category of incompletely awakened individuals. Your brain domain is an extremely important area. You cannot treat it with such ambiguity. You must say either there's a problem or no problem, a definitive answer. Carlet's tone was solemn. Jiang Hui, startled by his strong reaction to her casual remark, quickly responded, no problem, no problem. Only then did he relent, reverting to his gentle demeanor. Good. Now let me go over your physical exam results from the past few days. Aside from the primary injury to your head, the rest of your body is relatively balanced. Your blood index is 6,785. Then came a stream of incomprehensible data and medical terminology. The only parts Jiang Hui could grasp were the final conclusions: normal, slightly elevated, or low. After reading through that list, he finally focused on her injury. Jiang Hui then learned that she had struck her head upon arrival. No wonder it had hurt so much. She had likely lost so much blood that her brain functions were compromised, mistaking the red flash on the ground for a carpet pattern. Now she realized it was blood. According to her chief therapist Carlet, she had first hit a sharp object, then fallen backward, striking the back of her head, a secondary injury. The severe impact had damaged 2 lobes of her brain and possibly affected subtle functional areas. This sounded extremely serious. On Blue Star, such an injury might have left her a vegetable. Yet in the interstellar age, it was considered treatable. Given that even memories could be recovered through brain treatment, Jiang Hui had already gained some understanding of this world's medical technology. He seemed less concerned about the physical damage to her organs and more focused on whether the energy source, or rather the spiritual power, in her brain domain had been affected. The following dozen or so pages were all analyses of her brain domain and spiritual power state. The final conclusion was that there were no major issues, just that the overall state was quite active due to external stimulation, and she might need to take a spiritual stabilizer for a while. They'll prescribe a 5-day course. Once you're home, take it on time every day and complement it with spiritual grooming. That way your spiritual power can return to a stable state. Remember, don't skip it for convenience. Carlet urged earnestly. Spiritual grooming. She didn't even know what spiritual power was, let alone how to groom it. She'd wait until she got back and figured out the original owner's affairs. But she didn't say that to Carlet. She simply nodded in agreement. Also, the district patrol team investigated your residence and clarified the sequence of events. Your injury was an accident with no external interference. Also, the Interstellar era had such services, sounded a bit like police investigating a crime scene. She later learned that the patrol team was essentially the modern police department, confirming her guess. However, the smart robot connected to your apartment malfunctioned after your injury, missing the optimal time to report the incident. During the rescue, it even obstructed efforts, nearly costing you your life. The patrol team has already registered the robot's model and serial number and reported it to the manufacturer. They will be responsible for the property damage caused during the rescue. As for compensation, you may need to negotiate with them directly. Jiang Hui thought, really? Such thorough after-sales service. Wasn't this the shopping experience Blue Star people dreamed of? Was she experiencing it on behalf of all her fellow Blue Star citizens? She didn't understand these matters, but she wasn't foolish enough to ask how to negotiate. She simply nodded in compliance. Seeing that he had covered most of the topics, Khaled seemed to want to confirm he hadn't missed anything. He flipped through the medical records on his own before finally saying, "There's one more thing I need to mention. It's minor, but you should still be aware." More news. Jiang Hui remained non-committal, thinking that nothing could shock her anymore after all the previous revelations. During our examination, we discovered that your main cardiac valve was slightly narrow, leading to insufficient heart function. We treated it as a side procedure, and it's now resolved. Since it wasn't a major issue, it wasn't separately recorded in your medical file. That was a major issue. Jiang Hui was dumbfounded. Were Interstellar people so casual about heart disease? On Blue Star, this would be classified as a severe cardiac condition, yet here it was considered negligible. She was truly astounded. Jiang Hui, whose worldview had been thoroughly shattered by the star beings and their technology, found herself at a loss for words, uncertain whom to address, even if she had anything to say. Thus, she could only swallow the shock deep within her heart. "All right, there's nothing wrong with you now. You can go through the discharge procedures around this afternoon. If it's inconvenient, you may stay another night, but I recommend returning home as this part exceeds what the comprehensive medical insurance covers. You can resume a normal diet today. Lunch is included in today's expenses, and you may dine in the cafeteria. After lunch, someone will deliver a mental stabilizer. Then you can pack up and prepare to leave." The hospitalization process in this interstellar era sounded remarkably efficient and swift. No queuing for treatment. Once a problem was identified, it was treated immediately, and without rest, they informed you that you could leave directly. They had no intention of keeping anyone around. Though Jiang Hui felt it might be a bit too fast, she was ultimately more concerned about the original Bodas condition, so she had no objections. Whatever Colette said, she agreed, appearing quite cooperative. Seeing that Jiang Hui had taken everything in, the other party concluded the consultation with satisfaction, politely bid farewell, shook hands, and left. Only after the other had completely left the ward did Jiang Hui's shoulders slump instantly. The hospital gown was light and thin, yet it felt as though a heavy weight pressed upon her shoulders, rendering her almost immobile. "Sigh, what am I to do with this mess?" She lay supine on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, amidst the profound silence of the room, she let out a long sigh and suddenly called out, "Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui, are you still in this body?" Yet for a long time no one answered. Only after leaving the indoors and stepping outside to see the external world did Jiang Hui realize what the interstellar era truly meant. On Blue Star, Jiang Hui had been an ordinary person. During her school years, she was an average student, and after choosing the humanities track, she became completely estranged from the sciences. From university to society, she never had the chance to delve into that field again. However, humanity's instinctive curiosity about astronomy and the unknown universe remained. For a time, she had enjoyed watching various space exploration programs or delving into the unknown secrets of the cosmos. Back then, she had pondered that the sky seen from Blue Star was a result of the solar system's configuration. But if human-like life existed on planets and other star systems, how different would the skies they see be? Of course, with her limited knowledge at the time, she could only imagine, unable to systematically conceive a concrete scene. But now she no longer needed to imagine, as she could directly experience this difference firsthand. Standing on the ground, she looked up to see a massive planet, hanging in midair, seemingly extremely close to the surface, its surface smooth and emitting a soft, glowing luminescence. Not too bright, yet imparting a remarkably luminous sensation. And here she was surrounded by light sources with a similar feel, leading her to suspect that the entire planet beneath her feet was illuminated by this nearby celestial body. There were several other planets with a similar three-dimensional presence, though none as large as the first. From the ground, they appeared about the size of a plate, each with a distinct appearance. Beyond these visible planets, the sky was scattered with billions of stars, the starfield stretching far into the distance, countless beyond measure. Jiang Hui, a country bumpkin, who had never seen such a sight, nearly collapsed from fright the moment she stepped out. What in the world was this? This looked like a scene from a movie where planets were falling. Didn't the people living on this planet every day feel a sense of dread towards such enormous objects? While they were born here and had grown accustomed to it from childhood. To them, these planetary landscapes were like the sun, moon, and stars to humanity. And this was just the view of a single Shin-level planet. What about the Tian level and the level ones? Or the main planets of the inner star system measured by the 60 celestial stems and earthly branches? Or even further, the central star zone? It was hard to imagine how vast the sky seen by star beings must be. Alas, the boundless cosmos once pursued by blue star dwellers was probably no more than this. Unexpectedly, it was she who had little thirst for scientific truth who had the chance to witness it. Truly, life is unpredictable. Yet after seeing the sky of this alien world, was there any possibility of returning to the land that had once nurtured her? The odds were likely infinitesimal. After composing her deeply melancholy mood, Jiang Hui gathered her thoughts and headed toward the cafeteria. The district's medium-level hospital was an integrated facility with all departments housed in a single building, including green spaces and activity rooms within open areas of the high-rise, while the underground levels were used for parking hover vehicles and other transports. This perfectly exemplified the future world's characteristic of saving land resources. A single tall building condensed what might have required dozens of hectares to build a hospital campus. Certain specialized departments even had dedicated elevators to ensure patients' absolute quiet and safety. However, Jiang Hui's surgical ward was in the mild case area separate from the former, so she had no chance to experience it yet, nor did she particularly wish for such an opportunity in the future. The cafeteria for the mild case ward was on the 20th-something floor, accessible by elevator, no different from Blue Star in that regard. Yet there were ultimately some differences. The elevator was large, cylindrical in shape, with a structure rich in heavy industrial metal elements. Through layers of transparent glass, one could see the revolving planets in the sky, evoking a strange, wondrous sensation for a modern person like Jiang Hui. And the differences were not only in the scenery, but also in the people. Humans in the interstellar world were not much different from those on Blue Star. Similar facial features and physiques, including tall-nosed, deep-eyed Caucasoid types, classically soft Mongoloid types, and dark-skinned Negroid types. However, regardless of type, they were generally taller and more handsome than Blue Star humans, as if their genes had been significantly optimized. But perhaps because she knew in her heart that they were star beings while she was but a wisp of a soul drifting from Blue Star countless light years away, she felt an indescribable sense of unease. Their clothing was also different from Blue Star's, appearing more diverse, high-end, and futuristic, though not the form-fitting bizarre styles she had once fantasized about, quite similar to Blue Star attire. As they entered after her, each towering and robust, Jiang Hui had to step back to make room for them. Though the original body was merely a teenager, barely considered an adult on Blue Star among the interstellar populace, she was still classified as an underdeveloped child. However, perhaps due to ample nutrition and significantly optimized genes in the interstellar region, the average height of people was relatively tall even for minors. At just 15 years of age, the original body already surpassed Jiang Hui's height from her previous life. Yet as a minor surrounded by a crowd of tall, robust adults, she appeared exceptionally petite and pitiful. She subtly shrank toward the edges, but the space was so confined that the sensation of being in the same room with others remained overwhelmingly strong. She couldn't help but minimize her presence. However, as the elevator stopped floor by floor after standing for a while, Jiang Hui suddenly realized a problem. She had forgotten to press the floor button. Fortunately, though the crowd stood densely, a gap remained through which she could see the display. Yet the display method was so intricate that Jiang Hui couldn't immediately discern how to interpret it, let alone stop the elevator. What could Jiang Hui do in this situation? She could only rummage through the corners of her memories for relevant common knowledge, hoping to find a solution. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually moved closer through the gap, and several nearby adults even made room for her. Are you heading to the 27th floor for a meal? No need to stop it manually, someone has already marked it, and it will stop automatically, someone suddenly asked. The accent felt oddly familiar. Jiang Hui instinctively turned her head to see a tall young man, smiling at her, realizing he was addressing her. The dedicated dining hall for mild-condition patients was on the 27th floor. Jiang Hui was somewhat surprised that he knew her destination. The young man found it amusing. This child, barely reaching his chest, wore the distinctive cyan hospital attire of the mild-condition ward. With a curious, wide-eyed look and deliberate avoidance of the adult crowd, she was clearly a minor acting alone. At this hour, taking the elevator almost certainly meant heading for a meal. The 27th floor had a dedicated dining hall. It was easy to guess. Still, the child's pretense of maturity was endearingly adorable. Interstellar people generally treated minors with care and tolerance. Though the adults in the elevator seemed absorbed in their own affairs, they were all aware of the little one hiding in the corner. The stop at the 27th floor was arranged by a thoughtful soul. However, the child seemed overly introverted and fearful of them, so they wisely refrained from startling her. My. Yes, it seems so, Jiang Hui said, carefully distinguishing the marked floor. Relieved to find someone had already pressed it, she let out a sigh. Thank you, she repeated, grateful for the help. Here we've arrived. Walk ahead a bit, and you'll see the sign. I heard the fire featherbird pancake on the 27th floor is quite good. You might want to try it. Jiang Hui nodded in acknowledgement, and under the gaze of the crowd exited the elevator with slight unease. Interstellar people. Didn't seem so bad. The girl entered the entrance marked, mild-condition dining hall. Though it was a hospital cafeteria, the environment and service model were well executed. The space was clean and bright with small tables that lent a touch of elegance, resembling a leisure area more than a hospital dining hall. After the elevator incident, Jiang Hui's sense of distance toward interstellar people and unfamiliar surroundings diminished, and she moved with greater ease. Yet a new problem arose. The dining hall used an active ordering system almost entirely automated. Even for the original Buddhist memories, this ordering system was relatively unfamiliar. With no reference, Jiang Hui dawdled, feigning casual selection, then waited for someone to queue ahead before following their actions directly. No wonder she had previously struggled to press a button on one column. It was an integrated automatic food selection machine that required a full sequence from start to finish. She imitated the person ahead, swiping the barcode-like tag on her wrist at the strange machine at the end, then selected items column by column. She took utensils, side bread, candies, and water in order, then began the formal selection. To be honest, the screen displayed a bewildering array of strange ingredients. Not only could she not identify them by name, but the cooking methods were equally bizarre, making it impossible to choose. For instance, plantain and fried white scale mix. What on earth was that? Not only did it sound unappetizing, but the combination seemed incompatible. Or bread sandwich with screw worms. Ugh, who would want to eat that? Regardless of what it actually was, the name alone was off-putting. Then there was yellow honey fruit stewed with bracken gnocchi. Well, that sounded slightly more normal, but still impossible to imagine. After glancing at the first two columns, Jiang Hui completely lost her appetite. But with people waiting behind her, she couldn't skip the selection without passing the card. So she gritted her teeth and scanned a few more lines. Thankfully, the fifth line finally offered something normal, the fire featherbird pancake that someone had recommended earlier. Jiang Hui made no other choice and selected it, as it seemed conventional enough. She randomly picked the rest, barely managing to finish, drenched in sweat. Exhausted. Who knew ordering a meal could be so taxing? Life for future people wasn't easy either. What kind of dishes are these today? So strange, she heard someone behind her complain. Jiang Hui, it seemed that creative cafeteria styles existed everywhere. Even interstellar people probably couldn't stomach these dishes. She picked up her meal and found a small table to sit alone, ready to savor the delicacies of the interstellar era. Moreover, she was curious about the dish recommended by the young man in the elevator. Since everything came from the machine, the food was tightly wrapped and the packaging felt substantial. The material was lightweight and soft, unlike anything Jiang Hui had ever seen. It was firm enough not to sag, but seemed easy to tear open. Jiang Hui felt a flicker of novelty before peeling open the packaging. By then, the dining hall was filling up and people began approaching the quiet corner she had chosen. The so-called fire featherbird pancake was essentially a crepe wrapped around chicken. However, the preparation was slightly different. The crepe was toasted on both sides, giving it a crispy texture, while the chicken inside was tender and savory. The accompanying vegetables were unfamiliar to Jiang Hui, but they added a rich complexity of flavors. One bite was a delicacy rarely matched, even on Blue Star, and everything was perfectly balanced. Was this the standard fare for interstellar people? How enviable. Indeed, if civilization had never experienced a rupture, it was only natural for cuisine to evolve alongside technological advancement, wasn't it? Jiang Hui recalled the interstellar novels from her past life, where protagonists conquered all with culinary prowess. She suddenly felt the disparity between worlds. Evidently, not all interstellar realms were the same. It seemed that if she were to settle here, making a living through this path would be unfeasible. Besides, her cooking skills were hardly exceptional. This drink, some sort of fruit juice, was refreshing and delightful. Everything tasted wonderful. As mealtime approached, Jiang Hui buried herself in eating while the area gradually grew lively. A man and a woman sat at a small table adjacent to Jiang Hui's. Strangely, though the tables weren't particularly close, she could hear their conversation with startling clarity. Even when she tried not to listen, fragments drifted over unbidden. She resolved to finish her meal quickly, lest she appear to be eavesdropping on private matters. Yet she didn't dwell on it. In public spaces, some noise was inevitable. This was already commendable. The interstellar citizens she had encountered were remarkably courteous. Despite the vast restaurant filled with diners, everyone maintained a reasonable volume, creating a pleasant atmosphere. The neighboring pair's discussion seemed innocuous. She ate, they talked, but the content grew truly bizarre. Jiang Hui felt that even the novels from her past life couldn't match such absurdity. They appeared to be relatives of a patient. Initially, they discussed the patient's condition, though Jiang Hui paid little attention and caught few details. The absurdity came later. Their relative was in the cranial medicine department, just one floor above her own surgical ward. After emerging from the treatment pod unconscious, she had nearly been sent there herself, a sign of severe injury. After briefly discussing their relative, they shifted to a patient in the neighboring room. Gossip was indeed an innate human instinct, one Jiang Hui couldn't escape regardless of the era. She silently concluded this as she caught that part of the conversation. That person hadn't been admitted due to injury. He was brought in by military personnel who immediately arranged surgery. The soldiers seemed to retrieve something before departing. So the one in the next room didn't do something he shouldn't have. Probably not. The escorts left without a backward glance after getting what they came for, abandoning him with no follow-up. Then what happened? Well, I heard a rumor. Can't guarantee it's true, from one of the nurses. Jiang Hui couldn't help but remark inwardly that the phrase, can't guarantee it's true, had survived through the ages. But soon her sardonic thoughts faded as the tale struck a chord within her. Then it seems the higher-ups took notice and sent investigators. They discovered had been thoroughly deceived with controllers and receivers implanted into his neurons. The authorities had him taken to the hospital for a craniotomy to retrieve the evidence. How could he fall for that? Didn't he pay attention in preschool safety education? Never accept external spiritual energy, nor attempt to harbor non-self-generated mental power. That thing could talk, think, and beguile. Did he never suspect? Jiang Hui could hardly listen further. Even her appetite had vanished. This was a plot straight out of a realistic novel. The story was simple, yet its trajectory was so bizarre she couldn't believe it was real. In her former world, even fiction wouldn't dare such twists. It concerned an ordinary student, unremarkable in family studies and background, but recently had acquired a system. Yes, you heard correctly. The very tool of wish fulfillment common in Blue Star novels. This system claimed to bond with him, promising rewards of various items and vast sums of money for completing tasks. Sound familiar? Exactly the trope flooding Blue Star web novels, without even a hint of innovation. And the young man believed it. He began following the tasks, collecting rewards, transitioning from skepticism to utter immersion. He started shining at school, gaining brilliance, and gradually trusted the system, convinced it would lead him to the pinnacle of life. Yet he remained oblivious to the danger creeping toward him. One day, while performing a routine task, the military, after days of investigation, caught him red-handed. Then came the investigations and exposés. The so-called system wasn't a product of a higher civilization, it was an illegal control tool developed within the same interstellar realm. This device was tied to the interstellar black market and dark web trades. It was implanted into citizens' brains using the system guised to lure them into a trap. After earning the host's trust, it demanded they execute tasks, uploading the process, via controllers and cameras, to the dark web for entertainment. The rewards were payments from those watching on the dark web, which took a hefty commission. The dark web even offered customized tasks, allowing its patrons to tailor the host's life for greater amusement. The host, the sole ignorant party, was continually lured by rewards into performing these tasks until their entire life was fully manipulated. Sound absurd? Yet such incidents had occurred more than once in the interstellar realm. Though the deception varied, the pattern remained the same. Nearly all originated from the dark web and black market, using others' lives and existence for entertainment, blatantly violating privacy rights. The Interstellar Patrol Bureau worked tirelessly to expose such cases, publishing each incident in official bulletins. Headlines featured warnings for every instance, yet fools still fell for the trap. The most outrageous case involved a simpleton from a remote star region who was toyed with for over 150 years. By the time discovery came, his mind was half-ruined, his life in shambles with nothing gained. As the speaker noted, the safety education manual, repeatedly taught in preschool, explicitly warned against abusing psychic power and urged its protection. Ultimately, it was greed that led to such a downfall. Cases involving infringement of interstellar citizens' portrait, privacy, theft of personal information, and physical harm were originally under the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Patrol Bureau, theoretically not requiring military involvement. However, in recent years, such cases have almost always been committed by organized groups, and tracing them often reveals established networks, unregistered black markets, and other illicit operations that extend beyond these illegal entertainment activities. The military now suspects that there is a mastermind behind this industrial chain, plotting something significant, hence the nationwide crackdown and pursuit. Another contributing factor is the issue of taxation. In this interstellar era, currency circulation has become exceedingly transparent. As traditional stored value cards and credit cards have been largely abandoned in favor of a unified citizen identity account system, each individual effectively has only one primary account. For a citizen's primary account, every transaction, income, expenditure, loan, is recorded in the central system, rendering everyone transparent before the state apparatus. Every relevant amount is subject to automatic tax calculation and remittance to the national treasury during inflow and outflow, an iron rule observed by all interstellar citizens. Of course, there are still disposable or functional registered cards that allow for certain opaque transactions under specific conditions, but the ultimate beneficiaries must still register, report, and pay taxes. In short, this interstellar alternate world is one with a stringent tax system. Yet the operators behind these black market profit networks bypass the central system entirely, using entertainment as a facade for money laundering and capital accumulation, disrupting the currency environment while committing massive tax evasion in grave violation of interstellar fundamental law. This constitutes a criminal offense, one that could lead to life imprisonment under charges of endangering society. However, the Patrol Bureau can only investigate the pawns on the surface, such as these hosts who are also half victims, while struggling to reach the root perpetrators. When the patrol team cannot handle it, the case is transferred to the military. Indeed, the military has taken the control device used in the crime, likely for decryption and tracking. As for this citizen who was fooled like a simpleton, having committed no major crime, he naturally faces no imprisonment. However, he must subsequently pay the owed taxes and late fees based on his illicit gains, with the latter being a substantial sum, serving as a lesson. At this point, the speaker seemed somewhat rueful. The late fees for tax evasion are no small matter. I had an uncle who experienced it. The base amount wasn't large, but according to the algorithm, the accrued fees nearly matched the evaded amount, and he spent over 10 days in the Patrol Bureau. So one truly cannot cut corners. Hearing this, Jiang Hui couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even the thin pancake she bit into lost all flavor. Although this matter had little to do with her. After all, she was a newcomer who hadn't even figured out basic survival conditions, nor had she encountered any system claiming to help her with tasks. Through such a real-life example, Jiang Hui profoundly felt the execution capability of interstellar people and their rigorous attitude toward all rules. It wasn't that she intended to violate any laws, hence feeling uncomfortable about such cases. Rather, she had never before so clearly realized that she had truly arrived in an entirely new world. In this new world, everything was unknown to her. New landscapes, new environments, new backgrounds, even new world laws. Surviving here would be more difficult than she had imagined. The conversation between the two neighbors continued, but no matter how interesting the topics, she could no longer listen. Looking at the remaining half of her meal, determined not to waste food despite its tastelessness, she finished it quickly and returned to the ward along the same path. It was now 12:30 in interstellar time, still the lunch break. Unable to do anything else, Jiang Hui decided to rest in the ward. Embedded in the ward wall was something resembling a television screen, but after studying it for a long time, Jiang Hui couldn't figure out how to turn it on and eventually gave up, collapsing back onto the bed. Oh dear, how was she to get by? Knowing nothing, let alone living, survival itself was becoming a problem. Moreover, the hospital was crowded with people. The conversation she overheard in the cafeteria made Jiang Hui acutely aware of the country's stringent regulatory oversight, making her reluctant to ask too many questions for fear of revealing her true situation. So it was better to sleep. Sleeping required no questions after all. The act of slumber was likely similar across all beings in the universe, simply a matter of rest. Jiang Hui fell asleep, burdened with worries. She awoke to the sound of a doorbell. The identity information panel by the bed showed it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Unconsciously, she had dozed off, but fortunately the knock at the door roused her. The person at the door showed no impatience. After the first round of knocking went unanswered, they did not immediately pound repeatedly, but stopped. Jiang Hui wondered had they knocked for a long time and left. However, the next moment she dismissed that doubt as restrained and rhythmic knocking resumed from outside the door. It seemed they hadn't left. Jiang Hui quickly reacted, pressing an inconspicuous button beside the bedside sign, a method she had learned from the carrot therapist that morning, and the door opened. Entering was a young woman of Asian descent with delicate features and elegant manners, naturally inspiring warmth. She pushed a strangely shaped metal cart into the ward. "Good afternoon, Miss Jiang." Her voice was gentle. "I am Su Jia, a first-level pharmacist from the surgical pharmacy, here to deliver your mental stabilizer." "Oh, hello. I'm sorry to trouble you with a special trip." Mr. Carrot had mentioned that someone would deliver a stabilizer in the afternoon. It was quite punctual, arriving right after the lunch break. That meant she could pack up and return home soon, although she wasn't sure if that place could truly be called home. The other seemed slightly surprised, as if about to smile, and said softly, "It seems Ms. Jiang is also of Huajiao descent." Few people use such archaic expressions nowadays. It's no trouble, it's my duty. Wait, what had she said? Was sorry to trouble you, already considered archaic. And she said also, was pharmacist Su also of Huajiao descent? Jiang Hui couldn't help but observe the other woman, slightly noting her classical elegant beauty with a gentle charm reminiscent of the Jiangnan water towns, a typical beauty of Huajiao descent. Noticing Jiang Hui's distraction, the woman smiled nonchalantly and pushed the cart to the bedside. How are you feeling today, miss? Jiang. She sat down naturally on the consultation chair beside the bed, and seeing Jiang Hui half sitting up, she even adjusted the hospital bed, signaling her not to rise. Jiang Hui had no time to adjust, and could only sit on the bed watching the person enter. Lying down seemed impolite, and sitting up also felt awkward even though she had been able to walk to meals at noon. Yet she noticed that the relationship between the Interstellar medical staff and patients she had encountered so far was remarkably casual, as if they were familiar friends despite meeting for the first time. They were extremely at ease, which made her feel somewhat less composed. It's nothing serious, I'm recovering even faster than expected. I thought I'd need to rest for a while, but then again the healer, named Colette, told me I can be discharged this afternoon. Did you call him Healer Colette to his face? Unexpectedly, Miss Zu's attention was slightly diverted, and she seemed unable to suppress a smile. Jiang Hui, was there a story behind this? Could there be gossip to hear? She felt that in less than a day since waking up in this interstellar world, she had already overheard several pieces of gossip. Su Jia, however, paid no heed to Jiang Hui's slightly embarrassed expression and explained, there's another healer named Colette in the district hospital, but that one works in the 7th floor radiology department. The two of them have never gotten along, and their identical names have caused quite a few incidents. So if you see him again, it's best to call him Mr. Colette. The older one upstairs is always addressed as Healer Colette. Of course, no matter which Mr. Colette, it would be best if you never have to see either of them again. The woman made a rather cold joke. It certainly chilled Jiang Hui. She wanted to laugh, but the mirth froze before it reached her lips, and she could only purse her lips awkwardly. Of course, this was just a minor interlude. Su Jia did not continue about Mr. Colette's little embarrassments and naturally pulled over the oddly shaped cart. Come on, give me your hospitalization barcode. It took Jiang Hui a moment to realize what that was, and she quickly handed over the barcode tag hanging from her wrist. Su Jia took it, glanced at the code, flipped open the cart, and found a small groove in a certain compartment. Click. The embedded small compartment popped open, and Su Jia retrieved a palm-sized set of 6 vials, each the size of a thumb, filled with a glowing blue liquid that looked rather magical. She didn't hand them to Jiang Hui immediately, but carefully checked the information, then passed it to Jiang Hui for verification before swiping on the cart's small screen for a while to confirm the details, completing the medication delivery process. Although you've largely recovered, you still need to take a mental stabilizer for 5 days. There are 6 vials here. One is a primer solution that you must take before discharge. The pharmacist pointed to the vial Jiang Hui's thumb was pressing down on. Indeed, it was different from the other 5, shorter in tube length, and containing a translucent gel-like liquid. Jiang Hui held the vial momentarily, unsure what to do, as she wasn't certain if interstellar medications could be taken directly. Her memories in this area were hazy, and it seemed she rarely took such medications. Unexpectedly, Su Jia misinterpreted her hesitation, thinking she was afraid of taking medicine, and felt a pang of pity. Still just a child. She softened her voice and said, the mental stabilizer isn't pleasant to take, but for the sake of your future it's better to recuperate properly. Take this primer solution first, its effects are milder. If there was a reaction, she probably wouldn't be discharged. This primer was the foundation for the medication used to ease and level the effects of the mental stabilizer, and it also served as an allergy test. Any adverse reaction meant the body couldn't tolerate it. But Su Jia didn't say this. The child was already pitiable, hospitalized, alone, and injured, timid, and uncertain in every move. There was no need to frighten her further. Fortunately, Jiang Hui seemed to tolerate the primer well, and no further issues arose. After recording the data, Su Jia's task was complete. Seeing her about to leave, Jiang Hui hastily stopped her. She had just recalled a troubling matter. She had nothing on her, not even an ID, and her familiarity with this place was less than the world's familiarity with her. While in the hospital, it wasn't obvious, but once discharged, could she find her original Boda's home? Oh yes, I almost forgot. You were admitted in an emergency, so the medical staff could only provide basic necessities. Fry had a different shift today, and might have forgotten to tell you. Let me see. It should be here. Sure enough, it was there. How she knew exactly where things were was a mystery. Beside the bed, the metal high table Jiang Hui had thought was a workstation suddenly protruded, revealing a small screen on its back below, which was something like a safe door. The entire transformation was seamless and silent. The edges of the deformed metal fit perfectly, as if it had always been that way, a marvel of exquisite craftsmanship. Jiang Hui had no time to marvel before following instructions to have her pupils and brainwaves scanned. Initially, she was nervous about the brainwave scan, fearing she'd be exposed. But before she could react, the scan was done, the lock opened, and the contents were revealed. There were only two items, a rather punk-styled necklace and a flat round button-like object. Su Jia didn't hold back and glanced at the items, then said with some surprise, "Is this style popular in the inner galaxies?" She subconsciously moved her wrist, and Jiang Hui saw an electronic watch of a similar style on it. Her hazy memory told her this was a neural interface. So that's what a neural interface looked like. The girl shook her head. "They prefer wristbands there, but I like this style." Su Jia suddenly understood and urged Jiang Hui to put it on quickly. The neural interface was an essential item for interstellar citizens and should never be left behind. Then the girl tried to put on what she thought was a spatial buckle. "Wait," Su Jia quickly stopped her, somewhat amused. "Miss Jiang, you don't want to go home in your hospital gown, do you? It's better to put on your own clothes before attaching the spatial buckle, otherwise removing it requires a cool-down period, which is troublesome. I assume your spatial buckle contains your daily clothes, right?" Jiang Hui finally realized how foolish she had been, nearly committing another blunder. Otherwise, given the binding time of the spatial button, she would have had to purchase this set of hospital attire and take it with her, or else wait until the next day to be discharged. "Did you bring any clothes?" Su Jia asked again. Jiang Hui nodded. The memories of this original body were quite clear. She had brought only a few commonly used personal items from the inner ring star system. Most of the immovable assets had been left behind in the home her parents had given her in the inner ring star system, which had been temporarily sealed upon application and approval by the local administrative district. This spatial button was one of the two that the original body had brought along. She had used it since childhood and vaguely recalled it contained many daily necessities, including clothes. She would just find something to wear later. "That's good, then there's no problem. You can go through the discharge procedures shortly and return home. Remember to take the medication. If any issues arise, report to the hospital immediately." Su Jia patiently instructed again. Seeing the conversation drawing to a close, Jiang Hui intended to stand up and see her off. After all, she wasn't truly bedridden. "You? I noticed you." She paused mid-step, suddenly halting. "You've been wanting to ask something all along, haven't you?" Though not overly obvious, a person in a state of hesitation was quite distinct, and she could easily discern it. The girl seemed troubled by some question, even perplexed. At her inquiry, Jiang Hui instinctively touched her face. Was it really that apparent? She had held back from asking with great effort, yet it was still seen through. "What's troubling you? Is there any discomfort in your body? If there is, you must tell me immediately. Conceal nothing. The materials for the mental stabilizer are unique. The precursor solution is the foundation for medication absorption. If your body or nerves cannot adapt, the subsequent assimilation could lead to major issues." Su Jia spoke to Jiang Hui with utmost seriousness. Of course, that wasn't a Jiang Hui thought to herself. Otherwise, she would have spoken up long ago and wouldn't be in such a dilemma. She was still hesitating whether to voice this doubt, for it seemed so out of place in the overall context. She feared another incident like that day when Flex screamed, "Help!" in terror, a scene too dreadful to imagine. That day, after losing too much blood and fainting, I briefly felt my spiritual power lose connection with my body. It felt as if my soul had left my body. Jiang Hui seemed to struggle to describe that state. "Now that I've awakened, I no longer have that sensation, but I always feel a discord between my spiritual power and my body, as if something else is interposed, quite uncomfortable." Jiang Hui spoke half-truthfully. The throbbing in her head was real enough, but what was even more genuine was her desire to probe something deeper, the thing she most wanted to know at present. Su Jia listened quietly, not immediately responding, but her movements had ceased. She unconsciously turned to face the girl on the bed. "Soul? That's an archaic term. Have you ever considered specializing in ancient Chinese linguistics in the future? But nowadays we don't say that, it's likely a fiction. You mean brainwaves, don't you?" "Oh, thanks for the suggestion. If it's this level of ancient Chinese," she thought she could manage. "I'm not quite sure how to answer this either. In an era where every internal organ of the human body can be studied to the minutest detail, the brain domain remains an area that humanity has yet to fully explore. Take your injury that day as an example. You sustained damage to two lobes of the brain, likely causing functional impairment. However, physical brain injuries are relatively easy to repair through surgery combined with the treatment pod. But we cannot confirm whether your brain domain has also been affected solely based on the condition of your brain organ, because a person's brain domain encompasses not only the brain itself, but also a fluctuating magnetic field formed by the electrical waves emitted from all brain tissues. And this magnetic field is what we understand as the source of spiritual power. Up to this point, Jiang Hui had not studied spiritual power independently, so she listened with vague comprehension, striving to understand. Su Jia paused, aware that this might be difficult to grasp. After all, even the upper echelons of the current generation had not completely analyzed the brain domain and spiritual power, leaving theories abstract and ambiguous. So to avoid troubling the young girl, she quickly changed her approach. When you injured your brain that day after healing you, we assessed your vital signs and brainwaves and concluded that your brain domain was unaffected. Who would have thought? She was a time traveler. She truly didn't know where this was what had happened, or even that she had crossed over. Jiang Hui added silently. Later, through further treatment, we essentially stabilized your disordered brain domain functions. From her words, Jiang Hui inferred that they had diagnosed her condition as brain domain dysfunction, where chaotic brainwaves had affected the brain domain's magnetic field, leading to temporary memory loss. However, the effects of brainwave disorder cannot heal spontaneously in a short time, hence the need for mental stabilizers, otherwise your brain domain and spiritual power would both be affected. Su Jia had unknowingly walked back to Jiang Hui's side. She retrieved a stack of what appeared to be her medical records from a storage compartment behind her, flipped through a few pages, frowned at them, and handed them to Jiang Hui. Unfortunately, much of the data and terminology were too specialized, mixed with a plethora of interstellar jargon, making her eyes ache and rendering it largely incomprehensible, so she gave up. It is said that brainwave disorder is one of the most difficult conditions to define precisely, and it can also cause various complications. Your feeling of spiritual power separation was likely due to excessive brainwave fluctuations, causing the spiritual power to slightly detach from the brainwave range, what you described as a soul leaving the body. Jiang Hui was startled. If spiritual power detaches from the brainwaves and cannot return to the body, wouldn't that mean the person cannot wake up? In that case, the original owner might have been unable to return due to such a detachment, and then somehow she herself had drifted in. Could it be that she had truly possessed someone? But the next moment, Su Jia dismissed this notion. Theoretically, it's not impossible. However, you might be making a common mistake. Although spiritual power relies on the brain domain for existence, it is not a necessary condition for life. People without spiritual power can live normally. As long as the brain functions properly and brainwaves persist, consciousness can remain even if spiritual power dissipates. Only when brainwaves completely cease can brain death be declared. After Su Jia left, Jiang Hui packed up her belongings and prepared to go through the discharge procedures. There wasn't much to gather. Most of her sparse possessions were already on her person, and the medications had been safely stored away in the special compartment carved out by her space button. Now all that remained was to complete the hospital discharge formalities. Though this was an interstellar world where technology had advanced into the more sophisticated realms of human exploration, making life convenient in countless ways, there were still many tasks that simple automation could not entirely replace. Human hands were still needed. Following the instructions, Jiang Hui went to the discharge department and completed the necessary procedures. As for the costs, since the original owner had always maintained a comprehensive health insurance plan, the hospital would submit the relevant documents for review, and the full amount would be reimbursed, with even a portion of the nutrition fees returned to her account. The entire process was swift. After confirming and signing the discharge papers, Jiang Hui left the hospital with her copy of the medical records. On her way out, she unexpectedly ran into Mr. Calais, who was just finishing his shift. He was as amiable as ever, showing no coldness despite the end of their doctor-patient relationship. After inquiring about her condition, he warmly offered to escort her to the waiting area. However, Jiang Hui could tell that he was clearly heading in a different direction, and unwilling to waste his time, politely declined. In this interstellar era, there were many modes of transportation, all brimming with futuristic appeal to an earthling like Jiang Hui. Trackless levitating trains, airships, modular carriages, and shape-shifting trains running on fixed tracks. Beyond these, Jiang Hui even spotted some bizarrely shaped, mostly humanoid large machines on the road. Fragmented memories told her these were the legendary mechas. These vehicles crisscrossed the land and the midair, each following its designated route, stopping at respective stations without interfering with one another. Every passerby chose a different mode of transport, busying themselves with their own affairs, heading toward the same ultimate destination of life. In essence, not so different from Earthlings after all. Considering that the original owner's apartment was located in the fourth ring of the city, a relatively central area with numerous city bus stops, she ultimately decided to take the city bus back. Though called a bus, it bore no resemblance to Earth's buses. It had no wheels at all. The entire body was suspended several meters above the ground by a single long, slightly curved metal rod beneath. When it reached a stop, the support rod would lower the carriage gently to allow passengers to board or alight. During operation, the metal rod guided the vehicle along, following its programmed course. This was a common ground-level vehicle in the city, traveling close to the surface. It consumed far less fuel than aerial transport, making it affordable, the top choice for students and ordinary commuters. Although Jiang Hui retained some of the original owner's memories, her core remained that of an earthling unaccustomed to the interstellar world, so she approached everything with a certain timidity. Throughout the journey, aside from nervously observing the unfamiliar surroundings, she focused her remaining attention on imitating what others did. She followed a line of passengers onto the oddly shaped bus and, copying them, swiped her optical brain at the entrance gate. The swipe startled her as a massive light screen suddenly projected before her eyes. Unaware of what it was, she froze in place for a moment. It took her a while to realize this must be the interstellar version of a phone, the optical brain. The screen flashed the original owner's personal data, already etched into her mind, familiar as could be. Yet as a layer of borrowed memories, no matter how familiar, it never felt truly real. Scanning the information, she followed the crowd and found an empty seat to sit down. Since leaving the hospital, her mind had been overwhelmed with matters, and she had completely forgotten about the optical brain. Seeing it now, she pulled herself out of her somewhat gloomy mood and for once took an interest in studying the device. Though called a city bus, its exterior bore no resemblance to Earth's buses. From the outside, it was entirely disc-shaped, while inside it was spacious and divided into distinct zones. Some seats were arranged in single rows, while others faced each other across the carriage with partitioned areas at the back that likely served as private compartments. Jiang Hui chose a seat near the door facing the opposite row, where she could easily see the station guide. From her angle, she could see that most people in the facing seats were also fiddling with their optical brains, their gazes fixed intently on the void, some staring straight ahead, others at the floor, and even some at their wrists. Indeed, no matter the era or the level of technological advancement, the phone remained humanity's inescapable obsession. Jiang Hui sighed, then resolutely joined the ranks of optical brain users. With her ignorance, if she didn't start learning now, was she waiting for the world to adapt to her? The optical brain was indeed the interstellar version of a phone. Upon logging in, it displayed her personal account, and she entered a dazzling interface. On the left, a narrower panel, neatly arranged icons resembling phone apps, some of which flickered intermittently. This seemed to be the operation interface. Some icons were easy to identify by function, while others were unclear. She would likely have to tap each one to find out later. On the right, a broader page was neatly laid out with a balanced composition, clearly indicating the priority of information at a glance. Jiang Hui struggled to decipher the interstellar common script, picking out a few items that seemed to be news or information. Some key entries had tags like recommended and trending next to them. So was this a display screen or a news feed? She hadn't expected that even in the interstellar age with such advanced science and technology, the news industry would still lack creativity. The layout of news and information was utterly uninspired, and even the recommended tags following the headlines were stuck in an ancient aesthetic devoid of any innovation. As these random thoughts crossed her mind, her fingers acted quite honestly, tapping into several recommended tagged entries, all of which turned out to be military information. She wasn't particularly interested in such topics, merely skimming through them. But to her surprise, the headlines were almost all along the lines of XX Lieutenant General on expedition, XX promoted to military post, XX military spokesperson states. Was the military system of this interstellar world so transparent? Such information could be openly reported, easily accessed by ordinary citizens, and described in such detail, completely different from what she had known. What kind of world was this? However, scrolling further down, she began to encounter some different types of information. For instance, the Capital Agricultural College has named a newly developed hybrid crop that can achieve extremely high yields under harsh conditions, or a crime incident occurring in a certain peripheral star system, or the local inspection bureau has once again uncovered a case of black web fraud. Various types of information are truly dazzling. The range extends from the peripheral uncharted stars to the central capital star, seemingly encompassing the life trajectories of all interstellar humanity. Everything, regardless of the distance, is condensed into a single section in written form and as information, allowing her to realize at a glance just how vast the world above her current life truly is. These pieces of information and news fill the entire page to the brim, no matter how explosive or mundane, novel or ordinary. One can find it all here, and reading through them can easily lead one to become absorbed. Therefore, she dared not look too long, only skimming over the entire section to explore its overall operational mode. Yet even so, Jiang Hui almost missed her stop due to being entranced. It is evident that in any world, the rhythm of life for those who own mobile phones is quite similar. She exited the city bus just before the doors closed and found that there was still quite a distance to walk back according to the navigation. Not knowing anything at the moment, she was too lazy to find the way, so she simply tried to hail a small flying vehicle to take her home. Finally arriving, Jiang Hui stood downstairs looking up at the apartment building. This apartment No. 385 is over 100 stories high, soaring into the clouds, requiring one to tilt their head back just to catch a glimpse of its top. It is a type of ecological apartment commonly seen in future concepts, with each floor featuring open spaces filled with plants and flowers arranged in a pleasing manner resembling a tiered garden, looking less like a residential apartment and more like a high-end hotel or office building. The outer layer, made of high-tech materials unique to this era, glimmers in natural light. At first glance, it presents a beautiful sight, and the experience of living inside is likely even better. Based on the fragments of memory left by the original owner, she had lived here for a few days. Even though her mood had been gloomy, she still found this place quite nice, with both the environment and quality of the apartment being quite good. So indeed, technology benefits humanity. Even ordinary people in the stars can live in houses comparable to the luxurious residences, which can be considered a welfare of the era. She took a look around, pinpointed the entrance from her memory, and was about to visit the original owner's home. However, just as the previously turned-off holographic interface flickered back to life, a voice box appeared in the center of the screen, and instinctively, she pressed the small phone icon. Then that box disappeared, revealing a video feed of a person, a half-length shot, dressed in relatively formal work attire with a beaming smile and a friendly demeanor. But she had only just arrived 2 days ago and did not recognize this person. It seemed the original owner did not know them either. Just as she was racking her brain for memories, the person greeted her first. Ms. Jiang, hello. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Andy, an employee of the after-sales department at Hui Group. I would like to arrange a meeting with you. Is it convenient for you now? What group? After sales. She hadn't purchased anything. However, she quickly realized that the name sounded familiar, as she remembered Mr. Khalid mentioning it, as it was the company that manufactured the intelligence system. The incident involving the original owner seemed to be related to this intelligence system, which had coincidentally malfunctioned and shut down. If Jiang Hui had not woken up in this body and inadvertently restarted the system, given the extent of blood loss, it was likely that this body would have perished. Some may wonder if the original owner had an accident, but it wasn't caused by the system. Why should the company that produces this intelligent device be held responsible? Although products usually come with after-sales service, it is unreasonable to cover every possible accident. Indeed, this intelligent system lacked emergency functions and could not prevent accidents from occurring in the home. However, it must have an emergency alert function. While it may not provide rescue, it should at least be able to contact the authorities. This is a mandatory requirement for such products in the interstellar context. They must have an instant alert function. Even if the owner shuts down the system for unavoidable reasons, it must retain a safety mode and cannot be completely turned off. In the situation the original owner faced, as the intelligence system managing the entire suite, it not only failed to detect the anomaly in a timely manner, but also shut down without reason. It was only after Jiang Hui accidentally restarted the system upon awakening in this body that it finally began to function. Thus, after thorough investigation, the inspection team concluded that the intelligence system had malfunctioned. The manufacturer Hui Group is also required to compensate Jiang Hui for related expenses. Mr. Khalid is a kind-hearted person. Noticing that she lived alone and faced such an unexpected incident, he specifically discussed the compensation matters with her regarding Hui Group. Hui is a well-known consortium developing intelligent robots in a resident star system. Though it only emerged in the past few decades, it is said to have a strong background and significant strength, growing to this scale in just a few decades. In recent years, their actions have intensified, competing with another similar group and launching over a dozen refined series of intelligent home management systems. However, it seems they developed too rapidly. In recent years, quality control has been lacking and the products sold have encountered several accidents. Although smart home technology does not require as strict standards as professional intelligent craftsmanship, and the price differs vastly, these consumer-grade products account for a significant portion of the entire group's income. If they tarnish their reputation in this area, it will be difficult for the group to recover. Therefore, their upper management has been continuously improving the products and production lines in recent years. Unexpectedly, before they could achieve meaningful improvements, issues arose. The TM series was indeed their worst product, having been released for only a year and already experiencing 3 accidents. This is the 3rd incident, and it is even more severe than the previous one, with the subject being an unawakened individual, almost leading to a fatality. Yesterday, upon receiving the notification from the inspection team, their research department held an overnight meeting, and the next day the upper management decided to halt the TM series production line and initiate a recall of old machines. Regardless of the cost, they must completely resolve this matter, or otherwise the entire group could be dragged down into the abyss by the TM series products. However, there are many tasks to address on that side. Here, the more urgent matter is to reassure the victims of this incident. Fortunately, the individual was saved and sent to a medium hospital in the district, where they have now recovered well. Upon hearing that the individual had been discharged, Hui Group immediately sent a dedicated person to handle the matter. This call was to gauge Jiang Hui's attitude. What was Jiang Hui's attitude? What else could it be? She simply had no idea how to respond to the other party. Because the true victim of this incident could no longer voice their stance, they might never have the chance to do so again. Jiang Hui's emotions were tangled, and she found herself at a loss for words. However, the person on the other end was clearly unaware of her inner thoughts. Seeing her stillness and silence, they assumed it was a connection issue or something else, and their tone grew tinged with anxiety. Ms. Jiang, are you still listening? If it's inconvenient, I can. Hello, I am listening. If you have something to say, you can tell me directly here. There's no need for a special visit. I've been unwell lately and may not be fit to receive guests. Jiang Hui organized her thoughts and ultimately chose a more courteous phrasing. She glanced around. The area seemed quiet and sparsely populated. Deciding not to walk further, she found a pavilion for passers-by to rest in and sat down, intending to have a proper conversation with the employee claiming to be from Helusi Group. Yet her courteous words as she intended them sounded sharp and rejecting to the listener. They had already received word from the hospital that Jiang Hui had recovered and been discharged alone, seemingly in good condition. His refusal of a visit and her mention of feeling unwell during this conversation were in fact a reminder that she was entirely the victim in this matter. But the problem was with her merely presenting such a bargaining chip, he was already left with nothing to say. Because this was a responsibility Helusi Group could never evade. No matter how the negotiations turned out, they had to offer this client ample compensation. This client was indeed very angry. No wonder those veterans in the after-sales department were unwilling to come and had instead pushed him, the young newcomer, forward, probably to test the waters right. Andy could already foresee the ensuing process. Being berated, having the communication cut off, then getting turned away at the door during a visit only to grudgingly accept compensation after several rounds. By then she would surely settle under the company's sugar-coated bullets. And in the end, perhaps only he would be the one hurt. At this thought, Andy, the poor newcomer who had just joined Helusi Group, couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Still, he wanted to make a last-ditch effort. He couldn't stumble here, his career was still long. Maybe she was still fuming, and a home visit might only make her emotions harder to control. It was better to try persuading her through the optical computer in one go. So the young man mustered his courage and said to the girl on the other side of the screen, Ms. Jiang, I deeply apologize for the unpleasant experience our group's product has caused you. We are truly sorry. Now that it's happened, no amount of words can make up for the harm you've suffered, but we genuinely want to make amends. We've even set up a special team to follow up and provide you with a full compensation plan. Quite an unpleasant experience. Rather, it was extremely unpleasant, Jiang Hui silently quipped. After all, if the current speculation held true, the poor original self had been taken away like this. And according to Mr. Charles, and pharmacists sue their products had quality issues more than once. This time it had directly endangered her life, giving her every right to hold them accountable. For these reasons alone, she couldn't have a good impression or attitude toward Helusi Group. She didn't treat Andy harshly because she knew he was just an employee, of venting at him was pointless. The real beneficiary at the top would remain as glorious as ever. In the end, she'd only end up feeling upset and uncomfortable while the other side remained unscathed. Jiang Hui was always pragmatic and action-oriented, never dwelling on meaningless past matters. Since compensation was on the table, she knew exactly what she wanted. Beyond material and physical restitution for the original self, she sought justice. Though it might hold no practical significance for the original self anymore, it still needed to be done. So she held back for now, listening to their proposed compensation plan to see if they were truly sincere. The compensation plan had long been prepared on their end. Although the veteran after-sales staff were reluctant to take on this task, Helusi was determined to appease Jiang Hui. Before his visit, the after-sales team had prepared several escalating plans for Andy, the frontliner, to facilitate negotiations. First, present a baseline plan, then move up, with the last being the optimal one. Of course, the after-sales team didn't hold much hope, so these three plans were just initial drafts. Higher-ups had said they could negotiate further. Just as long as they gained her forgiveness and avoided trouble, spending more money was fine. After all, Helusi Group had plenty of money if nothing else, but the Interstellar consumer protection laws were too strict. They dared not risk breaking them. Of course, they were also sincere. Business was all about serving customers, wasn't it? Seeing that she hadn't cut him off, Andy felt slightly reassured, knowing she was willing to listen. Andy's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly seized the moment to speak at length, his voice loud and clear, afraid she might not understand. Just as he was getting into the swing of it, he saw the girl slightly furrow her brow. Her expression wasn't unpleasant, but it was subtle, carrying a hint of pressure that made him instinctively want to retreat. Ironically, he might be powerless against senior colleagues in the workplace, but even as a rookie, a fresh graduate who had earned his place at Helusi Group through his own efforts and had already completed his awakening, He felt a timidness akin to fear toward this teenage, unawakened girl. At that moment, Andy truly felt like a failure. Then he speculated that her spiritual power must be of no low level, as such individuals, even before fully awakening and settling, possess greater strength than ordinary people, in every sense. As for himself, he was just an ordinary crade person working in the low-risk sales service industry. Feeling overwhelmed by her pressure was nothing to be ashamed of. He had been recruited right after graduation into the after-sales department, known across the group as a den of old hands, precisely because of his skills. Though his youth made him less outstanding in other areas, his ability to bend and stretch was unquestionable. Without the awkwardness of a newcomer being put on the spot, he asked naturally and with concern, "Ms. Jiang, are you satisfied with this compensation plan? We are truly sincere in wanting to. Forgive my bluntness, but do you take me for a fool? Or do you think, because I'm a minor without a guardian, you can just fob me off?" The Ms. Jiang, who had remained silent since he began speaking, frowned deeply. Upon hearing this, Andy's heart sank. The moment she spoke, Andy's first impression was that this Ms. Jiang carried a profound classical elegance in her speech. Her voice was clear and crisp, yet not piercing, with precise pauses and a steady, unhurried cadence that somehow made it feel irrefutable. Andy was taken aback. Are children these days really this formidable? Yet her words did make his face burn with embarrassment. The proposal he had presented was the middle one among three options. A retained plan, a mere smoke screen designed to pave the way and create contrast for the final comprehensive offer built upon a completely different foundation. Originally, he should have first presented the worst option, but it sounded so insincere, lacking even additional compensation, offering only a modest sum of cash, that it was too shabby for him to bring up. Even a single dinner budget for the after-sales department exceeded that amount, so he had no intention of mentioning that low-standard plan. After all, even if the company was negotiating, had they considered that an inexperienced child might actually accept it? Wouldn't that be taking advantage of a child? Although Andy hoped to complete this difficult task, such an approach crossed a line, especially against someone who had not yet awakened. Andy felt that with the remnants of conscience he still possessed since joining Helusi Group, he wanted to uphold the interstellar virtue of protecting the young. He had even planned that if this young Ms. Jiang naively accepted the offer, he would advise her to return to the group for renegotiation, ultimately submitting the highest standard proposal to headquarters. Yet he never expected that these covert thoughts would shatter into fragments under Jiang Hui's questioning. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but his opponent was too formidable. He didn't even have the chance to aid the enemy. Andy decided it was more realistic to focus on himself. Once exposed, the atmosphere grew instantly tense. Even through the screen, every movement between them was magnified, and the young man felt an inescapable awkwardness. Fortunately, he was adept at self-regulation and genuinely not ill-natured. Even so, he didn't turn to resent Jiang Hui. He truly understood her feelings. After all, she had nearly died due to a flaw in the intelligence system. Who wouldn't be furious? He imagined himself in her place and would have been livid. So before the optical brain contact, he had mentally prepared himself for a scolding. Thankfully, as long as she didn't show excessive resistance, there was still a chance. Andy quickly regained his composure, ready to make another effort when the girl asked, "Let's not beat around the bush. This incident is hardly a pleasant memory, and I don't wish to dwell on it. Could you kindly tell me the final plan your group can offer? I mean the last one." Jiang Hui emphasized the last part. Was she joking? In interstellar disputes, manufacturers bore heavy liability. Even she, unfamiliar with interstellar specifics, knew their demands. Before her discharge, Mr. Carlet and others had explained it once. So she had a general idea. But regardless of the amount, she never expected them to try settling with just a few 100,000 interstellar credits. Was that all her predecessor's life was worth? Jiang Hui, who had initially felt only complex emotions from a detached perspective, suddenly erupted in fury, a blazing, overwhelming anger. This was the so-called sincere Helusi Group coming to negotiate in good faith. Such sincerity truly meant to deceive a child. Jiang Hui was about to lash out, but then thought better of it. It would be pointless. She didn't even want to engage in pretense. She wouldn't make things difficult for him. For her, hiding and beating around the bush was far worse than an open discussion to resolve the issue thoroughly and go their separate ways. Since they had offered such an absurdly low plan, there must be a higher one, the so-called bottom line. That was what she wanted to know now. This time, Andy dared not play any tricks and laid everything out. He began to feel grateful that he hadn't mentioned the more outrageous option first, otherwise he would have been scolded to death. The compensation was essentially just over twice the legal minimum, 5 million interstellar credits. With that, she could buy about 2 or 3 units of the furnished apartment she currently lived in, or barely afford a villa in the central city, but a luxury mansion was far out of reach. Her account balance, excluding various subsidies, comprised her predecessor's parents' life savings, a similar amount. The real estate industry had never changed throughout history. Demand always exceeded supply, yet prices never dropped. The interstellar era was no exception. Buying a home remained a challenge. However, technology still benefited this world. For those unable to afford villas, private apartments, government public housing remained an option. But such housing came with purchase time limits like 200 or 300 years, essentially a lease given the lifespan of interstellar beings. Villas and private apartments were also limited, purchased by quota, not just money. For instance, her predecessor's apartment in the entering galaxy was part of the Jiang family's severance package for Jiang Hui bought with a quota. Quotas could be obtained through various means, such as the market point exchanges with residence contribution, rewards, military special provisions. Many methods too numerous to elaborate. So if Jiang Hui wanted to buy another house later, she'd need to secure a quota. However, Halusi Group had conveniently included one in the compensation plan, a galaxy-wide valid one. That quota might be worth more than the house itself, a generous gesture. Additionally, they had paid for and arranged repairs to the damaged apartment before her discharge, ensuring she wouldn't return to a mess. There were also nutritional fees, delay fees, and other items totaling over 650 interstellar credits. Originally, they offered to replace the intelligence system, but Jiang Hui declined. Given that her predecessor's situation was partly due to Halusi's product, how could she dare use it again? So she opted for cash instead. A series of compensations doubled her account balance, and that was it. Considering what was lost and gained, it hardly seemed like a cause for joy, but the reasons were not for outsiders to know. Seeing that Jiang Hui remained silent after hearing the compensation, he assumed she was still dissatisfied, unsurprisingly, and offered to report back for more. But Jiang Hui refused, stating that this plan was acceptable. Before Andy could sigh in relief, she added 2 demands unrelated to material compensation, insisting that without them, she wouldn't agree to the settlement. Andy found these 2 demands not difficult to meet, but also odd, just as odd as the girl herself. Jiang Hui proposed 2 additional conditions, both of which were non-negotiable, otherwise the talks would be considered a failure. The first was a demand for Halusi Group to investigate the cause of the intelligence system malfunction. Was the malfunction due to poor quality control of the intelligence system itself, or were there hidden defects in individual components that led to subsequent failures? In any case, a thorough investigation was required without any ambiguity. Even in death, one should know the cause clearly and distinctly. The original owner could no longer pursue this, but Jiang Hui still lived within her body. Regardless of the truth behind this incident, she felt obliged to seek justice on her behalf. After fully clarifying the matter, she wanted it published in the Consumer Weekly and an apology issued, which would at least provide some solace for the original owner. The second matter was a request for Halusi Group to recall the TM series products and conduct a comprehensive quality inspection. It was known that this product series had malfunctioned more than once. Before Jiang Hui, there had already been 3 major reported accidents, not to mention numerous minor incidents settled privately. This was no secret in the interstellar realm. Even non-industry personnel like Carletti Chaga had heard of this series, but only for its infamy. If such a product had belonged to a smaller conglomerate, it would have long been under scrutiny. This year, not only had they avoided warnings from relevant authorities, but they had also launched several new product lines. It was likely due to their thorough efforts, or rather their financial influence. Jiang Hui was arguably the greatest victim of this product series, and perhaps also its gravedigger. If her soul had not somehow crossed over from Blue Star and revived in this body, Halusi Group would undoubtedly have faced a major scandal. Thus, both for public and private reasons, Jiang Hui most urgently hoped they would immediately investigate and adjust this product, preventing such tragedies from occurring. Such a high accident rate was already alarming and could not be explained by ordinary failure rates. Unexpectedly, Andy immediately agreed to the second condition, while the first required reporting to the group. Ms. Jiang, you are truly thoughtful and kind-hearted. Before locating you, our group had already held relevant meetings for review and reflection. The board has now decided to cease production of the TM series and recall all sold units, striving to prevent similar incidents. You need not worry about this, if our group has always operated with integrity, committed to providing all customers with superior products and services. Andy looked at the girl before him with a hint of admiration. Jiang Hui thought the subsequent promotional spiel was unnecessary. Moreover, she had no favorable impression of Halusi Group. They had repeatedly encountered issues without proper investigation, only resorting to financial settlements. If victims accepted money to stay silent, that was one thing, but the real problem was why they didn't invest effort in inspecting their products. Early detection and resolution could have prevented later incidents. This discontinuation was likely a crisis management measure, a last resort rather than genuine repentance. Jiang Hui believed Halusi Group was a typical capital conglomerate that prioritized profit over consequences. However, the negotiator, Andy, was an odd one. She looked at the person on the other end of the screen with a peculiar expression. He earnestly assured her that the group had already decided to cease production of the TM series, making her specific request unnecessary. Why was he reluctant to have her raise this condition separately? He went out of his way to vouch for the group's decision. He even suggested that the group might deliberately delay the 2 additional conditions, speaking ill of his own colleagues. So what was his motive for not wanting her to include this additional request? Was it truly for the reasons he stated? Of course not. Andy was acting out of conscience, unwilling to see her fall into a trap. Although he had only recently joined the group, he understood its ruthless nature. Jiang Hui's first condition was reasonable enough. He had seen all sorts of demands and negotiations. One previous victim who claimed not to need money had requested introductions to several outstanding male friends. So Jiang Hui's demands were quite normal. But the second condition, in Andy's view, was not unreasonable. In fact, it echoed doubts he had long harbored. He was a fresh graduate, still naive and idealistic, with a passionate heart, yet to be tempered by reality. Frankly, he disapproved of Lucy Group's practices. The TM series issues had been repeatedly brought to their attention, but for some reason higher-ups never took them seriously, always trying to suppress them, with money dragging the matter out, until now. Unfortunately, he had signed a 3-year contract right after graduation, and leaving within a year could tarnish his resume. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. Being sent as a scapegoat this time had already made him consider resigning. He didn't want to see Jiang Hui fall into the same pit. Jiang Hui demanded a recall of the TM series, and the group coincidentally had the same idea, but they needed a way to announce it publicly without losing face. Her demand as a victim could easily become a publicity point. Heaven knows how those unscrupulous marketing folks would exploit poor Ms. Jiang. They might sensationalize her life, directing interstellar media to focus on her, while keyboard warriors on the Starnet would spew malicious speculation. Just thinking about it was suffocating, so it absolutely must not be mentioned. He wanted to earnestly persuade her to drop the idea. The girl said, "Thank you for informing me of your company's decision, but I still have concerns until it's finalized. Since we'll be signing a contract and a confidentiality agreement later, adding this condition at that time shouldn't be an issue, as your group already plans to do this." Contract. Confidentiality agreement. We're all incomplete awakened beings, this formidable, having learned such advanced concepts. It felt as if she were reading his thoughts. Andy felt like a fool for coming to negotiate today, unable to keep his mouth shut and constantly being led by the nose. He was in awe. The incomplete awakened beings of today were truly formidable. "Mr. Andy, do you understand now?" Jiang Hui asked. "If the additional conditions can be met, I have no problem with the rest. Please be so kind as to relay this to your group." "Oh, yes, I understand. I have no further issues on my end. I will faithfully report your requirements to headquarters, and a dedicated team will prioritize handling your case." Jiang Hui nodded, a hint of exhaustion in her expression. Andy, perceptive as ever, noticed that the communication interface showed they had been talking for quite some time. She had just been discharged from the hospital when he disturbed her with this call. He suddenly felt that what he had done was rather inconsiderate. The young man promptly apologized for the lengthy interruption, urged her to rest well, and said he would contact her once there were results. However, Jiang Hui stopped him again. As he was about to end the communication, she asked, "Mr. Andy, could you tell me if your group initially prepared a minimum compensation plan?" Andy was stunned, then inwardly exclaimed, how on earth did she know? Could she really possess the legendary ancient illusionary mind-reading technique? No, the negotiation was over, and she had no objections. Why bring this up now? It was so embarrassing for him. And how could he possibly admit it? Andy's expression turned slightly awkward, but he didn't seem to avoid the topic. So there really was one. So she didn't know for sure, she was just guessing. "Would you mind telling me?" The girl, who had been somewhat aloof until now, revealed a hint of childlike curiosity. "Hey, so you can look like a child too. Why were you so mature before? This is really inconsistent, you know." Andy initially wanted to deny it, although he knew his previous reaction was almost an admission. But the words died in his throat. "There actually was one. But I didn't mention it, it was just too absurd." Andy felt as if he were controlled by a demon, or perhaps because the deep-seated injustice within him had never been soothed, he fell into this obvious trap. His reason screamed at his true self, "Are you insane? Can you say these things? Is this girl as simple as her age suggests? What if she was recording this to use against him? What would happen if the group or the board heard this? What could happen?" He didn't care anymore. It was just a job at a corrupt corporation. If he lost it, so be it. He was sick of it anyway. In that moment, Andy felt a surge of heroic boldness from his own recklessness and a sense of pride in his courage. This corrupt corporation had done so many stupid things, he had long wanted to vent about it. Jiang Hui was simply curious. She could guess, not because she was exceptionally smart or unfathomable, but because she was familiar with the pattern. It was the most common type of business tactic on Blue Star. It was so prevalent that it even appeared everywhere in novels, so it was easy for her to think in that direction. That's why she asked out of pure curiosity after the negotiation. Unexpectedly, his face immediately turned ugly, shifting from pale to green. Afraid he might choke, Jiang Hui almost told him not to bother. Forget it, I'm putting you on the spot, Mr. Andy. You don't have to. No, I was just about to tell you. His expression suddenly became resolute, and he immediately told her the supposedly absurd plan. It was just a lump sum of money with no additional compensation, and the amount was nearly 10 times less than what she had settled on. Hearing it, anyone would find it ridiculous, and no one would agree. Was Helusi Group stupid, or simply too greedy? Even if they wanted to employ a tiered business strategy, they should come up with something reasonable and above board, not this mess. Upon hearing the first compensation plan, anyone would be unwilling and furious. Some might even get so angry they'd lash out physically. If someone got hurt, it wouldn't end well. She speculated darkly, could the people at Helusi Group have had such a vague scheme in mind? She vaguely recalled that deliberate injury in the Interstellar era was a serious crime, and causing harm without reason could lead to financial ruin. Then seeking reconciliation would turn into mutual harm. The victim would instantly become the perpetrator, giving others leverage. At that point, Helusi could play the good guy on both sides, resolve the conflict, and compensate each party a little. Wouldn't that be nice? Jiang Hui felt she was being paranoid, thinking such twisted thoughts. But the other party's various behaviors forced her to think more. Alas, it seemed unscrupulous merchants existed in every world. Andy had expected Jiang Hui to be at least somewhat angry, or at least sneer, and make some sarcastic remarks. But she listened calmly as if hearing someone else's story. This kid is remarkably composed, Andy muttered inwardly, but his admiration for the girl grew. I'm very sorry, Miss Jiang. Although I have no right to say this, I was an insider who came with deceptive intentions. But I mean you no harm. Please forgive me. Andy finally summed it up. It's okay, I understand. Jiang Hui nodded. Thank you for telling me, Mr. Andy. Now I know what a terrible corporation Helusi is and how low they can sink. I know, and I won't disclose today's conversation. Please take care of the negotiation, Mr. Andy. Just convey my message. We'll wait for a response from your superiors. She promised the young man. Oh yes, I will definitely relay it. I'm sorry for disturbing you today and taking up so much of your time. Thank you for handling this matter. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Andy was taken aback, then a complex, almost moved expression flickered across his face, but it vanished like smoke without a trace. He hesitated again. Do you have any more questions? Shall I hang up first? Actually, I do. Although it may sound rude, I truly believe that a place like Helusi Group may not be suitable for a talent like you, Mr. Andy. In fact, this Mr. Andy was probably not cut out for this line of work at all. He was too kind and innocent. The young man was stunned, not showing any signs of anger, frustration, or offense. He was simply dumbfounded. Jiang Hui calmly said goodbye and was about to end the call when she heard him suddenly speak. She couldn't help but smile before disconnecting the optical brain communication. I think so too. After hanging up the communication, the faint smile on Jiang Hui's face quickly faded. The surroundings were very quiet, with distant footsteps of people talking faintly audible. Shuttles passed through the designated tracks in the sky at regular intervals, and the prominent planet on the horizon continued its silent rotation. This was undoubtedly an ordinary day on this planet. Yet for Jiang Hui, a native of Blue Star, it was far from ordinary. She stood in the pavilion for a moment, dazed, before slowly rising and heading toward the entrance of the nearby apartment building. The lobby on the first floor was as always rich in contemporary features, with a base palette of white, light blue, and steady grayish-brown. The floor walls and ceiling were adorned with various high-tech material panels. To be honest, she found it quite unsettling. This ultra-minimalist style bore traces of mechanization and industrialization devoid of any human warmth, a stark contrast to the society of Hua dynasty, where she came from, a world built on human connections. This constantly reminded her that she had arrived in a world utterly different from her past, one she could never return to. At the front desk was an intelligent robot, behind it a wall covered with small grid-like cabinets resembling mailboxes. According to her memory, this was the mail delivery area. The intelligent system detected her and politely asked if she needed assistance. Jiang Hui was just looking around and naturally had no need for help. After a brief glance, she followed the signs to the elevator for Building B and returned home. People in the interstellar era likely enjoyed spacious living. Since the entire galaxy was being explored, houses were habitually built to be roomy. Take the apartment where the original owner lived, for instance. One floor housed only one household, and even the surrounding greenery and public areas effectively belonged solely to her. Building A had a larger base, so it housed 2 units per floor, which was also quiet, but Jiang Hui preferred this arrangement. Building B featured a circular layout. After taking the elevator, one had to navigate around specially designed decorative screens before finally seeing the door. It seemed that the Helusi Group was indeed incredibly wealthy. The replacement door was made of better material, and was much thicker than the previous one featuring a high-quality wood grain. Just this door alone was worth almost the entire regular repair cost. Truly extravagant. Thinking this, Jiang Hui unlocked the door with her iris recognition. With a click, the door swung open instantly. It hadn't always been this fast. If the intelligence system were still active, it would have to verify her biometric data and log it before allowing the door to open. But now that the core machine of the intelligence system had been taken away by the Hylusi group, only some smart automated furniture remained in the apartment. This was actually closer to the high-tech residences she knew from Blue Star, barely within her realm of understanding. It was just as well. Her current state and mindset were better suited to this. Being thrust into too many ultra-advanced elements all at once would have left her disoriented, unable to distinguish dream from reality. She stood somewhat blankly at the door, her eyes vacant. The door closed automatically behind her with a dull thud. Only when brainwaves have completely ceased can one be considered brain dead. The phrase echoed in her mind once more. Amid the bustle, she hadn't felt it, but now a stone seemed to weigh heavily on her heart, an inescapable melancholy pressing down on her. Now that everything had settled, the heavy burden that had been pressing on her heart poured forth uncontrollably. "We're back," she said to the empty room. No one would answer. She turned back to confirm the door was locked, then passed through the unfamiliar living room, rooms and corridors until she reached the bedroom door at the end. Next to the bedroom, a whole section of the wall had been dismantled, where the intelligence system's interface once stood, leaving an empty space. The door detected her arrival and opened automatically. She walked straight in. This was the only part of the home she felt familiar with. The room looked exactly as it had on her first day here, except there was no intelligent robot. It was spacious, much larger than her initial impression, about 60 square meters. The bed faced north-south opposite a semicircular wall covered with thick curtains that sealed the room tightly. The auto-sensing dim lights cast a warm yellow glow, perfectly balanced in brightness. Jiang Hui stood in the room for a moment, then collapsed onto the soft bed. It should have been a comfortable experience, but in an instant a completely unfamiliar scent hit her, making her whole body stiffen. She turned over, pulled a soft pillow, flipped it, and slapped it onto her face. Holding her breath until she felt a slight suffocation, she barely convinced herself that she was still alive. "I'll forget it for now. This headache is killing me." The girl's murmuring voice trailed off, growing softer until only the sound of breathing remained. The bedroom lights turned off at the right moment, plunging the room into darkness. Jiang Hui could hardly tell whether she was awake or dreaming. Was this her home? Had she finally returned? Could it be that everything before had been a dream? She drifted like a ghost through the small home, gradually coming to her senses. This floating sensation, where both actions and thoughts felt out of control, was typical of dreams. Clearly this was her dream. Yes, on the day of the meteor shower, due to a bowl of instant noodles and a computer malfunction, she had inexplicably left Blue Star for a world in the distant stars measured by interstellar years. There in a short time she had witnessed countless technologies unimaginable on Blue Star. For Jiang Hui, a native of Blue Star, it was an utterly alien realm. And the fact that the original owner was suspected to be brain dead weighed heavily on her heart. At some unknown moment a soul had been destroyed, and then this wandering spirit from an unknown place had inherited the body, identity, and entire life of the original. Jiang Hui didn't want to die, but she was even more unwilling to occupy someone else's body. She was grateful to heaven and the original owner for giving her a second chance at life, but she would have preferred to return to her own world and continue her ordinary existence. Unfortunately, the original seemed to have truly perished, and she clearly could not return to her own world. How was she supposed to proceed from here? Jiang Hui had no clue, just as she had no clue about this dream that was a bit too realistic. Who could tell her why, when one knew they were dreaming, they still couldn't wake up in time? If this was a dream, let it end quickly. The sight before her made her someone who could never go home, deeply miserable. She wandered through the dream version of her home, once more, finally stopping in front of the strangely mutated giant computer embedded in the French window, a flicker of emotion passing through her. Even after switching worlds, she still dreamed of this cursed computer. It showed that deep down she truly felt she had died unjustly. But why didn't the other culprit appear in the dream? She felt the instant noodles had also played a significant role. Woo, who would have thought she couldn't even have a bowl of instant noodles before dying? A working person's life was truly tragic. In the early morning, the birds outside chirped lightly, joyfully humming a tune. The sounds were so close that they drifted into the dim room, stirring the person in bed, who seemed to hear the commotion and pulled their wrist back under the covers. The room returned to a tranquil silence. Suddenly, the thick blanket covering the bed was flung open from head to toe, and the person inside sat up with a start. The wall in front of the bed, partially concealed by a curved curtain, seemed to receive some special signal, parting down the middle and sliding open to reveal the scenery outside. It turned out that what the curtain covered was not a solid wall, but a large floor-to-ceiling window leading out to a balcony, or rather a specially designed open gardening nook. As far as the eye could see, the floor-to-ceiling window showcased a variety of flowers and plants diverse in species arranged in a pleasing manner, vibrant in color. Besides the orderly distribution of flowers and plants, the extended gardening space did not feel cramped at all. It was truly a small garden. A pathway led to the side, suggesting another similar garden on the other side. With the curtains drawn back, a flood of sunlight poured in, instantly brightening the entire room. This sunlight felt somewhat different from that on Blue Star. The sunlight on Blue Star is warm and bright, but can also be glaring and scorching at times due to varying geographical conditions and climates. In contrast, the light on this planet was gentle with a slight yellowish hue, yet very natural and not overly pronounced, casting no noticeable warmth upon the skin. The light filtered through the small garden and landed on the person in bed. It should have been a wonderfully pleasant morning. However, it was evident that the person in bed was not in the mood to appreciate any of it, as she had missed the moment to admire the beautiful scenery. At this moment, her mood was one of utter frustration. She knew last night had been a dream, but knowing it was a dream did not explain why she couldn't wake up. She had waited a long time in the dream, growing increasingly irritated, trying every method possible, yet feeling as if she were welded to that spot. This made Jiang Hui even question whether this wasn't a dream at all, or perhaps she truly had returned. She tried to open the door, but found it still wouldn't budge. After much struggling, she could no longer fight it, and fell asleep within that dream. Upon waking again, she found herself in bed 385. Was this really waking up? Jiang Hui thought to herself that waking from this dream had been quite the ordeal. It was evident how much she yearned for her home on Blue Star. The moment she had the chance to dream of it, her subconscious wouldn't allow her to wake up. However, such dreams should be fewer in the future, as dreams from which one cannot wake are genuinely frightening. Jiang Hui sat up, intending to get up, and the window directly across from her opened. At that moment, the sight revealed a flourishing garden outside. The light from the room spilled outward, complementing the array of planets arranged on the horizon, evoking a literary charm reminiscent of moonlit scenery. But that wasn't the issue. Why was the sky outside dark? She had realized during her time in the hospital that the celestial phenomena on this planet were different from those on Blue Star. Later, when she got her light brain, she had thoroughly studied this aspect of the rules and knowledge. Because while one could understand the unfamiliarity of other things, after all, the original body had just arrived in this star system. Failing to know about universally applicable knowledge like time and seasons seemed rather absurd. Fortunately, she later discovered that she didn't need to reconstruct much on this knowledge, as it was said that the time and seasonal cycles in the capital star system were quite similar to those on Blue Star, even operating at nearly a 1-to-1 ratio, with a year consisting of 365 days and 12 months, each day, 24 hours, etc., all prefixed with the word star. These were reportedly inherited from the mother planet before colonization and had remained unchanged to this day. Of course, the various star systems and planets outside the capital star system had many differences. The planetary rotation laws also varied. Some planets had no night at all, only daytime, or only nighttime with no day. Thus, to maintain a unified measurement, the entire star system adopted the time of the capital star system. Only a few planets, if necessary, retained a set of their own calendars and times used alongside the capital time. The planet she was currently on was a newly developed immigrant planet named by its designation 732, which had only been developed for nearly 1,000 years and was considered relatively upscale in the permanent star system. All kinds of resources matched the population of the planet, and the various developments and achievements could be described as relatively balanced. However, the only downside of this planet was that its planetary rotation rules did not conform to the capital calendar. The planet never set, resulting in no night. This was evidently unsuitable for human sleeping habits. Thus, to make it suitable for human habitation, the Immigration Bureau constructed a night ecological simulation system in the city capable of mimicking a nighttime environment according to the capital star system's calendar. In reality, rather than altering the planet's environment, they constructed an ecological projection screen within the city system, allowing the planet to enter a nighttime simulation mode as needed. This automatically formed a suitable ecological system for human habitation. Since it was still dark outside, was it not yet 6 in the morning? Jiang Hui felt somewhat incredulous. She had tossed and turned in her dream for so long, and had slept for a considerable amount of time, yet it was still not dawn. Had she really slept for 2 days and nights straight? She immediately activated her light brain and glanced at the time display in the corner, only to be stunned. No way could she have misremembered the time. Not only had the date not changed, but the time was also outrageously late. She remembered going to bed around 8 or 9 in the evening, and she vaguely recalled falling asleep quite quickly. What time was it now? The light brain indicated it was 9:45 at night. Had she really been dreaming for just a little over 10 minutes? That was absurd. Jiang Hui sat up abruptly, unable to sleep any longer. She felt it necessary to verify the situation. Otherwise, it would make her doubt whether this body had also suffered a head injury from the recent disaster. How else could she be so confused about even basic counting and timing? If that were the case, she might need to reconsider the compensation proposal for negotiating with the Hailusi group. The previous offer had been far too generous to the other party. Upon this realization, Jiang Hui could no longer lie still and retrieve the stack of medical records and receipts she had brought back from the hospital. To be honest, the professional terminology was too much for her to comprehend. However, she could read the time on the documents. Just checking the discharge time recorded would confirm whether she had misremembered. But when she concretely saw the time recorded in the medical record, she was left utterly stunned. She had been discharged at 5:30 p.m. on August 2nd of the 9,983rd year of the 8th stellar era. Jiang Hui felt that the original owner's brain might indeed have been damaged from the blow. After all, a human brain is composed of 4 lobes of the frontal cortex, and this single incident had damaged 2 of them. Although the technology of the interstellar world was highly advanced, she found it hard to believe there would be no lingering effects. Now there were after effects, weren't there? She couldn't even keep track of time properly and was experiencing jet lag. Jiang Hui widened her eyes and checked the time on her optical computer again, only to find it was still the same moment she had seen earlier. Well, either the optical computer was faulty, or could the interstellar timekeeping be so different from that of Blue Star? Unable to fathom it, and finding no trace of sleep, she had no choice but to rise from her bed. After all, she hadn't really taken a good look at this apartment, and the original owner's memories seemed to hold no concrete impressions, likely because she had only moved in not long ago. It was only now that Jiang Hui finally had a chance to gaze at the garden view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Though it was a simulated night, it looked remarkably real, with a tranquil scene stretching out before her. After watching for a while, she got up and wandered around the room. The house was new. The bathroom and walk-in closet were empty, with only a few clothes hanging, presumably because no new ones had been purchased yet. Leaving the bedroom, the corridor lights flickered on one after another, instantly brightening the entire house. Reaching the living room, the air conditioning had already turned on automatically, and a faint current of air rose in the space, bringing a touch of vitality to the area. She sat down on a sofa that was designed in a futuristic concept befitting a Blue Star dweller. It looked hard on the outside, but when weight pressed down on it, it exhibited a slow rebound, even more gradual than memory foam, feeling incredibly soft and comfortable. Then she sat there for a while, genuinely beginning to organize the memories of this body. Matters from too long ago were set aside for now, as they had been formed long ago and were buried deep in the recesses of the mind, difficult to recall. What came to mind with the slightest effort now were mostly the joyful memories tinged with vibrant colors deeply hidden in the original owner's past. In those days, there were parents, family, friends, amusing incidents at school, the pride of an initial awakening and advancement, and the curiosity of seeing a mecha for the first time. So many happy memories. The original owner was a very lively and kind girl. But later, after her parents sacrificed themselves, the backdrop of her memories gradually darkened. The people and things she saw became increasingly faded, as if all color had drained from her eyes. Her eventual decision to leave the planet where she was born and raised was not due to any dark conspiracy, nor was it a simple matter of right or wrong. Her family had not wronged her, she simply no longer wished to stay there. So when an opportunity arose, she left with hope, seeking a new beginning. But fate is unpredictable. The original owner arrived in this entirely new environment, but before she could even plan her future, she perished in an accident. Now Jiang Hui finally remembered how the original owner met with the accident. To be fair, the Helios group was not wrongly blamed. The culprit behind this undeserved calamity was the TM series robot. That intelligent system had been purchased along with the furniture during the house's decoration and was a brand new, unopened product. At the time, the original owner hadn't paid much attention to it because the home intelligence systems in the entering star systems had never caused any trouble since her childhood. She assumed all such products were the same and selected the recommended brand when choosing the intelligence system. Little did she know that this TM series from the Helios group was a complete scam. It started freezing frequently just a day or two after installation, greatly infuriating the original owner. She had intended to report it for a return the next day, but that very night disaster struck. The wretched device suddenly sounded an automatic alarm in the middle of the night, startling the sleeping original owner into jumping up, and then it went silent. When she went to see what it was doing, the sub-robot connected to the intelligence system malfunctioned, went out of control, and charged at her, knocking her down. And the direction of her fall was unfortunate. The back of her head hit the edge of a nearby table. And that was it. To make matters worse, the robot connected to the intelligence system conveniently shut down at that moment, leading to the subsequent tragedy. What a perfectly orchestrated tragicomedy. The tragedy lay in the innocent and untimely death of the young original owner, and the rest was nothing but farcical absurdity. Intelligent systems, even home intelligent systems, had long become commonplace in the interstellar world, with the industry reaching a very mature stage. Throughout interstellar history, there had rarely been technical issues of this sort. They had always been reliable assistants to interstellar citizens. The Helios Group's TM series was practically a disgrace that could be recorded in the annals of interstellar intelligence system history. So the Helios Group had indeed lived up to her instincts. To dare to keep selling such products made them the worst of profiteers, the scum of the high-tech manufacturing industry. Jiang Hui was at a loss for words for a moment. After sorting through the scattered memories a little, she checked the time again. It was already past midnight, yet she still felt no drowsiness. Thinking that she had only eaten lunch all day and nothing else, Jiang Hui lazily rose from the sofa and headed toward the open-plan kitchen, intending to find something to fill her stomach. Oh, here was another complete set of incomprehensible kitchen smart tools, oddly shaped grooves, wrench-like objects, and some unidentifiable composite panels. The original owner had never been one to cook back home and had no idea how to use these things. She stared at the various automated kitchen tools for a long time, then finally decided to rummage through the refrigerator for some instant food from the original owner's memory. At last she found something she could use. Jiang Hui pressed a button nearby, and a metallic double door-like structure beside the open kitchen suddenly lit up with a screen of light. On it, rows of items were displayed in a list with a familiar-looking interface at the bottom. Jiang Hui looked at it and barely recognized that the items on the list were probably ingredients. So this must be the refrigerator. Sure enough, after a moment, the double doors slid inward into the wall, revealing a wall full of miscellaneous items. Jiang Hui looked up and studied it. Although it was a refrigerator, it wasn't cold inside at all. Instead, a strange white mist floated within, which she guessed was the secret to preservation in the interstellar world. She finally managed to pick out a familiar-looking instant meal box from the pile, and following the instructions, placed it into a nearby semi-finished product processing cabinet. With a ding, it was finished in less than half a second. Already anticipating the satisfaction of a full stomach, she eagerly took it out, opened the package, and prepared to dig in. But when she saw what was inside the disposable container, her expression froze. Instant noodles. Heaven knows why, even after arriving in the interstellar realm, she still couldn't escape the fate of eating instant noodles. After confronting the first brutal reality since arriving in the interstellar realm, Jiang Hui fully returned to the pragmatism of life, tidied up, and headed back to her room, ready to truly sleep. It was already a little past 1 in the morning. After experiencing so much in a single day, anyone would feel exhausted and crave rest. Jiang Hui certainly did. Or so she thought. What was going on? She couldn't sleep even like this. Had the interstellar human body been so enhanced that sleep was no longer necessary? Curled up in bed, she stared into the dark void, her eyes growing wider and her mind more alert. Could it be that because she had napped for an hour in the hospital yesterday afternoon, her body was already sufficiently rested? Yet from the original owner's memories, the rest time for interstellar humans was no different from that of Earthlings. Jiang Hui was utterly baffled. When one desperately wants to sleep, but simply cannot, it becomes a great torment. She started by calmly trying to settle down, but soon found herself fidgeting, tapping her left foot, then hopping her right foot, feeling restless all over. Yet sleep remained elusive. She checked the time again. Wow, another long stretch had passed, a whole hour. She was about to go mad, leaping out of bed, rummaging through cabinets to find a spare set of temporary bedding and replacing the old. Surely this would work. A new and used blanket wouldn't carry any lingering scent. The girl sank into the soft plush bed and then still couldn't fall asleep. She was utterly exasperated, trying every method to force herself into slumber. But even as the first light of dawn crept into the room, Jiang still hadn't managed to sleep. Despite being tormented by insomnia all night, she remained energetic, her vitality undiminished by the sleepless hours. Realizing that lingering in bed was futile, she changed into fresh clothes and wandered to the living area looking for something to eat. This was already her second day in the interstellar realm since regaining consciousness, and even her most turbulent emotions had calmed considerably. She was gradually coming to terms with her situation and adapting with relative positivity. With a slightly mixed mood, Jiang Hui avoided the meal box of that particular color she had taken last night, picked up another processed fast food item, and sat on the sofa in the living room to watch television. Oh, here it should be called Starvision. The AMP Legion expedition suspected to have discovered an alien nest in the extrasolar zone, NT-8439579. In the capital star sector of the Central Star Zone, an intelligent robot design competition was held with a top student from XXX University winning the championship. Reportedly, they are under 17 and have not yet undergone their second awakening. XX Army Captain XX went missing at the border yesterday at stellar time 745 with radar, detecting an instantaneous loss of life signs suspected to be a high molecular instantaneous black hole. The satellite star labeled RJ589358 in the interplanetary system submitted its fifth upgrade application, and the 60 main planets of the inner system may see the addition of another main planet. Interstellar superstar XXX gave their first interview to Star Records, originally hailing from a celestial-level planet in the permanent star system. Through years of effort and self-reliance, they eventually settled in the capital star system, inspiring millions of capital drifters. Much of this was unfamiliar to Jiang Hui, and she felt no connection, merely watching idly while eating. While setting everything else aside, the braised long-haired pork rice bowl was truly quite tasty. A recent neutral meteor shower descended upon the Bring zone of the permanent star system, causing a series of natural magnetic field disturbances on various planets, with some organisms experiencing shadow anomalies. According to Star Records reports, some residents felt unusually restless in their mental energy during sleep, possibly influenced by quantum energy. Suddenly, a news item caught Jiang Hui's attention, and her movements paused involuntarily. She recalled that in her last moments on Earth, she had been watching a meteor shower, though it seemed she hadn't seen it until the very end. And on the night Jiang Hui arrived, the permanent star system had also witnessed a meteor shower. Could there be a connection between the two? Or was it merely coincidence? Jiang Hui was lost in thought. Ding ding. A series of ringing sounds snapped her back to reality. By now she could naturally open her light brain, just like scrolling through a phone to see who had sent her messages. One was a notification from the hospital congratulating her on being fully recovered and discharged, while reminding her to take her mental stabilizer on time and to return for a follow-up on a specific date. Jiang Hui read it carefully twice, confirmed there were no omissions, then set the follow-up date as a special reminder, alerting her half a day in advance to go for the checkup. After a moment's thought, she took out the row of mental stabilizers from her space button and placed them on the table, planning to study how to take them later. Then she turned her attention to the second message, which clearly had a different suffix from the hospital's system-generated one. It was sent privately by someone from the work department with the suffix marked as after-sales department Halamo. Jiang Hui's gaze lingered briefly on the Hylusi group prefix at the very beginning before she finally opened it to read. The message was short, simply asking her to come to the Hylusi group tomorrow to discuss compensation matters. The wording was polite enough, but also sufficiently formulaic, carrying a hint of coldness and condescension. This group was really exceeding her expectations of interstellar profiteers. Last time they at least sent a living person. This time, they didn't even bother to send anyone, just a notification. And they wanted her to personally go to their group for discussions. Why didn't they just fly to the heavens? It wasn't as if she was the one begging them now. Moreover, she recalled how the original owner had met her misfortune, and it was inextricably linked to their products. She hadn't even avenged the original owner's grievance yet, and the other party was already putting on airs. If they lacked sincerity, they shouldn't pretend to be generous. Did they really think she was a child to be manipulated at will? How laughable. Jiang Hui let out a scornful laugh, decisively closed the message window, and then added it to her blacklist. Not going. After blocking the unpleasant individual Jiang, Hui scrolled down through the communication area, roughly reviewing the light brain's recent call logs and messages to see if anyone had contacted the original owner recently. But perhaps because she hadn't shielded when connecting to the local signal tower, a scroll down revealed mostly local news and administrative notices interspersed with numerous ads, but not a single proper message. After scrolling through the past week, she ultimately found no useful or overlooked information. No one had contacted the original owner recently, so she had to give up. But Jiang Hui had withdrawn her gaze too early, failing to notice that the last message she had skimmed over was distinctly different from the previous news and ads marked as Medium Star Sector, Beska Intermediate Academy. However, she remained unaware of this, leisurely browsing through some more news before finally disengaging from the light brain, her gaze falling on the row of mental stabilizers on the table. So no matter how much she procrastinated, she couldn't escape taking medicine. It was just a mental stabilizer. The hospital had prescribed it for her to take it home, so it must be absolutely safe. No need to panic, right? The mental stabilizer, also known as type KGD3NM, is the oldest known pharmaceutical in the current interstellar era. Legend has it that it existed even before the beginning of the current epoch, making it the earliest historically recorded, yet untraceable drug known to humanity. In its early days, it did not bear this mild and seemingly harmless auxiliary name. Instead, it was a clinical agent called type KGD3NM, launched by the Human Stellar Relocation Project Bureau, also known as the Human Body Modification Agent. Initially developed to help fragile humans adapt to the interstellar environment after leaving their home planet, it was extracted from radioactive uranium drifting in space, possessing a purity 100 times greater than that which could be artificially extracted on the home world. This processed radioactive uranium substance could modify the fragile human body and nervous system, enabling humans to adapt to the radiation-filled cosmic environment. However, every gain comes with a loss. The first explorers inevitably paid a far greater price than ordinary people. Because technology lagged behind and extraction methods relied entirely on trial and error, extracting this radioactive uranium became an extremely dangerous task. Frontline workers essentially aged a year for every month worked, and most did not live past 30. Those who took the drug also suffered from the torment of this radioactive uranium. Most of the residual uranium in the agent remained within the user's body, plaguing them for their entire lives. Thanks to these pioneers, the paths they blazed grew ever wider. In this process, humanity mastered increasingly advanced technologies and gradually carved out a place among the interstellar races. By now, humanity has entered the 8th stellar era and is no longer troubled by cosmic radiation. On average, people live over 500 years and have developed formidable brain domains and spiritual power through the process of species evolution. The mental stabilizer has also undergone several generations of refinement, and its dangers are long gone. Although it still contains radioactive uranium, this is extracted layer by layer with its content precisely adjusted to the limit acceptable to the human brain. Given the current physical constitution of interstellar humans who can naturally absorb a certain amount of radioactive uranium, the body is no longer affected by it. However, the human brain and spiritual power remain more fragile and sensitive in this regard. Thus, type KGD3NM, once revered by countless humans as the elixir of life, the human body modification agent, gradually withdrew from the stage of body modification drugs. It transformed into a specialized mental adjustment agent and was later renamed the mental stabilizer according to the new Interstellar Medical Codex. Therefore, the essence of the genetic stabilizer is not as harmless as its name suggests. Because of the radioactive uranium it contains, its potency has remained as fierce as ever for tens of thousands of years, and the human body has never been able to easily adapt to it. That was why Su Jia spoke to Jiang Hui as she did, for taking the genetic stabilizer was truly an unpleasant experience. It was said that every 1 milligram ingested could replicate the pressure accumulated by the first explorers exposed to cosmic radiation for an entire year. This set of mental stabilizers contained a total of 5 milligrams of radioactive uranium divided into 5 vials, each holding 0.5 milligrams. Each vial was diluted with thousands of times the amount of sway in solution. For humans from the early pre-migration era, or those newly migrated and unenhanced, such a dose would be lethal. Even with the current constitution of interstellar humans, it would provoke a certain degree of rejection reaction, making it one of the most unpopular drugs in the interstellar realm, often ranking as the single most unpopular. Nevertheless, this drug has an extremely potent effect on stabilizing and consolidating one's mental state. According to the original Boda's file records, having just undergone a second spiritual awakening and then suffering such an accident, her spiritual power was in a highly unstable state. Only the mental stabilizer could cure this instability. Furthermore, it was known that all those who had not fully awakened could experience aberrant awakenings during their development. To some extent, the mental stabilizer also served as a prescription drug that could activate aberrant awakenings. However, the interstellar governing authority strictly controlled this drug, prohibiting private circulation and use among citizens, with all usage records required to be registered. Jiang Hui was unaware of all this, thinking the mental stabilizer was merely an ordinary expensive medicine. She glanced at the simple instruction manual provided by the hospital. The method of administration was relatively simple: oral ingestion. It required staying away from radioactive devices and large magnetic resonance machinery, then waiting for the drug to take effect. However, Jiang Hui's eyes fell on the lower half of the instructions, which covered most of the sheet. It warned that users might experience a certain degree of rejection reaction, and if any discomfort occurred, must immediately report to the hospital system for timely diagnosis and treatment. Jiang Hui thought this makes it even more frightening. But regardless, one must still follow medical advice. Following the medical warning attached to the administration instructions, she first tried to shut down the high-power machines in the room as much as possible, then took out a vial of mental stabilizer and swallowed it directly. The fluorescent blue liquid dissolved upon contact, dispersing quickly in her mouth, like smoke, carrying a faint sweetness that soon faded. It seemed there was no particular sensation. Suddenly, the girl sitting on the sofa, trying to recall the effects of the mental stabilizer, stiffened. Thump, thump, thump. This was the sound of a heartbeat, a continuous pulse linked to the cardiac system, with a stereophonic echo of the heartbeat seeming to surround her ears. The girl had unknowingly pressed her hand against her heart. As if suffocating, she gasped for air in large gulps, veins bulging on her forehead, and neck, sweat pouring down like raindrops with every breath. This was only the beginning. The abnormal palpitation of the heart was the starting point. From the heart it spread through the blood vessels, and veins supplying the body extending to the surrounding nerves. Jiang Hui felt as if her entire being was being held up by some force too intense to ignore, as if flesh and bone were separating and her soul was detaching from her central nervous system. Puff, puff. Time seemed to slow down. She felt she could barely breathe, and pain became the most insignificant sensation in the present experience. The girl fell heavily onto the sofa, her eyes vacant. The empty vial slipped from her limp fingers and finally hit the carpet with a dull thud, her palm still pressed over her heart. Jiang Hui felt as though she had somehow died once again. Otherwise, why would she feel so ethereal and floating as if she had neither head nor feet, her entire consciousness and senses diffused and expanding ever outward? She thought vaguely that perhaps there was some basis to the human belief that the soul returns to the universe after death. Maybe when the soul leaves the body, it always feels this detached and dispersed. How long would she drift? Would it be until she could no longer feel herself and completely vanished, or would she go to some other destined place? It seemed she had arrived. Jiang Hui felt her feet suddenly touch the ground. Jiang Hui felt as if fate was toying with her mercilessly. Who could tell her why she had ended up here again? Could it be that her greatest regret across 2 lifetimes was this very house on Blue Star? All right, it was the property her parents had toiled their entire lives for. They had barely finished paying off the mortgage and enjoyed it for only a short while before departing. She herself hadn't even had time to relish the convenience of homeownership before being transported to the Interstellar era. The legacy her family had strived to preserve across 2 generations would ultimately belong to no one knew whom. So it was only natural that it lingered in her thoughts until the very end. But she truly couldn't comprehend why this thing would appear here again. Jiang Hui stared with mixed feelings at the massive mutated computer embedded in what was once a floor-to-ceiling window. Why did it seem that every time she dreamed of her Blue Star home since arriving in the Interstellar era, this object would show up? To be honest, it was hideously odd, devoid of any aesthetic appeal and taking up space. The transparent French window before had been perfectly fine. She wanted to gaze at the open scenery outside. Why even in death must she face this wretched computer? Was it to remind her of how humiliatingly she had perished? Jiang Hui looked at the bizarrely placed computer on the wall and, unable to contain her irritation, slapped the pitch-black screen. Yet this impulsive venting of anger soon backfired. This computer was far from the fragile device she remembered. It felt as hard as a stone wall, and her soft palm striking it was like an egg hitting a rock. The screen didn't warp even a fraction, but her hand recoiled in sharp pain. Jiang Hui hissed instinctively for a long while before the ringing in her head subsided. Good heavens, why did she still feel pain, even after death? Was this another world beyond the grave? But was she truly dead? Had she died yet again inexplicably? Dying over and over like this felt too abrupt and senseless. At this moment in this unknown place, Jiang Hui felt a surge of despair and disorientation. She crouched on the ground, her head bowed against her palm, which nearly covered her entire face, as if only this could stem the tide of her emotions. After a long while, she couldn't tell how long, she composed herself and stood up. When she rose, she saw that the once dark computer screen had changed. It had powered on. Though it wasn't the screen she was familiar with, the display had indeed activated. On the black command interface, a line of red characters was refreshing with a beeping sound, more like gibberish than actual text. There were numeric symbols, but also many unknown asterisks arranged in a line without any discernible pattern, their meaning obscure. Jiang Hui stared at these red running characters, a faint, inexplicable dread rising within her. Because in the final moments of her accident on Blue Star, she had seen similar colored code on her computer before losing consciousness entirely, only to wake up in a different world. The red code on the screen seemed to struggle to appear smoothly. Less than half a meter of code trickled out intermittently, with beeps stuttering and pausing for long stretches. This stretch of time seemed meaningless, yet inexplicably Jiang Hui found herself captivated by that short line of code. She felt as if she could almost understand it. But what was all this? Something like approximately 1 milliliter, 35 centimeters, XX caliber, tube mouth round, curvature XXX, cross-referencing with database, should be a test-to-like instrument, originating from the Interstellar era. Collecting data, calibrating, modeling complete similarity over 80. A flood of data surged into her mind, appearing suddenly overwhelming and impossible to take in all at once. Accompanied by a rapid beeping, Jiang Hui suddenly felt as if something had been extracted from her mind, a momentary dizziness washing over her. Thud. Almost at the same moment, a sound came from nearby. Jiang Hui instinctively looked toward where it originated. A tiny translucent object touched the desk, and due to its slight incline slid toward the edge. Just as it seemed about to crash to the floor, the girl caught it with swift hands. When she saw what lay in her palm, she couldn't help but pause. Was this a test tube? No, to be precise, it was a test tube from the Interstellar era, the very kind once used for mental stabilizers, though the stabilizer inside was now gone. Gazing at this test tube, so clearly belonging to a different age than this room, Jiang Hui felt a strong, inexplicable sense of dissonance. So she had indeed died again in the Interstellar era, hadn't she? Otherwise, how could she see objects from two eras simultaneously? Or was this still just a dream within the Interstellar era? But if it were a dream, the frequency of this room's appearance was far too high. Whenever she was inside it, she felt an indescribable strangeness, as if touching some mysterious, ineffable realm, inexplicable yet wondrous. And this computer, did its bizarre form in this odd room truly stem from her deep resentment over her previous death? Jiang Hui felt she was drawing closer to the truth, separated only by a thin veil. Just a little deeper, and she might grasp it. Yet despite that mere sliver of a barrier, she pondered for ages without breaking through, ultimately having to give up. Jiang Hui sighed softly, pulled over her executive chair, and pinched the suddenly appearing test tube between thumb and forefinger, examining it closely under the light, lost in thought. This test tube seemed different from the ones she had seen in the Interstellar era. It should be more crystalline and clear with fewer bubbles. Her eyes widened suddenly, for as she thought this, the tube turned, and the tiny bubbles within its walls vanished, every single one of them. Not only that, but the entire test tube seemed to become crystalline and translucent in an instant, as if what she had seen before was merely an illusion. Jiang Hui shot up, straightening her back, her mind sharpening instantly. Her first reaction was to look at the computer screen where a new line of code had appeared. It was short, much shorter than the one above, but undeniably new. When she saw that line, possibly less than a tenth the length of the previous one, a fresh piece of information surfaced in her mind. Modify template change to material type XX should be interstellar material, craftsmanship alteration. Now cross-referencing data, calibration complete, secondary modeling complete. No way did she do this. This is absurd. Yet Jiang Hui did not realize that deep within her heart, she had already begun to believe. She glanced at the screen, and then at the test tube, tentatively thinking that there should be a label on the test tube with a white background and red border containing 2 lines of incomprehensible interstellar terminology. Sure enough, the test tube changed again, and a white label with a red border appeared on the front of the test tube, right before her eyes. It looked quite decent, though it seemed a bit wider compared to her memories, and the characters were still blurry and indistinct. As she thought this, the edges of the label and the text in the middle began to blur, as if wanting to change, but unsure how. She looked back at the screen, and indeed a third line of code appeared. Modify template, modify appearance, 2 layers of labels, shape, text blurred and unrecognizable, currently verifying data, proofreading changes, main consciousness interference, unable to recognize, 3 modeling completed. Jiang Hui suddenly turned back to the test tube in her hand, and saw that the label on it had slightly adjusted, now a little narrower than before, but the previously unclear characters had transformed into a clear line of text, mental stabilizer, though in the characters of Blue Star. Indeed, she had been thinking that the terminology on the label of the interstellar mental stabilizer was too complicated, flashing through her mind, without being firmly remembered. At this moment, if she had to recreate it completely from memory, she could manage, but it felt somewhat laborious, and looking at it was also tiring. It would be better to simply change it, so she thought of a label in the Huaqiao language. Sure enough, it was truly reflected on this label. Interstellar product paired with characters from the Huaqiao nation. It was indeed quite strange. However, this seemingly impossible combination sparked a thought in Jiang Hui's mind, and her ideas became increasingly clear. Could it be that in this place she could manifest her desires, having whatever she wanted, with this computer serving as the medium? A space that seemed capable of making wishes come true. Jiang Hui's mind became less chaotic, and she truly began to ponder where this place was. Where is this? Is it really the afterlife space she envisioned? Or did she not actually die a second time? Assuming she was still in the interstellar world, then where is this place? Could this be her consciousness space? Jiang Hui's mind began to feel somewhat stuck. Moreover, after the strange attempt just now, although she was filled with curiosity, inexplicably both her body and mind felt a heavy sense of fatigue wash over her suddenly, making her not want to do anything, as if her body had been drained. She put down the test tube, slumped back in the office chair, tilting her head back in an attempt to relieve the sudden wave of drowsiness. She was truly exhausted. Time passed slowly, and the entire room became quiet. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking the passage of time, even as everything else remained still. Only the sound of her even breathing remained in the room. She had fallen asleep. Upon waking, The girl seemed startled from a dream. Her center of gravity, leaning back as the office chair's backrest, had some elasticity, almost causing her to tumble. Someone also woke up a bit dazed, barely avoiding a fall through instinctive reflexes, but her mind only cleared later. Huh, how come I'm still here after waking up? Jiang Hui felt her previous speculation was about to be overturned. If this was a dream in the interstellar world, then after waking up she probably wouldn't be here, since she had never heard of a dream being this real, nor had she ever heard of a dream where you could have nightmares. Just before falling asleep, she vaguely had a short nightmare, which startled her awake. Unable to sleep any longer, Jiang Hui had no choice but to accept her fate and sit up, starting to wander around the house again. As usual, she walked to the entrance and tried to open the front door. Great, still can't open it. She didn't dwell on it too much, as this was already within her expectations. Abandoning the entrance, Jiang Hui quickly turned back into the interior of the house. Her house was a typical 3-bedroom apartment. When her parents bought it, they specifically chose a large one, almost exhausting their savings over the years, and even taking on some debt. The central living room was not small and included a balcony, but at present the balcony had been sealed off by the mutated computer, preventing her from going out. The 3 bedrooms were located on either side of the living room, with one corner being the kitchen and dining area. Jiang Hui originally lived in the medium-sized room, while the other 2 were the master bedroom and study. After she started working, she chose to move into the former master bedroom, keeping the study as it was while the other room remained vacant. She first checked the master bedroom. Overall, it hadn't changed much, and many things were actually much cleaner than she remembered, with a lot less clutter. The bedding on the bed was the same set she remembered, which she had just bought a few days ago, and had hardly used a dark-colored 3-piece set. The skincare and makeup products on the vanity were arranged just as they had been, and the photo of the 3-person family on the bedside table remained as bright as ever. It seemed everything was unchanged. Then she walked to the only window in the room and pulled back the curtain, only to see utter darkness outside, truly that kind of blackness where nothing could be seen, and the window couldn't be opened from the inside either. Jiang Hui let out a silent sigh, the last faint glimmer of hope in her heart completely shattered. So this is ultimately not her home on Blue Star. Even though it has a similar form, it is clearly not. She quickly checked the master bedroom and found nothing particularly different, and returned to the living room. The living room looked just as familiar to her, with the kitchen, dining table, coffee table, and television. Aside from the mutated computer on the floor-to-ceiling window, there wasn't much difference. She even tried to turn on the television, but of course she was unsuccessful. The kitchen was just as it had always been, with some instant food and snacks in the cabinets, fresh vegetables in the refrigerator, and even the ice cream in the freezer looked so sweet, as if everything existed as it should. After finishing her exploration here, she strolled to the other side. Actually, there was not much to see on the other side. One room was almost equivalent to a storage room, and the other was the study filled with various books that Jiang Hui loved. However, this time upon opening it, she discovered some issues. She had grown up as a reading enthusiast. Even though she didn't choose to pursue a literary career in adulthood due to real-life concerns, her heart still held a unique literary homeland, and her daily life was inseparable from reading. This room collected every cherished book she had read during each stage of her life, not a single one willing to part with. Over the years, she had also added new ones, and she often came to pick and choose from them. Thus, this room could be said to be the place she used most frequently apart from her bedroom. Yet this time upon entering, she found the study was different. Jiang Hui disliked working in the study, which she mostly used as a private repository for her book collection. Thus, the 10-square-meter room was largely occupied by bookshelves. Only a small desk was placed by the window for her reading. Now the window was pitch black, revealing nothing beyond. But Jiang Hui did not notice these details. Instead, she realized that all her collected books had vanished into thin air. The 9 bookcases of various sizes in the room were all empty, cleaner than when newly purchased. After all, a new one might at least have a manual left inside. Jiang Hui's mind went blank. Where were her books? Even with her own eyes, she could barely believe it. She walked carefully to the bookshelves, scrutinizing them intently, and only then confirmed that every single book in the room was gone, leaving behind only the calendar hanging by the window. A surge of dizziness rushed to Jiang Hui's head, numbing her entire mind, leaving her breathless. The shock of discovering she had returned here was nothing compared to this blow. As she left the study, her steps were almost floating. Drifting back to the living room, she felt a profound emptiness, as if her life had lost all meaning. Staring at the mutated computer in the living room, its screen still frozen on the test results of the interstellar test tube, a wild thought struck Jiang Hui. What if she could will the books to come crashing back? Perhaps she just hadn't tried hard enough. She decided to give it a shot. But alas, it seemed futile. Jiang Hui tried various methods of visualization, the library's collection, a dazzling array of books, or recalling the approximate order and categories of each bookshelf. But the computer screen remained unresponsive. However, the moment she briefly thought of the vase that used to sit on the study desk, it materialized with a thud in the room. This only reinforced her belief that the books could be retrieved, perhaps only limited by her conviction. She made another effort, but to no avail. Not even a book cover appeared. Jiang Hui felt disheartened, having expected to quickly restore her precious library. Wait, maybe the method was flawed. Perhaps she couldn't achieve it all at once, as she needed to be specific, summoning each book individually. Let her think about what books were in her collection. Alas, Jiang Hui was inherently careless, focusing only on outcomes and rarely paying attention to minute details. When it came to reading, she never sought recommendations. She picked books at random, buying those that caught her fancy and set aside the exceptional ones. But she almost never bothered to remember titles unless a book was so worn from repeated reading. Most left only a vague impression. Now this proved disastrous. When she tried to single out a book, her mind drew a blank. After all, if she didn't even recall titles, how could she remember the cover designs, colors, or layouts? Thus, a major problem arose. She barely remembered the titles of her books, and for those she did recall, the colors and patterns eluded her. Suddenly, the task seemed insurmountable. Even if she managed to conjure one book, how could she possibly recall them all? She was only a reader, not gifted with a photographic memory. Jiang Hui felt the blazing fire within her dwindle to a flicker, nearly extinguished. What was the point of persisting? This seemed like an impossible mission. Finally, she sifted through her memories and unearthed an ancient book. To her surprise, this was the one buried deepest in her mind. Truly, one never knows until they try. She repeated the materialization process, and this time the computer responded instantly. After a brief moment, success followed. Jiang Hui returned to the study and spotted a familiar book on the most remote shelf. So it had to be done one by one. She took down the pristine-looking book, her emotions mixed. Apart from its newness, it was identical to her memory. Strictly speaking, this book wasn't bought by her. It was an educational primer her mother gave her in childhood, having been with her longer than this house existed. She wasn't particularly fond of it, but in those days of scarcity, even a small book was a treasure, and she had read it countless times. Every story and illustration within was etched clearly in her mind. She still remembered the absurdly expressive donkey on the cover, paired with the words "small events, great wisdom," which hardly seemed convincing. Now it stirred a sense of nostalgia. She gazed at the donkey's face, flicked it with her index finger, then opened the book to admire its contents after so many years. Huh, what was this? Jiang Hui was stunned, frantically flipping through dozens of pages only to find them blank. She refused to believe it, rifling through like a flipbook, but every page was empty. It was a completely blank book, except for the cover. The girl's face went blank, and the hand holding the book dropped limply. What nonsense was this? Could it be? She dashed out of the living room with the book to the mutated computer. She opened the blank title page, fixed her gaze on the layout of the title, and the next moment a line of text appeared on the page, just as she had envisioned. The computer screen updated again, displaying a fourth line. But this time she didn't bother deciphering the gibberish, or instead she slumped dejectedly into the office chair. So it had to be materialized page by page to restore it fully, though otherwise only an empty shell remained. It was like this book, thinking of the concept alone yielded nothing, but visualizing a book she remembered brought it into existence. Yet only the parts she recalled. What she didn't think of, like the contents, naturally wouldn't appear. This wasn't a wish fulfillment space, it was more like a creation space, and an exhausting one at that. It sounded impressive, but in Jiang Hui's hands it was utterly useless. She hadn't even figured out where she was, why she was here, or how to escape this strange predicament. What was she supposed to do with this? Could she create a new world here and play the role of a creator god? Jiang Hui was growing increasingly restless. She had been trapped in this strange space for far too long. She had studied it for a long while, slept, grasped some of its peculiarities, and even cooked a meal here. Yet she still couldn't escape or wake up. This made her increasingly doubt the nature of this space. What if she were doomed to be trapped here forever? Unfortunately, she had exhausted all her ideas and could find no other solution. After once again manifesting a tablet that looked like an iPad, but wouldn't play anything, Jiang Hui finally noticed something. In this space, aside from the mutated computer and herself, everything else was static unless she willed it into motion. There was no temperature difference whether the air conditioner or heater was on, and no other sounds. Yet she now discovered a single exception among all the objects. In this space where the TV wouldn't turn on, and even the sand in an hourglass barely fell unless shaken, one thing was different. Jiang Hui finally realized the clock was moving. She walked over to the clock hanging on the wall beside the TV, looked up, and saw that the minute and second hands were indeed advancing. This was strange. This object stood in stark contrast to a space that couldn't even register time. Jiang Hui instinctively felt there must be something wrong. She gazed up, watching the second hand tick by. The clock was truly moving. Staring at the time frozen at 7:53, Jiang Hui silently recalled her earlier struggles. Though she had no precise measure, she was certain at least 7 or 8 hours had passed. Could this clock be tracking the time she had spent in this space? But then, what purpose did it serve? Jiang Hui was baffled. Even if she were given a tool to measure time, what good would it do? If she were truly destined to be trapped here watching the days slip by, wouldn't it only amplify her suffering? At this thought, Jiang Hui felt a wave of desolation wash over her, and even this newfound discovery lost its appeal. Truly, humanity's greatest enemy is loneliness. She recalled an experiment where foreigners offered a hefty sum to anyone who could endure prolonged isolation in a confined room. Back then, netizens in Huachao joked, endlessly claiming they could stay until the researchers went bankrupt. Jiang Hui had been among them, thinking that with a phone, books, and a Rubik's Cube, she could probably endure it for the money. Yet here she was unable to bear even half a day. While she had to admit this space was far crueler, here even a book had to be recalled from memory. It hadn't even been half a day. If her imprisonment were indefinite, how could she endure it? Wouldn't she go mad on the spot? The more she thought, the more agitated she became. Pacing the room, her mind conjured all sorts of chaotic scenarios, only to collapse into a weary resignation, abandoning any deeper inquiry. Now sleep seemed the only option. Yes, sleep. She had entered this place unconscious each time. Perhaps sleeping could send her back. Maybe she was merely missing a trick to exit. So she decided to give sleep another try. With this thought, Jiang Hui tidied up, returned to her room, and crashed onto the large bed, hoping to engage in a profound dialogue with the Sandman, who might ferry her out of this bizarre space. She had grown weary of this idle passage of time. Doing nothing, she realized, was an excruciating torment. Jiang Hui vowed that once she escaped, she would cherish every moment and live meaningfully. With these chaotic thoughts swirling, she drifted into slumber. Daytime was hardly an ideal time for sleep, but the recent shocks to her body and mind had exhausted her. She slept deeply, yet restlessly, plagued by nightmares, a kaleidoscope of bizarre scenes, as if something were chasing her. She jolted awake several times, only to fall back asleep, losing all sense of time. When she awoke again, she was disoriented, unsure of the hour or day. But her mind quickly cleared. Upon seeing the familiar ceiling, Jiang Hui's eyes filled with disappointment, and she felt a profound despair. Still here, she had slept twice, yet found no clue how to leave. Frustrated, she roughly tousled her hair, then leaped out of bed and returned to the living room. The living room remained unchanged. However, the clock had jumped significantly forward, now reading 4:45. So she had slept for quite a while, about 8 or 9 hours. Perhaps due to the deep, disorienting sleep, her mind felt sluggish. The earlier agitation had faded, replaced by a profound weariness that seeped from the depths of her soul, leaving her listless. After sitting dully in the living room for a while, she felt thirsty and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water to moisten her throat. Maybe it was psychological, but the cool, refreshing water seemed to clear her foggy mind, bringing a moment of clarity. Yet her overall state remained weary. Perhaps driven by a rising appetite or sheer helplessness, Jiang Hui decided to keep herself occupied to avoid deeper, darker thoughts. She opened the fridge, retrieved some meat from the freezer, and took fresh fruits and vegetables from the crisper. She calmed herself and began to prepare the ingredients, planning a lavish meal to comfort her wounded spirit. Jiang Hui was no culinary expert. Like most ordinary office workers, her cooking skills barely extended to preparing instant food. Still, she could handle basic ingredients. She decided to make hot pot, a dish that required the most variety but the least skill. Indeed, for a lonely soul in distress, a hot pot meal was a rare solace. This was the unique way Jiang Hui, a native of Blue Star, relieved stress. She soon immersed herself in preparing the ingredients, and having something to do lifted her spirits. Suddenly remembering some beef balls in the fridge, Jiang Hui opened a compartment to search for them. But when she opened the first drawer, she froze. The beef and chicken she had taken out earlier were back in place. Yes, they had been restored to their original state. Exactly as before, not a morsel more or less. Jiang Hui. Disbelieving, she opened the second drawer below, and indeed the items she had used were also restored. The crisper held fewer items, as she had taken almost everything. Now when she opened it, everything had been reset. No more, no less. Jiang Hui was stunned. Good heavens, it turned out this space had a built-in bug that instantly restored things to their original state. Truly an eye-opening discovery. Didn't that mean it was inexhaustible? Jiang Hui tentatively took out the only passion fruit from the refrigerator. Then she closed it and opened it again. Indeed, it was just as she had suspected. Jiang Hui stared at the fragrant fruit tree, opening and closing the door repeatedly until she had taken out over a dozen. Ah, what a satisfying feeling. If only it weren't so stiflingly hot in here, she might have been able to stay for quite a while. While feasting on hot pot and sipping passion fruit honey water, she wistfully thought how wonderful it would be if she could have some TV shows or movies to accompany her. She dawdled through her meal and clean up, fiddled around with things aimlessly, studied the mutated computer with nothing better to do. and before she knew it, it was already 10 o'clock. Having something to do certainly made time pass less painfully, but Jiang Hui couldn't hold on any longer. Figuring there was nothing urgent, she decided to try sleeping again. She had a faint feeling that this time it might work. So she lay down with a relatively calm mind and fell asleep shortly after. Once the girl in the room fell asleep, the room fell silent once more. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At some point, the mutated computer had gone dark, plunging the hall into utter stillness. The clock on the wall now read 1155, approaching midnight. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As the minute and hour hands finally converged on the number 12, the person on the bed vanished in an instant, and the entire room collapsed and dissolved into darkness in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hui felt as though she had been trapped in an exceedingly long dream. She dreamed she had fallen into a wilderness and was being chased by some unidentified beast. Overwhelmed with fear, she couldn't break free and ran for what felt like an eternity before gasping awake. Perhaps the quality of her sleep had been abysmal, for upon waking, she felt a turmoil in her heart and a fog in her mind, momentarily unable to make sense of her own life. It wasn't until she saw a ceiling that was both unfamiliar yet somehow familiar that her mind went blank, and she realized she had returned to the interstellar world. Jiang Hui abruptly sat up from the sofa and looked around. Once she took in her surroundings, she confirmed that she had indeed returned to the interstellar world from that strange space. She seemed unable to process this sudden reality, and it took a long, deep breath before she could accept her current situation. So she really was fine after all. Ding ding. Ding ding. Jiang Hui was startled by the sudden ringing. Her body reacted before her mind answering the light-brain communication. But she regretted it almost immediately after connecting, for she spotted the label in the upper left corner, Lucy Group XXX. Now she didn't even want to see the other person's face and felt like hanging up. After all, she still remembered the atrocious conversation one of their sales representatives had subjected her to not long ago. Jiang Hui had no desire to deal with this unscrupulous conglomerate any further, who knew if too much contact would leave her devoured bones and all. Ms. Jiang, wait, it's me. I'm Andy. I'm sorry to disturb you again. I know this is rude, but please just listen one more time. It will be quick, and I'll do my best to give you a satisfactory response. The young man's voice was urgent, but his words sounded sincere and much more pleasant. Jiang Hui recognized him as Mr. Andy, who had contacted her yesterday, not the Lucy Group employee who had harassed her this morning. Given her favorable impression of this young man, she was willing to spare a bit more time to hear him out. Of course, thanks to that clueless fellow this morning, her patience with the Lucy Group had reached its absolute limit. If they continued to be difficult, Jiang Hui planned to stop negotiating compensation and simply have the inspection team send a lawsuit directly. This type of lawsuit was roughly equivalent to a prosecution on Earth, though it was simpler in the interstellar world. No need to go through layers of bureaucracy or submit documents. The Inspection Bureau had already conducted a preliminary investigation into the matter and had it recorded in their system. As long as Jiang Hui refused to agree to a settlement, the Inspection Bureau would directly send a lawsuit to the Lucy Group. The group would then be required to compensate Jiang Hui according to the standards set by interstellar law. Furthermore, the Inspection Bureau would impose administrative penalties on the Lucy Group and file a record with the Interstellar Court. This was the outcome all businessmen dreaded most, as it would severely damage the conglomerate's reputation. Hence, the Lucy Group had been eager to resolve this matter amicably. Jiang Hui had no intention of mentioning any of this to Andy. No matter how good her impression of him was, he was still an employee of the Lucy Group. Who knew what he might relay to the conglomerate? Still, the fact that he was calling now hinted at something unusual. Thoughts raced through Jiang Hui's mind, but she betrayed nothing on her face. With an impassive expression, she calmly watched the young man, as if waiting to see what he had to say. Andy genuinely felt that this past year had been nothing but bad luck for him. Not only had he ended up working for this unreliable and scrupulous company, but he was also bullied and exploited daily by the older employees who coasted on their seniority. He spent his days doing shady work that went against his conscience, all while dreading the day karma would catch up. And now he had been shoved into handling this messy case. He truly admired Ms. Jiang in a way, but at the same time he found her incredibly intimidating. Even though she was still an incomplete awakener, the pressure she exerted rivaled that of many executives. Whenever he spoke with her, he felt an overwhelming difficulty in maneuvering the conversation. It seemed impossible to deceive or manipulate her. Even though he had never intended to do so, he still felt a pang of guilt. Truly, people were not all the same. But no matter how unbearable it was, he had to grit his teeth and press on. Because yesterday, due to some unpleasantness with the Lucy Group, he had impulsively submitted a resignation letter through official channels. He had stopped worrying about the aftermath, figuring that since he had already conveyed Ms. Jiang's intentions, the group should be competent enough to handle the rest. He had expected to be ignored for a while, but surprisingly the company responded quickly. Today, they suddenly sent a message saying his resignation was approved, on the condition that he first finish handling Ms. Jiang's case. Once he wrapped things up with Ms. Jiang, he could leave, and the group would even give him a generous bonus. So despite his embarrassment, Andy steeled himself and came. Thinking about it, he really did feel a bit sorry for Ms. Jiang. Good morning, Mr. Andy. Jiang Hui was uncertain if it was still morning, given how long she had slept. Time spent in that strange space could have spanned a day and a half. She stared at the empty vial on the table. The spiritual stabilizer within had been entirely consumed, leaving only a thin film of liquid clinging to the glass. He did not dwell on the greeting, instead replying with a flattered tone, "Good morning, Ms. Jiang. May I ask if something is the matter?" Having just emerged from a bewildering dream, Jiang Hui's mind felt scattered, her demeanor languid, and her words careless. Andy found nothing amiss with this. After all, she was a patient, an incomplete awakener under 20. The corporation's actions toward them were already aggressive and inhumane. Had she been formidable, she might have dragged them before the Interstellar Tribunal long ago, leaving no room for him to negotiate on behalf of peace. As things stood, her mood seemed tolerable. She had not conflated him with Helios Group and vented her wrath upon him. Andy inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, then chose a less perilous topic. "How are you feeling today, ma'am? I apologize for the lengthy delay yesterday. It must have disrupted your rest." Pitiful sight, this listless state. The corporation was unequivocally harming an incomplete awakener. "You said the same yesterday. It's fine. I consented to it myself." Did you call multiple times?" Jiang Hui casually flicked through the communication log, surprised to find he had attempted several calls. This was the third. "Yes, I called earlier, but you didn't answer immediately. I assumed you were occupied, so I refrained from calling again. Yet after a while you still hadn't responded. Worried you might be unwell, I tried a third time," Andy said, somewhat sheepish, as if fearing he had overstepped. That must have been because she was asleep. Jiang Hui recalled hearing a rhythmic sound in her dreams. But the dreams were chaotic, and she dismissed it as an illusion, never realizing it was Andy's light brain communication. "Thank you for your concern. I must have been asleep and didn't hear it." Her voice softened, the sharp edges unconsciously dissolving into its usual calm. She was ordinary after all, unable to maintain a cold front against such pure goodwill. Yet warmth aside, business remained. His call surely had a purpose, and Jiang Hui had not forgotten Mr. Andy's role. Recalling the morning's light brain message, she understood. "So what is it you need? Please speak plainly," Jiang Hui said. Andy replied with some embarrassment. "It's about yesterday's matter, as you know, Ms. Jiang. The agreement we reached. Do you remember?" Jiang Hui nodded, but her expression grew colder, a frown creasing her brow, as if recalling something unpleasant. "Mr. Andy, you're too late. This morning someone claiming to be from Helios Group sent me a light brain message, rambling on without pause. I grew impatient and blocked them. It was more than rambling. The attitude was utterly arrogant, as if they were some board director. Truly a big bully of a corporation. Even if they were a director, it had nothing to do with Jiang Hui. After all, Helios Group was the one seeking her favor. Though she had arrived later, she was well-versed in interstellar law, thanks to Mr. Carlet's lessons. Thus her antipathy toward Helios Group had peaked. Her patience in negotiating now was only out of respect for Andy, for being one of the few here with whom she had shared meaningful conversation. Otherwise, a lawsuit would have already been filed, and even the mighty Helios Group would struggle to bear it. Mentioning this made even the usually mild-mannered Andy's face darken. But his displeasure was not aimed at Jiang Hui. It was directed at the Helios Group he worked for. Why had yesterday's return to the group turned sour? Because of this very issue. They had pushed him forward to avoid trouble, then disagreed with the outcome. The group had formed a task force to resolve the matter. The initial intent was to sincerely seek Jiang Hui's forgiveness and salvage the group's reputation. But when Andy brought back the results, one director seemed displeased. Andy suspected it was Jiang Hui's second additional condition that irked him, deeming it beneath the conglomerate's dignity. The director immediately refused, demanding renegotiation. He even sought to suppress her by having the compensation. Andy protested, trying to advocate for Jiang Hui. He wanted no further complications, and Jiang Hui was no easy mark. He had experienced that firsthand. Bullying an incomplete awakener was already unconscionable. Helios Group was at fault, now walking a tightrope on the verge of capsizing. To resolve this, they needed to pay a greater price. If they could settle it, no cost was too great. Moreover, Jiang Hui's demands were not excessive. Andy genuinely believed Helios Group should act decisively to find peace. A little face saving was trivial, given the inspection bureau had already taken notice. Yet that director held immense sway within the group, stubbornly clinging to his stance despite repeated persuasion from other board members. Thus, Andy directly clashed with Helios Group, stating he had conveyed the message and would take no further responsibility, then immediately tendered his resignation. Even the group's attempts to retain him were in vain. He knew nothing of subsequent events until today when a communication from the group approved his resignation with various promises prompting him to contact Jiang Hui again. So he was unaware of what Helios Group had done. Now hearing Jiang Hui's account, he understood. They must have bungled things, enraging her, and for some reason the director changed his mind, fearing she would refuse further talks. Thus they sought him out as the scapegoat once more. What a clever scheme. It seems that Mr. Andy is unaware as well, Jiang Hui pondered. Previously, during a conversation with Mr. Andy, he mentioned that all matters of negotiation were his responsibility. Suddenly another person emerged whose attitude was evidently different from Andy's. It was clear that something was amiss. Jiang Hui was not well versed in the internal affairs of their group and was reluctant to interfere. However, the matter still needed to be clarified with the other party, so she stated this morning an employee claiming to be from Hailusi sent a message requesting that she attend a meeting at the Hailusi group in person. I thought it was different from what you mentioned yesterday, so I didn't pursue it. Upon hearing this, Andy's brow furrowed deeply. This confirmation allowed him to piece together the situation. In other words, in the morning the group had not yet changed its mind and had sent a mediator to liaise with Jiang Hui. Later it was uncertain whether it was due to Jiang Hui's refusal to blacklist them or some other reason, but the group's attitude shifted dramatically. They requested him to return and negotiate with Jiang Hui. The changes in this situation were indeed significant and abrupt. Andy felt that there must be something else he was unaware of. He silently suppressed this matter and did not delve deeper into the topic, merely stating that it was likely due to the group's diplomatic department mishandling the situation and failing to convey the group's intentions properly. He refrained from mentioning his fallout with the Hailusi group. After working for a while, he had some experience in handling such matters and noticed that Jiang Hui's aversion to the group had likely reached a profound level. If the other party were to learn about these twists and turns, they would likely be even less inclined to reach a settlement. It was better to avoid additional complications. He could only apologize, Ms. Jiang. He still wanted to leave this damn company smoothly. Jiang Hui did not think much of this and naturally interpreted it as a failure in communication within the various departments of a large company, letting it slide. However, during this renewed discussion, some things needed to change. Jiang Hui decided to raise her demand for compensation. Because she now realized that the death of her original self was inextricably linked to the products of the Hailusi group, or rather they were the real culprits. Yes, she knew that her original self was dead, having just realized it. Until this morning, she was still somewhat uncertain about whether her original self had truly died, having only speculated. But after taking the stabilizing medication, she finally vaguely understood what so-called mental power was. Unless her perception was flawed or her brain was malfunctioning. Within the range of mental power Jiang Hui currently sensed apart from herself, there was no other mental presence. No, it was empty, only she remained. At this moment, she vaguely confirmed that her original self had likely perished in this world. Such a tragedy could never be compensated for by the Hailusi group. Jiang Hui wanted to seek some justice for her original self, and he understood this as well. He thought that if Jiang Hui felt the compensation in interstellar currency was insufficient, there was certainly room for negotiation depending on whether the group was willing this time. He even felt a bit of schadenfreude. They deserved it. They had initially agreed on terms, but did not accept them. Now coming back meant they had to pay more. Miss Jiang did well. Such a ruthless consortium should not be let off easily. Andy recorded Jiang Hui's new proposal and casually chatted about some unrelated topics, making the atmosphere between them much more relaxed. Until Mr. Andy awkwardly suggested ending the conversation, they finally concluded their discussion. After shutting down the light, brain Jiang Hui let out a long sigh. She leaned back against the sofa. The room was quiet and a cool breeze flowed through the living room. Although she was doing nothing, a deep fatigue surged within Jiang Hui. After a moment, the girl remembered to check the time. Oh right, Andy had mentioned it was yesterday when they talked. At that time, Jiang Hui had not paid much attention. Reflecting on it now, it meant that it was still the same day and not as if she had slept for a whole day and night as she imagined. Thinking this, the girl opened the light brain to check the time, and her gaze fixed on the time in the bottom right corner, momentarily stunned. Oh, why is it still this time? It has only been a little over an hour. She had only slept for 2 hours, right? Clearly in her dream, nearly 24 hours had passed. It should have. She recalled that she had indeed been tossing and turning for about 20 hours in that space. No, she just spoke with Andy. That call probably lasted an hour. After ending the call, she rested for a while. Oh, she should calculate from the time she woke up. Jiang Hui felt her thoughts were somewhat stuck and her fingers sluggishly scrolled through the previous communication records. From today's login records on the light brain, she roughly found the most recent time point before taking the stabilizing medication up to the time she just woke up to answer Andy's call. In between. Only about half an hour. Could it be even more absurd? She only slept for half an hour. Could interstellar time really be so distorted? Last night was like this and today is the same. Jiang Hui was puzzled, feeling as if she had overlooked something, yet she could not recall what. After sitting for a while, she tidied up the living room a bit, putting away the remaining stabilizing medication, and then opened the light brain to continue understanding some interstellar information. When she was in the hospital, her mind was chaotic with many tasks and numerous people around, making it inconvenient to explore further. Moreover, even if she had the will, she lacked the energy. Now it was different. She knew she had likely become her original self, which meant she would have to live in this world for a long time, thus needing to understand everything about it comprehensively, to avoid revealing her identity and causing trouble in the future. Jiang Hui began planning to start with the basic information board, but unexpectedly encountered some issues during the process. Because her understanding of this interstellar world was indeed lacking, she needed to rely on the residual memories of her original self to review even the basic knowledge, let alone those matters and people that the original self was unclear about. Thus, upon seeing the dazzling array of information sections on the light brain, she could not help but feel a headache, and after persisting for a while, she had to give up. She turned to think of other solutions. However, heaven does not entirely close off paths for people. As she was troubled by this, she suddenly saw a comment from a certain interstellar person under a piece of information stating that the adult information board was indeed different from that for teenagers, as the latter filtered information too thoroughly. So there is a board for teenagers on the information page. Jiang Hui promptly began searching for the youth mode on her optical brain. Fortunately, the communication software in this interstellar world was quite similar to that on Earth, and the youth section was a commonly used feature easily found with a simple search. However, due to her unfamiliarity with the optical brain's operation and the complexity of its modules, it took Jiang Hui a considerable amount of time to successfully switch it from the adult version to the youth mode. Once the youth mode interface appeared, the entire display became clean and streamlined, no longer as dazzling and chaotic as before. It was neatly divided into several categories, such as recommendations, learning, entertainment, and specializations, along with uniquely marked interstellar modules like mecha and potions, which looked quite novel. Naturally, Jiang Hui first selected the Beginner's Guide section, which, as its name suggested, provided guidance for newcomers on how to properly use their newly acquired optical brain. Given the extraordinarily advanced information era of the interstellar age, teenagers inevitably encountered various aspects of society at an early age, making it perfectly normal for them to own their own optical brains. However, early exposure sometimes meant a lack of self-discipline, easily leading them astray. Of course, the interstellar government had implemented effective measures to prevent teenagers from neglecting their studies and daily life due to premature access to optical brains. Generally, the earliest age for teenagers across the interstellar domain to own an optical brain was around 8 after they had entered primary education. To prevent children from being exposed to harmful information prematurely, information filtering was applied to their dedicated modules, which was known as the youth mode. Without a special application from their parents, teenagers could not bypass this boundary to access the adult version. The original owner was only around 15 and should have been restricted to the youth mode. However, her situation was unique. After turning 14, both her parents had died, and she was taken in by her clan without a specific guardian classifying her as a semi-independent minor under government regulations. Such teenagers typically had no parental guidance or support. If their access to the optical brain's full capabilities and knowledge channels were also restricted, no one would be left to teach them. Therefore, their clans or administrative regions usually applied to unlock the adult mode, granting full access to the optical brain. Thus, what Jiang Hui initially saw was the standard adult interface with no restrictions on information communication or functionalities, and it preserved privacy rights akin to those of adults. Unless required by specific government needs, or with her explicit permission, no one could arbitrarily access or read her optical brain records. This took up another half-day, and with no other distractions, Jiang Hui thoroughly familiarized herself with many aspects of this world. Combined with fragments of the original owner's memories, she gained a broad understanding of the interstellar era. After reading for an entire afternoon, her strongest impression was that this was an age of extreme information transparency, where individuals had virtually no secrets from the state apparatus. Of course, the empire did not arbitrarily expose personal private information and had established a series of strict regulations to safeguard every citizen's privacy and data security. Jiang Hui also learned that this world was highly martial, with frequent wars against alien races, a highly developed military political system, and soldiers enjoying an exceptionally high status in the nation. Countless teenagers were willing to dedicate their lives to the empire, sacrificing themselves to defend its border security. However, most of these tumultuous events occurred in border regions or high-risk battle zones with minimal impact on ordinary citizens. The permanent star system where she now lived, as well as the interstar systems she had previously inhabited, were relatively safe and stable, tightly controlled and managed by the capital star. Barring unforeseen circumstances, she could likely live a fairly peaceful life. So her earlier thought of possibly pursuing a career in ancient Chinese language studies might actually be feasible. With her foundational knowledge, she might even excel at it. She was thinking too far ahead. For now, she didn't need to worry about such matters. Jiang Hui felt she was vaguely forgetting something important, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall it, so she had to let it go. Before she knew it, evening had arrived. Indeed, having something to do made time pass. If she were to stay in the space she had dreamed of earlier, she would probably go mad in just a few days. After dinner, Jiang Hui quickly washed up and returned to her room. However, according to her habits, it was still too early to sleep. Not wanting to browse her optical brain anymore, she casually pulled out a leather-bound book from the drawer, intending to read it before bed. She felt it looked oddly familiar. It turned out to be from the original owner's memories. She hadn't fully assimilated that part yet, so she didn't recognize it immediately. But after flipping through a few pages and seeing the content, Jiang Hui gradually recalled fragmented memories, moving from blurry to clear. In the interstellar era, the flow of information had reached such a height that words like advanced or explosive could no longer describe it. Society had long moved past the physical age into a highly digitalized era. Items like books were mostly treated as data and sold in electronic formats. Very few publishers still use traditional printing methods to produce and sell physical books. After all, such raw materials and craftsmanship belonged to the ancient side of things, making the cost much higher and the books less portable. They were generally expensive products only purchased by those with academic research needs. Jiang Hui's parents were both grassroots soldiers with no involvement in academic research, so their home naturally lacked such items. This one book was the sole exception. When Jiang Hui's father enlisted, it was a period of turmoil, and the interstellar situation was unstable. Consequently, he was specially assigned to the border as a defense soldier for a long time. He was young then, and inexperienced, often flustered on the battlefield. Fortunately, a senior comrade guided him through those difficult times, helping him survive the chaos. Later, Jiang Hui's father recorded his experiences from that period into a book, gradually adding more over time, turning it into a true chronicle. Although he eventually had no time to add more content, he kept this booklet with him all his life. After his sacrifice, the book was collected by his comrades, inspected by the military, and sent back to the Jiang family, eventually reaching Jiang Hui. Holding this book, Jiang Hui involuntarily recalled distant memories. In the end, she couldn't help but caress the leather cover worn smooth by the touch of its two owners over countless readings, and felt a surge of emotion. She opened it. In the early morning, Jiang Hui lay in bed, abruptly opening her eyes. The blanket and pillow had been kicked into disarray, overnight a scene of utter chaos. The leather-bound book she had acquired yesterday slipped from the silky bedspread onto the floor, its edges slightly frayed from being turned, though not conspicuously so. Please do not misunderstand. Jiang Hui had no intention of mishandling the original owners or her father's belongings. She had indeed flipped through it countless times, for she had spent yet another sleepless night. Throughout the long night, she had nearly worn the book to tatters. Perhaps due to the development of psychic energy in this interstellar realm, her memory and imagination felt unprecedentedly sharp. After reading it repeatedly, she had thoroughly absorbed the entire book. Jiang Hui swore that if anyone randomly quizzed her on any passage, she could answer without hesitation. But the problem was that Jiang Hui did not want this at all. She simply wanted to sleep. Yet again, she had suffered a full night of insomnia. Jiang Hui was uncertain what was happening to her, even suspecting it might be a side effect of the mental stabilizer she had taken. She had searched the forums last night, but no one mentioned such side effects. Unable to figure it out, she refrained from calling the hospital in the middle of the night, as it was not a serious issue. Left with no choice, she opted to leaf through the book to pass the time, hoping it might lull her to sleep. Yet the more she read, the more alert and excited she became, until her head spun. She only stopped after etching every word into her memory. Even as dawn broke outside, Jiang Hui still had not fallen asleep. But as the saying goes, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. Once accustomed, the second instance no longer surprises. She calmly sat up in bed, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window. Her spirits were surprisingly good, and the tension that had gripped her all night began to ease. All right, no big deal. It's just insomnia. What's the fuss? Jiang Hui thought to herself. Today she moved about the house with a growing familiarity, having adapted to the many differences from Blue Star. She had even learned to brew the interstellar version of coffee. It was a beverage she had picked up from the Life module yesterday called bean juice. The Interstellardo Blue Star translation should be correct. It was said to be a mutation of the original coffee beans, a type of spice bean with the same energizing effects as coffee, but with near zero caffeine content. With bread and coffee, Jiang Hui began her daily study routine. She first checked her optical brain for messages, then browsed the headlines for news. Afterwards, she looked up the contact information for the district hospital's post-treatment recovery department and called to inquire about her insomnia. The person who answered was very courteous. They were meticulous and patient, explaining in great detail. However, they also informed Jiang Hui that the mental stabilizers were not known to cause insomnia as a side effect. Moreover, since the brain domains of interstellar humans were generally stable, insomnia was rare. Thus, Jiang Hui's condition was indeed unusual. After carefully reviewing her medical records and analyzing the medications and dosages she had taken, the post-treatment recovery department concluded that her abnormality was likely due to brain domain damage. Although she had been treated, some residual mental excitability might remain in her brain domain, causing the insomnia. It should not be a serious concern. If Jiang Hui remained uneasy, her follow-up appointment was in about 4 days, during which a full examination could be conducted to confirm whether she had fully recovered. With the hospital's response, Jiang Hui felt somewhat reassured, though a lingering doubt remained. She sensed the root of the problem might lie elsewhere. Unable to find another answer, she had to let it be. Some things tend to cluster. When one is absent, all are absent, but once a thread is pulled, a cascade follows. Just as Jiang Hui ended the call with the district hospital, a message arrived. It was from Mr. Andy, politely asking if she had time for a detailed discussion. Jiang Hui guessed that the Helios group had reached a conclusion. She too wished to resolve the matter quickly, so she readily agreed, and soon a call came through. "Good day, Miss Jiang," said Mr. Andy, his face beaming with an especially genuine smile. Jiang Hui inwardly remarked on his interpersonal skills, though she felt his temperament seemed somewhat ill-suited for this line of work. "Good day to you too. Mr. Andy, you seem in excellent spirits today. Has something pleasant happened?" "Yes, but it should be even better news for you, Miss Jiang. Your request from yesterday was conveyed to the group and received unanimous approval from the board. The group has agreed to your compensation plan and wishes to sign the contract with you immediately." "Oh, is that so?" This was indeed good news, but not because she was about to receive compensation. Rather, it meant finally putting an end to this mess and no longer dealing with this murderous Blackheart Corporation. Moreover, for the original owner, the entire affair was nothing short of a tragedy. How could it be called good news? Jiang Hui's lack of enthusiasm struck Andy as composed restraint. This raised his estimation of Ms. Jiang. Accustomed to her subdued demeanor, he did not dwell on it, and continued, "Rest assured, I have already negotiated. Your stance was very firm. The board has deliberated and passed it unanimously. There will be no further obstacles. However, you may need to schedule a visit to the group to handle the follow-up procedures. This includes signing contracts, compensation agreements, gift contracts, and confidentiality documents. The group will arrange immediate payment." Andy had made thorough arrangements. Although she still had to go to the Helios group, Andy had consulted her preferences. Considering she did not want these people to defile the original owner's home, a sacred space, Jiang Hui decided to go to the Helios group in person. For reasons unknown, just before ending the call, Andy's expression turned subtly meaningful as he advised Jiang Hui to bring an experienced interstellar lawyer along. That was quite telling. Thoughts flickered through Jiang Hui's mind, but her face remained impassive. She thanked him with a faint smile for the reminder and ended the conversation. Finally, it was time to step outside. Closing her optical computer, Jiang Hui let out a long sigh. Come to think of it, ever since she had arrived in this world, she had yet to formally venture out. She had only glimpsed some scenery on the way back from the hospital, yet she remained utterly ignorant of the true customs and ways of the interstellar world. After several days of intensive study, Jiang Hui was no longer the naive little soul clueless about the interstellar realm. Instead, she had begun to develop a curiosity for this new world. She could take the opportunity of heading to Helusi Group to see the outside world and better integrate herself into this place. Glancing at the exclusive invitation sent by Andy from Helusi Group, she was somewhat taken aback. Their efficiency was impressive. The meeting was set for tomorrow morning, and they had even provided a backup option to reschedule just in case she encountered a minor mishap. Though this conglomerate was unscrupulous in its ways as a major enterprise, it still adhered to some semblance of protocol and could be considered considerate on the whole. Although Helusi had agreed to the compensation plan and adopted a conciliatory posture, the aggressive message they had sent earlier left Jiang Hui with an extremely poor impression. Coupled with Andy's ambiguous warnings, she naturally had to be more cautious. Now she was troubled by the question of where to find a reliable interstellar lawyer. In her memory, such professionals on Blue Star typically operated on a longer cycle and couldn't be hired on short notice. Even if they were available, she harbored some doubts about their professional competence. Thinking that searching on the optical computer would still require some detours, Jiang Hui decided to simply call the Awakened Association hotline, as pharmacist Su Jia had advised seeking their help. They proved quite reliable, immediately recommending several experienced interstellar lawyers in this field. These professionals all held registered licenses on the platform and were well-versed in their craft. Jiang Hui browsed through their profiles and was satisfied with all of them. Finally, based on her needs and cost-effectiveness, she contacted a young female lawyer with a kind appearance. After understanding her situation, the lawyer enthusiastically agreed to take on the case and scheduled a meeting at Helusi Group. She even remarked that this case, barely qualifying as a basic one, was quite simple and assured Jiang Hui that she could handle it cleanly, telling her to relax and not worry. Once again, Jiang Hui was astonished by the work efficiency of interstellar people. What a highly efficient and worry-free world this was. Having been here only a few days, every time she sought help from social institutions, things went smoothly, almost resolving instantly. After that, matters became relatively simple. Jiang Hui took some time to check the distance to Helusi Group's headquarters, memorize the necessary transportation, and then roughly organize the items she needed to bring and the clothes she would wear. With that, everything was set. Tomorrow she just had to follow the plan and head to the appointment. Good. It seemed her adaptation to this new world was progressing steadily and orderly. She believed she would soon blend into this realm. So tonight she would go to bed early to conserve her energy for the next day. Jiang Hui hadn't forgotten that she had gone 2 days without sleep, and she was concerned about lacking vitality. Thus, she was quite careful when taking the mental stabilizer later. Fortunately, this time she encountered no issues, and she clearly felt her spiritual energy becoming more active. But Jiang Hui soon realized she might have relaxed too early. Finding herself once again in that strange space, the girl couldn't help but feel a sense of just as expected. This was the 3rd time she had appeared here. This space where time seemed to stand still manifested in the form of her home on Blue Star, starkly revealing a monumental secret hidden within. No matter how carefree she was, Jiang Hui could no longer dismiss this as a dream. A space she entered every time she slept, a space from which she couldn't wake up at will. What was this place? Was it her dream, or perhaps her mental world? Jiang Hui had no idea. But one thing urgently needed verification. As she landed steadily in this space, her first instinct was to look at the clock on the wall. 12 o'clock sharp, meaning she had arrived here at exactly midnight. Jiang Hui shifted her gaze calmly to the familiar living room, no longer feeling anxious. After all, this space was modeled after her home on Blue Star, the place she knew best, even more familiar than her interstellar home. So why would she feel uneasy? Her conjectures needed verification, and that required time. So she might as well focus on her own affairs. What should she do? Jiang Hui began to wander aimlessly around the familiar place, looking left and right, as if she were truly in her own home. As she seemed to casually approach the mutated computer, she was suddenly drawn to something, an object that shouldn't be there. Not long ago, Jiang Hui had been flipping through it all night. How did Father Jiang's military journal end up here? She remembered she hadn't materialized this item after arriving. How did it come to be? Did it just appear? Slightly puzzled, Jiang Hui picked up the leather-bound book, opened it, and her gaze froze when she saw the words on the first page. What was happening? How could there be text in this book? She quickly flipped through several pages, then examined them one by one, finding them filled with content. Not gibberish, but coherent and logical. Jiang Hui distinctly remembered this was the military journal she had read so thoroughly the day before that she could recite it. Wait, how could this thing be so selective? She thought about how she couldn't bring out any of her cherished books from before, yet this one had emerged on its own without her even thinking about it. Could it be that items from Blue Star weren't allowed here? But then how to explain this entire room full of Blue Star objects? Jiang Hui was truly perplexed. A throbbing headache began to set in. Too many questions, from the nature of this space to its attributes. Each one required speculation and investigation. Jiang Hui felt her little mind couldn't withstand such a storm of thoughts. As she pondered, she started to feel drowsy and fatigued. She hadn't felt this way even after a sleepless night last night. Jiang Hui thought that if someone told her insomnia was because she was in this space and that she had slept enough here, she might actually believe it. That couldn't be that absurd, could it? Jiang Hui wasn't so sure either. The next day, Jiang Hui rose early, having finally enjoyed a proper night's sleep that momentarily alleviated her insomnia. She had also managed to verify one crucial thing. That peculiar space was not permanent. Each time after spending precisely 24 hours there, she would return to the interstellar reality. How did she know? Because last night, to test this hypothesis, Jiang Hui deliberately spent 24 hours in that space without sleeping a single wink, then opened her eyes in her interstellar bedroom. Moreover, she discovered that the time she awoke was not far removed from when she had fallen asleep. What did this imply? After all, falling asleep itself required time. In other words, the time Jiang Hui spent in that space likely had no bearing on reality. That dream realm and the interstellar reality flowed independently, without interference or overlap, meaning she would exit at the same moment she entered. It was likely a completely static space. Since arriving in the interstellar realm, Jiang Hui had entered that strange space almost daily, each time staying for roughly the same duration before returning in a daze. Thus could she also surmise that the cycle for entering this space was exactly 24 hours. She spent 24 hours in the real world, then had to endure another 24 hours in that strange dream. Good heavens, even a beast of burden wouldn't live such a life. Though she had yet to fully grasp what bizarre phenomenon she had stumbled upon, her instincts already screamed that her future would be fraught with trials, though this question still required further verification. For now, Jiang Hui's priority was today's negotiation. She hadn't forgotten her appointment with the lawyer to visit Helusi Group. The girl threw off the covers, changed into the casual clothes she had prepared yesterday, tidied herself up, and shuffled to the living room in her slippers. Having resisted sleep in that space, Jiang Hui naturally drifted off after returning, sleeping soundly through the night without a single dream. Thus, despite waking somewhat early, she was in excellent spirits. This was her first solo outing in the interstellar world. Though her expression remained calm and natural, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. Even aboard the maglev train, Jiang Hui found it hard to suppress her burgeoning exhilaration. This maglev train was yet another mode of transport she had never used, trackless, gliding not along the ground, but through magnetic fields between stations, meaning it operated without fixed rails. Nevertheless, this vehicle ran smoothly. Her residence lay in the fourth ring of the central district, and to reach the first ring in the city center, this trackless train was far more convenient and faster than city buses. However, there was a catch: this mode of transport was exorbitantly priced 3 or 4 times more than city buses. Unless necessary, most people avoided it. Jiang Hui didn't mind, as per regulations Helusi Group had to reimburse her travel and meal expenses. They had even offered to send a flying car to pick her up, but she declined. She had also arranged to meet lawyer Ms. Jian near Helusi Group. The group's headquarters was located in the first ring of this planet's continent, the most central urban zone. This area gathered all the planet's renowned conglomerates and enterprises, the most opulent and decadent place on the entire continent, where nearly all the wealthy resided. Clearly, this planet was a region of highly concentrated economic power. Jiang Hui had already browsed countless images of the Interstellar's astonishing cityscapes and astronomical wonders on her optical brain, from initial awe to gradual acceptance, yet still marveling at the sights before her. It was humanity's innate instinct to appreciate magnificent landscapes. Passing through skyscrapers, each hundreds of stories high, navigating a forest of bizarre architectures, Jiang Hui followed the navigation to finally locate the tea house, where she was to meet Ms. Jian. It was an independent villa of only 4 or 5 stories, surrounded by a lush garden, appearing remarkably low and conspicuous amidst the towering high-rises. Oh, it was clear the owner had money to spare. After all, land resources in the Interstellar were immensely valuable. In such a premium zone, choosing to build a low villa instead of a skyscraper, one that didn't even reach a fraction of the neighboring building's height, required considerable financial indulgence. Setting aside other matters, this imitation of Rococo style, strikingly reminiscent of Earth, was even more authentic than the faux European towns Jiang Hui had visited on her home planet. The girl stepped into the courtyard, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the tea house. A chime of wind bells greeted her, accompanied by a cool breeze. Her gaze naturally swept across the main hall. Inside, the tea house was divided into separate booths with decor, lighting, and accessories evoking an ancient historical style, a place likely favored by enthusiasts of classical culture. But Jiang Hui had no time to appreciate it. She was anxious to find Ms. Jian. Fortunately, Ms. Jian, unlike Jiang Hui, who suffered from face blindness, noticed her immediately and waved. Embarrassed that she had walked past without noticing, Jiang Hui approached and said, "Ms. Jian, hello. I'm Jiang Hui. Sorry, have you been waiting long?" "No, I just arrived." "Are you Ms. Jiang Hui?" The other party was a young woman with a very amiable appearance. Brown hair and brown eyes, distinctly European features softened by an Eastern gentleness, possessing a classical beauty, her overall demeanor warm and comforting. Jiang Hui took an immediate liking to her, even more so than from the photo she had seen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they hurriedly discussed the upcoming meeting with Helusi Group. They roughly reviewed the details of the meeting, though most had been covered during yesterday's appointment. Today was merely a reconfirmation. Ms. Jian again expressed deep sympathy for Jiang Hui's plight and condemned Helusi Group as an irresponsible enterprise, vowing to handle this commission properly. They quickly reached a consensus in a pleasant atmosphere. When the time was right, they settled the bill and walked directly to the nearby Helusi Group headquarters for the scheduled meeting. Throughout the journey, Jiang Hui felt an unprecedented calm. "Very well, all the demands you've raised can be fulfilled by our consortium," the young man nodded. Attorney Jian hadn't anticipated such prompt agreement from Helusi Group, yet upon reflection, a hint of understanding dawned on her. In the interstellar realm, product quality was governed with exceptional stringency, and the rights of interstellar miners stood as an inviolable taboo among all citizens. Jiang Hui's case encompassed both these critical points, leaving Helusi Group with no room to maneuver. They had no choice but to comply. Recalling the consortium's litany of scandals, both great and small, alongside the recurring product quality issues in recent years, Jian couldn't suppress a cold sneer. They were getting off far too easily. Attorney Jian nodded, accepted the documents, and meticulously reviewed them once more on Jiang Hui's behalf, conducting a final round of scrutiny to ensure no loopholes could be exploited. The young man seated across didn't seem perturbed by Jian's caution. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the silent Jiang Hui. He hadn't forgotten that she was, after all, the true protagonist of this unfortunate incident. Then, Ms. Jiang, is there anything else you'd like to add? We deeply apologize for the unpleasant experience our product has caused you. If you have any further requests, please feel free to raise them now. Our consortium will do our utmost to accommodate you. The young man's tone was amicable, yet his attempt to speak with Jiang Hui alone suggested a nature not entirely benevolent. These seasoned veterans were full of cunning schemes. His current inquiry to Jiang Hui was hardly well-intentioned. Attorney Jian wanted to prevent him from engaging her in a private conversation. You truly owe an apology, Jiang Hui said coldly. I suppose I haven't mentioned this to you, or perhaps you already know. The malfunction in your product wasn't limited to the alarm failure. The injury to my head was also caused by your consortium's product. If not for that intelligent robot, none of this would have happened. You are indeed responsible, the girl added with a frosty tone. The young man who had posed the question, along with his assistant beside him, saw their expressions shift subtly. Because Jiang Hui had hit the mark. They were indeed aware. The faulty intelligent robot retrieved from the incident site had been found to contain residual video footage. Fortunately, this part was a failsafe left by their consortium. The inspection team had missed it during their checks, and it was later retrieved by their personnel under the guise of testing. This was a ticking time bomb. That Ms. Jiang's accident was caused by a malfunction in the intelligence system was entirely different in nature from the earlier alarm failure. Had it been discovered on the spot, Helusi Group wouldn't be handling this so leisurely now. They'd likely have already made the Interstellar headlines and faced administrative penalties from the executive government. It was precisely for this reason that the previously obstinate director had immediately abandoned his earlier stance. The group promptly recalled Andy, who had previously negotiated with Jiang Hui to manage the matter, seeking only to resolve it swiftly and properly. Reflecting on Ms. Jiang's words and demands, they had assumed her brain injury had caused her to forget this detail. Otherwise, she wouldn't have settled for such modest compensation. Who would have thought she not only remembered, but chose this moment to reveal it? What did this signify? The young man found himself deeply troubled, his earlier composure giving way to a faint wariness. Those with simple minds often wore their thoughts on their sleeves, making it easy to read their ideas and emotions. Others were naturally reserved, preferring to keep their thoughts and feelings concealed, leaving outsiders unable to fathom their depths. Jiang Hui was undoubtedly closer to the latter. Whether Ms. Jiang was inherently aloof or harbored dissatisfaction toward their group due to her misfortune, she came across as a difficult person to handle. Now that she had thrown out this leverage, he found himself at a loss for a moment. After a lengthy pause, the young man suddenly begged forgiveness, stating he needed to consult with his superiors further, perhaps to revise and increase the compensation package. He then instructed his assistant to serve tea and snacks along with the small gifts prepared in advance before turning and hurrying off to an unknown destination. Watching his almost fleeing figure, Ms. Jian set down the contract that would soon be voided and frowned slightly. Ms. Jiang, so there was this additional aspect. You should have told me earlier. We can't let them off so easily. Attorney Jian hadn't expected this twist in Jiang Hui's case. She had initially thought it was a routine product liability issue not uncommon in the interstellar realm. But if what Jiang Hui said was true, it was no longer merely a matter of product quality, it was a case of product negligence endangering life. Such a victim could indeed take the matter to court. My frontal lobe was damaged before leaving me physically and mentally depleted, so I couldn't recall it at the time. It wasn't until I returned home a few days ago that the memory suddenly came back, but by then we had already reached this stage. Jiang Hui didn't explain why she hadn't pursued it, but Attorney Jian understood. Even if she had taken on this case earlier, she likely wouldn't have advised Jiang Hui to bring it before the Interstellar Court. Because the Inspection Bureau had arrived at the scene promptly after Jiang Hui's accident to collect evidence, and they had undoubtedly failed to uncover this hidden aspect, which was why Helusi Group remained unscathed. The fact that they knew about this incident suggested they had some contingency in place. If Jiang Hui insisted on confronting them, it would mean resubmitting evidence and undergoing layers of review with no guarantee the charge would stick, all while unnecessarily opposing such a powerful consortium. Jiang Hui was new to this place without close guardians. To put it harshly, she lived alone, so it was better to avoid trouble than to court it. After all, she would still have to live on this planet in the future, and Helusi Group wouldn't collapse overnight. So this could only be used as a bargaining chip, handled lightly but effectively. But your timing in raising this condition was perfect. Look how scared he was. Ms. Jian suppressed a smile, detecting a hint of hidden mischief in this small act. This person had likely done it deliberately, choosing the moment when the other party thought victory was assured to strike with the aim of unsettling their stance. I say well done. Indeed, the Helusi group representatives were completely guilt-ridden. Without even proceeding to the next round of talks, they were frightened into revising the compensation plan. This was clearly advantageous for Jiang Hui, so neither of them had any intention of stopping it. As mealtime approached, Attorney Jian figured the Helusi group wouldn't finish their discussions anytime soon, so she invited Jiang Hui to partake in some refreshments. These had been prepared by the logistics team at the young man's request and looked quite lavish. It seemed Helusi group only invested effort in such trivial matters. The new compensation plan from Helusi group was almost doubled. The young man brought back the revised terms with an even broader smile, his attitude now far more deferential and cautious than before. One could only wonder what had been discussed in that brief meeting off to the side. He appeared visibly wearier. Jiang Hui skimmed through it roughly. Besides the cash doubling, many additional clauses had been tacked on. Yet she had grown somewhat weary of it all and merely glanced over it before setting it aside. Ms. Jiang, please take another look. If you're not satisfied, we can certainly negotiate further, the young man said, no longer treating her as a naive child, but as the principal figure in these talks. Seeing that Jiang Hui only gave the new compensation plan a cursory glance, without even lifting an eyelid, her expression still cold and indifferent, his heart tightened with unease, fearing she might utter something displeasing again. For someone unmoved, even by wealth, it was difficult to define the boundaries of her inner resolve. They could still increase the compensation, but they dreaded her turning hostile and insisting on escalating the matter, which would inflict massive losses on Helusi group. All right, that's enough. We'll stop here, the girl said coolly. The young man was taken aback, never expecting it to be so simple. He had thought Jiang Hui would at least make a few more rounds of fuss before calming down. In truth, Jiang Hui was unwilling to prolong the entanglement. The tragedy had already occurred, and what had happened to the original owner was irreparable. She was to some extent a beneficiary. Fighting for compensation was to seek justice for the original owner, but turning it into a protracted struggle for immense wealth would utterly distort its meaning. Jiang Hui could no longer bear to profit from a life lost. She also knew that given the current circumstances, if she pushed further, matters would likely only go so far. Jiang Hui still had to survive in this interstellar world. A behemoth like Helusi group was not something an ordinary person like her could topple. Even though the interstellar realm differed from Blue Star, Jiang Hui understood that she remained a lone and powerless figure in this world. Thus, this was as far as it could go. She resolved to settle things swiftly. Those who owed compensation should pay, matters should be concluded, and those who deserved consequences should face them. There was no need for further dragging. Jiang Hui once again reminded Helusi group to address the TM series products, at least recalling them for inspection. The other party naturally agreed without hesitation, stating that Helusi group had already issued a notice to recall the TM series and its homologous products for inspection. She would only need to log in later to see it. And so Jiang Hui and lawyer Jian reviewed the compensation plan, signed the contract, and sent it to the Interstellar Inspection Bureau for review and filing. This matter was essentially concluded. The Helusi group representatives escorted the two women to the main gate, but Jiang Hui never once looked back. Then Jiang Hui invited lawyer Jian to dine together and settle the payment. Jian naturally felt hesitant. How could a minor who hadn't fully awakened treat a working adult to a meal? As for settling the commission, it could be done on the platform without any special meeting. From their brief day together, Jian could tell that Ms. Jiang was a person of meticulous etiquette and thorough conduct. She likely thought to invite her to dinner as an excuse to thank her for the trouble. Jian was about to decline when the girl told her that the evening meals cost along with the day's travel expenses would be submitted as reimbursement to Helusi group for them to cover. Furthermore, she had a matter to consult Jian about and hoped she could stay for the meal. Hearing this, Jian could no longer refuse, and she felt a pang of admiration. Ms. Jiang's conduct was hardly that of an unawakened student fresh out of school, even considering things like reimbursement expenses. Other minors might not have thought of it, or if they did, they might have let it slide out of shyness. Jiang Hui not only did it, but did so with such grace. Still, Jian was somewhat curious about the consultation she mentioned. Today, Jian had only taken on Jiang Hui's case with no other work scheduled, so she was free to leave work early. Agreeing to dine out with Jiang Hui posed no issue. After some thought, Jian thanked her and accepted. The two chose a relatively famous restaurant in the Central District's first ring, eager to sample its signature cuisine. This restaurant was said to specialize in ancient cuisine. The chef had trained in the Capital Star system and had earned considerable acclaim over the years, making it a must-try spot in the first ring. Due to its high prices, the restaurant had few patrons. They sat in the main hall, which required no reservation. Even in the main hall, waitstaff provided service, which marked it as a relatively upscale establishment in the interstellar era. With labor costly, most mid to low-end restaurants used robots or machines to save expenses. The dinner's main flavor profile vaguely resembled a certain cuisine from the Hua dynasty, yet seemed to blend various foreign influences. Jiang Hui couldn't identify many ingredients and found the taste somewhat unfamiliar. Nevertheless, the flavor was still decent. Throughout the meal, they ate earnestly, exchanging a few casual remarks about local customs and never jumping straight into the consultation. After they finished dining, the waiter served dessert. Jiang Hui cradled a cup of what seemed to be tea and asked leisurely, "Ms. Jian, do you know of any reliable channels for donations? I need to donate a portion of the funds." She rubbed the rim of the cup with her thumb, her eyes fixed on the rising steam, her expression unreadable, neither sorrow nor any other discernible emotion. Jian couldn't quite explain why she felt that way. Today's events, though born of misfortune for Jiang Hui, had brought her no small amount of wealth and compensation, even if it couldn't make up for the harm she had suffered. Yet for a young person fiery and spirited, one might expect at least some excitement over such a substantial compensation. Why did she still seem unhappy? In fact, she had appeared rather somber ever since they first met. Her emotions were too calm. "Ms. Jiang, you wish to make a donation?" Jian asked, though it was more of a statement. She quickly compiled a list of relatively trustworthy recipients in her mind. "Yes, I want to donate part of the compensation I received from Helusi Group today," Jiang Hui nodded. Hearing this, Jian was quite astonished. The first reaction to receiving a substantial compensation was to make a donation. This made her reflect on how socially responsible today's youth can be, certainly more than herself. However, this is not surprising. People in their line of work have seen it all, and individuals like Jiang Hui are not unheard of. She did not immediately ask Jiang Hui about the amount she wished to donate, but instead inquired about her specific plans for the donation and the charitable projects involved. The donation system here in the interstellar realm is relatively well established. Individuals can donate directly without necessarily going through certain large organizations, as long as the recipient is a legal and registered charitable organization that has applied to the empire. However, it still depends on what project Jiang Hui wants to donate to. Projects that require long-term follow-up or are directed towards specific individuals may need to go through a fund agency for processing. Although society is quite transparent now, there is still plenty of room for manipulation, and individuals can easily be taken advantage of. Generally, such donation methods are adopted by corporations engaged in commercial activities. For instance, donations to major disease associations which can directly assist patients can be made in a lump sum. Jiang Hui planned to make two separate donations. One was to the education system in remote star systems, hoping to contribute her modest strength to help more aspiring and talented students continue their education. The other donation was directed towards the border defense military, specifically earmarked for the compensation of disabled soldiers. Jian was somewhat surprised. The former was quite common, belonging to the most typical category of charitable acts, while the latter was relatively rare. After all, the Empire's military has always been quite affluent, with the state fully supporting it, sending massive amounts of military funds. It hardly seemed possible for them to be short on money. Interstellar people tend to be quite pragmatic, and it is rare for the public to make donations in this regard. Moreover, donations to military and governmental sectors generally cannot be used for tax deductions aimed at preventing certain individuals from exploiting loopholes or having ulterior motives. Thus, those who do donate are typically from specific social strata or some socially responsible entrepreneurs. It's rather strange that such a young child would think of making such donations. Jiang Hui whispered, "My parents are both soldiers." Moreover, the original Jiang Hui's parents died in the border defense battle. However, she did not voice this. Jin suddenly understood this. Ms. Jiang's parents were both soldiers of the Empire, and she was indeed living alone without any guardians. Now that she wanted to donate to the military, there was certainly some meaning to be gleaned from this. Jian chose not to press further, otherwise would she really ask if the other party's parents had perished or suffered on the battlefield? That would be too unreasonable and cruel, so she thought it best not to know. Jiang Hui had corresponding interfaces for both types of donations, specifically set up to accept contributions from various sectors of society, without needing to go through any organizations. She only needed to submit the relevant documents to each institution and sign her name. Once confirmed as the person involved, the Interstellar Bank would transfer the funds to the respective accounts. For the first donation, a tax payment would be required, as this donation amount would be derived from her compensation. Although it does not accrue value, it can offset part of her tax liabilities. As for the donation to the military, it would completely go through the National Treasury's subsidiary fund, which does not require any tax payments, but it also cannot be used for tax deductions. Jiang Hui could submit applications for both donations at home, though generally, if submitted tonight, it would likely be processed in the next 2 days. However, she was essentially just a blue star person who had only recently arrived in the interstellar realm and had not fully grasped how things worked, so how could she navigate such complex procedures? Thus, she simply entrusted this matter to Ms. Jian, whose firm handled a wide range of commissions, and they happened to have this kind of work as well. Jian stated that this was very easy and could be handled for her by tomorrow. Once Jiang Hui returned home and reported the amounts she wished to donate, Jian would then fill out the relevant application documents according to those amounts. At this point, their conversation had essentially reached its conclusion, and both parties had achieved their objectives, feeling quite satisfied. As the two were preparing to pack up their things and leave, Jian suddenly remembered something and asked Miss Jiang, "You just arrived in the permanent star system, didn't you?" This basic information was already on file. Jiang Hui had forgotten to hide this detail when submitting her commission documents, so it was naturally visible when Jian accepted the commission. "Yes, I previously lived in the inner star systems. Due to family changes, I moved here. However, I haven't lived here long before that smart robot from Hylusi smashed me into the hospital." Jiang Hui couldn't help but smile wryly. So she was a resident of the inner star systems. Her family must be quite well off. No wonder she could take the compensation so lightly. The interstellar living domains are also divided into several levels. The commonly known conventional living domains are roughly classified into 4 levels: outer star systems, permanent star systems, inner star systems, and the central star zone. The positioning is from the outside inward and from the bottom up. The closer to the center, the more important the area. The optimal living domain is naturally the central star zone, also commonly known as the capital star system, where the most prominent officials, military and political figures, and wealthiest tycoons along with their immediate families reside. Of course, there are also ordinary residents there, but these so-called ordinary people have long ceased to be truly ordinary due to thousands of years of environmental influence and the advantages of their regions. The next level, the inner star systems, is considered a high-quality, living domain, primarily home to many scholars, experts, and some small to medium-sized families and wealthy clans. Some well-known universities and colleges also prefer to establish themselves there. They are currently in the permanent star system, which is an ordinary, moderately affluent living domain where citizens live quite steadily with relatively abundant conditions and resources, though still inferior to the upper tiers in various aspects. Moving down to the outer star systems, these are basically extreme poverty-stricken border stars, exile stars, garbage stars, or dark regions where living conditions are generally poor. This area is close to the outer ring of the permanent star system, where conditions are still relatively acceptable and the education and communication systems are connected to the inner regions. Of course, while the areas explored by humanity are vast, the universe still remains infinite, with many places yet to be fully explored and incorporated into governance. Some areas that have not been visited by humans and are not yet documented are referred to as unknown stars and dark stars. This information is not included in public records, so ordinary citizens are not well informed. Interstellar migration was no easy feat, as the star systems maintained stringent population archive management and a relatively cumbersome review mechanism. In particular, migrating from a lower-tier star domain to a higher one required a certain asset guarantee or a guarantor of credit. Of course, talented individuals could be brought in through policies and students could transfer via school archives. Those who lingered in other tier star systems without justifiable reason and lacked documentation from the Superior Inspection Bureau would be marked as vagrants. Such individuals were subject to interstellar penalties. Jiang Hui was somewhat different. She had migrated from a higher tier star system to a lower one, effectively renouncing the relatively superior living conditions of the higher tier to settle permanently in the resident star system. Unless there was a valid reason, it was also quite difficult to return, which led many in her family to mock her original self for being muddle-headed. Moreover, the majority of prestigious universities and colleges within the interstellar realm were located in the inner star systems and beyond. As a resident of the inner star system, while one couldn't take many shortcuts, there were still regional policies and advantages in admissions. Attending an interstellar university was no simple task. It operated on a full star domain ranking elimination system. Countless interstellar citizens were barred from entry and could only opt for lower-tier colleges or vocational training institutes, or even skip further education entirely and plunge directly into the job market. When competing for university spots, every factor could be the key to widening the gap. Thus, countless interstellar parents strained every nerve striving to immigrate with their families to higher-tier star systems to enjoy superior educational resources and conditions. Because the difference between graduating from an interstellar university and an ordinary college was quite significant. So why did Jiang Hui migrate from a higher-tier star system to this place? This situation was indeed somewhat perplexing. However, Ms. Jian felt too embarrassed to ask, as it was after all a private matter. She had only brought this up to remind Jiang Hui of one thing. Have you completed your school registration transfer? The school year here also starts in September. If you miss the registration date, you'll have to be considered a transfer student. There was now only 1 month left until the start of the semester. Jiang Hui. What, she still had to go to school? Jiang Hui was shocked. She had graduated from Blue Star years ago and subconsciously believed she was done with schooling, never imagining she would have to attend classes again. But on second thought, the original body was only 15 years old. Whether in the star systems or on Blue Star, that was entirely within the scope of a minor. At that age, with her family's circumstances not being particularly difficult, how could she possibly not attend school? Jiang Hui painstakingly dug through her memories to find the relevant information. Finally, she realized that it seemed. Indeed, there was such a segment. Because Interstellar school registration was automatically transferred with one's household registration the moment she arrived in the resident star system, the local education system had directly sent a brief message to her original self offering suitable schools. At that time, her original self hadn't been in the mood to think much and chose a school with middling to upper teaching staff and educational resources. It wasn't that she didn't want to choose the best, it was because the cost of interstellar education was exorbitantly high. Even in the lower residential domains, the fees for high-ranking aristocratic academies remained extremely steep. If she wanted to attend, she could afford it, but she still had a whole lifetime ahead of her. The meager pension and subsidies left by her parents wouldn't sustain her through it all. Thus, as long as the school she selected had adequate educational resources and teaching staff, it would be roughly sufficient. Moreover, the intermediate academy her original self had picked was a school with a military background. As a descendant of a military personnel, attending this type of school was relatively secure for her. This was quite realistic. Because of her background, the school quickly accepted her application file and then notified her to bring the documents for registration. However, there was one thing to note. Since Jiang Hui was admitted under a military family quota, the school defaulted to assigning her a degree in military-related specialties. This was the same for all students using the military family quota. Such an operation was designed to ensure that the children of military personnel had as many opportunities as possible to choose majors with a military career prospect. After all, regardless of the type of school, military-related majors had much higher requirements and standards for entrance, and the corresponding benefits and treatment were better than those of ordinary majors. Even if one couldn't later attend a military academy, they could at least engage in military-related work, making it an ideal major for many interstellar citizens. Furthermore, selecting the offspring and family members of military personnel as the new seedlings for the next generation also helped stabilize the military environment. Of course, the school wasn't so rigid, it still considered that some people were naturally unsuited for such professions. Therefore, those using the family quota had one opportunity to change their major. They had to go to the school to handle the transfer procedures between August 1st and 3rd before the start of the semester, and late applications would not be accepted. It was now August 4th. She had completely missed the deadline for changing majors. Jiang Hui finally remembered what she had vaguely felt she had forgotten. It was this matter. Her original self had arrived in the resident star system on July 30th, just in time, and had planned to go to the school on August 1st to handle the major transfer. But that very night something happened. Her original self's spiritual energy dissipated, and the soul of Jiang Hui from Blue Star entered this body. She was sent to the hospital that day, and after a considerable ordeal, she didn't return until the night of the 2nd. But at that time her mind was a chaotic mess. She hadn't even figured out her own situation, so how could she have remembered that she had forgotten such a thing? Now she had finally recalled it, but it was too late. Military majors didn't sound like something she could handle. She wondered if the school could be a bit lenient in her unfortunate situation. Seeing Jiang Hui's expression turn unpleasant, Jian assumed she had indeed forgotten about it. In fact, she had forgotten, but the nature of her forgetfulness was different from what Jian imagined. She's still a child, Jian thought to herself. Because in their brief day together she had seen so much of Ms. Jiang's mature side that she had almost forgotten that the other was merely a teenager who hadn't fully awakened. This solitary child's life wasn't easy either. Without protection, if she didn't toughen up herself, she would always suffer great losses. Jian was genuinely willing to help and brought up a few questions related to enrollment. The girl listened attentively, but the anxiety between her brows did not diminish. Instead, it grew deeper with time. Jian knew that Jiang Hui probably had her own plans. Seeing that it was already very late, she proposed to take her leave. Of course, she couldn't rest easy letting Jiang Hui go back alone, so she personally called a highly safe automated airship for her and watched the girl board before departing. Jiang Hui, on the other hand, was completely immersed in the fact that she still had to attend school and had missed the critical deadline for changing majors, filled with worry and momentarily unsure of what to do. In the night sky, an airship traveled under the stars and moon, flying over vast stretches of urban jungle. The soft light of the planet above spilled down, reflecting off the metal hull of the airship, trailing a long streak behind it, appearing lonelier than the night itself. By the time she returned home, night had already fallen. The Intermediate Academy would likely have no one on duty at this hour. Even if she called via the optical brain, only an AI would answer. This matter concerning Jiang Hui was far beyond what artificial intelligence could resolve, so she decided to call again early the next morning. The coordination with lawyer Miss Jin would also have to wait until tomorrow. After a long day's toil, others deserve their rest. With matters weighing on her mind, Jiang Hui returned home and, following her memory, retrieved the brochures of various intermediate academies she had obtained when selecting schools. Beska Intermediate Academy was a mid to upper-tier institution on Planet 732, catering to adolescents aged 15 to 18. It offered a wide array of majors encompassing virtually every field imaginable in the current market. Moreover, due to its military background, its military-oriented programs were quite commendable, ranking among the top few on the planet in their category. It was said that military majors could even provide graduates with direct opportunities to enter military academies, though this required competition and assessment, not something easily attainable. Of course, alongside military programs, the school also offered ordinary majors. In the interstellar era, ordinary people remained the majority in society, required diverse talents to keep its operations running smoothly. Jiang Hui flipped through their brochure, which was thicker than a book, and found it surprisingly intriguing. She ended up reading late into the night, losing track of her bedtime. Yet just before midnight struck, she inexplicably entered the space as if compelled, and in the blink of an eye she was inside. This once again made Jiang Hui recognize the mystical nature of this spiritual space. Since she was already inside and had made ample preparations, she found it nothing unusual. This time Jiang Hui had learned her lesson. Before perusing the brochure, she had fiddled around attempting to bring certain items that could pass the time into that strange space. Thus, she deliberately memorized some things that could alleviate boredom. Unfortunately, due to a lack of precision, nearly all attempts failed. The optical brain, smart gaming console, interstellar puzzle toys. None of them appeared in the spiritual space. Instead, the unremarkable brochure, which she hadn't initially intended to bring, was carried inside. This brochure came from Beska Intermediate Academy, where Jiang Hui was about to enroll. In reality, just before losing consciousness, she had been flipping to the very last page. Jiang Hui flipped through it. Whether due to her current Buddhist superior memory or the space's effect, the entire manual was reproduced verbatim, materializing as a tangible booklet within this space. Helpless Jiang Hui had no choice but to continue perusing the brochure to pass the time. Although she felt it unlikely that she had missed the deadline to change majors, a glimmer of hope still lingered in her heart. So earlier when she entered, she had scoured the brochure's introductions to ordinary majors. She was self-aware enough to know that anything beyond her capabilities would be too much to handle. And indeed, among a plethora of majors that sounded distinctly interstellar, she found one suitable for her study and future career. One was ancient languages and literature, and the other was human origins. The former involved researching languages akin to ancient human modern tongues. She specifically looked into it and found that the so-called ancient language closely resembled the language system of Blue Star. There might be slight differences, but studying it shouldn't be a problem for her. After all, even if she didn't know other minority languages, she was fluent in Huajiao language. Studying and finding employment would essentially be stress-free. The latter, it was said, studied the culture of interstellar people during their time on the mother planet before migration. From what she had gathered so far, the culture of that mother planet seemed subtly similar to that of Blue Star, as if sharing the same roots. Having never eaten pork, she had at least seen a pig run, so she figured studying this wouldn't be too burdensome. Yes, Jiang Hui was precisely that, unambitious. She had absolutely no intention of choosing professions that sounded like a hail of bullets and fire. She only wanted to lie low and live a peaceful life. This was a precious life lesson she had gleaned as a seasoned socialite on Blue Star. Don't push yourself too hard, or misfortune will follow. Though it was just a joke, the principle held true. Besides, given Jiang Hui's situation, it was better not to stand out too much. A safe and tranquil life was her aspiration. Putting down the brochure, she had roughly settled on a major with 2 backups in mind. Thus, Jiang Hui found herself idle once more. The only amusements in the space were 2 booklets, both of which she had already read and found uninteresting. Even reading them again wouldn't take much time. It was better to just sleep. So Jiang Hui dozed off directly in the spiritual space and woke up outside it. But this time, upon waking, she didn't try to go back to sleep in reality. She got up briskly from the bed, ready to find some entertainment. A set of interstellar-style soap operas to contemplate the lives of interstellar people, paired with an interstellar version of cheesy fries with meat sauce and a happy drink. This sounded like a leisurely little life, yet to Jiang Hui it tasted somewhat bitter. Sigh, how was she to live her days from now on? Having stayed up all night, she watched the dawn break, then got up to tidy herself and went out to sit in the hall. Now she was certain the cycle for entering that mysterious space was roughly 24 hours, once a day. But this cycle wasn't fixed to a specific time, it could occur at any point within the 24 hours. If she failed to enter within the 24-hour cycle, some force would compel her to automatically transfer into that spiritual space, and she would have to stay inside the space for another 24 hours before she could leave. So in effect, Jiang Hui lived 48 hours a day. Moreover, actions within the space could also affect reality. For instance, if she slept too much in this dream space, she would find it hard to fall asleep upon waking. If she ate too much inside, she would struggle to feel hungry on the outside, even if she was actually very hungry. Jiang Hui leaned toward the idea that this strange space was a static space, primarily spiritual in nature. Having 48 hours a day meant truly splitting each minute into two. Those short on time would surely envy her. After all, life is fleeting and time is always insufficient. Having double the time of others also meant double the possibilities. But for Jiang Hui, accustomed to modern fast-paced entertainment, this extra time was for now a burden. Because she truly didn't know how to get through the long days in a place without an optical brain, computer, phone, or television. If she could find a reasonable pastime, having such a golden finger would probably make her much happier. I'm sorry, miss. Jiang, we deeply regret your situation. But the academy system has already closed its channels and all students have been fully assigned to their classes. If you wish to make a transfer, you may have to wait until next year to see if a change of specialization is possible. The person on the other end replied with regret. Jiang Hui also felt disheartened by this news, for it essentially meant the matter was beyond remedy. Yet she thought perhaps she should make one more effort. Might there be a turning point? After receiving the affirmative response from the gentle-voiced academic affairs teacher, Jiang Hui had no choice but to abandon her previous notion. Perhaps unable to bear seeing her dejected state, the other party added, "Where you could come to the academic affairs office after the semester begins to inquire further. I will also report your situation to the education committee to see if they can assist in arranging a transfer. However, the likelihood is slim. You must prepare yourself mentally, classmate." Jiang Hui thought to herself that the latter part could have been omitted. Yet on second thought, she felt it was better not to harbor too many illusory hopes. Wouldn't it be better for her to face reality sooner? Still, the teacher's intentions were clearly kind, and Jiang Hui was genuinely grateful. After asking a few more questions about enrollment, she softly thanked the teacher and hung up the optical brain. Closing the interface, Jiang Hui couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What now? This was truly troublesome. As she had anticipated, once missed, there was no chance for a makeup registration. Although the school expressed regret over her accidental injury, they could not make an exception to reopen the campus system. Not only would modifying the back end and reassigning be cumbersome, but more importantly, it would break the established rules. Setting such a precedent would be problematic. What if every student demanded the same treatment? Thus, in terms of admission placement, Bester Intermediate Academy adhered strictly to regulations and fairness, fostering an excellent atmosphere where misconduct was virtually unheard of. Since Jiang Hui missed the deadline to change her major, the system automatically assigned her to a military discipline, even selecting the specific field for her. In truth, there was no choice. The popular military majors had limited vacancies, all fully booked, so she had to go with the default assignment. Jiang Hui was placed in the mecha infantry department. While just hearing the name suggested a passion-filled major, a romance exclusive to interstellar warriors. But Jiang Hui had no such aspirations. The girl found it both amusing and exasperating. This was the second blow she received after learning she couldn't change her major. There were dozens of military specialties with over a dozen logistics subfields alone. Had she been assigned to the latter, it might have been slightly more bearable. Yet unfortunately, none of these minor military specialties had openings. Every year, many applied for these programs at Bester Intermediate Academy, making them exceptionally popular. Children of military personnel with reserved slots could only choose their own military major if they passed a small test before the transfer period, otherwise they were subject to reassignment. Only broad categories like the infantry department or the mecha manufacturing department had vacancies. Or rather, even these weren't truly vacant, but they had the most classes and abundant teaching resources. Consequently, this year, almost all military-dependent children reassigned to military disciplines were placed in the infantry department. Jiang Hui was assigned to the combat infantry division, in this manner forced forward without any choice. Initially, Jiang Hui tried to comfort herself that it might not be as dreadful as she imagined. At 15 or 16, how much combat training could there be? Probably just theoretical knowledge or superficial drills. But upon searching online and watching related student training videos, Jiang Hui only wanted to give up. This was a sign that she needed to switch schools. Was it still possible to change schools and majors now? She had already understood this interstellar world as an era glorifying martial prowess where military affairs flourished and many young graduates willingly enlisted to expand the interstellar frontier. Moreover, the interstellar community didn't just select from adults, they started training from childhood. It was said that from elementary academy onward there were specially established mecha classes and combat classes. Intermediate academies began to differentiate, truly separating students with employment intentions in the military from those pursuing ordinary societal roles and subjecting them to concentrated training. Finally, the top-performing talents were selected for the military academy system. And further selections continued beyond that, delving into deeper military political systems, though those details remained unknown. Jiang Hui now stood at the boundary of the second stage. The intermediate academy years from 15 to 18 were a critical period for adolescent growth and worldview formation. Consequently, the concentrated training had to be swift, precise, and ruthless, adopting an extremely strict militarized management approach. Indeed, this meant that upon entering the infantry department, Jiang Hui must be mentally prepared to be integrated into this militarized management system. Well, in simple terms, she was about to enlist as a soldier. Grasping the connections, Jiang Hui felt utterly bewildered. This was entirely different from what she had envisioned. She only wanted to be a carefree sloth living peacefully until old age. Why had she been thrust into this situation? Jiang Hui felt the greatest misfortune since arriving in the interstellar era enveloping her. Heavens, not only did she have to return to school, but she also had to become a recruit. Couldn't she catch a break? Jiang Hui buried her head in the bedding. Even when it was time to sleep at night, she remained dazed for a long time, causing her to forget the existence of the spiritual space, leading to another sleepless night of tossing and turning. Thus, when she woke in the morning, although physically well-rested, her spirit was even worse, her expression listless. When the optical brain communication came in, she hadn't even managed to compose herself. "Hello, is this Miss Jiang Hui? Pardon the interruption. This is the follow-up center of the District Intermediate Hospital. I'm Nurse Sang. May I ask how you are feeling today?" Upon seeing her expression, the speaker hesitated slightly toward the end. Hearing it was from the hospital, Jiang Hui's muddled mind finally cleared somewhat. "Oh yes. I'm sorry, I'm a bit groggy from sleep. May I ask what this is about?" The other party seemed somewhat relieved. In truth, seeing Jiang Hui's haggard appearance had startled her. She feared the discharged patient was unwell, given her pallid complexion. It turned out she was just not fully awake. Still, the child's energy was terribly low. It seemed the brain domain injury had taken a significant toll on her. Although the nurse internally concocted many irrelevant explanations for Jiang Hui's state, she didn't falter in her routine. "Have you forgotten? Tomorrow is your follow-up appointment. You need to return to the District Intermediate Hospital for an examination. I'm calling to confirm the time. When would be convenient for you tomorrow morning? Also, Mr. Carrot here has been quite busy lately and may not be available during his shift. Would you be willing to have another senior therapist conduct your follow-up?" A follow-up examination. It turned out that Jiang Hui had unknowingly been in the interstellar realm for several days already. When she was discharged, the hospital had informed her to return for a checkup, and Mr. Cowlett had also prescribed her 5 days' worth of medication. She had just taken a tube with her breakfast earlier that morning, and after finishing the last dose tomorrow morning, the course would be complete. No wonder the interstellar people couldn't help but slightly pale at the mention of mental stabilizers. To be honest, this medicine was indeed unpalatable, causing discomfort throughout the entire day after consumption. Naturally, it wasn't to the extent of that first time. That occasion, perhaps because it was her initial dose, had elicited an exceptionally intense reaction. That sensation akin to a heart attack. She felt that if she were to experience it again, even without a pre-existing heart condition, it would surely torment one into developing one. Later, when she took it again, she still felt as though her heart was being squeezed, her body temperature fluctuating erratically, her cardiovascular system congested, and her spiritual entity alternately turning hollow and swelling. In short, it was as if her spiritual form had been stuffed into a bag that didn't belong to her, trapped within her own body, yet tormented to the point of feeling disembodied. Moreover, with each dose, Jiang Hui felt a faint needle-like prickling sensation in her spiritual energy, densely arrayed across particularly sensitive areas, causing immense discomfort. And they called it a mental stabilizer. What kind of stabilizer was this? Not only did it fail to stabilize, but it thoroughly churned and disrupted her spiritual energy, which had been as calm as a deep pool, offering not a hint of stabilizing effect. Jiang Hui thought that, judging by its reaction and effects, this potion would be more aptly named Restlessness Elixir. The experience of taking it was indeed dreadful, yet it couldn't be said to be entirely without benefit. Jiang Hui felt that after taking this potion, her memory began to improve remarkably, growing sharper with each passing day, while her entire thought process became increasingly clear and lucid. It wasn't that the medicine was so miraculous as to enhance one's intellect. In truth, it was more like polishing a surface to transparency, granting her a newfound clarity, as if she had finally opened her eyes to see the world. Then she felt as though a switch had been flipped, like a dust-laden pearl, thoroughly cleansed to reveal its resplendent radiance within. In short, it was an indescribable sensation. The feeling of gradually unlocking one's intelligence and mental domain was both subtle and extraordinary, an experience unforgettable for a lifetime. No wonder the interstellar people harbored such a love-hate relationship with this primitive potion, plagued as it was with numerous drawbacks. There was indeed a reason. Thinking that she had only one dose left of this substance, and unless she encountered a matching ailment in the future, she would have no chance to consume it, even if she wished. Jiang Hui felt both joy and an inexpressible sense of loss. She carefully described to the gentle medical staff her general experiences and symptoms after taking the mental stabilizer over these past few days, then told them that she was now largely recovered. This medical worker named Sang diligently recorded every detail of her description. Jiang Hui guessed that she would likely incorporate these records into her medical file, which would then be submitted along with the case history to the reviewing doctor, who would conduct a comprehensive assessment of her recovery. All right, Ms. Jiang, we have noted your situation. Your reactions to the medication are generally within the normal range. Many patients taking this type of medication experience similar conditions, so there is no need for excessive concern. The other party comforted her gently. Then may I ask if you have time to come to the District Central Hospital for a follow-up at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. At that time, we will arrange for therapist Michael from the same department to conduct your examination. Please rest assured all therapists in our hospital have been verified to possess trustworthy medical expertise. Even with a change in therapist, there will be no impact on your follow-up visit. The other party explained at length about the change of therapist to Jiang Hui. That's fine, I have no issues with it. However, Jiang Hui was not as concerned as the other party imagined, because in Blue Star, where she had previously lived, professions like doctors inherently had high turnover rates. Doctors also had limited energy and couldn't be on standby 24 hours a day. It was rare to find the same physician who had treated you last time on each visit. As long as the medical records and files were available, it was largely the same regardless of which doctor took over. Of course, there were cases where a single attending physician followed you from start to finish. But this only happened if you were wealthy enough to hire a private doctor, or if it was a specialized treatment for a major illness that required consistent care from one physician. Yet the latter was probably a situation no one wished to encounter. As for the change of therapist, Jiang Hui had no objections, and seeing that the time was suitable, nodded in agreement. All right, I will register the appointment for you. A detailed message will be sent to your optical brain shortly. Please arrive at the specified time and location. If you have any questions, you can call the service number provided. Jiang Hui nodded to indicate her understanding. The other party seemed to recall something and added, there is one more thing I need to remind Ms. Jiang about. Because the follow-up requires large-scale testing equipment, which will comprehensively assess various functional data of your body. This includes a spiritual energy test, which typically requires fasting for half a day and abstaining from stimulant medications like mental stabilizers for 4 hours beforehand. Fasting was understandable. It simply meant an empty stomach. Who would have thought that despite humanity's advancement over so many years, medical examinations still adhered to the same old rules unchanged? This was quite simple. However, the mental stabilizer would need to be taken earlier. Since her appointment was at 2 in the afternoon, if she took the medication too late in the morning and the time wasn't sufficient, she might have to wait until the prohibition period passed. Fearing she might forget, Jiang Hui set 2 timed reminders on her optical brain, which would automatically pop up to alert her to complete the task. After finishing all the instructions, the other party closed the optical brain and ended the conversation. With the device off, Jiang Hui fell into a brief daze. Because what the other party had mentioned stirred up many memories. Not those of Jiang Hui from Blue Star, but the lingering remnants of this boat's original owner. Spiritual energy testing was a foreign term to Jiang Hui, but for the original owner, it was an inescapable shadow that had shaped the tragedy of her life. A major reason the original owner had ended up in the lower-tier star system was due to that spiritual energy test half a year ago. It was precisely that test that made her realize her somewhat awkward position within the family, prompting her to truly contemplate her future path. The spiritual power of her original parents was ultimately rated at least a level, with her mother being a ranked mecha soldier, both considered high-tier awakened individuals. What exactly is a rank? It is certainly not merely a notch above a level. The commonly recognized spiritual power levels in the interstellar era comprise 7 major tiers: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SS, with these 7 being the standard. Jiang Hui's current certified level is B. On the surface, this seems decent, considered an intermediate level in the interstellar realm, so why is her family dissatisfied with this rating? Although these 7 major ratings are the most common in the interstellar world, people most frequently encounter the first 5. Ranks like SS and SS are top-tier awakened individuals, rarely seen once in a decade, or even longer. Whenever such individuals are detected, they are immediately recruited by the military and secretly trained within the military political system, awaiting their ability to stand on their own. Thus, S rank is universally recognized as the mark of genius. Major military academies compete annually to admit such exceptionally talented students who, after prolonged training, are eventually integrated into the military system as high-level reserves. The next level down is a rank. Although it is only one tier lower, its aptitude pales significantly compared to S rank. Yet this level still constitutes the backbone among all awakened individuals. Their numbers are not vast, but far exceed those of S rank. With proper training, they too become reserves for high-ranking officers. Her original parents belonged to this category. Especially Jiang Hui's mother, who at just 65 years old had already attained the rank of major before her death, while her father Jiang Hui held the rank of captain. After their demise, the military, in commemoration of their contributions to the empire, posthumously promoted them to lieutenant colonel and major respectively, with their children receiving corresponding benefits. Given their age, they were already considered remarkably accomplished within the military. Had they not fallen young on the battlefield, their futures might have held even greater possibilities. But now all words are meaningless, they are gone. Then, bypassing the intermediate B and C ranks, we come to D rank. D rank is the lowest among the spiritual power levels, but in truth it is not strictly so, as there are still E and F ranks below. However, these two levels are too low for most jobs and professions requiring spiritual power, so they are generally disregarded and summarized as D in spiritual power. Some may wonder about the extra X and X designations. Does that mean there are over a dozen levels? In reality, designations like A, B, C, or even S are not formal spiritual power levels, but rather indicators of potential. To illustrate, Jiang Hui's mother Jiang Yilin had an A spiritual power level, while her father Jiang Hui was at a level. Strictly speaking, both fall under a level spiritual power. However, as an ranked awakened individual, Jiang Yilin possessed combat capabilities beyond the ordinary, a level limit with her power capable of amplifying within a certain range. By reaching a critical threshold or through sustained nurturing with special elixirs, one can directly transcend the level range and achieve level proficiency. This phenomenon is not unprecedented in the Empire's history. In fact, many renowned generals have undergone this phase, transitioning from A to S level, ultimately becoming full-fledged rank awakened individuals. Thus, strictly speaking, although a falls within a rank, it effectively represents an awakened individual with rank potential, serving as a transitional tier from A to S, still one step shy of completion. Such awakened individuals are often highly valued by the upper echelons of the military, as they embody potential and explosive power, and their personalities tend to be more resilient, having not been constrained by innate conditions. Jiang Hui's father represented a more conventional spiritual power level. Nevertheless, his spiritual intensity was relatively strong. By the prime of his prime years, between 75 and 125, he might still advance half a tier, moving toward a level. Thus, it is evident that one's spiritual power level is not entirely fixed. With sufficient fortune and perseverance, certain methods may enable small to mid-tier leaps. However, for the military, which faces constant generational turnover, there is little time to wait for individuals to mature. Unless one is a true prodigy who can transcend various limitations, most must rely on innate talent. Jiang Hui's parents had relatively high spiritual power levels. According to the laws of biological evolution, Jiang Hui's final spiritual power rating should have been at least A level, if not higher. The Jiang family once hoped that Jiang Hui might reach A or even S level, a shared aspiration among many clan members. Unfortunately, Jiang Hui underwent her second awakening prematurely, and it yielded no improvement over the first, maintaining the same spiritual power level. For someone with the potential to become a high-tier awakened individual, this blow was devastating, as it meant she could almost never achieve that status. Interstellar humans generally undergo 3 awakenings regardless of their spiritual power level. Those who have not completed all 3 are considered incompletely awakened. After the 3rd awakening, one's spiritual power is essentially set. Even if a 4th, 5th, or 6th awakening occurs later, it is rare and not universal, so most people are certified based on their 3rd awakening. The 2nd awakening is typically the most significant and powerful amplification phase among all awakenings. Originally, Jiang Hui's 1st awakening directly placed her at B level. Based on heredity and this awakening trend, her 2nd awakening should have reached at least B, and with luck, even a level. But she faltered at this critical juncture, remaining stagnant. Thus, even a 3rd awakening would likely change little. The die was cast at most reaching B. This gap from her parents' talent was immense and far exceeded the family's expectations. One can imagine the immense blow this dealt to her. Nevertheless, while the family was disappointed, they did not mistreat her. As a child of military martyrs, her level was not poor. Even if she could not serve in the military, her future prospects remained promising, and supporting her within the clan cost little effort. But she could not bear it herself. Not the disparity in treatment, but the peculiar glances from certain clan members. Once regarded as a promising seedling within the clan, she had always kept a low profile and never mocked others. Yet even before she truly fell from grace, some began to mock her openly or covertly. They came under the guise of consolation, but were actually taunting as if this would grant them a sense of superiority. It was under these circumstances that she chose to leave Kermer's star. Why bother? Jiang Hui now recalled this obscure memory with some emotion. No wonder others thought the original self was impetuous. She was indeed somewhat childish. And if she hadn't chosen to immigrate to the permanent star system, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have occurred. But it was useless to say anything now, everything had become a fact. Now it was convenient for Jiang Hui, as being far from the original self's acquaintances made her interstellar life much easier. In short, the original self had left the inner star system in a huff due to some rumors and malicious glances coming to the lower-level star system. Abandoning the rich teaching resources and status of the inner star system for the permanent star system, where everything was inferior, was indeed not worthwhile. In her opinion, why did the original self run away? These people simply wanted to bully an orphan without parents seeking superiority and a sense of existence from her. Or they wanted to see the clan's favored genius look dejected, as if that would elevate them to a superior status. But in reality, some of those who came to watch might have been worse off than her. The foolish girl, the original self, had a strong temper and left without any intention of returning. Jiang Hui wasn't so ambitious. She had come halfway, had no concept of the interstellar situation, and in her past life, she was just an ordinary civilian staff, so naturally, she couldn't fulfill the original self's wish to join the military. Thus, she felt that a level mental strength wasn't bad, above average for an ordinary person, the level that would take several rounds of screening to be recruited into the army. Jiang Hui was quite satisfied with her current situation. After all, she had a clear understanding of herself, an ordinary person, a liberal arts student, a lamb in peacetime. Living a peaceful life would be enough to justify her existence in this world. But Miss Jiang overlooked the fact that she would undergo a third awakening, which was still unknown. She also ignored the fact that she would soon enter a middle-level academy to study in the single soldier department. The next day, Jiang Hui arrived at the hospital's review department at the agreed time to await the examination. Healer Michael was a middle-aged man with a high nose and deep-set eyes, seeming quite old even among the long-lived interstellar people. His high nose and deep-set eyes differed somewhat from those of Calais, being even more pronounced. Yet he had black hair and brown eyes resembling the Germanic race on Earth, giving an imposing impression. But evidently, he was as he appeared. At the start of the conversation, he came across as very serious, his words and tone earnest and stern, unlike Mr. Calais. Jiang Hui was initially intimidated by him. She was actually somewhat afraid of people with such serious personalities. However, the meticulous details during the examination made Jiang Hui feel that beneath his stern exterior lay a soft interior, and she couldn't help but relax. The examination took a long time, and the comprehensive machine was cumbersome to use. Yet under Healer Michael's guidance, she didn't feel a trace of impatience. Soon the examination was over. Jiang Hui was led to a room presumably designated for review patients. It didn't resemble the typical strict hospital decor, but was full of leisure style, tables, chairs, and walls adorned to feel as comfortable as home. A large screen was even mounted on the wall capable of projecting movies. Before leaving to verify the data and documents, Healer Michael instructed the nurse outside to prepare some snacks and tea for Jiang Hui, leaving her alone in the room. After a while, she felt quite peaceful. No wonder they prepared these things. After all, being in a hospital, everyone knew why they were there. No matter how cozy the setting, it was hard to completely relax, as they were still preoccupied with their results. But that wasn't Jiang Hui's reason. She hadn't slept well the night before and had something on her mind. She had been almost sleepwalking all morning, feeling like she had forgotten something, but unable to recall it. Now she finally remembered what she had forgotten. She hadn't informed Miss Jian about the donation. This morning she had received all the compensation from the Helios group. Looking at the pile of money, it was quite impressive. Jiang Hui sent a message to the Helios group confirming receipt, then told them not to contact her again and promptly ignored them. She had intended to immediately discuss the donation with Miss Jian, but then she received a notification from the apartment to fill out a resident file and go through some procedures. She got busy all morning and inadvertently forgot. Now sitting quietly, Jiang Hui finally remembered she had forgotten about Miss Jian. Coincidentally, Healer Michael had told her it would take about half an hour to get all the data. She just needed to communicate briefly with Miss Jian, otherwise another day would pass. Fortunately, Miss Jian seemed free at that time. As soon as Jiang Hui called, she connected immediately. Upon opening the optical brain communication, Jiang Hui saw a hesitant expression on her face as she asked Miss Jiang, "Did you send this by mistake?" Jiang Hui shook her head. No, it was correct. The other party seemed surprised. "Are you sure you want to donate this much? Maybe you should reconsider." You are still a minor and an unawakened one. You will have many needs in the future. Especially if she wanted to attend a good school, this moderate sum could help her go smoothly. Jiang Hui shook her head. She had already decided even before receiving the compensation. Half would be donated to accumulate some merit for the departed original self, if she had indeed passed on, and as a trace of her existence in this world. She didn't plan to use the other half either, keeping it aside. If the original self had any lingering regrets or miraculously awakened again in this body, she would have a foundation to stand on. In the end, she only kept the compensation for nutritional expenses and other fees from the Helios group, which should be sufficient. After repeated confirmations, Jane knew she had made up her mind and didn't press further. With a complex expression, she nodded and temporarily ended the communication to prepare the relevant donation documents for Jiang Hui. As coincidence would have it, just as Jane hung up the optical brain, healer Michael finished recording the examination data and entered the small room. He held a thick stack of documents and sat down across from Jiang Hui, his expression also somewhat peculiar as he said, "Miss Jiang, please have a seat. May I ask if your mental strength level remained unchanged during your second awakening not long ago?" Seeing his strange expression, Jiang Hui nodded in agreement. "Do you know that your current mental strength level has changed significantly?" "What change?" "Your certified mental strength level is now a grade." Moreover, they were in the combat soldier department, where gender distinctions were not so pronounced. In future training, who knew who would defeat whom, there would be no mercy. Seeing that Jiang Hui still seemed incredulous, the other party slightly frowned, as if dissatisfied that she doubted his professionalism, and said, "According to your brainwave data, your spiritual power threshold has at least reached the A level." "I mean at least." "What does at least mean? Wasn't the technology of this future world supposed to be incredibly advanced? Why was there still a qualifier like at least?" It made her heart sink with unease. Was a level good enough? A level was more than enough, wasn't it? Please don't let it rise any further. This wasn't Jiang Hui being melodramatic, it was her genuine prayer. She had once seen a post on the youth forum about how high the demand was for people with high spiritual power thresholds in the Interstellar era. The demand was so high that almost all factions accepted such talents without reservation. High-level awakened ones could never lead a stable, ordinary civilian life. They were almost all conscripted into the military. Those not taken by the military ended up in the hands of major powers, either engaged in high spiritual power tasks or being groomed as talent reserves. If the original Bodhi's second awakening had been at this level, Jiang Hui wouldn't be here, now planning her future. The original body would undoubtedly have been treated as a key talent within the clan, given the most resources, rigorously trained, and eventually sent to the military, becoming someone like her parents. That might have been the future the original body yearned for, but it wasn't Jiang Hui's. She had never considered such a possibility, her mind still occupied with how she could live a life of ease, idling away her days in this highly advanced interstellar society. Jiang Hui vaguely felt that the path she had envisioned was beginning to drift further and further away, galloping uncontrollably in a direction she couldn't manage. The healer Michael probably interpreted the disbelief on her face as overwhelming joy and softened his previously stern expression as he spoke to Jiang Hui. Normally, for an incompletely awakened individual, there shouldn't be any significant fluctuations in spiritual power between the second and third awakenings. Did you encounter any incidents before your second awakening, or? Miss Jiang, may I ask if your second awakening proceeded normally? This Jiang Hui truly didn't know. She tried to recall the original Bodhi's memories related to this, but they were frustratingly vague, making the process of recollection excruciatingly difficult. She struggled to think, finally grasping only a few shallow memory points. "Yes, healer Michael, I don't recall anything unusual. If I had to mention something, it's that my second awakening inexplicably came early, and the duration was also quite short, only about 2 stellar hours or so. The original body ultimately had no reliable adult elders by her side, so no one had informed her of certain precautions regarding spiritual power awakening. Most of Jiang Hui's common knowledge came from the original Bodhi's memories, so she naturally didn't understand the situation either, and thus saw nothing amiss. But this was already highly unusual. During the period when humanity lived on their home planet before interstellar migration, it was said that people had no clear concept of spiritual power. They had only a vague awareness of it, yet couldn't articulate its true nature. Later, humanity fully discovered spiritual power during the era when they first ventured into outer space and began exploration. Back then, because most people lacked understanding, humanity conducted extensive research and development on the human body in their quest to explore, finally determining what spiritual power truly was. It was when humanity completely figured out spiritual power and learned how to utilize it that they fully entered the interstellar age. Through generations of continuous evolution and genetic modification, interstellar humans became increasingly adept at precisely using their brain domains and spiritual power, and also discovered the patterns of human spiritual power development. This period of spiritual power development is also called the spiritual awakening period. It is said that every interstellar human must undergo the first 3 spiritual awakening periods, typically completing them between the ages of 5 and 25. After the first 3 awakening periods, subsequent ones are countless and not experienced by everyone. Such awakening periods often arise from an individual's experiences and are thus separately classified as periods of superawakening of spiritual power. Generally, a child undergoes their first awakening between the ages of 5 and 9. The original body had her first awakening of level spiritual power at the age of 7. Neither early nor late, the initial spiritual power assessment grade was considered excellent. The second awakening typically occurs 9 to 13 stellar years after the first, meaning Jiang Hui's second awakening should have been no earlier than her 15th birthday. Yet she had undergone the second awakening before turning 15, at just over 14 years of age. This was a highly anomalous signal regarding the original Bodhi's condition. This most likely indicated an abnormality in the brain domain's magnetic field affecting brainwaves and thereby stimulating spiritual power development. An abnormal brain domain magnetic field can be caused by many factors, but it could never be a natural anomaly. Because the brain domains of interstellar humans had long formed extremely stable magnetic fields to adapt to the interstellar environment, it must have been influenced by external factors. Moreover, there are clear regulations in the interstellar realm requiring incompletely awakened individuals to undergo annual brain domain and brainwave tests at designated hospitals to rule out abnormalities in spiritual power development. Therefore, the abnormality in the original Bodhi's brain domain magnetic field must have appeared within a relatively short period before the second awakening. In fact, from the residual brain domain data, healer Michael could also discern that Miss Jiang's second awakening seemed to have been affected by some kind of radiation leading to the anomaly. This was also the reason why the original Bodhi's second awakening occurred early, yet her spiritual power remained unchanged from her first awakening. Because in truth, she hadn't successfully undergone a second awakening at all, it was merely a pseudo-awakening period. This then provided an explanation for why Jiang Hui's spiritual power had suddenly surged to a level. It was likely that during the period of her brain domain injury, the magnetic field was inadvertently stimulated, pushing forward this incomplete second awakening and helping her fully complete it. However, Miss Jiang, the damage to your brain domain from that previous incident was quite severe to the point that even your brainwave length has changed slightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hui's expression changed. Not because of the mention of severe brain domain damage, but because he said her brainwaves were abnormal. To be precise, it wasn't just severe brain domain damage with abnormal brainwaves. The original body had suffered brain domain trauma, her brainwaves vanished entirely, and she died on the spot. It was only then that Jiang Hui could inhabit this body and seamlessly replace her brainwaves. Could the interstellar realm even detect the brainwave length? If she and the original body were not the same person, but two completely different souls with distinct brainwaves, would that also be discovered? Jiang Hui was no longer troubled by the fact that she was currently in a rank, wondering if she would be forcibly conscripted upon a future awakening. Instead, she grew somewhat concerned that the other party might uncover her irregularities from these residual data. They might even discover that a wandering soul from another world had taken residence in this body, which should have perished. Ms. Jiang, you can relax a little. It's not a major issue. Your brain region has healed remarkably well. Perhaps only a slight external stimulus has marginally affected your brainwave wavelengths. This is not uncommon. Many awakened individuals experience such changes during hyperawakening where their brainwave wavelengths shift. Generally, such changes are meant to adapt to the intensity of one's spiritual power. Seeing that Jiang Hui seemed genuinely frightened, Michael quickly offered reassurance. This poor child, truly an undeserved calamity. Brain region trauma is no small matter. If it heals well, it's fine, but if not, it will inevitably affect one's spiritual power to some extent. Fortunately, her case seemed to have a positive effect, turning misfortune into a blessing and resolving previous hidden dangers. With no guardian by her side, a mere teenager who had not fully awakened would naturally panic when handling such matters. Healer Michael, though appearing middle-aged, was already over 300 years old, nearing 4 centuries, old enough to be a grandfather. Thus, he felt more protective toward children around the age of his own grandchildren. Otherwise, given his status as a senior healer, he would not have needed to personally conduct a follow-up examination for an ordinary, incompletely awakened individual. He had stumbled upon this case while on patrol a few days ago, spotting it in the medical system. Noticing what seemed to be an error in the medical data interpretation, he used an excuse to take over Carlyle's position. This time, with more precise instruments and a comprehensive analysis, he finally confirmed the results. No wonder young Carlyle had failed to detect the issue. Because matters of secondary awakening and brain region magnetic fields are not within every healer's expertise. The previous healer who conducted Miss Jiang's spiritual power test clearly missed it, and the records naturally remained unmarked. It was only with high-precision detection equipment that he managed to capture faint traces left in this child's brain region. However, as he had told Jiang Hui, there was no longer any major concern. Though her brainwave wavelengths had shifted slightly, the fundamental baseline remained largely unchanged. Moreover, her spiritual power level had stabilized, completely settling at a rank very close to a. If between her second and third awakening she could engage in reasonable training methods, she might have the opportunity to reach a rank. If she underwent a third awakening, Miss Jiang would have boundless potential. Healer Michael felt genuinely happy for this incompletely awakened individual who had experienced such a twist of fate. Jiang Hui, however, was far from pleased. Not only because she discovered that this Buddhist spiritual power was abnormally high, which might disrupt her future plans, but that was a concern for later. Rather, it was because, according to Healer Michael's analysis, the original owner's secondary awakening had failed due to some external interference before or during the process, whether an object radiation or some powerful force. In short, the original Buddhist brain region magnetic field must have been influenced by something causing an early awakening with such an outcome. This analysis reeked of conspiracy. Given the original owner's esteemed position within her clan, she should have been well protected and properly cared for, making it unlikely for her to casually come into contact with dangerous items. Yet in the original owner's memories, there was no trace of any related imagery. All she could recall were mundane events with hardly any interactions with others. Jiang Hui wondered if she was overthinking things. Perhaps no one had intentionally harmed the original owner. It might have been an accidental influence from some external factor. But the reason the original owner had left the inner star systems and distanced herself from her family was eventually uncovered. If that were the case, the original owner's experience was truly a tragedy. However, you may need to take the mental stabilizer for a few more days. Once things settle down and your next checkup shows no issues, you can stop. Just yesterday, she thought she was done with that tormenting mental stabilizer, but now she was prescribed another round. This stuff was really hard to swallow. Before she could put on a pained expression, the other party added, "During the period before your next checkup, be extremely careful with your spiritual power usage. Don't exceed its limits. Your brain region still needs proper rest, or it could affect your future development." Exceed its limits. As a homebody who lazed around all day, what kind of overexertion could she possibly engage in? As for using spiritual power, she was still not quite adept at it. She had only tried a small game which felt quite strange, more like driving a force more fundamental and primal than physical strength. But it seemed to consume little spiritual power, and she felt no different afterward. So how exactly could one exceed the limits? Sensing her confusion, the other snorted. "You young people always rely on your strong bodies and quick recovery, never taking health seriously. You don't realize it's too late once you've truly caused problems." Jiang Hui. This veiled insinuation felt like it was hinting at something. Then the healer began telling her about a reckless young man who, hiding it from his family, had long-term overused his spiritual power in an attempt to achieve a so-called divine breakthrough from a book, resulting in brain region wear and a permanent decline in his spiritual power level. He warned her to protect her brain region at all costs. Although the Star Network now restricts the login time for incompletely awakened individuals, the situation in the holographic zone is complex, making it impossible to set precise protective measures. By the time the Star Network detects the issue and ejects someone, it's likely too late. You still have plenty of time at your age. Even after the third awakening, there are still many opportunities to enhance your spiritual power. Never do something so foolish. The elderly healer advised Jiang Hui earnestly. Jiang Hui could only nod in response. She had no way to explain that she had only learned about the existence of holographic technology from him today. Come to think of it, she hadn't even considered the possibility of holography. This concept, once a mere human speculation on Blue Star, had become a reality in the future interstellar age. But she had no real concept of it, as the original owner's memories were precisely missing and blank in this area. So she had always assumed that interstellar network technology hadn't reached that level. It turned out it did exist, she simply hadn't known. So when she saw someone on the forum shouting "fight me" to another user the day before yesterday, they might very well have been heading to the holographic zone for a real battle. This gentleman Michael was exceptionally professional, explaining in detail the condition of her brain domain and the progress of its recovery, and then listing several methods to aid in the restoration and stabilization of her mental strength. Finally, he warned Jiang Hui again that during this week of recovery, she must not overload her brain domain, especially in the holographic zone, where simulated operations like mecha combat simulations were one of the main causes of mental strength overload among interstellar adolescents. Given the numerous incidents, the Star Network did not even allow ordinary unawakened individuals to stay in the holographic zone for more than 3 hours. Moreover, all unawakened individuals entering the holographic zone required special marking. Jiang Hui naturally agreed to everything, even hoping he would say more about the holographic zone, otherwise she would have to struggle to find information on her own later. You, Ms. Jiang, you should be reporting to school soon, right? Michael asked, glancing at her medical file. Jiang Hui was taken aback. Yes. She was unclear why he suddenly asked this. I am to report to Beska Intermediate Academy. Oh, that place. I've heard it's a decent school in this star system. You have great potential. Study hard, and in a few years you might have a chance to enter a higher-level military academy. As it happens, I have a student working in the school's medical office. He's quite skilled in his field. If you encounter any issues during your awakening period, you can seek him out. Jiang Hui was genuinely surprised. His words were akin to offering her a ready-made network of connections. After all, if he didn't intend to mention her to that school doctor, he wouldn't have specifically said this. As a medical practitioner who had no prior acquaintance with Jiang Hui or her original self, initiating such a private conversation was also a gesture of extending an olive branch. Introducing a therapist from an intermediate school might seem insignificant, but if Jiang Hui encountered a sudden health issue at school, it would make a difference providing a reliable person to consult. Jiang Hui quickly nodded in thanks. Michael gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, as serious as when they first met. But perhaps after an afternoon of interaction their relationship had grown closer, leading Jiang Hui to once again reflect that the doctors she met in this interstellar world were all wonderful people, offering her much care and preventing her from facing everything alone in this unfamiliar universe. Thus, the follow-up examination was finally concluded. He went to the examination room to retrieve Jiang Hui's results, handed them to her, and then instructed the medical staff to prepare the prescribed mental stabilizers. The district intermediate hospital was highly efficient. Less than half a stellar hour passed from Michael finishing the case analysis to Jiang Hui leaving the hospital with the mental stabilizers. Having unexpectedly learned so much today, Jiang Hui lost the desire to wander around the area and took the city bus back the way she came. By the time she returned home, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock. Not wanting to eat instant food at home, she found a decent-looking restaurant in the commercial district near her apartment and had a Japanese meal, which tasted quite good. Afterward, she walked back to her apartment under a sky full of stars. Today had been another day packed with activities. So no matter where one lives, life is never easy. Even after switching worlds to the interstellar realm, one still can't escape the hustle of life. Jiang Hui silently processed the new information she had gained today and made it back to her apartment smoothly. Closing the door, Jiang Hui, now accustomed to checking her light brain screen, looked to see if anyone had contacted her. Miss Jin's reply had been sent a while ago. But knowing she had a hospital checkup today, Miss Jin told her to reply tomorrow morning. Jiang Hui received the electronic application file she had sent concerning the 2 donations she had made. She just needed to confirm the documents were correct, sign and authenticate them online, and then they could be directly submitted to the institution where the bank would automatically deduct the funds. Jiang Hui glanced at them briefly and decided to look at them tomorrow. There were too many words, and just looking at them gave her a headache. Another message was from Beska Intermediate Academy notifying her that she had been successfully admitted and asking the prospective student to report to Beska Intermediate Academy on September 1st to 3rd. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of the seat. Seeing the combat soldier department mentioned above, Jiang Hui felt a throbbing pain in her head and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She plopped heavily onto the living room sofa, leaning back with her shoulders looking utterly exhausted. What path should she take from now on? After a bout of random thoughts, Jiang Hui finally decided to stop thinking altogether. She would wait until school started. If things didn't work out, she would find another way. As the ancients said, take things as they come. There is always a way. After a busy and dusty day, Jiang Hui didn't feel like doing anything else. She took her loungewear, bathed, and then returned to the living room. As for why she didn't go to her room, it was because she still had things to do, and it wasn't yet time to sleep. Speaking of sleep, that was another headache for Jiang Hui, a long story. Anyway, she didn't want to add any more troubles to this already difficult situation, so she decided to temporarily forget about it. With some anticipation, Jiang Hui opened her light brain and began deliberately searching for the legendary holographic zone. But perhaps the interstellar people intentionally blocked unawakened individuals, as there was no dedicated section for the holographic zone. No matter how much Jiang Hui searched the youth version, she couldn't find the so-called holographic zone, even though she saw many people discussing related topics. Previously unaware, she now occasionally came across relevant topics, which only heightened her anticipation. In the end, Jiang Hui felt she had scoured the entire youth version, but still couldn't find the holographic zone. She had to switch to the normal version, but there too she failed to locate it. Jiang Hui was puzzled. Why had she not only failed to notice such a prominent feature, but also couldn't find it now when specifically looking for it? Was this the so-called law of finding things, that what you seek is never found? Just as she was about to give up, a post caught her attention. It was a user seeking help on a confessions forum wanting to sell a Yuanshu NR80652 model holographic pod, offering half price to those on the same planet. A question mark slowly formed in Jiang Hui's mind. Did logging into the holographic zone require such a pod? Was that why she couldn't find the login interface? Because she didn't have one. Realizing it wasn't that she couldn't find the path, but perhaps she had been looking in the wrong place all along, Jiang Hui couldn't help but slap her forehead in frustration. She now genuinely wondered if that broken robot from Helusi Group had somehow affected this Bodis brain domain or even its intelligence. Otherwise, why did she seem to have become dumber too? Finally, with the help of the all-knowing netizens on the Treehole forum, she figured out what the holographic zone was all about. If she wanted to enter the holographic world, she would first need a holographic pod, which would connect to her optical brain for login. Whether her original self had never owned one, or simply lacked the memory, she had no recollection of it. Moreover, such holographic pods were considered major appliances in the interstellar era, not something every household possessed. Of course, individuals engaged in high spiritual energy work typically installed one at home for professional convenience. Jiang Hui searched the Starnet Mall and discovered that these pods were exorbitantly priced. None cost less than 50,000 interstellar credits. Even a basic model with functional limitations would set one back 60 to 70,000. There were also limited edition custom versions, which were far more expensive, even reaching millions. Naturally, someone like Jiang Hui had no need to consider such options. She roughly surveyed the styles, types, and prices, concluding that they broadly fell into several categories. One was the basic model designed by manufacturers to cut costs and lower the entry barrier, tailored for ordinary interstellar citizens who didn't require extensive features. To differentiate the market, this type restricted access to certain simulation zones. Users of such pods could not enter specific areas. Another category was the standard-priced regular version, or rather the business edition, which met the operational needs of the majority of high spiritual energy personnel. The key difference between this and the basic version was that it offered nearly full permissions, granting access to all zones. Most importantly, it added a mecha simulation combat feature. Then there was the aristocratic edition. In a word, expensive. These were custom-made products offering more privileges than the previous two types. Depending on the brand and style, this category boasted various personalized functions, almost qualifying as luxury goods. Few in the interstellar era opted for such products. Jiang Hui noted that the price difference between the standard and basic versions was at least 30,000 interstellar credits. Choosing a reputable brand would drive the cost even higher, yet their functionalities differed significantly. Thus, she ultimately decided not to skimp on the expense, especially since her original self had died from a mechanical failure. She also recalled that after the apartment smart system was removed, she hadn't yet purchased a replacement. So she figured she might as well buy them together with the holographic pod. All told, these two major household appliances would cost over 100,000 interstellar credits, a substantial expenditure. Fortunately, the Helios Group had compensated her based on the highest-priced TM series smart system. Jiang Hui couldn't help but sigh. She had only been in the interstellar era for a few days, hadn't even found her bearings or learned how to earn money, yet she was already spending it left and right. After that, she would need to pay tuition, purchase stationery, books, and daily necessities, all of which cost money. It seemed she could no longer coast along. She had to study hard, adapt to this world, and find her footing early on, truly taking root in this soil. Jiang Hui turned off her optical brain, intending to check the time, but then her surroundings shifted, instantly transporting her to another space. Having gone through the past few days' rehearsals, Jiang Hui was no longer surprised by such wonders. It was time to enter the mental space again. She had probably been too excited while browsing the Interstellar Mall and lost track of time, so she was abruptly pulled in, likely past midnight again. She had intended to head to the bedroom to sleep, but on the way she forced herself to turn back and went to the study instead. Truth be told, there wasn't much to see in the study. It was filled with books that Jiang Hui had scanned into the space during the day. Yes, Jiang Hui called this act of materializing books from the real world into the mental space scanning, because the process and effect closely resembled electronic scanning. However, this scanning was no easy task. Jiang Hui had tried it. If she skimmed through a book quickly, she would inevitably fail to materialize it into the mental space. But as long as she read every word carefully, in reality, she could replicate it exactly into the mental space. The same applied to objects as she had tested it, and simpler structures were easier to materialize. For instance, one night she attempted to materialize a tissue in the space and succeeded instantly. Yet many items with slightly complex structures or vague concepts could not be materialized, and sometimes overexertion left her feeling faint, dizzy, and with swollen eyes. Jiang Hui speculated that activities within this mental space were sustained by spiritual energy. Overuse would naturally strain it. Thus, she refrained from excessive experimentation for now and focused solely on materializing books. For one, materializing text and books was the easiest task in the space. For another, having more books in the space helped her pass the time there. She dared not spend too much time sleeping in the mental space anymore. This mental space was almost like a bug. Though its 24 hours were illusory, if Jiang Hui slept too much there, she would feel fully rested in the real world and unable to sleep further. This meant that while Jiang Hui could split a day into two, one set of 24 hours came with significant limitations preventing her from using it effectively. Moreover, with a total of 48 hours, she could only sleep for one day's worth as excessive rest would leave her dizzy and groggy. So Jiang Hui planned before school started to not only learn various interstellar common knowledge, but also gather more books to materialize into the mental space. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to get through the extra 24 hours each day. She couldn't just sleep in the mental space and grind away in the real world. Even if it didn't affect her mind, much who knew what it would do to her body. To avoid sudden death, she'd better restrain herself. With a purpose to occupy herself and a means to establish her foothold, Jiang Hui's days in the interstellar world passed fairly smoothly. She pondered whether to find some professional or craft books to study, allowing her to learn rather than just passively read content. Speaking of which, was there any other time traveler like her who, despite possessing such a bug-like golden finger, still had to squeeze out ways to use it? It was such a waste in her hands. After all, Jiang Hui was a liberal arts student with almost zero practical skills. With a purpose to occupy herself and a means to establish her foothold, Jiang Hui's days in the interstellar world passed fairly smoothly. Each day she learned a little more about this world bustling about to fill the emptiness of her home, and thus several days slipped by. The start of the Beska Intermediate Academy was drawing near with only a little over 10 days remaining. Following the typical mindset of a Blue Star student, she planned to purchase daily necessities for the new term in advance. However, when she called the Academy's inquiry office, she learned that stationery books and living supplies were all included in the tuition and miscellaneous fees and would be uniformly ordered by the school and delivered to each new student. In other words, Jiang Hui only needed to bring her optical computer to the Academy for registration, everything else was taken care of. Alas, she didn't even need to buy stationery or snacks. This stripped much of the joy from starting school. Jiang Hui felt a twinge of regret. Because the holographic pod she had purchased was out of stock on Planet 732, it had to be shipped via interstellar freight. The intelligence system was ordered from the same brand as the holographic pod and was to be delivered together. Thus, Jiang Hui had yet to receive either the intelligence system or the holographic pod. Her initial anticipation had waned, and she had begun to live her days with a normal mindset. Over these days, Jiang Hui had purchased many ebooks, intending to transfer them all into her spiritual space. Yet she still underestimated the deeply ingrained habits of a Blue Star native. Although these ebooks were cheap and convenient to purchase, just a few taps on the Star Network, they were still ebooks. They lacked the tactile feel of physical books, and the reading experience was diminished by several degrees. For light novels meant to pass the time, it hardly seemed worth reading them word by word. Reading too long and too carefully, if she exerted her mind, even a little, she would feel like a fool for spending so much time on such material. The must-read books recommended by interstellar people were often abstruse, and some conveyed ideas that clashed with Jiang Hui's own thinking, leaving her utterly disoriented. She soon gave up on those as well. Then there were the professional and reference books. These were even worse. She could read them, but the digital format halved her memory retention and learning efficiency. Jiang Hui felt it was better to read such books in print, or else she might as well watch video tutorials, which explained things more clearly. Thus, of the nearly 100 interstellar books, she had selected only about a dozen were readable, and almost all of them were history books. Titles like The History of Interstellar Evolution, Human Pre-Migration from Homeworld to Nebula, 99 Famous Battles, and From the Ninth Stellar Era, books on human development and warfare, Jiang Hui devoured with great relish. In this way, her spiritual space was enriched with several times the value of books. Armed with this knowledge of stellar history, Jiang Hui felt more grounded in this world, and her heart grew steadier. As for buying physical books to read, Jiang Hui never even considered it. Such items had become high-priced handmade artifacts, each costing many times its original value. That was only for scholars who needed to study physical books. If Jiang Hui didn't have her spiritual space, buying a dozen or so to delve into professional knowledge might have been somewhat worthwhile. But with this peculiar spiritual space, buying books became a waste, both of money and time. After extensive searching, Jiang Hui finally found a compromise, visiting the book museum in the city center to read physical books. The books she read and accumulated there could then be manifested in her spiritual space for later perusal. So in the days before her holographic pod arrived, Jiang Hui spent her time at the book museum in the city center's first ring, often staying there the entire day. Today she went out as well, but not to the book museum. She planned to attend a Hansen Mecha experience class. This was curious. Jiang Hui hadn't even received her holographic pod yet, and aside from the occasional mecha flying in the sky, she hadn't encountered anything related to mechas in recent days. Why would she suddenly want to take a Hansen mecha class? It all started the day she was at the book museum. The book museum was not a library, it was indeed a museum. It housed many famous and selected books from human stellar history, most of which were available for reading. The museum was divided into a main hall and subhalls. Strictly speaking, the main hall of the book museum was the kind of museum people usually imagine. It collected a batch of original physical books, rare editions, auctioned off and brought back by the museum. These original books were not for handling, only for viewing, with simulated page-turners available on-site for visitors to browse. The subhalls were divided into two parts. One part was commercial areas such as a leisure zone and shops selling themed merchandise, all directly under the museum's ownership. The other part was Jiang Hui's destination each time, the book recording room. This recording room was not limited to the books in the main hall. It contained various books for which the museum purchased copyrights produced as physical copies and placed there for public reference. This section was more like a library, but it required a membership for entry. Jiang Hui had bought a 1-month membership to test the waters, planning to renew for a longer term if the books proved useful. That day she finished her scanning target early and felt tired. Remembering she hadn't visited the other side of the sub-hall in days, she wandered over there. Unexpectedly, even merchandising had made its way to the interstellar realm. It seemed that no matter how far humanity developed, they carried their own set of rules. Many things changed in form, but not in essence, remaining unchanged for eons. To be fair, the high-tech interstellar merchandise was certainly more interesting than the industrial products of Blue Star. But for interstellar natives accustomed to such wonders, it was probably just a tax on the unwary. Jiang Hui merely wanted to browse. Next door was a well-reviewed pastry shop. Jiang Hui planned to walk over for a bite when she was drawn to a giant poster plastered on the adjacent wall. It depicted a vast array of cool and varied mecha stacked layer upon layer, filling the entire poster in a spectacular display. Only a central space was left for two bold lines of title: Hansen Mecha Experience Class, jointly sponsored by Donghua Group Book Museum. Jiang Hui couldn't tell if it was a moment of madness or something else, but before she knew it, she had submitted her application at the museum's front desk and was already on her way home. What was she even doing? Her rational mind told her she was just an arts student who couldn't even draw an egg as well as others. Such delicate craftsmanship as mecha handiwork was nothing short of self-humiliation. Yet people are often drawn to unfamiliar territories, and there are always moments when one wishes to break free from their comfort zone. Perhaps it was a sudden whim. In that instant, Jiang Hui thought of nothing else, but felt an intense curiosity about the mechas that roamed the stars in countless futuristic novels. She wanted to get closer, much closer, to see this era-defining weapon that granted interstellar humanity boundless combat power. So today she had stepped out to attend this very event. Although the experimental class was co-hosted by the Book Museum and Donghua Group, the museum's financial strength and influence couldn't match that of the large conglomerate. Thus, the museum took the lead in inviting notable figures from various sectors of society, scholars, and even professional masters, while also providing extensive materials and data. Donghua Group, on the other hand, was responsible for the physical arrangements, such as the venue. The experimental class was held in the group's headquarters building on this planet. Donghua Group was a well-known interstellar conglomerate involved in the manufacturing of starships, interstellar spacecraft, and various automated transportation vehicles. It had also made significant strides in the field of specialized intelligent products. Yet this was not even its most prominent sector. Currently, the group was renowned across the stars for producing giant, combined mechas. Manufacturers capable of creating such mechas were few and far between in the entire interstellar realm, and Donghua Group stood out as one of the best among them. This sounded like a high-tech industry far beyond anything on Blue Star, and indeed, it was even more advanced. Jiang Hui had yet to encounter any of the group's products in her daily life, though there was still much she hadn't experienced. Donghua Group's headquarters on Planet 732 was located in the first ring, quite far from Hailusi Group, but rather close to the Book Museum. Jiang Hui vaguely recalled that the museum indeed housed a considerable collection of books on mechas, so it wasn't hard to understand why two such disparate organizations would join forces to hold an event. Having frequently visited the first ring in recent days, she had no trouble navigating and easily found her destination. Donghua Group's building on this planet was a uniquely shaped ring-like structure adorned with large expanses of reflective metal. Under the sunlight, it gleamed brilliantly, making it the most dazzling star in the entire area. Jiang Hui roughly calculated the time and decided it was appropriate to enter. So she followed the crowd and strode confidently toward the bustling main entrance of the group. Since the headquarters building appeared vast from the outside, Jiang Hui didn't plan to wander around looking for the place herself. Instead, she naturally approached a front desk staff member for directions. But Was there something odd or inappropriate about her attire today? Having already convinced herself that her appearance was no different from any interstellar citizen, Jiang Hui felt puzzled. She shouldn't have given anything away. Yet why did the young lady at the front desk give her a strange, albeit restrained once-over? It was fleeting, but Jiang Hui's sharp senses caught it immediately. She couldn't figure out what about her had prompted such a peculiar scrutinizing gaze. Still, she knew her own experiences were far too extraordinary. Even in this interstellar age where time and space had been transcended, her story would be deemed an unbelievable marvel, one that few would believe if told, let alone connect the dots on their own. Having come to this realization, Jiang Hui was no longer the jittery newcomer who feared being discovered for her inner differences, paranoid that someone might uncover her soul's origin from millions of light years away on Blue Star. After all, flaws often emerge through excessive explanations and cover-ups. To stay steady, she had to learn to endure more, speak less, do less, and stop worrying about external opinions. Only by not giving others a handle on her could she maintain the upper hand. Thus, even when she sensed an unusual attitude from others, Jiang Hui refrained from probing or questioning. She pretended not to notice, casually observing the other person along the way while silently heightening her vigilance. Of course, she didn't believe that dangerous incidents would occur randomly in this interstellar realm, which was generally safe outside of battlefields, at least not so blatantly. Yet driven by an instinctive sense of caution, Jiang Hui remained highly alert. However, nothing happened until she was led to the Grand Assembly Hall where the experimental class was held. The staff members' actions and demeanor were perfectly normal, making her worries seem entirely unnecessary. Jiang Hui politely expressed her thanks, and then gracefully pushed open the door to the assembly hall. A cacophony of voices immediately flooded her ears, clearly indicating a large crowd. It reminded Jiang Hui of the bustling lecture halls from her college days on Blue Star just before class began. Who would have thought that even in a second life she'd start as a student again? With that thought, Jiang Hui took a few steps inside. As she drew closer, the brightly lit interior revealed the scene with crystal clarity. Jiang Hui, who had just entered, was no exception. Her seemingly composed and graceful steps were instantly thrown into disarray. Suddenly she understood why the front desk staff had given her that slightly odd look. It turned out she hadn't been overthinking it. There was no malice, but no mistake either. As Jiang Hui approached, she realized that this so-called mecha handiwork class was actually a domain for children. The vast assembly hall stretching from the entrance to the back was packed with a sea of people that seemed endless at a glance, capable of holding tens of thousands. Such a magnificent scale was something Jiang Hui had rarely witnessed on Blue Star. Only in this highly advanced interstellar civilization, with its immense technological and financial resources, could such a feat be achieved. And that wasn't even the main point. As far as the eye could see, the crowd consisted mostly of children, shorter in stature and with youthful features. All races were represented, and even those whose height rivaled that of teenagers could be distinguished by their immature expressions. In particular, the children in the front rows cast curious glances at Jiang Hui as she entered, their looks somewhat reminiscent of the front desk staff member who had guided her. So had she unknowingly stumbled into a children's educational science class? And if she were to turn back now, would it be too embarrassing? Yet when she signed up, the poster stated that the age limit for participation was from 9 to 17. Moreover, when Jiang Hui submitted her application to the staff at the book museum, no one reminded her or showed any strange expression. She swore that if she had known, she would never have signed up. She had thought it was an experimental course suitable for all stages of adolescence, only to find herself barging into a class meant for young children. It was a massive embarrassment, the kind that could be categorized as a social death. Jiang Hui was unaware of the truth. The Donghua Group organized this activity as a public welfare event similar to those on Blue Star, not to promote their products, but to deepen the understanding of mecha among the planet's youth and cultivate their interest in mecha, indirectly nurturing talents for the interstellar realm. However, in the interstellar era where the star network is fully connected, information is highly developed, and youths have various channels to absorb information. Existence like mecha has long been known to people of all ages across the interstellar realm. Even ordinary people who later lacked spiritual power conditions had in their youth fantasized about piloting mecha across the interstellar battlefield to contribute to the Empire. Their understanding of mecha was broad but shallow. Almost everyone could offer a bit of superficial knowledge. Generally, interstellar individuals undergo their first awakening around the age of 9 and roughly know the extent of their spiritual power, aptitude, and potential. Most interstellar individuals with spiritual power conditions would start contemplating suitable career paths early on. Especially those aspiring to highly specialized professions like pharmaceutical manufacturing, mecha solo combat, mecha engineering, or command would prepare themselves early, undergoing various forms of professional training in advance. Of course, only families with decent means, free from worries about livelihood, could afford such conditions. Unless ordinary individuals possess the potential to awaken as high-level awakeners receiving early recruitment and sponsorship from certain powers, most could only progress through education step by step, relying on platforms like schools to carve out their own path. This was the harsh reality that persisted regardless of the world. However, society did not entirely deny opportunities to ordinary people. After all, ordinary individuals formed the majority in the interstellar realm and were the essential pillars supporting societal operation. The interstellar executive government did not wish to see a monopoly by a few powerful factions and families. From a broader perspective, they preferred a situation where 100 schools of thought contended and the empire was brimming with talents. Thus, every year the interstellar executive government assigned quotas to major conglomerates and organizational associations, requiring them to host such educational activities or project competitions aiming to provide platforms and opportunities for talented individuals among ordinary people. This Hansen Mecha experimental course was a relatively ordinary activity lacking even competitive elements. It was merely a regular open course. In the eyes of talents seeking opportunities for advancement, it naturally seemed useless, gradually evolving into a children's science course. Many preschools or elementary schools would collectively sign up their students during holidays. It was rare for someone like Jiang Hui, who appeared to be 15 or 16, to participate, which explained the curious look from the staff member. As for why the book museum staff did not remind Jiang Hui, it was because they themselves were not entirely sure. This Hansen experimental course had been held for many sessions, and the Donghua Group had collaborated with various organizations. But this was the first time the Donghua Group had collaborated with the book museum for such an activity, so the museum staff had no knowledge of past conventions and simply processed Jiang Hui's registration according to standard procedures. Many participants in this experimental course had either personally attended similar activities before or knew someone who had, so they had done prior research and understood the nature of the event. Thus, what Jiang Hui saw was a scene dominated by young children. Fortunately, these interstellar children were quite polite. They did not stare at Jiang Hui as if she were some strange creature, merely glancing briefly before looking away. Jiang Hui felt her face flush at first, but quickly adapted, pretending to be natural as she looked for her seat. The invitation sent by the system had her seat number marked A. She just needed to find the corresponding number and sit down. This time the process of finding her seat went smoothly. Jiang Hui had signed up relatively early, so her assigned seat was also near the front. Upon noticing that amidst the crowd seemingly attending a small class for young children, there were still a few older individuals, Jiang Hui felt somewhat relieved. After smoothly taking her seat, Jiang Hui found that the seats were spaced quite far apart with ample room front to back and side to side. Before each seat was a spacious tabletop. She was curious about how the class would be conducted. Even though Jiang Hui sat relatively close to the front, the vast conference hall stretched far from the front gate, making it impossible to see the podium at the very front, let alone listen to the lecture. Before she could observe further, the work table in front of her suddenly jolted and vibrated, startling Jiang Hui. Then from a recess on the lower right side of the work table, a bottle resembling water popped up. Subsequently, a box of something unknown emerged from a slightly wider recess in the middle. Jiang Hui instinctively looked around and found that her work table was not the only one behaving this way. Every surrounding table did the same. Then she saw the person diagonally in front naturally pick up the bottle, unscrew it, and drink from it with a gurgling sound. Was this water? Jiang Hui picked it up, curiously examined it, and found it indeed was water. The text and product information on the back indicated it was pure drinking water, with a special note on the front stating, exclusively supplied by Donghua Group. Looking at the packaging box in the middle, it also bore a large, exclusively supplied by Donghua Group imprint. She wondered if it could be a lunchbox. Upon opening it, she found it densely packed with small pastries, fragrant and tempting. It indeed was. Jiang Hui. She was not speechless because of the on-site food supply. Rather, she sincerely felt that no matter how far humanity developed or which dimension they inhabited, their thought patterns were still hard to change. So many years had passed, yet the merchants in the interstellar realm still followed the same line of thinking. The food is quite delicious. Jiang Hui had already started eating, but it was clear that the refreshments were merely a formality, not meant for a proper meal. Before she could even finish her first piece, the entire conference hall fell silent as the course coordinators entered. She watched as the adults in the front rows filed, in orderly, a large crowd streaming in and finding their seats. A brief flurry of activity followed, with staff members bustling about to arrange everything. Soon matters were mostly settled, and someone closed the front door. The hall's lights seemed to brighten instantly, flooding the space with illumination. A profound silence descended so deep that even a pin drop could be heard. The interstellar people were quite obedient, efficient in their work, and cooperative across all levels. Thus, such a large-scale event could be organized with remarkable speed. Back on Blue Star, only a citizens' assembly could achieve such a feat. Jiang Hui naturally placed the half-eaten pastry back in its box and composed herself just like everyone around her. "Hello, everyone." A young man's voice suddenly rang out from an unknown direction. Before she could look to the front, she saw a row of peculiar metal panels on the workbench flip open, projecting a large, clear image into the air. Jiang Hui's hands behind her back tightened slightly, and she instinctively leaned back in surprise. The sudden appearance of this light screen startled her without warning. However, accustomed to the various high-tech marvels of interstellar life, she quickly recovered her expression unchanged and began to examine this unfamiliar device with interest. It resembled a three-dimensional projection composed of light particles, with the emission base likely being the metal strip embedded in the front of the workbench. Once projected, it formed a stereoscopic image encircling the entire workbench, remarkably clear to the eye. No wonder the organizers of such a large hall weren't worried about those in the back not seeing or hearing the course. They had precisely projected the display to every seat. With a brief moment of distraction, Jiang Hui's attention returned to the young man who had first spoken in the projection. After capturing everyone's attention, he welcomed them on behalf of the group and introduced himself as the director of the Donghua branch in this district, responsible for the Hansen Mecha Experience course. Without further ado, he delivered a concise list of reminders: maintain silence during the event, do not wander around, and pay attention to safety. The entire speech essentially emphasized that all children should be careful and avoid any dangerous operations. From this, the nature of the event was clear, as even the organizers knew the primary audience for this course. Since she was already there was no point in overthinking it. Although she hadn't paid any registration fee, the transportation from her apartment to the first ring was costly, and she would be spending an entire day here. Moreover, Jiang Hui's knowledge of mechas was likely less than that of the children present, so there was no shame in attending such a class. She might as well make the most of it and learn well. It wouldn't be a loss. With this thought, Jiang Hui quickly immersed herself in the public course along with the other participants. The Hansen Mecha Experience course was divided into two parts: theoretical instruction, which was essentially a science popularization, and the practical operation culminating in the Hansen Mecha session. Jiang Hui was more interested in the latter, but the former was also what she most needed to understand at this stage. The theoretical part was said to be taught by three instructors. One was a professor from the Permanent Mecha Association who would lecture on the major weapon transformations since humanity entered the interstellar era and the birth of mechas. However, the professor, advanced in years, had a teaching style that matched his age, heavy and even tedious. Many children in the hall struggled to pay attention, but this was a required course for those studying mechas. In the future, if they attended higher education, they would need to pass this subject to graduate. Getting an early introduction was no loss. Jiang Hui, however, listened with great interest. She didn't find it dull, as this was precisely the part she most needed to learn. This content touched on the history of human interstellar development, with a focus on analyzing humanity's needs and how these demands and conflicts drove and promoted the birth of mechas. This section, being somewhat like a general outline, was inherently too dry, so the organizers didn't allocate much time for it, merely covering it briefly. Finally, the professor concluded the lecture under Jiang Hui's unsatisfied gaze. What a pity. She decided to find relevant books to read later to make up for the regret of not hearing enough. The second part of the lecture was delivered by a professional woman with a crisp and efficient demeanor, reportedly an experienced intermediate mecha pilot from the Permanent Mecha Association branch. The grading system for interstellar mecha pilots was simple: 3 levels: junior, intermediate, and senior. However, a pilot's true skill could not be distinguished by mere ranks. Typically, fresh graduates could only qualify as junior mecha pilots. Even the most talented were restricted by age and experience from immediately advancing to the next level. Those who wished to take the exam but lacked sufficient experience could only obtain the qualification for intermediate level through an exceptional recommendation from a senior mecha pilot. This regulation seemed archaic, yet it had been an iron law maintaining the normal operation of the Mecha Pilot Association for several stellar years, almost unbreakable. Intermediate mecha pilots were the largest group among all certified pilots across the interstellar realm, and they also possessed the most solid foundation. Most of these pilots had a solid foundation, rich experience, and sufficient professional competence. As for senior mecha pilot qualification, it was not something easily obtained. The vast majority of non-professional interstellar citizens still did not know the standards and methods for obtaining this qualification. Those who held the title of senior mecha pilot were often already renowned before earning it. It could be said that senior mecha pilot was synonymous with fame and mastery. No senior mecha pilot was obscure or unknown. Of course, at this level, the distinction between mecha masters still hinges on individual prowess. Sometimes, even among senior or intermediate mecha masters, the gap in capability can be vast. For some achieve this rank through genuine ability, while others merely attain the certification, a fundamental difference. Moreover, these officially registered mecha masters do not represent the entire interstellar mecha community, as there are countless unaffiliated masters operating outside the system. Some choose not to invest the time, while others lack interest in participating in such official rankings. They are more devoted to researching their passions and crafting mechas that embody their dreams and secure their legacy. Masters of this caliber need no meager certifications to prove their skill. Countless seekers flock to them beseeching custom-built mechas. The cost of a single custom mecha from these artisans is astronomical. With wealth and status already in hand, why would they waste time joining an organization and seeking certification? Yet these matters fall beyond the scope of this lecture. Jiang Hui felt that encountering an intermediate mecha master in daily life and receiving their instruction was a truly remarkable experience. Her participation in this event was well worth it. This mecha master's lecture diverged from the previous one, which focused on the origins of mecha development. Instead, this master recounted the major mechanical revolutions since the birth of the mecha, detailing how each event propelled breakthrough advancements. It turned out that the colossal composite mechas, a specialty of Donghua Group, were a product of the latest mecha revolution. Since their inception, they had resolved numerous crises on the interstellar battlefield and achieved groundbreaking progress in assault strategies. Beyond these giant composite mechas, there existed a myriad of other types: animal-shaped mechas, battlefield-specific models, heavy-duty mechas, support light armor, fully armed heavy mechas, integrated suits, standard mechas, and countless others classified by various criteria. The dizzying array of categories left Jiang Hui overwhelmed, as if studying mecha types alone could consume a lifetime. This intermediate mecha master's lecture was lengthy and among the most engaging for the attendees, far more riveting than the previous speaker. Finally came the highlight of the Hansen workshop. A grade mecha master from Manhwa Intermediate Academy lectured the crowd using a simple miniature standard mecha as an experimental aid. At this point, all participants perked up, listening intently to this pivotal segment, for it was the very reason they had come. The master methodically disassembled the miniature mecha, scaled down to 1:1. From the large metal panels on the back to the microstructures at the finger joints, each component was removed swiftly and carefully, without a trace of damage, and neatly arranged on the workbench. Jiang Hui then realized why the organizers had provided such a spacious workbench. It could barely accommodate half the disassembled parts. The master had only dismantled half the miniature mecha before the workbench was nearly full. They had to carefully shift the earlier parts upward, narrowing the gaps to make room for more. With repeated adjustments, shifting forward, squeezing sideways, and compressing the layout, the complex standard miniature mecha in Jiang Hui's eyes was soon reduced to a pile of scattered fragments. It was hard to believe that this seemingly weighty, sizable miniature mecha could yield such a vast array of tiny components. Each piece was meticulously crafted down to the micron. It was said that the entire disassembled simulation mecha comprised 3792 components, and this was merely the simplest standard model according to the master. Would the more complex models be hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more intricate? Though Jiang Hui was genuinely fascinated and grew more engrossed with each word, she was also awed by the extreme complexity of the craft, feeling a faint hesitation. Still, she was just here to get a taste. She had heard that the school's combat department required mecha courses. Perhaps she would even operate a mecha firsthand. A little understanding now couldn't hurt, could it? Jiang Hui convinced herself, then continued to listen attentively, silently, striving to remember every word the master uttered and every intricate component. Perhaps even Jiang Hui herself did not realize that at this moment she regarded mecha manufacturing with profound reverence, like a parched soul thirsting for knowledge, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on every detail that might nurture her growth, unwilling to miss a single one. The lecture stretched on, yet neither Jiang Hui nor the other participants found it tedious. Each person strove earnestly and arduously to absorb the master's teachings. This was a rare opportunity for them to engage with mechas, for even studying miniature models was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yet no matter how intently they listened, time was finite. The event's duration was limited, and most of the remaining time had to be reserved for the children to practice assembling handmade mechas. Otherwise, the event would have completely strayed from its purpose. As the master concluded the lecture, a wave of disappointed sighs escaped the participants, who yearned to persuade him to continue. However, the master politely declined, smiling as he welcomed everyone to apply to Manhwa Intermediate Academy, hinting that they might cross paths again. In a thoughtful gesture, he left the disassembled parts display on the workbench, allowing everyone to refer to the assembly sequence for their handmade mechas. After the lectures from three masters, the participants were inevitably brimming with excitement. After all, they were young, no matter how well-behaved, they could not always suppress their emotions. Many nearby attendees began discussing the master's teachings among themselves. Some complained that the master spoke too fast for them to understand, others joyfully told companions they could keep up, and a few shouted that they wanted to assemble a mecha right away. For a moment the hall buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Even Jiang Hui, after such an enlightening lecture, felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the first time since arriving in the interstellar realm that she had encountered something so profoundly specialized, and it involved mechas, a groundbreaking weapon. Jiang Hui felt as though she were touching something distant and incredible, while a call from the depths of her soul flowed forth, resonating in return. She wanted to give it a try. While there was still a gap between ideals and reality, Jiang Hui stared blankly at the large bag of mixed parts before her. These were the main challenge of her Hansen experience class today. As soon as the teacher's lessons ended, a large bundle of scattered materials was tossed onto the workbench without any instruction manual. They were jumbled together, utterly indistinguishable. Jiang Hui felt that the lecture she had just heard might as well have been wasted. Yet she noticed others seemed to adapt quite well. She tore open the package and poured everything out, covering the entire workbench. Staring at the mess of items that defied any logical arrangement, a headache began to stir. She even wondered why she had bothered to come out for this ordeal. After all, she was a liberal arts student. But then again, as the saying goes, one must dare to challenge oneself. Since she was already here, she couldn't just leave after taking in the scenery. She decided to get to work. Suppressing all the impossibilities and pessimistic assumptions in her mind, she began sorting the small parts. Thanks to her childhood craft classes on Blue Star, she knew that when at a loss, the simplest approach was to start with categorization. Jiang Hui grouped identical parts together and separated those of vastly different sizes to avoid interference. When uncertain, she looked up at the disassembly sequence left on the screen by the teacher. Well, how to put it, this miniature mecha resembled the Gundam models she used to assemble as a child. Only it was far more refined. The parts clicked perfectly into place, and even the small components moved smoothly after assembly. All the parts and joints exuded a strong high-tech mechanical feel, making it easy to imagine how lifelike it would be when fully assembled. Jiang Hui's mind wandered slightly, wondering if this kit was based on the miniature mecha model the teacher had previously disassembled. If she finished assembling it, could she take it home? In truth, the actual operation wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. She felt that since arriving in the interstellar realm, her eyesight, hand strength, and even mental acuity had improved significantly compared to her days on Blue Star. Jiang Hui could even sense her hands moving as if they had eyes, completing the entire process of retrieving, sorting, and setting aside parts before her mind had time to react. Her speed increased, gradually drawing her into a state of immersion. When the last mixed part was singled out and placed in its own category, her instinctively reaching hand paused. Her mind, which had gone almost blank, burst like a pricked bubble, snapping her back to reality with a jolt. Jiang Hui stared at the workbench, now filled with clearly sorted parts, momentarily stunned. Had she done this? Could she accomplish such a feat? How had she never known she possessed this skill? She was baffled by the state of being, as if possessed by a spirit just moments ago. Could this be the wonder of spiritual power? Jiang Hui couldn't figure it out, and simply decided to stop thinking, moving on to the next step. This miniature mecha was a typical humanoid design, divided into head, limbs, and torso. The torso was heavier with larger parts, making it a logical starting point for a structural framework. Her hand, initially reaching for the limb parts, shifted abruptly to the largest metal spine piece. "Mr. Carlo, what brings you here? I thought it was a list error or a coincidence of names, but I never expected it to be you." Below, the children worked with fervor, while above, the adults whose tasks were momentarily complete finally had time to converse. Though dignitaries from all walks of life had been invited to observe, their motives were not entirely pure. Some sought to curry favor with the Dongbua group, while others aimed to network, turning the venue into a social circle at the first opportunity. Most paid little attention to a group of children's extracurricular activities, as those with true background and talent would not be assembling mecha models here. Mechas were no mere toys. In their eyes, commoners couldn't afford such precious items. Yet among them were those genuinely present for the promotion itself. The three instructors who had just lectured the participants below were grouped together. Invited as lead instructors, they were undeniably skilled. By clustering together and showing no desire for interaction, they deterred the dignitaries from approaching. As it happened, the three knew one another. The elder Mr. Tran was a renowned mecha scholar from Planet 732. In his youth, he had been a respected intermediate mecha pilot, but later shifted to academic research on mecha history. He had succeeded in this path, becoming not only a prominent scholar on his home planet, but also gaining considerable fame across the resident star system. The Helus group had gone to great lengths to invite him. However, everyone knew the old man was not sociable. After polite greetings, the two juniors dared not disturb him further and whispered among themselves. Among them, the intermediate mecha pilot Chi Rome was acquainted with Mr. Carlo from Wanha Intermediate Academy. "Mr. Carlo was older, having been a teacher when Chi-Rong first enrolled. Chi-Rong had not seen her former teacher in many years. He had guided her in several professional competitions, leaving her deeply grateful, and she had never forgotten his kindness. Whenever they met, she showed great respect. Yet she was puzzled. Mr. Carlo was no ordinary intermediate mecha pilot. Though both held the same rank, he had once been eligible for evaluation as a senior mecha pilot. He only ever participated in professional competition guidance. Why would he attend a public event that didn't even qualify as a competition? It was too strange. Why couldn't I come? Aren't you here to, Miss Rome? Carlo said with a smile. No, teacher Carlo, that's not what I meant. I just find it odd that such a small occasion would require someone of your caliber. Chi-Rong quickly waved her hands, realizing her question might have sounded odd, and hastily explained. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Alas, I'm just not as capable anymore. I offended some people, so I have to find my own things to do. Teaching children isn't so bad. I'm happy to see so many promising young talents. The young man sighed with emotion. And you, Miss Rome, or rather I should call you Miss Chi now. I hear you've been flourishing in recent years. It gladdens me as your teacher. Offended someone. Chi-Rong had gained considerable experience in the Mecha Association over the years, and she immediately caught the unspoken implication in his words. Thinking about it, even setting aside his status as an intermediate academy instructor, Mr. Carlo was a seasoned intermediate mecha master. In his younger days, many had submitted requests to him. Those in the permanent star system who wished to commission a mecha from him could, if not circle the planet, at least account for more than half its circumference. Later, he took up teaching and no longer had the time to accept many commissions, only picking them up occasionally. Even now, the mechas he crafted were highly sought after, marking him as one of the more talented young mecha masters in the permanent star system. Given his stature, even participating in a planetary-level competition would be somewhat beneath him, yet today, he had come here to serve as a lecturer. And when he explicitly mentioned offending someone, it immediately suggested an air of reluctance. Has someone forced you, Master? Chi-Rong quickly caught on. She now had some connections within the Mecha Master Sub-Association and was naturally willing to stand up for the teacher who had helped her so much in the past. If some petty scoundrel had indeed bullied Mr. Carlo and she had the means to deal with it, she would not let it rest. It's not what you think. Carlo was both amused and gratified. It's fine. I came willingly. I've had nothing much to do lately, and it was too stifling, so I decided to come out for a change of scenery. It's also a good chance to teach the kids. Chi-Rong relaxed a little at this, but still felt uneasy and asked hesitantly, Are you sure you don't need your students' help? If you ever need anything, I won't refuse. You're thoughtful, but it's just some minor unpleasantness among people who I won't let it bother me. Besides, who would dare bully me? I may be older than you, but I'm not so old that I'm blind, deaf, or immobile. Mr. Carlo shook his head with a wry smile. Hearing this, Chi-Rong found herself strangely in agreement. She didn't know much else, but this teacher was hardly soft-tempered. Many in the permanent star systems industry gossiped that he was as fiery as gunpowder with eyes that couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand, a trait often criticized. To say someone like that had been bullied and dared not speak up was something no one would believe. From his expression, something had indeed happened. But it seemed more like what he said. Perhaps he was just bored and came out to participate in such an activity for a distraction. So Chi-Rong quickly set her mind at ease and began conversing with her long-unseen teacher, seeking knowledge. Mr. Carlo was also delighted to see this student he hadn't met in years. After chatting for a while, he remembered the purpose of his visit and proposed going downstairs to check on the children's learning progress. He bid farewell to Chi-Rong and headed down. Watching Carlo's retreating figure, the smile and reverence on Chi-Rong's face faded considerably, her expression turning somewhat indifferent. Then she took her leave of Mr. Trey and turned and departed the meeting room. Along the way, she seemed to connect a light brain communication, hurrying off with a preoccupied air, presumably to attend to something. Jiang Hui, meanwhile, was still struggling with the main structural assembly. Although she had listened attentively earlier and tried her best to remember everything the teacher had said, barely managing to have a reference. Watching someone else do it was a completely different experience from doing it herself. The actual operation was excruciatingly difficult. For instance, she knew perfectly well that the two small inner rib frames of the mecha should be connected. Yet when she actually tried to join them, she found herself unable to gauge the assembly angle accurately, and no matter how she adjusted, she couldn't make the two sides fit together perfectly. This infuriated Jiang Hui, like seeing the path, yet being unable to find the exact entrance. A feeling of frantic impatience. She checked the disassembly sequence on the page again, and confirmed that as the sequence indicated, these two parts needed to be connected before proceeding to the next step. So Jiang Hui calmed down, and tried twice more, but still failed. They say failure is the mother of success, but how long had she been stuck here? The main body had been mostly assembled on both sides long ago, yet this one small part was stubbornly holding her back. Jiang Hui was losing patience, overwhelmed by a frustrating sense of not grasping the method, as if nothing was going smoothly. Just as she was about to try once more, her eyes swept over and caught sight of two small parts scattered in the upper right corner. A flash of inspiration struck her mind, and her hand unconsciously reached for them. Here. Yes. It should be shifted about 0.1 micrometers to the side. Adjust it slightly downward. Yes, this angle. Just a little more. Just a little. They're like this. Jiang Hui gradually entered a state of flow, her eyes slightly wide. Her hand, which had undergone countless attempts at fine-tuning, didn't tremble in the slightest as she held several small components and slowly brought the two sides together. She didn't realize her palm had unconsciously begun to sweat. She was almost there, Jiang Hui felt. Wait, student. A voice suddenly interrupted her, and Jiang Hui's hand jerked, causing her to fail just as she was about to succeed. The subtle mystical feeling and state she had been in were instantly shattered. Then several parts she had been about to incorporate together were misaligned due to her sudden distraction. Jiang Hui was furious. Who was it? Interrupting her progress. She had almost succeeded. Although Jiang Hui wasn't sure why she felt that way, she had indeed sensed and faintly believed she was on the verge of success. If only she could precisely fit those few parts together, everything would work. The girl turned to look at the speaker, wanting to see who had ruined her moment, only to find a face that was unfamiliar, yet slightly recognizable. The girl tilted her head slightly. This face seemed to be perhaps the teacher who had just given the lecture. The teacher. Why was he here? Jiang Hui's first thought was confusion. Carlo, too, was somewhat surprised that he had startled her. Did I scare you, child? Sorry, I just wanted to give you a tip. The angle of your assembly is incorrect. You should first join the two larger cross-sections, then attach the two small parts. That will be more accurate. Otherwise, it's very hard to adjust to the right angle, and the result might not be stable. Realizing he wasn't picking a fight, but was here to guide her, Jiang Hui suppressed her anger. Got it, thank you, teacher. Her earlier anger seemed to be quelled all at once, though she still regretted the disruption to her progress. But the teacher was right. She had indeed found the angle very difficult to adjust. Maybe it was better to follow the teacher's advice. After all, she wasn't a professional. Mr. Carlo then guided Jiang Hui through several minor issues in her assembly, imparting insights that greatly benefited her, and she quickly completed the main shell assembly. Observing the child's nodding head and focused gaze fixed upon the miniature mecha model, not a shred of attention spared for him, Mr. Carlo was not perturbed. There were still quite a few promising seedlings among the younger generation. As he had patrolled along the way, he noticed that most could grasp some concepts, albeit vague, yet those capable of independent assembly were pitifully few. Still, for beginners, it was decent. Mr. Carlo felt his recent melancholy ease somewhat. This one showed some promise. He unconsciously walked over. Drawing closer, he was even more surprised to find that she was assembling the main chassis. Typically, absolute beginners would start with limbs or the head, as those parts had distinctive shapes and were easier to handle, unlike the main body, which required more dexterity and precision. Moreover, she was already nearing completion, with only the two sections left to join. Carlo took a brief look. The main chassis was exquisitely finished, nearly matching the data of the miniature model he had disassembled, with parts fitting perfectly at the right depth. Quite impressive. He glanced at her with some surprise. Though she was older among the participants, a mecha pilot's talent lay not in age, but in aptitude. Her technique was evidently unpolished, yet her hands were deft, and much of her movement was guided by intuition. Clearly, she was a novice. He found himself watching from behind for a while. When he saw her about to install two small parts first, he instinctively wanted to correct her, but his intervention caused her to misalign them. In truth, she might have succeeded with that angle. Beginners who grew accustomed to such shortcuts could easily deviate, forming bad habits in future learning. He offered a few more pointers, and she picked them up quickly. Now genuinely intrigued, he was about to ask a question when a figure resembling a staff member hurried over, gesturing urgently, as if something pressing had arisen. Mr. Carlo was initially puzzled, but following the other's gaze, his expression shifted sharply, and he had no choice but to abandon his observation and leave hastily. Jiang Hui remained unfazed. She glanced at Carlo's retreating figure, then lowered her eyes to the half-finished mecha model, lost in thought. She wondered if she might have succeeded had she not been interrupted. Yet after examining it repeatedly, she ultimately refrained from disassembling it. Never mind, she would finish it first. As Jiang Hui had anticipated, assembling the limbs and head became much easier after completing the main chassis. It truly felt like assembling a Gundam model. Jiang Hui sensed she had gained insights from the chassis assembly, applying them to attach both legs swiftly. Just as she was about to proceed with the arms, a heavy slam echoed as the door burst open. Everyone in the hall turned toward the sound. Clatter, clatter. The footsteps resonated distinctly in the silent hall. Curious glances turned to surprise as the newcomers appeared, sparking murmurs across the vast space. A squad of uniformed soldiers stormed into the hall instantly, throwing the social elite in the front rows into disarray. The military rarely intervened in civilian matters. Their presence signaled something far graver than a petty crime. What had happened? Sensing the brewing panic among the elite, the leading officer, evidently seasoned, slammed something onto the podium with a sharp crack. At the sight of what he had thrown, those contemplating escape froze in their tracks, struck silent. The younger participants, still confused, eyed the intruders with curiosity, their presence jarringly out of place. Apologies, but your event may need to conclude for now. Please gather your belongings and leave promptly under your guardian's supervision. Though the officer used the word may, his tone brooked no negotiation, leaving no room for doubt. Something had indeed gone wrong. The once orderly hall descended into chaos. These idle, self-indulgent fools living off ancestral wealth were useless in a crisis. Even less composed than children, a truly disheartening sight. A click, the unmistakable sound of a weapon's safety being released. Some were nearly frightened out of their wits, realizing that the true danger lay in the commanding soldiers before them. The elders lead the way. Don't let the children get lost. Do not linger in this building, the officer ordered, waving a soldier to supervise their exit. Lest these incompetent fools endanger the miners in their panic. They had already pinpointed the rebels' location and dispatched forces to surround and trap them in the opposite area. Yet other zones still held large crowds. The military, aware of several social events in the eastern sector hosting hundreds of thousands of unawakened individuals, sent elite squads to evacuate them, to prevent the rebels from acting out in desperation. The remaining squads were also deployed to complete the evacuation within 2 stellar hours. Though most participants were young as interstellar citizens, they quickly grasped the situation upon the soldiers' sudden intrusion and urgent evacuation. Amid the elders' urgent calls, the hall stirred into motion. Some hurriedly gathered their younger companions, others packed swiftly and joined the crowd, while a few, still bewildered, followed the flow. Jiang Hui was among them, unaccustomed to such a spectacle. But she was not blind. The soldiers who entered, each armed with polymer firearms and stern demeanor, immediately signaled a serious matter with their warning to evacuate. Suppressing her slight unease, she carefully placed her belongings, including her day's work, into her small backpack, then tucked it into her space button. She watched for an opening in the crowd and dashed toward the door. If the hall had seemed chaotic, the corridor outside was utter pandemonium. A large contingent of soldiers stood guard in the hallways, a sea of dark uniforms, their faces cold and stern, wielding various high-tech weaponry and silent, overwhelming presence. It was Jiang Hui's first encounter with the Empire's military, and even without facing them directly, she felt an almost tangible pressure. These soldiers stood tall and erect, arrayed in perfect order at the side. Their presence was so formidable that it deterred any scheming individuals from daring to act rashly, yet they were as steady as mountains, standing firm like peaks to provide a sense of security to the terrified masses. Those notified to evacuate immediately seemed to have finally found their backbone. Though their pace of escape did not slow, they at last regained their footing. But the crowd was overwhelming, as if the entire corporation's personnel had gathered here, with people streaming in from north and south without end. During the evacuation, they were crammed together in the corridors, and despite the efforts of numerous soldiers and staff to assist, chaos was inevitable. Jiang Hui, inexperienced and unlucky, encountered several batches of rough passers-by who came and went in a hurry, nearly colliding with her. In the confusion, she was suddenly shoved by some unknown figure, staggering sideways off the path. It was only thanks to a kind-hearted person nearby who steadied her that she avoided the tragedy of an immediate fall. But she had stumbled too violently, and no one could hold her back. The next moment, something seemed to strike her forehead. A chill, inorganic and unique to metal, seeped through the slightly stinging spot on her forehead into her mind, startling her so much that she wanted to flee, yet the hand supporting her was like an iron clamp, pressing her immobile. What kind of ill fortune had she encountered today? Then the object that had stung her forehead seemed to be detached, and the grip on her arm loosened slightly, changing from a clamp to a support, using a palm to help her regain balance. Jiang Hui finally stood upright in a rather disheveled state, feeling a severe swelling pain on her forehead and a burning ache on the back of her left arm. In the end, she could only say, with stars spinning before her eyes, "Thank you." The other party remained silent, offering no response. Then she felt a gaze as cold as ice fall upon her, briefly lingering on her forehead for a moment. "Be careful," a low voice said without any inflection. "Hurry along." Jiang Hui barely recovered and noticed that the person who had helped her was very tall, wearing a military uniform. At her current height, she could only see the badge on his chest when looking straight ahead. After reminding her to leave, his gaze shifted away and he strode off in his boots. She instinctively looked up, but only caught a glimpse of a sharp, chiseled profile and a faint mole faintly visible beneath the corner of his right eye. Jiang Hui walked a long distance in a daze before turning back, but even the shadow of that squad was nowhere to be seen. She was once again pushed by the intersecting crowd moving far away. Fortunately, nothing else happened in between. After being hastily evacuated to the designated location with the crowd, she left the Donghua Group branch building almost without looking back. A perfectly fine day's journey had ended in such chaos. Although she was now out of the danger zone, Jiang Hui no longer had the heart to stay outside. She simply hailed an airship and returned directly to her apartment. After returning home, Jiang Hui was still shaken, repeatedly checking whether she had locked the doors and windows before calming down a bit. She sat blankly on the living room sofa for an unknown amount of time until she felt a slight chill, only then realizing that night had fallen. Jiang Hui didn't even feel like eating. Dragging her heavy steps to the bedroom, she prepared to wash up and go to bed to calm her nerves. After a hasty wash, she put on comfortable loungewear and was about to leave the bathroom when she noticed in the full-length mirror that her forehead was swollen and red over a large area. She slowly approached the mirror, frowning as she examined the sudden red swelling. Touching it with her fingertips, the surface felt somewhat uneven with several irregular ridges, and in the middle it seemed as if something sharp had pierced through, leaving several distinct red dots. Pressing down, she let out a sharp hiss of pain as blood droplets were squeezed out. This mark. She remembered now, it was left when the soldier steadied her today, clearly the impression of something with a hard outer edge. Could it be that she had bumped into someone's gun? Jiang Hui couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well done, you actually fell right onto someone's muzzle. She should be grateful that she only had a literal non-lethal contact. She would have to be more careful. Otherwise, if she had a truly intimate encounter in a melee next time, this second life of hers might be lost again. Jiang Hui carefully examined the wound on her forehead, confirming it was not serious before taking a small treatment device to repair the skin damage until the surface was smooth and flawless again. Jiang Hui felt a profound mental exhaustion. Her reason kept urging her to go to bed, but she suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken today's dose of mental stabilizer. She struggled to sit up. Other things could wait, be thought about later, but the medication had to be taken on time. So she had to return to the living room, retrieve a vial of mental stabilizer from the medicine cooler, and regardless of how unpleasant it was, gulped it down in one go. Only then did she go back to rest. The moment she closed her eyes, she nearly passed out, forgetting even about the spiritual space, wanting only to bury herself in sleep. So when she found herself waking up in the spiritual space, Jiang Hui was not at all surprised. Looking at the time in the space, it was already past 7. It should be around 7 in the morning, because Jiang Hui felt that her sleep duration was just right. Her spirit was relatively full, without the splitting headache of oversleeping. Although she woke up in the spiritual space, it could still be considered a good rest. Only then did Jiang Hui feel that the fright she had experienced at the Donghua Group branch had subsided considerably, and she now had a little energy to think about what had happened today. Wasn't it said that the permanent star system was quite safe? For a large conglomerate like Donghua Group to have the military station there, it was hard to believe nothing was wrong. Whether it was Jiang Hui's bad luck or the interstellar people's different understanding of the word safety was anyone's guess. She had been in the interstellar realm for so many days, and just by chance picking a day to go out and participate in an event, she ran into such a big scene. It was truly something. Jiang Hui now felt even more the difference between this world and the one she had lived in before. At least the country she was in on Blue Star was the safest place in that world, bar none. After a bout of random thoughts and turmoil, Jiang Hui felt extremely hungry, a hunger stronger than ever before. An alarm sounded in her heart, and she hurriedly got up to find food in the living room. In fact, Jiang Hui really couldn't understand why she felt hungry in a dream. And this sensation was so vivid that even in this spiritual space, she always had to find something to fill her stomach. If she went without eating ginger for too long, Jiang Hui would feel terribly unwell, even to the point of dizziness and weakness. The last time she had been hungry, she had been too lazy to find food in her mental space, and had fainted from hunger right there. The next day, when she woke up, in reality her head throbbed with a pounding pain, and her entire body felt as if it had been drained dry. Fortunately, Jiang Hui later ate a piece of bread and took some mental stabilizer, which helped her recover. Otherwise, within less than a month of arriving in the interstellar world, she would have ended up in the hospital for the 3rd time. Suppressing that intense hunger, Jiang Hui initially planned to while away some more time in the study. However, as she was cleaning up the pots and dishes, she was startled to discover something lying on the vacant computer desk. Jiang Hui even doubted her own eyes, but as she approached, she found it was truly there. A miniature mecha model. Well, a mecha model missing both arms along with a pile of loose, unassembled parts. Wasn't this the mecha model she hadn't finished assembling today? So what criteria determined what could be brought into this mental space? Why did some things require thought to appear, some couldn't be summoned no matter how hard she tried, and others appeared on their own without any effort? The more Jiang Hui observed this mental space, the more she felt it was peculiar. Call it a tangible reality, yet it was fundamentally something that completely defied scientific principles. But to label it as idealistic consciousness was also inaccurate, as it combined reality and precision adhering quite strictly to scientific laws. These vague and contradictory rules left Jiang Hui utterly perplexed. So she would have to use it more often to grasp the complete set of characteristics of this space more accurately. Jiang Hui picked up the miniature mecha model from the table and fiddled with it absent-mindedly. Yet as her gaze fell upon the remaining parts beside it, a faint glimmer flashed in her eyes. When dawn broke the next morning, Jiang Hui was no longer in bed. The quilt was folded neatly, and the room was empty. She was already sitting in the living room scrolling through her optical brain. On the table lay a neatly placed miniature mecha model, the very semi-finished product she had brought back from the Dongbua Group branch yesterday. It could no longer be called a semi-finished product. Jiang Hui had assembled all the remaining parts. Its current appearance was no different from the demonstration model the instructor had shown at Dongbua Group yesterday, at least in terms of appearance. So Dongbua Group had indeed replicated the experimental materials for participants exactly according to the demonstration model. Later, when Jiang Hui searched on her optical brain, she found that a similar miniature mecha model cost several thousand star coins. For Dongbua Group, to give each participant a large package for free was indeed generous. Last night, after discovering this item in her mental space, she had hardly slept at all, spending the entire time fiddling with it. For over 10 hours after waking, she repeatedly took it apart and reassembled it, sometimes using methods she hadn't been able to try in the conference hall yesterday. She kept assembling it until she left the mental space, still feeling unsatisfied. When she came out, she remembered she was no longer in the mental space, but in reality, and she had brought the physical miniature mecha model back with her. She could now study the physical object directly, so she jumped out of bed, went to the living room, and took out the item to study. Thus, Jiang Hui had stayed up all night again studying the miniature mecha model until this hour. Not to mention, this thing was quite fun. No wonder Interstellar people loved mecha so much. Even a toy model with no practical combat function or offensive capability was this interesting. Jiang Hui had to restrain her impulse to go on the Starnet and place orders for a bunch of mecha models, instead clicking on the daily news section. She hadn't forgotten what happened at the Dongbua Group branch yesterday. The situation was still unclear. If it were something shocking enough to rock the planet, it should make the headlines today. Although it no longer had anything to do with her, the thrilling experience from yesterday inexplicably made Jiang Hui care, so she waited specifically for the next day's Star newspaper update to check. Sure enough, her intuition was correct. Today's planetary daily was unlike any before. For a whole new planet, the area was quite large, and there were many events. Even the biggest news would only get a few lines of coverage, which was already considered prestigious. But today's headline was different. Clicking on it revealed an entire full-page spread, and scrolling down several times, it still hadn't reached the end. Upon closer look, wasn't the event exactly what they had experienced yesterday? Imperial rebels appear at Dongbua Group. 3rd Imperial Legion dispatches multiple squads for emergency arrest. Below were numerous small analyses and extended news items under the main headline. This level of coverage showed just how significant the incident was on their planet. On this, they had actually dispatched Legion personnel, and not just ordinary soldiers, but squad members. What kind of high-profile figure among the rebels running loose out there warranted this? Jiang Hui had only been in the interstellar world for a short time, barely over half a month. However, through her relentless efforts, she had crammed a lot of knowledge supplemented by some residual common sense from her original body. She could now basically live in the interstellar world without any major issues. However, when it came to military matters, her original body knew more, as both of Jiang Hui's parents were soldiers. Having grown up in such an environment, she knew a fair bit. For instance, although the Empire had hundreds of legions, the true power of the Empire lay in only 19 of those legions. They belonged to the highest official ranking within the Empire's formal structure, enjoying far superior treatment and rights compared to soldiers of the same rank in other legions. For example, Jiang Hui's original parents were both officers in the 8th Legion. Their deployment to the border wasn't part of their regular duties, but was a Legion directive to assist the defense forces in combat. Unfortunately, the commander of that frontline defense force made a critical miscalculation, leading to the complete collapse of the front. To salvage the battle, Jiang Hui's parents sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, leaving their only child to grow up alone. That was getting a bit off track. In any case, from the memories of her original body and her father's military journal, Jiang Hui had learned quite a bit about the legions. The legions were not loosely structured. Internally, they had clear divisions of authority and layered frameworks. The legion commander naturally held the highest authority, with 2 deputy commanders and a supervisor under them. Below that were various ranks and officers of different military grades, which need not be elaborated in detail. Within the legions, besides the ordinary soldiers under different commanding officers, there were also special squads. These squads were led by highly capable general-level personnel within the Legion, primarily responsible for important special missions or serving as vanguard forces in wartime. They were often among the best soldiers in the Legion, required to undergo even more arduous training than ordinary troops. Multiple squads. Just how major an incident was this? Jiang Hui spent a considerable amount of time perusing an entire section of societal news. Despite the extensive coverage dedicated to this incident, few reports delved into the true inner workings of that day's events. Most were merely extensions of official government announcements and a handful of photographs or short videos captured amidst the chaos, offering little more insight than what she already knew. Jiang Hui grew weary after reading barely half of them, confirming that these sources possessed scant knowledge, with many being nothing more than dubious rumors of unverified origin. After finishing them all, she solidified this conclusion and couldn't help but marvel that perhaps the greatest talent of many journalists lay not in pursuing news, but in fabricating elaborate stories. In the end, she still failed to uncover why the rebel forces had suddenly appeared on such a minor planet. Moreover, the media this time around was lackluster. The photographs they captured were likely less vivid than what she had witnessed firsthand, mere scraps of imagery. Not even a glimpse of the valiant Imperial soldiers' uniforms was captured, only a cluster of military aircraft stationed within and around the building. A nameless regret stirred within Jiang Hui. Those soldiers were so spirited, their tailored military attire immaculate, a veritable paradise for those with an eye for aesthetics. Though the situation at the time had been rather terrifying, to be sure. For some reason, Jiang Hui recalled the soldier who had steadied her that day. The urgency of the moment had been so great that she hadn't even caught a clear look at his face, yet she remembered the emblem on his uniform with surprising clarity, even if she didn't know what it signified. Then, upon spotting the insignia of the 3rd Legion in a news report, it dawned on her. It was identical to the emblem on his left chest. So he was a soldier of the 3rd Legion, and judging by the details of his attire, he was likely an officer, or at least a non-commissioned officer. Yet her glance had been fleeting her attention elsewhere, so she couldn't now offer a precise conjecture. From the original owner's memories, the Empire maintained strict confidentiality regarding military personnel's information. Unless they consented, the media could not freely expose their appearances or report on them. Of course, there were exceptions. Certain high-ranking military prodigies and cadets who had garnered attention and controversy during their academy days remaining in the public eye upon entering the military. Such individuals enjoyed considerable exposure. However, Jiang Hui's pool of information was still shallow, and the original owner's memories were fragmented and limited, leaving her equally unfamiliar with this domain. Combining their knowledge, she could barely name a handful of interstellar celebrities. Thus, Jiang Hui had little chance of quickly identifying the kind soul who had helped her the previous day. With the matter from yesterday finally settled, her curiosity was somewhat appeased. Closing the extended news sections, Jiang Hui redirected her focus back to her own daily life. After all, this headline-grabbing affair was ultimately someone else's business, and she hadn't even sorted out her own affairs yet. This whole ordeal left her feeling hungry once more. Jiang Hui pondered. She had consumed a great deal of instant food around 4 or 5 in the morning, far exceeding her usual intake. Why was she hungry again now? She found it odd. Perhaps the shock from yesterday had aggravated the old brain injury. Ever since returning from Dongbua Group, her mental state had seemed somewhat unstable. Her spiritual energy exhibited a contradictory state, both active and oddly fatigued. After returning last night, she had taken a mental stabilizer before sleep, and upon waking in her spiritual space, she felt slightly better. But by 4 or 5 in the morning, fatigue and hunger had returned, forcing her to take a second dose of the stabilizer within 8 hours, followed by a large amount of instant food. Thus, before dawn on the second day, she had recovered. All negative states seemed to vanish as abruptly as they had appeared. Strange indeed. Fortunately, this anomaly was short-lived and had ended before Jiang Hui could fully react. Otherwise, she wouldn't be leisurely browsing her optical brain now, as she might have already contacted the hospital's recovery department via beam communication. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Hui cherished this second chance dearly. Not only did she need to live for herself, but she also had to live well, for the original owner's sake as well. Thus, she decided to mark this matter as a question for further observation. If similar symptoms recurred, she would head to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Strange as it was, she still had to eat. Jiang Hui mused that the instant food she had consumed in the early hours was likely not nutritious. Perhaps this was just the way of interstellar life. When hungry one eats, it wasn't as if she needed to lose weight. Setting aside her lingering thoughts, Jiang Hui headed to the kitchen to see what there was to eat. Having attended the event at Dongbua Group yesterday only to encounter the infiltration of Imperial rebels, Carlo had suffered quite a fright. Such incidents were not routine in interstellar space, and even rarer in the permanent star system. When Carlo was summoned out by members of the 3rd Legion, he was utterly bewildered and slightly uneasy, despite having done nothing to warrant guilt. Fortunately, they merely called him out for routine questioning. He was then escorted back to his home in the first ring by several soldiers, and the matter passed without further incident. Though the affair had nothing to do with him afterward, could he truly act as if nothing had happened? Carlo had achieved fame young, a rare talent in his early years, highly acclaimed in the mecha world. Despite family reasons ultimately preventing him from entering the military political system as a military mecha pilot, he had chosen to become a professional mecha pilot. Yet mecha were always intertwined with the military, so he had considerable contact with those in that sphere and knew many things. External news reports stated that the 3rd Legion was pursuing rebels, as did the government's announcement. But most people had no idea what kind of rebellion this was. Carlo, however, knew. Last night, upon returning, a close military friend who often commissioned custom mecha from him called via beam communication to inquire about the situation. From his words, it was clear that these rebels were no ordinary ones. After all, deploying elite forces like the 3rd Legion to hunt them down couldn't be for mere rebels. Unable to resist, he asked a few more questions, but his friend was reluctant to elaborate. Before ending the call, his friend asked if he needed to leave Planet 732 and stay temporarily in the capital star system. However, Carlo declined due to personal reasons. Later, Carlo suspected he had joined a private group chat, and upon inquiring, he learned the horrifying truth concealed behind this matter. A mere handful of rebels were hardly worth such a grand commotion. Yet those few rebels had somehow managed to steal a confidential piece of Imperial data from the central mainframe system governing the entire star cluster. Though they had no idea what that data entailed, the scale of the response made it clear it was no trivial affair. Yesterday, the 3rd Legion had captured the individuals, but the encryption key for that classified data had vanished without a trace. Moreover, the military had no clue when the key had been transferred, nor where it had been relocated. During their transport, those few also met a sudden and violent death. Despite the 3rd Legion taking every precaution, their efforts proved futile. In short, while the matter appeared to have concluded on the surface, the underlying threat had only grown more severe. Consequently, life on Planet 732 and the entire permanent star system would be far from tranquil in the days to come. Thus, his close friend's advice to temporarily reside in the capital star was genuinely for his own good. It was likely a recognition that their line of work was sensitive and prone to entanglement. But Carlo was reluctant to leave the permanent star system now. He had returned from the capital star to his birthplace, the permanent star system, nursing a grievance, and had patiently spent over a decade teaching at Wana Middle School. Yet even after coming back here, he still found himself caught up in such affairs. What then was the point of his angry departure from the capital star system? Carlo began to doubt his choices. He was uncertain of his next move. It seemed he could no longer remain at Wana Middle School, and returning to the capital star system was not yet an option, at least not in such a humiliating retreat. So how should he forge his path forward? Carlo let out a long sigh, his head throbbing with pain. When a light brain communication came in, he didn't even glance at it, and simply rejected the call. Jiang Hui, having eaten her fill, resumed her day of study. In the end, she couldn't resist temptation and purchased several highly popular micro-mecha models on the StarNet, and also impulsively bought a few introductory guides on mecha operation. While she wasn't entirely sure what she was doing. As a liberal arts student, why on earth a liberal arts student would develop an interest in this was something she couldn't quite comprehend. But humans truly can't escape the law of true fragrance. Jiang Hui swore she only wanted to play with mecha toys. They were undeniably fascinating. She could assemble a few more and take them into her mental space to pass the time. How convenient that would be. Jiang Hui was trying hard to convince herself that spending tens of thousands of Interstellar credits on these models was a perfectly reasonable thing to do. The Interstellar freight service was remarkably swift. Except for certain special items requiring special orders, most regular goods could be delivered within an hour. The micro-mecha models Jiang Hui purchased fell under the category of light luxury educational toys. Besides being used as teaching aids by young children pursuing this career path, some adults lacking spiritual power also bought them as decorative items. These products were quite popular, so there were many specialty stores on the planet that could deliver directly. Within less than an hour, the items arrived at the apartment building. Upon receiving a notification from the apartment's intelligent robot, Jiang Hui selected the option for the delivery robot to bring them up directly. When the delivery robot knocked on her door and she opened it, she was greeted by a massive package 1.5 times her height pushed into her vacant area. Had she bought that much? Jiang Hui had carefully checked the sizes before purchasing. Although some were large, all the models combined wouldn't amount to even a tenth of this package's size. Could there have been some mistake? The delivery robot, being an intelligent machine, couldn't read human expressions. It mechanically asked Jiang Hui if she wanted the goods unloaded now. Seeing it about to unload the massive item from its cart, Jiang Hui quickly stopped it and asked what was being delivered. Upon hearing the robot's response, she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it was the intelligence system that had arrived. No wonder the model wasn't that big. Sure enough, shortly after, two more delivery robots came, one large and one small. One should be the holographic pod, and the other was carrying several small boxes. These were the micromecha models she had just ordered. Jiang Hui finally understood why each apartment had such a large open area at the front enclosed within the living space. But residents were not allowed to store any clutter or modify this area, so this was how it served as a public service space. Watching the delivery robots efficiently unload the goods and whir away, Jiang Hui's expression was complex, and her mood even more so. How was she supposed to unpack all this? And after unpacking, would she have to install everything herself? Jiang Hui glanced at her clearly frail arms, then at the packaging towering several heads above her, and finally called the merchant's light-brain customer service. After being assured that specialized personnel would arrive later to help install the items, Jiang Hui felt relieved and carried the small, manageable pieces back to the living room. As for the remaining two large items, she would wait for the workers. Indeed, whether on Earth or in interstellar space, unboxing packages was an immensely joyful process. Seeing the brightly colored textured model boxes revealed one by one, Jiang Hui could barely contain her excitement, eager to open each one and assemble them immediately. Then another light-brain communication came in. It was the installation team for the system and holographic pod. So fast. The apartment's front desk intelligent robot had already verified their identities and asked Jiang Hui if she would allow them into her home. Although Jiang Hui was reluctant to let strangers into her living space, especially when she hadn't fully figured out this interstellar world, while the holographic pod could be installed manually, the intelligent system could not. If she denied entry today, the intelligent system might never be installed, making the purchase pointless. So Jiang Hui had to contact the merchant again, verify the identities of the two workers, and then instruct the reception robot to grant them access. Fortunately, the entire installation went smoothly. In less than 2 hours, Jiang Hui had a new intelligent system and a holographic pod. A new day was about to begin. On the eve of the school term, Jiang Huan couldn't sleep the entire night, only dozing off for a few hours within her mental space. She spent the remaining time alternately packing her belongings and contemplating what else she needed to purchase, giving her a strange sense of reliving her student days. Well, she had indeed been reborn to live another life as a student. It wasn't exactly nervousness, but tomorrow marked a new beginning for her in this world, a fresh start in this existence, and she couldn't help but feel a hint of concern. Thus, yesterday, she unexpectedly refrained from studying the holographic pod and retired early to make preparations. Speaking of the holographic pod, it was another miscalculation on Jiang Huan's part. She had purchased it primarily to better understand the interstellar world, hoping to acquaint herself with such advanced technological marvels unique to this era. Yet once she obtained it, she became utterly captivated. Jiang Huan found herself completely immersed in the highly developed virtual world characteristic of the interstellar age. The interstellar civilization had essentially realized all the holographic technologies once fantasized by Earth's inhabitants and even accomplished feats beyond their wildest imaginations. Moreover, the experiences and sensations within the holographic zone were nearly indistinguishable from real life, allowing one to traverse thousands of miles without leaving home. Consequently, interstellar citizens had developed an entire range of professions within the holographic world, enabling them to work from home and sustain themselves without needing to venture into the physical realm, provided they possessed the requisite skills. Since the holographic realm was a virtual world, many things impossible in the interstellar reality could be easily achieved within the holographic zone. Thus, people found it easier to attain satisfaction and self-fulfillment in this digital domain. It sounded like a paradise for internet addicts and homebodies. Jiang Huan suddenly understood why the interstellar authorities imposed such strict management on the accounts of unawakened individuals, limiting both time and access zones. It was to prevent minors whose worldviews and values were not yet fully formed from being excessively influenced by the holographic world. After all, whether in the interstellar realm or on Earth, the youth were the pillars of a nation's future. If these undeveloped youngsters devoted their time to virtual illusions and indulged in an unreal world, the nation would be on the brink of collapse. Jiang Huan had been a relatively mature member of society in her past life, long past the stage of being easily tempted or immersed in entertainment. Yet unexpectedly, she found herself drawn to the diverse and abundant forms of interstellar entertainment, unable to extricate herself. It wasn't until she received the enrollment notice from Beska Intermediate Academy last week that she realized she had been immersed in the holographic zone for several consecutive days. Each time she entered, she completely lost track of time, neglecting her studies during this period. Reflecting now, aside from the fleeting joy of experiencing new technology, she had accomplished nothing substantial. The past week or so had been less meaningful than her initial days upon arriving in the interstellar world. What had she been doing? Jiang Hui engaged in a profound self-reflection on her recent decadent lifestyle. In truth, it wasn't as severe as she imagined. The Interstellar holographic zone was not solely about games. It was a virtual social area open to all citizens, encompassing comprehensive sectors such as work, study, cuisine, music, entertainment, literature, and also featured interstellar-specific activities like mecha combat, starship piloting, simulated military exercises, and thrilling simulated interstellar wars. Through the holographic pod, interstellar citizens could freely customize their appearance, even gender, and then choose to roam freely across the 9 foundational domains of the holographic zone. They could shop, savor delicacies, wear beautiful virtual attire, engage in remote work via the intelligent platforms built within the holographic zone, and also enjoy various large-scale games for relaxation. Among these, the most popular area among awakened individuals was the simulated mecha combat zone. Here, many awakened individuals initiated battles voluntarily, and the zone regularly hosted mecha wars of various scales, including both individual and team competitions. Winners had the chance to earn prize money or even gain admission to academic institutions. The former naturally became Jiang Hui's main activity area. She spent considerable time trying out various functions of the holographic zone, experiencing food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and then dabbled in several of the most popular holographic games in the interstellar realm. As for the simulated mecha combat zone, she had only visited once. It wasn't due to a lack of interest, rather that place was simply not accessible to ordinary people. On her first day, unable to resist, she went there. Upon entering, she found herself surrounded by towering, formidable figures. Moreover, perhaps to project an intimidating aura, almost everyone in this zone had customized their avatars to look fierce and unapproachable, making Jiang Hui, who had barely adjusted her appearance, appear like a malnourished seedling, out of place and under considerable pressure. Of course, Jiang Hui knew that due to technical limitations in the holographic zone apart from the simulated combat fields that allowed spiritual energy conversion, ordinary individuals could not attack each other. Furthermore, attacks in the simulated combat fields were also restricted. Once an opponent conceded, further attacks were prohibited and lethal actions were forbidden, as they could cause mental disorders or even brain death in awakened individuals in real life. If someone insisted on violating these rules, they might receive a ticket from holographic patrol officers, and severe cases could lead to real-world detention. Thus, she actually had no reason to fear. While real life might harbor criminals, the holographic zone was under comprehensive surveillance, and the actions of all uploaded consciousnesses were nearly transparent to the central mainframe system. Yet upon entering, whether targeted or for some other reason, she hadn't even taken in the scenery of this zone before she was bombarded with over a dozen battle challenges. Jiang Hui. Before she could click to decline, another wave poured in, a massive influx of challenges flooding her back and instantly creating a long list. Had she stirred up a hornet's nest, or was her username too provocative? But neither was the case. Her ID was contentment brings happiness, typical of middle-aged groups with a plain landscape avatar and an ordinary height and face. Could this still provoke malice from others? Jiang Hui was bewildered and greatly shocked. Was this how newcomers were treated here? But the problem was she knew nothing about mecha combat. Accepting would only invite torment. So seeing the ever-growing pile of challenges, she flinched and hastily exited the zone. This world was truly terrifying, as she would be better off staying in the ordinary areas, enjoying the scenery and delicacies in peace. Thus, Jiang Hui spent the final week before school immersed in the holographic pod and browsing youth forums. After waking up fully rested from her mental space, she sorted and categorized all the items needed for school into her space button, ready to embrace the start of classes the next day. The Beiska Intermediate Academy is also located on Planet 732, which is considered one of the better intermediate academies in terms of various conditions in this planet and surrounding areas. However, the school is not situated on the mainland where Jiang Hui resides. Planet 732 belongs to that type of terrestrial planet with relatively concentrated land. The land suitable for human habitation is primarily concentrated in one area, with some small land masses scattered around the mainland. Some areas are uninhabitable and rarely visited by humans, while others are owned by the wealthy and are completely closed off. The largest area outside the mainland of this planet is the educational district, which is also the largest and most concentrated educational area on the entire planet. Several well-known intermediate academies are established there, along with many highly regarded primary schools and kindergartens, though they are managed separately from the intermediate academies. Thus, if Jiang Hui wishes to attend school, she must take an aerial boat to cross over to another district. Fortunately, these boats are quite fast, even quicker than city buses. From the foraying residential area of Jiang Hui, taking the flying boat directly to the district where Beiska Intermediate Academy is located takes about 3 star hours. Otherwise, Jiang Hui might have had to arrive early to wait at the academy. Upon disembarking from the flying boat, she saw a completely different landscape compared to the mainland. This district is called Cake State, which is approximately 1/10 the size of the mainland. Compared to the highly developed technological cities built by interstellar people on the mainland, this area is closer to the planet's original appearance. Although it does not have the unique sunlight of Blue Star, it still has plenty of vegetation as well as water and air. The water and air are naturally similar to those on Blue Star. Even if they are different, Jiang Hui, with her interstellar body, likely won't notice any abnormalities. The plants, however, are completely different from those on Blue Star. Most of the vegetation here is primarily in shades of reddish-brown, with very few green plants, and even those are mostly transplanted from the capital star. In fact, the local plants on planet 732 are all in shades of brownish red. Moreover, these plants are generally quite tall with no small grasses. Even the bushes are at least human height. As for the trees, they are even taller, often exceeding 10 to 20 meters, which is quite common on the continent. Fortunately, this area has only preserved the planet's relatively original appearance, not in a completely primitive state. Therefore, for aesthetic reasons, some trimming and adjustments have been made, and the scenery appears quite pleasant at first glance. After disembarking from the flying boat, Jiang Hui took the opportunity to hail a skyship at the waiting area, which took her directly to Beiska Intermediate Academy. In fact, she had navigated before, and the academy did not seem very far from here. However, due to her unfamiliarity with the area, Jiang Hui felt it was better not to wander aimlessly. On the first day of registration, she wanted to get everything sorted out as quickly as possible. Thus, she boarded the skyship and arrived at the academy in less than 5 minutes. As Jiang Hui landed and gazed at the grand entrance of Beiska Intermediate Academy, she felt quite complex emotions. She couldn't believe it, as she had really returned to the fold and was going to school again. Moreover, she came to school empty-handed, almost like she was on vacation. Fortunately, Jiang Hui noticed that the middle school students here appeared to be much more independent compared to children of the same age on the neighboring Blue Star. At the entrance, there were not many students accompanied by their parents. Most, like Jiang Hui, arrived at the academy empty-handed. Today is the first day of school registration, and those appearing at the entrance are basically all new students, just like Jiang Hui. Therefore, she did not need to ask for directions. She could simply follow the flow of people to find the reception area. The registration process is generally similar everywhere. Since classes have already been assigned and majors too, the registration still requires personal verification, and signature and accommodation must also be arranged personally. However, one notable aspect is that the academy employs a manual system where classmates voluntarily sign up to handle the registration process. Although machines are significantly more efficient, students ultimately need to interact with their classmates. This method helps them to get to know each other earlier and fosters a sense of warmth rather than facing cold machines from the very beginning. Following the class assigned to her by the system, Jiang Hui found her class registration area. The student handling the procedures for their class was a tall individual with blonde hair and blue eyes, a typical member of the Yoruba ethnic group. However, the demeanor of this person gave off a serious vibe, forming a stark contrast with the two classmates beside him, who appeared friendly. Jiang Hui approached, ready to handle her registration. She soon realized that the person was as austere as their appearance suggested, speaking in a formal manner that felt quite cold and somewhat intimidating. This student seemed like someone difficult to get along with. However, since she was there to register, Jiang Hui naturally did not care about interpersonal dynamics and proceeded with the necessary tasks. As for who this person was, they were all classmates, and she would find out sooner or later. There was no need to rush. Jiang Hui calmly reported her name and information, proceeding with the identity verification and registration. The other student maintained a neutral expression upon seeing her for registration and did not greet her. Jiang Hui felt no need to be overly friendly, either merely nodding lightly before focusing on the registration process. However, when the other student was verifying her identity information, they seemed to notice something, giving Jiang Hui a somewhat unexpected glance. That look was not overly complex, just a hint of curiosity. Jiang Hui was unsure what particular information could have caught the other person's sudden attention. Nevertheless, the other student had good manners, and this curiosity did not last long before they quickly returned to a more neutral demeanor. They swiftly completed her registration procedures and finalized her student record. Immediately, Jiang Hui received a communication from the Light Brain informing her that she had successfully registered at Beiska Intermediate Academy and her student record had been successfully transferred to the Intermediate Academy, wishing her a pleasant start to the school year. Jiang Hui nodded in thanks and hesitated a bit before asking, "Do you happen to know where the Academic Affairs office is? I may need to consult about a few things there." In truth, she did not wish to trouble the other person. However, Jiang Hui had already asked a few others on the way, but unfortunately, they were also new students and even more confused than she was, let alone knowing where the Academic Affairs office was. Currently, there was no one else waiting behind her. This student was responsible for related matters, and she wondered if they might know more. Little did she expect that this student, though appearing quite aloof and reticent, possessed a nature that was remarkably helpful. Upon hearing her words, he asked calmly if Jiang Hui was heading to the academic affairs office to handle something urgent. If it was not an emergency, perhaps it would be better for her to complete the dormitory procedures first. Because the academy allowed students to choose their dormitory type based on personal needs as long as they paid the corresponding fees. Yet, even within the same dormitory type, there were distinctions. Some areas were particularly noisy and disruptive, while others were remote, requiring a long walk to reach the teaching district. If Jiang Hui delayed her dormitory selection, she might find it difficult to secure her preferred living quarters. Jiang Hui paused, taken aback, as she had not considered this. However, she was more eager to resolve a matter at the academic affairs office, something she had arranged with the office staff before enrollment and urgently needed to confirm. It was not a good time to change her plans, so the dormitory issue would have to wait. Nonetheless, she was deeply grateful for his kind reminder. After expressing her thanks, she insisted that she must first go to the academic affairs office to handle her affairs and asked him to direct her there. He asked no further questions, reverting to his initial aloofness. Or perhaps he had been this way all along. He pointed out the way to Jiang Hui and then sent her a campus navigation map via the network one that could locate iconic buildings. This was precisely what Jiang Hui needed most. She had not expected to encounter such a warm-hearted student beneath a cold exterior. Jiang Hui quickly thanked him, and as she was about to leave, she could not help but glance back. Her eyes fell upon the nameplate on the registration desk where he sat. Theophile Clarence. What a long name. Even when written in the interstellar common tongue, it felt excessively lengthy. Fortunately, Jiang Hui was now in the interstellar realm, inhabiting the body of an interstellar native, and her memory was quite sharp. If she had still possessed her poor memory from Blue Star, she might have needed 5 or 6 glances to remember such a name. Jiang Hui followed the navigation toward the academic affairs office. Meanwhile, the kind-hearted Clarence, whom she had just praised, gazed thoughtfully at her retreating figure. This Jiang Hui was slender and frail, her physique and external muscle contours suggesting nothing more than an ordinary delicate student, even more slender than most. Moreover, her pallid complexion hinted at a recent recovery from illness with no signs of training whatsoever. In the interstellar realm, minors tended to mature early. After their initial awakening, they could roughly gauge their spiritual potential and begin planning their life paths accordingly. For those with average spiritual power levels unsuitable for high-intensity spiritual tasks, there remained ample room for choice. They could slowly select suitable majors and careers. Even after graduating from school, they could experiment with different professions and industries. Life was long. They had many years ahead, with a century being merely a brief chapter in their existence. However, those with notable potential and a clear career path would prepare early, engaging in simple introductory training. This was especially true for unawakened individuals aspiring to military careers, such as mecha pilots, mecha engineers, or commanders. They typically needed targeted training during their primary academy years. Only then could they quickly adapt to academy life in intermediate and higher institutions, avoiding elimination by rigorous training. Among all specialties, mecha pilot training was the most demanding and harsh. Some academies with strict academic cultures even established severe elimination systems, dismissing students who could not adapt to training or forcibly transferring them to other majors. Although Beska Intermediate Academy had no such system, as one of the most popular intermediate schools on the planet, its admission screening was exceptionally rigorous. They selected the most outstanding candidates based on students' primary academy grades and various physical indicators. Thus, when Jiang Hui first approached, Clarence did not realize she might be a student in his class. Clarence saw no issue with her as a person, but her condition clearly did not suit the combat mecha department. He was not the sort to harbor dark thoughts. His first instinct was to wonder if she might possess hidden advantages imperceptible on the surface. After all, since leaving that family, Clarence had sworn to rise to the pinnacle without relying on anyone or any faction. He aspired to become the most outstanding student in Beska Intermediate Academy's combat mecha department and ultimately secure entry to the Capital Military Academy with top honors. This was the combat mecha department of Beska Intermediate Academy, a place that tolerated no opportunists seeking to slip through. When he verified her documents, he did notice one anomaly. She was assessed as having a level spiritual power, and it seemed she had likely undergone a second awakening. After all, Clarence could not imagine someone achieving a level on their first awakening. Such a person would hardly be leisurely registering in this remote location. They would have been taken to the capital star for cultivation long ago. At her age, she had probably just completed her second awakening. Her spiritual power level was impressive, surpassing the requirements for most high-demand spiritual tasks in the Empire, naturally making her suitable for the combat mecha department. Perhaps it should be said that this specialty demanded the highest possible spiritual power. If she successfully achieved a spiritual power upon her third awakening with training, she could likely secure a formal position in the military after university. From this perspective, the Academy's admission of her was understandable. Yet her background truly baffled him. Because she too hailed from an outer star system, transferring from the inner ring, and her previous major had nothing to do with mecha combat. As he had sensed, she had no foundation whatsoever. Her appearance showed no signs of recent exercise. Her muscles were loose and slack, her entire form riddled with vulnerabilities. Among all the registrants Clarence had processed since his shift began, none were like her, though he did not know why she had chosen the combat mecha department. Such resolve and impulsive thoughts would not sustain her for long in this demanding field. Clarence felt that someone like her entering their class would not last. It was a pity for the rare vacancy, but it was none of his concern. Regardless of how outstanding they were, everyone entering the combat mecha department would become his rival. He would personally defeat them all one by one. The top spot was his to claim. This was merely the beginning. Before the semester began, Jiang Hui had already contacted the academic affairs office teacher, explaining her situation. Unfortunately, she still couldn't directly switch majors, for though the teacher sympathized with her plight, he truly lacked the authority to do so. However, the kind-hearted teacher told Jiang Hui that he had reported her case to the higher-ups, inquiring about the school's stance on the matter. A few days prior, Jiang Hui received a communication from that teacher via optical brain, informing her that the school had acknowledged her situation and had even arranged a meeting for her with the principal. This flattered Jiang Hui somewhat. She was merely an ordinary student who, having missed the window for changing majors, now sought to ask the school for an exception to transfer out of the military specialty. After all, she was self-aware enough to realize that her presence in the combat soldier department was essentially occupying a precious slot. Yet the school had responded, and a meeting with the principal had been secured, indicating room for negotiation. Thus, Jiang Hui still harbored a faint glimmer of hope. Yet when she arrived at the academic affairs office, the teacher led her to the principal's office for the meeting, only for the outcome to fall short of her expectations. The principal was a young man with an elegant bearing and features, surnamed Xia. He appeared predominantly of Hua dynasty descent, though likely mixed with other bloodlines of fusion that lent him an unusual warmth. He seemed to be expecting her. Jiang Hui realized that for reasons of her own, she was being led before the college principal on her very first day, a rather peculiar sensation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would likely be her first and only private meeting with the principal at this school. Unsure of the proper etiquette for greeting a principal in the Interstellar era, she deemed a polite salutation sufficient. "Student Jiang, you've arrived. Please have a seat, no need to be so formal." Fortunately, the principal did not seem overly stern. His tone and demeanor were amiable and approachable. "Teacher Duan has informed me of your situation. I deeply regret what happened to you," Principal Xia said to the girl before him. Jiang Hui recalled that the academic affairs teacher who had received her was surnamed Duan. "The school and our faculty understand your request, but..." At this turning point, Jiang Hui's heart sank instantly. She no longer needed to listen further. His implication was clearly a refusal. Yet she couldn't fathom why the school would still decline. Didn't they see she was wasting a slot in the combat soldier department? Even if she forced herself to study in this major for a year, she would only squander the slot. Jiang Hui was well aware of this. "Student Jiang, have you never considered such a path?" the elder asked softly, his hands clasped lightly, though perhaps restrained out of consideration for her state of mind. Her predecessor had studied military arts and literature in junior college, but she herself had felt that major unsuitable. She had planned to wait for a second awakening before choosing a new specialty, but that awakening went awry. Now Jiang Hui wanted to flee far away, seeking a peaceful life by studying an ordinary major. Yet even this proved difficult. As Teacher Duan mentioned to you before, the application channel for changing majors is now closed. Without exceptional circumstances, it can hardly be forcibly reopened. If you cannot change majors through the system, you won't be able to take exams or courses, nor accumulate credits. Therefore, we recommend that you first study in the combat soldier department for a year. I have reviewed your file. You have just undergone a second awakening, yet your spiritual power has already been assessed at a grade. Both your parents are distinguished soldiers of the Empire. I believe you might first try a major that demands high spiritual power. If after 1 year you truly cannot adapt, you can switch majors when the transfer channel opens next academic year. At that time, we will convert your credits from the combat soldier department, allowing you to graduate on schedule. His words were gentle, devoid of excessive guidance, more akin to sincere advice. Though he mentioned her parents, she was not the original person, so she wasn't sensitive to it. Such inquiries and suggestions were acceptable to Jiang Hui. Yet this outcome did little to lift her spirits. It meant that regardless, she would have to study in the combat soldier department for a year unless she applied for a leave of absence now and waited until next year to change majors. So what had she been hoping for? The result remained unchanged. But this journey finally extinguished all her hopes. Indeed, rules were rules. In this interstellar era more transparent than Blue Star, such rigidity was normal. While the combat soldier department it was, fate had decreed she walk this path. Just as Jiang Hui had made up her mind, Principal Xia, seeing her silent and assuming she was hesitant, added, "If student Jiang is worried about lacking a foundation and falling behind initially, the school has considered that too. We will inform your teachers to have their requirements for you until you can adapt. However, if after a year you wish to continue in the combat soldier department, you must meet its full requirements. The halving cannot persist." The principal explained to Jiang Hui as this was a possibility. The school agreed to have the requirements because she indeed had no foundation and her inability to change majors was due to force majeure. Moreover, it was uncertain whether she would choose to stay in this major. However, if she later changed her mind and chose to study in the combat soldier department, it was her right, as she had entered through a military family slot. To continue having requirements for her would be unfair to other students. All this needed to be clarified to Jiang Hui in advance, lest major issues arise later. Having accepted the reality of temporarily studying in the combat soldier department, Jiang Hui naturally understood and found the school's and principal's arrangements considerate and thorough, almost excessively so. She had no complaints. With nothing more to discuss, Jiang Hui thought it best to end the meeting lest she delay choosing a dormitory. Thus, she took her leave of the principal at an opportune moment. As she was about to depart, he called her back and retrieved a small square metal box from a cabinet. Jiang Hui's sharp eyes immediately noticed her name inscribed on its edge. Principal Xia did not keep her in suspense, handing the box to Jiang Hui. She found it surprisingly light, lacking the typical weight of metal. This is a course selection card valid for about a year. It allows you to choose different specialized courses online for self-study. The courses enrolled online are identical to the actual ones, just presented as recorded videos. However, let me make it clear first, the daily online study hours must not exceed the time allocated for your major. This is a small convenience our teachers have agreed to grant you. Principal Xia winked at Jiang Hui, saying, "Study hard, classmate Jiang, whether in the individual combat department or in regular majors." The school was incredibly considerate. They were worried she might struggle to catch up if she switched majors later, so they gave her the course selection card. Apart from the lack of in-person lectures and practical sessions, it was essentially no different from actually attending classes. Although the elective hours on this card could not exceed the hours of her major and could only be taken during her spare time outside of it, the school had considered her actual situation and done its utmost to provide her with suitable educational opportunities. Even someone like Jiang Hui, who had long been tainted by the world's vulgarity, found it hard not to be moved by such pure goodwill. She believed that all individuals or groups who wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to educating others are worthy of respect. However, Jiang Hui felt a bit embarrassed to accept it. Though it sounded reasonable enough, it would still be unfair to other students and could easily provoke discontent, putting both the school and Jiang Hui in a difficult position. But the principal told her that this course selection card was originally prepared by the school for students with special needs. Beska Intermediate Academy had considered that some students might realize halfway through their studies that their chosen path wasn't suitable, and thus this card was created. However, it usually required an application, and sometimes the student's academic performance in their major had to meet certain standards for approval. For Jiang Hui, this was indeed a convenience, but it wasn't a difficult matter for the school. The teachers and classmates in each class would understand. So Jiang Hui took her special card, bid farewell to the principal's office, and prepared to rent a dormitory. As soon as Jiang Hui left, Principal Xia, who had seemed approachable and genial, slumped back into his chair. His back bent, he collapsed into the recliner, as if boneless, tilting it back and giving it a little shake. He loosened his impeccably worn tie with a bold gesture, shedding his earlier refined and reliable demeanor. Now he resembled nothing more than a lively young man joking with friends about grabbing a late-night snack, radiating youthful energy. In truth, he wasn't that old, 50 or 60. Compared to the earthlings of Jiang Hui's past life, he would be considered middle-aged or elderly, but in the interstellar era, he was just entering his prime. With a young mindset, one could stay young. The Interstellar Education Bureau really meddles too much. Why must they control this? Students should be free to study what interests them. Learning anything is their own choice. And they have to play this game. One thing on the surface, another behind the scenes. It pains me to go along with it. Although the Interstellar Society didn't restrict citizens' freedom of choice and mandated everyone's right to choose freely from the Empire's perspective, they still hoped more high-level awakeners would contribute to its grand cause. As for ordinary people, the Empire had no demands of them. These individuals were the most ordinary cogs of the nation, yet also its most core and vital part. The Empire's future, which they guarded, included the vast majority of such ordinary people. The Empire only hoped they would live their lives well and strive to build this interstellar nation. That was the Empire's requirement for ordinary citizens. But for awakeners with potential and talent, the demands were different. The empire was willing to provide these individuals with more resources, wealth, and even status, but in return they had to bear greater responsibilities and obligations, contributing their strength to the empire's expansion and security. The empire was relatively unwilling to see capable awakeners choose ordinary lives, burying their potential. To the empire, this was a waste of ability. Yet the government couldn't issue laws forbidding high-potential talented awakeners from pursuing ordinary careers or majors. So they covertly passed directives to lower-level institutions, urging them to discover and encourage talented awakeners, ensuring they wouldn't slip through the cracks. Someone like Jiang Hui, who had undergone a second awakening to reach a grade as an incomplete awakener and whose parents were loyal imperial officers, naturally fell within the scope of persuasion. When the school learned of Jiang Hui's wish to study in a regular major, they arranged the meeting in the principal's office to subtly persuade her. Of course, they hadn't lied to Jiang Hui. The system was indeed closed. If she truly wanted to switch majors, she would have to wait until the next year with no other option. But the school felt they might still guide the direction of her major choice next year. Thus, they applied for the course selection card, hoping that after leaving the combat mecha department next year, she might choose other high-demand mental specialties. Principal Xia Jason didn't agree with the Interstellar Education Bureau's covert interference, but Beska Intermediate Academy, though backed by military forces, was still under the Bureau's administration, making such directives unavoidable. Moreover, on this point, the military likely shared the Bureau's views. Even if Xia Jason was reluctant, he had to comply. However, regarding this student Jiang, he observed that she wasn't as resolute as she seemed. Perhaps she wasn't as determined to pursue an ordinary major as she claimed. He had prepared many talking points, but before he could use more than a few words, she had already accepted, saving him the trouble, unlike other students. So maybe she herself harbored such thoughts, or simply adopted an indifferent attitude. He couldn't fathom it. Kids these days. Never adept at such matters, Jason felt his face would freeze from smiling. Maintaining that proper demeanor earlier had made him thoroughly uncomfortable. That's why he never liked receiving students in the principal's office. He wondered if Teacher Duan would be willing to handle such matters for him next time. Then his optical brain communicator rang again. Jason had to straighten up, sit properly, adjust his tie, and answer the call. Before long, Teacher Duan from the Academic Affairs office brought another student into the principal's office. Jiang Hui headed straight to the living area from the administrative office. It was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and it would be dark in just over an hour. She needed to quickly arrange her dormitory. Indeed, she encountered the peak hour of foot traffic as everyone was crowding into the living area to handle their affairs. Fortunately, Jiang Hui had already familiarized herself with the brochures. There were 4 types of dormitories here, one being the collective dormitory, typically accommodating 7 people. The price was quite affordable, almost equivalent to being free due to the school's subsidies. However, some lively and sociable individuals tended to prefer this type of dormitory, which was most similar in scale to the dormitories at her school on Blue Star. Next were the 2 slightly smaller types, the 4-person and 2-person dormitories. These were quieter and were the most popular types among students. With fewer people, the environment was less complex, making it suitable for students to maintain relatively stable relationships. Lastly, there was the single dormitory, the most spacious, but also the most expensive. As the name suggests, it was meant for one person, offering a space comparable in size to a 4-person dormitory. However, living alone could feel a bit lonely, and these dormitories were situated far from the teaching area, requiring the longest walk. Jiang Hui actually wanted to follow the crowd and choose a 4-person dormitory, but considering her peculiar sleeping habits and the potential hazards of her mental space, where she often stayed awake all night, she decided it would be better to live alone. The price was actually quite reasonable. Almost all of the school's expenses were covered by the Empire's subsidies, making it frighteningly cheap. She reported to the staff in the living area for a single dormitory. The good news was that there were still single dormitories available, but the bad news was that hers was located in the farthest area from the teaching block and was quite close to the boys' dormitory. I'm sorry, student, but this is the only one left. Due to different schedules, military students and regular students have separate dormitories. Many female students chose single dormitories this year. If you come any later, you'll only have the option of a 4-person dormitory or a standard 7-person room. The staff member displayed a difficult expression, possibly because she had already been asked many questions before Jiang Hui even asked. Jiang Hui initially wanted to say something, but glanced at a female student walking by, quickly changed her mind, and said, "All right, I'll take this single room. Please help me with the paperwork, thank you." The staff member seemed startled by her response, paused for a moment, then nodded and quickly processed Jiang Hui's paperwork online. Then she handed Jiang Hui a strangely shaped metallic object that looked like a key, informing her that the system had arranged for a robot to deliver living supplies to her dormitory. These were also included in the dormitory fee, and basic living supplies were distributed quarterly. After all that, Jiang Hui found herself empty-handed, only remembering the room number as she headed to the dormitory area. So that student Clarence truly meant well for her, she just hadn't taken it to heart. Now she had to live in the farthest place. However, it was only the first day of school, with single and double dormitories already booked and not many four-person dormitories left. Didn't that mean later arriving students would have no choice but to stay in standard rooms? Jiang Hui felt that this might be a small reward from the school for students who actively came to start their studies. After all, it was still a single dormitory. As for the distance from the teaching area, she could just wake up earlier in the future. After all single dormitories were quite far away, or it was just that the building she was in was especially distant. Thus, Jiang Hui walked towards her dormitory building, stepping into the last rays of sunlight. By the time she reached building N, it was completely dark. It was already past 6 o'clock, and Jiang Hui regretted not going to eat when she passed by the cafeteria. However, when she passed by earlier, she saw others coming over from the dormitory in a tidy manner or chatting and laughing together as they entered the cafeteria, which made her reluctant to go in. Then she remembered that she still hadn't arranged anything for her dormitory, so she hurriedly headed there. Forget it, she thought she would look for some instant food downstairs later and make do with it, saving everything for tomorrow. It was the first day of school, and there were still many things to arrange. If she didn't take care of them properly, Jiang Hui would feel uneasy. It was understandable why single dormitories had been booked out so quickly. Standing in front of the dormitory, single rooms were indeed quieter compared to other types. Each building had about 10 floors, and each floor had no more than 3 single rooms, totaling around 30 rooms per building. With so many female students from various departments in the intermediate academy, and given that military and regular students were separated, it was normal that there weren't enough rooms. Jiang Hui quickly found her room number on the 6th floor, opened the door, and entered the dormitory, where she would stay for at least a year, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The dormitory was quite spacious, about 20 square meters, consisting of a room, a living area, and a bathroom. The room was simple with just a bed. The so-called living area felt more like a study space with a simple chair, a bookshelf, and a large desk resembling a workbench. Jiang Hui felt indifferent. It was school after all, and under the limited conditions this was quite good, especially considering she had paid several times the price to secure a single dormitory. She roughly inspected the interior and exterior of the room for any issues with the hard equipment, then unpacked the living supplies that had piled up at the entrance and placed them in their designated spots. She also needed to arrange the items she had brought from home that were stored in her space button. After 1 or 2 hours of adjustments, she barely managed to set up the dormitory. It didn't look like much stuff, but in reality, it was quite messy and troublesome. This was Jiang Hui's first time manually doing so many tasks since coming to the interstellar realm. She had initially thought that almost everything here would be covered by machines, but it turned out there were still things to do herself. It seemed that the school wanted to help students enhance their manual skills and self-care abilities. Jiang Hui was exhausted and didn't want to eat, so she set an alarm and went straight to sleep. Then, as usual, she woke up in her mental space, read a book fiddled with her mech models, and waited for 24 hours to pass. However, since she had already slept, waking up in the real world would only allow her to browse her brain and read. Previously, she would deliberately adjust her sleep schedule because sleeping in the mental space always felt insecure, fearing it might negatively affect her body. But after several days of experimentation, Jiang Hui discovered that sleeping in the space really didn't affect her reality. It felt similar to how much time she had actually slept, and she even recovered her mental energy better. Therefore, Jiang Hui now mostly slept whenever she wanted and would wake up in her mental space or the physical space to find something to learn. This was why she insisted on living in a single dormitory. Having not slept the night before, Jiang Hui tidied herself up early the next morning and headed out. The freshman campus handbook mentioned that students could still enter and leave the campus during the registration period. However, the school did not recommend this, instead encouraging students to spend these 3 days exploring the campus and familiarizing themselves with their future learning environment, as many areas were open to new students. Moreover, she was not completely free these days. There were various trivial tasks to attend to, such as picking up the school uniform, handling the campus card, registering for the campus network account, reporting to her designated class, and some activities not mentioned by the school. Jiang Hui rose early, planning to take care of all these miscellaneous matters in one day, and headed straight to the cafeteria. School life was different. Even at just past 6 in the morning, the cafeteria was already bustling with people. However, almost all were second or third year students, making her a newcomer stand out as an outsider. This was the downside of the start of the semester. Without having received the uniform, yet anyone could tell at a glance that she was new. Jiang Hui was not easily embarrassed, but as a seasoned selective social anxiety sufferer from Blue Star, she was still unaccustomed to such a spotlight. When she noticed numerous gazes fixed upon her, her first thought was not about her hair, clothes, face, or posture, but whether she should enter with her left foot, right foot, or perhaps jump in with both feet. Then Jiang Hui couldn't recall how she finally entered. The novelty seemed to wear off for those onlookers, and by the time she got her meal, she no longer felt those focused stares. After ordering, she found a secluded empty spot, sat down, and silently ate her breakfast while pondering what to do next. As she ate absent-mindedly, she sensed someone approaching. Because she wanted to avoid being gawked at like an animal in a zoo, she had deliberately chosen this completely unoccupied area. Someone here so early. Jiang Hui instinctively looked up and spotted a very familiar figure. Wasn't this Clarence, the classmate who had processed her registration yesterday? Seeing that he was walking along a path that would bring him close to her, she casually intended to greet him. However, he acted as if he hadn't seen her walking straight past to a table far away from hers. Fortunately, Jiang Hui was not overly enthusiastic. She had only intended a casual greeting, so her gesture was subtle and easy to retract without awkwardness. While they really weren't familiar with each other, having worked in society for so long regardless of her natural disposition, she had picked up some social habits. But still did Clarence have to sit so far away? The entire area was empty. She sat at the front, and he chose the table farthest from her, even sitting at a diagonal angle. This made Jiang Hui feel like some dangerous person to be avoided. Oh well, she decided not to dwell on it. After all, this classmate had been helpful during registration, so she couldn't fault him. He might just be genuinely unfamiliar. So Jiang Hui lowered her head and resumed her breakfast. The cafeteria's food was quite good, even better than the hospital's. As she bit into half a slice of bread, she felt someone gradually approaching, a distinct gaze falling upon her. Jiang Hui. She slowly swallowed the mouthful and looked up at the visitor. It was Clarence, who had previously avoided her like the plague. Is there something you need? Jiang Hui asked politely. Although she understood that some people were shy or reclusive, and it was just their personality, there was nothing to say about it. But the problem was your behavior was quite contradictory. One moment you wouldn't even greet her and avoided her like the plague, the next you stood right in front of her with a cold face. Jiang Hui was not easily intimidated, but during this pleasant breakfast time, she would rather enjoy the campus scenery than look at this cold face. While she considered herself quite polite, as she was nearly twice his age. We need a female contact person for some matters that require contacting the female students in the class, he said rather stiffly. His speech lacked a title and premise, coming out of nowhere. It took Jiang Hui a while to realize he meant they needed a female liaison to help contact the female students. And he wanted her help. She honestly felt this classmate's communication skills needed improvement. If he hadn't kindly guided her yesterday, she might have thought he held some prejudice against her. Though there were gender differences, they were all students at school, weren't they? Moreover, they were in the combat soldier department, where gender distinctions were not so pronounced. In future training, who knew who would defeat whom? There would be no mercy. Was there really such a clear gender divide? So was it a communication issue, or did Clarence have a problem with her? Jiang Hui was truly baffled. Apparently, he didn't see anything wrong with his communication style, and asked in the same stiff tone if she could leave now. So did she agree? Jiang Hui almost had a question mark imprinted on her forehead. In the end, she agreed, but insisted on finishing her meal first. Eating was paramount, and nothing could interfere with her having a full stomach. Thus, Jiang Hui inexplicably became the volunteer guide for the new class, helping to contact the yet-to-arrive female students, reminding them of precautions in the dormitory, and finally distributing the school uniforms. It wasn't until she was at the cafeteria again eating dinner, while looking across at Clarence from another table, that she realized she had been tricked into working for free all day. Fortunately, Jiang Hui didn't lose out. While assisting with the guiding tasks, she also completed her own procedures. Now she had almost all the necessary registration formalities done and only needed to wait for classes to start. But after a whole day, she still wondered if this Clarence was actually socially anxious. Compared to the first and second days, which felt as unstable as drifting duckweed, by the third day, Jiang Hui could calmly open her eyes from the dormitory bed, run her fingers through her hair, and tap on her optical brain to check the time. Last night, she finally managed to get a full night's sleep in the real world, because the previous night in her mental space, she had been assembling an intriguing miniature model but could not get it to fit together no matter how she tried. Moreover, during this process, Jiang Hui realized she lacked many foundational skills, so she had no choice but to pause and spend over a dozen hours studying an introductory mecha manual. Although it was just a basic guidebook that every mecha pilot needed to start with, akin to a pinyin textbook for kindergartners, it was undeniable that having some foundation made a world of difference compared to having none at all. After reading this introductory manual, assembling the miniature mecha model was not as smooth as silk, but she could manage it with relative ease, feeling far more confident. Jiang Hui secretly planned to buy a few more basic books to study later. Once she fully grasped how to assemble miniature mechas, buying materials and tools to build them, and then selling them online could be a decent way to earn money. At least that was how Jiang Hui consoled herself. Today was the last day for registration. If new students could not make it to campus, they would essentially lose the opportunity to study this academic year, and would have to wait until next year. However, most people were quite eager to start school. Most had already arrived yesterday, and today only a scattered few new students were trickling in to register. The vast majority on the streets were already wearing their new campus uniforms. If not for the difference in wear and tier, it would be hard to tell the new students from the old ones. Today, Jiang Hui did not volunteer as the class contact person, as there was nothing left for her to do. After breakfast, she had originally planned to wander around the campus with the crowd. She was particularly eager to visit the school library, hoping to snag a few books to read in her mental space. Honestly, Jiang Hui had never known herself to be such an avid reader and learner, even if it was out of necessity. Ever since arriving in the interstellar world, her life had gained an extra 24 hours, and Jiang Hui had no choice but to fall in love with such enriching activities as reading, as it was almost the only way she could think of to pass the time in her mental space, which had everything but an internet connection. But as the saying goes, plans never keep up with changes. Halfway to the library, she received the first announcement from her class advisor in the group chat on her optical brain, instructing her to report to Combat Soldier Department, Class 899832, at 1:00 p.m. after lunch, and to arrive on time or face the consequences. She glanced at the time. It was already past 9. If she went to the library and came back for lunch, she could still make it, but since it was the start of the semester and she was reporting to a new class, she needed at least to tidy herself up a bit. Not that she meant elaborate makeup or anything. Why would she bother with that when she was in the Combat Soldier Department? Moreover, at her age back on Blue Star, she would only be a middle school student, and schools absolutely forbade any form of grooming, as students had to keep their hair short just to enter the classroom. Although there were no such requirements here, Jiang Hui still knew what was appropriate. Either way, the library could wait for another day, as the books in her mental space were sufficient for now. Jiang Hui decided to head back to the dormitory to freshen up and then report to the class on time. Since the notice said face the consequences, she could not afford to take it lightly. Thus, the person who had been halfway to the library turned back, grabbed some instant food from the vending machine in the cafeteria building, and returned directly to the dormitory. Truly, this was indeed the single dormitory farthest from the teaching area. Jiang Hui finally understood why the staff during the orientation period had repeatedly emphasized how far the dormitory was from the teaching zone. It was truly far. The teaching area occupied the front third of the campus, but her dormitory was almost at the far edge of the school's rear corner. Walking to class would take nearly a full hour, which was simply torturous. The layout made no sense, and Jiang Hui could not fathom the school's intention behind such a design. She suspected there must be some hidden reason she did not yet know. Fortunately, Jiang Hui was very punctual, always leaving home well in advance for any appointment or meeting. So when she arrived at the classroom, she still had time to spare. It was around 12-something. Perhaps it was because other students' dormitories were closer. When Jiang Hui hurriedly pushed open the classroom door, she found it already largely filled. Although she was not the very last to arrive, she was still among the later ones. She breathed a sigh of relief, quickly found a convenient seat, and resolved to leave earlier every day from now, unless she be late for class. That classmate Clarence was probably among the later arrivals, as well, sitting not far from her near the front. He happened to see her enter, but did not greet her, merely glanced her way. Jiang Hui took that as a greeting and politely glanced back. In the end, they tacitly averted their eyes as if they had never known each other. The interstellar world truly was a melting pot of races. Since arriving, Jiang Hui had seen many people of different skin, hair, and eye colors living together without regard for nationality. Thus, her classmates naturally included all kinds: blonde and blue-eyed, brown-haired and brownied, tall-nosed Germanic types, with black hair, pitch black-skinned individuals, and many who appeared to be mixed-race blends. In contrast, there were very few of Huaxia descent like Jiang Hui. Only 2 or 3 in the class, all appearing rather gentle, at least on the surface. School openings were the same everywhere. Although interstellar culture differed from Blue Stars, the patterns were similar. Everyone was unfamiliar with each other, and even those eager to connect found conversation somewhat stiff, yet they were indeed getting to know one another. Only a few students seemed more shy and withdrawn, sitting in their seats waiting for the class advisor to arrive. Jiang Hui belonged to the latter group. She was passive in social relationships. Although she had been quite old before the transmigration and had spent over a decade as a student, she still instinctively felt a bit hesitant when entering the classroom. But once she was actually seated in the classroom amidst the lively crowd, Jiang Hui's nervousness gradually dissipated, and she found it somewhat ironic. Was she regressing with age? Gradually, she was infected by the youthful and vibrant atmosphere of her classmates, her consciousness merging into their world. The school adopted a small class education system with even fewer students than her classes on Blue Star. Each class appeared to have only about 30 or so students. With merely 2 minutes left until the appointed time, the classroom was still not fully occupied. Jiang Hui was uncertain whether the empty seats indicated absentees or were simply unassigned. Otherwise, the absentees were incredibly audacious. The class advisor had explicitly instructed them to report at this hour, and they still dared to be late. Could they not see the phrase bear the consequences? Even through the screen, Jiang Hui could sense the implicit command and prohibition. As time ticked by, no one else entered the classroom. When the clock on the optical brain turned precisely to 1 o'clock, a somewhat peculiar and stirring chime echoed through the room. Clop, clop. A vaguely familiar and uniform footstep sounded. A figure moving with measured steps swept into the classroom like the wind. The door behind him slammed shut with a bang, as if moved by an unseen force resounding through the vast classroom. The noise silenced everyone, and their breaths involuntarily tightened. A tall man in military uniform stood at the podium, his posture straight and imposing, his bearing that of a soldier. His muscles and sinews were perfectly proportioned, not a fraction more or less. Even the curve of his lips, the contour of his jaw, and the height of his shoulders seemed as if measured by a scale. His mere presence exuded a coiled predatory aggression and overwhelming pressure that instinctively made everyone shed their laxity and tense their nerves in defense. Before he had even spoken a word, the previously excited and lively students instantly fell silent, unconsciously straightening their backs and stiffening their postures, terrified of being singled out by the uniformed man and thrown out of the classroom by the scruff of their necks. Jiang Hui was no exception. She had never before been in such close proximity to such a formidable military officer. Then again, that wasn't entirely true. She had been close to them before. Just half a month prior, she had encountered the 3rd Legion capturing rebels at the Dongbua Corporation. The group had surrounded the entire complex, and she had witnessed countless gallant soldiers on the scene. But this was a different feeling. The soldiers she had encountered at Dongbua Corporation were in a restrained state, sheathed like swords in their scabbards, poised to strike, yet held back, awaiting only the command from their unseen leader to point them in a direction upon which they would strike with lethal precision without a second thought. At that time, Jiang Hui was merely a civilian needing protection and shelter from those soldiers. Their aggression was never directed at her, so she had felt both awed and oddly secure. However, the officer before her, presumably their class advisor, was different. His aura was fully unleashed, targeted directly at them, conveying a distinct intention to subdue. This officer was like an eagle, and they were like lambs, unaware of their predicament. Whether in stance or presence, they were clearly at a disadvantage. This instinctively triggered a sense of pressure and immense crisis in Jiang Hui. Speaking of which, she seemed to have somewhat forgotten the curriculum for the combat soldier department that she had checked before enrollment. Wasn't it supposed to be a completely militarized training regimen? In other words, Jiang Hui suddenly realized that for the coming year, she would likely be subjected to a military-style learning environment. What's more, their instructors might even be officers from the military, true soldiers. Jiang Hui unconsciously glanced at his shoulder insignia. Excellent. A black base with a single bar and 3 stars. This was a rank of captain, the same rank her father had held before his death. Such a rank was rarely seen outside the officer-dense military, and in a peaceful place like the permanent settlement galaxy, it was considered a relatively high-ranking officer. For a first-year student at Bester Intermediate Academy, to have a captain-level officer as an instructor, the school's backing must indeed be quite formidable. But Jiang Hui felt the sky was darkening. A real captain as an instructor meant her academic journey ahead would only be more arduous. Would she even make it out of the combat soldier department alive? What could Jiang Hui do? She had no way out. She could only fall silent with the rest of the class, hold her breath, and watch their advisor in dead silence. The advisor, whose name they still didn't know, swept his gaze across the entire class, his eyes brushing over each face. His expression was blank, devoid of any emotion, more like an impersonal inspection. Finally, he said softly, "Is anyone else not here?" His tone was gentle, his voice light, but Jiang Hui felt a primal dread, a chill running down her spine. Her hair stood on end as a wave of intense crisis washed over her, making her profoundly uneasy, as if a blade were pressed against her back. Naturally, no one dared to respond, nor did anyone truly know. After all, they were all newly acquainted classmates, having not even memorized the class roster. How could they know which audacious ancestor dared to be late? They were even praying that those few students who were either late or had simply forgotten wouldn't choose this moment to show up. Once the session was over, whatever the advisor did to find them was none of their concern. But they desperately hoped not to witness a scene unfold before their eyes. They felt certain something terrible would happen. Even though they weren't the ones who were late, everyone felt the oppressive force emanating from their advisor. Instinctively, they tucked in their unformed wings, shrinking like quails. Jiang Hui initially thought he would continue questioning the students or call the roll. But apparently he didn't want to waste time on that. He directly activated his optical brain as if connecting to some information network. Jiang Hui felt the optical brain hanging around her neck activate automatically, projecting an information page. The same happened to everyone in the class, automatically displaying a page of basic information. Without even looking, he tapped a few times on his optical brain, making some selections. Instantly, the projected pages vanished. He turned his gaze back and rattled off 3 or 4 names, some long, some short, some male, some female. No one in the classroom responded, presumably marking those who were late or absent. He seemed to smile faintly, a slight curl of his lips. But though it was a smile, it brought no lightness to anyone. He seemed to speak softly to someone on the other end of the optical brain, his voice too low for the class to hear. After speaking, he turned off the device. Then the terrifying expression on his face dissipated, reverting to the usual sternness he had shown upon entering. The atmosphere in the entire classroom lightened. "I hope there won't be a next time for such an incident," he addressed the entire class. "Obey orders and prohibitions. That is the first lesson I teach you. If you truly wish to take this step and become a real soldier, you must strictly adhere to this principle. Obey orders and prohibitions." Though his voice was not particularly loud, those 4 words seemed to weigh heavily upon their hearts like leaden anchors. In just a brief opening of less than a few minutes, all traces of frivolity among the crowd dissipated. The young ones began to truly contemplate the purpose of their arrival. Good. Seeing these gradually solemn gazes, the instructor finally felt a hint of satisfaction. "Now let us begin the orientation session for class 899832. I am your class advisor, Don Stark. You may call me Teacher Stark." Very good. Just the right flavor. He was probably 2 or 3 times more Spartan than the instructors she had encountered during military training back on Blue Star. Jiang Hui seemed to foresee her own miserable life ahead. Was this what the principal meant by a new path? But wasn't this path a little too arduous? Roll call. When your name is called, answer here. There's no need to stand up in the classroom. The same rule applies in the future. "I shouldn't need to repeat it," the captain said in a deep voice. "Yes, sir." The entire classroom responded in unison. Truly the military-style act on words without a single wasted syllable. He immediately began the roll call. The first few were caught off guard, perhaps out of shyness, their responses weak and hesitant. Some even needed a neighbor's reminder to say here. Teacher Stark seemed displeased with this start. He placed his palm flat on the lectern, the edge of his hand pressing against the surface. Then he lifted his hand slightly and tapped his fingertips lightly on the desk a few times. At these subtle motions, the class seemed to tense up as if receiving a coded signal. Consequently, the next student's response was noticeably louder. Each subsequent voice grew louder than the last. Some even added a rhythmic cadence to their here, creating a pattern of escalating intensity. Then when they reached a certain student, a familiar stranger more or less, the tone shifted abruptly here. This one was on another level. Crisp, decisive, with a mid-to-high pitch, yet his tone somehow conveyed a sense of unwavering forward momentum. It stood out distinctly from the rest of the voices. Don't ask Jiang Hui how she discerned that unwavering forward momentum. As soon as she heard it, she couldn't help but look toward the source. It was Clarence, the classmate she had briefly partnered with earlier. At the same time, nearly the entire class was staring at him, with an envious gaze that Jiang Hui couldn't quite comprehend. Jiang Hui. So this is how it starts. The competition hasn't even begun. Teacher Stark did look somewhat surprised at Clarence for a moment, but he quickly and naturally averted his gaze. Seeing that most names had been called except hers, Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel her nerves tighten slightly. She silently estimated when her turn would come. Chinwenbot, the thin boy sitting in the same row, clearly of Huajiao descent, responded with a rather weak here. Compared to the robust students before him, he was a completely different style, one who clearly had no training. Ray Sloan Merrill. This young lattice response was much more composed, though it lacked the full-throated vigor of the earlier ones. Finally, Jiang Hui. Her name was called. The agonizing feeling of suspense was too much to bear, so she was genuinely relieved when it was finally her turn. Her voice came out uncontrollably high, even a little off-key. No matter. It wasn't a big deal, because in this way she seemed to blend perfectly with the flamboyant style of the earlier students. It probably wouldn't look too out of place, right? But perhaps it was her imagination, as she felt that Instructor Stark's gaze lingered on their section for a moment longer. A total of 35. The roll call is complete. Stark looked at the names and corresponding seat positions displayed on the lectern's light screen, nodding thoughtfully, as if pondering something. From now on, this class will be organized according to this number. Jiang Hui felt a slight shock. Did this mean the class would only register this number of students from now on? So those who were late or absent were simply not accepted. Jiang Hui was not the only one who caught the implication in Teacher Stark's words. Even the most precocious among them were still just 15 or 16-year-old children. Whether in the Interstellar era or on Blue Star, they were still kids, their minds not yet fully steady. Upon hearing Teacher Stark's decision regarding those absentees, they could barely contain their urge to discuss it. But Teacher Stark had already set a firm example, and they dared not easily let their guard down and whisper among themselves. Only those nearest to each other exchanged glances. An undercurrent of suppressed restlessness rippled through the entire class. Indeed, just as you think. Those students are unfortunately no longer welcome in my class. That is my rule. I hope you will all take this as a warning. The students hadn't expected such severity. School hadn't even officially started. It was only a pre-semester orientation meeting, and yet the advisor was directly expelling those who were late from the class. Rest assured, although my class will not accept these students, other classes will. Every student admitted to Beska Intermediate Academy is guaranteed the right to education here. It's just that they are clearly not a fit for my class. That was the way he put it. But all students had already been assigned to their classes. Being expelled on the very first day before it even began was a tremendous loss of face for those students. Even Jiang Hui, who was quite eager to switch majors, absolutely did not want to experience being kicked out of the class or even out of the entire combat specialist department. Jiang Hui felt a mix of relief at having passed this initial hurdle and anxiety about how well she would adapt to such an obviously strict educational style and environment. In the end, would she also be driven out of this class in disgrace? That was not what she wanted. Young people's emotions are always rich. Those willing to defend their country and dedicate their lives to its safety beneath their varied exteriors mostly harbor sincere and passionate hearts. Upon hearing that the students who lost their place in the class were not being expelled from the school, many breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving aside whether their mistake deserved sympathy, no one in life is completely free from error. If a single small mistake negates a person's entire worth, then this world would be far too harsh. As members of this world, they all preferred to see more tolerance in it. Yet this incident also served as a warning. The world also leaves no room for even the slightest misstep. Someone will always pay a heavy price for it. The same principle applies to the military. Perhaps this was the true first lesson that Captain Stark intended to teach his students. Of course, while most of the naive young boys and girls sympathized with those few classmates they had never met, there were others whose thoughts differed. For some individuals with stringent self-expectations, those classmates who were late and subsequently expelled from the class truly deserved their fate. The differences between people often lie in the details, but character is not merely a matter of slight divergence. These classmates appeared to have made a trivial mistake, yet in reality, it represented a certain unreliability inherent in their nature. This portion of the audience wholeheartedly agreed with the instructor's actions. They believed it was better to prevent problems than to remedy them, and those classmates should indeed pay the price. Among the slightly extreme individuals, there were also completely neutral ones. They had no particular thoughts, simply amazed by the very act of the instructor. In this small classroom, a variety of thoughts flourished among the students. Captain Stark took in the responses of the students, gaining a rough understanding of their general temperaments. In just one night, he had managed to grasp the personalities of some of the students, proving that Zhang Lao was indeed quite astute. Very well, since you are all aware of this, I have one more matter to discuss with you. I know that most of you did not enter here with a sense of purpose, and some of you may not even intend to stay here. But regardless of your plans, as long as you are learning under my guidance, you must adhere to my rules. If you cannot accept this, then you are likely fated to part ways with me, just like those previous classmates. This was precisely what she was thinking, and Jiang Hui suddenly felt as if she had been called out. However, if you are willing to follow my rules, I will do my utmost to impart knowledge to you, providing opportunities for upward advancement. Does anyone have any questions? You may raise them on the spot. This is your only chance to openly ask me. Of course, if you prefer not to have me as your instructor, that would be another matter. He smiled slightly at the end, seemingly thinking that this last remark held a touch of humor. Your joke is so cold that no one finds it amusing at all. Who else would act like you, seemingly encouraging and intimidating students to leave the class? They were too afraid to move. This was the current state of all present. Now we can begin the meet and greet. Tonight you may disregard the rules, eat, drink, laugh, and make merry. After tonight, everything must comply with my directives, so please enjoy yourselves. Then unexpectedly, the teacher's desk popped open, launching bags of food and drinks, while colorful ribbons shot out from above, accompanied by a stirring military march tune that left the previously anxious students bewildered. What are you standing around for? Eat. Tomorrow, even if you want to eat, there might not be any left. Eat what you can, play as you wish, but during training I expect you to put in your utmost effort. Don't just stand there. Eat well, finish everything, or you can forget about leaving. After saying this, he stepped down from the stage and tossed a bag of snacks that had been scattered all over the floor to a dazed student nearby. Uncertain of what button the other person pressed on the control panel, the music grew, even more exhilarating, almost lifting the entire ceiling. Jiang Hui was naturally one of those caught off guard. What is this unfolding? The admonishment, I imagined the essential motivational speech for newcomers only halfway through the initial intimidation, and now we're truly having a party. Jiang Hui finally recalled that today was merely an introductory meeting for classmates to get acquainted with one another, akin to a meet and greet before the start of a school year. Speaking of transforming a meet and greet into this, expelling a group for tardiness, this whole display of intimidation certainly taught the students a lesson. However, perhaps due to the abruptness of the transition, it felt somewhat disjointed, almost eerie. Yet amidst this, there were the bold ones who dared to cautiously open food wrappers, and seeing that Stark did not stop them, they gradually let go. The classroom gradually began to fill with a jovial atmosphere. Initially, people only dared to sit carefully at the table, opening chip bags, munching away like squirrels. Then conversations started to bubble up quietly, and after a while groups of 2 or 3 expanded into larger circles, as those sitting began to stand and form clusters, even linking arms. Before long, the scene descended into chaos. If not for the absence of alcohol, Jiang Hui would have suspected these people might get tipsy and launch into an impromptu disco. Is this what they call social prowess? She did not understand. Jiang Hui ripped open a bag of chips, grabbed a piece, and crunched down. Surprisingly, the Interstellar chips had quite a flavor. As they discovered that the instructor was genuinely intending to host a purely social meet and greet, everyone subconsciously relaxed. The atmosphere in the classroom was great, even recent experiences that they viewed one another with a newfound intimacy, as if they were friends who had weathered hardships together, instantly bridging the gap. Some even approached Jiang Hui to chat. However, perhaps due to her limited knowledge of interstellar affairs, she did not seem like an impressive figure. Some exchanged names with her politely and chatted briefly before moving on, maintaining a noticeable distance. She glanced at her classmate Kilo Lauren in the front diagonal. He seemed to be experiencing the same. But from his demeanor, he appeared to be the sort who rejected others, as no one could stay by his side for more than a minute. She pondered whether she should also join in on the fun and automatically integrate into the class circle. After all, she was going to spend a year in this class, as she couldn't just shy away. Then she was interrupted by a small incident. Jiang Hui suddenly felt as if someone was watching her from behind. After a moment, she instinctively turned around and met the gaze of the other person. Jiang Hui had a faint impression of this boy, one of the 2 pure Huazhao descendants in the class, seemingly named Chen Wenbai. This classmate genuinely appeared quite frail. Though tall, he was lean, his complexion somewhat pale, and his speech was soft, exuding a shy demeanor. Seeing Jiang Hui looking at him, he seemed a bit embarrassed, as she thought he wanted to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, he pointed towards the corridor outside, leaving Jiang Hui puzzled about what was out there. He pointed outside a couple more times, making Jiang Hui even more confused. Was there something he couldn't say directly? Just before Jiang Hui could no longer hold back her curiosity, this shy student, whose expression and actions were all too revealing of his bashfulness, seemed to decide to abandon the gesture and approached her. Jiang, classmate, the instructor is looking for you outside. He wants you to come. Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui, classmate. The other party's back of the head seemed to have eyes, as Jiang Hui had not yet approached when the person suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Hui felt somewhat intimidated, as the impression the other person gave her was exceedingly stern. Just moments ago, during the group instruction in the classroom, she had felt a tremor of fear, let alone facing the person's imposing presence now. With some hesitation, Jiang Hui called out, "Teacher Stark." Seeing her standing a bit far away, Stark frowned slightly, gesturing for her to come a little closer, as if indicating a desire for an equal conversation. As she stood nearer, Jiang Hui felt an almost tangible oppressive aura emanating from the other person, as if the very air around them had grown heavy. The gaze directed at her made Jiang Hui feel an immense pressure. The principal has already informed me about your situation, so it was to discuss this matter that she had been called out. I can tentatively agree to this. If you still wish to change your major next year, I will grant you the approval. However, I must remind you that I will not lower my expectations for you due to your circumstances, as that would be unfair to other students, and to you as well. Regardless of what profession you wish to pursue in the future, coming to school is for the sake of learning. Since you have the opportunity for education, you should cherish it and wholeheartedly improve yourself. You should not confine yourself to your comfort zone, as it would have adverse effects on both yourself and your fellow classmates. This class will likely see many students ultimately choosing to take such a path. Thus, I hope the class can maintain a relatively balanced and open environment. While you may explain your circumstances to them, most will likely understand, but such discussions could inadvertently create a rift within the class, making them feel that their environment is no longer pure. Being singled out like this could also lead to a restless mentality within the group, which would be an extremely unstable factor for our entire class. Jiang Hui fell silent, as she could actually understand this. She had encountered similar situations back on Blue Star. During her college days, she participated in military training where the instructor was very strict with the students, pushing them to their limits as long as they didn't die. However, there was a classmate who was in particularly poor health, yet he insisted on participating in the training, disregarding any advice. Concerned that something might happen to her child at school, his parents informed the counselor. The counselor's persuasion fell on deaf ears, so they had to bring the situation to the instructor. What could the instructor do? His task was not to cruelly train recruits, but to be cautious with pampered college students. During the training, while he couldn't say he was overly accommodating, the requirements for this student were much less compared to others. Especially when he saw the student looking pale and on the verge of collapsing, he would instruct him to stand or sit quietly in a shaded area. This wasn't really an excessive privilege. The student could have opted out of military training, but he insisted on participating despite being advised otherwise. The instructors perhaps did not anticipate, or rather had grown accustomed to such situations. Some classmates, although aware that the special treatment was due to the student's health issues, instinctively felt uncomfortable with the treatment that separated him from the group, even feeling a bit resentful. Consequently, they always had a bit of disdain towards that classmate, leading to some degree of ostracism. Even a few sly ones attempted to follow suit, occasionally claiming to feel unwell, hoping to receive similar preferential treatment. As a result, the military training class was thrown into disarray by this restless atmosphere resembling a palace intrigue. The emotions and atmosphere of the entire class turned relatively negative. Jiang Hui had not participated in the drama at the time, merely serving as an ordinary background character. Yet she had to admit that she felt an inexplicable distance from that classmate. However, after the military training concluded and she got to know him better, she realized he was just an ordinary, kind person with no issues, and the so-called distance had merely been a figment of her imagination. Although the situation was clearly different, the underlying principle was quite similar. With a shift in perspective, Jiang Hui could likely understand the meaning behind Teacher Stark's words to her. "I have reviewed your file, Jiang student. You have undergone a second awakening and are at a relatively high level with hopes of breaking through to become a high-tier awakened one after adulthood. You should be capable of handling our combat soldier system courses. I hope that in the coming year you will dedicate yourself fully to our specialized courses, striving to improve and train yourself regardless of whether you ultimately choose to continue in this major. Can you do that?" He looked down at the girl who was significantly shorter than him. Yes. What else could Jiang Hui say in response? In truth, she had already begun to accept this notion in her heart. Teacher Stark nodded, seemingly satisfied, and said to Jiang Hui, "You need not worry too much about the fundamentals. Physical conditioning does not happen overnight. While your initial fitness may differ from others, with proper training you can reach the average level of your classmates. As long as you are willing to put in extra effort, I will make preliminary adjustments to your physical condition based on your situation. You should strive to meet the targets I set for the class, and while I won't force you if you cannot reach them, you must improve your level each time. In roughly 3 months, you will be able to elevate your physical strength to the current minimum average level of the class. You need to put in more effort." "What? Are you surprised that it only takes 3 months? If you can endure it, can even be halved." Jiang Hui shook her head repeatedly, wanting to be a machine that merely shook its head without emotion. "Do you think the training in those primary academies is just some casual exercise? Each of them, their bodies and brains, not even fully developed, just practice, aimlessly wasting their efforts. They are not much stronger than you. Just train properly, and do not let external influences affect you. Moreover, it's not just you. I Chen student and another female classmate are also in similar situations. That child is even a bit worse off than you. Why are all of you kids so lacking in physical fitness at such a young age?" Having said that, he seemed to express a hint of complaint. "All right, you can go back now. Enjoy yourself. Train earnestly tomorrow." After saying this, Stark immediately dispatched Jiang Hui inside. As she turned to leave, he seemed to want to say something else. "You. Never mind, it's nothing." With no one in charge, and the homeroom teacher having fled mid-meeting, the group naturally indulged in revelry. All were young, possessing an seemingly endless urge to express themselves in the domains they loved and excelled at. A gathering of like-minded individuals easily bridged distances. Jiang Hui had returned early as her dormitory was quite far, and with the military training starting tomorrow, it was best not to overindulge. Thus, after observing the situation and seeing a few classmates depart one after another, she too took her leave. On her way back, she received a message in the class group from Instructor Stark notifying everyone that they would first undergo a spiritual energy level assessment in the morning, followed by a month-long military training session. Yes, military training was mandatory here, too, regardless of the student's major. It seemed humanity's foresight in education was universal. She returned to her dormitory just past 11 p.m., a reminder for Jiang Hui to set out earlier in the future, lest she be perpetually late. Jiang Hui took a quick shower, set several thunderous alarms to prevent oversleeping, and after confirming everything, swiftly drifted into slumber. Not long after emerging from the space, she heard footsteps and a faint commotion outside. Already awake and browsing her optical brain in bed, Jiang Hui immediately got up, grabbing a handy object as a weapon. She pressed herself against the door, weapon in hand, waiting for the sound to draw near. It seemed to be 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. It had arrived. Someone knocked on the door. Jiang Hui remained silent at first. Who would come to a school dormitory at this hour without reason? She naturally recalled various social news she had seen on her optical brain, stories of terrorist organizations attacking schools and taking students hostage or gangs abducting youths. Such incidents were not unheard of. Especially after the sudden chaos she had encountered at the Donghua group, she was particularly vigilant. Yet the person at the door continued knocking. Jiang Hui had already set the pole aside when she heard the person outside call out, "Classmate Jiang." Jiang Hui. This was someone who knew her, but the voice was unfamiliar. Still, Jiang Hui could no longer pretend to be absent. The person knocked a few more times, but did not force their way in. Still wary, Jiang Hui couldn't help but ask, "May I ask what this is about?" As she spoke, she had already pulled up the emergency call page on her optical brain, though she hadn't pressed it yet. "I am an instructor for the freshman class of 89,983 here with the teachers to conduct a check on your situation." An instructor was somewhat like a school counselor, something Jiang Hui had learned about during orientation. This voice did seem somewhat familiar, perhaps heard at the freshman office during the liaison day. A check. Jiang Hui was full of questions, even if there were such a thing. She glanced at the time on her optical brain. Coming for an inspection at this hour was utterly absurd. And what was there to inspect about her? Jiang Hui was genuinely perplexed, but she didn't let down her guard so quickly. She pressed further, "But why haven't I received any notice from the school or my homeroom teacher?" Such matters should have been announced, yet Instructor Stark had only mentioned the spiritual energy assessment for tomorrow. "It's a surprise inspection." A vaguely familiar voice came from outside. Jiang Hui paused. It sounded much like Instructor Stark, who had spoken with her not long ago. "Classmate Jiang, please tidy up and open the door now. We need to conduct a routine check. If you still have doubts, you can check the class group. I've already posted a notice there." Jiang Hui, half convinced, opened the class group and found as the person outside had set a temporary notice posted by the homeroom teacher. The timestamp read exactly 1200 a.m. What kind of unholy hour was this? Jiang Hui was now convinced, but even more baffled. Why choose such a time for an inspection, and what exactly were they checking? Now certain it was indeed the school teachers, Jiang Hui's vigilance dissipated considerably. With the people outside urging her, she quickly checked her attire. After ensuring everything was in order, she stepped back and opened the dormitory door. The sight outside startled her. A mix of men and women, some in military uniforms, others in neat professional attire, 7 or 8 people crowding the narrow corridor, making it seem even more cramped. Glancing at herself, clad in the school-issued white loungewear, long-sleeved and long-legged, fully covered, but with disheveled hair, she felt as though they belonged to different worlds. Jiang Hui recognized the instructor and greeted him, then called out to Instructor Stark nearby, addressing the other unfamiliar faces as teachers. A female teacher she didn't recognize smiled and said, "Classmate Jiang Hui, you took the longest to open the door among the students in this dormitory building. I think if you hadn't responded soon, Instructor Frost might have just barged in." Jiang Hui didn't know how to respond. She couldn't exactly say she suspected the late-night visitors might be criminals here to kidnap her in a full-scale abduction. Wouldn't that make her seem overly paranoid? She thought it over. In a school with a military background, if rogue forces could brazenly enter and threaten students at will, that would be far too audacious. Besides, what criminal would politely knock multiple times before committing a crime? Reflecting on it, Jiang Hui felt foolish for her earlier suspicion. Stark didn't join the conversation. He merely glanced calmly around the room, his gaze eventually settling on the long alloy support pole propped by the door. "Your vigilance is commendable." Jiang Hui found no joy in the homeroom teacher's praise and responded with a dry laugh. The instructor then explained their purpose. They were here to collect prohibited items from new students. In fact, the school had already issued a notice during orientation listing over 1300 items prohibited on campus, including certain special models of optical brains, which were not allowed to be brought into the school. Upon discovery, first-time offenders would face confiscation, a warning, and point deductions. Repeat offenses would result in a demerit. Then on registration day, Jiang Hui had received a booklet specifically listing prohibited items and hundreds of restricted items, reminding them to dispose of such things before the official start of classes. Naturally, Jiang Hui had brought none of these items. Having only recently arrived in the interstellar realm, she hadn't even had the chance to come into contact with so many high-tech products. Besides, schools, whether in the interstellar realm or on Blue Star, had plenty of rules. It was best to simply avoid bringing anything that wasn't allowed. The only thing that could be remotely considered contraband was that bag of snacks. Indeed, snacks also fell under prohibited items, as some interstellar snacks contained alcohol or pharmaceutical ingredients, while others had complex compositions that could affect mental strength and brain domains. Such snacks were typically restricted from being sold to those who had not fully awakened, but due to lax market management, the ban was repeatedly violated. To be honest, Jiang Hui didn't recognize many of the snacks she brought. She had simply grabbed them from her apartment. When she arrived at school and learned that snacks were restricted, she couldn't be bothered to sort through them, so she ate them all. Anything inedible was tossed into the recycling machine for small change, leaving everything clean and tidy. Thus, Jiang Hui's dormitory was spotless, containing nothing but books, clothes, and daily necessities. The female teacher accompanying her inspected the interior of her dorm, while another teacher in a lieutenant's uniform checked her space button. A series of actions were quickly completed, and the instructor recorded the findings in the file. Presumably eager to inspect other places, the teachers finished quickly and left, restoring silence to the dormitory. Only Jiang Hui remained at the entrance, still somewhat dazed. She scratched her head, then turned around and went back into the dorm to find something else to do. The events of the night left no trace in her mind. However, for many freshmen, it was a chaotic evening. That night, all classes held meet and greets. Many returned very late, just before the dormitory curfew, and some hadn't even started sleeping when the inspections began. The next day, when Jiang Hui arrived at the assembly point, she overheard many classmates discussing the previous night's inspection. Their voices were low and fragmented, making it hard to catch much. But she could vaguely sense that the matter had stirred up quite a commotion. So had the inspections targeted only freshmen or the entire school? Could it be that the school deliberately chose this time and timing? No wonder many of the classmates who had seemed so vibrant and energetic yesterday were now looking dejected and listless. After such an incident, who could sleep well? Only Jiang Hui, having rested enough in her spiritual space and not having slept at night, felt unaffected. The freshmen had just experienced a relaxed and enjoyable meet and greet, and before they could settle down, the school teachers came to inspect for contraband. It had to be said the strategy was full of tricks. Consequently, many students were caught with prohibited or even contraband items, snacks, stimulating devices, functional high-tech products, customized optical brains, dangerous weapons, and restricted medications. To know just how bold these native students could be, one only needed to check their space buttons. They didn't just bring standard prohibited items, they dared to carry dangerous goods explicitly banned by the school. Some relied on wishful thinking, while others knowingly broke the rules, using covert spatial storage tools for concealment and cover. But none of these could evade the professionally trained military personnel. That was precisely why teachers with such high military ranks appeared late at night. This inspection counted as the first major check of the semester, with performance recorded as credits. Since a warning had already been issued before, subsequent violations resulted in official warnings or point deductions. For severe cases, the school might directly summon parents. These freshmen, still immersed in the novelty of the new semester, were dealt a harsh blow, and chaos erupted with wails and frantic activity. Hearing the familiar commotion nearby, upperclassmen couldn't help but sigh, remarking that the newcomers truly knew no fear. Seeing these juniors, they recalled their own naive selves from years past. Hang in there, kids. There's more to come. Their murmurs didn't last long. Soon the class advisors, instructors, and relevant staff arrived. The front rows were packed, while below a sea of freshmen filled the entire assembly area to capacity. Before long, they were led to corresponding testing sites. Jiang Hui noticed that students in military-related majors were separated and taken to a place resembling a large sports arena. Upon entering, everything was white. Figures in white uniforms, whether medical or lab personnel, moved about with solemn expressions. The entire venue was eerily silent, quite unsettling. At the venue, each major and class proceeded in order to designated areas for mental strength testing. The sequence followed major class and student number. Those called stepped up to the testing machine for assessment. This appeared to be a specialized mental strength testing device, oddly shaped, with a thick, wide pole in the center atop a strange base. Midway up the pole were incomprehensible scales and a projection screen, the only recognizable part being the scale indicator at the top. Moreover, this machine's testing speed was much faster than the large comprehensive testing machine Jiang Hui had used in the hospital. Watching from behind, she saw each person step up, stand for a brief moment, complete the test, and then register with the teacher. Soon it was Jiang Hui's turn. Students, stand directly on the collection platform. Stand straight, look straight ahead. Yes. Like that. Relax. This is just the wavelength emitted by the machine to stimulate your mental strength to expand. Don't resist for now. At first, Jiang Hui felt nothing unusual, but soon she sensed the electric wave band the technician mentioned. How to describe it? It felt strange, like a fork brushing against her cerebral cortex, repeatedly scraping and prickling lightly. She found it very uncomfortable, and a sharp pain seemed to accompany the sensation within her cranial brain domain. Student, relax, relax. You're too tense. This electric wave band won't harm your brain. If you don't relax, we can't get a reading, and the accuracy will be compromised. The lab technician testing her spoke quite gently. But Jiang Hui couldn't understand why he kept telling her to relax when she felt she was already relaxed. She could still feel the electric wave band penetrating her cerebral cortex. Yet for some reason it wouldn't go deeper, leaving her utterly confused. After several failed attempts, the students behind her noticed the unusual commotion and prolonged delay and couldn't help whispering among themselves. But Jiang Hui had no time to listen to their murmurs. To achieve the relaxed state the tester demanded, she exerted all her effort, breaking into a sweat, yet still couldn't complete the test. "What's going on here?" A puzzled voice rang out. The newcomer was a young man with refined features and a tall, slender build, also clad in the same white uniform that seemed to be standard for all present. However, the work badge hanging around his neck appeared different from that of the staff member who had tested her earlier, featuring a red border instead. Jiang Hui tried to focus and get a clearer look, but the man moved too swiftly as he approached, flipping the badge over in an instant. She only managed to catch the words medical office before it was gone. The staff member who had been testing Jiang Hui seemed to let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomer and proceeded to brief him on her situation. The man glanced at the file, his expression contemplative, then studied Jiang Hui for a moment. Hearing the growing murmurs from the students in the waiting area, he turned to her and said, "Come with me for now." Things had developed into the very scenario she had hoped to avoid. Jiang Hui looked back at the chattering classmates, then at the machine that stubbornly refused to measure her mental energy, and finally resigned herself to following what seemed to be a superior staff member. Jiang Hui intended to remind him that she had come for testing under the supervision of her class advisor, who should still be waiting outside. But instead the man led her directly to where Stark, her advisor, was stationed, and briefly explained her situation. Stark, like the other advisors, was waiting outside for the students to finish their tests, after which he would lead his group to the designated training areas. But instead of his student emerging, he saw Jiang Hui being escorted out alone. Frowning, he asked, "First, what's going on? Why does everyone ask that?" She thought to herself. She genuinely wanted to know what was happening too. Fortunately, the staff member spoke on her behalf, explaining that the girl's brain region showed some anomalies and needed to be taken to the medical office for a thorough examination. Stark's brow furrowed, a trace of subtle anxiety flickering in his eyes, but he finally said to Jiang Hui, "Go ahead. After the examination, if everything's fine, come find me at Sector SI2. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Hui was led away to the school's medical office. During the walk, she learned from the staff member that he was actually a licensed therapist from the school's medical department. No wonder Stark had been so at ease letting him take her directly. The therapist, seemingly concerned that Jiang Hui might be nervous occasionally, made small talk about how she was settling into the new school. In truth, Jiang Hui wasn't really nervous at all. It was no big deal. She hadn't done anything to feel guilty about, and she had encountered far stranger things before. Still, being escorted away by the school doctor in full view of everyone was far too conspicuous. She guessed that most of the grade must have seen it. School was a small circle, and Jiang Hui would bet that those people would go to great lengths to pry into her situation, spinning all sorts of guesses and assumptions about what had happened today. She wasn't afraid of that, but she had only come to school to study. Getting caught up in some unnecessary rumor storm would be far too troublesome. Unable to worry about so many things, Jiang Hui forced herself to set aside all the chaotic thoughts and focus on the present. She was also eager to find out what exactly was wrong with her. The school medical office was quite spacious, decorated somewhat like a hospital with several partitioned rooms. From where she stood, she could see various medical instruments of different sizes inside. The school doctor first invited Jiang Hui to sit down, then turned to fetch a device resembling a full-head VR simulator. He placed it over her head, covering her entire eye area once it was on. Once the device was on, Jiang Hui felt as though her entire vision and the area around her eyes were exposed to an intense white light. Her brain region seemed to immediately begin reacting to this strong illumination. Suddenly, within the blinding white light, a dark shadow charged straight at her from the center. Jiang Hui instinctively recoiled, forgetting that she was still seated. Her attempt to retreat was essentially just leaning backward. She felt an unyielding hand immediately support her neck, stopping her from moving further back. With her escape route blocked, Jiang Hui could only watch helplessly as the dark shadow plunged directly into her brow. At that moment, it felt like a thunderous upheaval. Countless past events flashed by like images, leaving trails of light and shadow. Jiang Hui seemed to be immersed in an indescribably strange realm, and the inner power that had always been hidden within her unconsciously began to leak out. She didn't even realize when the device had been removed from her face, so absorbed was she in these bizarre visions, until someone softly called her name. As if suddenly waking from a dream, Jiang Hui involuntarily murmured in confusion, "Student Jiang, are you feeling all right?" Jiang Hui was startled to find her back drenched in cold sweat, her entire body feeling as weak as if she had just engaged in an extreme high-oxygen workout, slick with perspiration. "What was that thing just now?" Jiang Hui asked, steadying her mind. The doctor handed her a glass of water. It had a slightly sweet taste with something unknown added. Downing it in one gulp brought her considerable relief, and the chaotic churning sensation in her mind eased somewhat. That was a mental oscillation frequency converter specifically designed to test internally enclosed brain regions. The process can indeed be somewhat uncomfortable, but don't worry too much. Its effect on the brain region is quite positive, and it's highly effective for detecting internally walled mental domains. He went on about frequency converters' internally enclosed brain regions' positive effects, and so on, most of which Jiang Hui didn't fully grasp. But one thing she did understand was that her brain region was somehow different from others. While she already knew it had to be different. After all, inside her mind was a spiritual space that could manifest for 24 hours. Such a thing was unheard of not just on Blue Star, but even in the interstellar realm, a phenomenon that defied all scientific principles. So it was only natural that her brain would be abnormal, right? I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Lu Jin, a therapist from the medical office. You may have heard my name before, student Jiang. Jiang Hui actually did know him, or rather she knew this name first. Lu Jin. Wasn't this the name of therapist Michael's student? The therapist had mentioned him to her before. Student Jiang Hui, my teacher has already told me about your situation and sent over a medical file. I've roughly analyzed your physical condition. I hope you don't mind. Mind? Why would she mind? It was the doctor who was taking the time to do this. Therapist Michael had also asked for her consent earlier, and Jiang Hui had simply nodded without giving it much thought. She hadn't expected the world to be so small. Before she could even find the time to seek him out, they had already met, and on the very first day of school. What a coincidence, wasn't it? If one were to be precise, this wasn't entirely coincidental, for Lu Jin did indeed have some intention of seeking out this student. Since Lu Jin completed his apprenticeship, the Archangel Healer had rarely contacted him aside from annual reports and a few gatherings. After all, both were consumed by their demanding work, leaving little room for frequent correspondence between master and student. Yet unexpectedly the other day, he received a sudden message from his mentor requesting him to look after an incompletely awakened individual who had suffered brain damage, as their cerebral condition might be unusual. This came as no surprise. Lu Jin had always known his mentor, the Archangel Healer, to be a kind-hearted elder who annually sponsored financially struggling children in their studies and gladly nurtured promising young talents, of which Lu Jin was one. He was also a student the Archangel Healer held in high regard and satisfaction. Currently, he was stationed in this permanent star system for grassroots experience. Once his qualifications and experience matured, he would return to the central star zone. However, the Archangel Healer specifically instructed him that this child, whose awakening level was not low, had an unusual awakening, subsequently suffered an accidental brain injury, and had gradually regained function. But the Archangel feared the child might develop other symptoms during recovery and asked Lu Jin to find time to conduct another examination. Lu Jin initially planned to roughly compare the final test data from the student list. After all, this was a school-wide public examination. Making a fuss openly would be inappropriate and detrimental to the student. Yet as he casually patrolled the area, he unexpectedly encountered that child, who seemed to be facing a tricky little problem. Seeing this, which seemed to be exactly what his mentor had feared, he promptly made the decision to bring the person to the medical office. Lu Jin was the lead coordinator of this school-wide examination, responsible not only for overseeing the entire testing venue and compiling all student data and records, but also for handling minor issues that arose during the process. In the past, problems were rare, as this was merely a mid-level academy's entrance test using instruments of average precision. Abnormal findings were seldom detected. Jiang Hui's case was the first today. So regardless of whether it was Jiang Hui, Lu Jin would have brought the person to the medical office anyway. No amount of testing or training could outweigh the importance of an incompletely awakened individual's physical condition, a principle the school could certainly understand. The examination revealed a problem. In a normal person, the brain domain, regardless of strength, is generally in a state of balance, with relatively free control. However, some individuals, due to congenital factors or acquired stimuli, experience an imbalance in their intracranial brain domain, forming either an internally closed or externally released brain domain. As the term suggests, it is a matter of internal closure versus external release of power. Jiang Hui clearly fell into the former category. Her spiritual energy began to exhibit a tendency toward internal contraction, barely leaking outward, compressed within her brain domain, requiring specific methods or greater effort than usual to release it. Apart from this characteristic, there were no other anomalies. This condition offers certain advantages and many disadvantages for those pursuing professions that demand high-level spiritual energy. After all, under normal circumstances, the inability to freely control spiritual energy output, requiring an extra step for release, poses a significant limitation for a high-level awakened individual. However, if Jiang Hui were to engage in a specific high-demand spiritual energy profession, this internally closed spiritual energy would not only fail to hinder her, but might instead grant her greater precision in spiritual energy manipulation. Moreover, such power tends to be stronger and more concentrated when unleashed. Regardless, this internally closed brain domain is a variation of the normal brain domain, considered an anomaly, and those with means typically seek treatment. When it came to his specialty, Lu Jin couldn't stop himself speaking with unbridled enthusiasm. By the time he finished, Jiang Hui's eyes were nearly spinning like pinwheels, as she seemed to have understood some parts, but remained confused about many others. Healer Lu then realized he had been overly excited and quickly apologized. He proceeded to conduct several more tests on Jiang Hui, ultimately concluding that her brain domain indeed exhibited symptoms of an internally closed type, and to a considerable degree subtly affecting her spiritual energy output. This explained why the standard mid-level machines failed to detect her spiritual energy. Jiang Hui listened quietly to his simplified explanation and finally asked, "May I know what my current spiritual energy rating is?" A grade. All machine readings currently peak at the upper end of a grade, with the highest reading from the initial spiritual energy oscillation frequency converter approaching a level. Oh well, at least the rating hadn't changed. Jiang Hui had been fearing that after all this explanation, she would be told her spiritual energy was actually a higher level, and that this so-called internally closed brain domain had merely lowered the readings. As it stood, it seemed her internal closure was just a state of the brain domain. Healer Lu, as if reading her thoughts, said somewhat helplessly, "The mid-level school doesn't have high-precision measuring instruments. If you want an accurate test, you'll likely need to go to a place with high-precision equipment to get a clear reading. However, in your case, the difference between your actual level and the reading shouldn't be too significant. Because in one of the previous measurements of high and low peak wavelengths, your spiritual energy fluctuations were quite normal. Even the output frequency was somewhat too regular, not meeting abnormal standards. So even if there is a discrepancy between your actual spiritual energy and the reading, it won't be substantial. However, this internally closed brain domain might affect the speed and intensity of Jiang Hui's spiritual energy output." He told her that if she wished to avoid future impacts on mecha operation apart from treatment, she might need to deliberately train in this area. If trained well, an internally closed brain domain could additionally grant an advantage in sensory precision. This enhanced sensory precision would persist in her brain domain even after treatment, becoming an extended ability. One thing Lu Jin did not mention to the child was that based on his years of medical experience, if Jiang Hui underwent a third awakening, it would inevitably be its grade. Her condition destined her for a profession demanding high-level spiritual energy. She truly needed to address this issue properly. Jiang Hui was about to ask more questions when she heard footsteps at the door. Both individuals in the room turned to look. Without opening the door, the newcomer was directly visible. The person pressed their lips together and asked, "Is there anything else she needs to be mindful of?" It was Class Advisor Stark. Jiang Hui instinctively stood up. Why had he come? And it seemed he had already heard a considerable amount. Jiang Hui was ultimately led away by the Class Advisor Stark. The latter had asked Lu Jin a series of questions, appearing even more anxious than Jiang Hui herself. Lu Jin did not ask further. He elaborated to Stark in great detail, to the point where Jiang Hui almost felt that the advisor was the one truly concerned. Finally, Lu Jin took Jiang Hui's report, saying he would send it to the public inspection area to avoid delays in filing. He told Jiang Hui to visit the medical office later for treatment, and then left. Only Stark and Jiang Hui remained. He was always stern, his smile seemingly restrained, but the oppressive atmosphere now genuinely made Jiang Hui a bit nervous. And she couldn't understand why he was so concerned about her matters. He didn't seem like such a meticulous person. Jiang Hui followed him for a while until the man suddenly stopped and said, "Your father was once like you." Jiang Hui was stunned. This, her father, the father of the original body. Did Stark know him? "It's normal you don't recognize me. I only saw you once at your full moon celebration. I never imagined we'd meet again over a decade later." And that fool who once gleefully boasted about his child was no more. Stark couldn't help but adjust his hat, veins bulging on his hands, though his back remained straight. The original body's father, Jiang Hui's friend. Jiang Hui suddenly recalled the military journal, which repeatedly mentioned a comrade named Dan with whom he had a close bond. And the class advisor was called Tang Stark. Could they be the same person? The more Jiang Hui thought about it, the more curious she became, so she tentatively asked Dan. Stark's hand paused on the brim of his hat. He finally turned and said, "You should call me Uncle Tang. That foolish father of yours has been mispronouncing my name for years, unable to even say it properly. Now he's corrupted you too." Jiang Hui was stunned by the scolding. She had only tried it as a guess, but it turned out to be true. And that was how Jiang's father had written it. She had no idea if it was wrong. But now she finally understood. Stark, the class advisor, was an old acquaintance of Jiang's father, the comrade Dan, or rather Tang, repeatedly mentioned in the military journal. Leaving Lu Jin's office, Jiang Hui once again marveled at how small this world was, only to run into another old friend of her parents' generation. Even though the original body had only seen him once at her full moon celebration. "All right, I'll deal with you later. Now you need to go to training. You've already delayed too long." After revealing this connection, Stark's tone toward Jiang Hui became less polite, more casual, yet stricter, making her instinctively tense up. "And at school you should call me Teacher Stark or class advisor," he said mercilessly. "So, does that mean off campus she should call him uncle?" After that, Jiang Hui received no further response from this Uncle Tang. He walked briskly, leading her through various areas of the campus until they reached the training ground of Class 899832. The students there had been waiting for a long time. In fact, it wasn't really waiting. Stark had ordered them to stand at attention in fixed positions. As for whether any had slacked off, it would soon be known. Stark left Jiang Hui aside and began reviewing the surveillance footage. He called out nearly 20 names, and many of those called wore surprised and guilty expressions. These were the ones who had secretly moved their hands or feet during the standing drill. Even those who had only twitched their fingers were caught, not a single one missed. Regardless of the movement's size, each time you moved you'll run an extra 10 laps. If you moved more than 5 times, double that. Figure it out yourselves. But if you run fewer laps, you know it yourselves. I don't think I need to emphasize that. 1 lap on this track was at least 2,000 meters. 10 laps meant 20 kilometers, and 50 laps doubled would be 200 kilometers. This was a pace that could kill someone. In ordinary elementary schools, the track was only 200 meters, and the standard running distance was around 20 to 30 kilometers. Students running 50 kilometers was already extreme training. But those present never imagined that 50 kilometers might only be the beginning at this intermediate academy. They couldn't fathom how much harsher it would be later. Thus, even though they feared and dreaded Stark, they couldn't suppress their resentment and began to murmur in protest. 200 kilometers. Is that humanly possible? I didn't move at all. Something fell into my eye and blurred my vision. I just shook it off instinctively. Will I die after running this? My parents sent me here to learn how to operate mechas, not to run laps. What is this? Are they deliberately torturing us? You could say that a bit louder. What's going on? Isn't this just torment? Could you dare to say that a bit softer? All the students who had violated the rules were dissatisfied with this decision, murmuring all sorts of complaints. Seeing that Stark said nothing, they grew bolder and raised their voices slightly. From Jiang Hui's perspective, she was frozen stiff, not daring to move. In her line of sight, she could see Stark's hands clenched into fists behind his back, veins bulging. His inner turmoil was far from the calm he displayed. Were these people really going to keep talking? Going against the teacher like this? Were they insane? So did I give you permission to move? When I left, what did I say? Did you think I wouldn't see, so you defied orders and moved freely? Now that you've been caught, you naturally have to pay the price. There's nothing to argue about. From what I hear, you seem to have quite the objections. The crowd suddenly stiffened, not because of Stark's indifferent words, but because he placed one hand behind his back, looking down at them with a murderous aura forged only through the hail of bullets on a battlefield. This time it was unrestrained, unlike the previous warning. I've said it before, if you want to study in my class, you must follow my rules. If any of you have objections or dissatisfaction, you can pack your bags and get out of here right now. Whether you can find another class to accept you is your own business. In short, if you don't want to be here, don't disrupt other students. The cold, harsh words crashed down on them, sending a chill through every student in class 2. This time it wasn't the tentative probing of before, but genuine awe. Because at that moment, they truly felt from this class advisor an ultimate killing intent, one that could only be nurtured through blood, tears, and the smoke of gunpowder. With that, Stark simply ignored these audacious brats and turned to the remaining students who were frozen stiff from the commotion. In a relatively gentle tone, he told them to sit down on the ground and rest for 15 minutes. Next, he had to deal with Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui was very perceptive. From her brief experience with this instructor Stark, she could tell he was a man who valued rules above all else and pursued fairness and justice. Although being taken away from the testing grounds was an unavoidable force majeure for Jiang Hui, since she hadn't known she possessed what they call the closed-loop brain domain. She had indeed been absent during that time. She didn't know if she had held everyone up, but given Stark's style of leadership, she doubted she could simply slip back into the training formation as if nothing had happened. Perhaps, might she be lumped together with that group over there? It seems you already have a good understanding of my methods. Since you know, go on. Run the standard of 100 kilometers. Run as much as you can, but don't let me catch you slacking off. Don't worry. If any of you collapse, they'll make sure to bring you back safely. I won't leave you to sleep out in the open for the night. Jiang Hui. What else could she do? She had no choice but to accept. She certainly didn't want to challenge this Spartan instructor. She had a feeling the outcome would be disastrous. Good heavens, 100 kilometers. Not 100 meters. Back in her days on Blue Star, Jiang Hui couldn't even reliably finish a single kilometer. Running 800 meters left her gasping for air. It was unimaginable that now she had to challenge a distance 100 times greater, 100 kilometers. Could this be the final destination of her interstellar military training? Helplessly, the group of troublemakers who had been thoroughly subdued also resigned themselves to their fate and headed toward the adjacent track. Naturally, Jiang Hui had no choice but to follow, leaving only the dozen or so obedient lucky ones trembling on the spot. Although they seemed to have barely scraped by this time after witnessing Instructor Stark's methods, they all had a foreboding feeling. Watching their dejected classmates prepare to grit their teeth and run dozens of kilometers, they felt no schadenfreude, only a sense of sympathetic dread. And so the first day of military training passed amidst silent howls of agony. And this was only day one. Sure enough, even with her current interstellar physique, Jiang Hui, who had zero foundation, collapsed on the spot after barely managing 20 kilometers or 20 laps. When she woke up, she was already being treated in the medical tent set up by the school for the new students. The school had set up small cots for the students, so these poor fainted children wouldn't have to lie on the ground. Looking around, she saw the place was packed with people lying crammed together, which made her scalp tingle. Had all these people also been knocked unconscious by the training? Wasn't the intensity of this military training a bit too extreme? As soon as she woke up, a female medical staff member immediately pushed a cart over swiftly and efficiently, took some basic body measurements, and then pressed a large cup of saline tea into her hands to quickly replenish the fluids and energy she had lost during training. Student, the bell has rung. Military training is over for today. All instructors have informed the students in the medical tent that they don't need to report back to the original grounds. Go back, rest well, eat a full meal, and make sure to report on time tomorrow. It sounded quite humane, she supposed. But Jiang Hui couldn't muster any joy. What awaited her tomorrow? Would she have to finish the remaining 80 kilometers? If that were the case, she would rather die. Student, are you feeling all right? Do you need some more energy replenishing fluid? Your face looks a bit pale. It was pale from fright. Jiang Hui shook her head and said it was nothing, just a bit hungry. The gentle female medical worker breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Jiang Hui. You should hurry to the cafeteria and eat. If you're late, there won't be much left. Eat well, your energy levels are a bit low. She glanced at the data on Jiang Hui's report and handed her an instant energy supplement. Seeing that the others in the medical tent were also gradually waking up, Jiang Hui decided it was best to head to the cafeteria now and eat her fill. After all, if she was going to die, she might as well not die hungry. With that thought, she immediately got up, tidied herself, and rushed toward the cafeteria. Even Jiang Hui, who was usually a picky eater during evening meals, couldn't resist ordering 2 portions, costing her double the usual meal fee. As she ate, she couldn't help but wonder if this was going to be her daily appetite, an expense which she eventually eat herself into poverty. She had been running all day, and on the way back her entire body was exhausted. Her arms and legs didn't feel like her own. Apart from her mind still being somewhat clear, all she wanted was to rush back to her comfortable bed and get a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, the journey back was long. Jiang Hui finally truly experienced the misery of having a dormitory ridiculously far from the teaching area. Would it always be like this? Finally, she managed to return to the dormitory just as night fell. Some might say that nightfall is just 6 o'clock, so it didn't take that long. However, military training ended at 4 in the afternoon, meaning it had taken her nearly 2 hours to get back to the dorm. Once back in the dorm, Jiang Hui set several extra loud alarms to prevent herself from literally sleeping through a full 24 hours. But as the saying goes, when it rains it pours. She finally got enough sleep, but when she woke up she was so dizzy she saw stars and hunger nearly made her faint from blacking out. How long had she been asleep? Could it have been over 10 days? Why was she so hungry? She felt like she was starving to death. Her stomach felt like it wasn't even her own anymore. Jiang Hui was barely able to think. Instinctively, she wanted to crawl to the kitchen, not even registering whether she was at her home in the 4th ring of the interstellar city, in the school dormitory, or in her mental space. Did this place even have a kitchen? All she wanted was to find something edible to fill her stomach. Perhaps because she was so hungry, Jiang Hui felt her legs and feet were weak. The light before her eyes flickered and she lost all sense of distance. After taking a few steps, she stumbled and fell hard. Driven by the maddening hunger, she forced herself to get up and drag herself a few more steps. Finally, she felt she had crawled to a vaguely familiar place. Fortunately, her instincts were deeply familiar with this place. Following them, she opened something, pulled out a bag of some unknown substance, ripped it open with a sharp sound, and its contents along with a burst of fragrance scattered everywhere. The enticing aroma hit her nose, making the ache in her stomach even worse. Without a second thought, she scooped up a handful from the floor and stuffed it into her mouth. So good. It was delicious. Jiang Hui forced down 4 or 5 more handfuls before the terrifying sensation of seeing stars finally subsided a bit, but she still felt extremely weak. Still so hungry. Water. Having eaten something, she felt thirsty again and gulped down several buckets, drinking up the bottled water she had stored as a form of currency with great abandon. Once that soul-deep thirst was quenched, the sensation of seeing stars gradually faded, allowing her to think more clearly. She propped herself up and stood glancing around to confirm she was indeed in the mental space. Indeed, she couldn't even sleep 10 hours in reality, let alone sleep through the full 24 hours in the mental space. That would have been a sleep of utter darkness and chaos. Jiang Hui found herself lying in the living room. What had saved her life earlier were the giant bags of chips stored in the snack cabinet and the neatly lined up bottles of water beside her. The kitchen was just 5 or 6 steps away. Would she have starved to death in the mental space if she had tried to crawl there? She was grateful that her familiarity with the house had let her instinctively find the nearest food, saving her life. Yet she was still so hungry. Why was she this hungry? After shoving a few pieces of dried tofu into her mouth, Jiang Hui finally realized she had to eat everything, consume as much as she could. So the girl halfling on the floor lifted her head and fixed her gaze on the open kitchen stove. A gleam shone deep in her eyes, the gleam of a starving wolf. Steaming rice, steaming dishes, steaming hot pot ingredients like slices of fatty beef soaked in rich broth, or bubbling vegetables crispy on the outside and soft on the inside taro. No, if she kept thinking she would die of pure craving. To die a well-fed death, she would give it her all. Jiang Hui straightened up with a thud, mustering strength in her soft legs. Leaning on a nearby cabinet, she hunched over and stood, then shuffled step by step toward the kitchen. Half an hour later, the coffee table was laden with a vast array of fresh ingredients, with a large pot of hot pot broth simmering in the center. The person seated in the middle stared intently at the ingredients cooking in the boiling water beneath her chopsticks, unable to resist swallowing audibly. Though she had eaten each ingredient on the table hundreds of times before, every time she dined in the mental space, they would fully regenerate in place, endlessly reborn. This made Jiang Hui wonder if her mental space was simply an infinite gourmet haven designed for food lovers. Yet calling it infinite was somewhat exaggerated, as she had tested and found it wasn't entirely limitless. If she took the same item more than 10 times within 24 hours, it would start to deplete. But after a while, perhaps a cool-down period, it would reappear, leaving Jiang Hui puzzled about the rules. Could it be that these ingredients weren't produced without limit? Then what was the basis for their creation, or rather what force enabled them to be endlessly reborn in this mental space? Jiang Hui knew she shouldn't overthink a completely unscientific metaphysical product, yet she couldn't help but harbor a desire to probe deeper. Where did the limits of this space lie? Forget it. She would think no more and just eat her fill first. Eat. Jiang Hui had grown afraid of that extreme hunger. After eating and drinking her fill, she didn't bother cleaning up, knowing it would all return to its original state by tomorrow, leaving no trace of smoke or fire. Still, there would be a lingering scent in the space for now. The earlier near-death hunger had completely subsided. Cradling a pot of hot milk tea, Jiang Hui continued to ponder, where had this sudden hunger come from? Could it really be from running today? It seemed possible. Recalling the day's events, aside from the medical checkup, there was only the run. But after the checkup, she had felt perfectly normal, and the run had gone smoothly too. She had covered nearly 19 kilometers, shattering her own understanding of her physical limits. Except for a brief dizzy spell midway, she hadn't shown any abnormality until heading to the cafeteria, where she only felt a bit hungry, a hunger that dissipated after 2 meals. So it couldn't be that this unsatisfied hunger had carried over into the dream space and been amplified. That didn't make sense. If the hunger wasn't from reality, could it be a spiritual hunger? Spiritual energy. But that didn't add up either. If she had consumed so much spiritual energy during the checkup or run that she nearly starved to death in the mental space, how had she gone through the entire day without major issues, walking, running, heading to dinner, and finally returning to her dorm to sleep? She truly couldn't understand. The hunger in her mental space seemed to come without warning. Hunger in the mental space. Hunger. Suddenly a flash of insight seemed to cross Jiang Hui's mind, but in the end she grasped nothing. She thought for a long time. A jumble of messy ideas only agitated her, further intensifying her sense of helplessness. Jiang Hui stared at the screen, which remained motionless, as if feigning death. Eventually she gave up and turned back to the study. She had already slept quite a while in the mental space, with only 6 hours left until she woke up. Better to save some time for studying. Strangely enough, ever since arriving in the interstellar world, she felt her desire to learn had been elevated to an incredible degree. In the past, she hadn't been this fond of studying. Now absorbing knowledge had become almost instinctual, giving her a peculiar sense of power. The next day, Jiang Hui stepped out of the dormitory a little earlier than the dawn. It was not yet 6 o'clock, the simulated night hadn't even been lifted, and the entire planet was still shrouded in darkness, as if nothing had awakened. After yesterday's extreme run, Jiang Hui should have been unable to get up today. Her current body had undergone little training. Its physique was a mere grade, and stamina was at the second lowest grade, typical of an untrained novice. But after the peculiar adjustment in the mental space and a few hours of rest in reality, she had recovered by the time she left, though her muscles still carried a faint soreness. To leave enough time for a hearty breakfast, she hurried out of the dorm, while the night curtain still hung heading toward the cafeteria. It was indeed too early. Along the way, she saw hardly any senior students. The few she did spot seemed to be on night duty, and they looked at her with slightly strange expressions. Jiang Hui guessed it was because her training uniform clearly marked her as a new student. The girl shrugged and continued jogging toward the cafeteria, unaware that the person she passed widened their eyes at her retreating figure. TSK, are the new girls these days this tough? To still have such energy and spirit after the first training session, when will I ever be like that? The sky was barely light when Jiang Hui arrived at the cafeteria, as if the curtain of night had only just been drawn back, which should have been the time when people were just beginning to stir. When she got there, the cafeteria was already open, but not a soul was inside at the main entrance, and the machines downstairs seemed not to have started yet. Jiang Hui froze for a moment, realizing she might have made a fundamental mistake. She vaguely recalled the freshman handbook mentioning that the food-serving robots on the first floor of the school typically started at 7 in the morning and shut down at 10 at night, with about 10 hours for maintenance. She had arrived far too early. It was just past 6, and even the robots hadn't started working. What was she here to eat? Air? Or? Jiang Hui's gaze shifted to the 24-hour vending machines outside the cafeteria. Jiang Hui barely held back a curse. Seriously, she had woken up this early just for a hot meal. What are you doing? A deep voice asked from behind her. Again, Jiang Hui turned around to face the Uncle Dan she had met yesterday along with a small group of people behind him. Just getting breakfast, Jiang Hui replied. Then why aren't you going up? Standing here blocking the way, get moving. He gave Jiang Hui a sidelong glance, took a few steps ahead, then turned back to look at her. Jiang Hui hesitated, eyeing the few men who seemed to be officers lagging behind, and dared not move until they did. But catching the signal, she understood and could only follow a few steps behind. She kept a careful distance from Stark, sticking close to the wall, appearing timid and afraid to speak. Yet Stark had already seen through her nature, knowing she was just observing beneath her surface. She wasn't as weak as she seemed, so directness was best. You're up a bit early, he said. Before Jiang Hui could respond, he added, I saw in your file that you're in a single dorm far from the teaching area. There's plenty of time for training later. Don't push yourself too hard. It's all because of you. Jiang Hui thought to herself. She didn't want to be kicked out of the combat soldier department for being late. Her dorm was so far from the teaching area that if anything went wrong, she'd have no one to complain to. It was better to get up early and catch breakfast. Besides, in reality, Jiang Hui barely slept anyway. But she dared not say that to Stark, only claiming she had slept early the night before and rested well, so she woke up early today. He seemed to genuinely study her expression. Honestly, being scrutinized so intensely by those hawk-like eyes was an unpleasant experience. Fortunately, he seemed to believe her in the end, even nodding. During military training, you really should rest well. This is a good chance for you to focus on improving yourself. Put aside all the trivial matters. This month, train hard and rest well, and strive to elevate your physique and stamina to the average qualified level for combat soldiers. Oh, his earnestness left her speechless. Jiang Hui had only been making an excuse. From his tone, he truly intended to train her properly. Well, he had mentioned it to her earlier, and she had agreed then. Now there was this vague connection, though not close, but it gave him some standing. Even though Jiang Hui didn't want to deal with the complicated web of relationships left by the original owner, she had inherited this body and would eventually have to navigate the world. She couldn't avoid it. She still had no way to verify Don Stark's authenticity within the Jiang family's network. But the time named certain traits and relationships roughly matched. The rest would have to be confirmed over time. For now, Jiang Hui couldn't find anything in the original owner that others might covet. He was a high-ranking figure in the military who seemed to value the original owner greatly. Given her current situation, it was best to follow his arrangements. Jiang Hui could only treat him as another Uncle Tang, so she nodded in agreement to his plans. Stark was clearly pleased with her pragmatism. He suddenly said, You're here? On the third floor, there's a manual meal window. The food isn't great, but it's more nutritious than the vending machines on the first floor. Jiang Hui naturally walked to the entrance of the third floor, where she could hear voices inside indicating quite a few people were eating. She watched as Stark and the small group of unfamiliar officers headed to the fourth floor. So the instructors also ate at the school cafeteria, probably in the staff dining area. She had thought they would have their own dedicated mess. Truly, the military style prioritized convenience and efficiency without all the complicated formalities. Watching these uniformed instructors march in unison up the stairs, their presence seemed to brighten the narrow, dim corridor, and Jiang Hui felt a surreal sense of fantasy colliding with reality. From a distance, she heard someone seemingly discussing her. Is that your student, Captain? A freshman? Up this early? First day of training, and she's like this? She seems promising. Captain, you're always so meticulous with your teaching. From the sidelines, one might think you're instructing a nephew. I'm not that thorough. Those brats and silly girls on the first day of training, they don't know their place. If I don't straighten them out, they'll be walking all over me tomorrow. But this kid seems quite well behaved. I appreciate a sensible child like that. If you ever find her unsatisfactory, Captain, send her my way. They'll teach her well. What are you thinking? That's clearly a good prospect, and you want to steal her from the captain. I can hear you, you know. Can't you keep your voices down? It's so embarrassing for the person involved. Jiang Hui, halfway into the stairwell entrance, felt awkward. So she quickened her pace, eager to leave this awkward spot before running into any more acquaintances. This was Jiang Hui's first time seeking food on the third floor. She had always used the vending machines on the first floor. Downstairs it was all robot ordering. You just selected a meal on the screen, convenient and fast. She had heard that the second and third floors were manual ordering. The second floor was notorious for its expensive meal sets frequented only by wealthy students. The third floor served nutritious meals pricier than the first floor's machine food, and with a terrible taste, but boasting high nutritional content, making it popular among senior students. Yet Jiang Hui had never been to either the second or third floor, as she never expected to end up here under these circumstances. Jiang Hui paused at the rest point, panting heavily. She still had over 10 kilometers to go before meeting today's target. It was the military training period of the semester, and students from most majors were undergoing similar drills. However, the combat individual soldier department required training several times more grueling than that of ordinary students, as they were essentially reserves for future soldiers and could not simply go through mere formalities. What were these simple formalities? In reality, actual military training had no such thing as formality. So-called military training naturally had to align with the standards of real army drills. But they were still students, and most majors would not delve deeper into military affairs afterward. Considering their actual physical conditions, the school would not assign overly difficult projects to regular students, such as standing at attention, saluting, turning drills, marching in step, or military boxing, military theory classes, and housekeeping lessons. These were all standard items in student military training on Blue Star, though their names differed in the interstellar context. But Jiang Hui had undergone military training many times before. Once the drills began, she roughly understood what they were about, essentially the same. For soldiers, these were daily basics practiced upon enlistment until they became second nature. Now the standards were halved, then halved again for the children to practice aiming, to cultivate their military bearing, and allow them to fully experience the spirit of marching. These were the most fundamental military training items, the so-called simple formalities. But for military majors like the Combat Individual Soldier Department, they were merely basic courses. Since they would eventually enter real battlefields, training focused solely on military bearing could not meet their combat needs. They required deeper and more practical training, such as extreme physical endurance drills, shooting, night marches, orienteering, and even individual or group combat exercises in the later stages. Their learning began from the start of the semester. The daily training intensity was over 10 times that of ordinary majors, sometimes even greater. Thus they arrived at the training grounds earliest and ate at the canteen latest, training relentlessly. Other majors couldn't help but shed sympathetic tears for them. Jiang Hui was naturally among them. From initial doubts about whether she could endure such high standards, she gradually ground herself down, and surprisingly, she made some progress. At first, she could barely run 20 laps. Within just a week, she could manage about 40 laps, double the amount. On good days, she could even run more. After running, she still had to participate in Instructor Stark's daily training. She had to admit persistence did yield some results. The students soon discovered that their instructor's method for improving physical fitness and discipline was simple, just running laps. Punishment meant more laps. Run until you drop or drop dead running. Beyond basic training, he often had them run long distances, do cross-country jumps, squat, hold planks, do push-ups, or handstand. A beastly training regimen. The students who had been all smiles and full of energy at the pre-semester meeting now wore grim faces after just 1 week of this torment. Such high-intensity daily training left even the physically strong feeling on the verge of collapse. For those with weaker constitutions, it was sheer torture upon torture. Jiang Hui was among the lower ranks with relatively poor physical fitness and stamina. Though not at the very bottom, she wasn't far off. After these days of training, she had only improved slightly, still far behind the top students in her class. Yet she had an ultimate secret weapon. Her spiritual space allowed her to rest well every day. Although the space didn't seem to help recover physical fatigue, her spirit was always well nourished, and she had yet to experience weariness or aversion to the intense training. At such times, Jiang Hui felt immensely grateful for this spiritual space that had appeared out of nowhere. Without it, she wouldn't have lasted 3 days. Good heavens, she had never known herself to be so tenacious. Despite being reduced to a dog-like state, she still managed to drag herself up for training every day. Even with the spiritual space's support, it seemed almost unbelievable. But those in the class without any golden finger and with poor constitutions suffered terribly. They struggled through a few days of running, barely able to continue. Those supplements could force-fill their bodies. The mental exhaustion and fatigue were beyond repair. Some of them hadn't genuinely wanted to enroll in this major, or their physical conditions were unsuitable, yet they had entered for personal reasons. Without psychological preparation or a foundation, they naturally couldn't withstand such high-intensity training. Take Chen Wenbai, who had spoken with Jiang Hui a few times. After a week of training, he fainted repeatedly and was on the casualty list every day. He entered the training ground each morning, but was carried back each time. Even the strict instructor Stark had to consider his physical condition and turn a blind eye. However, aside from him, the other students with weaker constitutions had no choice but to endure the same intense training regardless of their protests. During this period, Instructor Stark contacted Jiang Hui once and took her to the medical office to see Lu Jin for a physical examination aiming to address her suddenly emerged closed brain field issue. But Lu Jin said he was still young and not very skilled in this area. He might need his teacher's help. Unfortunately, Healer Michael was not a permanent resident of the star system. He only had some businesses there and visited occasionally for inspections. So if Jiang Hui wanted treatment, she would have to wait until he had time to come, several months later. Lu Jin himself suggested she temporarily ignore the issue. If she was worried about affecting her courses, she could try conservative self-recovery, such as daily exercises for releasing and contracting mental energy, or periodically emptying her mental power. Jiang Hui understood the former. She had done it after returning from the intermediate hospital, a small exercise similar to eye exercises for the eyes. As for the latter, how was she supposed to empty her mental power? Instructor Stark seemed to understand and nodded in agreement. Jiang Hui suddenly had a bad feeling. Mental fortitude is built upon the cerebral domain originating from brainwaves. Although medically speaking there are indeed many naturally frail awakened individuals who exhibit weak mental strength, there is currently no scientific proof establishing a direct relationship between physical constitution and the strength of one's mental power. Jiang Hui closed the heavy tome, still feeling a lingering sense of unfulfilled curiosity. So was it because she found it so profound that she wished to read on? Of course not. It was just that she felt it had said a lot yet nothing at all, truly too profound and abstract. This book was said to be one of the more authoritative introductory works in the field of the spiritual domain. Deeper realms would only require study at a research level. In any case, a mid-level academy would never possess such texts. Moreover, this school happened to have no major in the study of spiritual power. Such a field was typically only available at more prestigious and academically authoritative universities. So if Jiang Hui wished to read more profound works, she would likely have to pay extra to purchase them or visit a national-level book museum to access digital copies. But Jiang Hui wasn't truly intent on researching this subject. She merely wanted to clarify a few things. In truth, even without clarity, it wouldn't be a major issue as it hadn't significantly impacted her life. In fact, it wasn't a big problem at all. Jiang Hui had simply noticed that she felt hungry more often within her spiritual space, something that had almost never happened before. Although she had only acquired this spiritual space not long ago and had barely understood its rules since the start of military training at school, she had begun to frequently experience hunger within it. This was rather unusual. Thus, she wanted to figure out what was going on. Her daily training condition was relatively normal. Even if she fainted from exhaustion midway, she would wake up after a while and move freely. But every night, as soon as she entered the spiritual space, she would feel hunger, an extreme ravenous hunger, as if it sought to devour her very heart and lungs. This terrifying sensation had left a slight psychological shadow on Jiang Hui. She began to suspect whether this was a side effect of overtraining. However, from her observations, all her activities within the spiritual space seemed to rely on mental power, and the creations within it appeared to be shaped by drawing upon that same mental energy. For instance, if she had overused her mental power earlier, she would feel fatigued upon entering the spiritual space, occasionally accompanied by hunger, but never such a terrifying degree of it. Moreover, she hadn't actually used much mental power these days, so it wasn't a direct depletion of mental energy. She had to seek other causes. Thus, after days of verification, Jiang Hui discovered that it was only on days of excessive physical training that she experienced this extreme hunger in the spiritual space. And, if it exceeded a certain threshold, she would faint without warning. Some might say, who doesn't faint from overexertion? Isn't that normal? But Jiang Hui felt this kind of fainting was different from the ordinary kind. Because before each fainting episode, she could vaguely sense that her strength had reached a certain limit, and then she would collapse without warning, like a pre-programmed sequence. Even though she felt she still had some strength left, her entire central nervous system seemed to be controlled by some ineffable force, forcing her into a state of shock and shutdown. This sense of restriction was unusual. Jiang Hui suspected it was related to the spiritual space within her brain as well as the state of overtraining. Could physical state affect mental state? Jiang Hui didn't know. According to the books, it seemed that even the interstellar populace was unaware. Where exactly did the problem lie? Without understanding the root cause, solving it was impossible. How frustrating. Jiang Hui carefully placed the heavy book back on the shelf. Judging the time was about right. She originally intended to return to the dormitory to rest. Outside, the sky had already darkened, and she hadn't even eaten yet. She had rushed from the training ground to the library, all to resolve the nagging doubts in her mind. But as her hand withdrew halfway, her eyes caught sight of another equally thick and heavy book on the adjacent shelf titled, The Theory of Mental Microseverance in Mecha Control. Then her hand completely disobeyed her while reaching out again, and she gradually became engrossed. Jiang Hui completely failed to notice the peculiar stares from a few nearby students who appeared to be upperclassmen. Are the new students this intense these days? After such grueling military training, they still managed to climb up to the library to pore over books, staying this late. But classmate, is that page-turning speed really reasonable? Were you actually reading or just scanning? It was comparable to a machine's input speed, making them doubt whether she was truly absorbing the content. In the end, Jiang Hui left the library with a heavy heart, still without answers. She could only suppress this question for the time being and continue to devote herself earnestly to training. Unbeknownst to them, they had already trained for 8 days, over a week. For both, all the students of class 899832 and Jiang Hui personally, their physical constitution and stamina had improved significantly. Although no formal measurements had been taken, they were running more laps, holding horse stances, and standing at attention for longer periods, and executing various steps, turns, and cross stands with ease. The group was increasingly taking on the appearance of proper soldiers. The preliminary warm-up phase of their military training was drawing to a close. What lay ahead was the specialized training exclusive to their combat soldiering department. According to Instructor Stark's preview, their schedule would be quite packed. In a few days, there would be a collective long-distance march followed by marksmanship training and then various small-scale specialized projects. Then midway through the training, a grade-wide orienteering combat exercise would be arranged, arguably the largest competitive event of the entire military training. The projects were too numerous to count, and the arrangements were well thought out and orderly. Hearing this, the group who had experienced the instructor's methods over the past week couldn't help but groan. They knew the military training wouldn't let them off easily. So the first week was just an adaptation period with even more grueling and challenging projects awaiting them. 1 month. Only 8 days in. How would they endure? Just waking from a brief, fainting spell, squatting at a temporary station, and gulping down water, Jiang Hui pondered how she had ended up in this situation. Had she been tricked by the principal? Why on earth was she, a future slacker who wanted to study ancient languages and literature, now exploring a new path in the combat soldiering department? In the dead of night, Jiang Hui kept only a small desk lamp lit, reading a newly borrowed book on her bed. She had already recharged from the spiritual space and felt not the slightest trace of drowsiness. In truth, even after sleeping in the spiritual space, she would still try to catch a few hours of sleep in the real world, treating it as an interval of rest. After all, if she truly lived each day as 48 hours, sleeping only 7 or 8 hours was far from sufficient. Yet the peculiar nature of this spiritual space was too bizarre. Though it stretched time to 48 hours, her sensory and rest cycles could only follow the normal rhythm. Sleeping too much on either side was impossible, utterly denying her the chance to be a sleep bug. Today, after emerging from the spiritual space, she felt especially alert, far from sleepy, even a bit exhilarated. While reading there, she had grown bored and treated herself to a rare barbecue buffet, leaving her. The sensation of being overly full carried over into reality. A burp. She mustn't think about it, as she already felt too stuffed. She had already finished the book in her hands. Along with this one, she had borrowed 3 hefty volumes and devoured them all in a single night, as if reading a novel. Unfortunately, these books were far less engaging than fiction, rather dull, merely a way to pass the time. Yes, Jiang Hui had now discovered a strange truth about her current situation. The more she read during the day, the more vivid and tangible her sensory experience became within the spiritual space, and it even positively influenced her mental state in reality. Thus, she had taken to finding any book to read whenever possible, treating it as a form of recharging. Suddenly, the girl frowned, set down the heavy tome, and pressed the automatic switch by her bedside. The curtain slid open, revealing the usual pitch black outside. Nothing but the night sky with nothing else in sight. Yet Jiang Hui couldn't shake a strange feeling, as if the air was thick with some unsettling drifting presence. She had checked several times, even opening the door to glance down the hallway, but found no person or thing. Could the teacher be making a dormitory inspection tonight? She had felt this way several times already this evening. Unable to sit still any longer, Jiang Hui got out of bed, dressed, and paced around the room a few times. She couldn't resist peeking outside again, but still found nothing. Feeling uneasy, she fished out the pole she had used during the inspection from the room and set it aside for backup. Is everything normal over here? Someone approached, and the figure in the darkness didn't need to turn to know who had arrived. Normal. What could be abnormal? It's late now, they should be fast asleep. They've had a hard day. No wonder these kids are sleeping like logs. I wonder what kind of chaos will unfold when they come out. Not all of them, though. There's a strange one here. A student on the 6th floor of Building N who hasn't slept for some reason. She keeps opening the door to look around several times now, and I just saw her do it again. If it weren't for the lack of advance notice ID, think she spotted me. Given your skill level, if you were discovered, you'd truly need retraining. How could that be? Perhaps the kid's nerves are just overstimulated from training, and she can't sleep, so she's thinking of sneaking out for a stroll. The man didn't believe Jiang Hui could detect him, yet he also couldn't fully agree with his superior's assessment. Because Jiang Hui didn't seem like someone trying to wander around, the look in her eyes and her movements suggested she genuinely sensed something unusual. But his superior wasn't wrong. He had undergone specialized reconnaissance training in the unit. Though he wasn't on a particularly dangerous mission, now his stealth skills couldn't have dulled so quickly that an untrained student could spot him. All right, shift change. You're relieved. You've been standing here for most of the night. There's about half an hour until the emergency call. Head back. I'm in charge of this area now. The other man nodded in agreement, for the newcomer was his superior, and obeying orders was the right choice. He saluted and silently departed. A new figure took over the silent vigil in the night. The newly arrived guard looked puzzled at a dormitory in the southwest, the last building of the female dorms near the male quarters. On the 6th floor near the balcony, a sudden movement stirred as the door opened. The distant young man squinted and saw someone crack the door open, glance around, wander by the balcony for a moment, and then retreat inside. Was this the student that guy was talking about? She looked oddly familiar. Lando studied her closely and confirmed it. She was indeed familiar. How could she not be? He had seen her in the cafeteria just a few days ago. Wasn't she the kid from Captain Stark's squad? Speaking of Captain Stark, that officer was one of the most respected in their grade, with a considerable reputation. The sergeants training the new recruits, and even a few junior lieutenants, held him in high esteem, and Lando was no exception. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention to this student, only glancing at her and forming a vague impression. Little did he expect to encounter her again during tonight's emergency night drill, and under such circumstances. Could this child have actually sensed something? Just moments ago, Lando had felt her gaze directed his way. Though her aim seemed a bit off, the fact that she could vaguely pinpoint his general direction was remarkable. What a perceptive child, the young man mused. Meanwhile, Jiang Hui ultimately abandoned the idea of going outside. She didn't want to cause another false alarm like last time. On campus, the school probably had surveillance, so it likely wasn't anything serious. With that thought, Jiang Hui let it go. Then at 3 a.m, the alarm outside suddenly blared. It was unmistakably the school's broadcast alarm. Startled, Jiang Hui nearly hurled the heavy book from her lap. What was this? The alarm only lasted a short while, but she figured everyone who could wake up was already awake. Then from some unknown broadcast equipment, a voice rang out: "All freshmen of grade 89,983, assemble at the nearest gathering point to your dormitory. All freshmen assemble at the nearest gathering point to your dormitory." This time it was crisp and direct, with no superfluous words. The announcement repeated twice and then stopped. Jiang Hui set her feet on the ground, listening intently with a hint of confusion, and confirmed there was nothing more. She couldn't help but marvel at the school's combat-oriented style, alternating between tension and relaxation. The atmosphere had been so tense at first, only to vanish abruptly, making it easy to fall into a state of complacency. Thinking this, Jiang Hui grabbed her cap from the shelf, put it on, and headed out fully equipped. Meanwhile, on the other side, the centralized dormitory area was now in utter chaos. The sudden blare of the alarm jolted everyone from their slumber, startling both freshmen and returning students alike, who leaped from their beds wondering what had happened. Upon hearing the broadcast, clearly the returning students naturally settled back down to sleep, since it didn't concern them. Having been through it themselves, they knew exactly what was happening and couldn't help but sympathize with their juniors. For the freshmen, however, this was their first encounter with such a situation. Exchanging bewildered glances, they all rose, tidied themselves, and followed the broadcast's instructions, rushing to the nearest assembly points. But with the crowd came trouble. Some were particular about their appearance, insisting on grooming even in haste. Others, urgently needing the bathroom, vied for priority. In crowded dorms, this often led to scuffles. Even if no blows were exchanged, verbal disputes wasted precious time. In short, it was a mess. The dormitory corridors were narrow, and as the crowd pushed and shoved, they soon found themselves stuck, unable to move forward or backward, costing them even more time. When they finally reached the nearby assembly points, they discovered everyone had the same idea, all flocking to the most convenient location. Thus many arrived only to find no standing room left. Latecomers unlucky enough to find several overcrowded grounds had to keep searching. By the time they found a ground that could barely accommodate them, everyone else had already assembled. The class advisors were in place, standing with military precision, their hawk-like eyes fixed on every late arrival. Jiang Hui's training ground faced the same issue, but having left early, she arrived just in time. Latecomers kept streaming in only to be redirected to other grounds by the instructors. Jiang Hui discreetly scanned the training ground, noticing that all the students and teachers had been mixed up. She saw no familiar faces, neither classmates nor her class advisor or any known teacher. All were strangers. Some wore ordinary business attire, others military uniforms, making it impossible to tell which were their military instructors. After nearly a week of training, these undisciplined freshmen had finally begun to grasp the essence of military conduct. Even though they had assembled amid such chaos, they dared not move or speak freely on the ground. Like quails, they stood still, striving to maintain a posture that was upright, yet not overly tense. Fortunately, the instructors above showed no intention of correcting them, merely patrolling the perimeter as if observing something. At last, the silent training ground was pierced by a short, stirring sound that drew everyone's attention. Assembly complete. Students who failed to assemble are to return to their dorms immediately and await registration and assignment by the instructors. No wandering is allowed. So there were still those who hadn't assembled. How soundly must they have slept? And registration? What for? How many points would be deducted? Jiang Hui dared not imagine the fate of those unlucky classmates. The students already present breathed a sigh of relief, but their reprieve was short-lived as the broadcast continued. The assembly time was set for 3:15 a.m. Anyone arriving after that time is considered late and will be deducted 30 points. Those with improper attire, lax posture, whispering, or unseemly bearing will each be deducted 15 points, recorded by the duty instructor for public announcement. Jiang Hui. All students. They played us dirty. They hadn't even told us this, just went ahead and deducted points without giving us a single second's leeway. Jiang Hui was glad she was aware of the school's good habits. They seemed to love surprise inspections. She had a feeling they might pull something else. So during assembly, she paid extra attention to her behavior, standing perfectly straight. So inattention really did lead to point deductions, and a hefty 15 points at that. Rumor had it that the school's entrance inspection for minor prohibited items only cost 10 points. Now, with 15 and 30 points gone, and with already scant points, this method was creating more and more negative point holders. As Jiang Hui became even more vigilant about her posture, she couldn't help but inwardly mock the school's cunning, clearly designed to trap them, the freshmen. The broadcast then announced several malicious incidents that had occurred during the assembly. Somehow they had monitored everything, calling out names and issuing warnings, even disciplinary actions. After this round of maneuvers, the freshmen were all but frozen, trembling as they awaited further orders. Once the announcement ended, the patrolling instructors gradually returned to their positions at the front, standing guard over the students as if waiting for something. Finally, the assembly ground where Jiang Hui stood was filled with the sound of heavy, purposeful footsteps. Lieutenant Lando strode firmly into the assembly ground, ignoring the gaze of the 500 students, and walked straight to the podium at the front center. Now begins the first night march for the 89,983rd batch of freshmen. Proceed in this formation, covering a total of 150 kilometers. All students must keep up and not fall behind. 150 kilometers. That was enough to run someone to death. Jiang Hui could barely manage 50 or 60 kilometers at most, maybe 70 if she gritted her teeth. 150 kilometers would literally run her to death. Though Jiang Hui had grown accustomed to the harsh training during military drills, with running becoming her most frequent activity lately. But the school kept outdoing itself and breaking their limits. Did this mean they had to run even if they couldn't? Would they even make it back to the dorm alive? A huge question mark loomed in everyone's mind. Besides Jiang Hui, who was from the combat infantry department, there were many students from ordinary majors who had never faced such grueling training. Given their physiques, even 30 kilometers would be a stretch, let alone 150. Thus, the students' faces paled, instinctively resisting the upcoming ordeal, even though they understood deep down that refusal was not an option. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Lando gave them no chance to protest, nor even time to mentally prepare. He randomly assigned students into squads designated leading instructors and ordered them to start running immediately. Without a chance to protest, they were taken in small groups to the front assembly point. Leading them was a young sergeant who appeared meticulous, though his rank was presumably not high, likely an instructor from the regular specialty division. The leader marched Jiang Hui and the others in a formation to the exit, where they were to collect the weighted packs required for the training exercise. The leading instructor saluted the officer at the exit. "Greetings, Lieutenant Landor." The officer returned the salute, then produced a temporary storage grid and 50 weighted packs scattered across the ground. He signaled for the squad students to step forward one by one and take a pack each. Jiang Hui, of average height, stood in the middle. When she received her pack, she found it surprisingly heavy. She had initially assumed it would contain items like blankets or canteens not too burdensome. Now it seemed as though iron blocks might be inside. As she lifted it, her hand involuntarily dipped downward. Fortunately, her grip seemed stronger now. After a momentary hesitation, she managed to sling it onto her back with ease. She didn't notice Lieutenant Landor's brief glance in her direction. Once everyone had donned their assigned packs, Lieutenant Landor took a long red flag with a pole from a rack on the workbench, which was studded with small flags. The flag bore the school's emblem and a number. He walked with the flag from front to back, then circled to the middle, and finally inserted the flag into Jiang Hui's weighted pack. Jiang Hui. She hadn't thought much of it initially, assuming the flag was meant for the lead student or the instructor. But when she saw him pacing around and eventually approaching her vicinity, a sense of foreboding crept in. To her dismay, after searching back and forth, he chose her, neither tall nor short, to place it upon. Jiang Hui. She hadn't thought much of it initially, assuming the flag was meant for the lead student or the instructor. But when she saw him pacing around and eventually approaching her vicinity, a sense of foreboding crept in. To her dismay, after searching back and forth, he chose her, neither tall nor short, to place it upon. Where's your courtesy? Could you not stick it on me? Without even glancing at her, he addressed the entire squad in a deep voice. This flag represents your team's insignia. Remember, at the end of the training exercise, you must return with this flag. Then, without further ado, he urged the leading instructor to take the squad away and proceeded to distribute packs to the next team. Jiang Hui felt a tingling sensation down her spine. The weight on her back was already considerable, and now this fragile, yet crucial flag was added. She felt as though she carried a spiked board on her back, a prickling unease like 1,000 tiny insects crawling behind her. Jiang Hui felt a tingling sensation down her spine. The weight on her back was already considerable, and now this fragile, yet crucial flag was added. She felt as though she carried a spiked board on her back, a prickling unease like 1,000 tiny insects crawling behind her. Hearing the restless murmurs from the students at the rear, the instructor frowned, turned around, and commanded them to silence. The day's training was about to begin. Finally, the instructor cast a meaningful glance at her, sending a chill down Jiang Hui's spine. She wished she could toss away the hot potato on her back. But it seemed this was not something she could choose to carry or not. Resigned, Jiang Hui was forced to bear this troublesome burden and set off with the group. The training differed from regular drills. It required no formal steps or constant running. Instead, the squad had to march forward in relative unison, neither too prominent nor leaving anyone behind. All freshmen were conducting the training that night, so at the start their squad crossed paths with several others. Jiang Hui even spotted members of her own class too, scattered among different teams. Upon recognizing each other, they could only exchange silent, bitter glances before being pulled apart by their respective teams. If these students were undergoing training on Blue Star, they would likely walk on flat ground, as mountain paths posed too great a risk for ordinary students. But evidently, interstellar educational standards and policies for minors were different. Though it was a mixed specialty training exercise, the route design retained a distinctly military character. They charted a course that alternated between mountain paths and flatlands, though the mountains were far from ordinary and the flatlands were not what one might expect. This realization dawned on them only later. They began with the mountain path. The mountain they climbed was a desolate peak near Baska Intermediate Academy named Mingxir Iping Mountain. Despite its name, the mountain was neither low nor flat. It was called Mingxir Iping because it was measured against the standards of Planet 732. By Blue Star standards, Planet 732 was a giant planet, vast in scale with enormous flora and fauna, though humans remained as delicate as ever. As mentioned earlier, the planet's flora was exceptionally large. There were almost no small flowers or grasses except those transplanted from other worlds. Non-living inorganic objects here were also massive, mountains, rivers, mines, and islands alike. Compared to the colossal peaks that humans could not ascend on foot without mechs or interstellar vehicles, Mingxir Iping Mountain was at least climbable by human effort. Thus, it was classified as a low, flat mountain on Planet 732. To draw an analogy, this mountain rivaled Mount Everest in scale and likely exceeded it slightly. Thanks to the climate of Planet 732, the mountain lacked snow and storms. From the base, one could see a blanket of reddish-brown vegetation above, evoking a primeval jungle. The leading instructor, seemingly indifferent, signaled for the students to follow him up the mountain. The climb looked treacherous, the path difficult, and in practice it was indeed very hard to scale. There was no discernible path, and the undergrowth was denser than Jiang Hui had imagined. Tall trees grew thickly, and the seemingly soft leaves of the branchless shrubs were as hard as iron. If they failed to dodge, carefully brushing against them would leave scratches on their skin. They had to use the trekking poles provided with their packs to clear the way. She had to thank the school for not issuing cheap gear. The trekking poles were of good quality with a hidden mechanism that revealed a blade edge efficient for cutting grass and leaves. Jiang Hui noticed many students deploying this blade to clear obstacles. She, however, remained cautious and refrained from using the hidden feature. After all, this was a desolate wilderness whose dangers were unknown. It was wise to conserve such sharp tools, keeping a contingency for later. The procession moved at a moderate pace, neither too fast nor too slow. With so many colossal trees and wild undergrowth blocking the way, clearing a path was exceedingly difficult, making it impossible for them to hasten their steps even if they wished. The night was pitch black and the group trudged along in silence. If one did not keep close, they might easily fall behind, and encountering some unforeseen danger would spell disaster. Thus, the instructor at the front repeatedly urged the students at the rear to stay close, occasionally taking brief moments to patrol from the head to the tail, ensuring everyone kept up with the pace. Jiang Hui noticed that he seemed to be repeatedly counting heads, likely fearing that a student might get lost in this place. Moreover, this stretch of the mountain path was exceedingly steep, especially the middle section, far steeper than when they first ascended. Standing there, one was tilted at an angle of over 45 degrees. A single misstep could send them tumbling, dragging down a chain of classmates behind them. Therefore, even though everyone was strangers to one another, they had no choice but to cling tightly to the students ahead, adjusting their stances to safer angles and looking out for each other in a chain, barely managing to support one another through this perilous stretch. No one dared to slacken their pace. Every individual was tense, following one after another in close succession. Thanks to class advisor Thorsdark, Jiang Hui had undergone rigorous training over these past days, and her physical fitness, stamina, and discipline had all improved to some extent. Compared to the students from ordinary majors, she was naturally in a better state. She barely managed to keep up with the front pace, and even helped a few classmates around her move forward. Yet her journey was more troubling than most. Though her feet could barely keep pace, she had to constantly mind the flag on her back. The trees here grew extraordinarily tall. Even when they cleared a path, it was only the lower part, like burrowing a hole at the base to crawl through. Above, dense layers of massive leaves enveloped them, and from time to time, thick, broad branches slanted down across their way. If one was not careful, they might get struck. Jiang Hui could dodge these crisscrossing branches, but the little flag was a bit more precarious. She feared that if she moved too smoothly and lost herself in the rhythm, the flag might get snagged by these branches and carried off to who knows where. She recalled Lieutenant Rando's warning at the start. This flag represented their team and had to be well protected, as it would need to be turned in later. If it were lost, she wouldn't know how to explain. From Jiang Hui's experience, this was bound to be a huge pitfall, and she would likely face some severe punishment if she ended up bearing that burden. Though she was reluctant to carry the flag now that it was her responsibility, she had to accept it. She naturally had to protect it well and do her best. Thus, Jiang Hui remained extremely cautious throughout the journey, constantly checking the small flag behind her, terrified that it might be snatched away by some branch. The classmates around her were also very considerate, sometimes helping her keep an eye on it, warning her to be careful front and back, and aiding in protecting the flag. Truly good teammates. Thank goodness she hadn't encountered any useless ones, or shed of no one to cry to. Jiang Hui and her squad mates navigated the perilous uphill trek without incident, and nothing untoward occurred along the way. They finally arrived at the first rest stop set up on this mountain. From afar, they could see a temporary workstation bearing the school emblem, surrounded by a large area for students to rest with flags planted around it, and a separate medical tent nearby. It was clearly a place belonging to their school. The leading instructor guided the excited students to the resting area, signaling them to sit on the ground and retrieve food packs from their heavy backpacks to replenish their energy. Then he went to collect additional food packs for them. This journey seemed fleeting, tense, and hurried, with nothing significant happening along the way. Yet for everyone, it was a grueling and lengthy ordeal that lasted a considerable time, about 2 hours, nearing the break of dawn. They had covered over 30 kilometers with another 110 kilometers still ahead. The resting students instinctively tore open the food packs from their backpacks and began to eat. They devoured their food ravenously without any regard for decorum, even finishing the bitter cherry hard candies that everyone usually disliked, for despite their unpleasant taste, they were remarkably effective at keeping one alert. Eating and replenishing supplies took 6 minutes total, leaving them 9 more minutes to rest before continuing the next leg of the journey. At this point, it was evident that the military training had done the students considerable good. They had all persisted through the 30-plus kilometer trek, not a single one falling behind. Some had already reached their limit upon arrival and had to consume the limited stamina supplements from their packs. Others, injured along the way but enduring the hardship, finally succumbed to groaning in pain only now. In this rest area, most students looked utterly disheveled. Since it was a brisk walk, it was slightly better than running laps. For Jiang Hui, who had undergone strict training in recent days, it was barely tolerable. After eating and drinking some salted water here, she felt much better. Her Her spirits were still among the better ones, so, instead of resting on the spot, she wandered over to the nearby medical tent. While they rested on the ground, the instructors imposed few restrictions, only cautioning them not to stray too far for the upcoming assembly. Jiang Hui understood the former. She had done it after returning from the intermediate hospital, a small exercise similar to eye exercises for the eyes. Generally, every student's backpack came equipped with basic resource packs, which though limited were sufficient for the time being. So few chose to exchange for extra resource packs, though there were some. Jiang Hui had initially planned to take a look. Then, "Would you like to take a look, classmate?" A young man called out to Jiang Hui. He wore the uniform of a duty student, likely a senior who had volunteered to assist with the work. Wasn't this the medical tent? Why did it feel more like a marketplace? Several senior students had set up supplies for exchange here. This person's items seemed quite sparse, just two things. Jiang Hui glanced at them and was about to head back as 3 minutes had nearly passed. But he persistently pitched to her, and she, for some inexplicable reason, actually made the exchange. It felt like she had been tricked again. Oh well, the assembly was more important. Jiang Hui hurried back to the gathering point and stuffed the vial of live cell biological agent, which had cost her a full 5 points, into the medical pouch of her backpack. Although 5 points might seem trivial, in reality, every single point is precious to a new student. Every freshman starts with only 10 points upon enrollment, ensuring they don't begin with 0 or a negative balance. A thoughtful gesture from the school. However, from then on they can only earn points through training and exams, while there are countless ways to lose them. The school is never lenient with deductions. On the very first day, many students lost 10 to 50 points for possessing prohibited items. Thus, many students started in the negatives and had to painstakingly add points 1 or 2 at a time by meeting daily training standards. Jiang Hui, however, was a training failure who could barely meet any standards and thus earned little. She hadn't lost any points, and last week, during an exceptional performance in training, she was rewarded with 2 points. Combined with 2 bonus points from her class, she now had 14. This potion had cost her nearly a third of her points, a painful exchange. But before she could dwell on it, she had to embark on the next leg of the journey. The temporary landing spot was located halfway up the mountain. They hadn't reached the summit yet, so the students trudged along a steep and treacherous path. At the peak, the instructor marked their arrival with a signpost for the team. Though no staff were present, automatic recording points captured their movements and transmitted the footage to the main observation deck, where instructors would evaluate and award points. But the heavens were unkind. Soon after descending, a torrential downpour began. Was this an extra touch of atmosphere for their training? This journey spared them nothing, throwing every experience their way. The instructor quickly used a spatial storage grid to erect a massive tent, urging the students to take shelter. The rain on Planet 732 was highly acidic, corrosive to certain materials, and harsh on human skin, easily causing allergic reactions. The students donned special raincoats from their packs, and the instructor ordered them to move on. But for those struggling on the path, the rain was far from friendly. Though the raincoats protected their fragile skin and evaporated some acidity, they weren't completely sealed. The weakened, purified rainwater trickled down her neck, and the acidic odor within the raincoat was still stifling and unpleasant. In any life, Jiang Hui had a keen sense of smell and high standards for her environment. This imbalance caused her extreme discomfort, even worse than the arduous climb. Perhaps aware of the harmful conditions, the instructor quickened the pace, urging everyone to escape the acid rain zone. Though trudging through the rain in the raincoat was miserable, its presence brought Jiang Hui a certain peace of mind. The fully enclosed raincoat also covered the flag on her back, pressing it against her spine, its presence quite noticeable. Jiang Hui didn't need to keep turning around to check if it was still there. This descent didn't have a symmetrical landing spot, but the journey was smooth. Perhaps emboldened by the earlier experience, they descended more swiftly, though some reached their breaking point. The student in front of Jiang Hui seemed to be from the nursing department, as she had overheard him mention being in the general track. Though tall and sturdy, he was trained to standards, and the 70-kilometer climb had nearly broken him. But he knew he was in the middle of the pack. A falling would endanger those ahead and behind. So he gritted his teeth and persevered, even as many others faced the same struggle with nearly half the journey remaining. To boost morale, the instructor had them shout slogans reminding them that their backbone remained intact. The sky had brightened, and as the morning heat intensified along with the acid rain, the environment grew even more unbearable. The ground temperature soared, and the students, exhausted from the long trek, had reached their limits. "Watch out!" Seeing the student ahead about to collapse forward, Jiang Hui swiftly grabbed him, snapping him out of his daze. Though talking wasn't forbidden during the training, the hardship consumed their focus, leaving no energy for conversation. Jiang Hui hadn't spoken a word the entire way, but unknowingly she had clenched her jaw so tightly that her mouth was bleeding, and when she finally spoke, she tasted rust. So when she shouted those few words, she realized her voice had turned hoarse like a broken gong with a sharp pain in her throat. Jiang Hui wondered if she had injured herself internally. Then she heard the student ahead mumble a faint, "Thank you," his voice weak and frail, betraying his exhaustion. She didn't mind and didn't bother to reply, not wanting to drain his remaining strength. But she couldn't help feeling pessimistic about the road ahead. When would this endless journey end? If others were already giving up, how long could she hold on? They ran wildly through the wind and rain for what felt like an eternity until finally they emerged from the hot, stifling acid rain zone and the sky cleared. The instructor announced that they were near the foot of the mountain, and according to the markers, a temporary rest stop lay ahead where they could replenish their energy. The students who had been enduring the dreariness couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Finally, they saw a glimmer of hope. Even if they knew it was only temporary, a brief respite was enough to catch their breath and see a path forward. No longer needing the instructor's encouragement, the exhausted freshmen charged toward the rest stop, as if injected with adrenaline, their speed nearly overwhelming the team leader. Jiang Hui herself had reached her limit. She had only participated in relatively high-intensity training over the past 10-odd days. It was not as if she could truly match the average level of a combat operations student. She was an ordinary person with a constitution that was below average, and her stamina was even less worth mentioning. Without testing, she had no idea if it had improved during this period, but likely not by much, a consequence of her low baseline. She wondered if she should take the stamina supplement now, or if it would be too soon. Every student's pack contained a small medical kit with limited supplies, which showed that this night march did not pose any real danger. Thus, the medications provided to students were only basic potions, and the sole fast-acting one was a stamina supplement of which there was only a single dose. If they wanted more, they would have to exchange their own points for it. However, the school clearly did not encourage this, and no student was foolish enough to spend their meager points on a stamina supplement. Such items could be easily purchased at any pharmacy, even without a prescription. So the so-called march was merely a long-distance brisk walk, essentially aimed at building the freshmen's endurance, with no particularly grueling tasks set. But many students from regular majors gave in first, taking their stamina supplements early. As for how they would endure the rest, they had no idea. If they couldn't hold on without the supplement, there would be no later part to worry about. They'd deal with it when the time came. Jiang Hui could barely hold on, and with her concerns, she held back from taking the stamina supplement. But now she was also nearing her limit. They were probably halfway there should she take it on the next leg to make it to the finish. After passing the foothills, there were about 10 kilometers left to the temporary stop. Here the giant trees had gradually thinned out, replaced by more rocks. The path was much flatter and easier to walk, but Jiang Hui didn't feel any relief. She sensed that since entering this area, the very air seemed different. No, strictly speaking, the atmosphere of the surroundings had changed, and significantly so. That feeling had returned. Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel tensed. Her condition was already poor. In the early hours of yesterday, she had felt something was off just like this. The entire ambience and aura around her had shifted, infused with a restless and unsettling presence. She hadn't understood it then. Now Jiang Hui finally found the precise explanation for that uneasy strangeness. This feeling was as if someone was watching them. But last night it could be explained by someone standing guard nearby. And now, in this desolate wilderness on a training march, who would be lurking here specifically to watch them? Jiang Hui grew wary, her hand already pressing on the switch of her trekking pole. She would have preferred to tell the instructor, but the team was maintaining formation, and the instructor kept moving between the front and back, never coming close. What could she do? Besides, Jiang Hui had a feeling if she doubted the instructor was unaware. Perhaps this was even an additional test of the march. Who knew what tricks the school had up its sleeve? She thought that with the school style, rousing people at 3 in the morning for training was something they'd do, so this was entirely possible. Boom! The people at the front suddenly stopped, no longer moving forward, and the entire team fell into disarray. Was this the start? Jiang Hui was puzzled. The lead instructor, who had been at the rear, immediately rushed to the front to see what was happening. From a distance, he saw a few people gathered and frowned. What's going on? Why are you all crowding here? But he saw that among the cluster, one person was half sitting on the ground, and the surrounding freshmen seemed to be trying to help her up. She suddenly collapsed like this. We couldn't hold her up, and she won't wake up when we call her. Instructor, can you let her rest? The girl who spoke was gentle and refined, but her worry was palpable. Though young, the instructor was well trained. He knelt to examine the unconscious freshman and quickly made a diagnosis, frowning. She's in shock and severely overexerted. She won't wake up anytime soon. We need to take her to the nearest temporary stop for treatment. If it's too serious, she won't be able to continue the march. He then lifted the fainted girl from the ground and administered an emergency potion from his kit. Just as everyone thought this minor crisis had passed without incident, another unusual commotion arose from the rear. A fellow student collapsing from exhaustion caused some turmoil in the team, stirring up chaos. With the instructor handling matters at the front, the rear became harder to control, and the once orderly column began to show signs of disorder. Feeling the increasingly restless air and the palpable presence swirling around them growing stronger, Jiang Hui's internal alarm blared at maximum volume. After a brief rest, Zhou Xiuwen felt he had barely revived. Perhaps it was overexertion, but his mental state was surprisingly better, at least not as dazed as before. Now he had the chance to reflect on the journey. Zhou Xiuwen had always thought he was fairly fit, but this time he nearly collapsed halfway and almost fell flat on his face. Thankfully, the person behind him caught him. Otherwise that fall could have been disastrous, possibly dragging down the whole line of classmates ahead. Zhou Xiuwen remembered the girl behind him, slim, frail, with a refined and delicate appearance. He hadn't expected her to have such strong willpower. He wondered which major she was from. He turned around to thank her. It was embarrassing. A guy who often exercised in junior academy couldn't even outlast her. And then she had to catch him, or it was utterly humiliating. But as he turned, before he could say anything, he saw her face was pale, her whole demeanor tense, as if she was frightened. Zhou Xiuwen felt a flicker of doubt. Was she? But then he thought, in such a grueling journey, poor condition was normal. She was probably startled by the earlier incident. He was about to say something when her expression shifted and she suddenly lunged toward him. Get down. Then before he knew what happened, he heard a gunshot, and the weight of a body pressed half onto his back. Immediately screams erupted from the classmates around him, footsteps scattered, and everything fell into chaos. Someone shouted, "It's a gun. Someone's sniping." Jiang Hui had always been cautious, wary of any surprise that might suddenly emerge and slap her right in the face. Little did she expect that her mere thoughts would turn into reality. The instructor had rushed to the front, leaving the formation unguarded and gradually falling into disarray. The students who had been quiet until then could no longer contain themselves, and the squad grew lively. The male classmate ahead turned around as if about to say something. Jiang Hui's attention was elsewhere. She had no desire for conversation. Yet in the direction she happened to be looking, right past the classmate's left shoulder, she caught a faint refracted red dot. Jiang Hui instantly became alert. From that direction, there was a subtle but persistent presence that had troubled her throughout the journey. Even though her naked eye could only see a chaotic pile of boulders and nothing else. Then the faintly reddish light shifted upward, aiming directly at her eyes. Jiang Hui shuddered, her shoulders tensing as her head instinctively dodged. The next moment, realizing something was wrong, she lunged forward, tackling the person in front of her. What the hell was all this? Immediately after, Jiang Hui heard the unmistakable sound of gunfire. She shouted, "Get down," by instinct, and then chaos ensued. Jiang Hui didn't think diving to the ground would keep her safe. If she stayed on top, the only one protected would be the guy beneath her, basically using herself as a human shield. So she scrambled up, crouching low to survey the situation. Seeing the guy she had knocked over trying to get up, Jiang Hui whispered, "Someone's shooting from cover. You don't have the stamina to dodge it. Don't get up. You're safer lying on the ground." Zhou Xiuwen's mind was blank, still unable to process what was happening. All he could hear was the commotion, the successive gunshots, and people shouting. He had never faced such a situation, and his instinct was to struggle up and flee. But after hearing Jiang Hui's words, he hesitated. He lifted his head slightly and saw someone else lying not far away, looking around. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence filled the air. Having given her warning, Jiang Hui had no more attention to spare for him. In just a moment of observation, Jiang Hui quickly deduced that this shooting was likely arranged by the school. It wasn't that she was naive. If it were a real attack, they probably wouldn't have been given a series of pauses to react. Would an enemy wait for you to process the ambush before shooting? Of course not. They'd take you out one by one, killing until done. That was the way of a real foe. Given the rhythm and commotion, there was a 99% chance it was a surprise drill by the school. But what about the gunfire? Could a school exercise use real guns? Jiang Hui was baffled, desperately trying to calm herself. But the gunfire grew denser, as if seeping through every crack, sending chills down her spine. In her confusion, it felt like being trapped in a terrifying environment full of ambushes. She didn't even know when the hidden shooter would come for her. It was pure chaos. Sometimes fear brings what you dread. As she thought this, a figure flickered before her, collapsing as if struck by a bullet, hurtling face first to the ground. Jiang Hui's heart chilled, and she instinctively moved to check. But as she crouched down, the person looked up. Familiar. Whom? An acquaintance. The person opened their mouth as if to speak. Jiang Hui leaned in slightly, reaching to touch the damp, dark red patch on their chest. Suddenly, she collapsed sideways, landing in an odd pose, face to the ground, leaving the person she had been staring at utterly bewildered. "I was just going to tell you the guns aren't real. Those marks left by the shots seem to be just fluorescent dye. But why did you fall over it?" Jiang Hui had intended to dodge a sweep from somewhere, but as she hit the ground, she heard the guy lying there say something about paint. The gunfire was fake. Jiang Hui. This school sure loves its drama. She wished she could just lie there until it was all over. Since it was confirmed to be an ambush from the school, probably to add some excitement to the training, she might as well let them have their fun. Standing up wouldn't accomplish anything anyway, lying down was just as good. Why bother being a target for a die mark? She thought, but it seemed fate had other plans. Whoa! Jiang Hui cursed, rolling over and swiftly spinning several times toward an open space. Then with a kip-up she sprang to her feet, crouching warily and scanning her surroundings. Now that she was up, she noticed few people were still standing. Whether they had been hit or shared her idea of lying low to avoid the hidden shooters was unclear. Jiang Hui realized the school's goal was likely to tag everyone, leaving a distinct red die mark on those hit. These marks were the indicators of who had been hit. The classmate earlier was clearly tagged, so the hidden shooters left him alone. But Jiang Hui thought she had been lying perfectly still in a dead angle. How did they spot her? Could they have some kind of detection radar to tell who was really hit and who was faking? Jiang Hui shook her head, trying to banish the ridiculous thought. That didn't matter. The priority was figuring out how to survive this round. Whoa, here comes another one. This shooter was clearly more skilled than the last. Jiang Hui dodged less gracefully, looking somewhat clumsy, but she still managed to evade. Then, using a series of bizarre moves, she dodged 3 or 4 more shots from different directions. Each dodge was more desperate than the last, and her stamina was clearly reaching its limit, on the verge of exhaustion. Jiang Hui didn't know how much longer her remaining strength could last. She knew this was likely just a school-arranged drill with specially designed scenarios, fake guns, and shots that left only a red die mark. All she had to do was let go and let the hidden shooters tag her, and she could enjoy a brief respite lying on the ground to rest like everyone else. Come to think of it, the 2 breaks the instructor had given them during the journey probably weren't as comfortable as lying down here for a moment. But Jiang Hui simply didn't want to let them hit her. Not at all. What's going on, he see? Can you still handle it? Several people hiding behind the massive boulder whispered teasingly. Unexpectedly, that person didn't even blink, his gaze fixed intently on the targets within the field, or rather on a particular target. Then his companions watched helplessly as he fired several shots without so much as a blink. But the target was equally astute, as if her eyes were equipped with a measuring scale. Each time she precisely dodged, he cis range, missing by only a hair's breadth, which was infuriatingly maddening. Thus the person beside he gave up after just 2 or 3 attempts, convinced that the girl on the field must possess exceptionally high spiritual perception. Such individuals have heightened nerves, tactile senses, and awareness, endowed with talents beyond ordinary people. But this was he. There was no way he would simply give up. Who was he? He ranked among the top students in their grade, yet even in a surprise attack, he couldn't subdue a group of freshmen who hadn't even undergone formal training. Just thinking about it made him feel stifled for he. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a schadenfreude. So there were indeed things this guy couldn't do. The world is full of talented individuals, and many are gifted. Some are born to stand above others, while others, no matter how hard they train, must put in far more effort just to barely reach the same level as their peers. He knew the world was inherently unfair. Compared to he, his own talent was far inferior. He also knew he could never match he, forever destined to look up to him alongside the rest of the class. Yet there were moments when envy and jealousy crept into his heart, making him wonder why. Why were some people born with what others lacked, while he could only go so far? Of course, such thoughts were merely the fleeting resentments of youthful arrogance, a momentary sense of injustice. In the end, one must return to reality, and he understood that there was no reason for it, because that's just how life is. He had long stopped envying he. In fact, he even admired him for consistently maintaining his position at the forefront of their peers. Yet he never expected that the world could also be fair. It's just a matter of time. Though using this incident as an example might not be entirely convincing, given that their ambush was half-hearted and no one was truly serious, watching he struggle to hit that freshman gave the young man a newfound sense of balance. It wasn't because he witnessed his failure, but because he suddenly realized how foolish his former narrow-mindedness had been. There is always someone better and always a higher realm. Throughout life, one will inevitably encounter many things they cannot achieve and people they cannot defeat. No one is an exception. True skill lies in refusing to accept the status quo and striving to break through such predicaments. That is the mindset of a true powerhouse. In that instant, the young man also understood the distance between himself, he, and the many strong individuals. He also understood why in the past. Of course, admiration aside, he couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. So there were things he couldn't do. That junior female student, whether by luck or skill, truly had some real ability. He watched as his gun aimed directly, nearly cornering the female student to the edge of the field, and was about to say something when a horn sounded. This was the signal to cease fire. The young companion marveled inwardly. Now he truly believed that the female student might indeed have some talent and potential. He was the sharpshooter of their class, and although he wasn't the best in the grade at shooting, he was still among the top. Given how persistently he had been targeting that one person, yet still failing to take her down. Truly remarkable. But the instructor had already signaled to withdraw, yet he was still holding his laser tag gun, staring intently at a certain direction on the field. Seriously, was his obsession that strong? Might as well tell him to remember this junior and challenge her to a duel after the military training ended. Actually thinking about it, this guy was quite unscrupulous. Who knows how the instructor would scold him later. Because the school had recruited them, the second-year seniors, to help these freshmen train and improve their quality, not to turn this into their own stage. They were not the main characters of this exercise. The school's intention was for every freshman to receive training and fully experience the spirit of marching, but ultimately it was necessary to ensure the physical and mental safety of the freshmen, so dangerous operations were not permitted. Although they felt the laser tag guns issued by the school were unlikely to cause any real danger. But it couldn't withstand his relentless barrage. Was he really trying to take down this completely novice freshman on the field? That was way too brutal. Seeing he still refusing to put down his gun, seemingly wanting to fire again, his companion quickly tried to pull him back, lest he actually lose his mind and take another shot in full view of everyone. The instructor had already called for a stop. If you actually fired now, wouldn't that be like telling everyone you're having too much fun? You'd definitely get criticized and lose points. No way are you actually going to, you idiot. The young man was shocked, appalled by his foolish classmate. He was even acting like a child competing with a junior who didn't even know her major yet. If she turned out to be from an ordinary department, it would be a huge embarrassment. Are you crazy? The young man yanked his arm, dislodging the laser gun he was holding. But his previous actions had already been carried out, and he was still staring intently at the commotion on the field. Jiang Hui felt that someone must be targeting her in the shadows. Otherwise, why would the scattered punches suddenly turn into a concentrated assault, so deliberate and aimed at all her weaknesses? Jiang Hui had never undergone any training, and even her physical stamina was far inferior to that of her peers in the combat unit. But one trait that had been greatly enhanced since she arrived from the stars was her keen perception, sometimes so acute it could pinpoint differences down to the microscopic level. Nearly driven to the edge by the concentrated attacks, as if someone was deliberately targeting her, Jiang Hui could barely suppress her instinct to give up, wondering if she should just lie down and play dead. Suddenly a long horn sounded across the field, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. The gunfire ceased, as if receiving a signal. Was it over? Jiang Hui straightened up, panting heavily as she looked around. She saw the remaining students on the field reacting the same way, their faces slightly dazed as they surveyed the chaotic scene. After a moment, confirming that there was indeed no more movement, she staggered to her feet, her balance unsteady, and propped herself up almost numbly. Bang! Jiang Hui felt a surge of relief as she sensed the assault drawing to a close. Finally, it's over, she thought. Thank heavens, no more beating. Her taut nerves began to loosen. She rose to her feet, intending to locate the instructor, but unexpectedly. Amidst this near-static tableau, a solitary gunshot rang out, far less tumultuous than the earlier chaos, yet rendered piercingly sharp against the backdrop of silence. After the preceding round, Jiang Hui had inadvertently relaxed, shedding the tense vigilance of combat readiness, her mind growing sluggish in its operations. She could even sense the attack hurtling toward her. 57 meters. 47. 37. 7 meters. The velocity was staggering. The assailant had calculated precisely, firing when she was utterly off guard, even predicting her potential evasive moves and angles, leaving her with almost no escape. Her pupils dilated as an immense psychic force involuntarily expanded, slowing the world's rhythm to an infinite crawl before her eyes. A minute scratch on a distant boulder, the acrid scent of red paint, the tactile sensation of fingertips against coarse training fabric, the whisper of wind, and the gradually spreading taste of blood in her throat. All senses were magnified boundlessly, even the slow, steady beat of her own heart. Linear distance 0. 99 meters. Fixed pivot axis. Latitude 60 northeast. Direction 67 from horizontal. Distance 0. 58 meters. Evasion target. Jiang Hui felt her limbs and body seized, immobilized, unable to so much as twitch a fingertip. The next moment, driven by a force from deep within, her entire waist arched downward at an impossible angle, her head tilting slightly inward. 0.001 meters. Trajectory completely deviated from the fixed point. Evaded. The thought flashed through Jiang Hui's mind, a conviction nearly absolute. She had dodged it. Yet her triumph was short-lived. That moment of divine assistance seemed to drain every ounce of her vitality and spirit. She remained frozen in that arduous arched posture, unmoving. Thud. The one who moments ago had twisted with uncanny agility to evade the sudden gunshot collapsed limply to the ground unconscious. The crowd who had witnessed the extraordinary feat seemed to snap out of a trance, the scene erupting into clamor. The lead instructor who had vanished during the melee suddenly reappeared, carrying the student who had fainted earlier, frowning at the disheveled group. Everyone get up. The simulated shooting exercise is over. Please check your classmates for injuries, if any, assist them to the temporary rest area ahead. Good work, everyone. The instructor showed no surprise at the situation, clearly in the know. Those still bewildered finally realized this shooting drill was also arranged by the school, explaining the instructor's earlier absence. Had he been present, they would have naturally sought his protection, rendering the simulation meaningless. Realizing they had been strategically orchestrated by the school, everyone felt utterly drained. Even amidst such an exhausting long march, the school spared no effort in their training, springing it on them, without notice, vastly overestimating their capabilities. Though upon realization, a flicker of irritation at being toyed with crossed their minds. Yet they understood it was the school's prerogative. Military training was designed to hone their spirit and experience marching discipline, not to be a placid affair. Moreover, the school hadn't actually harmed them. Still, it was almost too realistic. The timid could have been scared to death. And clearly this was merely an interlude. The journey must continue. There was no point wasting time. Following the instructor's directions, everyone began checking on their peers. In truth, few were actually injured. Most were merely disheveled, marked with conspicuous red paint, with minor scrapes or bruises from dodging or stumbling. Nothing serious. Once assured of their safety, they could move on their own. This group was the largest. After being hit by the paint, they were excluded from the shooting targets and spent the rest of the time lying still, feigning death or remaining confused. Others, however, ran and dodged frantically, refusing to accept the mark. Overexertion naturally led to problems, energy depletion, or injuries from reckless maneuvers. In the squad, 3 or 4 such individuals had been the only ones dashing about. By the end, they were either immobile or unconscious. Jiang Hui was among the unconscious. Several kind classmates tried to assist her, calling out, but she remained unresponsive. The instructor, after administering simple first aid to another unconscious student, came to check on her with some curiosity. Jiang Hui bore no visible wounds, not even surface abrasions. Yet she wouldn't wake, even after he gave her some energy-restoring potions. He concluded it was likely psychic exhaustion. That was peculiar. Though the shooting was sudden, it was more a test of reflexes and training requiring little psychic manipulation. How had she exhausted her psychic energy? But having observed her final extreme dodge from the shadows, he was somewhat impressed. It might have seemed like a simple twist, but executing such a response and evasion at close range with such tight targeting demanded exceptional physical fitness, reflexes, and a degree of perception. Was she truly a freshman? He wondered what her major was. But he dismissed the thought. After all, he wasn't a permanent instructor at this school, just a sergeant temporarily seconded from the military to train general students. Identifying student talents wasn't in his purview. He was merely mildly curious. Presumably the footage here had been transmitted to the observation center for evaluation by various class advisors. The relevant eyes would see it. For now, the urgent task was to lead these youngsters to the temporary rest area for a break. They had earned it. Are you insane? Noah snatched the laser javelin and hissed at Hayes again. He somewhat regretted not having forcibly taken the laser javelin from the other's hand earlier, allowing him to actually strike that new student. The new students might not know, but they who had been recruited by the school for this mission were fully aware of the rules. Not to mention whether they had violated the mission's original intent. Such an act was equivalent to openly defying a superior's orders. Their class advisor Manolan was not the soft and delicate person she appeared to be. She was an extreme contradiction of a demon king. What she detested most were those who disobeyed orders. When they were first taken under this advisor's wing, those who underestimated her due to her appearance were thoroughly disciplined, almost to the point of tearfully clinging to her leg and begging for mercy. Of course, advisor Manolan would never actually let them touch her leg. If they dared to beg, the outcome would only be worse. Hayes was also one of the advisor's favorites. He had always been diligent, humble, and obedient. No matter how arduous the tasks the advisor assigned, he would cooperate fully. But why was he acting so recklessly this time? He couldn't think the advisor was unaware of their actions here. Their actions here would ultimately be transmitted as holographic footage back to the observation center. By now, advisor Manolan had likely already seen it. Good heavens. He was right next to this guy, or would he be heavily punished alongside him? Knowing the advisor's temperament, that was entirely possible. Sure enough, before the group of new students had even left far, the dozen or so of them who had been ambushing behind the boulders as shooters were gathered together by the leading officer. His expression was grim. What's wrong with you lot? Not only was your operation chaotic, but you also made such a huge commotion. It's as if you've swallowed all your shooting practice for the entire year. Do you realize that with such skill on the battlefield, you'd be surrounded and wiped out before you could even shoot down the enemy. In the end, you'd die without even knowing how. I've told you before that shooting requires merging with the environment, integrating even your spirit, body, and respiratory system into the surrounding ecosystem. At the moment of firing, you must not make any extraneous sounds, keeping the noise to an absolute minimum, almost non-existent. Only then can you have a chance to hit the enemy in one shot. Do you think the enemies on the battlefield are the same as those mechanical targets in the simulation room? Or that they have as many weaknesses as these completely untrained new students? You? Yes, you child. Don't look so indifferent. I'm talking about you. What was that lackadaisical attitude during the shooting just now? Don't want to carry out this mission? If not, then don't come next time. Leave the chance to other classmates. There are plenty who want to participate. And you? This is the first time I've seen such an idiot. Everyone else is shooting at the mission target. What were you doing? Shooting your own people? If you had been 1 inch off, you would have shot your comrade opposite you. That would have been an example posted on the school network, making you the laughingstock of the entire grade. And Yuli, don't pretend it wasn't you. Picking on the easy targets in the mission were you. If the mission points are so easy to get, why not teach your classmates? Share some with them so they don't end up with negative points all year round. Nearly everyone among the dozen or so was called out by name and thoroughly berated by this instructor, leaving them all unable to lift their heads. Noah was also reprimanded for chatting with his companion during such a serious and critical moment, showing a complete lack of focus on the mission. Then some errors and unreasonable actions during his shooting were also specifically criticized, making him feel quite humiliated. But at that moment, he was even more worried for the person beside him. Instructor Luo's style was like this. He couldn't tolerate even a speck of sand in his eye, treating every student equally with extreme strictness. Few ever received a slightly favorable comment from him. However, he genuinely guided the students and wasn't just nitpicking. They were all somewhat used to this instructor's sharp tongue but kind heart. But he had called out over a dozen people by name, remembering each one clearly, and pointed out every mistake they made during the shooting, even those the individuals themselves might not have noticed. So there was absolutely no way he could have forgotten someone as prominent as Hayes. Moreover, Hayes was considered one of the top students in their grade. The instructors basically all knew him. How could he possibly be forgotten? He had left Hayes for last, the grand finale. It wouldn't be a massive scolding, would it? His premonition proved correct. Instructor Luo looked at the young man standing solemnly with downcast eyes and said, "Hayes, you have truly disappointed me." Ignoring the sudden change in the young man's expression, Instructor Luo said in a deep voice, "Ask yourself honestly, did you take this mission seriously? I gave all of you instructions before we set out. Everyone remembered them clearly, and even if their execution was poor, they at least knew to obey orders. But you, what were you doing? Acting willfully based solely on inner desires. This was a major taboo in the military. You have committed 2 errors. First, you disobeyed the commanding officer's orders. Second, you disregarded the consequences and injured a fellow student. I need not say more. Captain Manolan is surely already aware of your actions. I am not your class advisor and cannot overstep my authority to handle this. Go back and await your punishment." Instructor Luo's words were not harsh, but their implication was grave. The dozen or so students present couldn't help but pale at his words. Everyone knew what kind of person Instructor Luo was. He could be considered the officer in the grade most fond of guiding and mentoring students regardless of which class or grade they were from, whether they were his students or not. As long as they were willing to learn and sincerely asked for advice, they could receive his guidance. Yet for someone like him to utter such a heavy word as disappointment to Hayes showed that he was truly angry. Moreover, since he had mentioned punishment, it would definitely not be a simple reprimand or penalty, nor merely a deduction of points. Hearing the punishment he might face, the young man's expression did not change. He silently, calmly lowered his gaze and stood still, eventually removing his cap and saluting, indicating his acceptance of the outcome. The officer knew of this person's stubbornness, likely in a state of obsession, and had no intention of continuing the reprimand. He sighed inwardly and proceeded to give further instructions to the group. Then he led the mission team out of the training ground. A few miles away in a temporary rest area, Jiang Hui, who should have been unconscious, suddenly jolted awake in his spiritual space. Also, she had been forcibly shut down and cast back into this mental space once more. The entry must have been abrupt, for this time Jiang Hui awoke on the living room floor. The moment she regained consciousness, a chill crept up her back, jolting her mind into sharp clarity. Jiang Hui was so famished that she could barely muster the strength to rise from the ground. For an instant, she was tempted to simply give up and lie there, reasoning that one could not starve to death in this mental space. A mere 24 hours of sleep would see her return. Such hunger! The presence of this gnawing emptiness was overwhelmingly potent. Her stomach was so hollow it seemed to cling to her spine, while her heart thumped wildly in a chaotic rhythm, like a surround sound melody that drowned out all else. She could hear nothing, but the pounding, and worse, sleep eluded her entirely. Thus weighing the torment of remaining in such a state against the struggle to find sustenance, Jiang Hui naturally chose to drag herself up and search for food. Very well, she would eat. This bout of hunger was far more profound than any before. She nearly cleared out the entire kitchen, not even sparing the drink shelf. She continued this frenzy for 3 or 4 rounds until nothing edible remained. Only then did her condition improve slightly. The dizziness and blurred vision receded, replaced by a faint sense of satiety. She should be grateful that this space's realism was not absolute. She could feel hunger, but the sensation of being overly full never manifested. Otherwise, to be simultaneously starving and stuffed would truly wear her down to the bone. Lying on the sofa, Jiang Hui patted her abdomen, which ought to have been bloated, and felt a strange wave of satisfaction rise within her. This must be the most primal foodie gene buried deep in the DNA of a Blue Star native. After resting a while, she let out a long sigh, glanced at the time, and pondered how to spend the next dozen or so hours. A full stomach often invites idle thoughts. Jiang Hui was no exception, as she harbored many questions about this space. It seemed that every time she fainted, regardless of the circumstances, she would end up in this mental space. The reason was evident, and she had roughly analyzed it. Likely tied to the depletion of her spiritual energy. She was usually only forcibly channeled into this mental space when her spiritual power was overdrawn. Through her observations and experiments over these days, Jiang Hui discovered that it wasn't just spiritual energy. Excessive physical exertion in reality also affected her state within this space. The most obvious sign was this inexplicable hunger she felt in the mental space. Generally, the more she expended her physical energy externally, the more intense the hunger upon entering this space. To verify this conclusion, she conducted several targeted experiments, all yielding the same result. This forced entry into the space further confirmed it. This nighttime endurance drill had begun at 3 in the morning and continued until past 2 o'clock now, lasting nearly 12 hours. It was the longest training session she had sustained in days, and throughout it, she had not taken any quick recovery potions, relying solely on food and saline water to restore some stamina. From this perspective, Jiang Hui had indeed made remarkable progress during the 10-plus days of military training, with significant improvements in endurance, physical strength, and constitution. She began to muster a sliver of confidence in her ability to survive in the combat soldier department. But if the conclusion that her hunger in the mental space stemmed from physical exhaustion held true, then the question arose: why did physical depletion manifest in this mental realm? And why did she need to constantly eat within this space to sustain her activities? What aspect of consumption was this feeding state replenishing? Could it be that this mental space connected not only to her spirit, but also to her physical body? If so, the seemingly unreasonable speed of her recent improvements would find an explanation. After all, effort often yields progress. Jiang Hui now believed that her current stamina was forged through days of grueling laps. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Yet, given her baseline physical strength and constitution, wasn't such progress a bit too extraordinary? Although they had not formally tested the extent of her current endurance and physique, Jiang Hui could clearly sense her physical capabilities growing stronger each day. From failing to complete 20 kilometers on the first day to now maintaining clarity after over 70 kilometers, even dodging enemy fire for a time. Such a level was utterly unimaginable on Blue Star and seemed somewhat exaggerated even in the interstellar realm. Yet Jiang Hui knew all too well that both she and her original self were physical weaklings accustomed to indoor life, never having trained properly in stamina, let alone possessing any natural talent. And yet, after just over 10 days of military training, her performance had tripled or quadrupled, and she could endure it. Moreover, whenever physical and mental exhaustion drove her into this space to rest and recover, she emerged in even better condition. Thus, Jiang Hui vaguely understood that her progress was not solely due to her perseverance, but was supported by this mysterious space, which used incomprehensible powers to create favorable conditions for her growth. To have such a golden finger accompany her interstellar journey was quite fortunate, albeit a bit taxing. This was no humble brag from Jiang Hui. While others fretted over not having enough time, she alone, Jiang Hui, struggled with how to fill the extra 24 hours. Indeed, if life's pressures were insufficient, one would never face such a dilemma. Embracing the grind would eliminate it. With this thought, Jiang Hui seemed to regain motivation. She turned and headed to the study, intending to delve into a batch of newly acquired introductory mecha manuals to enrich her empty mind. She did not notice that when she entered the study, the previously blank computer screen suddenly displayed several lines of incomprehensible garbled code. And that was not all. Soon lines upon lines scrolled down, as if the entire screen was leaping with crimson characters filling the display, a sight both startling and alarming. After a while, the garbled code finally ceased, and within the screen emerged a three-dimensional illusory image, as if projected from a void. Upon closer inspection, this image was not composed of light or particles, but of a strange particle arrangement structure resembling a mix of numbers and punctuation marks. This figure upon closer look seemed to be an image formed entirely of garbled code. Had Jiang Hui been in the living room, she would have noticed that this peculiar three-dimensional phantom bore no other likeness but her own. Awake. So soon. I thought shed sleep through the whole thing. Jiang Hui opened her eyes, her mind instantly clear the moment she emerged from the spatial fold, and she accurately analyzed her current surroundings. The classmate who had escorted Jiang Hui met her clear, piercing gaze, and assuming she was still disoriented, said to her, "Classmate, we're already at the temporary rest point. You passed out in the simulated shooting range. We've only been in the tent for a little while. Hang on, I'll call a medic for you." This person looked somewhat familiar. Jiang Hui was actually quite lucid, not at all as dazed as he assumed. She was instead pondering that this was the very fellow who had been walking in front of her in the formation all along. Yes, even the red paint stain on his collar was exactly the same, not a speck shifted. Had he been the one to bring her here? During Jiang Hui's analysis, Zhou Xiaowen had already swiftly brought the medic over. The medic skillfully examined her, hooking her up to machines to sample and test her brainwave functions, finally concluding that Jiang Hui was merely suffering from mental energy depletion and excessive physical exertion, which would be remedied with sufficient supplements and rest. So it was indeed excessive physical exertion. Although she could have deduced it from her own physical state, Jiang Hui glanced at the report's data. It far exceeded the figures from a previous fainting episode. So this time in the mental space, she would also be much hungrier. No problem at all, matched up quite well. Jiang Hui mused silently. The one who had brought her here was clearly a good-natured classmate. He hadn't simply left her with the medic. Instead, he stood by, listened to the diagnosis, and then eagerly went to fetch a special restorative potion for her. By the time he returned, Jiang Hui had long since finished her idle thoughts. Watching him approach, her gaze followed his line of sight to the restorative potion in his hand, a flicker of puzzlement in her eyes. Zhou Xiaowen seemed to read the question in her eyes and said with slight embarrassment, "I still need to thank you, classmate Jiang, for lending a hand on the road earlier. Otherwise, I would have held back everyone ahead, and I truly have no face to show anyone." Jiang Hui didn't stand on ceremony. She took the restorative potion he offered, glanced at the sealed strip clearly affixed by the medical station, and nodded. "And I must thank you for bringing me to the medical tent. I'm Jiang Hui from Combat Soldier Department Class 2. May I ask your name?" Since he already knew her surname, likely from the report, she figured a formal introduction was still in order along with asking his name, so she wouldn't have to keep calling him classmate. Although it seemed a bit redundant now, it was better to formally introduce herself and ask his name to avoid just calling him classmate all the time. "I'm Zhou Xiaowen from the logistics department." The young man was somewhat surprised. He had indeed seen Jiang Hui's name on her medical checkup slip. Not on purpose, he had just caught a glimpse of it there, but it hadn't shown her department or class. So he was genuinely taken aback that this seemingly refined and elegant classmate Jiang was actually a combat soldier student. No wonder. He had thought that a big, strapping guy like him couldn't even match her perseverance. It turned out their specializations were worlds apart. Still, he silently scorned his own frailty. Even though classmate Jiang was a combat soldier student with exceptional talent, she was still just a freshman. Everyone was a newcomer who had just started training, yet she had already reached such a level. And he had been secretly pleased with himself for breezing through these 10+ days of military training. How shameful it all seemed now. So it was only in today's endurance march that he had truly come to know himself. Zhou Xiaowen resolved to step up his physical training. After all, even the peripheral logistics department was still tied to military disciplines. He couldn't just coast by just because the requirements for their department were lower. While he was making this silent resolution, Jiang Hui was also somewhat surprised. Given his frail appearance, she had assumed he was from a non-military program, not a fellow military student. Although the logistics department was a fringe discipline within military fields and its existence was somewhat awkward, it was still a legitimate military program. In theory, their training standards were the same. It seemed he was another unfortunate soul stuck in a major that didn't suit him. "Classmate Zhou, shouldn't you head back to the formation? I still need to wait through the observation period for the potion to take effect." Jiang Hui hesitated, seeing him lingering. During the march, the breaks were never long. The last time, they had only rested for 15 minutes. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious this time. Although no one had come to hurry them, it felt like quite a while had passed. As the person involved, she had already rested enough and wanted to rejoin the formation to finish the march and get back to rest sooner. But Zhou Xiaowen staying here with her was just a waste of time. Jiang Hui's question was meant to hint that it was time for him to go back. Military training aimed to temper students and cultivate a spirit of unity and shared progress. Individuals had to take responsibility for their actions and even bear the consequences. This classmate Zhou might mean well, but such misplaced kindness was wrong. If he kept staying here, he was just asking for a reprimand. Jiang Hui considered herself much older than these genuine youths, and since he had shown her goodwill, she didn't want to hold him back, so she brought it up. But he told her not to worry, that she could rest a bit longer. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since they arrived at this temporary rest point. Moreover, this break was a bit longer, an hour in total, so it was better for her to rest here than go back to the assembly camp. Jiang Hui was slightly surprised. An hour? At this, Zhou Ziyuan's face fell a little. Yes, an hour isn't really for us to rest. It's to reorganize the formation. It was also a punishment. Word was that arriving at the final point would count as late and result in deductions. The instructor said that anyone marked by the plastic guns in the simulated shooting battle must stay here for an hour to reorganize. Those who weren't marked but are physically unable to continue can also wait here for an hour. This time can be deducted. But they wouldn't get the points for passing this stage. Jiang Hui, then the others. Well, those who weren't hit naturally have to press on. As usual, they rest for 15 minutes and then move out. Has the 15 minutes passed? Jiang Hui asked. We've only been at the camp for 7 or 8 minutes. They probably haven't set off yet. No, classmate Jiang, you want to go with the team? Zhou Xiaowen asked incredulously. Of course. She had barely dodged those covert shots. She had to enjoy the advantage she had earned. Otherwise, all that effort would have been for nothing. Did I make it? Jiang Hui finally arrived at the assembly point breathless, only to find everyone already geared up and ready to depart. Her sudden appearance instantly made her the center of attention. Everyone silently watched her, their gazes not exactly strange, but certainly far from normal. Jiang Hui's scalp suddenly prickled, yet her skin was extraordinarily thick. She could brazen it out and act as if nothing was amiss. The leading instructor approached from the front, cast a glance at Jiang Hui, and finally uttered, "Fall in immediately." Was this permission for her to join the team? Jiang Hui could hardly believe it, for she had just witnessed everyone packing their bags as if they were about to set off any second and had assumed she had missed the deadline. Unexpectedly, the leading instructor had relented. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hui slipped into the formation like a rabbit, terrified that the instructor might change his mind. In truth, the instructor did have some recollection of her, and he was rather surprised that she had managed to rush over without even being fully awake. He had examined her earlier and found that she had exhausted not only her physical strength, but also her mental energy. He had assumed she would not regain consciousness anytime soon, so he had directly instructed the students who were staying behind to carry her to the medical tent. To his surprise, not only had she awakened, but she had also hurried over, eager to continue the journey. She was indeed tenacious, a promising prospect. The leading instructor developed a flicker of interest, though only a sliver. Glancing at the dusty, brightly colored flag protruding from Jiang Hui's pack, he said flatly, "Fix your flag properly." He was well aware of the flag's purpose and naturally understood the school's sinister intentions. This was a legitimate part of the training regimen. As the leading instructor, there was no need to expose it, but a friendly reminder was not out of line. Jiang Hui snapped to attention and immediately adjusted the crooked flagpole. The pole was indeed quite askew. Had he not pointed it out, a slight jolt mid-journey would have snapped it clean off. Having said his piece, the instructor paid no further heed to whether Jiang Hui had properly fixed the flag and directly ordered the group to set off. Jiang Hui had no choice but to jog at the very back of the formation, continuously adjusting the flag's position as she went. Thus, a party of 16 set out grandly toward their destination. The squad originally consisted of 50 students plus the instructor, making 51 in total. Yet after a single shooting battle, only 15 students remained. This survival rate was truly impressive. Having gradually adapted to the tempo of the training, Jiang Hui couldn't help but lament inwardly. Even the oxen on a production team wouldn't be worked this hard. So this was the Empire's method of training talent, brutal yet effective. Is that child from your class all right? A young man with a genial demeanor, as if naturally imbued with a perpetual smile, asked the person beside him. Didn't you see her scramble right back up? I've never seen anyone so unafraid of death. These youngsters today really have no sense of their limits. They push themselves recklessly. If they end up with some lasting after effects, they'll have no one to cry to. The person beside him did not respond. Instead, a slovenly military officer on the other side sneered first. Though his words seemed directed at the figure on the other screen, his eyes were fixed on the person nearby, as if deliberately aiming his remarks at someone. Instructor Stark, of course, ignored the habitual cynic across from him. He never understood why this man, a captain, always seemed to hold a grudge against him, seizing on every trivial matter to mock him sarcastically. He never deigned to acknowledge such people. You. The young man across from him saw Stark's indifference, and his temper flared. Captain Zhou, please calm down. Now is not the time for arguments. Neither of you have submitted your scores yet. If you delay any further, we'll be moving on to the next phase. Seeing the situation turning sour, the academic advisor quickly intervened to mediate. Ever since these two had started teaching together, this had been the case. Whenever they met, bickering was inevitable, the air thick with gunpowder. Well, to be precise, it was Zoe who unilaterally provoked, while Captain Stark remained aloof and indifferent. Yet it was precisely this attitude that deepened the rift between them. As the administrator for the entire first year, the academic advisor naturally found himself in a difficult position. Though not a military man himself, this advisor had once been a scholar at the Imperial Academy of Science and Technology. After retiring, he had returned to his home star system to contribute to its development. He was a highly respected academic revered by both teachers and students alike. Even Zoe, despite his illustrious family background, instinctively reined in his temper in the advisor's presence. Since the advisor had spoken, Zoe had no choice but to comply. He snorted coldly, casually picked up the scheduling board nearby, and began to swipe through it. Seeing that this difficult character had first accepted the advice, the advisor then turned to Stark. "Captain Stark." "I know," Stark replied in a low voice, finally shifting his gaze from the numerous subscreens, though. He still showed no intention of grading the scores. The advisor was familiar with Stark's ways, and trusting that the man knew his own limits, did not press further. He continued to consolidate the grading data. In the vast observation center, a crowd gathered around a massive circular platform. Suspended above the center were hundreds of images seemingly overlapping, yet none interfering, allowing the observation of events at fixed points for each squad. Seated around the ring were a diverse group, all the homeroom teachers for the first year along with several instructors from other grades, all watching the training exercise unfold. At the very center of the observation platform hung a prominent ranking list densely packed with names cascading from top to bottom, each followed by the points they had accumulated in each segment. It turned out that all the homeroom teachers could observe each student's performance during the training. They employed a weighted scoring system, ensuring that every outstanding student received a relatively fair score. Only students with exceptional overall performance would be pulled into the overall ranking to compete against others. As luck would have it, it was precisely Stark's group's turn to evaluate Jiang Hui's performance, so they had a clear view of what had transpired. Jiang Hui was one of the more outstanding students in this round, naturally qualifying to be listed on the overall ranking. Though her position was relatively low and insignificant compared to the strong contenders from the military specialty, it was still respectable. Zoe was the homeroom teacher for Class 1 and had always been at odds with Stark. Every additional student from Class 2 on the ranking list irked him. Seeing Jiang Hui struggle back up to continue the training, he felt that she shared the same stubborn temperament as her homeroom teacher and thus couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. In the end, Stark assigned Jiang Hui a score that was neither high nor low nor poor. Considering her remarkable evasive maneuver at the end, the score even seemed somewhat low, but it was reasonable given that the evaluation had to account for overall performance. After he submitted the score, Jiang Hui's ranking only inched up a few places before stopping, indicating that Stark, as her homeroom teacher, had not given her any preferential treatment. That guy is always so hypocritical, putting on a show for the sake of his own reputation. He never engaged in such behavior. He called it as it was, giving whatever score was deserved. If anything, he might have scored her higher. But this man, TSK, Zoe sneered, shaking his leg in a less than proper cross-legged posture, his contempt palpable. Jiang Hui was unaware that someone was observing their wretched trek from the sidelines, and she simply pressed on with her head down. She struggled to pull her foot from the clinging marsh, but as her other foot was also firmly trapped, she nearly toppled headfirst into the mire, barely managing to keep her balance with a precarious wobble. This, however, caused a considerable gap to open between her and the classmates ahead. It was only when she fell behind that she realized she couldn't keep pace with the formation. It wasn't due to her poor physical condition. Well, in essence it was. But after a visit to her spiritual space to consume supplements, she had recovered significantly. The depletion of her physical strength and stamina, however, was not so easily restored. At present, she was at least relatively energetic, even more so than before the shooting battle, a time when she hadn't felt strained. The reason she now felt the strain was due to her changed position. Earlier, Jiang Hui had been in the middle of the formation, which was a mixed bag of varying abilities, some with excellent stamina, others quite poor, as the line was randomly arranged by height. Thus, the entire formation's pace had to accommodate one another. The fast slowed down for the slow, and the slow forced themselves to speed up. This allowed Jiang Hui to feel at ease. After a round of elimination, those who remained all possessed some basic skills. Even if they weren't from military-focused majors, many had decent physical fitness and reaction speed. Having suffered both physical and mental exhaustion, Jiang Hui, lagging at the tail of the formation, inevitably struggled to keep up. Fortunately, the instructor didn't criticize her occasional straggling, though. He kept glancing her way, making her tense up and involuntarily quicken her pace. The lead instructor thought, these kids really aren't the sharpest. I've hinted several times for her to return to the middle of the formation, but she's misunderstood every time. What use is a flag bearer clinging to the tail of the formation? If you fall behind, even if the others reach the destination on time, the points earned will be slashed by more than half. That's why Lieutenant Rando had emphasized the flag earlier. It was a hint. These kids probably didn't listen carefully, or simply didn't take it to heart thinking it was enough to just reach the destination smoothly. Jiang Hui failed to realize this, and the other students didn't grasp it either, so matters naturally proceeded as they did. The lead instructor, after all, was merely a temporary guide acting as a supervisor unable to intervene further, and so he simply gave up. It was a vast swamp stretching for several kilometers. They could find no other path, and had to struggle through this treacherous terrain, reaching the opposite bank to return to the proper route. By now the formation was no longer shrouded in silence. As before, people began to engage in brief conversations. The instructor didn't stop them, so many students, gradually losing their strength, whispered to one another, offering mutual encouragement. Some even initiated chants met with echoes from the rear, creating a lively atmosphere. One student turned back several times, gazing at the distant figure that had shrunk to a tiny black dot, and said with concern, "That one at the back. Don't we need to wait for her? In a while the simulated nightfall will begin, and if she gets lost in total darkness, what then?" The person ahead of him was dismissive. Why did she insist on coming? Clearly injured and unable to keep up, yet she still forced herself to join. Now she's just dead weight. Besides, she was carried half dead into the medical tent, but came out looking full of energy, probably having rested well in the infirmary. They, on the other hand, could only wolf down bland, nutrient-deficient rations at the camp, so naturally, he harbored resentment toward Jiang Hui. The questioner felt something was wrong, but couldn't find a reason to argue. Seeing that the others seemed indifferent, he had to let the matter drop. The formation continued to advance steadily, unperturbed by the straggler far behind. "What's wrong with this leading sergeant?" A youthful-looking female officer witnessing this scene couldn't help but frown. "I remember him. He left an impression. He's that child from the Mays family. He's part of this batch sent down to the permanent garrison here for training, and he happened to be seconded for the school's military training." Few present were unaware of the Mays family, a sprawling clan that had produced many military luminaries in the past. Though it had declined somewhat in recent years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. It still retains some foundation. But Captain Manhwa cared little about the Mays family. She simply wanted to know if this sergeant truly understood the purpose of military training. Both the students and the instructor have forgotten their original intent, acting foolishly. It's both infuriating and laughable. Having just dealt with the disheartening incident of a trusted student defying orders, and now witnessing this instructor's conduct, Manhwa felt her already short temper slipping. "Don't be angry, Captain. This young master of the Mays family is said to have been forced down here by scheming, so he's probably not too happy about it. Besides, he's done a decent job so far fulfilling his duties. The training doesn't mandate looking after every single student," said a more senior officer from another class. "It's not mandated, but what is the purpose of the training?" "Ostensibly to improve individual physique and combat ability, but more importantly to foster cohesion through this high-pressure, grueling environment, teaching them to fight for the glory of the group. I've been watching all day, and many instructors have failed to achieve this. But there are also many who guide students to understand the power of the collective, helping them cooperate to overcome challenges. These aren't difficult tasks. In their own past training they were taught this way, and every soldier should understand this principle. This young Mays has decent credentials and achievements, and his rank is high among the group, but his marching spirit still falls far short." By the time Jiang Hui finally extricated herself from the swamp, the main formation ahead was nowhere in sight. She wasn't entirely surprised, but she was still at a loss, unsure whether to stay put or muster her strength to catch up. But she didn't know how far ahead the others had gone, and there was no clear path. Should she continue? In the end, she gazed blankly at her mud-caked legs, half raising them, and then lowering them, uncertain of what to do. "Do you still want to continue?" A voice suddenly came from ahead. Jiang Hui, startled, immediately looked up and saw someone who shouldn't be there standing before her. Only when the drill instructor suddenly appeared before her did Jiang Hui let out a long sigh of relief. She was not familiar with the Interstellar region. The place already looked gloomy even before nightfall, with some shadowy corners appearing quite eerie. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be once night fell. She couldn't just stay here waiting for the school's people to find her. Just as she was at a loss, the instructor came back for her. Jiang Hui, like a silly goose, let out an utterly foolish sound. Then she quickly realized that he was probably trying to persuade her to give up. "Since you know you've done your utmost, you should cut your losses in time, otherwise you'll harm both yourself and others. Continuing like this will only drag others down," Mays said to the girl. These words were almost a direct accusation of her being a burden, and even Jiang Hui, who considered herself thick-skinned, felt her face flush slightly. "Wait here. There's a temporary tent in your pack. Stay inside for safety. I've notified the observation center, and someone should come for you soon. Don't follow the team anymore." Words having been said to this extent, what else could she do? Jiang Hui wasn't someone with extraordinary perseverance, but she was accustomed to seeing things through to the end. Once she chose a path, she would walk it no matter how difficult. So she had stubbornly followed all the way, unwilling to be one who yielded to comfort. But now, with someone pointing at her nose and calling her a hindrance, a dead weight, utterly superfluous, whatever resolve she had left had largely dissipated. Fortunately, the instructor wasn't truly heartless. Worried that Jiang Hui might not know how to use the temporary tent, he even showed her how to set it up before leaving her behind without a backward glance. Jiang Hui watched his retreating figure for a long while until the night had fully darkened, then turned and entered the temporary tent. So, was her training exercise ending in such an anticlimactic way? Now all she had to do was lie down and wait for someone to pick her up. Though called a temporary tent, its quality was surprisingly good. It must have used spatial storage technology, as it was quite spacious for one person inside. From within it felt somewhat metallic, light to the touch yet sharp in texture, and lying down gave a certain sense of security. Maybe she should just lie down and wait. No, what if she fell asleep in this desolate wilderness and never woke up? Of course, Jiang Hui wasn't carefree enough to actually sleep. Even inside this sealed tent, a timely sense of terror crept over her, as if she were a lamb within a beast's hunting grounds. Not seeing made it all the more terrifying. Jiang Hui began to regret listening to the instructor's scare tactics. She should have pestered him to let her stay. She wasn't exactly a person with strong collective honor, but she valued her life more than anyone. Being left alone here, what if something happened? So, when would the school send someone for her? This batch isn't bad. Most have nearly reached the final station, someone at the observation center remarked after a quick survey. Has anyone arrived yet? Not yet. Since it's the last checkpoint, they'll probably have to endure for a while. I wonder which squad will break through first. The speaker wore a faculty uniform similar to the first-year instructors, except for a different badge on the chest. So the final station's challenge should be the crucial climax. Instructor Vic, would you care to share? I heard this part was designed by you second years. Last year's ambush was truly spectacular. It taught those little rascals a good lesson. Class advisor Aries, you flatter me. I just hope these kids will be careful and not act recklessly. Last time a few reckless brats nearly injured a new student's eye. Otherwise the school might not still be operating today. The second-year class advisor shook his head with a wry smile. So the final station was also an ambush exercise. The others caught his implication and guessed the last test of the training. In some places it had already begun. As fewer people spoke, the advisors and instructors focused intently on the screens assigned to them. Due to the cross-recording method, no one noticed that several real-time surveillance feeds had disappeared as if they had vanished into thin air. Jiang Hui had been waiting in place for a long time, her initial anxiety gradually giving way to growing doubt. Had the lead instructor really contacted the observation center for her? Or was it the school's rule that rescue for those left behind could only come after the training was complete? If so, she might as well have waited at the temporary rest stop instead of being here in the wild feeding mosquitoes. Jiang Hui didn't have her optical brain on hand, nor any timekeeping device like a clock, so she could only estimate the time roughly. She felt it must have been at least an hour or two. Waiting in the confined space, she grew increasingly restless. Jiang Hui suddenly sniffed. Whether it was her imagination, she sensed an unusual acidic scent permeating the air, growing gradually stronger from faint to thick. It was normal for peculiar odors to emanate from the jungle. When she climbed the short, uneven mountain, she had occasionally encountered special plant scents, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty, some even seeming to evoke synesthetic feelings. After walking for a while, Jiang Hui felt her sense of smell had been tempered, i.e. she no longer reacted easily to unusual odors. But she had never encountered any sourness like this, carrying distinct biological characteristics, more like a sour stench, a putrid acidity. It was a scent that instinctively made humans extremely uncomfortable. The odor grew more intense and highly irritating. Jiang Hui felt utterly off. Her skin, exposed membranes, eyes and nose, mouth and throat, and the unseen nervous system within, all were in extreme discomfort from the outside in. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest. Though her respiratory system functioned normally, and she could feel air flowing in and out, she still experienced a suffocating sensation, as if some presence blocked both inside and out, making it hard to breathe. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Hui cautiously poked her head out of the tent with a lantern. The pitch-black surroundings had only this one bright spot. There were no passers-by, nor any rescuers. Jiang Hui felt as if she had been abandoned alone under the dark canopy of the sky. She had no time to panic over that. Eagerly, she took a long breath of the open air filled with the scent of wilderness vegetation, though the acidic odor that had nearly suffocated her still lingered. But perhaps because the air circulated more freely in the open, it felt less stifling. Just moments ago, she had almost been suffocated inside the tent. More than 10 kilometers from the destination, this was a region fraught with wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. The wind was so fierce that the rain seemed to fall almost horizontally. If Jiang Hui were here, he would find the acidic odor in this place so thick and nauseating as to be almost unbelievable. The corrosive acid rain mingled with the earthy scent of mud and an indescribable animalistic sourness, creating an eerily bizarre atmosphere. Suddenly, a massive chain of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating everything in the forest with stark clarity. Anyone present would likely be terrified out of their wits by the sight of scattered corpses and utter devastation. To the west of this not-sosmal clearing in the woods lay a colossal anomalous form, its highest point towering dozens of feet above the ground, shimmering with an unnatural silver luster. Another flash of lightning and rumble of thunder, and this behemoth seemed to press some activation switch. The slender tentacles extending from its main body, slender only in comparison to the massive core, suddenly twitched upward. With a slight tremor, objects impaled on several tentacles fell with a thud to the ground. Their smooth surfaces were coated with a sticky honey-colored liquid that slowly slid off as the tentacles quivered. These unknown objects joined the countless similar ones already piled layer upon layer below. They varied in size, and from the side one could see the rows of tiny bristles standing erect on these grotesque forms, appearing especially terrifying in the dim light. Looking up along the tentacles, one would see that the continuous silver plating of the main body was gashed by some sharp object. Some were merely scraped of their glossy surface layer, while others were pierced directly by slender antenna-like protrusions fallen from some unknown creature, damaging the internal structure and exposing its intricate design. Just then a flash of lightning illuminated the front half of this colossal creature, revealing its massive commissary clamping down on something that struggled desperately. With a crisp crack, those obviously razor-sharp commissary severed the creature in two. The halves fell to the ground, twitched feebly for a moment, and then lay still. After the last enemy was vanquished, this enormous alien form seemed to have exhausted all its strength, its every movement ceasing. The commissary slowly drooped, hanging limply at its sides. The tentacles, which had been forcefully raised, also fell weakly. Even the once gleaming silver plating appeared to have lost all its luster, unmoving. The upper control cabin was in tatters, and the external mechanical patterns had also lost their sheen as internal energy was depleted and the operator's vital signs steadily faded, plunging everything into darkness. A massive fong had pierced through the spider-like mecha at the position of its vertical eye, passing through the head and finally lodging in the connecting joint of the second limb segment. The mecha's cockpit was located directly behind this vertical eye position on the spider-shaped mecha's head, connected straight to the control room. This single thrust had damaged most of the control panel, forcing the person inside to rely on an emergency backup panel for the final cleanup. Now that the enemies were eliminated, the mecha's remaining reserve energy was also exhausted, and it naturally could not continue to operate. With the mecha's halt, the life of the person within the cockpit was also drawing to a close. Mays held no hope for rescue from the Academy. Ever since he was trapped in this life-or-death struggle, he had sent distress signals to the observation center multiple times. Moreover, this location was not far from the center, yet there was no response. Furthermore, he had deployed the mecha here and fought against such a sizable swarm of star beasts. Under normal circumstances, even if the observation center failed to intercept the signal, the destination should have noticed and sent someone to investigate. Now, with nothing happening, either the signal was blocked by some entity or something had gone wrong over there as well. But he likely wouldn't have the chance to find out. To understand, he would first need to survive. But could he really survive? That fong came from the leader of this group of ant-like star beasts. It had pierced straight through the control cabin, slashing the entire control panel, and had also skewered his right shoulder before passing through the rear connecting joint, pinning him in place above. And as if that weren't enough, during a particularly fierce clash, a wrong maneuver had slightly lifted the fong, jerking his entire body and leaving him half suspended above the seat. This posture caused Mace's wound to bleed and tear incessantly. He had to prop one leg up on the panel for support while balancing on the tips of his toes on the cabin floor with the other leg. It was only through sheer willpower and the strength in his legs that he maintained this position, preventing his shoulder from being completely torn apart by the fong. Yet in such a state, it was even harder for him to rescue himself or break free from the cockpit. He could not even move his legs or hands freely. If he relaxed any of these 4 points of support, even slightly, he would lose his balance, and the fong would slice straight through him, bone and all. Then he wouldn't just die, he would die a gruesome death. He was somewhat satisfied with dying a hero's death, but a wretched-looking corpse was unnecessary. Mace preferred to maintain a human appearance in his final moments, so as not to frighten his family too much. He thought this with a touch of bitter humor. Of course, he would much rather survive. After all, although his career had been somewhat disappointing in recent years and his life plans had been ruined, his heart had not given in to despair. Instead, he had wanted to break free from this unjust predicament and take revenge on those who manipulated his fate. Yet unexpectedly, before he could climb out of this low point, he was about to fall in such a minor assigned training exercise. Truly, life was unpredictable. Mays even regretted wasting nearly a year of his life wallowing in regret. If he had pulled himself together, he might have already escaped his predicament and taken revenge on those people. After all, the May family had only fallen on hard times temporarily. It wasn't completely destroyed. It was only now on the brink of death that Mays truly understood what regret meant. But it didn't matter, his death wouldn't be in vain. By holding off this swarm of star beasts, he had bought those children a chance to live. It wasn't a total loss. His current fear was that some foolish kid might turn back to find him. In the end, Mays could only vaguely confirm that the star beasts in the vicinity had been cleared, but he couldn't be completely sure it was safe. If they encountered an ambush by star beasts on their way, wouldn't his sacrifice have been in vain? As time trickled away, the occupants of the control room felt their life force ebbing, nearing a state of utter desiccation. He had a premonition that he would soon perish here. Indeed, survival was never an easy feat. The man suspended upon the colossal pincer shook his head almost imperceptibly, though he couldn't be certain if it was real or mere illusion. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound drifted in from outside, quiet yet impossible to ignore. The footsteps suggested a small-bodied creature lacking aggression and seemingly timid, hesitating with each step. The one already on the brink from fatal wounds and excessive blood loss snapped awake for a moment. Of course, this clarity lasted only a few seconds before he sank back into a daze. What had returned? After such a long delay, could it be some lucky straggler, drawn to the enemy who had slaughtered its entire kind, eager for revenge? But now was indeed the perfect time for vengeance. The mech's energy was completely depleted, and he was impaled by the pincer, trapped in the control room, bleeding profusely with death imminent. Even a single straggler now could finish him without lifting a claw. How ironic. After all his fierce fighting, he would still die at the hands of the enemy. It would have been more heroic to fall in battle against the leader. This stray star beast, no, there were two, didn't seem particularly bright. They had already found the mech, and with all his blood spilled, they still couldn't pinpoint his location. Could he hope they might just pass him by? He truly didn't want to die this way at the mercy of star beasts. Is it here? Yes, I saw the instructor piloting this mech against the enemy before I ran. For a mech warrior, the mech is their life. Even damaged, they wouldn't abandon it. The instructor should still be inside, perhaps resting. I think unconsciousness is more likely. Look at all these severed limbs. How many star beasts must he have killed to pile up like this? And this mech is damaged far beyond normal. I heard that to enhance combat effectiveness, the mech links to the pilot's senses and mind. Even if the instructor isn't physically injured, his spirit must be shattered. Besides, we've been circling outside for ages. At this distance, anyone normal would hear us, let alone a military instructor. He couldn't have missed us. Could he have passed out in the cockpit? You hit the nail on the head. That student deserves extra credit. Wait, students. These voices. They were students. Had those freshmen turned back and returned? Even in his hazy state, instinct took over, and he vaguely wondered why these foolish kids had come back. No one knew if any star beasts still lurked nearby. With their current combat ability, they'd be dissolved by the beast's secretions before even facing a pincer. And returning now was useless. If they saw his wretched death, it would only instill fear in these children, adding a pointless scar to their barely begun military careers. Besides, he looked so hideous now, it would be better for them to remember his former valor. On Mace's face, now blurred by blood, a faint frown could be discerned. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end said nothing. Well, never mind. These two kids who came back didn't seem too sharp either. They might not even find the mech's head or tail. By the time they stumbled over, he would have long stopped breathing. But if they didn't find him, that would be better. They would leave. Whether the school team could find this place, his body, these two kids, or the other lost students, was no longer his concern. He was about to die. Mace thought the school and the stationed officers couldn't be that incompetent. So he slowly closed his eyes, ready to await death in silence. Clank, 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 followed by thump, thump, thump. The noise was so loud the intense vibrations from the surroundings jolted even him, a dying man, into brief alertness. Can a man die in peace? What are they doing? Hey, don't move that. Lift that side, and you'll be sending your instructor to his grave. He could have died on his own. And be gentle. I told you not to come. You'll only see a nightmare if you enter. After all this commotion, even a dying man could muster a bit of temper. Mace had wanted to close his eyes and die, but this ruckus revived him slightly. Yet his mood was far from good, tinged with embarrassment and anger. How long would these two fools keep fussing? Couldn't they just let their instructor die with dignity, instead of dismantling everything to get a look at his corpse? If he could speak, he would roar at them to get lost. Hey, yes. This side. That thing stuck in is too hard, and it seems caught on something. I can't get it off. Luckily, this side seems pried open, a bit easier to remove. Let me try this side. That voice again. She had been talking in long stretches since earlier. Then came another round of torturous noise. Mace didn't know how he held on not letting this disturbance completely break him. Crack. Thud. Mace felt the sound was right next to him. Something was being dismantled roughly but in the right direction, and a faint soft light shone on his face. So they had made it in. These two little ones had some skill, Mace thought hazily. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurred, his gaze veiled in uneven shades of red, trying to see what kind of kids had found him. But he gave up, his eyes obscured by thick layers of blood. Then came the expected gasps and cries. Mace wanted to muster a faint smile to make himself less terrifying, but he lacked even the strength for that. He had truly reached his final limit, unable to hold on any longer. Forcibly prying open the cockpit, she was startled by the bloody scene within. Jiang Hui had imagined many possibilities, but never this one. Unlike the person beside her who instinctively wailed with trembling legs, her first reaction was a dazed disbelief. Time rewound to over an hour ago when Jiang Hui detected an acidic odor at the campsite but couldn't locate its source. She dared not stay in the tent for fear of being suffocated by the fumes, nor stand outside in the desolate wilderness where a beast might silently snatch her away in the pitch-black darkness. She was caught in a dilemma. The acidic scent in the air grew increasingly intense. Even in such an open environment, the concentration was unmistakably strengthening and spreading. Jiang Hui felt an instinctive unease, as if sensing something unsettling was approaching. A thin layer of cold sweat formed on her back. When would the school come to retrieve her? If earlier she regretted not shamelessly following along, now she deeply regretted it, because this was nothing like what they had promised. Moreover, even if the school couldn't find her, the instructor surely wouldn't forget to check on her. The destination was actually quite close now, they should have arrived by this time. Suppressing the acrid odor, she returned to the relatively bright temporary tent and rummaged through her pack. This pack was rather primitive, containing items that seemed out of place in this technological era, bedding, a heavy metal canteen that served only as decoration, a rain poncho. These took up half the space, though they were useless for the journey, more like historical mementos. The remaining half held practical items: the already unpacked temporary tent, compressed food packs, a medical kit, a small pouch of miscellaneous tools, and a coil of long rope. Jiang Hui tugged at the rope. It was elastic and tough, but still couldn't find what she was looking for. She genuinely felt the pack was poorly designed. Didn't the school consider they might get lost? Why weren't there searchlights or signal flares? Or was the school so confident in its ability to monitor every corner? But given her current situation, the school hardly seemed capable of such meticulous surveillance. After all, she had been left alone in the wilderness for so long after dark. If a beast had silently taken her life, Beska Intermediate Academy would likely be shut down entirely. Jiang Hui felt the situation was abnormal, but dared not act rashly, uncertain of what to do. Fortunately, the night didn't keep her waiting long. The acidic odor in the air persisted, but the earlier restless energy had dissipated considerably. The instinctive, hair-raising sense of crisis also faded suddenly and inexplicably. What on earth had happened so abruptly? A rustling sound, faint and fragmented at first, as if something was crawling and shifting along the ground. Jiang Hui, waiting in vain, instantly became highly alert. This was the first anomalous sound amidst the inexplicable acidic scent and the natural noises from the wilderness. Such sounds could only come from conscious moving creatures. Something was approaching her. That was the primary signal she deciphered. Instinctively, she held her breath, focused and carefully extended strands of mental energy to probe her surroundings in an orderly manner while gripping the sharp edge of her trekking pole. No one noticed that in the pitch-black night, Jiang Hui's eyes briefly glazed over with a faint shimmering light. A fleeting, striking gleam in the darkness. It was getting closer, heading straight toward her. Jiang Hui tightened her grip on the serrated edge of the pole, raising it slightly, ready to strike the approaching figure, when she heard a human voice. "Help! Save us!" Jiang Hui. She wasn't mistaken, it was a human voice, and the shape seemed human too. But she didn't relax immediately. Because her nose hadn't failed her. She clearly smelled the strong acidic scent emanating from this dark, possibly human figure, identical to the odor she had been breathing all night. Could it have come directly from the incident site? The figure murmured again, "Help. Life." Confirming it was human, Jiang Hui observed for a moment, then couldn't resist parting its tangled hair. But her hand met a wet, chillingly cold and slippery sensation, causing her to instinctively recoil. Then the figure grabbed her hand. However, the skin contact was distinctly warm, radiating living warmth, and she could even faintly feel a pulse. "You?" Jiang Hui tentatively shook her captured hand, only to find it gripped tighter. Somewhat helpless, she said, "Classmate, could you let go of my hand first? If you want my help, you need to tell me. And holding me like this, I can't do anything." At this, the figure seemed to loosen its grip, and she seized the chance to free her hand. But then the other hand grabbed her ankle. Jiang Hui. Now she was certain this wasn't a deceptive humanoid monster or a trap. No deliberate deceiver would be so foolish, nor would any scam begin like this. With one hand and one leg locked, Jiang Hui stepped back, slightly crouched down, and directly pushed aside the figure's tangled hair. A completely unfamiliar face, but unmistakably human, and crucially, it was wearing their school's training uniform. Catching a glimpse of light, the other party weakly half-opened its eyes, staring straight at Jiang Hui, who felt slightly awkward. "Classmate, are you also a new student on this training exercise? Did something happen? Is there anything I can help you with?" Though some things were beyond her ability, she herself was at a loss. Save the tea. The latter part was indistinct. Jiang Hui had to strain to decipher each word, but it remained unclear, and the person's breath was fading as if about to collapse. Frustrated, Jiang Hui frowned and asked again, "What's wrong with you?" She raised her voice, afraid the answer would be inaudible. "Food. Quickly." "Never mind, let me regain strength first. I'm starving to death." Jiang Hui watched the person on the ground tearing into the bread like a wolf and then handed over half a bottle of her remaining water to him. It was enough after all, as she only had one bottle left, which was left to her by her instructor before leaving. But she was indeed puzzled. Oh, weren't they all on the same training exercise? How could this classmate be so ravenous? Perhaps it was just that this student had a particularly large appetite and hadn't eaten enough, but it shouldn't be to the point of calling for help. Jiang Hui glanced at her now dry hand that had been dampened earlier. It seemed clean, with no signs of anything unusual, just a slight sting, without any apparent abnormalities. The other person finished 2 pieces of bread and a whole energy bar before stopping. Jiang Hui quietly waited for the other to calm down and explain what had happened. She had a vague feeling that things might not be this simple. "Our instructor is trapped by a star beast in the woods over there. I don't know what has happened now." "What?" Jiang Hui's voice came out before her mind could process it. What was this all about? She understood every word, but putting them together made no sense. "Wait, you need to clarify. What instructor? And what is the star beast situation? Have you forgotten? We gathered at the A1 training ground and were assigned to the 7th squad together. The instructor is naturally the same one." The other person seemed anxious, fearing Jiang Hui might deny it. "Are you in the same squad as me?" At this moment, Jiang Hui had understood, but still found it hard to believe, instinctively repeating for confirmation. "Yes." She heard the other person say so. It turned out that after Jiang Hui was placed at the back of the team, their progress accelerated significantly. Then, after passing through several checkpoints, they quickly reached the final stop, which was about 10 kilometers from the finish line. If they continued, they would arrive in less than an hour. Upon hearing this, everyone felt quite happy. Thinking that they were about to end this long, seemingly endless training, the previously dispirited new students became invigorated, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline, and not only did their pace quicken, but the morale of the entire squad transformed. However, upon reaching the final stop, something seemed off. This area was also under a rain belt, and it was a fixed thunderstorm zone. Regardless of day or night, it was perpetually stormy, making it no easy task for anyone without transportation to navigate through. But having endured such a difficult journey, the challenges ahead seemed trivial. The group shared this sentiment, yet shortly after entering the woods, unusual movements began to be heard around them. Everyone wondered if it would be another surprise attack. Perhaps it was another training exercise arranged by the school. However, their usually silent instructor became unusually alert. The instructor suddenly barked for everyone to stop and gather together, then surveyed the surroundings, his brows furrowed and his demeanor tense. The instructor's unease infected the new students, who instinctively became anxious due to his reaction, and the environment around them also seemed to grow increasingly strange. A vague, indescribable sourness began to permeate the air. It was not the familiar scent of acid rain they had grown accustomed to, but a much more foul odor mixed with decay, accompanied by an oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe. It was similar to the aura they had felt from their class instructors and some other teachers, yet it was different. It carried a stronger aggressiveness and hostility, instilling a sense of dread akin to facing a formidable enemy. If the students here were not new arrivals, they might have been able to identify this so-called oppressive feeling as aggressive spiritual energy emanating from non-human entities. Rustle. As this oppressive sensation intensified, the forest, which had previously only echoed with wind, rain, and thunder, was now filled with a multitude of trivial sounds, like the faint rustling of insect antennae or something being dragged across the uneven stone ground. These sounds multiplied, and the group could clearly feel that a swarm of unknown creatures was gradually edging closer, watching them intently. Although everyone present were inexperienced new students, some even just ordinary majors, they were all born and raised interstellar beings living in this area. Having read various enlightening materials as children and continuously absorbing information from the interstellar network, as they grew, they had heard about cases of humans being attacked by star beasts. Yet this was not a training route arranged by the school. How could star beasts appear? Could this also be a training project arranged by the school? It shouldn't be, it was impossible. No academy can conduct practical training involving real star beasts without the appropriate permits. Such activities are typically only permitted in universities or some higher institutions through applications and thorough defenses. Therefore, it was impossible for real star beasts to appear in training sessions at a medium-level academy, and what they were currently facing was clearly not a fake star beast group disguised by the school. If the deception could reach such a level, wouldn't it be too realistic? Besides, if it were fake, the instructor wouldn't be this tense. They were indeed correct in their assumptions. This was certainly not fake. These new students knew nothing and displayed a kind of naive fearlessness following their instinctive judgments based on speculation and the instructor's reactions. If the school had really arranged this, the instructor's pretense and collaboration to frighten them would have led to misjudgment as well. However, Maisai knew this could not possibly be arranged by the school, for surrounding them were a group of very real star beasts, and not a small number, all eyeing them hungrily from outside the information circle. He was a properly trained military academy student and had indeed seen the battlefield, earning some merits despite being reassigned here for some internal reasons. Nevertheless, those past skills had not been lost. He quickly assessed the basic situation of these star beasts. They appeared to be a small group of insect-type star beasts numbering around 40 to 50, relatively small in size and non-toxic. As for the spiritual power level of a single one, judging from the emanating aura, it should be around level. The specific species and surface strength remained undetermined. However, no matter how small their scale or weak their individual combat power, they were still star beasts. And at present, the only one in their squad capable of fighting was Maisai. He wondered how he could lead a group of incompletely awakened individuals who lacked combat capability to safely escape this perilous and deadly zone. No one knew the anxiety churning beneath Mace's seemingly calm exterior. In truth, he had sensed something amiss shortly after entering this forest path. Before conducting comprehensive training, the school always cleared the area. Even some advanced military academies would send personnel to thoroughly sweep the perimeter, eliminating the possibility of students encountering unexpected dangers. After all, students were novices who still needed to learn. They had not completed basic training, nor had they experienced real battlefields or missions, so there was no need to expose them to such things prematurely. Whether for the protection of the incompletely awakened or the rules of talent cultivation, these students deserved the most stringent protection. Beska Intermediate Academy was one of the top secondary educational institutions in the region. With its military backing, it certainly had the capability and would never overlook something like area clearance. Logically, this area should not have possessed such a powerful psychic magnetic field. The school would not have arranged such a threatening obstacle to test new students. May sensed something was wrong at that moment. He quietly led the students along the edge for a short distance, intending to turn back, and on the way he contacted the observation center to inquire about the situation. Whether the magnetic field was being interfered with, the observation center found no issue, or it was all part of the school's arrangement. Mace was uncertain, but his instincts told him not to proceed further. So he decided to stop and turn back immediately. However, before they had even retreated halfway, the culprit responsible for the abnormal magnetic field could no longer restrain itself and emerged. Mace was torn between relief at his quick reaction and turning back a significant distance, and regret for not abandoning all hesitation earlier to take everyone away, which would have allowed them to retreat even farther. He whispered instructions for everyone to gather closer, with those possessing stronger psychic power on the outside and the weaker ones on the inside forming a circle. He then told them not to panic or flee blindly no matter what they saw, but to follow his commands. Before he could devise a plan to deal with this group of enemies, the star beasts, having long coveted this prey from the shadows, could no longer wait. More than a dozen freshmen huddled together in fear, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on their surroundings. The wind, rain, and unceasing thunder cast a shadow of terror over their hearts. Dark figures flickered out from the shadows. Illuminated by the lightning, they could see the sinister mouthparts of these arthropods and their pairs of ferocious antennae raised high on either side. Their bodies were divided into three distinct parts: head, thorax, and abdomen, large, medium, and small. Each was as tall as half a grown man, and if they reared up on their hind legs, they could tower over a person entirely. Ants. No, even the giant class ants were rarely this enormous. Moreover, these possessed aggressive psychic power that ordinary ants lacked. These were star beasts, likely anti-star beasts. Panic instantly seized the entire squad, and they even forgot the instructor's warnings. Before they could call out to the only person they could rely on for help, a massive shadow fell from above, as if some colossal entity had descended right over them. Instinctively, everyone wanted to scatter and flee, thinking the star beasts were pouncing on them to devour them. Unexpectedly, dozens of pedipalps suddenly descended around them, densely piercing the ground and forming a cage-like structure around them. "It's me, Instructor Mace. Do not move. Do not leave the protective range of my mecha, and do not approach the gaps. If a star beast draws near, do not panic, I have a plan. Everyone then realized these pedipalps belonged to the instructor, or rather to his mecha. Someone instinctively looked up at the massive shadow looming over them. A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the surrounding area. They not only saw the star beasts swarming the depression around them covering the landscape, but also a magnificent spider-type mecha. And they were currently sheltered beneath this mecha. What followed was a blur for everyone. The star beasts, despite their small size which differed from the common new beasts they had seen in textbooks, were incredibly tenacious. Leveraging their small size, they were highly agile and ferocious in their attacks. They showed no interest in Instructor Mace's spider-type mecha, but relentlessly pursued the freshmen sheltered beneath it, as if they were their primary prey. Thus the freshmen could only follow the defensive cage, sometimes walking, sometimes running, or leaping along with the rhythm of the battle, terrified of being left behind. If they fell, they would likely be devoured by the giant ants before the instructor could rescue them. Instructor Mace's combat prowess was formidable. His spider-type mecha, a lightweight animal-type combat mecha, was also agile and possessed strong individual combat power. If he were alone, these ant-type star beasts couldn't get near him. The problem was he was also protecting a group of freshmen. Due to its custom design, the mecha had no internal space for people to take shelter. Mace could only protect the students by actively engaging in combat. Worse still, these ant-type star beasts of an unknown classification secreted a gas similar to poison. The initial smell was intensely sour, the same scent Jiang Hui had been smelling all along. If one remained in the gas without sufficient ventilation, they would begin to feel dizzy and nauseous. Prolonged exposure could stimulate and cause a loss of control over their psychic power. Mace realized he couldn't keep the children there any longer. He felt himself gradually affected, occasionally feeling drowsy during the fight. If even he was affected, the children would be in a far worse state. This could not continue. After a prolonged and arduous battle killing over a dozen enemies, Mace finally found a sealed breach. He immediately deployed a spare protective shield to envelop the freshmen and move them away from the battle site, hoping to give them a better chance of survival. But Mace likely didn't anticipate that his protective shield had a crack from the start, and the students in their frantic escape scattered and separated from one another. The one who ended up near Jiang Hui was one of them. No wonder. Jiang Hui connected all the doubts that had been swirling in her mind, and a new suspicion arose. Why hadn't the school detected the anomaly and sent someone to handle this? This was something Jiang Hui couldn't fathom. The commotion was so loud, and the instructors weren't cut off from communication like the students were. Why had the school remained unresponsive? Jiang Hui wasn't blindly trusting the authorities, but she found this utterly abnormal. Even on the less developed Blue Star, such a lapse was unlikely. Jiang Hui believed their training camp was under constant surveillance. So where was the problem? Could there be human interference or someone deliberately creating this situation? Jiang Hui had her own considerations. After the student rambled incoherently for a while, Jiang Hui finally asked, "So what do you think we should do?" She actually preferred to stay put and observe. From her perspective, everything was static, with all information coming from external feedback. She lacked a tangible sense of the situation, so her next move required judgment. But judging by his tone, he had another idea. Or perhaps this was exactly the help he was seeking from her. Jiang Hui silently looked at him, her eyes questioning. She must have been insane to follow him, knowing how foolish it was. What was she thinking? If there really was a swarm of star beasts as he claimed, how could she possibly withstand even a single blow, let alone escape? With her not so bright mind, or arms thinner than a hemp stalk, she'd probably just lie down and await death. But something, perhaps restless genes or an instinctive drive, had inexplicably compelled her to follow. He kept assuring her he had a fast temporary vehicle stored in the space pendant around his neck. Even if they encountered star beasts, they could just squeeze in and vanish in a flash. To prove it, he repeatedly gestured at the pendant. Now Jiang Hui had followed him here. "Are you sure this is the right direction?" she asked again. The young man, named Hillman, nodded. "I braved going back to check earlier. I saw traces of a mech fighting all the way, and there was no more sound." Jiang Hui glanced at him silently. This guy was a true warrior, daring to turn back alone when the situation was still unclear. It was sheer luck he hadn't been snatched away by a star beast. No wonder he had been so famished earlier. His mobility was exceptional. But she was no different from him now. If she died, it would be out of sheer stupidity, and no one would call her a warrior. Still, he had provided useful clues, so Jiang Hui had to follow. "Don't you dare deceive me, or I swear I'll strangle you before any star beast gets me." Her tone was flat. The man ahead stiffened briefly, but soon relaxed and continued walking calmly. Jiang Hui knew this trip was risky. Since she'd come, she wasn't afraid of the danger. She called it foolishness. But she was willing to be foolish, not deceived. She still didn't trust this virtual stranger. They walked on, thankfully encountering no more star beasts or dangers. But they gradually confirmed they were on the right path. Following Hillman's guidance, the sour stench grew stronger, shifting from pure acidity to a more fetid, bloody odor. Jiang Hui now realized that the indescribable sour smell came from the star beasts that had attacked the instructors. According to Hillman, they had smelled something more pungent. This current odor, though still sour, was heavier with a bloody, fleshy quality. They covered their mouths and noses with cloths and trudged on. As they neared their destination, they grew more cautious, moving slower. Both were combat cadets with a certain level of spiritual power. Though not yet formally enrolled, they could already use spiritual power crudely. Jiang Hui could extend 2 fine threads of spiritual sense to perceive her surroundings. She wasn't sure about others, but Hillman seemed to be on alert with his spiritual power too. For a while they walked in silence. This way. Jiang Hui suddenly stopped and said to the man ahead. Hillman seemed confused but quickly accepted her suggestion, and they veered slightly off their original path. Indeed, the stench grew heavier, and they began to smell a thick, bloody odor, clearly not human. But the area ahead remained eerily silent, with not a hint of spiritual fluctuation. No, that wasn't entirely true. It was this slight anomaly that had drawn Jiang Hui here. Her instincts urged her to come fast. Hesitant, they slowed until Jiang Hui's foot landed on something hard yet soft. She stepped on it fully, and it burst like a bag of flesh with a sizzling sound of juice flowing out. Her imagination ran wild, and every hair on her body stood on end. She didn't know whether to step down or lift her foot, frozen in unease. She stiffened trying to look down when someone shouted, "Wait. Let me check." The other person came over and kicked the object away. "It's nothing, just a rotten fruit," Hillman said lightly, warning her to watch out for more such fruits on the ground. Jiang Hui felt a bit better. "Is that so? Thanks." Then suddenly a flash of lightning illuminated the scene beyond their searchlight's reach. There were indeed many rotten fruits, round and glaring, their intact surfaces still bearing the inorganic glassy sheen of insect eyes. Realizing what she might have stepped on, Jiang Hui felt her hair stand on end again, her back drenched in cold sweat. Hillman was speechless. He had seen it was a damaged star beast eye-like organ and had tried to pass it off as a rotten fruit, but the lightning gave it away. So having too vivid an imagination wasn't always a good thing. "At least 8, Hillman suddenly said. Jiang Hui was somewhat baffled. "I mean, these remains belong to at least 8 star beasts." "Classmate, I think you might have a talent for medicine if you studied it," she remarked. How else could he discern such specific details from mangled remains, and with such meticulous observation? Hillman didn't quite grasp her meaning, and simply took it as praise. "Thanks. Good." This was an honest soul verdict reached. "Shall we continue?" Hillman tentatively used his stick to push aside some of the remains ahead, then looked at Jiang Hui with pure eyes, signaling her to move forward. All right. They walked a long stretch, and the star beast remains grew increasingly abundant along the way, littering the ground. The air was thick with a mix of sour and rancid odors, along with a strange, sticky sensation that was deeply unsettling. Even Hillman, with his relatively thick nerves, was finding it hard to bear, let alone Jiang Hui. They pressed on, steeling themselves, until they finally reached an area with a broader view. "There!" Hillman shouted, charging in a direction without a second glance. Jiang Hui also spotted the massive object resting in the grove at a glance. A sleek silver-white hull with dozens of limb-like appendages neatly planted into the ground. Though it mimicked a spider's form with startling realism, Jiang Hui felt no fear. Instead, she sensed the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Yet this imposing and reliable creation now appeared rather battered. Jiang Hui pulled herself back to the present and rechecked the surroundings, confirming no star beasts lurked in the shadows before following Hillman to approach the formidable mech. Beneath the mech, the star beast remains were even more abundant, piled like small mountains. The ground was a dense carpet of brown fragments, each step yielding an unsettling array of sensations. From their initial fear and revulsion, the two had grown somewhat accustomed. They had successfully found the instructor's mech and the graveyard of countless star beasts, yet the instructor himself remained elusive. "Maybe we should call out. Perhaps he's sleeping inside." Hillman's voice trailed off. Jiang Hui shot him a look that said, "Do you think that's likely?" Then she added, "By the way, do you know the instructor's name?" They both shook their heads in unison, realizing their ignorance. Suppressing their wild conjectures, they began searching for the mech's cockpit. The more they examined it, the more convinced they became that the instructor must be inside. A trained warrior would never abandon their mech. With such a massive mech left here, it was unlikely the instructor had fled alone. More probably he was injured or unconscious inside the cockpit. But first they needed to locate the cockpit. To be honest, the mech was so towering that it was hard to see its full shape, and Jiang Hui and Hillman spent a long time just figuring out which end was the head and which was the tail. After finally managing a rough identification, they found themselves at a loss for where to begin. Eventually, they had to climb up via some landing points and risk circling around to the front. Standing on a ledge over 10 meters high, Jiang Hui looked down. Without any safety gear, she felt neither fear nor dizziness. She had truly grown bold. They inched carefully toward the suspected cockpit, then exchanged dumbfounded looks. Was this something they could even pry open? Had they been too idealistic from the start? They tried calling out in the vicinity, but there was no response. The interior felt as empty as a vacant chamber devoid of any sign of life. So was no one there? No. Though the fluctuation was faint, Jiang Hui could still sense it. Yet there was still no reaction from within, which made both of them deeply uneasy. They decided to find a way to force it open. As for who would do the job, it had to be Jiang Hui, the half-baked expert. She had at least glanced through mech entry manuals. Well, at least she was an ace at assembling scale models. In any case, she was slightly more reliable than Hillman, who was clueless through and through. Fortunately, the front area near the spider-like compound, I had sustained heavy damage with the entire cover and composite structure compromised. With a bit of clever force and technique, it might be opened. Her plan was sound, but she underestimated the difficulty of the task. A real mech structure was far more complex than a model's magnified hundreds or thousands of times, presenting an entirely different experience in terms of weight, thickness, and texture. Jiang Hui felt utterly foolish for thinking just 15 minutes ago that she might manage it. No, she couldn't. But what choice did she have? The arrow had been loosed, as she had to follow through. She forced herself to translate the scant mechanical knowledge from blueprints into practical action, intent on peeling back this barrier. On the other side, she tried and failed, as if a giant pincer had wedged into some mechanism, locking that section completely immobile. So she shifted to the side. Fortunately, this time she succeeded without much effort. The panel split in two and fell away in large pieces, revealing a corner of the inner cockpit. But that one corner was enough to show them the scene inside. The instructor they had searched for was indeed there, always there inside the mech's cockpit. Yet he truly could not respond. Jiang Hui couldn't even determine whether he was dead or alive. Gazing at the figure impaled by a giant pincer as tall as a person, Jiang Hui thought she would be the first to break down. Instead, it was Hillman, who had remained composed all along, who fell apart first. Standing beside him, Jiang Hui could feel him trembling, his throat emitting hoarse sounds, as if he was losing control. As for her feet felt icy cold, and her entire being, from her brain to her eyes, nose, and mouth, was numb. She felt herself moving involuntarily, cautiously approaching the cockpit, deliberately averting her gaze from the vivid crimson pool. She pressed her fingertips to his neck. She already had a premonition. There was no pulse, no warmth of a living body, just a coldness that unmistakably belonged to the dead. Jiang Hui's heart sank completely. It was too late. But just as she was about to withdraw her hand, the eyelashes of the man who seemed as still as death suddenly fluttered. It stopped quickly, but she was certain he was still alive. She turned around and said, "Wait, he might not be dead yet. He's still breathing." Behind her, Hillman's emotions abruptly ceased. Jiang Hui heard the rapid shuffle of his footsteps, and then the platform beneath her feet seemed to sink slightly. The other person was more like a corpse. Jiang Hui probed for a while. Yet during this process, there were indeed faint signs of life remaining on the body. Even just now, she noticed for the second time that the other's eyelashes trembled. It wasn't the kind of tremor caused by external movement, but rather the vibration induced by the eyeball rolling beneath the lid. This proved that his eyeballs were moving. He might still be conscious. Hillman was far more nervous than Jiang Hui, but the conclusion he reached after personally examining the man only shattered his heart further. He was clearly struggling to accept this. He began to blame himself. Why couldn't he have found this place sooner? How had things come to this? Why hadn't the school managed to find them here and save them even now? Witnessing the instructor who had protected them fall to such a state, Hillman's emotions were on the verge of collapse. Jiang Hui saw that he was completely numb, and it was only after she pulled him away that she found space to continue her examination. Then he saw Jiang Hui take out something like a supplement from her bag behind her. He wondered why she would bother with a stamina supplement when the man was in such a dire state. But wasn't the color of this supplement off? Jiang Hui tentatively pinched the man's cheek. It was still soft, so she immediately pried his mouth open and poured the potion in. "What did you pour?" The one who clearly didn't know that men shouldn't easily shed tears belatedly asked what it was. "I'm not entirely sure either. Just giving it a try," Jiang Hui replied. That was the only potion she had left in her bag that might be related to healing, the living cell bioagent she had exchanged at the temporary checkpoint. At the time, she didn't know what she was thinking, spending several big points to exchange for a potion whose effects she barely understood, only knowing it was supposedly a functional healing agent. The senior sister who had given her the item had even boasted that this potion could work even for severed limbs. So now she wanted to see if it could be used here. If not, it was all fate. Worried that his jaw might not stay closed and the potion would all leak out, she had to support his chin while observing his condition. 1 breath, 2 breaths. About 3 or 4 minutes passed, but the man remained completely still, as if in deep slumber, without any reaction. It seemed useless. After all, he wasn't breathing anymore. With injuries this severe, it was normal not to survive. How could a single vial of medicine save him, even in the interstellar age? Jiang Hui suddenly felt the icy skin under her palm twitch slightly. Before she could withdraw her hand, the tightly shut eyelids twitched rapidly several times. There was a reaction. Both of them instinctively held their breath, momentarily unsure how to respond. The eyes twitched violently a few times before suddenly calming down as if nothing had happened. But Jiang Hui, so close, saw a hint of color returning to his face. Though the overall tone of his face remained pale, there was now a faint trace of life. Instructor! Instructor! Jiang Hui called softly. Hillman also called out urgently several times. Then, whether awakened by their voices or coming to naturally, the man actually opened his eyes, slowly, half-lidded, but truly open. Instructor, can you recognize us? Jiang Hui wanted to confirm his consciousness. Thinking that with his shoulder so badly injured his throat was likely clogged with blood, and he couldn't speak, she added, if you can blink your eyes, blink slowly and hold it. In truth, she didn't hold much hope at this point because his injuries were too severe. A stinger as thick as an adult's arm had pierced obliquely from below his shoulder through his lung near the heart. With all that blood loss, it hardly seemed possible for him to live. Jiang Hui worried that this reaction might be a final burst of energy triggered by the medicine. Unexpectedly, his consciousness was remarkably clear. He obediently blinked once. Good. It seemed there was still hope. Then remember this, you absolutely must not fall asleep. We'll find a way to get you out of here. It's not far from the finish line. If you can stay awake and hold on, you will survive. Do you hear me? Jiang Hui added. In truth, she had no certainty. Life and death hung by a thread, and at that critical moment, even the most miraculous medicine might fail to save someone. Moreover, a distance of over 10 kilometers was an insurmountable chasm for someone on the brink of death who needed every second. And even with those 10+ kilometers, hadn't the school failed to discover that a group of students here had nearly been devoured by star beasts as a sweet snack with an instructor about to die? Jiang Hui's heart was uncertain. In her past life, she had only been an ordinary office worker. Having transmigrated here, her life had barely begun when she encountered such a situation. At this moment, she was just as panicked, no calmer than Hillman, who was truly just a child. But she also knew clearly that she couldn't afford to panic, otherwise this young instructor who had briefly taught them so much and shielded over a dozen new students with his own body might truly have no chance at survival. So she spoke to him this way, both to give him faith and to bolster her own confidence. Then Jiang Hui saw him blink again, more slowly and distinctly, responding to her. All right. Even if he hadn't fully understood, she would take it as such. Now how were they supposed to pull that terrifying black thing out of his body? That was the first problem Jiang Hui and Hillman faced. It was quite a problem. At this moment, Jiang Hui was grateful that the school hadn't cut corners on student safety. She discovered that the trekking pole, which she had always thought was sharp, was indeed very sharp. When she tried to cut the stinger using the hidden blade edge, it actually worked, and the effect was much better than using the mecha fragments. It was a pity that when she had tried to pry off some useful mecha parts earlier, she had accidentally cut half her palm, leaving small wounds that didn't bleed profusely, but were blurry and covered in blood. Unexpectedly, those mecha fragments were so sharp, yet ineffective for cutting. Or rather, the stinger was immune to that mecha material, making it impossible to cut through even half a cross-section. Watching the instructor, who had been tossed about and was near death, grow increasingly dazed over time, Jiang Hui and Hillman had to speed up their efforts, but ultimately achieved little. Just as both were growing anxious, Jiang Hui suddenly remembered the trekking pole she had stored away. One side seemed very sharp. She took it out, intending only to try, but to her surprise it worked wonders. The blade edge of the trekking pole was far more effective than the mecha fragments, quickly completing the cut on one side. Without pausing to catch her breath, Jiang Hui unceremoniously handed the tool to Hillman on the other side. Jiang Hui hadn't anticipated that completing the separation from the front would make the back so challenging. No wonder Hillman was moving so slowly. She had thought he was merely being cautious to avoid aggravating the wound. Watching the man's eyes narrow to slits, Jiang Hui directly circled around to observe the rear. In truth, this was no simple task. The cockpit was neither large nor small, but with 3 people crammed inside it, had become notably cramped. Moreover, given the condition of one of the 3, Jiang Hui and Hillman had to exercise extreme caution lest they inadvertently become the ones to send the instructor to the afterlife a second time. She carefully maneuvered to the back to inspect and discovered that the instructor's back was continuously oozing blood. Furthermore, the stinger wasn't embedded straight in her. It had entered at an angle, piercing through the front and emerging slightly askew at the back. Judging by the extent of bleeding and the size of the wound, it might have nicked an artery, causing the relentless flow. Hillman had been exceedingly careful, yet the blood loss was still severe and increasing, so he dared not proceed further. After a moment of observation, Jiang Hui felt a chill of fear. She turned around intending to find something else that might expedite the separation. Time was running out as she could sense his life force waning. Yet she saw his eyes droop, his gaze shifting noticeably. Following his line of sight, she spotted a pile of rubble. Perplexed, she looked back at him, and he with surprising agility raised his eyes to meet hers. For some reason, she discerned a meaning of how foolish you are from that seemingly expressionless glance. Well, she had no choice but to examine the rubble again. Digging through it, she unearthed a dagger. Jiang Hui instantly grasped his intention. Judging by where the item had fallen, she surmised he had likely attempted to help himself, but ultimately failed. Wondering about the dagger's material, Jiang Hui tested it without a second thought, and indeed it proved exceptionally effective. Hillman watched in astonishment as Jiang Hui, using the dagger shed retrieved from somewhere, swiftly sliced off the stinger protruding from the back. This left him doubting his own abilities. This seemingly gentle and refined classmate acted with such decisiveness, as if she could make all decisions on her own. His presence here felt utterly superfluous. Come help support the back. I don't have enough strength. I'll pull from the front, Jiang Hui called out to the seemingly dazed man. She sheathed the dagger in his hands, and after a moment's hesitation tucked it back into the bundle. With that, she leaped to the position of the open window, ready to act as the pulling force on this end. In truth, the entire process was extremely arduous, as the cockpit was isolated at the very front. To exit the cockpit, they had to undergo a sort of high-altitude operation, constantly at risk of falling over 10 meters to the ground. At this moment, Jiang Hui no longer found the contents of her pack useless, as she and Hillman managed to hoist 3 people up a smooth, edgeless surface using a single rope. But lowering 3 people from a height of over 10 meters was impossible, so... Hillman, where's your vehicle? See, you didn't think we could just walk down from this mecha, did you? Jiang Hui's face darkened. Even without carrying a severely injured person, descending would be extremely difficult for just the 2 of them. What was this Hillman thinking? He didn't seem very bright. Still, it was understandable. Judging by his age, he was the real child here. It was possible he was stunned by this series of events. She wasn't much better off herself. Her steps felt unsteady, and everything seemed surreal. You can bring it out now. We're going to use it, Jiang Hui said, frowning when he didn't respond. Don't tell me you were lying to me. Jiang Hui's voice suddenly rose as she glanced at him. She found it plausible. He had seemed suspicious earlier, as if hiding something. Now with his reaction, she had reason to believe he had deceived her. Unconsciously, Jiang Hui clenched her fists. She didn't realize her expression had turned hostile. If not for supporting the instructor on the other side, she might have already set down her burden and advanced on Hillman. Hillman waved his hands frantically. No, I didn't lie to you. It's just a small issue. I'll forget it, I'll show you. Jiang Hui was skeptical, but gave him a chance to explain. Can I just strangle you right now? Half a second later, staring at the so-called vehicle, the girl said through gritted teeth. It was a temporary measure, a stopgap. He hadn't expected to use it this way. But what good was anger? He hadn't exactly lied to her. The thing could technically be called a vehicle. So can it start? Jiang Hui turned to ask. Yes, it can. It's really quite useful. You should try it. Hillman attempted to defend himself. Jiang Hui's temple throbbed, but she held back her outburst and continued. Do you know how to start it? Hillman shook his head. Jiang Hui could no longer contain herself. You bring something you don't even know how to operate, claiming it's an escape vehicle, and I was foolish enough to believe you. That's one thing. But now you're telling me you don't even know how to turn it on. Then what exactly did you bring this for? To get demerits from the school. Blah, blah, blah. You. Knowing he was in the wrong, Hillman dared not retort and mumbled, I've seen others start it. I can try. As if I believe that. If they had encountered a star beast midway and tried to escape using this so-called vehicle, they'd both be dead by now. At this moment, Jiang Hui realized her own folly in trusting his words without verification. This was perhaps the most fatal mistake she had ever made, and she silently vowed never to repeat it, never to take anyone's word at face value. Especially now, after witnessing the ferocity of the star beasts and the instructor's dire state, she was acutely aware of how dangerous this world was. In this era of highly advanced technology, star beasts had evolved to be hundreds or thousands of times more ferocious than ordinary beasts. They were even less manageable than those on Earth, capable of appearing anywhere, anytime to claim your life. Before Jiang Hui could calm her turbulent emotions and communicate with him, she suddenly noticed that the instructor seemed to have regained consciousness. He was looking at them, weak but alert. Whether it was her imagination, Jiang Hui thought she detected a hint of contempt in his expression. Jiang Hui. What then was the scene at the finish line over 10 li away? Naturally, it was a picture of tranquility. Several teams had already arrived in succession, roughly 7 or 8 of them entering the finish zone to complete their registration. The intelligence and information they relayed were all within normal parameters. They were led to a waiting area to rest, finally able to stop and take a true break. Many freshmen only then breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout their journey, they had halted and advanced without a moment's respite, their nerves stretched taut. They had never truly rested, and only now could they finally relax. Yet upon reaching the finish line, they discovered that this training exercise was not merely an event for freshmen as they had imagined. The terminus was arranged more like an arena. High stands encircled the area, a standard competition ground. Directly opposite their entrance, a large screen was erected, mercilessly displaying their weary visages the moment they arrived. Beneath the screen hung a massive dynamic leaderboard listing 200 names, students selected for their outstanding performance during the training. Beside each name were the extra points they had earned. After the training mission concluded, these would be converted into personal points and credited to their accounts, a reward for the exceptional. Before they could fully digest the proceedings at the finish line, they faced one final trial: the team flag. As previously explained, before departure, the training ground supervisor personally issued each team a flag representing the squad to be carried by a chosen standard bearer. The supervisor would also explain the flag's significance, though each supervisor's style differed. Consequently, different people and different teams interpreted it in their own ways. Some took it to heart, carefully protecting the flag throughout the journey and successfully bringing both the flag and the team to the finish line. Such teams achieved the highest mission completion and received full bonus points. Others, however, disregarded it or failed to grasp its meaning for the team, leading to a disjointed effort where each member went their own way. Some flags were accidentally damaged by the bearer mid-route, while others were even more absurdly lost. Even if such teams arrived early, their evaluation scores suffered drastically and points were deducted. A classic case of losing both the battle and the war. Of course, some teams were luckier. Though they paid little attention to the flag and their overall performance was unremarkable, they encountered smooth terrain and undemanding checkpoints, completing the mission without incident. Moreover, they managed to preserve a sizable number of members. The evaluators could find no fault with them, so their team scores were not low. In short, upon reaching the finish line, they emerged from the information blackout. With access to news restored, they quickly learned what had transpired, each experiencing their own joys and sorrows. The crowd then continued to wait for the next arriving team. Just as everyone assumed the reception would proceed smoothly, an accident occurred. Whether it was the 9th or 10th team to arrive, their first act upon reaching the finish line was not to follow the staff's instructions for registration, but to interrupt them with a shocking revelation. A team had encountered star beasts at a checkpoint before the finish line and had been attacked by a pack of them. The news struck the officers at the observation center like a thunderbolt. Several young officers immediately sprang to their feet, exchanging horrified glances. How could this be? To conduct this training for the freshmen, they had cleared the entire training grounds a full week in advance and deployed numerous experienced soldiers to guard the perimeter. Furthermore, the personnel assigned were all trustworthy individuals transferred from the military. How could such an accident happen? What concerned them even more was this: if freshmen, led only by a single young officer, truly encountered star beasts on the road, how could they possibly escape from a pack of them? What kind of star beasts were these uninvited intruders? How had they breached the defenses and entered the controlled zone? And why had the observation center not received any corresponding distress signals? Too many questions and doubts arose. Nearly everyone present held military rank and had come from the battlefield. They understood better than outsiders what this combination of information implied, and their thoughts easily turned toward conspiracy. While some inexperienced young soldiers stood bewildered, a seasoned officer quickly reacted, accessing all observation ports and rapidly identifying several teams that might be in trouble. Due to the rotating monitoring system, the absence of 1 or 2 feeds was not easily noticed. But now, knowing something was wrong, integrating all port feeds and matching them with team numbers immediately revealed much information. They discovered that along the line radiating southwest at 78 degrees from the finish line, the observation feeds of 3 nearby teams seemed affected by some external factor. The feeds were blocked or had simply disappeared. None of these 3 teams had yet reached the finish line, easily inviting grim associations. A highly respected instructor from the 3rd year made a decisive call, linking through the light brain to issue orders. Patrol troops nearby were to immediately investigate the situation, safely bring any students, regardless of their current state, back to the finish line, and then conduct a thorough search to root out and eliminate any star beasts lurking in the vicinity. Following the instructor's lead, officers with the necessary authority one after another contacted nearby squads to assist in the rescue and search. The situation grew tense. All the first-year class advisors could no longer remain seated. Their students were the primary parties in this incident and could potentially become victims. Thus, regardless of whether their students were among the 3 teams in the affected radiation zone, they could not sit still. But before the rescue operation could fully commence, more bad news arrived. 3 teams arrived at the finish line together. However, the faces of these students and their lead instructors were grim and panicked. Upon inquiry, these 3 teams had each brought back students attacked by star beasts. They all belonged to Team 7, assembled at Training Ground A1. The very team that Jiang Hui was in. Stark, who had been sitting silently and seemingly composed, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on the blocked observation feed, his eyes dark and unreadable. Now you're getting anxious just hearing. Before Zoe could finish his sentence, his legs, which seemed never to stay still, suddenly lost their balance as a tremendous force slammed into him, sending him sprawling backward onto the ground. Hey, how dare you! The last impression Zoe had of what just happened was that bastard Stark kicking him to the ground. He hadn't expected Stark to do such a thing in public, so he took the kick almost completely off guard. Without sparing a glance at the man on the ground, Stark raised his left hand to brush non-existent dust off his other sleeve, turned and strode out of the observation center, leaving without a word. Feeling deeply humiliated, Zoe immediately stepped forward to grab Stark, but was stopped by the third-year senior officer who had given the orders earlier. Don't cause trouble at a time like this. Settle your matters privately. Things are chaotic enough as it is, Major Hank said, frowning at the young and impetuous captain. He had witnessed the farce, but had neither the time nor the inclination to intervene. Besides, he had crossed paths with Stark before, a man of cold, resolute character who never sought conflict. Stark was the least likely to initiate a quarrel, while this young master, though unfamiliar to him, revealed a competitive and aggressive nature through his posture, expression, and words at first glance. Hank's priority was to quickly get to the bottom of the Star Beast incident and ensure the safety of every new student. The last thing he wanted was for these grown men to start a fight before that. Seeing who had stopped him, Zoe fell silent. No matter how privileged his family or confident he was in his own abilities, he dared not openly defy a genuinely accomplished superior officer. Major Hank was one of the most senior instructors at the academy, with a distinguished record on the battlefield and high regard from his superiors in his legion, a standout among the younger generation. He was here merely as a transitional assignment. After a few years at Beska Intermediate Academy, he would likely be promoted to lieutenant colonel. Though Zoe was also a captain, his starting point was high, but his actual strength and personal connections were far from Hank's level. He was proud, but not foolish, knowing when to bide his time. Suppressing his resentment, he silently chalked up the score against Stark. But then he caught the disapproving gaze of the first-year instructor. With that, any complaints he had were forced down. Instructor Tan shook his head at this. He had had a bad feeling when assigning instructors to the new classes. Stark was originally meant to be the instructor for Class 1. His rank, experience, and ability made him the perfect candidate. However, after reviewing the student files for this year, Stark inexplicably chose to lead Class 2 instead. Thus, Class 1 had to settle for the next candidate, Zoe. But the proud Zoe was deeply resentful, and their relationship plummeted to freezing point, with Zoe constantly picking fights, much to the instructor's dismay. He thought to himself how troublesome these two were, so hard to manage. Well, let them be. A bit of fair competition among the young might not be bad. After all, these old bones could still keep these little brats in line. He was about to advise Zoe to watch his words when new news arrived from the terminal station, the latest update. Major Hank and many others present changed expression and quickly strode out of the observation center, leaving the room noticeably emptier. Zoe was among the few who remained. He shifted his gaze from the squads containing his own students and looked toward the scene now displayed at the terminal station. A very unusual team had arrived, consisting of only 3 people. Yet they had drawn the attention of nearly everyone in the room. Frowning, Zoe focused on the most burdened-looking figure in the middle, studying their face thoughtfully. Classmate Jiang, can you manage? Do you need me to help? Hillman said softly. No need. Just take care of your own arm and don't cause more trouble, Jiang Hui replied, somewhat exasperated. This kid. She didn't want to say it, but he always meant well, yet messed things up. Earlier, luring her into an adventure with that so-called vehicle was one thing. She was foolish enough to believe it, so they were accomplices. But seriously, buddy, how could you not know how to use something from your own family? And how was she supposed to know? If not for the gravely wounded instructor briefly regaining consciousness and showing them how to start this off-road claw vehicle, they'd still be struggling to climb in and out of the mecha. But the instructor only woke for a moment before slipping back into deep unconsciousness, his breath faint. They dared not delay and had to steel themselves to set off. Indeed, this off-road claw vehicle was the escape transport Hillman had mentioned. Its cockpit was wheel-shaped with 2 thick, wide metal claws underneath that could retract freely. Once inside, one could navigate rough terrain with ease. It was fast and agile on the hills, but the problem was that neither of them knew how to drive it. Yes, Hillman had no idea how to use this gadget he brought from home. It seemed he planned to smuggle it in and practice secretly, but never got around to it. The instructor's condition grew more critical, his breath so faint it was almost gone. Jiang Hui feared every moment whether he would survive to reach the terminal. If they walked back, he probably wouldn't make it. So the simple question was, should they risk using this vehicle to get the instructor to the terminal? Hillman said he had ridden in one before, but never operated it, so he could only rely on the auto mode to try driving back. and Jiang Hui knew even less. So throwing caution to the wind, she urged him to start the machine and try to get them to the terminal zone. How would they know if it worked without trying? And so in this chaotic state, they set off in the claw vehicle. At first it went smoothly. In auto mode, Hillman only needed to make slight adjustments to avoid obstacles. Surprisingly, the guy handled it well. Though his movements were a bit stiff at first, he quickly got the hang of it, and the ride was exceptionally smooth. Watching the scenery rush by, Jiang Hui thought they might finally have some luck. But then she spotted a massive boulder blocking their path hundreds of meters ahead. One breath, two breaths. They were going to hit it. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she instinctively shoved Hillman's hand, and the claw vehicle swerved sharply, barely missing the boulder. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. This ground-gripping vehicle was indeed quite fast for a land-based mode of transport. In such circumstances, one's hands and eyes must be exceptionally quick, judging turns from hundreds of meters away, how otherwise they would risk an immediate collision. Thus, even though operating this machine did not require a direct mental link like piloting a mech, it still demanded intense concentration and precise judgment from the driver. For two novices who didn't even know how to use their spiritual sense, handling such a vehicle was far too ambitious. The slightest misstep could lead to an accident like the one they just had. Now she dared not rely solely on the other person. She thought it would be better to come forward and help adjust the direction together. With both of them supervising each other, the chances of making a mistake would diminish. As for the instructor, she glanced back with some concern at the person lying feebly in the rear compartment. There was no other choice. Jiang Hui had no idea that things were far from being at their worst. Miss Jiang. Jiang Hui turned her gaze toward the other. Hillman didn't shift his eyes from the road ahead. From her angle, she could see his pale profile and his eyes darting restlessly due to tension and anxiety. A flicker of guilt passed through her heart. She reflected on her near urge to snap at him. Well, she didn't know how to drive either. Wasn't this just how it was with two unlicensed drivers at the wheel? Thus, in the face of a mistake, most people tend to blame others while overlooking their own incompetence. Naturally, Jiang Hui was no exception. She realized she had instinctively shifted the blame for the accident onto someone else. But she wasn't blind. If she had been paying attention and failed to act, wasn't she also at fault? So Jiang Hui was about to speak, suggesting that they adjust the direction together to reach the finish line as quickly as possible. Then she heard him stammer through trembling lips, "Miss Jiang, you might need to take over. I think my shoulder is dislocated." Jiang Hui. Huh, are you kidding me, friend? But he didn't seem to be joking. His already pale lips had turned blue and half his face was drenched in sweat. It didn't appear to be ordinary pain. Jiang Hui quickly realized he wasn't joking. At that moment, he tried to move his left hand, but his movements were no longer as nimble as before. Jiang Hui. She had no choice but to resign herself to taking his place, telling him to tend to the instructor. No, better yet, just look after himself. Jiang Hui let out a long sigh at his face, which was as pale as a corpse's. Truly one mishap after another. When luck is sour, even drinking cold water gets stuck in your teeth. No, she shouldn't have said that. She shouldn't even have thought it. It turned out that wasn't the worst of it yet. They drove the ground gripper for over 10 kilometers, and when they spotted the flag marking the finish line in the distance, both of them were incredibly excited. Just as they were about to rush across the finish line, in one breath, a new problem arose. Suddenly, the machine came to a halt just a few hundred meters from the endpoint. After several attempts to restart, it failed. They had no choice but to dismount and proceed on foot. Besides, the area seemed rather strange. So close to the finish line, there were no station soldiers or staff members. With such a level of security, it was no wonder they hadn't discovered a group of students nearly attacked by star beasts in the woods. Jiang Hui cursed inwardly. In truth, she was being a bit unfair to the school. There had been personnel stationed here earlier ready to be deployed at any time. But because of the star beast incident, the school had pulled almost all available soldiers to search for the remaining freshmen, abandoning the training exercise to bring everyone back. As for the finish line, no one worried about its safety. After all, the school's highest-ranking officers were gathered here. Even if a pack of star beasts were foolish enough to barge in, they would only be walking into a trap. However, as the situation evolved, they could no longer hold their ground here. They prepared to dispatch officers from various grades to search for the missing students. But before they could send anyone out, Jiang Hui and the other two stumbled upon the area. That was why, as they saw it, the outer zone of the finish line was completely deserted, forcing them to carry the wounded person and walk all the way to the terminal point. The severely injured person had already fallen unconscious, and neither Jiang Hui nor Hillman dared to check if he was still breathing. One carefully acted as a porter, carrying the man on her back, while the other used his good arm to shield the wound on the man's abdomen, where remnants of a stinger were embedded to prevent it from being driven deeper against Jiang Hui's back. In truth, Jiang Hui's stamina was far from impressive. Coupled with the exhausting efforts that had lasted nearly an entire day, she was running on nothing but sheer willpower. The moment she saw the finish line, her instincts began to relax, but now she had to carry someone inside. Moreover, the instructor was quite tall. Carrying him on her back felt like bearing a mountain, each step laborious and uneven, making her struggle immensely. When she heard Hillman's question, she considered swapping roles, if he could manage it. But that guy's shoulder was in an unknown state. Looking at his pallid bluish complexion, Jiang Hui couldn't bring herself to ask an injured person to take over. She would carry him herself. Since she had brought him this far, dead or alive, she had to see it through. She hoped the people at the finish line would notice their pitiful group soon. She was about to collapse herself. They were truly an alliance of the wounded. Assessing her own condition, Jiang Hui seriously suspected that if she entered her mental space again, she might starve to death. That thought wasn't entirely impossible. Thus, the two of them trudged into the finish line station carrying the wounded person. Fortunately, the people there weren't blind. The moment they entered, Jiang Hui felt countless eyes instantly fall upon them. Then came a flurry of footsteps, and the entire place erupted into chaos as many rushed toward them. Both of them instinctively let their guard down. Jiang Hui felt someone carefully take the person off her back, relieving her of the heavy burden on both body and mind. Then someone supported her shoulders, allowing her to release all her strength and finally take a full, unobstructed breath of air. When Jiang Hui finally caught her breath, the clamor around her hadn't subsided, grating against her ears. After a long while, she felt the people in front of her gradually move aside. Someone was walking toward her. Sensing a familiar presence, she instinctively looked up. "Class advisor," she called out, somewhat dazed, as if identifying the person purely by instinct. "It's me." Stark bent down slightly, pulling up the person who had unconsciously slumped halfway to the ground, and led her toward the medical tent. Perhaps her daily quota of entering the spiritual space had been exhausted. Jiang Hui fell into a rare, deep slumber, dreaming of nothing at all. When she awoke, the sky outside had already turned pitch black. Groggily, Jiang Hui thought that since it was dark, it was time to sleep, and she might as well continue dozing off. "Awake. Then don't sleep. Finish your business first, then you can sleep as long as you want, even an entire day." A voice suddenly rang in her ear like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, instantly jolting the hazy sleeper wide awake. Why was there suddenly a voice? Wait, where was she? How long had she been asleep? What time was it? Jiang Hui shot up as if startled from the brink of death, but before she could move, an arm reached out from beside her, pressing down on half her shoulder, rendering her immobile. She heard the person quietly instruct someone else to come and check on her. Then figures in white uniforms vaguely turned and approached her. By this time, Jiang Hui had recovered from her dreamlike state, and her muddled mind gradually cleared. The medical personnel then deployed a series of diagnostic instruments to examine her, confirming that aside from physical and mental exhaustion, there were no major issues, before leaving with their reports. She asked somewhat bewilderedly, "Is it over?" "If you're asking about the training exercise, then yes, it's all over. But this matter isn't so easily concluded." Stark sat on a chair not far from Jiang Hui's bed, looking as though he had been waiting there for quite some time. Although she knew that after what had happened, the training exercise was no longer the focus, she had still worked so hard for it along the way, so it lingered in her mind. But hearing this news directly from her class advisor's mouth, her last lingering concerns dissipated, and she relaxed considerably. Then Jiang Hui's heart, which had just settled, leaped up again. She snapped, fully awake, and the lingering fogginess from her initial awakening was now mostly gone. She finally recalled everything that had happened before she lost consciousness, as well as the series of near-impossible feats that followed. She immediately asked, "And the one we brought back?" "He has been sent to the military hospital and is still in emergency treatment." Jiang Hui mused that she hadn't been unconscious for long. With injuries, that severe emergency treatment could only yield two outcomes: either he would be saved or he wouldn't. Given the technology in this interstellar era, a result would likely come soon. As if reading her thoughts, Stark glanced at her and said flatly, "You've been asleep for nearly 10 stellar hours." At this, Jiang Hui froze. 10 stellar hours. It was already evening when she reached the finish line. 10 stellar hours meant 10 hours. Had she slept straight through until the next morning? Jiang Hui noticed that the tent she was in was very small, but there were no other beds besides hers, so it must be a private medical tent. She wondered if she was still at the finish zone. Moreover, 10 hours of rescue efforts seemed a bit excessive even for the stellar medical technology of this era, didn't it? After all, the human body is only so big. 10 hours on Earth would be enough for surgeons to perform an incredibly delicate operation. Moreover, this was a life-saving surgery aimed at restoring vital signs. The patient's blood must have been replaced several times over. In other words, for those 10 hours, the doctors had been wrestling with the Grim Reaper, and that person could have lost his life at any second. And he was still in emergency treatment. Could he survive? Stark suddenly said, "He will live." If you had brought him in any later, even 10 times the rescue time would have been futile. He came within a hair's breadth of dying completely, without even a chance for rescue. The fact that he managed to hold on until he got here in that state is all thanks to the lingering traces of the living cell bioagent in his body. Truly, he was a tenacious person. Did you give him that thing? Stark asked with a hint of amusement. Jiang Hui nodded, not surprised that he knew. She figured that as soon as she reached the finish line she had passed out. Only the other companion who had traveled with her could have explained things he must have told Stark. I don't know what that agent is for either. Earlier at the rest stop I saw it, and couldn't resist exchanging for a vial. The person who traded it to me said it could even heal severed limbs. That instructor had no breath left at the time, and we had no other options, so we tried feeding it to him. Luckily it worked. It wasn't a waste of her 5 points. Saving a life was worth it. Stark remained expressionless, but inwardly he nodded in approval. They had checked the records and confirmed that Jiang Hui had indeed exchanged for a vial of living cell bioagent at the first rest stop from a third-year student named Barton. He was one of the few students in that year who had already passed the qualification exam for a preparatory pharmacist, making him qualified to brew and sell this agent. This agent, already considered entry-level for a formal pharmacist, was of moderate difficulty among a range of entry-level agents requiring high skill in extraction techniques and purity. Its function was equally singular. It promoted wound healing and delayed the deterioration of injuries. As a treatment, it lacked specificity, but in resource-scarce situations or when targeted treatments were unavailable, this agent served as a versatile all-purpose remedy. In short, even a healthy person could feel more energetic after taking it with minimal side effects, but a wide range of uses. So the sales pitch that senior student gave Jiang Hui wasn't entirely false, but it could indeed have that effect, just not as dramatically as he had claimed. At the academy, this agent could be purchased with a small amount of star coins from the medical office on prescription. It wasn't a rare item. Barton charging Jiang Hui 5 points was indeed a bit excessive. After all, personal points were incredibly hard to accumulate with few ways to earn them. Some students might not even reach double digits in 3 years. However, since this was Jiang Hui's personal choice, the academy didn't interfere. Moreover, if it weren't for that vial, the young warrant officer, Mays, might have died here. Learning that he had ended up in this state protecting the students, even Stark, who had little connection with him, couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration. Similarly, for those 2 children to persist in bringing back an instructor who was nearly beyond saving in such a critical situation with no help in sight, they deserved praise. They could even be called the most commendable among all the new students in this training exercise. As a class advisor and an elder, Stark felt a sense of relief, but he couldn't suppress a surge of anger. Because now he was only filled with dread. That child's courage had been far too reckless. Even without having fully investigated the entire process, he could already glean the perilous journey these 2 had taken from others' accounts and the clues at the scene. It could be said that those 2 reckless fools surviving to the finish line was nothing short of a blessing of immense fortune. But such reckless and self-righteous brats deserve a lesson. Praise can come later or be given by others. However, as an elder, he had to discipline her thoroughly lest she think herself in the right and grow complacent only to repeat the same mistake. Next time, perhaps with less fortune. I think you'd better worry about yourself first. Do you realize that overdrawing a pre-awaken's mental energy multiple times could affect the upcoming awakening period? Knowing your own condition, how could you still recklessly rush into the woods to save someone, driving without a license? You 2 have quite the nerve and quite the luck, huh? And yet it didn't kill you, eh? Stark sneered. Jiang Hui hadn't expected the reckoning to come so swiftly. In truth, not just Stark, but even Jiang Hui, upon recalling her recent actions, the various risky ventures, and the oversights born of willful ignorance, felt a chill of fear for her own life. Hillman was genuinely a child, so his actions were understandable, but was she? Jiang Hui knew that the mistakes she made in this affair were no fewer than Hillman's, as she merely had the advantage of a more mature core. Thus, when Stark spoke, she dared not utter a single word of rebuttal, for what he said was the truth. If their positions were reversed, and she saw a junior of hers do such a thing, she would probably be furious. It's just that I never got the school rescue team. Jiang Hui couldn't help but murmur in her own defense. Every choice made in unfamiliar circumstances demands extreme caution. You should know that you must never trust others' words lightly. Sometimes, even a small choice can be fatal. Stark said in a deep voice to the still confused girl. Though this time, by a twist of fate, the whole chain of events had flowed smoothly with luck on their side, turning a series of oversights into a good outcome. But who could guarantee such luck every time? What if next time someone with ill intent deliberately deceived her and she believed them? So although using this incident as an example might not be the most persuasive, Stark still seized the opportunity to teach her, hoping she would develop better judgment in the future. Jiang Hui deeply felt the truth in Stark's words. Wasn't this very incident a perfect example? That student Hillman probably meant well, but his kindness was rooted in his simplistic thinking. He lacked clear self-awareness, simply doing whatever he wanted. Not only that, but he even boldly roped another person into helping him accomplish such a seemingly impractical feat. That person was Jiang Hui. But the problem was that Jiang Hui with her adult core had actually fallen for it. She wasn't entirely devoid of judgment, but was blinded by the situation and a momentary impulse. So being deceived wasn't really anyone else's fault, she had simply taken the bait without using her head. Even though through a series of miraculous maneuvers they had luckily saved their team leader, the incident left a deep mark on Jiang Hui's heart. Looking back now, the most terrifying part was that she had acted like a fool, completely lacking judgment, led by the nose by a young lad. As if she had lost her intelligence, entirely driven by impulse, failing to utilize her adult rationality. So when he got to this point, she had nothing to say, feeling only a sense of shame. Stark also knew that the girl was still young. Without formal training, handling things as she did was already commendable. Her acknowledgement of her mistake proved she had a clear mind. Well, then he could teach her properly in the future. He said to the bowed Jiang Hui, "All right, I know what happened. Stay here and rest. After medical officer Lu Jing checks on you tomorrow morning, you can return to the dormitory. You're excused from training tomorrow. Resume only when you receive word from the school." Jiang Hui nodded in a daze, watching him leave the tent briskly, then realized, was the interrogation over? It seemed he hadn't asked much, though perhaps he had just come to check on her condition. In fact, Jiang Hui's feeling was correct. Stark had indeed come specifically to see how she was doing. It just so happened that she was awake, leading to their conversation. Leaving the temporary tent area, Stark summoned the nearby station soldiers, instructing them to be vigilant of the surroundings, then left the rest zone and headed toward the conference building at the campus center. The night was deep, nearly dawn, but almost all the school's teachers and stationed officers had not rested. They had been busy all night scouring the vicinity, tracing the route of the Star Beast attack, and compiling reports for the military. The incident was no small matter. 2 teams had been attacked by Star Beasts. One team was fortunate enough to escape in time, but they were trapped between valleys. Luckily, the ant beasts didn't linger long, leaving for reasons unknown. The school's rescue team eventually brought them back safely. But Warrant Officer Mace's team wasn't so lucky. His team had more ordinary students, most of whom didn't make it past the shooting test, so his final group was relatively small. Thus, they became the primary target of the Yithian acid ants. This 7th team almost collided head-on with the Star Beast swarm with hardly any room to evade, unlike the lucky team before. As everyone saw, Mace chose to fight to the death to protect these defenseless students. Tragically, Mace was struck a fatal blow by a hidden royal-class beast, hitting a vital spot, nearly dying on the spot. Had his students not risked themselves to find him, and had one freshman not fortuitously carried a live cell biological agent, he would have died before the school could retrieve him. His condition was critical. He was still being resuscitated. According to the famous 12-hour golden window in interstellar medicine, if no breakthrough was made in the next 2 hours, even if saved, he would suffer residual brain trauma, potentially ending his military career. One could only hope he would be stronger, for he was still so young. Aside from Warrant Officer Mays, who was still being rescued, over half of the 15 students who escaped from the ambush squad had sustained injuries. 3 had been severely wounded in their frantic flight through the forest and were rushed to the hospital. 6 others suffered minor injuries, but remained in a state of shock, sent to a medical tent for observation after treatment. As for the 2 students who brought Mays back, El Hillman and Jiang Hui, the former suffered a moderate shoulder dislocation and was taken home by family, while the latter collapsed from exhaustion of both physical strength and mental energy, making them the most unfortunate squad of all. Fortunately, no one had died so far, a silver lining in this calamity. The school could hardly imagine the blame and pressure they would face if anyone had perished during this training exercise. Even they themselves could not bear the burden of causing the death of an unawakened individual. Thus, the school authorities and the officers with authority on site mobilized nearly all station military personnel, conducting a thorough search of the training grounds and summoning all relevant parties to verify testimonies for the truth. Only after everyone was properly settled and arrangements made did they have time to convene and discuss this severe incident. Yes, they defined it as a severe accident. Throughout human history, the foremost obstacle to their ultimate dominance over the stars had been the Star Beasts. Humanity still faced many enemies in interstellar life. Some had been utterly eradicated, reduced to cosmic dust, no longer hindering their path. Others watched from distant realms, never approaching, but never relaxing their vigilance, ready to strike at the first sign of human weakness. Still others remained active in human lives, periodically launching sudden attacks. Star Beasts fell into this category like thorns embedded in the flesh of interstellar humanity. Since humanity broke free from the cosmic domain of their mother planet and migrated to the Alpha universe where they now resided, they had developed at an astonishing pace. In a short span, they had transcended their former species' limitations, creating a uniquely glorious and prosperous epoch of civilization. Yet their lives were not without challenges. This universe still harbored a certain number of Star Beasts, which were also explorers of this cosmos, having arrived even earlier than humanity. They were called beasts because they resembled animals from humanity's home planet, but their habits and combat prowess were far more ferocious, with an intense territorial instinct. Some species actively attacked humans, viewing them as prey. Thus, for a long time after migration, humanity found itself locked in a bitter struggle with star beasts. Initially, people merely sought a planet similar to their home, hoping to live in peace. Yet how could this turbulent interstellar environment allow them to settle so easily? Star beasts, accustomed to roaming between star systems and hunting across planets, began to target humans. A war between humans and star beasts erupted, lasting for epochs in a protracted stalemate. Humanity, as a uniquely gifted intelligent species, continually unleashed their potential under survival pressures, evolving physiques perfectly suited for interstellar life, and developing weapons and inventions that transcended eras. Thus, human civilization gradually reached its zenith. In this war, scattered star beasts gradually lost ground. Though their numbers and tribes did not diminish significantly, they could no longer treat humans as easy prey. This conflict had no right or wrong. Perhaps from the star beasts' perspective, humans were the invaders. But coexistence was impossible, so the outcome could only be the rise of one and the fall of the other. At its core, the conflict between humans and star beasts was a struggle for resources and territory. Even when humans sought peaceful coexistence, star beasts could not tolerate such a resource-consuming intelligent race nearby, inevitably launching uncontrollable attacks. And humanity, inherently ambitious, may have initially desired a tranquil life, but through constant evolution and progress, they gradually mastered the power to dominate other species. Upon discovering the wonders of this vast universe, they refused to confine themselves to a few small planets. Ultimately, they dominated this cosmos, becoming its overlords. Star beasts were long relegated to galaxies beyond human territory, unable to freely enter human domains. Yet now, under their very noses, a group of star beasts had inexplicably intruded and attacked students in their pre-awakening phase. Was this not a severe incident? Not just within their small school. Once dawn broke and news could no longer be suppressed, this event would undoubtedly become the focus of Planet 732. Thus, they had to uncover the truth, quickly providing an explanation to the public, the military, the school, and the students' parents. Stark had been busy here all night, but he remained concerned about Jiang Hui's condition, so he took a moment to check in. Upon his return, he still had to deal with the ongoing matter. Seeing him back, Major Hank gestured for him to come forward and report. Stark relayed the information gathered from Jiang Hui, causing the other to fall into brief contemplation. In truth, they had already learned the details from Hillman. However, that child was younger and had a wandering focus, leaving some points unclear. Jiang Hui's account was more precise, filling in many gaps and confirming various ambiguous points. But these were still second-hand accounts from people. What they truly sought was completely objective first-hand evidence. What constituted such evidence? Naturally, direct evidence, traces, sounds, and images. Has the investigation team not arrived yet? Major Hank tapped the conference table. A young officer beside him replied softly, "They should be finishing soon." The latest report said only the last spot remains to be collected. That spot was where Maze had been attacked. A critical location. They had cordoned off early, dispatching experienced personnel for evidence collection. But due to the vast amount of detail to be gathered, the investigation was not yet complete. "Lieutenant Kane, please contact the military hospital and urge them to do everything possible to treat Warrant Officer Maze. If any medical supplies are lacking, I will arrange for the 8th Legion to prioritize their transfer," Major Hank instructed. A nearby officer in lieutenant's attire nodded, then dialed the hospital's communication point. Almost simultaneously, the young man closest to Major Hank whispered, "Sir, we've just received word that 2 mainline family members of the Maze clan have arrived overnight on this planet and are expected to reach the military hospital shortly." He was not a faculty instructor at the school, but rather an adjutant assigned to Major Hank. His presence at the academy seemed somewhat superfluous. He neither taught students, nor was he dispatched like the other officers present to fulfill specific mission quotas. He had accompanied Major Hank to the school as his adjutant, his primary duty being to assist the major with military affairs during his tenure there. According to the Empire's military regulations, only colonels and above were typically entitled to adjutants. These adjutants served as the commanding officer's aides, handling administrative tasks and logistical matters, and even acting as vanguards in wartime, a role akin to a trusted secretary. However, this was merely the official system. The military structure the Empire had long maintained was gradually becoming ill-suited to the current realities of the armed forces. In this era of military prosperity, the Empire's forces had already reached a scale nearly 2 to 3 times that of its founding. The entire organizational system was complex, from the lowest privates to the highest generals. The sheer numbers were immense. This ensured humanity's dominance among the stars. Yet operating such a vast and intricate military machine required not only enormous resources, but also an extraordinary amount of human capital. But in any era, no matter how flourishing the military, the number of truly capable officers remained limited. This inevitably meant they had to command ever-increasing numbers of subordinates and shoulder ever more responsibilities. A leader might possess exceptional command, keen judgment, and far-sighted vision. But no matter how capable one person could only do so much. This was where a competent and capable adjutant became their perfect partner. Previously, adjutants were assigned by the military. Typically, upon reaching the rank of colonel, a junior officer with the highest compatibility would be selected as their adjutant. The adjutant's future then became tied to the commanding officer they served. When the officer achieved military merits, the adjutant would also receive a share of the credit, an unspoken rule of this system. Thus, serving under a powerful commander often ensured a smooth promotion path for such adjutants, rivaling those who relied solely on their own efforts. As the duties of the officer corps grew heavier, even some lieutenant colonels and majors in key positions began to require adjutants to assist them. However, revising the military code was currently impractical. The military command felt that wrangling with the noble council over such matters was less efficient than handling it internally, establishing an unwritten rule. Thus, some lieutenant colonels and majors could also apply for adjutants. But their adjutants were typically chosen from among their own trusted confidants, unlike the colonels who could rely on the military's open selection process. The treatment of these adjutants was no different from the latter. They held military-recognized ranks. This Major Hank hailed from a renowned military family on the capital planet. However, by his generation, the family had been relegated to a collateral branch. His grandfather had once been a candidate for the main line of succession, but lost the election and was pushed aside, gradually marginalized. Yet Major Hank himself possessed remarkable talent. As an outstanding graduate of the Capital Military Academy, he immediately earned the rank of sergeant upon graduation. During his 10 years stationed at the border, he accrued numerous merits and was ultimately awarded the rank of major. He was now highly regarded within the family, and this adjutant had been selected to serve him through the family's own channels. Thus, the adjutant was also a collateral member of the Hank family, sharing a common bond with Major Hank. He was acutely aware that requesting medication from the military was not a simple matter. The military was not a charitable organization, and resources varied between different legions. Warrant Officer Mays was on the 3rd Legion's evaluation list. Although not yet formally inducted, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would join the 3rd Legion upon promotion to officer rank. Major Hank and his family belonged to the 8th Legion. To request medication for Warrant Officer Mays would inevitably require tapping into Major Hank's personal allocation. The Major's own medication quota from the Legion was meager. He himself was reluctant to use it, yet he was willing to give it away to an outsider. The adjutant was naturally displeased. Upon learning that the Mays family had already arrived, he could not help but remind Major Hank, hoping to dissuade him from such an overly generous decision. Say no more. Proceed with the order. Major Hank interjected, cutting off the adjutant's further protests, and addressed the lieutenant who had paused at the exchange. Hank said in a grave tone to the disgruntled adjutant, "I believe. A hero willing to sacrifice his life to protect the Empire's citizens should not be allowed to perish in the prime of his youth. He did what he had to do, but it is only right that I do what I must." Seeing his superior's unwavering resolve, the adjutant relented and ceased his persuasion. Though still visibly displeased, he assisted the hospital in contacting the 8th Legion to request the special medication. Major Hank nodded, about to address Stark, who stood before him. Suddenly, the large screen at the center of the conference table flickered to life. As the connection was established and the image fully projected, the somewhat noisy room fell into an abrupt silence. "Lieutenant Rando," Major Hank addressed the figure on the screen. The man saluted the major and then proceeded to report the findings of the evidence collection to everyone present. "We recovered a total of 1872 fragments of star beast carcasses from the scene. The species has been identified as Yithian sulfuric acid ants, numbering 53 individuals, forming a small mobile group. Their average mental strength is rated at D level or above, with physical constitutions averaging C. They are non-toxic, but the acid sulfuric alkali they secrete significantly disrupts the brainwaves of awakened individuals. The royal sulfuric acid ant that severely wounded Warrant Officer Mays presents some peculiarities. Current assessment places its mental strength at A and physical constitution at S level, which clearly does not match the pheromone profile of the group it led. Preliminary analysis suggests it was forcibly amalgamated. It was ultimately slain by Warrant Officer Mays' mecha. The core crystal will be transported back along with his mecha shortly." The crowd present, especially Major Hank, darkened their expressions upon hearing this. Although they had received intelligence about this king beast level existence earlier, Now connecting all the evidence, most of those present had just descended from the chaotic battlefield, making it easy for them to discern the anomalies. Ischian acid-sulfur ants generally possess low combat prowess, yet they are rare scent masters among ant-type star beasts. They can secrete acid-sulfur alkali that disrupts brain equilibrium, temporarily demarcate territories, and shield or interfere with signals in specific areas. This was why the Academy failed to receive distress signals from Mace and the others. However, the incident involving Mace and his team occurring over a dozen miles before the finish line could be attributed to the acid-sulfur ants. But what about this king beast-level acid-sulfur ant? How could a king beast with an overall rating of quasi-S rank be the leader of a group of at most crankstar beasts? Even if they belonged to the same species, it was impossible. Moreover, their pheromones did not match at all. This king-level acid-sulfur ant had clearly been deliberately infiltrated among these crankstar beasts. Who would do such a thing? And for what purpose? In the past century, nothing like this had ever occurred at Beska Intermediate Academy, leaving everyone feeling troubled. Continue, Major Hank said, pressing down on the back of his chair. The slight creak served as a reminder to the murmuring crowd, who unconsciously fell silent. Aside from the data and traces needed for evidence collection and reconstruction, we also extracted partial footage from the Port of Warren officer Mace's mecha wreckage. Although damaged, it highlights several segments. Would the Major like to view them immediately? Project them. The other party operated on the opposite side, and with the assistance of accompanying evidence collectors, transferred the footage to the conference room. The port device was likely too severely damaged. Most of the transferred footage was very short, and parts were blurry with scenes suddenly unclear or only audio audible. Yet from the sounds and residual images alone, one could feel the peril of the situation. Especially the penultimate segment. Major Hank replayed this footage 3 or 4 times, frowning in contemplation. He said nothing, closed the footage, and opened the 4th segment. This segment was the longest and calmest of the 4, eerily still to the point of unsettling. At this moment in the footage, Mace was severely wounded. A massive pincer had pierced through his upper ribs and lung, with blood dripping along the pincer, pooling on the ground, as if the entire frame had been dyed red. This process was not brief, but under the shadow of impending death it felt excruciatingly long. Everyone present had experienced life and death, having sent off many comrades and countless enemies long accustomed to mortality. Yet watching a fellow being's life slowly fade was a terrible feeling, even if this moment was from a past recording. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocatingly oppressive, until a different sound suddenly broke the dead silence. Major Hank raised an eyebrow, while Stark turned toward a vaguely familiar voice. It seemed the 2 young rescuers had just arrived, so this was the scene at that time. Though they had learned the general situation from the 2 individuals, knowing the outcome was different from seeing the entire sequence of events. Although the main figure on screen was still the dying Warren officer, Mace, the clear voices of children outside, and a lively energy, starkly contrasting with the gloomy scene, dispelled much of the deathly gloom. Instructor Tan from the first year shook his head and chuckled. These 2 kids have nerves of steel. What if star beasts were nearby? Making such a racket would surely attract them. Of course, this was from an analytical bystander's perspective. The event had already passed. Fortunately, they encountered no star beasts and managed to rescue the instructor. Instructor Tan was merely expressing his thoughts. The footage continued. The internal image remained blurry, but from their angle, they could see the people outside working hard to pry open the cockpit's vertical window. There should be a lateral resistance buckle over there, so let's go with this side. Then came careful prying. The person seemed to constantly explore the angle of leverage, their movements slightly inexperienced, yet fluid, showing some earnest understanding of mecha structure. Then everyone watched as the outsiders opened the vertical window of this at least shrank mecha with almost childlike ease. Captain Stark, you mentioned this one is a student in your class. Quite adept with their hands. Major Hank, not well versed in such matters, since this skill seemed less for a combat soldier and more fitting for a mecha engineer. From the right vertical window, the side appears to have suffered a strong impact, loosening the connected joints. Removing it shouldn't be too hard. Major Hank wanted to say he hadn't even commented yet. He simply wanted to praise the child's good instincts. Such a hasty explanation, as if fearing the mecha department would snatch them away. In truth, it was unnecessary. Compared to the intangible mecha talent, Hank actually admired the calm and composed demeanor the student displayed. He had only mentioned it because Stark's attitude toward this student seemed slightly peculiar. Now it did appear somewhat odd. The person in the footage had pried open the cockpit window. Light streaming and illuminated not only the dim cockpit and its occupants, but also the rescuers' features clearly. Wait, why did this child also seem vaguely familiar? Major Hank pondered. The footage then showed a series of actions, discovering the wounded, rescuing them. The entire process was not long and could even be considered swift. For 2 untrained youths to achieve this level was highly commendable. Jiang Hui's calm decisiveness and Hillman's action and quick reflexes left a deep impression on many present. Clap. Major Hank suddenly clapped his hands. I think we shouldn't overlook this. Though it may seem meaningless now, I still believe we should give these two kids some extra credit. Though his words sounded like a question, his tone brooked no argument. The atmosphere in the conference room was stiflingly oppressive, until a different sound abruptly broke the dead silence. Major Hank raised an eyebrow, and Stark turned toward a vaguely familiar voice. It seemed the two young rescuers had just arrived, so this was the scene at that time. The next day, Lu Jin came to examine Jiang Hui, utterly furious. Not only did he give her a thorough scolding, but upon learning the full story, he couldn't help but lash out at the school and its higher-ups as well. His curses were so harsh that Jiang Hui began to suspect the school had been withholding the healer's salary, for why else would he harbor such bitter resentment? As it turned out, her guess wasn't far off. Since being transferred to Beska Intermediate Academy not long ago, Lu Jin had already experienced such dissatisfaction twice. The first instance occurred before Jiang Hui's arrival, when he had protested to the school administration. Though they promised to pay more attention, in the end nothing changed. The second was this very incident. In Lu Jin's view, both events stemmed from the school's militaristic rigidity inherited from the armed forces. The school could have handled matters properly, but its arrogance led to overlooked details, resulting in a cascade of avoidable consequences. Lu Jin understood this was the hallmark of such military-affiliated institutions. Not just Beska Intermediate Academy. Many schools in the capital star system shared this stubborn, high-handed attitude, often causing innocent students to suffer unwarranted harm. But as a healer, his professional conscience couldn't tolerate such crude methods of nurturing young minds. These students were merely studying military specialties. They weren't actual soldiers. Why treat them as such? Look at what they'd done to the students. Lu Jin disapproved, but he knew this was the prevailing norm, leaving him powerless. After examining Jiang Hui, he prescribed 3 days of medication and shooed her back to the dormitory like a little pig, ordering her to rest for at least 48 hours and avoid using her mental energy recklessly. Left in the tent, Lu Jin prepared to move on to the next student when his optical computer received a message. He glanced at it, and his furrowed brow eased slightly, a trace of distraction in his eyes. Awake at last. Finally, some good news. If that warrant officer from the May family had died here, even if the school weathered this storm and continued operations, it would inevitably decline for a time. But wasn't Yuri May stationed at the DB2 front line? To find time to rush over amidst such tension showed how much he cared for his younger brother. Though his relationship with that fellow was merely average, they were still classmates. Since Yuri had come to ask for help, he naturally couldn't refuse, especially since the young May was quite admirable. Lu Jin called over the on-duty healer from the medical office to handle the student examinations, then changed out of his school uniform and hurriedly left for the military hospital. Thus, the day-long training exercise finally concluded, with all the wounded receiving proper care and treatment. Since all faculty were assigned to the investigation, the entire school took a day off. Jiang Hui rested in her dormitory, as advised, surviving on instant meals. She knew the campus was buzzing with activity. With no classes, both new and senior students relished their rare free time wandering the grounds and enjoying their brief respite. But after today, they would plunge back into intense training, freshmen and veterans alike. Perhaps the special supplements Lu Jin prescribed were remarkably effective. Though she had pushed her mental energy to the brink multiple times within 24 hours, and her stamina had hit rock bottom when she entered her mental space today, she wasn't as ravenous as expected, just slightly hungry. This left her puzzled about the rules. Could it be that ordinary supplements weren't enough and she needed the special kind? How picky? Having confirmed that the hunger in her mental space was linked to both mental energy and physical stamina, Jiang Hui silently added a new fixed expense to her budget. Having double the time of others sounded wonderful, but the golden finger came at a price. Double the time meant double the effort, double the consumption, yet rest remained the same. If she rested too much, her body and mind would adjust, making sleep impossible. How selective. Bored, Jiang Hui had a meal in her space and returned to the study to learn. She felt her life was far too complicated and desperately needed an interesting book to calm her nerves. On the second day, or rather the third day after the training exercise, Jiang Hui rejoined her class for drills, having rested an extra day due to medical advice. Perhaps because the recent events were too much for everyone to digest, injuries like Jiang Hui's were considered normal, so her absence went unnoticed. When she returned to training, some classmates kindly asked about her recovery, completely unaware she had been involved in the incident. According to plan, this week was meant for marksmanship training, but given the recent turmoil and restless students, it was postponed to the final week. This week would continue with physical conditioning, preparing them for the final orienteering competition at their best. After that day, Instructor Stark resumed his usual attitude toward her, never mentioning the incident again. But Jiang Hui couldn't shake the feeling that his training had become even harsher, pushing her relentlessly to the brink. She knew the earlier events had likely provoked him. She too felt a pang of shame for falling behind. She could comfort herself by saying she wasn't cut out for this, that she never intended to stay in the combat unit, but hearing the instructor say, "You're holding us back," stung deeply, leaving her heart aching with embarrassment. She didn't resent him, nor was she angered by the factual statement. If she truly cared, she wouldn't have risked returning to save Hillman at his urging. She genuinely felt that instructor may have been kind to her. Yet she had to admit Mai's words had affected her. For the first time, she realized how weak she appeared in others' eyes. She didn't want to be this way. Well, one couldn't wallow in mediocrity entirely. Even as a slacker, one should strive to be a slightly useful one. This was Jiang Hui's most basic principle as a corporate drudge. Thus, she silently accepted Instructor Stark's subtle extra training and exploitation, adapting to it increasingly well. And the results were genuinely impressive. Proof being that after a full day of drills, she still had the energy to pick herself up and head to the mess hall for a meal. Gathering her belongings, Jiang Hui walked to the mess hall alone. It wasn't that she didn't want companions, or rather perhaps due to her age, she had somewhat forgotten how to make friends. Moreover, she was surrounded by true youngsters, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't quite engage with them. Children's likes and dislikes often shifted on a whim, flaring up, then fading away. School had been in session for over half a month, with everyone training together day and night. Amidst so many peers, even without finding kindred spirits, it should have been easy to find temporary partners. Though they were all new acquaintances with no deep bonds formed, this was how strangers operated, testing and familiarizing, then deciding whether to become friends or foes. This was the primary challenge an individual faced when entering a new group. Yet even within a group, there were always a few who neither sought like-minded friends nor fit in moving mostly alone and remaining unfamiliar with classmates. Such individuals existed. Clarence was one, and Jiang Hui another. However, though the former walked his own path, he was gifted from a good family and striking in appearance. Such a person, regardless of setting, was naturally the type others gravitated toward. Many in the class wished to befriend this handsome, all-around excellent student, but he seemed disinterested in such pursuits. Jiang Hui was a different case entirely, as she remained completely detached. It wasn't intentional. Back on Blue Star, she had been quite sociable at work. This separation stemmed from her new environment and a psychological sense of incongruity. Coupled with the ever-increasing training burdens which consumed most of her time and energy, she had little left for making friends, so she simply continued in this state. Thus, after over half a month, Jiang Hui remained solitary, without a single familiar classmate. So when someone called her name from behind, she didn't immediately react. "Classmate Jiang." Jiang Hui hesitated, instinctively turning toward the persistent call, only to see an unexpected face. Wasn't this Hillman who had helped her carry the instructor back a few days ago? The two beside him also looked vaguely familiar, seemingly classmates of hers. How this combination was rather odd. Yet upon seeing her recent comrade in arms, Jiang Hui wasn't as pleased as others might imagine. She merely halted, turning from a sideways glance to a half-profile, quietly watching Hillman, waiting for him to state his purpose. Hillman, however, was unfazed by her lukewarm reception. In his memory since their acquaintance, this Jiang classmate had always been so aloof. To strangers, she would surely seem unapproachable. But after that day's events, he knew better than anyone that her heart was unlike the exterior she presented. Hillman felt an unparalleled sense of reliability and trustworthiness from this Jiang classmate. After she had fainted that day, he too wanted to follow and check on her. Unexpectedly, his family arrived swiftly and whisked him away from school before he could clarify matters. Then he was subjected to endless tests by the family doctor, completely unable to tend to the remaining mess at school. Moreover, his father's thunderous wrath awaited him for discovering he had secretly brought a grapple device to school and operated it without any experience. Either of these points alone would have triggered his father's fury, and Hillman was severely scolded and thoroughly beaten. Had it not been for the ongoing military training and the special healing ointment from his doctor, Uncle Hillman thought he might have been bedridden until it ended. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't be here, lively and agile, talking to Jiang Hui. As soon as today's training ended, he rushed to the neighboring class to find her. Hillman politely thanked the two who had directed him, then charged straight over to speak with Jiang Hui, completely oblivious to their suddenly darkened expressions at his abrupt departure. Jiang Hui noticed and found it deeply troubling. Though she hadn't fully grasped his approach, she sensed trouble. It seemed she had inadvertently stumbled into a complication. In Hillman's mind, he and Jiang Hui had shared an adventure, forging a bond of life and death friendship, so naturally, they should get to know each other properly. Jiang Hui. She didn't see it that way. They weren't even close. Unfortunately, she was no match and was nearly dragged by the overly familiar boy toward the cafeteria, her expression resigned and weary. As for the two left behind by Hillman, their expressions were far from pleasant, they exchanged a dark, knowing glance. The taller one with a long face sneered coldly, "So our efforts were all for another's gain. That Hillman heir is terribly rude. I thought he was different from those aristocratic brats, so polite, but it turns out they're all birds of a feather. He had completely disregarded others." "Oh, that's a bit harsh. I actually think he has a good temper. And wasn't he originally looking for our classmate, Jiang Hui? It's not exactly for another's gain." "Don't take it too seriously, Carl," said the other somewhat dismissively, yet his gaze lingered enviously on the two figures walking off together seemingly close. "I've always said this Jiang Hui must come from an unusual background. Look at who she knows, Clarence and the young master of the Hillman family. Could she be from some clan herself? But these pure Hua descendants are too low-key, hard to investigate. You're underestimating Jiang's abilities. There's more you know. And then there's Captain Stark. Weren't they all subtly giving her leeway? So these aristocratic heirs had no concept of fairness. They were merely parasites relying on family influence. Thanks to this young master Jiang, Hui visited the second-floor cafeteria for the first time. It seemed she had never been there since the start of the semester. She naturally followed him into the second-floor dining hall. Glancing around, she confirmed that her earlier decision not to explore out of curiosity was justified. There were far too few people here. Although it was the same size as the first and second floors, the decor was entirely different, with small tables for individual meals, giving it more of a restaurant feel. As soon as they entered, someone immediately guided them to a suitable table. Then, without asking what they wanted to eat, they only inquired about dietary restrictions before returning to the kitchen to prepare. So this was the daily set menu with different dishes each day prepared by the chef, so there was no need to order. However, the price was likely considerable, otherwise there wouldn't be so few people here. Withdrawing her gaze from the surroundings, Jiang Hui turned her attention to the person before her. "How is your shoulder?" she asked politely. He clearly hadn't expected her first question to be about that, and replied cheerfully, "It's fine, I've long recovered. The doctor uncle just popped it back into place. The injury from his father's beating took hours to heal." He knew that Jiang Hui wasn't as cold as she appeared on the surface. Hillman really wanted to be friends with Jiang Hui, but was worried about being rejected. Her current show of concern gave him a boost of confidence. In truth, she had only started the conversation as a formality. Jiang Hui wanted to say that Hillman had completely misunderstood. But with Jiang Hui's opening, he seemed encouraged and began various topics such as asking when she woke up, when she would return to team training, and when she would fully recover. He also asked about instructor Mays. Seeing that Jiang Hui showed no impatience, Hillman couldn't help complaining about how his father had severely punished him for his actions. "My friend, don't you think your actions deserve punishment?" Jiang Hui asked, full of question marks. She even thought the punishment was well-deserved. The kid really needed a good scolding, or else who knew what bigger trouble he might cause. But then she reconsidered, feeling she might be too harsh. After all, without his risky actions, they wouldn't have been able to bring instructor Mays out alive. So it was both right and wrong. What was done was done. She only needed to reflect on her own issues, not dwell on who was right or wrong. Jiang Hui was more curious about where Hillman had gotten the grappling device. She later searched on the light brain and found it was expensive, not something an ordinary person could obtain. He mentioned that his father had added another lock to the family's tool and weapon arsenal. So how did Hillman manage to sneak that grappling device out of such a heavily secured home? Hearing this, he scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "I secretly borrowed it from the gardener's tool shed. The person in charge happened to be on sick leave." Only later did he learn that the grappling device was already on the verge of being scrapped. Their gardener thought it was a waste to send such a good piece of equipment straight to the scrapyard. Since there was a treacherous area in the back hills that needed work, he kept it. But before he could use it, Hillman had taken it away. Jiang Hui was speechless. "So you're telling me we were driving a piece of junk that could malfunction at any time racing around the mountains? So that's why it suddenly jammed at the end." The prerequisites for being lucky seemed to have increased again. She increasingly felt that their success that day was nothing short of divine favor. "Classmate, do you realize now just how reckless you are? That's what a brat means." Seeming to know how unreliable he was, he dared not meet Jiang Hui's eyes. "Hillman, I think there are some things you should think through before acting in the future. Let this lesson be enough." In fact, it wasn't her place to remind him. After all, they had only met once before and weren't even friends. Saying this might seem like meddling, but since they had gone through a life-and-death situation together, Jiang Hui thought it was worth reminding him. Unexpectedly, the young master, whose appearance and words exuded privilege, didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded with a look of shame. Jiang Hui was somewhat baffled. Was this guy usually so obedient? Then why did he act like a little devil? After a round of conversation, the overly enthusiastic Hillman felt he and Jiang Hui were practically brothers, and he couldn't stop talking. For every word Jiang Hui said, he responded with 10. The conversation was lively, and to outsiders they seemed incredibly compatible. Only Jiang Hui herself was bewildered, wondering when she had gained such a close friend who seemed to have shared life and death with her. You're only 13 years old. Jiang Hui accurately caught a piece of information from his words. In the interstellar realm, intermediate academies were equivalent to high school on Blue Star, and the age of enrollment generally depended on the individual's awakening period. Students usually started school around their second awakening. Although Jiang Hui's awakening had some issues, her age at enrollment was common, as her first awakening was neither early nor late. And most people entering intermediate academies were around this age. But enrolling at 13. Wasn't that a bit too early in terms of the cycle? This meant Hillman must have had his first awakening before age 5 and his second awakening before the 9-year cycle, allowing him to enter at the tender age of 13. Jiang Hui asked out of rare curiosity. Sure enough, my first awakening was a bit early, around age 3, and I had my second awakening half a year ago. So though a bit early, I've met the requirements for intermediate academy, Hillman said matter-of-factly. Very well. Awakened at 3, a second awakening before 13, a level. A true prodigy, and indeed 2 years younger than her. Wasn't that the age of an elementary school graduate? It seemed she could somewhat understand his slightly childish behavior from a while ago. He continued, my father said I'm not mature enough and wanted to wait 2 more years before sending me, but my mother found me too troublesome at home. Since I met the requirements this year, she shipped me off. Jiang Hui wanted to say, actually your dad was right. It wasn't just immaturity, your mind wasn't fully developed yet. This clearly was a kid who was always causing a ruckus at home. His mother probably couldn't handle him anymore and just threw him into school to be disciplined. Hillman said cheerfully, then I told him I made a friend at school. He was really happy and told me to hang out with you more. Oh, and he asked me to bring you a gift. He'll give it to you later. Said it's to thank you for looking after me. Wait, no. Since when did I hang out with you? What was all this about? It felt like they were on completely different wavelengths, leaping without even a triple jump. Jiang Hui was at a loss for words. She wanted to say something, but in the end, looking at his still somewhat youthful face, which was in fact still quite young, she fell silent. For a moment one spoke while the other listened in silence, the scene appearing quite harmonious, until someone suddenly shattered the calm. Hearing someone call out from behind, they both turned around almost simultaneously. Jiang Hui instinctively stood up. Instructor Stark. Hillman didn't really recognize the man, but he knew the military uniform the other wore. This was clearly a high-ranking assistant officer. Seeing Jiang Hui's reaction, he smartly stood up and greeted him. Have you finished eating? Stark looked down at the trays on their table. It wasn't really anything significant, just a reminder for the two. But at that moment, both Jiang Hui and Hillman instinctively felt their wrists tighten around their chopsticks. I'm done eating. Jiang Hui's mouth moved faster than her mind. She had actually finished with only a little left, having lost her appetite from all the gossip she had overheard. Saying she was done wasn't entirely untrue. Done. Done eating, Hillman chimed in without backing down. But his plate had more food and had been chattering the whole time, without really eating, so his claim was a spuro-fement lie. Done. Then why is there so much left? Food is hard to come by, don't waste it. Neither dared to speak now. The man seemed intent on standing there watching them eat with no intention of leaving. So they could only mechanically shove food into their mouths with their utensils. Jiang Hui wolfed down the remaining bits while Hillman devoured his in a ravenous frenzy. They nearly scrambled to finish everything on their plates, tasting nothing. It was like chewing wax. Watching the two who looked about to choke and cry, Stark was left speechless. Had he said anything? All right, look at you two. I came to find you. Since you're both together, I don't have to search separately. Come with me. With that, he turned and left without checking if they followed. Jiang Hui and Hillman were completely baffled. But Jiang Hui, trusting Uncle Tang, followed, and Hillman followed her. The three of them, an odd trio, boarded an airship and left the school. Along the way, Jiang Hui wanted to ask Stark where he was taking them, but he led them in a hurried pace and then piloted the airship himself. Before they knew it, the three had stopped in front of a towering building. Even though Jiang Hui had never been here before, she immediately recognized it. Wasn't this a hospital? It bore the same emblem as the district hospital she had visited before, only this one seemed taller and more expansive. Stark finally took pity on them and volunteered an answer. This is the planet's military hospital. Someone wants to see you. Follow me. Hospital, someone wanting to see them. The combination immediately made Jiang Hui think of someone. The warrant officer mice you rescued a few days ago woke up today. He and his family said they'd like to meet you. Don't worry, I've already arranged leave for you, and the school approved it. No problem. Stark's tone was relaxed. Perhaps because they were off campus, the strict teacher-student relationship eased, and his speech and demeanor became more casual. He also instructed them to stay close and not wander off. Instructor Mice had woken up. They exchanged a glance and instinctively quickened their pace to follow. They followed Stark through a series of turns, took a rarely used elevator to the 37th floor, and finally entered one of the rooms. The spacious room held only one bed, fully furnished with all amenities. The whole environment relaxed, more like a recuperation suite. But the man still lay with eyes tightly shut, his face pale. In just 2 days, he had become gaunt and haggard, showing no signs of having woken up. It was clear that the hours of rescue had drained his life force. But in the end, survival was all that mattered. Everything else could be regained. At that moment, Jiang Hui felt a sense of finality, like a boot finally dropping. She couldn't tell if it was relief or some other complex emotion. Their attention was fixed on the person in the bed, barely noticing that there were others in the large room. But Stark wouldn't overlook them, for these were no ordinary people. He removed his cap, raised his right fist to his chest, and saluted solemnly. Captain Stark of the 8th Legion reports to Lieutenant General Mice and Lieutenant Colonel Mice. The force of his action and the clarity of his voice drew the attention of the two utterly unaware children. Jiang Hui then realized there were others in the room, and Lieutenant General, was that the one? Seeing Stark's rare look of respect, Jiang Hui still couldn't grasp the reality of having a Lieutenant General in the room. She wanted to greet him loudly and politely, but remembered she wasn't a formal soldier, just a rookie who hadn't even learned a proper military salute. So at a loss, she could only straighten her back, ready to offer a dry greeting. The man standing by the bed, who had been facing away, finally turned around. He was a handsome middle-aged man, but his aura and expression radiated an air of solemnity. This officer, whose brow seemed etched with the wear of countless storms, looked at the two youngsters. He relaxed his brow slightly, as if trying to soften his overly stern demeanor. But he ultimately failed, speaking slowly. "You're here, Captain Stark." Then, as if finding a lighter tone, he said with a faint smile, "So these are Jiang and Hillman. Don't be too nervous. You're still students, no need for formalities. Save the salutes for when you truly join the military. And besides, I'm not here today as a lieutenant general, but as this child's father. I'm here to thank you for saving my child." With a gentle smile, he walked up to them, bowed slightly, and patted their heads. Jiang Hui's first reaction was not to evade, but rather to ponder how this person, even while bending over, maintained a straight posture. Hillman was somewhat perplexed as to why, despite his clever evasion, the other party's hand still ended up on his head. Did this uncle not know that a man's head should not be touched randomly? Even his father would refrain from such actions. The other seemed to glance at Hillman due to his unusually restless movements, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The child of the old Hillman family, no wonder. Hillman was a bit unclear whether the reference was to his grandfather or his father. However, in his memory, only his grandfather's friends would call him that. This general, though, appeared to be relatively young, not someone from his grandfather's generation. General Mace merely sighed softly, and then pressed down on the other's head again. "Hillman, there's reason to suspect this was intentional." Then the elder turned to another person, "And this is classmate Jiang." Jiang Hui felt that the other seemed to appraise her briefly. However, this gaze was devoid of any aggression and felt more like a simple observation, so while she was a bit uncomfortable, it was not unbearable. In fact, compared to Hillman, General Mace had a deeper impression of Jiang Hui, not only because she saved Blade, but also because her mother was Jiang Yilin. Perhaps Jiang Yilin might not remember General Mace, but he certainly had a vivid impression of her. Years ago, he had considered transferring Jiang Yilin to the 3rd Corps for training, but due to certain circumstances, she ultimately ended up in the 8th Corps. He did not expect to hear about her again, only in the Empire's obituary commemorating heroes. Both she and her husband had perished in that war. The flower of the military that the 3rd Corps had secretly reserved so many years ago fell into another corps due to a factional battle that was actually unrelated, ultimately fading away silently on the battlefield. General Mace felt regret. During the time he had landed, he was not idle, reviewing the evidence and information related to the incident and coincidentally looking through the files of the two students who saved his youngest son. He was naturally familiar with the Hillman family, having grown up together as children, but later they had drifted apart due to their respective family choices. In recent years, they had rarely met. He had never seen this young Hillman, only knowing that the old Hillman had 5 children, with the youngest still in school, whom he doted on the most. Unexpectedly, Hillman's precious son turned out to share his temperament. This old friend had concealed himself over the years, making everyone believe he was a deep thinker, a schemer by nature, but this young son's character was a perfect mirror of his 100%. It could be said that if Hillman did not have to inherit the family business, he would likely be just as simple-minded. As for the various mistakes that had occurred along the way, General Mace did not mind at all. He was a realist, focusing more on outcomes than processes. As long as his youngest son survived, everything was considered a happy ending. However, he was not blind or deaf either. He had access to the same footage as everyone else and had reviewed it multiple times. Each time he watched, his concern for Blade's life deepened. From this segment of footage alone, that girl drew his attention even more. He happened to discover that she was the child of one of his students. How small the world is, where coincidences abound. He was immensely grateful to this excellent student who had once slipped through his fingers for leaving behind such a child in this world. It was precisely this child's existence that allowed his son to escape death. There was no inherent connection between the two, yet it was a miraculous coincidence of life. He felt grateful. In the past, he had harbored high expectations and strictness towards this youngest son. Now he regretted pushing him so hard. That child should have been guided by him step by step into this world, yet due to his selfishness, he was forced to stumble forward, nearly losing his life in the process. But now it was too late for regrets. The damage had already been done. As a father, he was left with nothing but endless remorse. He no longer wished to put this child through trials. It felt as if he had seen him die once. General Mace now just wanted to see him live safely. All those hopes and eager expectations had been extinguished in an instant. Jiang Hui had thought that this general would inquire about their experiences during the perilous situation, at least regarding the events surrounding the rescue of Corporal Mace. But instead, the other party expressed concern for their studies at school, even using his own experiences from when he entered school as a basis to propose various practical guidance methods and training techniques. Jiang Hui did not know how Hillman felt about these experiences and guidance. In any case, she found them quite beneficial. After listening to this, she seemed to develop a deeper understanding and definition of the military personnel stationed at the Empire's borders. It seemed like she was subtly wavering. As for what she was wavering about, perhaps even she herself did not know. Just as General Mace was about to inquire about the two's intentions after graduating from the Intermediate Academy, another family member, who had been silently accompanying them, quickly emerged from the background, hurrying over to support the back of the person in bed. "Brother." The person on the bed weakly called out, half closing his eyes, attempting to fully open them to clarify the current situation. Awake now? It was evident that this patient had a strong nature. Even in such a dire state, he stubbornly refused to show even a hint of weakness. Stark, who had been standing in the back, silently stepped outside to find someone after discovering that the patient had awakened. This was the first time the other had regained consciousness since the rescue. Now that the main character they had come to visit was awake, the discussions among them naturally lost their meaning. However, Jiang Hui noticed that General Mace did not rush to his child's side, but merely turned slightly, gazing at him from a distance, his expression solemn, seemingly lost in thought. Just waking from a lengthy and chaotic slumber blade, Mace seemed somewhat disoriented. He looked at the brother who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, and then around the room. Before he could say anything, medical personnel rushed into the room, surrounding Mace with 7 or 8 people. One was checking his blood pressure, another was measuring electrical signals, and yet another was monitoring his heart rate. They were bustling about, entangling him in a web of various medical devices. Jiang Hui. She finally understood what kind of scene it was when doctors examined her after her previous injury or fainting. To be honest, this was more skillful than restraining a pig. The pig itself might not even realize what was happening. Even if one were in a daze, such a commotion would be enough to rouse anyone from slumber. By the time they had gathered sufficient data and finally unstrapped the detectors from Brad's body, he had already shaken off his earlier stupor, his eyes now bright and clear. He realized he had left behind those bizarre dreams and was now in reality. "Brother," he said, this time with certainty. He seemed uncomfortable sitting, using his palms to brace his slightly slipping body. His field of vision widened, taking in the entire scene of the hospital room. His gaze swept over Jiang Hui and Hillman, finally settling on his father, General Mace. A heavy silence fell over the room, making even outsiders like Jiang Hui feel awkward, as if they should not be there. "You're awake," General Mace said, walking to the bedside and looking down at him. He gently placed his left palm on the back of the young man's neck, a brief touch. "Father," the young man murmured softly, devoid of the stern and severe demeanor he showed to the new students, more like a child who had done wrong. In front of his father, he was indeed still a child, forever a child. "Why do you hang your head? Do you think you've done something wrong?" It was General Mace who finally broke the silence. Brad certainly did not believe he had done wrong. His upbringing had taught him that as a soldier nurtured by the nation and supported by the Empire's citizens, he must defend the interests of the country and its people, even at the cost of his life. Thus, he felt no regret for nearly dying to save those children. In the moment he awoke, he even felt a flicker of joy he dared not believe, because he knew he had gambled correctly. Both the children and he had been saved. The price he might have to pay afterward seemed utterly insignificant. He moved his hands and feet, pleasantly surprised to find his limbs intact, no paralysis, far better than he had imagined. But perhaps joy had gone too far. The arm moved too broadly, tugging at a large wound not yet fully healed, and he froze instantly. "Don't move. Just woke up and already causing trouble, as if you want to linger in the hospital. Stay still, or I'll notify your mother." The profound air General Mace had mustered dissipated, replaced by exasperation. Brad had always been stubborn, strong-willed since childhood. Even his transfer here was not only due to the hidden schemer, but also a silent defiance against General Mace. With his family's influence, he would never have been truly cornered. General Mace had ways to solve it, though not always above board. He was tougher than his elder brother and sister, almost to the point of foolishness, causing the Mace family patriarch constant worry, proud of his excellence, yet deeply concerned by his naivety. If there was one person who could rein him in, it was his mother, the only one he dared not talk back to. Not that she was formidable. She was an ordinary person entirely out of step with the family's careers. Due to health issues, she had not worked after marriage, occasionally logging into the holographic zone for freelance jobs. Yet she was the one Brad respected most and was least willing to defy. General Mace knew his son well and understood that only his wife could make this stubborn boy bow his head slightly. Earlier, Mace had been angry at the boy's disobedience, and the father-son standoff had persisted. Now he wanted no further complications, only to bring the stubborn boy home, which naturally required his wife's involvement. Sure enough, at the mention of his mother, Brad immediately calmed down, his demeanor far more docile than when he first awoke, making the Mace family's eyes sting with emotion. This proud youngest son and brother only obeyed his mother. He was the youngest. If he were always this obedient, they would gladly spoil him. Enough. I can't hide such a big thing from your mother. She's not a housewife trapped at home with no news. It won't stay secret long. Just wait for her to contact you. If you don't want her to come fetch you in person, I suggest you return home obediently once you're well. We can talk then. General Mace spoke gently but bluntly, for it was the truth. And Brad clearly knew it. His back slumped, slightly reluctant yet resigned, but he said nothing, having silently accepted some compromise. All right, we have guests. You troublesome one should thank them. Without the children's insistence, we might not have seen you today. The general stepped aside, beckoning Jiang Hui and Hillman over. Under the gaze of the three Mace family members, and with a nod from Instructor Stark, the two nervously stepped forward. Honestly, they were not familiar with Instructor Mace. Saving someone was one thing, but now they had no idea what to say. Jiang Hui had expected the usual social butterfly to break the ice, but even that one was selective, instinctively moving behind her, looking at her expectantly. Instructor Mace, are you feeling better? We just came to see you. Jiang Hui was forced into it, managing a few awkward sentences that lacked logic, but covered the basics of polite inquiry. He probably wouldn't mind, would he? Jiang Hui could clearly feel the newly awakened young man's gaze slowly settling on her, as if scrutinizing her carefully, making her suddenly uncomfortable. After a long moment, she heard him ask, "What's your name?" Jiang Hui. Why aren't you following the script? The conversation was getting stranger, the logic disjointed. Besides, your father just said thank you for saving you. Doesn't asking that now feel awkward? It makes our connection seem utterly superficial. Though it was true that the three of them were not familiar, we could at least gloss over it, everyone knowing the truth silently. What was the point of asking it outright? Knowing that continued silence would only deepen the awkwardness, Jiang Hui resigned herself and answered his question directly. I'm Jiang Hui, a student from Class 2 of the 89983 Combat Soldier Department. He listened intently, confirming the details of her name, then asked Hillman the same way. Jiang Hui. He really is serious. The patient's condition did not allow for excessive conversation. The meeting was truly just a brief encounter, and there was no discussion before they were sent on their way. In the end, Colonel Mace graciously saw them off and informed Jiang Hui and the others that the token of gratitude for their assistance had already been sent to their home, a small gesture of appreciation. This was the first time Jiang Hui had heard the person rumored to be Instructor Mace's brother speak since she had come to the hospital. His tone and pitch were not as cold as she had imagined. Rather, they carried a heavy sense of steadiness, exuding an air of finality. Before the two could react, Stark had already spoken on their behalf and accepted the situation, showing no intention of having the children linger here. He left without looking back, as if it were simply a task. Originally, the three of them should have returned together, but the Hillman family likely received news and came to pick up Hillman directly at the hospital entrance. Moreover, Stark clearly did not stop them, so Hillman, who was supposed to return for training tomorrow, went home just like that. Only Stark and Jiang Hui remained as they returned to the city. Jiang Hui thought that returning would likely be the same as when they came, and feeling somewhat fatigued, she obediently sat in the back seat, waiting to reach their destination, almost dozing off. Unexpectedly, the person operating in front suddenly asked, "Why did Corporal Mace abruptly say that to you?" Jiang Hui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized which statement the other person was referring to, as it indeed seemed very abrupt and startled her at the time. After a moment's thought, she replied, "It was probably a lesson from reality." Feeling that her statement might come off as a bit pompous, Jiang Hui couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, after Jiang Hui and the others left, a similar conversation was taking place elsewhere, on the same topic. Watching his eldest son return to the hospital room after seeing the guests off, General Mace confirmed that the guests had indeed departed and looked curiously at his younger son, raising an eyebrow. "What did you do earlier? Now you have to apologize to them. I let it not be that you bullied their child." If it was something else that had been said, he wouldn't have minded. This child was always one who understood and abided by etiquette. He knew what debts of gratitude to repay and he was already aware of it without needing their reminders. But what did they see? The other party, seldom seen doing so, actually lowered his head, bowing in apology with a pride that usually prevented him from bending even for his father or elder brothers. They couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable watching this. Curiosity soon followed about what could possibly make their proud son willing to admit his mistake. It was probably a lesson for him. Brad shook his head with a bitter smile, then clearly stated under their perplexed gazes, "Father, I want to formally join the 3rd Legion. Please help me." Those who had been waiting for Brad to continue explaining were suddenly taken aback by this request. General Mace thought he had misheard. "What?" "I want to return to the 3rd Legion, to reclaim the year that was taken from me." Back to school, Jiang Hui naturally resumed her usual activities. The following days passed relatively normally as she immersed herself in the intense training of military drills, continuously improving her physical abilities amidst sweat and hardship. However, recently Jiang Hui gained a new focus of study. When she saved Corporal Mace that day, it was her first encounter with animal-type mechas. These mechas are much more complex in design than humanoid mechas and are also products of the latest mecha revolution akin to combination mechas. Interestingly, the initial inspiration for animal-type mechas came from star beasts, with many being specially designed mechas modeled after these creatures. Additionally, these mechas involve biological research requiring manufacturers to be well acquainted with the habits and characteristics of various animals to mimic and utilize them. Thus, they are difficult to mass-produce and usually need to be specially crafted or tailored. Animal-type mechas are challenging to find on the market as they are nearly all custom-made with prices that are astonishingly high. Jiang Hui thought about how she had directly encountered a genuine model during her first experience and even personally disassembled a small part. Though it was just the front eye section, it was still the real deal. Needless to say, the genuine mecha felt far superior to a model when taken apart. Although the situation was dire at the time and felt somewhat off, Jiang Hui found it hard to describe the feeling of truly touching those intricate mecha components. In her eyes, those cold, complex, and solid panels seemed to resonate with her soul the moment they made contact, evoking an unspoken sigh from her body and mind. It was at this moment that Jiang Hui had to admit the unparalleled allure that mechas held for her. Even though her current understanding of mechas was still quite limited, Jiang Hui was certain, as it was a voice from deep within her heart. So should she consider transferring directly to the mecha department a year later? Or perhaps give up on studying ancient language and literature? Well, it's useless to think too much about it now, as she would decide later. With such thoughts in mind, a person whose words didn't match her heart flipped open a book titled Complete Guide to Mecha Models. In the library, her hand turning pages rapidly, her eyes glancing over them, as if she were merely playing. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hui, not far from her, a sophomore, wearing glasses, was gazing in her direction. After a moment, he placed the book he intended to borrow on the front desk. Seeing the librarian also looking over there, he couldn't help but comment, "I really don't know which major this new student is from. It's been 4 or 5 days, and she comes every day without properly reading. If one didn't know better, they might think she was reading with great focus. Even if she was pretending, she could at least act a bit more convincingly. Who would believe this? Moreover, is such a reading speed even possible?" Rather than believing in this inhumane speed of page turning, he would rather think that she wasn't reading at all or was just pretending to have some odd quirk. Thus, he transitioned from initial astonishment to later skepticism and now to disdain. However, there were still relatively few people who spent their time in the library right after the semester began. None of the people he knew could share his sentiments, and today, noticing that the librarian seemed attracted by the girl's unusual behavior, he couldn't resist bringing up this topic. To his surprise, the young librarian had a different perspective. She lightly glanced at him and remarked, "Let's not speculate on whether she is truly focused. To be honest, her taste in book selection is far superior to yours," the librarian said. Unaware that the librarian had stamped her as a reader of refined taste, Jiang Hui promptly brought several books back to her dormitory that same day. The next morning, she appeared with dark circles under her eyes, a rarity, as she attended training. Thus, one should never overestimate oneself. From another perspective, Instructor Mice was right to scold her. She often overestimated her own abilities. Take last night, for instance. She had come across an exceedingly fascinating mecha atlas. Not only did she devour it in her spiritual space through the night, but after waking, she couldn't resist staying up turning pages with unflagging energy until dawn. Then came the reckoning. Perhaps due to the double strain of staying awake both in her spiritual space and reality, her stamina plummeted twofold today. By late morning, she could barely hold on. Her head felt heavy, her limbs weak, and a stifling gloom pressed against her chest, wheezing like a broken bellows. At this moment, Jiang Hui's heart was flooded with regret. She couldn't help but complain to herself about how reckless she had been daring to stay up late during military training. Was she afraid she wouldn't collapse during training? She tried desperately to ignore Instructor Stark's frequent disapproving glances, constantly reminding herself that noon was nearly here. She would eat something soon and rest. She just hoped she wouldn't faint on the spot. Past experience had taught her that fainting wouldn't earn her extra rest. Instead, she'd be noted down and assigned double the tasks for the next day. So of course it was better not to faint. Jiang Hui held this firmly in mind. But perhaps she had overestimated herself again. When she felt the world spin before her eyes, everything blurred into overlapping shadows, indistinct and hazy. When she came to, she found Stark's dark face before her. She instinctively shrank back. What's this? Dare to do it, but not to own up. Did you do this on purpose? Who told you to stay up all night? Knowing there's high-intensity training the next day, you still dared to go without sleep. Stark could hardly believe how furious he felt upon hearing the diagnosis from the on-duty medic. During training, it was common for students to lag in physical fitness. Every class had such cases, especially in military specialties where the demands and requirements were far higher. The daily intensive training was grueling for all students. Prolonged exertion often left their stamina and physique struggling to keep up. But cases like this, brought in due to sleep deprivation from staying up with mental energy depleted, were rare. Even the medic found it somewhat baffling after reaching the diagnosis. For this little one to reach such a state of exhaustion, she must have pulled 2 consecutive all-nighters. That she only collapsed today showed she had decent physical and stamina foundations. Nevertheless, such behavior was not to be encouraged. The medic, saying little, stepped out to prepare medicine, leaving the space to the teacher and student. Knowing she was in the wrong, Jiang Hui offered no excuses, simply admitting her fault. Sorry, I stayed up late reading last night. The medic says you've been up for at least 2 nights. I don't care why you acted so foolishly, but I hope you'll take responsibility for yourself for this training and for the class. Don't be reckless anymore. I thought these days of training would have taught you some maturity. Stark's tone was harsh, silencing Jiang Hui completely. But 2 nights. She had only stayed up last night. Was the strain really doubled? Jiang Hui felt she had stumbled upon another bug in her spiritual space, and a sullen gloom settled over her. To Stark, however, it seemed she still hadn't realized her mistake, and his displeasure deepened. Finally, he frowned and said coldly, after lunch, come to the training ground. Run 100 laps before you're done. And remember to take your medicine. This, 100 laps in one afternoon. She'd be running until midnight. Jiang Hui couldn't help but groan inwardly, but she could sense the barely restrained fury in his words. Daring not to protest, she answered crisply with a simple yes. Perhaps the instructor was too intimidating. The on-duty medic, who hadn't entered during their conversation, stepped in right after. Seeing Jiang Hui's dejected look, he offered a wry consolation. Your class advisor does care about you. You didn't see yourself when you were brought in, pale with your spiritual energy fluctuation, weak and faint. I thought something serious had happened, never imagining it was just from staying up. You should be more careful. Staying up late isn't a big deal normally, but during this high-intensity training, double depletion can lead to serious trouble. Jiang Hui reflected silently on her actions, wondering if she had indeed been too reckless. But sometimes she couldn't help it. The state she got into while reading was like this. Page after page, as if inputting data, and she simply couldn't stop. She instinctively felt it was a replenishment of her positive essence, so she had been reading continuously these past days. All right. Removing the monitoring device from Jiang Hui's neck, the medic looked at the data in surprise. How did you recover so quickly? Your class advisor was worried you couldn't handle the next session and signed for a special supplement. Now it seems you only need half a bottle. He double-checked the data, then looked at Jiang Hui with a hint of awe, marveling at her extraordinary talent. Somehow Jiang Hui seemed to grasp his unspoken meaning, and silently added to herself, it wasn't really her talent, she had just taken a time-lag nap in her spiritual space. Then the medic told Jiang Hui she could either take half the supplement or wait until she couldn't hold on. Given her current state, she could likely continue the afternoon training without it. But you might as well take it. Your advisor has already signed for it, and this little thing isn't easy to get. Usually only military specialty advisors and instructors can sign for it. Since it's yours, keep it for yourself. But 100 laps. Tisk, the intensity of your military training is brutal. Your advisor is quite harsh. You'll need to drink this to finish those 100 laps. Take care of yourself, young lady. Accepting the potion, Jiang Hui expressed her gratitude profusely, then hurried off to the cafeteria, hoping to eat before the run. After all, she couldn't afford to fail at 100 laps. But she ran too fast, not noticing someone who arrived at the infirmary right after her. That person stared at her retreating figure, their brows shrouded in a faint, gloomy shadow, their expression dark and brooding. In the afternoon, Jiang Hui could only say that she had a thoroughly satisfying run. Instructor Stark was a man of his word, never given to jest. When he said 100 laps, he meant 100 laps. He had practically watched Jiang Hui run all afternoon, refusing to let her off, even when class ended. Jiang Hui finally realized that he was determined to have it out with her today, likely having been truly angered. Thus, while others rushed off to the cafeteria for dinner, she could only run pitifully under Instructor Stark's stern gaze, sipping nutrient fluid. The nutrient fluid was truly vile, ugh. It was her first time drinking it, and it was so nauseating that even powdered medicine mixed with water would taste better. Its only merit was quickly staving off hunger. Yet it wasn't cheap either. Due to its functional nature, it was far from a proper meal replacement, perhaps even less economical than a machine-made burger. Its only commendable aspect was its relatively high and balanced nutritional value. Jiang Hui once again affirmed that pursuing a culinary path in this interstellar world was unlikely. And if the original flavor was this awful, what hellish tastes would fruit, vegetable, or meat flavors bring? Imagining the taste, Jiang Hui couldn't help but shudder, deciding to banish the disgusting thought from her mind before the tube she had just downed came back up. Perhaps to supervise her, Instructor Stark also stayed, locking horns with her. Jiang Hui, running while distracted, felt a twinge of guilt. She felt his punishment was more of a self-inflicted ordeal. Who else would punish themselves by standing hungry on the sidelines? It was a testament to his earnestness. Jiang Hui felt even more embarrassed. However, he was ultimately a commissioned officer. Even if stationed as an instructor at Beska Intermediate Academy, he still had military duties. The same applied to other instructors. They all had to undertake necessary missions at specific times. Just then, Instructor Stark received a communication. Whatever was said caused the usually unflappable man's expression to shift, abruptly turning grim. He then said to the still-running Jiang Hui, "Run 10 more laps, and then head back. Make up the rest tomorrow." Jiang Hui had already run nearly 70 laps. 10 more would bring it to 80, leaving 20 for tomorrow, which was acceptable. Hearing that it was over, and there would be no further punishment, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and nodded in acknowledgement. He immediately left the training ground. It was nearly 7 o'clock and the sky had darkened. Jiang Hui would finish the 10 laps by around 8, which wasn't too late. To be honest, Instructor Stark's almost overly attentive behavior put a lot of pressure on her. She would rather run freely like this. While she knew thinking that way was ungrateful, but, Jiang Hui felt puzzled, her thoughts interrupted as she abruptly stopped and turned to look. There was nothing. It was the military training season. To ensure a relatively quiet environment for the freshmen, the school had imposed restrictions on second and third-year students, limiting their access. Thus, only freshmen could visit the training ground this month. Moreover, the training burden on all freshmen was heavy. They were all adapting to the intensity of extra training was almost impossible and unrealistic, at least not something they could handle now. Therefore, most would return to their dorms after class to rest and recharge for the next day. At the moment, the only one still running laps on the SI-2 training field was the unfortunate Jiang Hui. In the northwest corner, 2 students were practicing specialized skills on the sand field, but they seemed to be packing up to leave. Without the instructor's watchful eye, the pressure was less, but so was the restraint, making it easier to lower one's standards. Jiang Hui wasn't that hard on herself, so she gritted her teeth and only managed 7 laps in an hour. 3 more laps to go. Just endure a bit longer, she comforted herself. Finally, the girl, panting heavily, strode across the finish line of the last lap. Through her sweat, she glanced at her cap lying dozens of meters away. She trudged over with heavy steps and bent down to pick it up. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh cut through the air, and Jiang Hui felt something hurtling toward her face. Instinctively, she shielded her head, trying to evade the sudden attack. But bent over as she was, her center of gravity was off, and the attacker's relentless force was immense. She managed to protect her head from the brunt of the impact, but the blow still struck her at an angle. The deflected attack scraped harshly across her cheek, which went numb before a searing pain flared up. The final blow unfortunately landed on her abdomen, sending a jolt through her internal organs and causing a sharp, piercing pain across her stomach. Not satisfied with just one kick, the assailant switched legs and aimed for her solar plexus. Caught off guard by the ambush, Jiang Hui had only managed to dodge the first kick thanks to her recent training. But with this warning and a moment to brace, her brain had already issued an evasive command. However, due to her awkward posture, dodging was too late. "Want to kick me? Fine, but you'll pay a price. If you dare stomp down, shed snap that dog leg off." Steeling herself, Jiang Hui met the kick head in. As the leg struck, her hand, still shielding her stomach, grabbed the attacker's ankle. She clamped down with all her might and yanked backward with every ounce of strength. Though this desperate blind tactic caused her to lose her own balance entirely, sending her crashing backward onto the ground. But the leg she held fast, unable to break free, was pulled forward by the force of her fall. The attacker, now with only one leg for support, no matter how strong, couldn't maintain balance. Yanked by Jiang Hui, the assailant lost their footing and at the same moment uncontrollably toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Due to the angle, the attacker's back hit the ground before hers, and Jiang Hui's final tug added the weight of the entire body to the brutal fall. Hearing the attacker's involuntary cry of pain, Jiang Hui amidst her own agony thought through gritted teeth. So you know pain. I'm hurting too. Jiang Hui's current state was utterly dreadful. Her mind buzzed incessantly, her internal organs felt dislocated, and after the sudden burst of energy moments ago, she was at the end of her strength. Yet the mysterious assailant who had ambushed her remained undefeated. The opponent clearly had superior vitality and stamina, towering over her in both stature and build. Holding the ankle, Jiang Hui could accurately deduce that the person was very tall. The attacker evidently had not anticipated that Jiang Hui would still have the strength to retaliate. However, that blow had not knocked his brains out, and he instinctively began to struggle. Jiang Hui was unsure whether to be grateful that she hadn't committed murder despite losing control of her strength, or to be furious that she hadn't utterly annihilated this despicable sneak attacker. She truly didn't want to utter such harsh curses, but this vile creature, who only struck from the shadows, deserved no better. Before he could kick free from her restraining hand, Jiang Hui, enduring the excruciating pain within and the dizzying sensations, forcibly yanked his ankle upward. This naturally provoked even fiercer struggles from the opponent as the motion caused him to lose his balance. Instinctively, he sought a fulcrum to break free from her grip and regain the upper hand. Though her vision was blurry and filled with overlapping shadows, Jiang Hui was still sharp enough to deduce that he was attempting to flip over in midair. If he could land on his hands, he might adjust his angle and kick her down instantly. Jiang Hui certainly wasn't foolish enough to stand idly by and serve as his target. She didn't expect her slender arms to lift him entirely into the air. The effort to maintain this position was simply to temporarily immobilize him with the simplest method, freeing her hands for other tasks. Fortunately, her laziness had prevented her from storing the potion in her space button. Thus it worked to her advantage. She fished a small vial from her pocket, bit off the stopper with her teeth with a clink, and poured the entire contents into her mouth. The potent supplement was remarkable, taking effect instantly. Jiang Hui felt streams of warmth flowing down her throat into her stomach, spreading through her limbs like a recharge, instantly restoring strength to her hands and feet. Yet the return of vigor heightened her overall senses. The dulled perceptions once numbed by exhaustion sharpened considerably. Pain arrived as expected, intensifying until her internal organs felt as if they were on fire. Jiang Hui had never experienced such agony. Had that kick ruptured her gallbladder? Though in pain, Jiang Hui could still think. In moments of such suffering, her resentment toward this inexplicable ambusher deepened. Her gripping fingers involuntarily dug in with uncontrollable force. Amidst the assailant's sharp cry of pain, Jiang Hui felt her fingertips sink into a viscous, indistinct resistance, touching the hard shell of bone. A thick, pungent scent of blood entered her nostrils, making her nerves throb. Yet Jiang Hui felt no satisfaction from revenge. Instead, a surge of savagery was provoked within her. She felt intense pain and fury engulfed in an indescribable anguish. Jiang Hui desperately sought an outlet for her rage. Her consciousness grew hazier, yet she refused to release the thing in her hands, or rather the prey. Her head ached as an inexplicable immense force uncontrollably erupted and radiated outward. She seemed to hear her prey suddenly scream as if struck by something, wailing and gradually losing the ability to struggle, becoming limp in an instant. Sensing the prey's submission, the now uncontrollable Jiang Hui still held onto his trembling leg, feeling his struggles weaken. After a heavy thud, she slightly lowered the leg, then suddenly shoved it forward with a crack. The prey had completely lost its ability to resist. Jiang Hui finally released her grip, flexing her trembling fingers, and staggered upright, step by step, approaching the collapsed figure on the ground. Under Jiang Hui's relentless assault, the man was battered and bruised. One leg was slightly bent, both wrists dislocated from dragging. Hearing her uneven footsteps, he was filled with terror. Who could save him? But 3 of his limbs were nearly useless. How could he outpace Jiang Hui, who had consumed the potent stamina supplement? The next moment, Carl felt himself lifted by the collar, coming face to face with a pair of bloodshot eyes with cloudy pupils. Their owner had clearly lost her reason. What? Ambush me? Carl, too pained to think clearly, vaguely wondered why he had chosen to attack such a terrifying person. Who could have known this person was a monster? He regretted it now deeply. Jiang Hui's consciousness dimmed further, the internal pain intensifying, consuming the last remnants of her rationality. She hadn't asked for an answer, it was merely a remnant impulse driving her instinctive words. She could no longer wait for a reply. Reason and will were nearly burned away by the unending pain, so she followed her impulse and smashed her fist directly into his face. You coward, dare to face me, Hedon. Enjoyed ambushing me, did you? Let me show you pleasure. I'll smash your skull into a rotten melon. As Carl's consciousness faded, he heard her words, then succumbed to darkness amidst excruciating pain. The prey had lost all combat ability, but Jiang Hui's agony was far from over. She was in pain everywhere so intense that she couldn't think or faint. She finally slowly released her grip on the wrist of the unconscious man. The unconscious body crashed heavily to the ground. The once pitch-black training ground was now illuminated by lights shining from all directions. Chaotic footsteps rushed toward her. Jiang Hui squinted instinctively, shielding her eyes from the harsh light. She heard the crowd buzzing, some scolding, some shouting. Someone supported her back, urging her to move backward. Many people spoke to her, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. She felt her senses gradually fading, her vision growing wider, until she lost consciousness in the blinding light. Jiang Hui felt that since she had known palpitations, she had fainted a few times, but never had she fainted so bizarrely. Even in her sleep, she could feel a surge of rage churning and rolling within her chest, surrounded by a cacophony of buzzing voices as many people spoke. Bright light shone onto her tightly shut eyelids, stinging her fragile eyeballs. Still not awake. Hurry and fetch Chief Therapist Liu from the medical office. Come help me support her. Her internal organs are injured, and lying down makes it more uncomfortable. Has Instructor Stark returned? He's already back at school, heading this way. Here he comes. Jiang Hui felt someone prying open her mouth, and a cool liquid slid down her throat, alleviating some of her weakness and agitation, though the chaotic energy within her body was not so easily calmed. She heard that familiar voice calling softly in her ear, gradually regaining consciousness. Jiang Hui opened her eyes, and what came into view was a place resembling a meeting room, somewhat familiar. Just awakened, her mind was a mess, and the scorching energy inside her showed no sign of dissipating. She was in a dazed state, her head buzzing, unable to see clearly. After a long while, her vision remained blurry, with many figures in her sight, murmuring indistinctly. From the same direction, the hands supporting her from behind were steady, with a calm aura that gave a strong sense of reassurance. Student Jiang. Student Jiang Hui. Someone was calling her name. Jiang Hui struggled to open her eyes, trying to see who it was. She's burned out, hasn't she? I don't think we can get anything done tonight. We might as well send them back first. This won't work like this. Someone said impatiently, seemingly trying to persuade a stubborn group. Then came another burst of noise. She didn't know what the argument was about, but it irritated Jiang Hui, making her want to open her eyes and see what the commotion was. Don't these people ever get tired of it? Awake. She's awake. Someone gently patted her face and then checked her forehead for temperature. Strangely, the earlier noise hadn't woken her, but the cool touch of that palm sharpened her thoughts instantly, bringing her to full consciousness. The first thing she saw was Principal Jason's face, and beside him was Teacher Duan, whom she had met once before. Unlike their first meeting, his expression was stern, though his gaze softened slightly when it fell on her. He scrutinized Jiang Hui as if assessing something, then smiled slightly. Student Jiang, we meet again. What the hell did meet again mean? Jiang Hui imagined her expression must be indescribable. Honestly, she really didn't want to meet the principal this way. After all this turmoil, even if she had been groggy, she was now fully alert. In the brief moment after waking, Jiang Hui had already sorted out everything before she fainted and quickly analyzed the current situation. Do you remember what happened before you blacked out? Yes, I do. Jiang Hui heard herself say calmly. What did she remember? She remembered running fine on the training ground when some clueless bastard sneak attacked her, kicking her twice in the chest, which made her snap and give him a thorough beating. Thinking about it, it was really satisfying. Having been a model student all her life on Blue Star, Jiang Hui never expected hitting someone to feel this way. Though not inherently joyful, the thought of revenge made the pleasure surge. But now she was annoyed, regretting not having landed a few more punches while she was conscious to teach the sneak attacker a lesson. I wouldn't want to trouble an injured person like you, but some matters may require your explanation, Student Jiang. Otherwise, next time you see me, I might be out of a job. He said half-jokingly with a hint of self-deprecation. That's serious. Jiang Hui turned slightly and saw that Don Stark was supporting her from behind, which gave her some sense of security. From the scene and the chaotic spiritual energy still churning inside her, she guessed not much time had passed since she fainted. Normally, she should be resting in the medical office or even the hospital, but being held here surrounded by familiar and unfamiliar faces in a room, there must be some reason. And what could it be? Jiang Hui's gaze naturally fell on the person lying on the sofa opposite. No seeing that bastard made her lose control. Even though she hadn't seen clearly who attacked her in the dark, now she could identify him by his legs and face. Looking at the bandaged broken leg and the face swollen like a pig's head, Jiang Hui was certain this bastard was the one who ambushed her. And he dared to show up. She glanced at the middle-aged man in casual clothes standing beside him, who looked visibly distressed over the person on the sofa, presumably the parent. Besides those mentioned, there was also medical therapist Liu Jin and another man in military uniform, tall and imposing, wearing the same uniform as Stark with a similar rank, but unfamiliar. He stood on the other side. Quite a gathering. Both parties, relevant third parties, and the mediator. All present signaling a tough battle ahead. But Jiang Hui felt no fear at all. Because she had just thought it over, an eye for an eye was too good for that guy. She wanted to see which lowlife had such dirty feet kicking people for no reason and using such a despicable sneak attack. Did you beat my son like this? The middle-aged man, apparently having held back for a long time, couldn't wait to interrogate Jiang Hui as soon as she woke up. His tone was terrible, clearly convinced she was the culprit, though. She indeed was. But he had the sequence of events completely wrong. Yes, I did, Jiang Hui gritted out. I hit him, and that's what he deserved. If I hadn't fainted so quickly, I might have broken his other leg too. As if he had seized a confession, the man stopped arguing with Jiang Hui and immediately addressed the principal. Principal, you see, this student herself admits she beat my son like this. And with such arrogance. If this is how your students behave, lawless and vicious, how can I entrust my child to your school? You must give us an explanation for this. That remark was rather unpleasant. Some present were displeased. Although the incident at the school was indeed a failure in their management, the institution could not evade responsibility. Thus, even if the parents were difficult, he had to keep the injured children waiting for a resolution. After all, unless this matter was clarified, the grudge between the two students would remain unsettled. But that did not mean they were truly afraid of trouble. As a social institution entrusted with educating students, the school, represented by the principal and teachers, naturally needed to maintain an appropriate attitude and cooperate as much as possible. At present, the matter was still unclear, and who was right or wrong had yet to be determined. This parent, without any evidence, directly accused their students of being lawless, and even claimed they dared not entrust their child to the school's guidance. Heaven knows that their school was absolutely professional in teaching, at least on this planet. Countless people wished to send their children to Bhaskar Intermediate Academy, but only those with sufficient qualifications were admitted. How could this person speak so recklessly? Jason had served as principal of this school for over a decade. Although his temperament made bearing such heavy responsibility more difficult for him than for others, that did not mean he did not love the school. On the contrary, it was precisely because he cherished the school, the teaching profession, and the students that he restrained his nature to sit in this position and handle tedious tasks. Over the years, he had witnessed many incidents. Incidents like today's occurred perhaps every 2 or 3 months. After all, as a place of education, the school housed many students with unsettled minds, making conflicts easy to breed. Students often ended up in the principal's office due to fights or personal grudges. So when the duty student on patrol rushed in today to report a student brawl at the training ground resulting in both parties unconscious, Jason handled the matter with his wealth of experience as calmly as possible, not forgetting to notify both sets of parents. Actually, it was only one side's parents, because the other poor child had no family left with even their household registration attached to a collective account. Thus, the school would likely have to act as their proxy. Just as he was about to notify the student's homeroom teacher to handle the matter, that teacher Stark, having somehow caught wind of the situation, rushed over urgently to take charge. Upon closer inspection, one of the two involved parties had only recently encountered an incident during the training exercise. How had they been dragged into this again? Principal Jason had initially intended to let the children receive proper treatment and rest for the night. Notifying the parents was merely to have them care for the patients, as the injuries were not minor, though fortunately not catastrophic. Unexpectedly, the parent was quite aggressive. Not only did they cause a scene in the medical office, but they also tried to grab the child to force them awake and extract an explanation. The commotion they caused in the school nearly alerted nearby campuses. The principal had no choice but to invite everyone to the meeting room, while Chief Healer Lu treated the injured with potions and medical equipment on the side. Even so, seeing that Jiang Hui had not woken for a long time, the other party kept urging and shouting for her to get up and provide an explanation. Then they threatened the principal and teachers present, even vowing to expose the matter in the press and have Jason removed from his position, spewing such arrogant words. In short, they were utterly unreasonable. Jason and the others felt like scholars encountering a soldier, completely unable to reason. Not that they couldn't respond, but after all, the other party's child had been injured at school. Without clarifying the facts, any rash words or coercive measures would only confirm the accusation of the school bullying others. Fortunately, Teacher Stark and Captain Zhou, who was in charge of campus patrol this month, arrived soon after. These two officers, clearly bearing military ranks, immediately subdued the previously arrogant parent. Although the other party continued their incessant chatter, at least their words were no longer so excessive, and they no longer attempted to approach the unconscious child. Regardless of the outcome, Jason's impression of this Mr. Carl, the father of the student, was extremely poor. Thus, having momentarily observed Jiang Hui's angry and aggrieved expression, Jason interrupted Mr. Carl's torrent of words thoughtfully. As a parent, please remain calm. I believe it is somewhat hasty for you to judge the course of events and right and wrong so decisively. I suggest we continue to let Miss Jiang finish speaking. There may be a reason for her actions, and perhaps we should first hear her explanation. What do you mean? Are you implying she had a valid reason to beat my son like this? What reason, what grievance could justify such a beating? Look at her, not a hair out of place, and she still dares to pretend to be unconscious. She's probably just afraid to wake up and face the cross-examination. At this, Carl grew even angrier. I'd like to ask what grievance or enmity your son had that made him suddenly ambush me and kick me twice in the chest. Pretend. Do you realize that your son's kick was enough to cause internal bleeding? I was in pain, severe pain. If my spiritual power hadn't gone berserk, I would have broken his limbs. He was lucky I didn't. The girl sneered. Hey, you little brat, you're twisting the truth. You bully someone and then claim my son ambushed you. A pure-hearted boy like my son. Why would he suddenly ambush you? Then why would I suddenly beat him like this, eh? Jiang Hui cut off his circular logic. Circular arguments. She was good at those too. The other party faltered, then stammered. How should I know why you beat him? Maybe you're jealous of him. Just wanted to bully him. I've said it before. I don't even know what this ambusher looks like or who he is. What could I possibly be jealous of? Jiang Hui was done arguing with this person. I had a reason to be there. Today my homeroom teacher punished me with laps. I was just finishing my run and about to pack up when this classmate suddenly went berserk and kicked me without cause with lethal force. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd be the one lying there now. The result is merely tit for tat. You should ask him. Have him explain why he was there at that time. And don't say I was jealous or deliberately bullied him. Did I invite you to the training ground just to beat you up? Jiang Hui's gaze fell on the person on the sofa, her eyes blazing. Classmate, you're awake, aren't you? I can see. Stop pretending. Get up and accuse me. I'd like to hear your excuse. Carl woke up at an inopportune moment. Jiang Hui had beaten him into a swollen mess, leaving both wrists and one leg slightly fractured, injuries that were far from trivial. Moreover, Jiang Hui's assault was no mere beating. The overwhelming psychic pressure she unleashed in that fleeting moment of loss of control had also inflicted considerable damage upon him. Carl's placement in Class 2 attested to his innate capabilities. He had already undergone his second awakening, reaching the B tier. This was a commendable level among those not yet fully awakened on this planet, holding promise to reach a tier upon full awakening. Even if he failed to enter a military academy, he could still secure admission to a decent school. He likely never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. The minor mishap from his second awakening had been mostly healed by Jiang Hui, and a recent test showed one of her psychic ability ratings approaching A. Though A and B might seem just one grade apart, the clash of pure power was terrifying. Carl vividly recalled being utterly defenseless as Jiang Hui's psychic force overwhelmed him with crushing superiority. That was the true reason he had been immobilized by Jiang Hui, not due to the perfection of her restraint technique or her physical strength, but rather the sheer dominance of her psychic tier. He counted himself fortunate to have lost consciousness early and that she had also passed out soon after. Otherwise, had he remained awake to face such a bloodthirsty frenzy, his remaining leg would likely have been broken as well, and the overall damage would have been far worse. When she regained consciousness, she paid little attention to her surroundings, only to overhear her father arguing with the school faculty over who was at fault. He knew full well whose fault it was. If not for his injuries, Carl would have gladly put on a show to exonerate himself from the blame. But the pain was too great, racking his entire body, and his adversary was too ferocious. For a moment, Carl hesitated whether to wake up and support his father. Yet Jiang Hui had already exposed him without leaving any room for pretense. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the gazes converging from all directions, settling upon him, trapping him in a dilemma where he could neither move nor stay still. Oh, my son, my good child, you're finally awake. If you hadn't woken, you wouldn't know how these people are framing you. If you stayed unconscious any longer, they might just sling mud on you and make you the guilty party. This father was clearly a shameless troublemaker. Watching from across the room, Jiang Hui couldn't help but wonder if this father knew the role his so-called good child had played in the incident. Or perhaps he was fully aware and the two were simply putting on an act together. His behavior was far from that of a rational adult. It was too deliberate. Since the other party had also regained consciousness, and she had cast her bait, all that remained was to see how they would bite. Jiang Hui had struck him with all her might back then. If interstellar humans hadn't evolved with harder bones, his nose would likely have been crushed. Healer Lu was driven to distraction by the parents' clamor, unable to work properly in the infirmary. He had to hastily grab some potions and come along, leaving the topical treatment medications unused. Thus, thanks to his father's meddling, Carl was forced to speak while still looking like a swollen mess. Little did he know that Carl was inwardly cursing his father for being a disaster. He hadn't even decided whether to keep pretending to be unconscious when his father jumped in and acknowledged it for him. But with his father's words already out and everyone's attention fixed on him, he had no choice but to brazen it out, pretending he had just woken up and calmly sit up. He was actually in a slightly better state than Jiang Hui. His injuries were merely external. Yet now his hands and legs ached, a failed attempt at a sneak attack. Ironically, this failure facilitated his evasion of blame. Naturally, he refused to admit guilt, and Carl couldn't help but feel a smug sense of satisfaction at the convenient circumstances. The boy furrowed his brows slightly, his expression natural and even tinged with grievance as he said, "I don't understand why classmate Jiang would treat me this way. I only wanted to retrieve something from the training ground. I left it there in a hurry after class today. This classmate who came with me can testify." As he spoke, he actually pulled a wallet-like item from his pocket, which contained a school card, a pass, and even a set of keys of unknown purpose. The excuse was quite plausible, whether it was improvised or premeditated. Moreover, the young man had a thick skin lying through his teeth, even though he knew full well he was the one who had launched the sneak attack. Now, not only did he refuse to confess, but he also turned around and falsely accused the victim. Quite a talent. With both parties giving conflicting accounts at the outset, neither willing to admit fault, this round of questioning was futile. The room fell into silence. Jiang Hui was the first to grow impatient with the stagnant situation and atmosphere. She felt terrible and just wanted to resolve the matter quickly so she could go rest. Being trapped here with no resolution while the perpetrator shamelessly played the victim was utterly nauseating. "Principal, I believe there should be surveillance equipment in the training ground. If you could review the footage, it would be clear who is lying." But the principal looked troubled. "Classmate Jiang, you may not know, but I had already considered checking the surveillance before you both regained consciousness. Unfortunately, one of the instructors accidentally damaged a monitoring port during a demonstration today, and the other ports were also affected by the cascading failure, forcing us to shut down those ports. This had happened while she was in the infirmary, and Stark had been there too. Only they had missed the timing and were completely unaware." Jiang Hui. "Principal, I believe the school's security management is seriously lacking. Last time the surveillance routes were also inadequate with many blind spots and mace, and the others nearly got taken by star beasts without anyone knowing. And now this again." Principal Jason was speechless. But who could have predicted such an incident would occur? Jiang Hui intended to express her dissatisfaction to the school administration, hoping the principal might offer an alternative solution. But someone else was quicker to speak. "Huh? So you're saying there's no evidence? No one can prove that this female student is telling the truth. Then what are we even discussing?" Good. Jiang Hui now confirmed that this parent was likely far more aware of his son's true nature than anyone else realized. Words like evidence have been used. A normal victim's parent would never say such things. His focus would solely be on seeking justice for his child, while this individual seems to be creating an exaggerated atmosphere throughout, making him appear foolish and even impatient to argue. But upon careful consideration, isn't this just a way to obscure the truth? The other party might want people not to overly focus on the event itself, deliberately creating such chaos to tire them out in dealing with these difficulties. Now the truth is finally exposed, and they don't even bother to cover for Jiang Hui, immediately stating there is no surveillance, no evidence. So, is their focus now solely on the lack of evidence? No evidence? What evidence? Is her son not the very evidence of wrongdoing? Jiang Hui knows that her thoughts are somewhat dark, always assuming the worst of people. But she has to plan for herself because the other party has parents advocating for them, while she does not. Neither in this life, nor in her past life. When she was young, she was a model student at school, never causing trouble and never having her parents called in. However, there were quite a few students like that in school, and the incidents they caused were all manner of strange, with odd events naturally following. After each incident, it would always be reported by those with ulterior motives, becoming a major hot topic at the school. Thus, the conflicts between parents and the school that she heard about were not few. Of course, most people are ordinary individuals living mundane lives, having received a certain level of education, navigating according to the rules of society. When children face conflicts at school, they are relatively easy to handle. But there is also a small portion of parents who, due to outdated beliefs or their elevated social status, have a misperception of the responsibilities of the school and teachers, making cooperation in handling matters not so easy. Of course, there are schools that are quite powerful and end up oppressing the parents of students. Clearly, the current situation corresponds to the former. "Mr. Carl, you seem quite excited," someone suddenly said with a teasing laugh. The speaker didn't seem to belong to either camp of the heated argument. It was the Captain Zhou, who had been acting merely as a background figure since his arrival. Although he could be considered a relevant party in this incident, as the officer responsible for campus patrol arrangements, a school is so large that it's impossible to cover every aspect. But when issues arise, it ultimately falls upon him, the person in charge, to step forward. Although he seemingly pointed out Mr. Carl's flaws unintentionally, it successfully redirected everyone's attention towards him. Everyone present wasn't foolish, they were simply too distracted by this person's antics. However, the act of feigning ignorance could only last so long. Sometimes people just choose not to notice, not because they cannot. But now they truly found themselves in a dilemma, as discerning who was telling the truth was difficult, and it was quite hard to bring the deceitful father-son pair to light. I think we should report this to the Patrol Bureau. The Patrol Bureau. Two voices sounded simultaneously, Mr. Carl and Captain Zoe said. The former appeared quite confident and unafraid, while the latter seemed to have an expression of someone watching the fun. No need. No need. This was also two voices speaking at the same time. The former was Jiang Hui, and the latter was Stark. The two exchanged surprised glances, clearly not expecting each other to speak at this moment. How could Jiang Hui agree to report to the Interstellar Patrol Bureau? While she wasn't very familiar with other aspects of the interstellar realm, she had done more research on certain topics than many of her peers. True, Jiang Hui was an ordinary person, but she was the one who had thoroughly read the entire protection law for incomplete awakeners. Initially, she read it to better understand the rules and laws of the interstellar world, but unexpectedly, it has now developed a new purpose. Thus, she knew that in such situations the report would likely end with both parties being advised to resolve the matter themselves, given that both were in the state of being incomplete awakeners. Moreover, if not handled properly, it could even put her in a disadvantageous position, such as being deemed excessively defensive and being required to compensate the other party for part of their medical expenses. Neither of these outcomes was what Jiang Hui wanted. Did this guy think that after doing such a thing, just getting beaten up would allow him to escape responsibility and even try to extort some medical fees from her? She hadn't even asked for medical fees from him yet. It doesn't matter if the surveillance is problematic, she has a way out, and fortunately, she left herself a backup. But what about Stark, the class teacher? Could he have also read the protection law for incomplete awakeners? Jiang Hui turned to look at the person behind her, only to immediately receive a relatively serious gaze from him, as if to stop her. In the next moment, she heard her class teacher solemnly say to the principal, "No need to trouble the Patrol Bureau. If evidence is required, we have it readily available." Now, not only were the others stunned, but Jiang Hui was also dumbfounded. But she hadn't even discussed this matter with anyone else. Could it be that Stark's insight was sharp enough to identify a micro-video recorder? This device was hidden in her button. Without careful examination, she couldn't even find it herself. Well, what? Mr. Carl and his son immediately showed signs of surprise and panic, then seemed to think of something, their demeanor unstable. If there is, why not take it out quickly? What is this charade? Who knows if you two conspired together? Stark didn't even bother to look at them, seemingly too lazy to talk to them, only glancing at Jiang Hui and pointing to the area near her collar. She thought he truly knew she was hiding a micro-video recorder. But this movement and angle didn't seem to indicate that near her collar. She only had a necklace-shaped spatial button. Now Jiang Hui really couldn't figure it out. She suspiciously took off the necklace and lifted it up under the other's silent nod. Stark took Jiang Hui's necklace and said to Principal Jason, "This spatial button has a special molecular particle sensing interception device that can simulate images, sounds, energy flows, and even sense within 100 meters. Jiang Hui, what on earth? Isn't this just an ordinary spatial button necklace? How come she didn't know it had such an impressive function, and neither did the original owner?" Stark glanced at Jiang Hui and explained in a serious tone, "Without hesitation, this item was exchanged by me from the military's experimental area 7 years ago, with the coding to prove it. Moreover, this item is produced by the military and is specifically used for evidence collection in various fields. If it can be extracted for use as evidence, I trust no one will have any objections." Yes, this item was obtained by Stark from the experimental zone 7 years ago using a considerable amount of military merits and was gifted to the original body as a birthday present. Although the original body had never met this Uncle Tang, he had never forgotten this almost stranger of a niece. When Jiang Hui was alive, he never tired of boasting about his daughter, to the point where Stark's ears were practically worn out. He was born with a cold heart and had no parents. He grew up stumbling through life alone, and only after joining the military did he seem to find his roots. For the rest of his life, he would likely dedicate himself to the Empire from birth to death. But in his life, there were a few strands of different color, like that foolish friend of his. He actually didn't know if they could be called friends, because when the other was alive, he never honestly admitted to the word friend. It was always Jiang Hui who kept approaching him and building the relationship. His life was very dull, but Jiang Hui was a very sociable person. The other was born into a happy family, received a good education, was naturally intelligent, and methodically chose the military career he liked. He advanced much faster than his peers, and even married and had a daughter without any delay. He possessed everything Stark lacked. A person with no similarities or intersections with him insisted on befriending him. At first, Stark only thought it was a rich young master's whim or some condescending game, but he never expected this person's enthusiasm to last for 10 years. He witnessed many important moments in the other's life as a friend, even as family. Although Stark's proud nature never allowed him to fully open up and befriend him unknowingly, he had long regarded him as family. The year Jiang Hui was born, he took the initiative for the first time and attended the child's full moon banquet. Although he didn't agree to Jiang Hui's request to become the child's godfather, he silently kept this almost formed wonderful bond in his heart, preparing birthday gifts for Jiang Hui almost every year. But he never appeared in the child's life, and at that time Jiang Hui was too young to know she had such an Uncle Tang. The year Jiang Hui was preparing for her 8th birthday, Stark once again received an invitation from Jiang Hui and his wife. He somehow agreed and brought back this gift after a battle, the molecular particle sensing interceptor with storage space, intending to leave a surprising contingency for the child. But no one expected that before he could return to the Interstar systems with Jiang Hui and his wife, he received a frontline deployment order. They had to miss the birthday banquet, and the gift was naturally sent back to the Jiang family via express, ending up in Jiang Hui's hands. This sudden defensive battle lasted for over half a year. Moreover, the Star Beast's assault was exceptionally fierce. In just half a year, they lost many comrades, and were even forced to retreat step by step. This had never happened in nearly a decade. At that time, the front line was short of personnel, so even a lieutenant like Stark had to bear many tasks and pressures. Jiang Hui's wife Jiang Yilin was an exceptionally capable mecha warrior. She was strong, one of the strongest among the younger generation on their front, with a bright future ahead. Moreover, she was open-minded and possessed a fortitude that many men could not match. Stark sometimes couldn't believe that his carefree friend could win the heart of such an outstanding officer. At that time, the three of them, along with many young colleagues, bore immense pressure on that front, constantly waiting for the military to send reinforcements. After all, the Empire had many fronts and the number of troops stationed in each area was fixed. To increase them, they had to submit reasonable data and battlefield analysis models. But no one expected that the steadily advancing front suddenly tightened over a few days. Star beasts emerging from unknown sources pressed endlessly onto this line. They were already short-handed, and the Empire's reinforcements took time to deploy. The situation grew increasingly tragic. Stark didn't want to recall what happened next, just ruins and corpses everywhere. In that war, he completely lost his two friends. Commander Jiang. He didn't even get to see her one last time, only watching helplessly as she drove her mecha into the blazing flames. Jiang Hui soon followed suit, but he was lucky enough to have a whole body in death. In his dying moments, he mocked Stark's disheveled appearance with a smile uglier than tears, while wiping his own tears and glancing toward where Jiang Yilin had sacrificed herself. He even laughed bitterly and said, "Didn't this count as saving him once?" So it was a give and take, a beginning and an end. After walking through this world, he wouldn't leave behind any unpaid debts of gratitude. This fool was truly beyond stupid. Who would be thinking of such things in their dying moments? It was even worse than the unfunny joke head told before. But Stark couldn't say a word at the time, nor did he dare to interrupt, because he feared that if he cut him off, the other might never speak again. So he could only listen to him ramble on with those foolish words. In the end, he didn't forget the little daughter left at home. With a face full of guilt, he begged Stark to take care of their only daughter. This was probably the only thing they couldn't let go of. Stark agreed. Unfortunately, military affairs were demanding and beyond his control. This front dragged on for several years. By the time Stark was finally free, the child had already left in anger for the permanent garrison star system, and so he came here. He thought taking care of a little girl couldn't be that hard. Stark's impression of the child still lingered on Jiang Hui's descriptions of his daughter as innocent, cute, spoiled, but obedient. But who could tell him why this child was so plagued by misfortune? School hadn't even been open for a month, and she was already caught up in a Star Beast attack, then inexplicably ambushed. What was all this? Stark was now immensely grateful that when he exchanged the gift, he had the foresight not to choose those flashy storage devices. Instead, he spent a bit more military merit to acquire a somewhat peculiar combination. At the time, Jiang Hui scolded him for wasting military merits on such a strange, utterly useless thing. He probably never imagined that this item would be used in such a situation, so those military merits weren't really wasted. The others were somewhat dumbfounded upon hearing this, especially those in the know. In terms of function, the molecular particle sensing interceptor was indeed similar to surveillance footage or a camera, but this item was a genuine military instrument exclusively supplied by the military and completely unavailable on the outside. And such an item, even for high-ranking officers to purchase, required a certain channel. Now it had been made into a space button and appeared on a child. Even spoiling a child wouldn't go this far. Seeing that the crowd still harbored doubts, Stark requested a universal projector from the principal. Linking it to the capture device via the control console in the principal's office, he seemed to input something akin to an operation code, and the projector indeed displayed a peculiar page. The surface was pitch black, devoid of anything, but upon closer inspection, it was dotted with countless points of light arranged in neat rows and columns. Stark performed some unknown operation on his end, and the screen gradually began to change. The originally orderly points of light illuminated unevenly, some forming lines, others weaving into zigzagging rings and spirals. Then before everyone's eyes they slowly constructed a three-dimensional image transitioning from colorless to colored, even exuding a hint of luster. The pitch-black environment was discernible, yet it did not hinder them from witnessing through this peculiar instrument the two individuals locked in a brawl in the darkness. Fragmented voices emanated from the screen, the girl's voice gradually growing clearer. "You coward, do you dare face me in a direct fight? Enjoying your sneak attacks, aren't you? Let you savor it. It'll make you." Whether Stark adjusted the soundboard or her own voice was naturally loud, Jiang Hui's voice almost instantly filled the entire room. A hiss. That sounded quite ferocious. Did she actually say that? It didn't seem to ring a bell. Jiang Hui thought back carefully. At that time, she seemed to have been in a rather chaotic and irritable state, unable to suppress her emotions. That remark truly didn't sound like her usual demeanor. Jiang Hui felt everyone's gaze pierce through her in an instant, and even Stark, who was adjusting the capture device above, cast a fleeting glance her way, instantly filling her with a sense of shame. Though she didn't understand why she felt ashamed. But this segment had already revealed half the truth. Who was right and who was wrong needed no further deliberation. Stark paid no heed to the abnormally tense atmosphere and continued to rewind, aiming to reconstruct the entire incident. After all, this device was no ordinary tool. It had specific applications and couldn't be used to freely adjust the starting point like surveillance or recording equipment. Moreover, it only passively perceived and analyzed the environment. Without manual restoration, it wouldn't generate that portion of projected data. This device had never been used in the past 7 years and had generated no data, never expecting it to come in handy under such circumstances. The entire affair was not complicated and its duration was brief. Rewinding just over 20 minutes laid the whole scene out before everyone's eyes. It was clear that Jiang Hui had been the victim from start to finish. After her escape to the track field, just as she bent to pick up her hat, that Carl fellow ended his over 10-minute ambush and struck the unsuspecting Jiang Hui. He had underestimated Jiang Hui's aggression only to be severely injured by her out-of-control spiritual power. With irrefutable evidence before them, the Carls were left speechless. No amount of words could help. "You ungrateful wretch. What exactly are you doing? You actually assaulted a classmate." "Mr." Carl gritted his teeth violently, thrusting young Carl's head downward. The force was unsparing, causing the boy's injury-dazed head to lurch as if it might fall off. "How have I taught you? Get along with your classmates. You promised me. If your mother were still here seeing this, how heartbroken she would be." "With that, Mr." Carl spoke with great emotion. "My sincere apologies to all the teachers and the principal. My child lost his mother young and has been mentally unstable ever since. His mother's death dealt him a severe blow. From then on, he became unruly, easily agitated, and often did things beyond his control. But he truly meant no harm. It's my failure to teach him properly. The fault is mine. Please, everyone, it is your failure to teach him. I believe you, sir, still fail to grasp the essence of this incident. Regardless of whether your child suffered trauma in his youth or is emotionally volatile, that is no justification for him to ambush an innocent classmate. And do you truly believe your apology is owed to us? I think the victim is more entitled to receive it." Stark shut down the capture device, handed it back to Jiang Hui, and said coldly. The man flushed with embarrassment immediately and roughly dragging his child to apologize to Jiang Hui. Watching the boy bruised and swollen from her blows being forced into repeated blows by his father, Jiang Hui felt not a flicker of emotion. She was merely exhausted, and amidst the pain her mind was filled with confusion. "So may I ask now?" Jiang Hui couldn't help but say, "Classmate, how have I offended you? You skip classes, slack off during military training, and inexplicably target me for a beating. I don't even know you. Miss Jiang Hui is truly a busy noble. You haven't even recognized a fellow classmate after all this time since enrollment," Carl said through gritted teeth. With that remark, Jiang Hui realized that this Carl fellow was indeed her classmate. She recalled someone named Brown Carl in the class, but she wasn't familiar with him and had barely spoken to him. This only deepened her confusion. As if sensing Jiang Hui's bewilderment, something struck a nerve in Carl, and he grew even more furious, wrenching himself free from his father's grip. "People like you born into privilege naturally look down on commoners like me. You enjoy the best resources, choose any major you want, and even the teachers give you special treatment. How could you possibly understand how hard we ordinary people have to climb for just a scrap of resources? You wonder why I hit you? No reason. I just despise you. A backdoor connection through and through, with relaxed training standards, extra lessons on the side, and even your spiritual power test results are kept under wraps, probably because you know your aptitude is embarrassing. Someone like you deserves to be in the same major and class as me. Do you think anyone in the class finds you tolerable? Jiang Hui thought, apart from the military family connection, which of those accusations even applied to her? She had trained diligently. Besides, no one had met Stark's standards, yet everyone was running until they collapsed. She was weak, but far from the very bottom. After venting his spleen at Jiang Hui, he turned to face the approaching class advisor Stark, seemingly unafraid, and roared with a twisted face, "And you dare call yourself our class advisor? All you do is cater to these privileged brats while cracking down harshly on us, ordinary folks. Your so-called strict standards seem to apply only selectively, just because they were born with a silver spoon and have good parents. What gives them the right?" Stark, being berated by a student pointing at his nose, didn't even twitch an eyebrow. He stared expressionlessly at the youth whose face was twisted beyond recognition, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. "What gives them the right? I don't know about others. But as for Jiang Hui, she indeed has it because of her good parents. Because for decades her parents tirelessly labored for the safety of the Empire's borders, ultimately sacrificing their own lives. Because her parents held off tens of thousands of star beasts at the HD-1 defense line. Because her father saved Stark's life. In the end, this farce concluded in a hasty and unsatisfactory manner. Jiang Hui was given an absurd justification, while the perpetrator, though deserving of punishment, remained unrepentant, leaving no one content. This student Brown Carl ultimately did not apologize to Jiang Hui. After Instructor Stark's speech, he fell into a prolonged silence. Yet no matter how his father, the principal, or the teachers tried to persuade or reprimand him, he remained utterly impervious, completely lost in his own thoughts. Jiang Hui no longer needed his apology, for she would not willingly forgive an assailant who was clearly mentally disturbed. Stark shared this sentiment. Given the severity of the offense and the high moral standards required by his major, the school could not allow such a student to continue studying there, at least not within their institution. Whether he apologized or not, and regardless of whether Jiang Hui forgave him, expulsion from Beska Intermediate Academy was inevitable. Stark firmly submitted the recorded footage to the Patrol Bureau for filing. For even though the interstellar community provided comprehensive protection for the unawakened, all individuals, awakened or not, were citizens of this vast empire. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Young Mr. Carl was destined to pay for his actions. Jiang Hui took no further part in the ensuing events. Stark, evidently impatient with the futile arguments, grabbed her and followed Lu Jin back to the medical office, as her mental state had yet to stabilize. The remaining matters were left to the school's handling. Naturally, due to the chaos caused by the missing surveillance footage, the principal assured them he would have it repaired overnight. He silently resolved to submit a proposal to the board for upgrading the entire school's surveillance system, as he had no desire to endure such distressing incidents again. It seemed that staying in a position too long invited all sorts of troubles. He had worked at the school for over a decade, receiving commendations every year. Yet this year accidents kept occurring, 2 in a row, nearly causing a major disaster. Principal Jason and his assistant teacher Duan felt utterly exhausted. The matter was temporarily resolved, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Only the poor therapist Lu Jin still had to continue working, despite Jiang Hui's clear reasoning and even accusations earlier. Carl's kicks were no light matter. She suspected she might have suffered internal injuries. The potent supplement had kept her going, but this forced clarity only amplified her physical pain. In her completely relaxed state, Jiang Hui felt even greater agony. Once let out of the principal's office, a sharp throbbing pain erupted in her abdomen. She could barely walk a few steps before Stark had to carry her back to the medical office on his back. Lu Jin quickly brought out diagnostic equipment to examine Jiang Hui's condition. In truth, this procedure had already been performed once before going to the principal's office, but the parent was exceedingly difficult, causing chaos that prevented both children from receiving proper examination and treatment. Jiang Hui had been given some painkillers and stabilizers in time, which sustained her until now. But young Mr. Carl was truly undermined by his father, who dragged him around without properly immobilizing his hands and legs. He had outright rejected Lu Jin's suggestion to bring Carl to the medical office. It was likely that after the principal finished handling everything, he would still have to take the child to the hospital upon leaving school. What a pointless ordeal. Though he deemed young Mr. Carl's conduct improper, a healer's heart embraced all. He was willing to treat any injured patient and wished to see them healthy. However, after conducting a complete, uninterrupted examination on Jiang Hui, Lu Jin found it harder to sympathize with young Carl. How could children nowadays be so ruthless? Though Jiang Hui had broken Carl's hands and legs, those were merely external injuries. But his initial sneak attack, those 2 vicious kicks aimed at her, were delivered with lethal intent, utterly reckless, and without regard for consequences. Human internal organs are the most vulnerable. No matter how powerful a person, being kicked twice like that without any defense would be enough to cause serious trouble. Jiang Hui's stomach and gallbladder were damaged to varying degrees, causing excruciating pain, while her spleen was compressed, nearly inducing shock. Protected beneath abdominal fat, internal organs are not easily injured, but once damaged the condition is severe, hence why Jiang Hui had suffered so much pain and discomfort. This persistent pain further stimulated her already unstable brain domain, causing a small burst of psychic energy to spill out, as if an accumulation had forced a tiny release. Yet such a forced release was far from beneficial for a stable psychic cycle, worsening the instability in Jiang Hui's brain domain. She could not afford any further stimulation of her psychic energy in the short term, otherwise the cracks and imbalance would deepen, hindering later treatment for her closed brain domain. After analyzing the report, Lu Jin was both furious and anxious. He hurriedly prepared a special stabilizer for Jiang Hui, but it would only last at most a month. She would need to begin guided treatment soon, otherwise if this instability formed a closed loop the consequences would be dire. This treatment required his teacher therapist Michael, who had replied that he might visit in about half a month. Then the medical office's treatment room was left with only the two of them. After a moment of silence, the elder took the initiative to ask, still in great pain. The person, numbed by the dull aches throughout her body, paused before nodding slowly and then shaking her head a little better. She didn't notice her slurred speech or hoarse voice, which sounded truly miserable. The elder seemed to hesitate for a moment. After a long while, Jiang Hui felt the person beside her raise a hand and gently stroke her head. Jiang Hui trembled, slightly stiffening, then shook her head, as if trying to shake off the discomfort, her rigid neck finally beginning to relax a little. Stark seemed to strive for a gentler tone. Do you want to sleep for a while? He'll wake you when therapist Lu comes out. But Jiang Hui shook her head, then asked softly, Uncle Tang, do you think I'm really wasting resources like this? Stark thought she might have been swayed by young Carl's earlier words and felt a slight annoyance at her foolishness. He patted her head bluntly, much harder than the distant light touch before, yet still light, for he was mindful of her unstable psychic state and didn't really apply force. You believe whatever others say, but only remember half of what I teach you. You really know how to pick and choose. The so-called waste of resources is essentially a matter of uneven distribution. Others may perceive it as such, but one should not adopt that view themselves. For if you too come to believe you are wasting resources, then the extra portion you possess loses its meaning. The correct approach is to confront this uneven distribution heat and to utilize it fully and wisely, and to transform it into your own strength. In this process, any so-called waste can only be considered reasonable attrition. As for the uneven allocation of resources, that is a stark reality, for the world itself was never fair. Unfairness is always relative. It may be unfair to Carl and Jiang Hui, but Jiang Hui will one day encounter those who enjoy resources from even higher echelons, and she too will face such inequity. Young Mr. Carl fails to understand that once he leaves this school, his life ahead will be fraught with far greater injustices. Jiang Hui must also grasp this truth. She will not forever bask in the privilege of superior resources and must learn to accept the descent into lower status. As for young Carl's motives, they were not as reckless or impulsive as they seemed. First, the timing of his attack. He clearly seized the natural advantage of a surveillance malfunction. From the particle imagery retrieved, it was evident he had been watching and waiting for a long time, calculating every move. Had Jiang Hui not proven more formidable in combat than he anticipated, he would likely have succeeded and fled without a trace. Second, he harbored resentment toward the entire privileged clique within the class, loathing and coveting the special treatment and favor they received. Yet he dared not target Chun Wenbai, the true underperformer who was coddled due to frailty, because Chun hailed from the powerful Chin family on Tucker Star. Nor did he dare lay a hand on Major Merrill's daughter. In the end, he chose Jiang Hui, whose family background seemed the most ordinary and harmless, even though she hardly fit the profile of the favored group he despised. So young Carl must have been well aware of this, yet he made his choice with a double standard. Stark refused to let such a morally bankrupt individual affect Jiang Hui. He wanted Jiang Hui to understand why the strong prevail, to learn to grow powerful from within, unswayed by external forces or circumstances. Regardless of the path this child would tread in the future, Stark hoped she would become a person of true inner strength. As I told young Mr. Carl earlier, most of your resources come from your parents, your family, and even the rights you inherently possess. Since they have fallen into your hands, use them well. Why dwell on such thoughts? If you truly believe you're wasting resources and cast them away to others, do you think that constitutes fair allocation? Imagine if those resources fell into the hands of young Mr. Carl today. They might well become a curse, and he would bite the hand that feeds you at the very least. And haven't you already found your own answer? Stark glanced at Jiang Hui. Just moments ago, he had worried the child might be swayed by such trash talk, but when he met her eyes, unprecedentedly resolute, he knew she had long held her own answer, her mind clear. She only sought a little extra push. Stark felt both pleased and wistful, sensing that this inner journey mirrored one their ancestors had traversed countless times. Now you see how infuriating it is to have resources and not use them well, Stark said with a light snort, his meaning clear, and said no more. Uncle Tang, I think I want to keep going like this to grow stronger. You. Before he could finish, he heard her breathing change, and when he looked, she had fallen asleep sitting there. It was already midnight. Stark straightened her up, laid her on the cot in the infirmary, drew the curtain, and gestured to Lu Jin, who had just returned to talk outside. But the girl they thought was fast asleep had already entered a wondrous spiritual realm, stepping into another world to begin her daily routine anew. She was about to experience the second unexpected little surprise of this day. Jiang Hui raised her hand in a tentative gesture, as if holding something, and a book floated unsteadily in midair. With a mere thought, it seemed enchanted, its pages rustling in a flurry. For a moment, she could almost hear the BGM from Hogwarts. She stared dazedly at her unscratched hand. There should have been a bloodstain from today's fight, and confirmed she was within the spiritual space. Her mental control seemed stronger in this space. Jiang Hui straightened up from the sofa, waving her hand with theatrical flair. As her mind stirred, numerous hefty tomes materialized from nowhere, floating in a circle around her, an impressive display. She suddenly realized she might have overdone it, a hint of sweat beading on her forehead. Then, as if some stray thought triggered it, over a dozen books hovered above her head, rustling in a circle, a truly spine-chilling sight. One moment she thought of sending back the standard mech expansion, she spotted the next she was distracted by a fascinating cover titled Particle Material Separation, and then another hefty, hard-to-memorize book called something like XX Progress History. Jiang Hui was clearly losing control of her runaway thoughts. Not only did the books fail to retreat, but more volumes appeared in a rush, trailing after her like a cloud. After a chaotic melee among 20-odd books, they completely lost control and crashed down in a heap, leaving Jiang Hui's head throbbing. The 48 hours of this day for Jiang Hui were truly a mess. The school acted swiftly, issuing a public reprimand for Carl's misconduct the next day and expelling him. They also published a newspaper apology for the negligence regarding the damaged surveillance. The following day, Jiang Hui received compensation from the school. She almost wondered if it was because she had questioned the principal about the surveillance issue yesterday, as he had even transferred the reward promised for her rescue during the training exercise. Waking up and opening her light brain, she could hardly believe her eyes. The compensation and reward were straightforward. Personal points totaling 245, instantly making her the highest scorer among all freshmen. But for now, she had no idea how to use them. At present, Jiang Hui couldn't quite appreciate the joy this reward and compensation brought. She was temporarily grounded, forced to rest for 3 days before being allowed to rejoin the remaining military training. The training spanned 30 days, and she had already accumulated 4 or 5 days of recovery from injuries, a sheer waste of time, she thought. Having just resolved to grow stronger, Jiang Hui was exasperated. With about 8 days left until the training ended, it was nearing its conclusion. Fortunately, she still caught the shooting specialty training, or she would have had another subject to catch up on when school started. Jiang Hui could clearly sense that the atmosphere in the classroom had shifted upon her return. It seemed some whispers had spread, and she, who had always been an unnoticed presence in the class, suddenly found herself the subject of many poorly concealed, observant glances. Most of these gazes held no malice, curiosity rather than scrutiny to find them. The young heart finds it hard to hide its thoughts, and these restrained, albeit polite glances were actually quite conspicuous. Watching them repeatedly hesitate on the verge of speech, Jiang Hui almost felt like grabbing one of them to ask directly. It would be far better than enduring this collective hesitant silence with over 20 pairs of eyes fixed upon her in a similar manner. Particularly striking was Clarence, a classmate with whom she had long had little interaction. Today he seemed to deliberately pass by her, casually dropping a cryptic remark, "Don't bother with trash like that. Just make sure you're never caught alone again." Jiang Hui. His question seemed to trigger a signal. One after another, warm-hearted classmates approached, either inquiring if she was feeling better or consoling her not to mind those unpleasant individuals. Some even went so far as to pat her shoulder, wearing expressions of pure sympathy. Jiang Hui. She finally understood that this unusual behavior was likely connected to the ambush she had suffered in the training grounds a few days prior. These classmates had evidently heard the news, and believing she had been severely traumatized, intended to offer comfort and a touch of classmate warmth. While she had to admit she was genuinely a little touched. The young are often proud, yet also brimming with hot blood, finding nothing more detestable than the strong bullying the weak. They were naturally outraged by what had happened in their class, furious at the fool who had picked on someone vulnerable, and sympathetic towards the inexplicably victimized Jiang Hui. But she wondered how the story had been twisted in its telling. How had she become, in everyone's eyes, a pitiable soul shattered both physically and mentally? True, she had been ambushed and kicked until her internal organs were injured, but her attacker hadn't fared much better. The school had also upheld justice for her, expelling the culprit. Being expelled from an institution like Beska Intermediate Academy meant that young Carl would find it difficult to gain admission to any other reputable school. To continue his education, he would either have to transfer to a distant star system or settle for a lesser institution. The galaxy was vast, and it was unlikely their paths would ever cross again. Jiang Hui felt no sympathy for him. She was satisfied with the outcome and certainly not traumatized. Thus, while the collective sympathy provided a modicum of warmth, Jiang Hui was not crushed by the incident. Instead, it ignited a stronger resolve to train diligently and enhance her own abilities. Later, when Hillman came to find her at noon, Jiang Hui finally got the full story about the rumors circulating through their grade. As usual, they went to the second-floor cafeteria this time, with Jiang Hui treating. Having eaten there once, she found the flavors quite agreeable, and while the prices were steep, they were still within her budget. So when the kid rushed over in a panic to check on her, Jiang Hui led him to this place for a meal, returning the favor from last time. What? He mumbled, a piece of shredded pork in his mouth, seeming agitated. He chewed the meat fiercely as if venting his anger on a detestable foe grinding his teeth. So that's the truth of it. The reality is even worse than the rumors. I say, Jiang, you shouldn't have let him off so easily. A scumbag like that deserves to be reported to the patrol bureau and have a permanent record. If they weren't both incompletely awakened individuals, Jiang Hui might have unhesitatingly chosen that course of action. But knowing the extent of the Empire's protection for the incompletely awakened, Jiang Hui decided it wasn't worth the effort. Their status provided a natural shield, and a legal battle would only waste her time and force her to endure further contact with that theatrical father and son. So she chose to let the school handle it directly. The final outcome was satisfactory enough. But Hillman interpreted this as Jiang Hui being soft-hearted, and he fumed indignantly. What kind of person does that? Ambushing and beating someone, then having the nerve to slander them all over such a ridiculous reason. If he lives like that, he'll never know a moment's happiness. There are plenty of children from powerful families in this world. In school, outside, and after graduation, in the workforce, the military, and politics. Is he going to pick a fight with every single one he meets? I think he's just a coward who bullies the weak. He saw you a slender girl and thought he could push you around. And using such a despicable sneak attack. Bah. Hillman was a straightforward person. He might not have delved into complex issues of social hierarchy, but he could clearly see the malicious intent behind young Master Carl's actions. After a torrent of curses, he continued muttering about how disgusting and unfair it all was, seemingly even more outraged than Jiang Hui herself. Then, driven by a mix of fury and sympathy, he immediately went to the counter and ordered several special nutritious dishes for Jiang Hui, insisting they were to help her recover. Jiang Hui wanted to say that after 3 days in bed pumped full of potent nutrient and recovery agents, she was in better shape than anyone. But she couldn't bring herself to interrupt his good intentions. When he returned, he told her, "You know, the very next day people heard about the fight in the training grounds. The disciplinary notice only named the attacker, but no one knew who the victim was. I only found out when I went to your classroom the next day and asked your classmates. They swore that a guy named Carl had cornered you in the training grounds and beaten you up. Then the homeroom teacher caught him red-handed, and the whole affair blew up, leading to his expulsion. The school had initially wanted to handle the matter discreetly. But Carl's father was no pushover. Seeing no way to clear his son's name, and with the boy expelled for malicious assault, he completely lost his composure, standing outside the administrative building and hurling abuse, refusing to leave. Many people overheard him. Combined with the school's prompt announcement, it was impossible for the students not to catch wind of it. They naturally pieced together the story, though it seems they got a few details slightly wrong. Jiang Hui hadn't expected it to escalate like this. She sighed. If only she had become a campus celebrity for something heroic like her recent rescue. Being known as the one who got beaten up was a bit hard to swallow. Jiang Hui's first day back in training ended in a rather awkward fashion. This was the final day of their physical conditioning intensive, and at its conclusion, Instructor Stark informed them that the upcoming week would be dedicated exclusively to marksmanship training. To provide them with an experience closer to military-level training, this marksmanship specialization would not be taught by their respective class advisors. Instead, a non-commissioned officer from the military would be assigned to each class to instruct the shooting course. After all, Stark and his colleagues had spent years on the battlefield and had long since moved beyond the military's basic curriculum. Even though the situations they later had to face were far more dangerous and difficult for the students, these instructors' experience was too advanced. If they were to teach foundational detail-oriented courses, it would be hard for the students to digest. Thus, the next morning, when Jiang Hui and the others arrived at the training ground, they saw, besides class advisor Stark, another unfamiliar non-commissioned officer. His attire was different from the military uniform Stark and the others commonly wore. It resembled more of a training uniform. Stark briefly introduced him as the officer temporarily assigned to teach them marksmanship and instructed the students to obey all his arrangements from then on. It was clear their new instructor was a man of few words, yet his overall appearance perfectly matched people's imagination of a non-commissioned officer. With dark skin, a stern expression, and a pair of bright, resolute eyes, he was a quintessential military figure. His inherent traits were so strong that even his handsome features seemed somewhat overshadowed. He calmly introduced himself as Nya and stated that he would be leading them in learning shooting. Before long, the officers responsible for delivering the equipment arrived carrying 2 large boxes. Stark and Nya opened them in front of everyone. Because everyone was still maintaining their military formation lined up front and back, those in the front rows could see clearly, but most people in the back had their view blocked. Furthermore, since Stark had not yet dismissed their formation, no one dared to make any sudden moves or walk around to the front to look. So they could only tense their muscles, craning their necks with all their might to get a glimpse. Whether they could actually see depended purely on their angle. Even among the girls in the class, Jiang Hui wasn't considered tall, but she stood relatively close to the front and successfully caught a glimpse of one corner of the box. It was also easy to guess what was inside. Since they were about to start shooting class, the items brought up were almost certainly firearms or something similar. From Jiang Hui's angle, she could see a corner of the box. Looking from the front, it was clearly a metal rod-like object, most likely a type of long gun. These were probably the teaching aids they would be using next. Although the 2 instructors seemed intent on inspecting the tools in the boxes, their minds were also preoccupied with the group of young recruits behind them. Having served in the military for years despite different ranks and experiences, they had all gone through basic training. They knew well what qualities a soldier truly needed. Capability was natural, but it also required a certain level of training and professional competence. Furthermore, it required obeying orders and thinking rationally. However, such qualities could never be innate. After all, there are no natural-born followers in this world. Every individual exists in the world with independent thoughts, naturally possessing their own ideas. But when one resolves to become a guardian of this nation, a pillar defending the empire's security, a shield for all citizens, the first thing one must learn is to temper one's personal edge, even to prune one's own thoughts and ideas, striving to integrate into the collective and the power of the masses. Of course, when you possess power that transcends the group and reaches a certain height to establish rules, then everything naturally becomes unconstrained. This is a very realistic and cruel matter. Because the military needs loyal individuals more than anything else, only such people can maximize the combat effectiveness of a unit. Therefore, if one cannot understand or accept this, it is better to leave this path early. In the brutal conflict between self-interest and collective good within the military, it is inevitably the former that heads towards destruction first. Thus, whether in preliminary preparations or formal training, whether in school or the military, the strategy for cultivating such students is generally the same. In a word, it's like taming a hawk, to break them and making them submit to the collective and learn how to serve it more effectively. Fortunately, after less than a month of training, these young ones had developed some basic awareness and learned their lesson, understanding the need to obey their commanding officers. If it had been more than half a month ago, they might have thought the instructors weren't watching and moved freely, or they might have been lulled into a false sense of relaxation by the change in environment and the slightly relaxed atmosphere. Only after confirming that everyone's hands and feet were firmly in place and no one had moved a step did the 2 feel truly satisfied. They then turned their attention to inspecting the teaching aids. Don't think that just because they prepared the equipment themselves, it couldn't be problematic. They had thought the same during their previous field training, yet a group of star beasts had inexplicably appeared, and the mastermind behind it still hadn't been found. So due to the incident during the recent field training, the school had elevated its safety control measures for all aspects of the new students' activities to a higher level, fearing any further problems. These items, though realistic in appearance, were actually harmless laser tag javelins. But after the last unresolved incident, who knew if a real TB assault rifle might be mixed in among the laser javelins? An accidental discharge could lead to a major disaster. Perhaps taking pity on the crowd who were craning their necks with curiosity, Stark ordered everyone to line up in parallel rows, allowing them to come closer and get a detailed look at the tools they would be using for their upcoming shooting lessons. With no obstruction to her view and no need to worry about posture restrictions, Jiang Hui finally saw the true appearance of the items in the box. The main tone was deep black, and the exposed parts at the connections in the middle looked like a type of refined steel. The entire rifle was about 1 meter in length. The front barrel was slender, widening towards the middle, and the rear part seemed to serve a counterbalance function. The overall lines were smooth. Even just looking at it without touching, one could feel the cold, raw sensation, unique to a weapon emanating from within. Is this real? Having never observed such real objects up close before, Jiang Hui felt an instinctive chill in her heart. It wasn't that she was timid, but in her past life, she had never come into contact with such dangerous items, nor would she have had any means to. The TB series rifle, with a total length of 97 centimeters, was almost the smallest in both standard and power among rifles. However, its advantage lay in flexible operation and relatively light overall weight, making it the most suitable firearm type for beginners. Yet she was not the only one who lost composure. For when the contents within the chest became clear, nearly all the young ones present let out an involuntary sigh of genuine admiration, praising these exquisitely detailed and lifelike teaching aids. Though these native interstellar youths possessed far broader knowledge and experience than Jiang Hui, who hailed from Blue Star, most of them came from ordinary families and had rarely, if ever, had the chance to be so close to such simulated military weaponry. Their impressions of such arms were largely drawn from films, the Starnet, or even a few sparse lines in books. Students from families with special status or those with access to such simulated weaponry were exceedingly rare. Even if they were, their families might not allow them such close contact with these dangerous items. But now it was different. Judging by the number of so-called teaching aids in the chest, it seemed there was one for every person. This meant each of them could have intimate contact with these highly realistic weapons, even getting hands-on experience. They wondered just how much the simulated versions differed from the real ones. After all, even the fakes were already this cool. 9 out of 10 of those who had chosen the Combat Specialist Division aspired to join the military and become Imperial soldiers defending their homeland. How could they resist such temptation? At that moment, despite their fear of the instructor's authority, they could barely contain their excitement. Fortunately, Stark and the others had no intention of reprimanding the children over military etiquette or attitude at that moment. The two instructors meticulously and rigorously inspected each rifle, adjusting them to the most suitable standards and parameters for the students. They then neatly arranged them in rows on the ground, quickly forming a square formation. The next moment, Stark ordered everyone to assemble in formation. After days of training, though they had all relaxed briefly, they swiftly responded to the command, forming the square. As they fell into formation, they immediately realized that their square matched the size and scale of the weapon array laid out by Stark and the other instructor. If they stepped forward in that formation, each rifle would land precisely at the right side of their feet. Jiang Hui estimated it would take about 6.5 steps, approximately 487 meters. She had only made a rough estimate, but she hadn't realized how precise her measurements were becoming, sometimes accurate to the minute and millimeter. In the past, she had been someone with such poor spatial awareness that she couldn't even distinguish left from right. Sure enough, Stark ordered them to take 6.5 steps forward and stand at attention. Now at the right side of each person's feet lay a long rifle, each about a meter in length. The scene was indeed quite spectacular, with the ground covered in cold, gleaming weaponry. Each rifle was over half a person's height, with fine details glinting with a certain icy weapon-like sheen. The visual impact was intense, truly testing one's psychological fortitude. Many students were already eager, unable to wait to hoist the hefty objects and fire off a few shots at an imaginary enemy, indulging in the thrill as if they were already sharpshooters. Yet imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. It was obvious that a soldier's first step with a firearm wouldn't be practical. Operation theory had to be understood first, no matter what. The instructor, named Nierki, stepped forward to replace Stark as the lead, ordering everyone to squat in place. This was not an ordinary squat, but a military posture squat, requiring the trainees to keep their backs straight and support their hips with their feet at specific angles, demanding much from their toes and core. Then in that position, he signaled for them to lift the issued rifles and rest them on their legs. Indeed, they were about to have a theory class. To truly pick up these weapons and fire a shot, they needed to understand the structure of this standard rifle machine gun. Otherwise, they might not even know which end was which, let alone how to use it. Jiang Hui followed the others, lifting the rifle somewhat clumsily. The moment her palm touched it, it felt slightly warm, both thrilling and surreal. As she lifted it onto her thigh, Jiang Hui realized this hefty object was far heavier than she had imagined. It wasn't like carrying a bag of rice or flour. Its density was more akin to sand or stone. After just a few seconds pressing against her thigh, the contact area felt warm and her toes tingled slightly. But that was hardly important. Jiang Hui's attention quickly became absorbed in Nierki's concise, yet refined explanations. Unconsciously, she used her eyes and hands to measure the rifle's data, including the dimensions of every ring, and as the instructor explained each component, even noted the texture of the painted surface. 97, 31, 5 kg, 0.001 mg. Total circumference of 3 rings. 6, 2, 18, 7, 59, 5. No one noticed that her eyes lowered toward the rifle, shimmered with an unusual silver light. Stark stepped back, silently listening to Nierki teach the students about the rifle structure while observing their hand movements. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, landing on a figure in the second row on the right. He noticed something unusual in her probing and handling. Her left hand, gripping the barrel, trembled slightly, with faintly visible veins. Stark frowned and quickly walked to that side to see what was happening. But when he turned to that side, the girl seemed to have returned to normal, her grip loosening slightly, her gaze accurately following the part Nierki was explaining. Everything seemed fine. Could he have misjudged? An illusion. Yet her breathing was indeed a bit irregular, resembling mental energy disturbance. Well, he would ask Lu Jin later, perhaps it was a lingering effect from the previous disruption. It seemed that after the military training he should urge the child to begin treatment as soon as possible. The consequences of the imbalance in the closed internal brain region were more severe than he had imagined, as if mental energy disturbance could strike at any time. Stark lingered nearby for a while, looking around, and only after confirming that the person's breathing had calmed down without major issues did he quietly move to the other side to check on the other students. Jiang Hui was unaware that while she was absorbed in reading the rifle's data, Stark had been observing her for a long time, mistaking her abnormal instinctive reading reaction as a side effect of the closed internal brain region. At that moment, she was wholly immersed in the rifle, entering a peculiar state of mind. The morning consisted of basic firearm training, but since this was a specialized shooting course rather than a study of weaponry, theoretical instruction was only brief. After a series of cursory explanations in the morning, everyone had gained a certain understanding of this model of firearm. Having passed the initial stage of not knowing where to place their hands and feeling their faces and minds flush, they quickly adapted and began fiddling with the highly realistic teaching aids with enthusiasm. By the end of the lesson, most could handle them proficiently. Fortunately, the instructors were well aware that these brats were mostly impulsive, rarely able to control their curiosity and urges. Even if their minds retained some rationality, their actions often outpaced their thoughts. Thus, after figuring out the structure of the laser rifles, no fewer than half a dozen people had accidentally pulled the trigger, resulting in a hollow click due to the lack of ammunition. These individuals naturally received special treatment from the instructors, detention after class, and laps around the track. After all, if such carelessness and impulsiveness were not curbed, and if the laser rifles had been loaded, many would have been hit by now. Such thoughtless behavior indeed warranted a lesson. Jiang Hui, of course, did not stand out too much as she was too immersed, and time seemed to slip by. When Stark and the others came to collect the rifles one by one, she was even a bit slow to react, instinctively shielding hers with her other hand. Stark paused in his movement, and Nierki, who happened to be passing by, also cast a glance over, a hint of inscrutability seeping from his eyes. Then this seemingly stern instructor actually raised his voice to the reluctant students. Look at you all, so eager. No matter how realistic these are, they are still fakes. How excited would you be if you ever got your hands on the real thing? All right, there are classes this afternoon, and the entire next week will be the same. No need to rush. Jiang Hui heard this and realized her reaction had been somewhat excessive. She quickly let go and handed the laser rifle over to Stark. The elder said nothing, merely glanced at her before continuing to collect the next rifle. Jiang Hui was left standing there, momentarily stunned, instinctively rubbing her fingers as if still recalling that mysterious and wondrous sensation. Once the teaching aids were stored away, the morning session concluded. The two instructors announced that the afternoon would officially begin with specialized shooting training and then dismissed the group. Having already experienced the thrill of the firearms, everyone was extremely excited at the news, eager to jump straight into the next class. Unfortunately, their wish was not to be granted. The group was herded out of the training ground by the two instructors, scattering in twos and threes to nearby temporary dining spots for lunch. Only the two instructors remained. After the trainees had all left, they stood in tacit understanding, neither making a move to leave. Let's go too. Packing up his belongings, sealing and locking them as required, and storing them in his space button, Nierki spoke without turning around. Stark knew the words were meant for him, but he did not respond immediately. The other let out what seemed like a helpless sigh, then turned around. Hey, old friend, it's been so long, and you're still as cold as ever. If I hadn't greeted you, would you have kept pretending not to know me and ignored me all along? Since when do I count you as an old friend? Stark tossed out this remark, casting a sidelong glance at the young man. I'm not going to argue with you about this. We've been arguing for years. Fine, not old friends. Old rivals then. Nierki closed the distance in 3 quick strides, stopping a step away from Stark. Let's go to the mess hall for a meal together. Even as old rivals. We've known each other for so many years. Surely you wouldn't refuse to share a meal. Stark neither agreed nor refused, simply turning and walking straight ahead, a silent acquiescence. Knowing the other's temperament would hardly produce any soft words, Nierki followed along, striking up a conversation on his own. The entire process flowed smoothly, a clear sign of a well-established pattern. Speaking of which, this school is really quite something. I had thought that educational resources in the border star systems would inevitably lag behind, but everything has turned out much better than I expected, even exceptionally so. Now I'm quite curious about what kind of academy this really is. Not only has my proud old friend willingly set aside his important duties and opportunities to come here, but the school is also teeming with hidden talents and scions of noble families. Apart from some familiar faces I can recognize, but not necessarily name, there are even Major Hank Lieutenant Lando members of the Zhou family, the Meisai family Manolan from the 11th Corps, and even someone from the Lu family of the Capital Star. And this is just an intermediate academy in a border star system. If not for knowing where this is, it could rival those famous academies in the interstar systems. Could this be one of the 8th Corps key talent cultivation bases? If so, deploying so many people here would make sense. But as Nierke watched the other's increasingly brisk retreating figure, he had initially managed to restrain his composure, contemplating how to persuade him with the right approach. However, upon seeing Stark's same old aloof demeanor, unmoved and unwilling to speak more than necessary, he couldn't contain his irritation. "Hey, Stark, is this how you plan to carry on? Abandoning your work, giving up your future, holing up here, and stagnating as a captain? Do you know how many people are eyeing your position? Do you realize that if you hadn't been so stubborn, you'd be a major by now? With good prospects, in a few years you might even have been a lieutenant colonel. Have you truly thought this through?" The man ahead must have heard him, but his pace did not falter. Seeing this, Nierke grew even angrier. He strode forward and planted himself directly in front of the other. "Are you just going to remain silent? Or do you think it's not worth telling me? Fine, if you won't tell me, at least you owe an explanation to Major General Su. He valued you so much, wanted to cultivate you, gave you resources others could only dream of. And this is how you repay him." Stark, who had been about to brush past him, suddenly halted, as if finally willing to engage in conversation. "I don't think that way." Nierke was about to say more when he heard the other say calmly, "You came on your own, didn't you?" The other man stiffened, wondering how he had been found out. Stark didn't even need to see the reaction to know the other had come alone, because if the Major General had sent him, the Major General wouldn't have sent anyone. When he had made his choice, he had already reported it to that person in advance. The other had been furious, but ultimately let go, setting a deadline. So it could only be that Nierke had come on his own. The private grievances between the two instructors were for the time being left untold, and Jiang Hui had no way of knowing them. She, along with all her classmates, finished their meal in high spirits. After a brief rest, they quickly hurried to the training ground to wait, anticipating the start of the real marksmanship training. As promised, Nierke had them practice shooting as soon as the afternoon session began. "Good, maintain this posture. Remember, treat your gun as your comrade, rely on and trust it, even regard it as an inseparable part of yourselves. Keep your hands steady, your eyes focused, and don't be afraid." Then he adjusted each of their stances one by one. Once he felt they had adapted sufficiently, he ordered them to stand up while holding their guns in position. The stance for holding a gun is simple, but to execute it swiftly, accurately, and without awkwardness requires exceptional skill. Even many veterans are prone to making mistakes on the battlefield, and a single error in their grip could prove fatal. This is no exaggeration. As a compulsory subject in the military, shooting is divided into two types. One is direct personal shooting. This is the most common and frequently used method, as it is not only required by the military, but also necessary for personnel from the Inspection Bureau or those undertaking special missions. The other type is derived shooting, mecha-related shooting operations. This involves firing using a mecha's built-in weapons or externally mounted shooting arms. In essence, it is shooting conducted through a mecha. While it shares core principles with personal shooting, it is also fundamentally different, yet both are inseparable from human operation. The grip errors Nierke mentioned typically occur during mecha shooting. Personal shooting has a relatively controllable range, and the size of the firearm is limited. At worst, one simply misses the target. However, with mecha shooting, or using external mecha weaponry, a minor deviation can lead to a catastrophic error. If the operation lacks precision or the direction is slightly off, it could hit someone else. In the worst-case scenario, hitting a teammate is not out of the question. Therefore, whether in schools or the military, shooting training for students demands strict adherence to grip posture and accuracy, with rigorous practice year after year to avoid irreversible mistakes in the field. However, this was merely a specialized exercise within the military training program. Nierke's time here was limited, so he could not teach in such detail, though at best this was just an introductory experience. Though his original intention was merely to see what Stark was up to, he still carried out his duties, earnestly, genuinely instructing these youngsters who might one day join the military and become his comrades. Watching these children, whose postures and expressions were still so raw, awkwardly hoisting rifles taller than half their bodies, Nierke signaled them to gather closer, presumably for the next phase. He led them to a spot several dozen paces before a vast peculiar net and ordered them to stop. Only then did they notice they were all standing behind a yellow line. It was not particularly long, but it could accommodate 5 people standing side by side. In fact, Jiang Hui had noticed this strange net earlier. When their group arrived early in the afternoon, they saw instructor Nierke fiddling with it. but it had not been used since the training began. It was a positioning net commonly used for shooting beginners. Well, to be honest, it was just a net with no technical sophistication. Only the material seemed remotely futuristic. The one unique feature was the peculiar nature of the threads. They did not seem to be single strands. Each appeared to be twisted from dozens or even hundreds of hair-thin filaments, with the entire thread barely half a millimeter thick. Under the sunlight, this exceedingly fine net seemed to cast layers of shimmering light, making it impossible to see clearly. Thus, this net, over 10 meters long and 3 to 4 meters high, hung, suspended a dozen meters away, so ethereal it barely seemed present. Were they supposed to shoot at this net? But the gaps were far too large. Shooting through them would hardly train one's aim. As Jiang Hui was lost in such idle thoughts, she heard Nya order the front row students to step forward, take their positions beyond the yellow line, and then shoot at the intersections of the net. Intersections? What? Jiang Hui was dumbfounded. Those threads, possibly less than half a millimeter thick, were barely visible even under sunlight. From this distance, what little clarity there was would be halved. Wasn't asking them to shoot at the intersections a bit too demanding? She vaguely began to understand why such colored threads were used for the net. They were already this thin, and now, with a glossy reflective sheen hitting them, seemed impossible. She was not alone in this thought. The other students were also astonished by this seemingly overly difficult and absurd requirement. Know this? How is that possible? I must have misheard. It should be the grid. Impossible, there's no way to do it. I said the intersections of the grid, and I will not repeat myself. Just do it. If you do not wish to take this lesson, you are free to leave. I will not stop you. Nya was visibly displeased with the students' lack of discipline and spoke impatiently. Almost instantly, the murmurs ceased. Clearly, they all recalled how Instructor Stark had summarily expelled those late students at the start of the term. Though Nya words were not as harsh, they instantly evoked the same authoritarian style. All right, stop dawdling. Time is limited. Don't make the others wait for you. And so the first round of shooting practice began in this pressured, reluctant atmosphere. As they started to operate, they realized shooting was far more difficult than they had imagined. Learning and thinking were one thing, actual operation was another. From the first row onward, chaos ensued. Some fumbled to find the safety catch, others could not figure out when to flip the switch, and some failed to react even when the instructor gave the order. Some, before they could even react, fired wildly with a bang, only to hit nothing. Nya gave them no time to recover or feel disappointed. He herded them to the back and ordered the next row to step forward and repeat the process. This time, even the students who had been trained over several weeks to remain calm and quiet could no longer keep their composure. The scene was exceptionally chaotic. Jiang Hui was in the fourth row. Before she could even react, her instincts took over as she followed the command, aiming the laser rifle forward. There was a point. Jiang Hui had long since noticed her own abnormality, starting from the last training exercise. No, perhaps from the moment she arrived in this interstellar world, she felt as though some indescribable changes were taking place within her. It was not, of course, the kind of change that came with inhabiting a new body, for she had adapted well to this vessel, with its new senses, and after her prolonged wanderings through the stars, she had long lost any prior sensations. Everything felt perfectly natural, without the slightest hint of discomfort. Yet she felt as if the very essence within her had undergone some transformation. Her eyesight had sharpened, her hearing had improved, and even her senses of taste and smell had grown keener. This could be attributed to the upgrade that came with being an interstellar human. But what of that uncanny intuition, so precise it sent a shiver down her spine? Once or twice Jiang Hui dismissed it as mere illusion or coincidence. Yet as it happened, more frequently manifesting in the most improbable of moments, she began to suspect that some unknown mutation had occurred within her. At times her eyes measured distances more accurately than a ruler, her aim was truer than a scope, and strings of icy data surfaced unbidden in her mind. Data that required no interpretation, as if etched into her soul and brain, comprehensible only to her. Was this truly an ability that a human could possess? Even though Jiang Hui's understanding of the interstellar world was limited and she knew little of the extent of genetic mutations among its inhabitants, she was certain that such powers could not arise from mere flesh and blood, at least not through natural evolution. There was no need to ponder its origin, only the mental space that had suddenly appeared deep within her mind could explain it. Yet deep down, Jiang Hui initially disliked this ability. It felt inhuman, as though the core of her mortal body might no longer be human at all. But why did she feel this way? How could she not be human? She could laugh, experience a range of emotions, think, and possess the same vulnerability and sensitivity as any human. The world she saw was vibrant and colorful, blurred, yet strangely clear. How could such a being be anything but human? She often wrestled with this suspicion, turning it over in her mind again and again. As time passed, she grew weary of this futile rumination and resolved to suppress the matter, focusing instead on living her life earnestly. Even so, those doubts and strange sensations clung to her, surfacing without warning to brush against her heart, impossible to evade. Over time, Jiang Hui gradually discerned the pattern of these sudden intuitions. She even sensed that she might be able to actively control or utilize them, though she had never thought to try. Today, as she raised the laser gun for the first time and aimed it ahead, an intense desire surged within her. Then everything happened in an instant. Before Jiang Hui could even react, her finger had pulled the trigger and the bullet zipped through the air. A momentary silence enveloped her ears. The world felt eerily quiet, her mind a blank void, empty of all thought. Moi. Nya, who was observing as usual, let out a soft murmur and turned to look from the other side. Jiang Hui, standing second from the left, stared blankly at the laser gun she had just operated, as if unable to believe what she had done. Nya approached the net for the first time, bending slightly to examine one of its nodes. A red dye had marked the spot, spreading outward from the node's center, staining a small patch that stood out vividly against the silvery sheen of the specialized net. Seeming somewhat satisfied, he cast a brief glance at the still-dazed girl and said, "Good. Finally, someone worthy of notice. Step down next row, keep it up." Then Jiang Hui and her row were quickly replaced by those behind, pushed to the rear. As she awkwardly came to her senses, she heard a classmate beside her whisper in awe, "Classmate Jiang, you hit it on your first try. How did you manage something so difficult?" Jiang Hui herself could hardly believe she had made that shot. Faced with the excited and admiring gazes of her peers, she didn't know how to respond, simply mumbling that she had been lucky. Fortunately, everyone remembered they were in training and didn't dare to indulge in idle chatter, or she might have been surrounded by a crowd by now. While she wasn't really that impressive, she had merely hit a single node. It would be truly cool to one day wield a real gun and take down a star beast with a single shot. With that thought, Jiang Hui unconsciously fingered the laser gun slung over her shoulder, already imagining the texture of a real firearm. Little did she know that, having once stubbornly insisted she would never consider the combat infantry division, a fundamental shift had already taken place deep within her barely a month later. But the person in question remained unaware of this change, continuing to descend step by step deeper into its pull. What followed was a tedious wait, as the training was conducted in rotations and their turn was limited. After Jiang Hui's hit, 3 or 4 others managed to strike nodes as well. However, instructor Nya did not offer praise to everyone. Some received only a brief glance, while others like Jiang Hui earned a rare commendation. And so the shooting practice began in this unremarkable manner. The entire afternoon was spent grappling with a positioning net that was neither too large nor too small. Regrettably, the results were disappointing. Despite numerous rounds of shooting by many people over the whole afternoon, few hits were scored on that modest net. Far from filling the net with dye by the end of the session, not even a tenth of its surface was covered. Those who could hit the nodes remained few and far between. Apart from her first 2 divinely guided hits, Jiang Hui failed several times in between, only managing to find her rhythm later and hit sporadically. Though she fared better than many in the class who never hit once, she paled in comparison to certain true prodigies, appearing less outstanding. That classmate Clarence was likely the only one among them. Although he missed his first 2 rounds, he seemed to find his footing afterward, striking true almost every time thereafter with a failure rate of about 1 in 10, better than Jiang Hui's performance. Thus, this already immensely popular classmate once again ascended to the pedestal in everyone's eyes. After an indeterminate period, the shooting drill finally drew to a close. The bell signaling the end of training rang, and amidst the oppressive and stifling atmosphere, everyone let out a simultaneous sigh, whether out of regret or relief no one could tell. For this first training session, Rorich and Stark offered no summary remarks. They merely had the group stand in formation and proceeded to collect the teaching equipment as usual. Perhaps having already satisfied their curiosity, the students no longer clung to the exquisite training tools as they had that morning. Most quickly returned them to the instructors, eagerly anticipating the meal at the cafeteria. Jiang Hui was no exception, though the laser gun was fascinating and stirred a certain fighting spirit and interest within her. She had been practicing all day. At noon, they had only a quick nutritional supplement meal, adequate for sustenance, but far from satisfying one's palate. Thus, she usually wolfed it down without much thought. To truly fill her stomach and gratify her taste buds, she had to wait for the evening dinner. This time it was instructor Nya who came to collect her laser gun. As he took the laser gun from her, he suddenly remarked, "Your left and right shoulders are slightly uneven compared to others. So when shooting, you should make slight adjustments. It will improve your accuracy." Jiang Hui was taken aback, not expecting such an additional piece of advice. But he didn't wait for her response, moving on without pause to the next person. The students had all left, leaving the field too. Nya and Stark alone. Though Stark was the homeroom teacher, the specialized shooting training was naturally conducted by the school-assigned instructor. And Stark knew that his colleague, despite his lack of words, possessed remarkable shooting skills, far surpassing his own in talent. Having him teach the children was a boon for these youngsters. During class, Stark merely supervised and assisted, never interfering. Yet now the others seemed to have a belly full of complaints for Stark, grumbling that kids were harder to teach than raw recruits, and even more unruly. He went on about how spoiled modern children couldn't endure hardship and how their dull minds refused to listen no matter how he taught them, always missing the point. Stark listened in silence, offering no retort nor taking offense at the other's disdainful tone, because that was just how this man was. In the past, Stark had fumed at his sharp tongue, thinking him a snob who looked down on others. But over time, he gradually realized that this might simply be his nature, his words and heart at odds. Though his speech was harsh, his actions were truly commendable. He always seemed to look down on others, yet he gave his all to accomplish what he set out to do, even helping those he appeared to despise. Sometimes his harsh words didn't truly reflect his intent, it was just a habit of speaking carelessly without thought. Often he regretted what he said and wished he could take it back, but since he couldn't, he stubbornly persisted. If he were to avoid offending others or hurting them with his words, he would have to learn to keep silent. But that was something he couldn't manage. It wasn't until a minor accident, truly a twist of fate, that Niurki finally learned to rein in his insincere tongue and curb his speech. He was clumsy at it, not knowing how to restrain himself, so he gradually withdrew into his shell, growing more aloof and taciturn. Only those like Stark, who had watched him evolve, knew that he was still the same person. He had merely tucked that side away. So his current litany of complaints about the students was likely just a relaxed habit, not necessarily sincere. Perhaps he just wanted to strike up a conversation. Of course, Stark had no desire to listen to such tedious chatter, thinking that if the man insisted on talking, they might as well change the subject. He also had something he wanted to ask. I noticed you said something to two students. Stark had been collecting equipment on the other side and couldn't hear what Niurki said to Jiang Hui. Now curiosity got the better of him. Nothing much, just giving them some guidance. Those two little ones have quite some talent. Oh, Stark's interest was piqued. The surname Clarence is rare in the permanent star sector, isn't it? Or rather, it didn't exist at all. Niurki raised an eyebrow, speaking with implication. Indeed, Stark had made the same connection. The other's distinctive features combined with that surname easily brought to mind a certain famous family. He just hadn't expected someone from that family to come to the permanent star sector for education. That boy is clearly no novice. Every move is methodical. After the first 2 rounds of adjustment, his accuracy is terrifyingly high. His spiritual power seems considerable too, a promising seedling. But his pride is a bit much. He has his own system and is somewhat resistant to advice. Fortunately, he's not stubborn. You'll need to put in the effort to mold him. If he's truly that family's young master, given their influence, it could be a good opportunity for you. Stark shot him a glare, somewhat annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? What good opportunity? If you're so keen, why not stay and take over as homeroom teacher? ID gladly stepped down. No, I have no desire to teach. Only someone as boring as you would voluntarily leave the front line to come here and teach. Can the credits and military merits here compare to those on the battlefield? And you're wasting a prime promotion opportunity. Stark knew the man was taking another jab at him, so he didn't respond. Instead, he continued, what about the other one? That one. Niurki was still grinning, but then his expression turned thoughtful. That one is a complete novice. Strangely enough, though that girl's movements were clumsy and her overall operation wasn't smooth, all her actions were remarkably precise. Precise to the point of being almost unbelievable. How to put it? Every move she made seemed calculated. When to lift, when to pull the safety catch, when to slide the front cover, when to press the trigger. Even the force applied when pulling the trigger was just right, perfectly measured. Niurki could clearly sense the exceptionally smooth rhythm hidden beneath her unfamiliar movements. All she lacked was a bit of experience and time. He dared say that even he at the beginning couldn't have reached this level. It required an extremely high degree of intuition, and such people were often masters of shooting. The following days were naturally filled with this monotonous and repetitive shooting training. After all, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Even the most skilled marksman or mecha pilot must accumulate their abilities day by day. Jiang Hui thought that until the training ended, they would probably continue with this kind of static shooting practice. Because for beginners, static shooting was the most suitable method for building a foundation. Although the form was somewhat rigid, the results were more stable. In truth, she would have preferred to try moving targets, but since Niurki hadn't taught her, there was no other way. She could only wait until school started to practice in the simulation training room. Yet amid this ordinary and tedious training, there was a slight abnormality, or rather she herself felt something was amiss. Whether it was her imagination or sheer narcissism, she felt the training environment had changed. How to put it? She felt as though she had been thrust into the spotlight. Her shooting skills were improving at a visibly rapid pace, sometimes reaching a level of accuracy that even startled herself. Although for now this only applied to static targets among a group of novice youngsters, her performance was undeniably outstanding, even showing signs of surpassing others. What made Jiang Hui sense the shift in atmosphere was not only the envy, jealousy, or defiant eagerness in her classmates' expressions, nor the increasingly anxious Clarence who regarded her more and more as a rival, but also the pressure from the two instructors. While she knew that saying all this might sound a bit boastful, but objectively speaking, she had never been accustomed to being the center of attention. Or rather, in her short life of over 20 years, she had always played a relatively ordinary role. Later, after her parents were gone, there were even fewer people who would cast hopeful gazes upon her. She had grown used to wrapping herself in a thick, mediocre protective shell within society, blending into the crowd, and drifting through life, believing that this would be her fate forever. Who would have thought that one could live a second life? One that was destined to be completely different from her previous existence. But now everything had suddenly changed. She had arrived in a wondrous future world full of infinite possibilities, gaining a broader platform and richer resources than in her past life. Moreover, in a world where resources were almost entirely determined by talent, she had been endowed with exceptional advantages from the very beginning. These were the blessings left to her by her original self, and she was deeply grateful. Yet having been an ordinary person for so long, she found it difficult to adapt to this sudden focus upon her. She felt at a loss, unsure how to acclimate herself. This feeling had begun to affect her mindset and normal training, leaving her disoriented. She thought, perhaps she still needed some time to adjust. Jiang Hui couldn't quite control her racing thoughts, but her hands moved without pause as she once again focused and fired a shot. The burning gaze fixed upon her back deepened once more, sending a shiver down her spine. Brother, are you not growing more ill by the day? Although she had no need to fear a young man with little ill intent, that didn't mean she enjoyed being treated as a true adversary. Jiang Hui didn't think this mindset, essentially akin to paranoia, was healthy. After all, the young Mr. Carl, who had been given a red card and expelled, had harbored a similar mentality. It was just that he had clearly transformed it into deep-seated malice and acted upon it. This classmate Clarence was truly, exceedingly arrogant, unwilling to yield to anyone in any matter. Little did he know that no one in this world is perfect. The more one pursues flawless perfection, the easier it is to be shattered, for they simply cannot accept their own imperfections. But such matters had nothing to do with her, and she was powerless to intervene. Jiang Hui simply didn't want to unnecessarily make another enemy for herself. She could only pretend not to notice, keeping her eyes straight ahead as she stepped back to rotate positions. She didn't see that her indifferent, oblivious attitude only agitated those behind her even more, their faces betraying a hint of displeasure. The undercurrent between the two, or rather the one-sided undercurrent from a certain individual, did not escape the watchful eyes of Jiang, who had been observing all along. The sight stirred a flicker of amusement within him. The young master of the Clarence family was easy enough to read, sharp and proud, but he indeed possessed the talent to back it up. If tempered, he could become a born commander. Such individuals were as numerous as stars in every generation across the galaxy, yet they were also the most indispensable and rare. However, the most peculiar of all was that female student named Jiang Hui. She too had talent, and her temperament seemed quite commendable, steady and composed both on the shooting range and in daily life. One would think that even if such a person wasn't necessarily proud, it was still rare to find someone so accustomed to concealing her brilliance, deliberately ignoring her own radiance to sink into the crowd. A contradictory character. Jiang found her truly contradictory. She lacked the spirited vigor typical of youth, replaced instead by a blunted, rounded quality shaped by the ups and downs of the world. It was this latter quality that dimmed her light, preventing it from shining as brightly as it could. Over the past couple of days, he had roughly observed her and realized that his initial assessment of Jiang Hui might have been too conservative. She was not merely a potentially skilled marksman. She could even be called a born hunter. She possessed an exceptionally acute sensitivity to every change in her surroundings, whether involving people or objects. This set her apart from everyone else present. The others regarded their current situation as mere training, a flexible, harmless activity, or a platform to enhance their abilities. Only Jiang Hui devoted herself entirely to each shot. Every release of a round felt like a hunter stalking its prey, a desperate, allure-nothing gamble. She was absorbed in every shot, even if it came from a laser gun that was only realistic in appearance and utterly harmless. She immersed herself in the simple process of finding a target, aiming, and pulling the trigger, striving to make the sequence increasingly fluid until it became a memory etched into her muscles and bones. Absorption and immersion, these were qualities a qualified hunter should possess. Jiang himself had only gradually understood this after university under the guidance of his mentor. When had she figured it out? So although in terms of consistent performance and cumulative accuracy Jiang Hui was still slightly behind Clarence, Nya clearly favored the former over the latter. As for Clarence, his foundation was still far too removed from that of a hunter. He was better suited for other roles. That child had clearly been given the best of everything since childhood. Even the slightest setback in life would likely be seen as a disgrace or ordeal. Unless such a person had experienced enough, they were bound to suffer in the struggle for survival. For it is easy to look down from a height, but difficult to climb upward. Halfway through their marksmanship special training, Jiang Hui assumed this routine would persist. Yet on the fourth day, Nya brought a group of special visitors. In the afternoon, everyone assembled at the training ground only to find Nya absent, with only class advisor Stark waiting there early. Stark, as the advisor said little, merely gathering everyone as usual and leading a few training exercises. Then they saw Nya approaching from afar, accompanied by 3 individuals hurrying to the training field. Their training was typically conducted by designated areas. Each training ground was vast with separate zones, even within the same field. Crossing into other classes' zones was nearly impossible, so during these days of training, they mostly interacted only with their own classmates, rarely contacting others unless they sought them out. Seeing students from other classes during lessons was quite unusual. However, their attire seemed somewhat different from theirs. Though the training suits were of the same style, they were distinct, yet a quick glance couldn't pinpoint the difference. Only when Nya introduced the 3 as second-year seniors did Jiang Hui realize the distinction. Beska Intermediate Academy naturally had its own uniforms, standard and not unsightly. Apart from the everyday regular uniforms, there were training suits and semi-military style uniforms used for certain ceremonies and rituals. The uniform design was identical, but the patterns on the cuffs and collars differed by grade. First years had vine motifs, second years had thorn patterns, and third years featured lush floral designs. The 3 students' training suits clearly bore thorn patterns, indicating they were second-year seniors. What business did instructor Nya have bringing second-year seniors? The crowd speculated, struggling to suppress the urge to whisper among themselves. Under the instructor's grueling training these days, they had learned obedience and discipline, no longer acting impulsively or straying from the formation. Thus, they eagerly hoped their dear instructor would answer their doubts, staring at Nya with anticipation, awaiting his instructions. Sensing their impatience, Nya didn't keep them in suspense, introducing the 3 as second-year students who would serve as sparring partners for the next 3 days. Jiang Hui hadn't expected such a twist halfway through the marksmanship training, having thought they'd shoot at positioning nets until the end. But what purpose could having second-year seniors as sparring partners serve? She was puzzled. Of course, she soon understood Nya intent for this sparring. And what effect would it have? In truth, it was simple, pure demonstration and warning, carrying a hint of intimidation. All the freshmen present were novices, each a fearless calf, unaware of the tiger's might, surrounded by peers of similar skill, naturally believing they had learned enough. In learning any skill, the greatest taboo is remaining in one's comfort zone, ignorant of one's true level. Nya could forgive their initial ignorance, but would not allow them to wallow in complacency. To break this state, external force was needed to shatter their cognitive boundaries. Of course, that external force must possess sufficient capability, holding an overwhelming advantage over these youngsters. Third-year students would be too advanced, like Nya himself. Exceeding them too much would fail to spark their competitive spirit. But second years, having undergone a year of proper training, possessed adequate skill and proficiency, making them more than suitable for this intimidating role. The others would be fine, but he wondered if it would work on those too. While even with their talent, they were still beginners, limited in ability. Shaking off his somewhat unrealistic worries, Nya expressionlessly explained the rules for the sparring session. Though called sparring, it was essentially a demonstration. The freshmen continued their shooting drills, while the 3 second-years were assigned as a comparison group, shooting alongside them. For a clearer contrast, the instructor changed the groups from 5 to 3 people and split the large positioning net into 2 equal halves to highlight the difference. The numbers on each side formed a stark contrast. The left side had rows of 3 stretching back over a dozen lines with spacing between each row, while the right side had only 3 solitary individuals, creating an extreme imbalance. Were they to take turns fighting these 3 in a round robin? Jiang Hui didn't understand, but that seemed to be the arrangement. She didn't dwell on it, deciding to go with the flow. Then the very first round opened the eyes of these sheltered calves. They had thought their skills were decent. Shooting was just assuming a stance, shouldering the rifle, pulling the bolt, squeezing the trigger, and hitting the target. Though the process was the same, the style and presence of different individuals varied greatly. With the same procedure, their movements were not only fluid, but also swift, precise, and fierce, rhythmic, and devoid of any redundancy. If the freshmen were merely experiencing the sensation of a shooting game, the seniors already exuded the demeanor of true marksmen, shedding superficiality and stepping into realism. Moreover, the three seniors emanated an astonishing aura, as if three alone could create the momentum of 1,000 troops. Even Jiang Hui, hidden several rows back, could clearly feel the pressure radiating from them. If this was intimidation, it was indeed eye-opening, like a sudden epiphany, making these fledglings who had just tasted the joy of shooting both wary and deeply fascinated. Thus, under the shadow of these impressive seniors, the once confident and even cocky youngsters suddenly appeared clumsy and awkward, feeling at a loss, and quietly nurturing a stronger drive to improve. And that was exactly the effect Jiang Hui wanted. These second-year students were indeed skilled, ranking among the top marksmen in their grade. But would it be enough to intimidate everyone? Jiang Hui cast a meaningful glance at one of the figures stepping forward for the next round. As the 5-person team was reduced to a 3-person squad, Jiang Hui's position naturally had to be moved back, and it was only after several rounds that it was finally her turn. Whether it was due to having developed some resistance to this pressure, Jiang Hui found herself considerably more at ease than before, adopting a demeanor of light-hearted readiness, fearless of any challenge. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone who had been intently shooting in the middle exchanged a silent glance with a companion, and in the blink of an eye, they swapped positions, landing at the far left front. Jiang Hui happened to be at the far right front. The two positions stood in opposition to each other. Sensing the shift in her surroundings, Jiang Hui, who had been focused straight ahead, turned her head in slight confusion and noticed that the person in the adjacent station had changed. This fellow, however, appeared exceedingly aloof, offering only a chiseled profile, a figure of the cold and distant type. Why had she been encountering so many of this kind lately? The thought flickered through Jiang Hui's mind before quickly fading. After all, she had more pressing matters to prepare for. But in Jiang Hui's eyes, the scene had taken on a peculiar air. To give these young whelps a show of dominance, the chosen benchmarks naturally had to be outstanding. These 3 second-year students were personally selected by Jiang Hui, who had witnessed their respective skills. The most exceptional among them was a student named He from Captain Minolan's class. His shooting technique was refined, his posture steady, bearing the aura of a great commander. At such a young age, he had already grasped the essence of marksmanship, dedicating himself entirely to this path, unlike others who treated it merely as a supplementary skill. He was truly a promising talent, even stirring a flicker of desire in Jiang Hui. It was with great difficulty that he convinced himself not to rush the process. This child was still a young one, receiving intermediate education, and he would have to wait until the boy entered university before taking further steps. Jiang Hui, on the other hand, was different. She was a natural-born shooter, yet unrefined with many flaws. Her techniques were crude, and her basic stats were far from exceptional. Such individuals were the most unpredictable, yet they held boundless potential. Thus he kept a close eye on her as well. Seeing the ever-steady He shift positions, without warning, a strange feeling stirred within Jiang Hui. This was unlike his usual demeanor. Since arriving at the training ground to compete with the students, he had seemed lackluster. Indeed, he lacked any real drive. Not that he wasn't shooting seriously. Every shot was made with care, but there was a distinct absence of passion and motivation, as if he were merely going through the motions, his eyes devoid of any spark. Yet now he had visibly changed. Not only had he taken the initiative to move, but his usually wooden face had gained a hint of animation. While Jiang Hui perceived him as impassive and calm, Jiang Hui noticed him casting sidelong glances at Jiang Hui several times. Jiang Hui finally understood. That fellow clearly knew Jiang Hui, and for some reason, seemed to have taken a stand against her. Yet these two were from different grades, one a first year, and the other a second year, with no apparent connection. Their expressions suggested they were strangers to each other, unless their acting was exceptionally good. So what could have sparked this rivalry between them? Could it be that He with his keen eye had instantly recognized Jiang Hui's extraordinary talent and wished to compete with her? Well, even she couldn't spin that tale convincingly. Something must have happened that he was unaware of, leading to this situation. It was hardly Jiang Hui's fault. Having only arrived in the last week of military training, he naturally hadn't watched the live broadcast of the long-distance march and was oblivious to Jiang Hui's inadvertent battle with He, nor did he know that He had developed a hint of obsession because of her. He instinctively moved to intervene. Some might wonder why he felt the need to stop it. Though the two might have some grievances in this simple shooting comparison, who competed with whom and how didn't matter. After all, the initial goal was merely to intimidate and establish dominance. Wasn't the target of that intimidation irrelevant? Of course it was different. The dominance Jiang Hui intended was within reasonable bounds, and he had instructed the second-year students to exercise restraint. They must not go too far lest they crush the spirits of these young recruits. Seeing He's clearly targeted behavior, he naturally had to step in. Both were talents he valued. Allowing them to harm each other would be a loss. Yet his reaction was slower than that of these two youngsters. Before Jiang Hui could take a full step, both had already prepared, pulling back the bolts and positioning themselves just to trigger pull away. A single shot hit the mark. Jiang Hui was satisfied. Her form today was good, hitting the target on the first try. Observing the range and depth of the laser dye's coloration, she saw improvement over yesterday. Her state was excellent. It seemed the days of hard training were paying off. Yet something felt different today. The touch seemed off, and the visual effect had shifted slightly. Jiang Hui couldn't quite put it into words. As she pondered, she felt a burning gaze fixed upon her. Someone to her right. Jiang Hui suddenly recalled that there seemed to be a group of senior students demonstrating nearby. She had been so absorbed in thought that she had forgotten to watch their demonstration before shooting. At this moment, Jiang Hui didn't realize that not only had she forgotten to observe the demonstration, but her actions were also out of line. Since the three seniors were meant to demonstrate, nearly every group of freshmen would delay their shooting to first watch the seniors' technique. This was exactly the effect Nia wanted, so he didn't stop it. In fact, he even adjusted the pace to ensure the freshmen could clearly see the demonstration. Unexpectedly, a fool who hadn't quite grasped the situation, too immersed in her own world, followed the command and fired simultaneously. This meant that Jiang Hui shot at the same time as the adjacent comparison group, rather than in sync with her own three-person squad. Moreover, Jiang Hui's shooting posture and final result were on par with the senior, beside her not lagging behind, at least on the surface. Thus it was impossible for Jiang Hui not to stand out. And after executing such a move, she even stood there dazed for a moment. Was she utterly oblivious to others? For the freshmen who had just had their morale dampened, this was a way to reclaim some pride. Forgetting that they were still within training hours, they couldn't help but let out a chorus of cheers, injecting a surge of vitality into the previously oppressive training ground. Jiang Hui finally realized that she had committed an utterly foolish mistake and quickly identified the source of a certain gaze. "Excuse me, sir, do I know you?" Jiang Hui considered her memory wasn't so poor. If she had crossed paths with someone, she would surely recall at least a trace, especially when faced with such an imposing figure whose aura and demeanor were overwhelmingly aggressive. His eyes burned with fury, clearly directed at her. So what had she done to provoke this man? Sensing his increasingly heavy stare, Jiang Hui instinctively clutched her laser rifle, wondering if her impulsive shot earlier had angered him, making him think she was deliberately challenging him. If that were the case, she was truly innocent. She had no heart for provocation, as she disliked trouble more than anything. Well, she was wrong, but it hardly warranted such outrage from this gentleman. Were all these interstellar youths so hot-tempered? Jiang Hui felt bewildered, but decided not to engage further with this peer. She averted her gaze, pretending ignorance. Little did she know her demeanor only further inflamed his indignation. Meanwhile, Nia was stunned, glancing at his shooting mark and then at Jiang Hui's, nodding to himself. As he expected, Jiang Hui possessed natural talent in shooting, but still lacked the tempering of time. From the die spread on the positioning net, the two were roughly comparable. However, in terms of shooting accuracy and the wavelength of stable spiritual energy output, Jiang Hui still lagged significantly behind his. In short, the key difference was that Jiang Hui's skill was inconsistent while his had matured and stabilized. This was evident in Jiang Hui's shooting performance over the past few days, who, despite great progress, she could never match Clarence's stability. Moreover, limited by her physique and stamina, she often faltered in later stages, with precision declining, a fatal flaw for a shooter. Yet in some ways, Jiang Hui's talent was terrifying. Nia considered whether to remind Stark to mentor her diligently and recruit this promising seedling to the core. Lost in thought, he didn't react until Stark shot him a glare and directly called out the shooting order, replacing Jiang Hui's group. What followed was routine, with repeated shooting rounds as uneventful as previous days, devoid of excitement or upheaval. The earlier cheers and anomalies felt like a dream. Jiang Hui naturally returned to the crowd, but now she confirmed it wasn't an illusion. The unfriendly gaze from the neighboring group followed her relentlessly, constantly seeking her out. "Come on, brother. I just got distracted and fired along your line for one round. It's not like I stole your target. Why fixate on me like this?" Though the stare lacked any tangible threat, it made Jiang Hui's skin crawl. Yet she refused to let external factors disrupt her limited training, forcing herself to ignore it and concentrate on shooting practice. Stare all you want to, I won't lose a piece of flesh. Strangely, despite Clarence's apparent superiority, everyone seemed indifferent to him today, focusing instead on her. Every time she stepped up, she caught whispers from her classmates. She had to check her attire and appearance, ruling out any appearance-related issues. Unable to find an explanation, Jiang Hui reluctantly gave up and resumed her focused training. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hui, compared to watching the perpetually expressionless Clarence, the rivalry between her and the formidable second-year senior was far more intriguing. Even Jiang Hui, thick-skinned and self-absorbed, couldn't ignore his attention, so naturally others noticed too. Today they had indeed felt humiliated, though it was a self-perceived slight. Talent was comparative, inflicting more insult than injury. These novice youngsters, deeply discouraged and unable to argue, could only strive to perform their best, salvaging their fragile pride. Then among their ranks emerged someone who could hold her own against those aloof seniors, restoring some honor. They were thrilled, even if it wasn't their own achievement. From their perspective, the most formidable of the three seniors seemed almost obsessed with their classmate Jiang Hui. Every time she took her turn, his entire demeanor shifted, as if he regarded her as a rival. Yet Jiang Hui remained unflustered, earning their admiration. Thus, while continuing their practice, they eagerly watched Jiang Hui's every move. Their excitement grew as they sensed the blazing fury in his eyes nearly materializing. They hadn't realized Jiang Hui's skill had improved so rapidly. Everyone was new to shooting, yet she had reached this level in days. Could her physique truly be only crade? Many began to reassess their unfamiliar classmate. After enduring the initial discomfort of being watched, Jiang Hui quickly regained her focused state, though she no longer deviated from the shooting line. Just as she thought the day's training would end smoothly, the silent competitive figure suddenly spoke. "Instructor Nyaerki, may I request that the juniors join us for synchronized shooting? I wish to learn from this junior." His gaze landed precisely on her. Jiang Hui mid-motion to cock, and aim was stunned. "Brother, why must you be so dramatic? What did I do to offend you? Calling me out publicly like this? If this continues, we'll truly become enemies." Having always dismissed such trivial matters, Jiang Hui finally felt a flicker of anger at his inexplicable hostility. Nyaerki's intuition was correct. This person was indeed targeting Jiang Hui from their class. If he were a lover of excitement, he would naturally wish for chaos and eagerly clear some space for them to stir up trouble. Unfortunately, although he was somewhat curious and found the overly peaceful task tedious, he always remembered his role as a teacher. Anyone could indulge in this spectacle except him. Did these little brats think this was some kind of arena for showing off dominance? They should consider themselves fortunate to still be in the lenient stage of secondary education. If they were in higher education, anyone daring to defy a superior with such a request would face severe consequences. Regardless of the stage, educational institutions are indeed committed to cultivating each individual's abilities. As mentioned earlier, since their ultimate goal is to supply competent personnel to the military, education at every stage instills in them the iron rule of obeying orders rather than allowing impulsive actions driven by personal motives. His behavior had clearly crossed the line. He repeated the same mistake from the previous training exercise. If his commanding officer were present, he would likely face another round of punishment. However, none of those present were his commanding officers or mentors, and he was temporarily assigned here. In theory, Nyaerki should also stop him and not allow him to disrupt the teaching process. But human psychology is complex, or rather humans are complex. Sometimes plans are one thing, but execution is another. The Empire needs people who understand obedience, consider the bigger picture, and are willing to integrate into collective interests. But who starts out that way? And no one can sustain it forever. So this is merely a pseudo-proposition, a general guideline for current teaching. In daily education, it is easier to highlight individual brilliance and showcase personal abilities. Nyaerki didn't mind letting these youngsters who had yet to grasp the weight of the world indulge in a bit of youthful bravado. Hearing this, he merely raised an eyebrow. Amidst the tense, curious, or pleading gazes of the crowd, he suddenly smiled and said, "All right, my foot." Jiang Hui was exasperated. Of course, Nyaerki wouldn't actually let he have a unknown match with Jiang Hui. After all, he was the teacher, and this was his classroom. He set the rules. He couldn't let these little brats do whatever they pleased. Nevertheless, young people are inherently competitive. Nyaerki could somewhat understand their desire to compete and was quite willing to give them a chance to settle the score. With only 2 days left, these kids had probably grown tired of basic drills. It was time to introduce something new. The original positioning nets were stained by multiple rounds of laser paint, and 2 nets laid flat couldn't accommodate everyone. So besides replacing them with new ones, Nyaerki set up an additional net totaling 3 nets, enough for over 40 people to stand in a row. But what was he planning? A unified melee. Nyaerki began attaching unknown circular devices onto these nets, each firmly fixed at the nodes. In the center was a small cross mark perfectly aligned with the node at the back. From left to right, he attached 10 of these devices, then continued row after row, neatly arranging 100 in total. Nyaerki told them this device was called a target marker, an auxiliary tool used with this batch of laser guns capable of identifying the code of the laser gun that hit it. This thing had such a function. Jiang Hui thought it was just an ordinary toy gun. Surprised, she examined the laser gun in her hands, but couldn't find any so-called number. Finally, under Nyaerki's guidance, she vaguely spotted a small 07 in a concealed spot on the inner edge of the gun's muzzle. Silently noting the gun's number, Jiang Hui listened as Nyaerki explained the rules of this round. It was actually a simple exercise after all, just basic static target practice. No matter how many variations, the possibilities were limited. If their previous practice was single-player, then this round was a multiplayer melee. Although there were 100 markers on the positioning nets, not all were used in one round. Each row served one round. Over 40 people shared 10 markers per round, but each marker could only be hit by one person at a time. That meant for Jiang Hui to hit a marker, she had to compete with over 40 classmates. This round of practice had a competitive edge, stirring up a sense of rivalry among everyone far more than the previous solo drills. It instantly re-energized the group, who had grown weary of the routine. Indeed, they were all young and hot-blooded. A few could truly settle down and practice methodically. After today's setbacks, they were already impatient and eager to prove their abilities through some means. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? This mode also suited His's request to share the shooting moment with the younger students, so he said nothing more, merely casting a deliberate glance at Jiang Hui. However, the person he was looking at happened to be distracted again at that moment, staring blankly at the positioning nets, lost in thought. His felt a surge of anger rush from his chest to his head. Again, how could this person be so infuriating? In the past, he was always the one treating others coldly, according to them, never deigning to look them in the eye. Though His doubted this claim, and never consciously thought that way, having reached this point without relying on anyone, he naturally had his own pride. Yet he had hit a hard wall with Jiang Hui. What angered His wasn't the silent loss he suffered during the training exercise, nor was it jealousy over Jiang Hui's superior shooting talent. It was that this person seemed to have never truly seen him. He had been so obvious, even the instructor and other students had noticed, yet Jiang Hui herself remained indifferent and carefree. Though she had glanced at him a few times, it was merely a glance, a look devoid of any curiosity or exploration. It mattered less to her than the bland, one-sided shooting practice. His never knew he had such a temper, nor did he ever imagine he would feel indignant over being ignored by someone. Rage filled his heart, blazing fiercely. His felt his accumulated anger gradually transform into an obsession. So he couldn't help but make this request to instructor Nia Erki regardless of how others perceived him. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to confront this inner demon hidden and defeat her in one fell swoop. Jiang Hui, unaware that she had unknowingly become a target, did sense the gazes fixed upon her. There was not just one but another, from another familiar face. Well, she truly couldn't fathom why these people insisted on wasting time observing others. But she was destined to disappoint them, for Jiang Hui typically only concerned herself with herself. After all, weren't they all here for shooting practice? Wouldn't it be better to just train diligently? Why did everyone feel the need to fabricate a rival? And she really wanted to say, young ones, you've seen too little of the world. You encounter someone in your life and immediately decide to make them your imaginary adversary. Couldn't you harbor more ambitious ideals? There are countless geniuses out there, a galaxy of brilliance. If envy were the response, where would the resentment end? She tightened her composed expression and forced herself to focus. She couldn't let others drag her down, for the orienteering race was only 2 days away. Stark had mentioned it several times these past days. It seemed like a rather important event, so she had to seize the limited time to practice rather than squander it on analyzing others. Thus, she strenuously ignored the intensely palpable gaze not far away, silently complaining about whoever had arranged their positions. It was rather perverse placing that person so close. She feared they might aim the positioning net and send a shot straight toward her face. Though her mind wandered upon hearing Nierki's stern command, she instinctively adjusted her bodily functions and minute movements. Her eyes flickered slightly as she located the target through the sight and pulled the trigger in response. A miss? Jiang Hui was somewhat surprised. She had been practicing these days and had gradually found her shooting rhythm. Though she wouldn't claim to be a sharpshooter, she had her own set of standards. Especially that inexplicable intuition buried deep in her mind, which allowed her to vaguely judge her completion rate for any task, and with great accuracy. Just now her intuition had told her that her shooting path was flawless, that she should have hit the marker dead. So why hadn't she? And there were no numbers displayed on that marker, meaning no one had hit it. Jiang Hui was bewildered. She had been too focused, completely unaware of what happened after the shot, and thus had no way to analyze what had gone wrong. Was her aim truly that poor? Over 40 people, including 3 elite second-year students, and only 3 out of 10 markers were hit. The skill level of this batch of students was weaker than Nierki had anticipated. He was slightly disappointed. He had expected at least 5 hits, but 2 had encountered mishaps along the way. With those 2, it was barely passable. Thinking of those 2 troublemakers, Nierki couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Jiang Hui hadn't seen clearly, but he had. In truth, Jiang Hui's shot was executed with remarkable precision, her series of movements so standard they could serve as a demonstration. Based on her shooting trajectory, she was certain to hit that marker. But someone had deliberately thwarted her success. His had chosen the same marker as Jiang Hui. Given His's range, selecting Jiang Hui's marker was disadvantageous. The distance and angle introduced greater variables, yet he chose it nonetheless. And this person was exceptionally skilled. He had calculated it perfectly, Their two paint bullets collided just 2 or 3 centimeters before the marker canceling each other out without a trace. Wasn't this sheer mischief? Nierke found this student he see quite troublesome. He had seemed composed on the surface, but his actions were utterly irresponsible. He had turned a proper training session into a solo show. Why couldn't he just blend in and compete like everyone else? Qualifying would have been the same, but he had to resort to such extreme measures. Nierke intended to step in and stop him from disrupting the lesson, but Stark, who was observing from the sidelines, stopped him with a shake of his head. Ever since Nierke took over Class 2 for specialized shooting training, Stark had been observing the class, rarely speaking or offering any opinions. He simply watched the students learn the basics of shooting under Nierke's instruction. The few times he had asked questions were in private discussions after class, never interfering with training in such a setting. Today, however, he made an exception. Though Nierke didn't understand why Stark allowed that boy to cause trouble, he decided to let it be. Besides, that young man seemed to harbor deep-seated obsession. If he didn't achieve his goal, who knew how he might act next? It was better to let him compete. How else would they know who was superior? And Nierke was curious about what he saw in Jiang Hui. He was a bit intrigued himself. To fail on the first shot, it would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed. Jiang Hui herself knew her skill was still too inconsistent. Yesterday, with her accuracy improving, she thought she had made real progress. But today she had regressed to square one. Yet her gaze toward the front tightened slightly, and she unconsciously bit her lip. There were still 9 rounds to go. After scoring those who hit, Nierke ordered everyone to quickly proceed to the second round. This time Jiang Hui was even more concentrated than before. She prepared and executed her shot as usual, but the moment she pulled the trigger, she felt as if she had entered an indescribably mysterious state. Her entire vision seemed to be pulled by some powerful force into a wide-angle perspective attached to something moving rapidly. The wind whistled in her ears, and there was a faint sound of air being split. Thus, with a strange vision and sensation, she followed the bullet along a predetermined, unwavering path. 2. 8 star meters. 1. 6 star meters. 0. 8 star meters. 0. 56 star meters. 0. 3. Almost there, right before her eyes. This time it would surely hit. A bang. A swift shadow from a lateral angle slammed into her paint bullet. Jiang Hui felt the world spin. Her senses and consciousness were thrown into turmoil, tumbling and rolling before finally returning to reality. Her mind buzzed for a long time. When she recovered from that dreadful state, her first instinct was to follow the faint residual trajectory and look in a certain direction. There she met a pair of pitch-black eyes. Call Lao Yi. Jiang Hui was so angry that her dialect nearly slipped out. What kind of person was this? Couldn't she just avoid him? Neglecting her own tasks and meddling in others' affairs. Did she owe this person money or something? Since her rebirth into this world, Jiang Hui's trait of focusing solely on herself had grown increasingly pronounced. As time passed, the contours of this world became clearer in her consciousness, and she gradually integrated into it. Unbeknownst to her, her disposition had undergone subtle changes that even she might not have noticed. Her style of conduct grew more resolute, often unable to tolerate others interrupting or disrupting her plans. She naturally noticed the strange gaze fixed on her from earlier, but she paid it little heed, or rather she simply couldn't be bothered to care. In Jiang Hui's eyes, all those stares and discussions might as well have been less important than the shooting practice at hand. She wasn't a person with a good temper, but to save energy and focus on her own affairs, she constantly suppressed her fiery nature. Yet even so, someone still clung to her relentlessly. Regardless of whether their motives were fueled by youthful pride, Jiang Hui could no longer swallow this affront. Since they were so eager for a fight, let them fight. She wanted to see just what skills this person possessed to be so arrogant. Hopefully they wouldn't disappoint her too much. As Nierke issued the next command, Jiang Hui fired a shot expressionlessly as usual. But with this round, the roles were completely reversed. The prey became the hidden hunter, while the hunter remained unknowingly the prey. This was her first time attempting such a maneuver. It might not succeed, but trying couldn't hurt. The moment she pulled the trigger, the barrel shifted slightly, just enough to alter the entire trajectory. This time she was aiming at a different marker. If Jiang Hui's calculations were correct, this shot would definitely hit. If all went smoothly, she might even send a little greeting to someone. Watching the tiny paint bullet fly along the anticipated angle and direction to land precisely on the target marker, Jiang Hui couldn't suppress a thrill of excitement. On the other side, Nierke was somewhat surprised. So such an operation was possible. He had misjudged her. Earlier he thought this child in their class had a docile temperament, but her counterattack was swift and decisive. Executing such a series of changes in an instant required extremely delicate and precise control. After all, Jiang Hui's primary objective was to hit the marker, and only secondarily to knock down his paint bullet, all of which had to be accomplished at the moment of pulling the trigger. It was undeniably rigorous. To pull off such an impromptu change showcased Jiang Hui's talent. Even Nye, a seasoned marksman, couldn't help but be moved. It was getting more and more interesting. This series of moves was somewhat driven by impulse, and Jiang Hui's focus on practice scattered. For once she glanced at the one who had first provoked her, curious to see the expression on his face. What expression did he see where? He wasn't angry at all that Jiang Hui had deliberately shot down his paint bullet. Instead, he seemed excited. Jiang Hui. What was wrong with him? She vaguely regretted having responded to him. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she felt she might have stirred up a troublesome mess. As it turned out, he was indeed fixated on her. Turning away from his gaze, Jiang Hui expressionlessly returned to the next round of shooting. From then on, the two entered a peculiar game of guess what I'm thinking. Seeing that Jiang Hui had caught on to his tricks, that guy became even more blatant, directly blocking her shooting path. If Jiang Hui aimed to hit her designated marker each round, he intended to make every one of her paint bullets miss. This guy was really arrogant. For the first two shots, Jiang Hui patiently played along, subtly masking her moves. But soon she lost patience, abruptly redirecting her aim just before firing. Thus a bizarre scene unfolded on the shooting range. Among the neatly lined up shooters, two individuals stood out with a different style. They weren't exactly out of line, but with each command from Nye, they added a bit of flamboyant flair, like suddenly swinging their muzzles toward the farthest marker dozens of meters away, or aiming in an awkward reverse direction, yet always hitting a target. It was as if they had calculated each other's moves, acting in opposition. Before long, everyone could see they were clearly sparring, locked in a silent contest. Their tense atmosphere inevitably distracted the other students on the line, drawing many eyes into either overt or covert observation. Later, some even forgot their own shooting rounds, absorbed in watching the two duel. Of course, even the two instructors were a bit spellbound. It wasn't for any other reason. Their skills were simply too slick. The instructors thought about stopping them, but the two were so engrossed in their rivalry that they hesitated to interrupt. Nye himself was curious to see the outcome, so he turned a blind eye to the loafing recruits. Oh well, they could always make up for it with extra drills later. Of course, the two culprits wouldn't escape punishment. They'd get a proper taste of discipline, giving them an early lesson in obeying orders. By the 8th round, the results were unexpectedly evenly split. After the first 2 rounds, he had successfully intercepted 2 more. That meant he had blocked Jiang Hui's paint bullets 4 times, while Jiang Hui had evaded him 4 times and still hit her markers. Though the outcome seemed to draw, Nye knew Jiang Hui was already gaining the upper hand. After all, the first 2 rounds were fought unfairly without Jiang Hui's knowledge. She had been at a disadvantage for 2 consecutive rounds. Jiang Hui was the one who was completely unaware and inexplicably disrupted. Yet the more this happened, the more he refused to accept it, burning with anger. It was precisely because Jiang Hui showed no concern for the matter or for him that he had to swallow his pride to force this duel only to achieve such a result. In what he had always considered his forte, he could only manage this. He suddenly felt that he was after all nothing special. At this point, regret and shame were useless. Let him be a petty man. Obsessed to this extent, he only wanted to use his eyes to confirm some conclusion that even he couldn't articulate. Compared to his restless thoughts, Jiang Hui was evidently far more simple-minded. After this brief confrontation with that person, she gradually began to find a certain pleasure in it. Of course, the pleasure Jiang Hui referred to was derived from shooting, not from pointless quarrels with others. She still didn't quite fancy this feeling of being forced into a corner. Yet since she had already wasted time on this matter, she resolved to give it her all and at least accomplish something well. The competitive spark within Jiang Hui quickly subsided once more. If he knew that all his painstaking provocations had only elicited a brief response from the girl at the start, after which she quickly retreated into her own world, he would likely be driven mad with rage. 8 rounds had been completed with only 2 remaining. Her hit rate stood at 4 out of 8, half, neither good nor bad, all thanks to a certain someone. She pondered the 2 remaining opportunities, wondering if she should pull off something to secure both rounds. As this thought crossed her mind, her focus wavered, and she lost control of her strength and precision, acting purely on instinct. Bang! And then under such circumstances, a soft gasp of astonishment rippled through the surroundings, as if in admiration. Jiang Hui was also stunned for a moment. She glanced at the marks on the target net, then met the gaze of the person beside her, whose face had turned slightly pale. Nye let out a puzzled, and stepped forward a few paces. He hadn't misseen. She had actually pierced through 2 markers. One marker bore the number 07, belonging to Jiang Hui's laser gun, while the other was penetrated sideways in an irregular bouncing trajectory. Thus, the second shattered marker displayed no corresponding code, with the paint pellet lodged precisely in its center. A single bullet hitting 2 targets. It must be a coincidence. If it were deliberate, the shooter's control over force and accuracy would be truly terrifying. Meanwhile, his shot had unexpectedly missed. Others might not know or care, but he was acutely aware that this shot was different from his previous intentional disruptions and calculated interceptions. This time he had genuinely failed. And with that his heart felt hollow. He sensed something cracking within him, forming a sizable rift. The other students were buzzing with excitement, discussing Jiang Hui's latest maneuver. Since earlier they had been intently watching the rivalry between Jiang Hui and the second-year senior, unable to help but admire the tenacity of both who had matched each other so closely. Though the participants hadn't grown weary, the spectators had. Initially, they had merely watched with amusement, perhaps with a touch of admiration and envy, but only to a mild degree of interest. Yet the skill Jiang Hui had just displayed truly astonished them. If the seniors' inexplicable attention and antagonism toward Jiang Hui were mere coincidence or a past grudge, they still lacked a tangible sense of reality. But Jiang Hui's demonstrated ability now compellingly justified the situation. People, after all, are drawn to strength. In their past impression, Jiang Hui was merely an average, even slightly below average classmate. Perhaps her recent outstanding shooting scores had earned her a bit more attention. But in terms of attention, she was far from matching Clarence, who excelled in every aspect. Let alone Jiang Hui, they themselves couldn't understand why this second-year senior paid so little attention to their class top student Clarence and instead fixated on bickering with Jiang Hui. This was indeed beyond their comprehension. But now they seemed to vaguely understand. Unaware of her classmates' convoluted thoughts, Jiang Hui was momentarily dazed and foolishly asked Nia Erki how many points she could count for this round. Nia Erki, who had intended to say something, was abruptly pulled back to reality and replied somewhat irritably that it could only count as 1 point. Couldn't she see the marker was broken? Not. She wouldn't have to pay for it, would she? Jiang Hui thought to herself. As she spoke, Stark had already taken Nia Erki's place, or removed the marker pierced by the paint pellet and replaced it with a new one. Seeing the chaotic, noisy squad thoroughly disrupted by the duo's covert rivalry, Nia Erki let out a long sigh and completely gave up on salvaging the situation. After all, the day was nearly over. Let the chaos be chaos, they were still just a bunch of kids. He quietly reined in the squad's discipline, repeated the actions of the previous 9 rounds, and gathered everyone for the final round of shooting. But this time he shifted his position and stood between the two. Jiang Hui was just getting into the rhythm, speculating on the opponent's next move while preparing for the final shot. Instead of the expected command, she felt a force land on her laser gun, neither too heavy nor too light, pressing down along the barrel, instantly immobilizing her. This was indeed beyond their comprehension. Perplexed, Jiang Hui looked up at the person who had suddenly attacked her. Her sharp gaze gradually softened, turning into confusion as she failed to understand why he was stopping her. All right, both of you pull yourselves together and leave some chances for others. If you keep shooting recklessly like this, you'll destroy the training equipment too. Know when to stop. Looks like I'll have to set up a separate category for you two next time. Meeting Jiang Hui's somewhat guilty gaze, he finally patted her head in satisfaction. Stark gave the final command. Neither Jiang Hui nor he participated in this round. They were forcibly benched for sabotage. What a peculiar feeling. After 10 rounds, Nia Erki announced the results ranked from highest to lowest. First place, K2's a second-year senior serving as a sparring partner with 9 hits. Second place, Salya, a second-year senior with 8 hits. Third place, Clarence with 6 hits, the best among the freshmen. Jiang Hui came in fourth with 5 hits out of 9 rounds, missing 1 round. As the results were announced, the bell for the end of class rang, bringing the day's lengthy shooting training to a close. Nia Erki dismissed this troublesome bunch, sending them away to avoid further vexation. But as he and Stark finished tidying up the equipment, he noticed the training ground wasn't empty yet. Someone remained. Only when he and Stark had packed away the teaching aids did the girl slowly approach them. Nia Erki had been paying attention to this student for some time. Not for any other reason, but because she was simply too conspicuous. However, to complete this task, while he had diligently reviewed the answers of the entire class, including those of Jiang Hui and Clarence. Beska Intermediate Academy operates on a tiered class system where the classes with lower numbers have better qualifications. The first, second, and third classes of the Combat Individuation Department gathered students with above-average qualifications for half a year. Naturally, the qualifications of those who could enter these top 3 classes were unquestionable. Among them, the students with the best mental potential in Class 2 were Clarence and Jiang Hui. Both of them had completed their second awakening and achieved a level mental power, and as long as there were no accidents, they would likely reach at least an A level upon full awakening. If such promising talents are well trained, it is hard to say which military group they will end up in the future. Of course, this is predicated on there being moldable talents. Compared to the relatively outstanding Clarence, who hailed from a prestigious family, Jiang Hui appeared rather mediocre, with low physical fitness and constitution levels. Apart from her impressive mental power, there seemed to be nothing praiseworthy about her. However, one's physique and physical abilities could be gradually improved. But the potential for mental power is not something that can be easily developed postnatally. The initial disparity could potentially last a lifetime, which is why he remembered Jiang Hui quite distinctly. Yet once he truly began to teach these children, his attention unexpectedly shifted more towards her. This Jiang Hui gave off a somewhat complex impression. She was not as straightforward to understand as children of her age, or rather, she did not seem like a child at all, nor did she resemble an adult. During his years in the military, Nyaerki had been to many places and met all sorts of people. He had seen composed children before. But children are ultimately children, their essence remains the same. No matter how quickly a person grows, they cannot replace the effects of time. Jiang Hui's indifference did not stem from her personality, as that kind of indifference carries warmth. Her outward demeanor presented itself that way. However, Jiang Hui's coldness was intrinsic. Even though she appeared warm externally, and her personality seemed not too aloof internally, she was cold and hard with little fluctuation, neither resembling a child nor an adult. Like a ghost floating in a mundane shell. She might not be aware of it herself, but among a group of children she stood out like a black owl among a flock of chicks, exceedingly conspicuous and immediately recognizable as different. Yet those outside could instantly see through it, and felt that she should not be here, that she was restricted to merely this place. This is also why Hesse was more drawn to the unassailable Clarence instead of Jiang Hui. However, he probably had no intersection with this young student, right? What wind brought her here today? The other party seemed to have been waiting silently, and Stark took unusually long today for some reason. Though Nyaerki often presented a cool demeanor, he was actually quite lively inside. He was not used to such a heavy atmosphere. He wanted to see what this child wanted to say to him. After considering how the other party was interrupted during her shooting earlier, it was probably troubling her regarding that Hesse guy. He still had a box to seal, so while sealing it, he spoke to Jiang Hui, saying, "You performed well today." The girl seemed a bit surprised by his initiative, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, she seemed to have gained a bit of popularity, appearing more agreeable than during training. Perhaps that was just her state of focus. Nyaerki thought uncertainly. Although you won against Hesse today, in terms of actual skill, you are still lacking significantly. To stabilize your level, you need to practice diligently. The child naturally did not disagree, her eyes showing neither defiance nor dejection, as if she had long understood this principle from countless experiences in the mundane world. Why this reaction again? Nyaerki felt a bit stuck and wanted to say something more, but suddenly heard her speak up. "Instructor Nyaerki, I think there seems to be a problem with today's positioning net." She hesitated to speak, instantly capturing Nyaerki's attention. He was somewhat puzzled. What problem? What issue could a simple positioning net have? In Nyaerki's impression, problems in life were often bloody or even life-threatening matters. When did a positioning net become something that could be described as problematic? Alas, it seemed he had been too long in this comfortable place. The battlefield was more suited for him. He didn't know how Stark could endure such a disparity. But since Jiang Hui had brought it up, he had to clear it up. He felt he had gained some insights from the recent teaching. "That net seems to be misaligned today." Her words seemed to express doubt, yet her tone was quite certain. This made Nyaerki furrow his brow and ask which one it was, to which Jiang Hui pointed out one of them. That particular net was the one Nyaerki had set up. Among the 3 positioning nets, 2 were set by Stark, and only this one was his. It couldn't be. Nyaerki squinted at it, and seemed to actually find a slight issue. He couldn't help but walk over to take a look, and found that one of the wedges used for securing it was indeed slightly crooked. It was not obvious, but using this wedge as a base to tension the entire net would naturally lead to a slight deviation, albeit not noticeable enough for Nyaerki to catch. But how did this child notice it without getting close to examine it? How sharp must her eyesight be? The key point was that he himself had set it up and had not realized it. Now that someone had pointed it out, he still hadn't caught it. How embarrassing. He felt he had lost face in front of the younger generation. For a moment, Nyaerki lost his expression. Although he tried hard to suppress the sudden blankness on his face, Jiang Hui still noticed. In fact, she had sensed something was off during her first round of shooting, feeling that the grip was not quite right, but at that time she did not immediately find the cause. In the following rounds, after slightly adjusting the angle, it returned to normal, and only then did she realize there was a problem with the positioning net. When Nyaerki had asked earlier, she unconsciously spoke up. But now that she had said it, she felt a bit regretful. What was she doing? Was it necessary to bring up such an insignificant matter? Would she offend someone and end up facing retribution? As it turned out, Nyaerki was not a narrow-minded person. He indeed felt embarrassed, but it quickly passed, and he even curiously asked her how she had noticed. How did he figure it out? By seeing, of course, though it's hard to explain. He truly discerned it through sight alone. But if he were to tell others, they would scarcely believe him. Jiang Hui could only brush it off with a vague laugh, claiming it was merely a gut feeling. After all, intuition was the hardest thing to articulate, and the other party would hardly press further on the matter. Nyaerki fell silent for a moment, perhaps uncertain whether to believe her. Jiang Hui, at a loss for words, chose to remain mute, standing there like a statue. After a long pause, the other seemed to snap out of his thoughts and asked with a hint of curiosity, "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" Well, she did have something to attend to, but the person she was waiting for had yet to find the time. Jiang Hui shifted her gaze to the figure not far away who had just finished his tedious tasks and happened to look over. "She's here for me." Stark glanced at the pair who had been chatting for a while, a faint, barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. "Nya, all right, let's go." He interjected into the somewhat awkward atmosphere of their conversation, though it was unclear to whom he was speaking. Before Nya could instinctively respond, the girl nodded in agreement and naturally followed him. Watching the two walk away without a backward glance, Nya finally realized he had been left behind. Could it be that the kid had come for Stark all along? Had he misread the situation? He considered pretending to be nonchalant and bidding farewell, but curiosity got the better of him and his feet moved of their own accord, chasing after them. Why had he followed? Was it to fully clarify his earlier misunderstanding? Though it cost him a bit of face, he had gleaned a rather intriguing piece of information. Sitting in the back of the aircraft with Jiang Hui, he turned his head slightly and said to her, who was seated obediently behind, "I thought you looked somewhat familiar. Turns out you're Senior Jiang's child." Jiang Hui. At the time of her parents' sacrifice, the original body was neither too young nor too old, understanding little, and her parents rarely spoke of military matters to her, so she knew very little. Perhaps they had intended to teach her when she was older, never expecting that they would depart so soon. What the original body didn't know, Jiang Hui knew even less. This naturally included her parents' social connections. Even someone like Stark, Jiang Hui had only identified by cross-referencing her father's belongings with Stark's own revelations. This one, it seemed he was another acquaintance of her parents. "You've grown so much. You're a bit different from what I imagined." He studied her for a moment, then seemed to drift into reverie. Though his gaze was on her, his thoughts had wandered far away. Stark, catching this, cast a brief glance at the pair in the back and said to Jiang Hui, "Ignore this fellow. After all these years, he still can't learn to hold his tongue, spouting nonsense." What did different matter? Jiang Hui was Jiang Hui, Jiang Yilan was Jiang Yilan. They were independent individuals. There was no need for such talk. "Remember, you are now a teacher. Don't lose your decorum in front of a child. It's utterly discourteous. If Captain Jiang were here, you might not leave this place standing." Nya stiffened at these words, evidently recalling something, and promptly sobered up. Jiang Hui, on the other hand, regarded him with a flicker of curiosity. Now it was her turn to be intrigued. This man seemed to have some connection with her mother, and it felt unusually intimate. Could he be a friend? Though they were the parents of the original body, as the one who had inherited this form, Jiang Hui considered them her own parents as well. She was genuinely curious about these two individuals she had never truly met, yet whose deep love for their child was evident from the fragments of memory. Jiang Hui's father was easier to understand. He was a man who could clearly separate work and family, appearing before the original body as a complete, doting father. In her memories, when he was home, he was always cheerful like a big kid, his favorite pastime being to take his daughter to various places of amusement and indulge in shopping, a clear sign of a well-off upbringing and a fondness for wandering. But when Jiang Hui, inheriting the original's memories, flipped through his surviving records, she discovered a fatherly image the original had never seen. He was a confident, steady, and powerful soldier with an intense sense of justice and utter fearlessness, a man willing to sacrifice everything for his country, his family, and his bloodline, a sentiment that seeped through even the thin pages. As for Jiang Hui's mother, she was more complex. In the original's memory, this mother was cold and strict, even somewhat unapproachable. Yet undeniable was the deeply hidden love the original could still feel, a love distinctly different from her treatment of others, an absolute favoritism, the instinct of every mother. The original both yearned to approach her and dared not be too bold. But deep down, she deeply admired her powerful mother. It was hard to imagine that such a proud, formidable, and distant mother could have such a lively friend. Well, not necessarily a friend, but his tone was indeed quite familiar. Jiang Hui decided to assume so for now. Her contemplative expression was subtle, but her curiosity was unmistakable. Stark knew exactly what she was thinking, but he chose not to voice it lest the currently harmonious atmosphere turn awkward again. That renowned military flower of yesteryear had always been a solitary figure averse to socializing. Even in love, it was Jiang Hui who had pursued her in a one-sided drama for a long time, and they had endured much before finally coming together. Where would she have found friends? Nya was indeed very familiar with Jiang Yilan, unilaterally. He had once been an ardent suitor of that lofty flower. Though he ultimately failed, his persistence was so stubborn that he somehow managed to become a familiar face to Jiang Yilan. Now that Jiang Yilan was gone, how could he introduce himself to her child as Nya, your mother's former suitor? It was far better to let the child believe he was her mother's friend. Stark turned to check the flight path side and inwardly regretted tacitly allowing this man to follow. Now that he knew Jiang Hui's identity, it might provide the child with some connections in the future, but it also felt like he had invited a major trouble, not just for himself, but for Jiang Hui as well. Under the casual chatter of the overly familiar instructor, Jiang Hui's sense of unfamiliarity with this man gradually dissipated. Moreover, she seemed to have discovered the true nature beneath his cool exterior. This guy was a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he rambled on endlessly without pause. Jiang Hui was relatively fine. She simply listened, as she was very willing to hear others speak when she had nothing else to do. In her view, communication was also a way of learning, allowing her to continuously absorb various types of information and turn it into her own knowledge. However, Stark clearly found it somewhat unbearable times, but in the end, he couldn't help rolling his eyes at Nya before returning his focus to the flight path. But Uncle Tang, if you're really annoyed, why do you always come over to listen? It seems like you're listening quite earnestly. You two really do have a genuine bond. The school was indeed far from the main continent. Even piloting such a high-speed aircraft took a considerable amount of time to reach the destination, and by then the sky had long since grown dark. They hadn't yet accomplished the purpose of their visit, and it was uncertain how much time it would take to finish. It was easy to imagine how late it would be when they flew back. Fortunately, tomorrow was a special rest day announced by the school. Otherwise, if they had classes the next day, her last day of military training would likely end in a daze. The day after tomorrow was the orienteering comprehensive competition. This day off was the school's way of allowing the poor kids to adjust their state. Standing before the military hospital, Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. She had only started her interstellar life a few months ago, yet she had already visited the hospital several times, more frequently than in her entire previous life. As for why she had come here with Stark, that story began yesterday. During Jiang Hui's entrance test, she was diagnosed with a closed brain domain. Lu Jin then relayed this information to his teacher, senior healer Michael, who was in the capital star system. This was the same healer who had previously conducted a follow-up examination for Jiang Hui and recommended Lu Jin to her. Not long ago, due to the various complications from the ambush, Jiang Hui's mental system had become even more imbalanced, worsening her condition. Thus, the exceptionally kind healer, upon learning of this, advanced his schedule and arrived in the resident star system this morning. Stark received the news from Lu Jin and naturally didn't want to delay. Seeing that they had time, he directly dragged Jiang Hui here. As for Nya, he was just tagging along. Stark understood that regardless of whether he told him, Nya would probably ask about it anyway, so it was better to let him come along. So Nya's assumption was indeed correct. He had misunderstood. Jiang Hui had long been instructed by Stark to wait there after class. Jiang Hui's medical records had been transferred from the district hospital to the military hospital via the system. When they entered the special treatment room, Michael had already reviewed the medical files. Hearing movement at the door, he looked up to face them. A trace of doubt flickered across Michael's brow. "Why are you here, kid?" Nya himself appeared somewhat surprised. He knew Stark was bringing the child to the hospital for a follow-up, but he didn't realize this luminary was treating her. Wasn't the old man supposed to be in the capital star system, always busy? How did he have time to come to this remote resident star system today? What was so special about this planet that everyone kept coming here? I should be asking you why you're here. My grandfather was angry that you didn't attend his birthday party recently. He complained for days. So you've left the capital star system. Healer Michael was speechless. So you're here to settle accounts with me on your grandfather's behalf. I told him earlier that I had an important meeting that day and couldn't make it. Besides, it's been a long time. Have you not spoken with your grandfather in a while? Michael was a close friend of Nya's grandfather, so he had watched the young man grow up. Naturally, when meeting a younger generation member, he couldn't avoid some small talk. Jiang Hui, who wasn't fully aware of the situation, could only silently stand by as a background figure, listening to the casual conversation between these two elders she barely knew. Stark didn't seem to mind much, either standing with his arms crossed as he waited for the two to finish their brief exchange. Nya glanced at Stark and said somewhat sheepishly, "No wonder you were so agreeable today, bringing me along." He had once mentioned this elder to Stark. He thought that by bringing him along he might gain some favor with the old man. Well, it didn't matter. Senior sister Jiang had treated him well in the past, and the military had also given him many opportunities. Naturally, he was willing to look after her daughter a bit more. Since the old man was here, he could ask him to take a closer look. Of course, Michael hadn't forgotten why he had come. After exchanging a few words with that troublesome kid, his attention returned to Jiang Hui. For Jiang Hui to undergo treatment, she couldn't just proceed directly. She needed to undergo an accurate physical examination to obtain the most precise and comprehensive data. This was also why her medical records had to be transferred from the district hospital to the military hospital. Only here did the planet possess the most advanced medical equipment and technology. The first round of examinations alone took over an hour, followed by various detailed neural and brain domain scans. Not only did those conducting the tests find it tedious and grueling, but those waiting outside also grew restless. They had mentally prepared themselves to spend a considerable amount of time here. Stark wanted to ask Jiang to leave first, but the latter refused and stayed to wait. What exactly is wrong with that child? How did she sustain brain damage? He had thought it was just a routine issue. But if it were routine, the disciplined Stark wouldn't have brought her out at such a time. Stark remained silent, knowing this was his fault. If he hadn't been unable to leave the military for so long, neglecting Jiang Hui's situation for years, she wouldn't have ended up leaving the inner star system out of frustration due to the awakening issue. He felt he had failed his friend's trust. Jiang rarely sensed such distinct emotions in his old friend. The man had always been like a robot, speaking little and acting aloof. Much like Jiang Yilin, though, Stark's personality was more reserved. He didn't seem to care much about his own life or future, yet he treated Jiang Yilin's daughter with such seriousness. It must all be for Lieutenant Jiang. Jiang had never met that man, but as Jiang Yilin's husband and his old friend's close companion, he had long heard of him. Thinking of this, his mind drifted, and he felt a pang of regret for those vague figures in his memory. In that war, not only had Stark lost his friend and comrade, but he had also lost the person he had always admired. Such a young life had silently vanished without leaving a trace. Who could easily accept that? The two of them combined were men in their 70s or 80s, feeling sentimental about this and that outside, which was truly embarrassing. Jiang patted his friend's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the child is quite fortunate to have the old man treating her. It's much more reliable than the so-called famous doctors in the Central Star System." Stark nodded, vaguely unsure if he truly understood. But how did this child come to know Master Michael? That old man has been very busy these past few years, like a dragon that disappears without a trace. My grandfather has tried to arrange meetings with him many times, but to no avail. I didn't expect him to be here in the resident star system. Stark shook his head, for he truly did not know. When he had met Jiang Hui, the other party seemed to have already been in contact with Master Michael. At first he didn't think much of it. After all, who could have anticipated that a disciple of such a renowned high-level healer would serve as a school doctor in such a remote planet? It just goes to show how small the world really is. But who could say that Jiang Hui was lucky? A young child, not even at the age of full awakening, had already suffered multiple traumas to her brain region. If by chance she received the attention of this high-level healer, it could indeed be considered a blessing in disguise. The two elders, who had both trudged through gunfire and rain, fell into silence. Time passed in this strange silence. It was unclear how long it had been long enough for the voices that were already faint upstairs to dwindle to near silence. Now it was deep into the night when Michael finally brought Jiang Hui out from the special examination room. The old healer held a thick document in his hand, his brow furrowed, seemingly too preoccupied to engage in pleasantries. Jiang Hui, on the other hand, could not hide her fatigue. It was unclear if she was exhausted or sleepy. One could tell from the situation that the examination results were likely worse than they had imagined. The two exchanged glances and quickly followed Michael to the adjacent conference room. Michael slammed the thick documents onto the table and activated a section of data on the shared system provided in the conference room. Jiang Hui glanced at it. The page was densely packed with data and explanations filled with many incomprehensible terms, as well as images and models constructed based on the data. In short, she found it difficult to understand. Of course, Michael did not expect an outsider to comprehend such complex data. He got straight to the point and began interpreting it for the group. "Ms. Jiang, you shouldn't have forgotten what I told you over a month ago." Jiang Hui nodded. That was the first major matter she faced since coming to the stars, and since it was related to the health of her body, it left a profound impression. Michael sighed deeply, like an ordinary elder worrying over their younger generation, a hint of helplessness crossing his brow. "You are quite a cooperative and restrained patient. I looked at your follow-up records, and you have been recovering well. There are no signs of further depletion of your mental energy, which indicates you have been following medical advice to manage the anomalies in your brain region. However, you seem to be lacking a bit of luck, as it appears that another issue has arisen." Michael clicked on a graph resembling multiple parallel lines, zoomed in, and pointed to a prominent peak. That marked the onset of the anomalies in Jiang Hui's brain region. She was detected with an internal closed brain region. In fact, over a month ago, Michael had not found any symptoms related to an internal closed brain region during his examination of Jiang Hui. Aside from a minor impact on brain function, after a month of adjustments, it should not have posed significant issues. Furthermore, the data from Jiang Hui's 2 follow-up examinations had all been fairly normal, with her mental energy even showing slight improvement. Up until the start of school, she had still been normal. The examination at the start of school was the turning point. The data collected from Lu Jin clearly showed that on the day of the examination, Jiang Hui's mental energy transmission state and various brain data fluctuations indeed exhibited symptoms of an internal closed brain region, and the severity was not low. Even the high-precision instruments were unable to accurately detect the upper limit of the mental energy reserves within Jiang Hui's brain region. She was a highly potential mental energy user who had not fully awakened. However, her current condition did not seem optimistic, and due to the unknowns it appeared somewhat precarious. At that time, Michael had already returned to the Central Star System due to work issues. He happened to glance through the urgent reports from students regarding this matter in his spare time, leading to a bit of concern. Michael devoted his life to the medical field, treating countless soldiers. For a young individual with obvious talent, who would likely embark on such a path in the future, he felt a unique sense of responsibility. He couldn't bear to see her falter in such an inconspicuous corner, so he left a message for Lu Jin stating he would take time a month later to visit Star 732 for another consultation with Jiang Hui. Little did he know that in less than a month the child would encounter numerous issues. While it wasn't exactly adding insult to injury, it had completely disrupted her brain state. An internal closed brain region or whatnot was a temporary conclusion, but he was certain that she would have to undergo another round of adjustments to balance her mental energy and brain region to treat the damage caused by mental energy depletion. Michael couldn't help but want to reprimand her, but remembering the unexpected circumstances described by students that seemed beyond her control, he ultimately refrained from verbal reproach. He began to analyze the mental energy peak data for several individuals based on the data. From all the peaks and trends, it was clear that her mental energy was on an upward trajectory. Though the overall increase was not significant, it was abnormal for someone who had already completed a second awakening to show such a trend, as it indicated an unstable anomaly. The highest points on the graph could be matched with several events: the start of school examination training exercises and the ambush incident. Among them, the peak corresponding to the ambush showed the steepest slope, rising sharply before plummeting off a cliff, with the highest point even exceeding the A-level range, indicating considerable explosive power. This data was collected using a capture device and should be quite accurate. It was precisely because this data was accurate that Michael found it puzzling. Because according to the examination at the start of school, Jiang Hui's brain region had already formed a magnetic field indicative of an internal closed brain region. She even needed instrument assistance to release mental energy at her level. Yet both during the training exercises and the ambush incident, there were significant traces of released mental energy, and the intensity of the released mental energy was not low. This clearly did not align with the typical symptoms of an internal closed brain region, as almost all clinical cases of internal closed brain regions exhibit restrictions on releasing mental energy and limitations on mental energy levels. Could it be that Jiang Hui is not an internal closed brain region? Or is it that Lu Jin made a misdiagnosis? Michael, intrigued by this, added numerous high-precision tests for Jiang Hui, even using his authority to access clinical instruments from the military, all to accurately detect the data and results this time. The final results came out. Jiang Hui indeed had a closed-type brain domain. Both her symptoms and the magnetic field reactions of her brain domain unequivocally indicated this condition, leaving no room for doubt. However, her closed-type brain domain differed from the typical cases. Based on the flow of the psychic magnetic field detected by Michael, Jiang Hui's brain domain did exhibit symptoms that restricted the release and level of psychic power, yet this restriction was a stable inherent characteristic, not a consequence of brain mutations or an imbalance in the brain domain state. Some might wonder what is meant by inherent. Could there be a distinction between inherent restrictions and other types? To put it this way, in the vast majority of clinical cases, closed-type brain domains are a disorder of the power system caused by acquired brain trauma or an imbalance in the brain domain's energy. Once it occurs, it is extremely difficult to adjust and highly unstable, often causing adverse effects on the psychic system. This type of closure represents forced closure and unstable factors. And if misfortune strikes again with another mutation, it could transform into another form of psychic disorder. But Jiang Hui's case is different. Her closed-type brain domain seems to be caused by the inherent structure of her brain domain and its unique magnetic field. Though it is unknown whether it is congenital or acquired, it is certain that it is stable and almost impossible to change or worsen. Of course, this is also difficult to adjust or cure because essentially it is not a treatable condition. Once discovered, it may persist for a lifetime. In the centuries of Michael's medical career, this was the first such case he had encountered. Of course, the Empire's history was not without such examples. He had once seen a volume of case studies in the archives of the Capital Military Academy, which included several similar cases, and the protagonists were all extraordinary individuals. Therapist Michael had never expected to encounter such a rare case himself. From a therapist's perspective, this journey of treatment, which began out of compassion and squeezed into his busy schedule, was well worth the trip. After explaining the key points about the closed-type brain domain, the old therapist went on to elaborate on the current state of Jiang Hui's brain domain's magnetic field and the recovery of her overdrawn psychic power, leaving no detail unclear. The consultation room was very quiet. The three of them sat with solemn expressions, listening intently, though it was uncertain if they all fully understood. Naturally, not everyone was like Jiang Hui and Stark, who silently listened and took notes, thinking first before asking questions. Someone relying on their relatively close relationship with the old therapist directly voiced their confusion. So in your opinion, how should this child's that closed-type brain domain be treated? I've listened to you for a long time, but it seems you haven't gotten to the point. Nya scratched his head. An instant silence fell over the air. Three people's 6 eyes stared at him expressionlessly, making him suddenly uneasy, as if he had asked something inappropriate. Therapist Michael glared at him irritably. I've known since you were a child that you were someone who didn't like to use your brain. I thought that as you grew older you would have made some progress, but I never expected that after all these years in the military your campaigns and experiences have yielded no improvement at all. Where has your time gone? Have you even listened carefully to what I've been saying? A child that young can understand, and you still have the nerve to ask. Jiang Hui also hadn't fully understood everything, but she had grasped the main points. Moreover, whenever the therapist touched on a key point, he would glance at her, perhaps to accommodate her as the actual patient. Nya, having been scolded for no apparent reason, suddenly looked like a dog with its neck pinched, too afraid to say anything. It was evident that he had been disciplined by the old man often in his childhood. Michael sneered at him, but still provided an explanation, or rather gave an accurate answer to Jiang Hui and the others. Simply put, there was no need for treatment, and it couldn't be treated. Jiang Hui's case was a rarity. He couldn't determine any adverse effects and dared not treat it casually. Although she met the characteristics of a closed-type brain domain, her psychic output usage and bursts were all normal. Jiang Hui could normally output psychic power below her level, and at certain points she could burst forth with exceptionally strong psychic power, essentially no different from a normal person. Except that detecting her psychic level was somewhat unstable and inaccurate, everything else was normal. So what was there to treat? She could only go about her business as usual. Lu Jin had actually misdiagnosed her. He was too young and strictly followed the academy's teachings, lacking flexible thinking. Once he detected that Jiang Hui had a closed-type brain domain, he automatically assumed the worst-case scenario. But the truth was that Jiang Hui's condition was special, an exception that was difficult to use as a reference. The group, having fully understood, felt a jolt of relief and breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that there was nothing serious. The brain is an extremely delicate organ, and even if treatable, it was hard to guarantee absolute safety. So upon arriving, both Jiang Hui and Stark had been somewhat anxious. Now that they were told no additional treatment was needed, it couldn't be better. Seeing that Jiang Hui seemed to be completely relieved, Michael had to interrupt her optimism and remind her, but don't think everything is fine. Your case is unique and ordinary situations are difficult to reference. I can only infer and analyze based on the psychic data you have shown so far, while I cannot guarantee that it will remain this way in the future. According to the psychic slope imprint chart, a strange situation occurs when you use your psychic power. When your psychic power is overdrawn to a certain point, a small peculiar breakpoint appears. At this point, no data is captured, and immediately after the breakpoint, a small amount of psychic power rapidly flows back. This is strange because under conditions of psychic overdraft, there should be no psychic backflow. Such an anomalous rise cannot occur until some form of replenishment is obtained. I suspect this is also caused by the special structure of your brain domain. Alas, it's too tricky. With so few clinical cases at present, I cannot reach an accurate conclusion in a short time. In the future, you'll have to keep a close watch on yourself. Overdraft, breakpoint, strange backflow. This sequence felt subtly familiar. A certain thought flashed through Jiang Hui's mind. The psychic power flowing back without any replenishment. Such a creation of something from nothing easily reminded her of several memorable binge-eating episodes in her spiritual space. Aside from the questionable enclosed brain region, the wear and tear from mental energy overdraft could not be overlooked. The pitfalls left by the original body and Jiang Hui were indeed numerous. The consultation had dragged on far too long. She had even dozed off in the examination room, taken a turn through her mental space, and returned only to find it still unfinished. Unsurprisingly, by the time Jiang Hui and the other two concluded the consultation, it was already deep into the night, or rather nearly dawn. In an hour or two, the sky curtain would likely lift and brighten. Jiang Hui had assumed Stark would simply ferry her back to school and send her to the dormitory for rest. Of course, they too needed rest. The round trip had taken nearly 10 hours, and even with a military physique, such endurance had its limits. She felt rather apologetic for dragging them through the night on her account. Yet Stark, instead of immediately piloting the ship back to campus, led the two to a nearby center and found a late-night restaurant. It seemed he had finally remembered to fill their stomachs. Jiang Hui suddenly realized they had rushed non-stop to Michael's consultation, never pausing along the way, and thus had no time for dinner. They had all made do with nutrient packs on the ship. However, for a growing youth and soldiers accustomed to maintaining peak physical condition, the nutritional content of those packs was rather meager. Having been in constant motion all night, Jiang Hui was in dire need of a hot, nutritious meal to replenish her energy. Yet sandwiched between two tall elders alone with the menu in hand, she couldn't shake a distinctly peculiar feeling. Wasn't this just like a child being taken out for a kid's meal by parents? Never mind, she was starving. So she'd eat first and think later. After all, someone else was footing the bill. Seeing that Jiang Hui seemed to have finished perusing the menu, Stark called over a server, letting her order first, then followed suit, with a daily special much like gnocchi. After several bites of flamingo meat, Jiang Hui's sluggish brain finally began to function. She found the scene rather bizarre, naturally sitting with the notoriously strict instructor from school calmly ordering her favorite foods. She had to admire her own psychological fortitude. Clearly the two elders saw nothing amiss. They treated her as one of their own and chatted freely. Or rather, one of them chatted unilaterally, while Stark responded with a word or two as the mood took him. Jiang Hui had been drifting through her late-night snack, or rather breakfast, when their conversation inexplicably circled around to her. "Xiao Jiang, is it all right to call you that? It's been a month since school started, hasn't it? How do you feel?" Nya asked, as if making casual small talk, addressing the daydreaming girl. A long-dead memory suddenly struck her. Xiao Jiang, what a down-to-earth form of address. She hadn't heard anyone call her that since arriving in the Interstellar era. As for how she felt, just so-so. Military training felt much the same everywhere, lacking any sense of reality. That was the truth. After all, a soldier's life was far too distant from her own. Even similar specialized training failed to evoke a comparable sense of authenticity. Perhaps only when she truly chose this path and began these drills for survival would she grasp their true significance. But for now, Jiang Hui was merely going through the motions. She did as the instructor commanded, trained hard on the projects, found it somewhat arduous and tiring, yet felt nothing worthy of remark or reflection. Still, Jiang Hui opted for a relatively diplomatic response. "Well, it's okay. I feel like I've learned a lot." That too was honest. But perhaps sensing her indifference, Nya sighed. "Never mind. I can see you don't care about this. I was overthinking it. At your age, there's no need to dwell on such matters. Just stick with Uncle Tang. He'll teach you well." He had forgotten that before knowing her identity, he had already noticed the child's calm, yet eccentric demeanor. Now it seemed she truly resembled her mother. Both had minds of their own. Such people often had their own set of ideas. Too much interference would only backfire. It was better to let her focus on the life before her. Everything else could wait for another day, and time would reveal all. "Jiang Hui, didn't you ask me? I haven't even answered, and you've already answered for yourself." Jiang Hui was full of question marks, but as mentioned, she truly had no insights to share, so she was happy to let it be. He continued, "I hear tomorrow is the final event of military training, orienteering. I wonder what form it will take." Stark shot Nya a dismissive glance. What novelty could orienteering offer? It was always the same routine, just a formality for the kids to experience. Barring any surprises, this fellow would receive his assignment and leave by afternoon, not even staying until the orienteering ended. Why bring it up now? Nya rubbed his nose and answered unprompted, "I was supposed to leave, but I received new orders a couple of days ago to stay on this planet for a few more days pending further instructions." Well, you'll probably get to watch tomorrow." At the word orders, the fingertips behind Stark's back twitched slightly, though his face betrayed nothing. The man smiled at Jiang Hui and said, "So you better perform well. If you can make it into the top 3, they'll give you something nice." "How about that? Top 3? You're overestimating me, aren't you?" Jiang Hui's inner cat was utterly stunned. This was a massive group event bringing together outstanding students from all majors. She'd be proud just to rank in the top 3 of her class, let alone the entire project. Of course, she couldn't voice that. It would seem ungrateful and worse, lacking in ambition. Though she felt it was merely being realistic, Stark frowned displeased and cut off the other man's words. "What are you saying? Stop meddling and adding unnecessary pressure to the child." Then, as if to soothe Jiang Hui's uncertain expression, he added, "Don't listen to him. Just do your best. Do your best." Yes, giving her all was the best she could do. Jiang Hui nodded inwardly. Stark, feeling a headache coming on, changed the subject to divert the attention of the ever-tactless man, allowing Jiang Hui to finish her meal in peace. This annoying fellow seemed incapable of letting the child eat properly, instead persistently trying to capture her attention with his clumsy conversational skills. What followed was relatively uneventful, with nothing further occurring. Stark first dropped Jiang Hui off at school, then departed with Nya in the ship to an unknown destination. When Jiang Hui returned to the dormitory washed up and lay on the bed, she sorted through her weary mind, blinked, and finally closed her eyes, her breath growing gentle, as if she was about to fall asleep. Yet suddenly she opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. Wait, no. She seemed to have forgotten something very important. Speaking of which, had she settled the bill when she left the hospital earlier? Could it be that she ran off without paying the medical fees? Jiang Hui opened her optical brain to log into her account and hastily checked it, only to find no changes in her funds. This meant she truly had left the hospital without paying. Not only had she asked the healer to attend to her all night with professional analysis, but she had also taken an entire box of medicine. How terrible! Would the patrol bureau call her later to interrogate her? What should I do? Jiang Hui's eyes wide open, she found it impossible to sleep no matter what. Finally, unable to suppress her doubts, she sent a brief message to Stark, who should have been busy at the time, asking about the medical expenses. Unexpectedly, he replied that she needn't worry as he had already paid on her behalf. However, Michael had refused the payment, stating that he would conduct regular follow-ups for Jiang Hui to monitor her recovery. Indeed, it was already fortunate that a high-ranking healer had treated her. For him to go to such lengths and refuse payment likely stemmed not only from genuine kindness, but also from a desire to study her unique case. Thus, she didn't mind being observed as a special case, and was even glad to be of some help. Based on her 2 encounters with the elderly healer, she trusted and appreciated him greatly. After confirming that she hadn't fled without paying or caused a misunderstanding, Jiang Hui collapsed back onto the dormitory bed, her consciousness gradually fading into sleep. Little did she know that chaos had erupted outside. Due to the preparations for the next day's project competition, the entire school had a day off with no classes. The campus buzzed with vibrant energy. The bustling paths were filled with chatting students, transforming the usually serene school into a lively hub. This was all thanks to an announcement made that morning. After a month of military training for freshmen, a cross-country orienteering race was held as a tradition. It was the first challenge for new students, and those who wished to make a name for themselves had to seize this opportunity. Thus, aside from the freshman participants, sophomores and juniors were also eagerly anticipating the event, curious to see what intriguing figures this year's batch would produce. After all, this was an annual spectacle. But this year was different. It marked the 150th anniversary of Beska Intermediate Academy, and the board had authorized the expansion of various activities. Moreover, as if by luck, the academy had recently received investments from 2 major families who allocated a special fund to expand this month's orienteering race and enhance its rewards. Not only did the scale grow, but the venue and equipment quality also improved. The investment alone was enough to rival an anniversary celebration. Yet what truly stirred such excitement wasn't the above, but the rewards themselves. Rumor had it that due to the increased difficulty of the course and a focus on humanistic care, all participating students would receive subsidies and free meals would be provided in the spectator areas. Word had it that among the rewards were slots for custom mechas, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. These mechas, worth a fortune, far surpassed the crude Interstellar credits or campus points of the past. Thus, many senior students were envious, wishing they could turn back time a year to be among this year's freshmen. As the beneficiaries, the freshmen were both surprised and delighted. Though not everyone could meet the reward criteria, participation alone sufficed to secure a subsidy. Besides, how could one know their limits without trying? The Academic Affairs Office had posted announcements and posters a day early, plastering them across the campus, and now nearly everyone was discussing the matter. The school forum was ablaze with heated discussions about the event. Coinciding with the school-wide day off, the campus atmosphere was naturally exuberant. Having stayed up all night, Jiang Hui returned to school as dawn broke. Feeling exhausted, she didn't notice the unusual atmosphere on campus. Upon returning, she slept through the afternoon and woke up just before dinner. Having barely roamed the campus all day, she naturally missed the gossip. Along the way, she wondered why everyone she met seemed so exhilarated. Was having a day off really that enjoyable? As it turned out, it wasn't just the day off, they were likely thrilled by the juicy gossip. At times, Jiang Hui couldn't understand if Hillman had installed a tracker on her or possessed some unnoticed skill, as he always seemed to pinpoint her whereabouts. Sure enough, no sooner had she left the dormitory after waking up heading to the cafeteria for food than Hillman intercepted her midway. Watching the animated person across from her recounting the day's big news, Jiang Hui silently chewed a piece of meat, wondering how long he would remain so excited. When his narration seemed to finally conclude, he recalled something and asked, "Classmate Jiang, the school is truly lively today. Even the usually reclusive third-year seniors have come out. At noon, I wanted to invite you for a meal, but..." Unexpectedly, she had slept through the entire afternoon. "I had some matters to attend to," Jiang Hui explained. In truth, she had stayed up all night for certain reasons, but she couldn't reveal that directly. This sufficed as an explanation. Hearing this, Hillman seemed quite pleased and said he didn't mind. Jiang Hui expected him to continue excitedly describing the grand orienteering race the next day, but he abruptly changed the subject. Glancing around, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. I heard recently that a student in our department is quite skilled at shooting, having defeated a notable figure from the second year. Now it's all the rage among both first and second years. Jiang Hui. The first half of his words didn't catch her attention, as there were several skilled shooters in their class alone, so who knew which one he meant? She usually paid little heed to others' affairs, but something about this didn't sit right. School is truly a small world. How could rumors spread like this? Jiang Hui's brows furrowed entirely, as she found it hard to believe that the person in those rumors was herself. Otherwise, how could she herself not know about it, huh? But the rumor pointed out the time, place, and person, which clearly referred to that inexplicably hostile guy from yesterday afternoon, didn't it? In other words, the one spreading it was her. It was truly a giant question mark. This. The rumor was too bizarre, the kind that left even the person involved dumbfounded. Moreover, it was merely a limited contact session, so how could it be called a competition or a defeat? She felt that the senior who was inexplicably slandered as being utterly defeated was quite unlucky to have such a reputation thrust upon him for no reason. Of course, even more unlucky was her, falsely caught up in a fabricated rumor spreading everywhere, and for no reason. She might have offended a senior. What if he thought she was the one who started it? Although she had a clear conscience and hadn't done anything wrong, she couldn't help but worry. As for this undeserved notoriety, her feelings right now were far from pleasant. Forget it. The rumor was spreading like wildfire, and it probably couldn't be taken back now. There was no need to explain, either, lest it make things worse. But she had to clarify things with the person in front of her. Jiang Hui was truly overwhelmed by this Hillman classmate's inexplicable enthusiasm, because she knew she wasn't the formidable figure he seemed to think she was. If this added another layer of strange admiration, it would be disastrous, so she had to set the record straight. Unexpectedly, Hillman's mind worked differently from ordinary people. Hearing Jiang Hui's correction, he asked nonchalantly, "But didn't you still win?" "Classmate Jiang, you're too modest." "It wasn't really a win. I just had a slight advantage in a small game. In a formal match, he would probably be much stronger than me," Jiang Hui evaluated objectively. Last night, when chatting with her, Erky had also discussed this issue. He told her that as a beginner, despite her exceptional talent and potential to become an outstanding shooter, Jiang Hui had been exposed to this skill for too short a time, lacking training and experience. He told her that as a beginner, despite her exceptional talent and potential to become an outstanding shooter, Jiang Hui had been exposed to this skill for too short a time, lacking training and experience. Talent was the foundation, a prerequisite for reaching the summit, but not the journey itself. To ascend, one had to build their own ladder. And that fearless courage of a novice would gradually fade, with growing proficiency replaced by caution and restraint. This was naturally a positive development signifying skill maturation, but it undoubtedly came at the cost of some innate quality. In short, Jiang Hui possessed shooting talent, but she still had a long and difficult road ahead to surpass he at his current level. Erky gave her plenty of advice and guided her on suitable methods for improvement. He offered this counsel, even though he knew the girl before him wasn't the type to be overly self-confident. But as a mentor, he still wanted to offer this reminder, hoping she would better understand her own level and position. As for Jiang Hui's clarifying explanation, Hillman didn't really care, or rather he interpreted it all as her modesty. He naturally couldn't believe the rampant rumors outside. Even he found those tales too exaggerated, and neither party involved had come forward. There were so many versions spreading wildly, which only made them seem more unreal. After learning that one of the parties was Jiang Hui, Hillman was even more certain that this was a fabrication by others. Because he simply couldn't match the legendary arrogant shooting freshman with the Jiang Hui he knew. They didn't align at all. Yet since such a rumor had emerged, there must have been some truth to it. So when he ran into her today, he couldn't help but ask. And the version he got from Jiang Hui was naturally much more authentic, or rather this was the truth. Hillman sincerely felt that his newly made friend was sometimes far too modest. Even if she possessed truly admirable skills, she seemed indifferent to them, never considering her own abilities as anything extraordinary, with a clarity and calmness that was almost unsettling. Yet the more this was the case, the more curious he became about Jiang Hui. He genuinely wanted to be friends with someone like her. After moving past this topic, the two chatted about other things, some new happenings in their grade, inside scoops about tomorrow's orienteering race, and various events across the interstellar realm. It was a rare moment of relaxation, though who knew what the same time tomorrow would bring. Adjusting her training uniform, Jiang Hui checked her appearance in the mirror to ensure everything was in order, then picked up her cap and left the dormitory. Today was the final segment of military training, the orienteering race. All freshmen from every major would participate, but to ensure the safety of students in general majors, military and general majors would be separated. Last night, she had received a notification the school instructed all freshmen to assemble in full uniform and on time at the designated gathering point and reminded everyone that communication devices like optical computers were prohibited from the competition grounds. Of course, other contraband items on the list were also included, needless to say. She left relatively early, but because her dormitory was a bit far, she arrived at the destination somewhat late. Looking out over the vast venue, it was a sea of people. It took her a while to barely find the formation marked for her class. This was Jiang Hui's first time here. This place was the second largest training ground at Beska Intermediate Academy, usually used for large-scale events capable of accommodating an entire grade of students. From this view, their school truly had a lot of people. Just one grade occupied such a vast area, bustling with activity. After finding her team, Jiang Hui quietly merged into the crowd, acting as a qualified background figure, not wanting to attract any attention. The instructors hadn't arrived yet either. Since it wasn't yet time to assemble, everyone was still relatively relaxed, mostly standing in a decently upright military posture. Jiang Hui scanned the training ground and noticed it was somewhat different. In conspicuous places there were posters about this orienteering race, as well as slogans and some signboards densely covered with text she couldn't make out. It had quite an atmosphere. In some areas of the training ground there were decorative ribbons and banners to enhance the mood, and at the four corners machines resembling large surveillance camera equipment. Everything seemed ready. At this moment, on the other side, in a super large training ground that was several times more spacious than the one where Jiang Hui and the others were gathered, a different scene unfolded. This side was much livelier. The training ground, usually quiet and solemn, was decorated festively, with vibrant posters and slogans everywhere. The audience seats were arranged in a trapezoidal shape, sloping upwards, tightly encircling the venue, allowing everyone a clear view of the multidimensional projection displayed at the center. In the middle was the scene from the current gathering place for the new students, meaning that the actions of Jiang Hui and the others would be displayed on the screen one by one. The instructors and teachers whom Jiang Hui and the others had been waiting for were also present, seated separately, quietly waiting to observe their students' performances. Stark sat quietly in his designated spot, watching the central three-dimensional screen, not engaging in conversations with his colleagues. However, the person who had vowed to watch the directional cross-country race with him last night was nowhere to be found. Instructor Ting glanced around, somewhat puzzled as to why Lieutenant Zhou had not arrived. That guy, despite always appearing to be a proud scion of a noble family, had an interest that contrasted with his haughty demeanor. He particularly enjoyed watching lively events. He didn't necessarily have to be the type to stir up trouble, but he always seemed to be present at various scenes, as interesting events in crowded places invariably had his shadow. Sometimes he would not hesitate to speak fair words, even offering evaluations that contradicted his usual sharp persona. If described in Jiang Hui's past life terms, when he wasn't being difficult, he resembled a hot-headed youth whose worldview was barely acceptable. Instructor Tan and the others observed this, secretly marveling at how this person's disposition wasn't as terrible as he presented. He was quite peculiar. However, in such a lively setting where their own students were about to shine, it was indeed strange that Zhou had not been waiting here, early confronting Stark. Stark glanced at the vacant spot, then calmly shifted his gaze away. Why hadn't this person shown up? Perhaps he couldn't make it, as he had encountered him during a mission yesterday. Yet this had nothing to do with him. Stark returned his attention to the large screen in the center, inadvertently landing on a small section that was where his class students were. These youngsters were carefree, unaware that recently this planet and even the entire star system were on the verge of chaos. Fortunately, no major issues had arisen in the end, and it was nearly at a close. Otherwise, he would truly be uneasy about letting Jiang Hui continue living here. Jiang Hui was oblivious to the fact that her movements were already being monitored by countless pairs of eyes across the screen. Like her classmates, she was bored while waiting for the next instruction. However, as time passed, everyone gradually sensed something was amiss. They realized they had been left in this training ground for far too long, leading them to suspect they had been forgotten. At first, Jiang Hui wondered if this was similar to the previous observation phase, thinking that perhaps a teacher would emerge to deduct points after half an hour. But then she doubted that was possible. Such tactics were indeed suitable for rookies unfamiliar with military training rules. They could serve as a warning. However, with military training nearing its end, repeating this was meaningless. She was more inclined to think that the school was still in preparation. Did she not notice that aside from the necessary staff, not a single teacher or instructor was in sight? While she was waiting here, feeling so bored that she could doze off, suddenly a sharp alarm rang out in the arena, piercingly loud, almost causing the new students present to jump up in shock. Is this some sort of air raid? Jiang Hui, both in her past life and this one, was a person with a highly focused mind. The sudden shrill alarm startled her so much that she nearly jumped up. It wasn't until the sound stopped for a while that she felt somewhat calmed down. What is that sound? It scared me to death. Could it be a reminder that something has happened? After all, there had been no activity for so long. You all are too naive. I think this is very likely an alternative test. We should probably stay still for now. Oh, who knows, something may emerge soon. But I still feel a bit uneasy. Last time it was like this, and we were almost scared to death by the seniors who were nearly attacked. Should we find a place to hide? Perhaps this really is a reenactment. I think it's nothing, maybe just a simple bell. Jiang Hui rubbed her aching ears and noticed that the front row, which had been vacant, had unknowingly begun to fill with people. Several unfamiliar soldiers in military uniforms had appeared at the front of the training ground. Then several small teams entered the training ground in an orderly manner, and the atmosphere in the arena gradually changed. The new students seemed to be subtly influenced by this tense atmosphere, instantly falling silent. Jiang Hui had thought that these seemingly proctoring unfamiliar officers would be responsible for opening remarks, but she was too naive. Following the alarm, relevant personnel entered, and the announcement repeatedly requested everyone to surrender any items that might be prohibited, warning that violators would bear the consequences. Once it was confirmed that no one had voluntarily admitted to any violations, these soldiers began to traverse the training ground with devices resembling detectors. It was unclear what methods they employed or if their machines were simply too advanced, but it wasn't long before sharp alarms rang out after scanning the area. Then they accurately singled out those who had brought prohibited items, tossing them to an open space, and the detection actions were swift, quickly accumulating a small group of people. These individuals included both ordinary and military majors, with both males and females present, all appearing anxious. In terms of the total number of first-year students, they weren't too many, but certainly not few. Jiang Hui couldn't help but sigh at how bold this group was. What were they thinking? The higher-ups had warned them so many times and given so many opportunities, yet they still dared to harbor hopes of evasion. What would happen now? Jiang Hui naturally passed through without issue. Meanwhile, those who were pulled out due to a moment of negligence stood helplessly in front of the open space, waiting for arrangements or direct penalties. In less than 15 minutes, the officers completed their searches, and the leading one glanced at the uneasy students, clearly not intending to waste time dealing with them, directly calling several soldiers to escort them away from the scene. They could no longer participate in the directional cross-country race, and how they would be dealt with would depend on the school. The remaining students stayed behind to officially participate in this directional cross-country race. Jiang Hui never expected events to unfold so rapidly. Barely half an hour ago, everyone had gathered waiting for the officers to issue instructions. Within 20 or 30 minutes, she had already grabbed whatever tools she could find and found herself in this unfamiliar forest. She stood in the woods momentarily, stunned, her mind struggling to catch up with the reality of what had just occurred. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound behind her, like someone brushing against the bushes, the footsteps, not particularly soft. Whoever was approaching clearly lacked vigilance, making no effort to conceal their presence. Jiang Hui didn't know why she felt so tense, but instinctively, she spotted a thick tree trunk near the edge of the clearing. She dashed over and discovered a massive rock behind it, tall enough to hide two people, creating a narrow crevice that offered decent cover. Though it couldn't fully conceal her entire body, it was still relatively hidden if she was careful. The school is way too casual about this. They didn't even give us time to form teams, just dumped us here directly. Lucky we landed close to each other, saved us the trouble of searching for teammates. Stop complaining. Instead of wasting time, we should be finding the others, or just start scoring points. Didn't the presiding officer say the final score is based on eliminations? The more you take down, the better. I heard the top 100 in the entire grade will receive extremely generous rewards. What are you thinking? Going up against the combat soldiers, mechs, and command squad. If we don't get shot on sight, we're lucky. Enough dawdling, let's find our prey. Wait, I want to sort out my resource pack first. With that huge crowd scrambling back there, I grabbed things too hastily, and I'm not even sure what I got. Hey, don't start rummaging here. Let's find a safer spot first. This area is too open, feels unsafe. Besides, we're new here. Who knows if someone's hiding in the shadows? Bro, you've got a point. Bang. A gunshot tore through the air, exploding in their ears, followed instantly by the thud of a heavy body hitting the ground. The group froze in shock, never expecting such a sudden strike in the middle of their conversation. They realized they were being targeted. But the hidden assailant gave them no chance. The second and third shots followed almost immediately after the first, barely adjusted, and soon two more figures crumpled to the ground. Watching the three who had fallen silent, Jiang Hui, concealed in the shadows, held her breath and observed for dozens of seconds. Confirming no other predators lurked nearby, she sprinted to their sides. Ignoring the three pairs of rolling eyes brimming with resentment and fury, Jiang Hui silently apologized. It was indeed a bit unfair to end them so abruptly, but they were far too conspicuous. Speaking loudly in what had clearly become a hunting ground, showing no stealth or caution, they were destined for tragedy. Even if she hadn't acted, they wouldn't have lasted long before becoming someone else's points. Besides, letting them pass would only make it harder for her to score later. Only a fool would refuse such easy points. The presiding officer had stated that after 150 star seconds, a special rescue team would retrieve the eliminated, and looting their resources afterward would be against the rules. So Jiang Hui had to collect the dropped supplies before that. Time was running out. She needed to grab the items and find a hiding spot to sort through her haul. The three lying on the ground, their survival state restricted by the simulation vests, could only watch helplessly as the culprit who had ended their game before it began swiftly packed all the resources they had fought for in the square into her own pack, not even leaving their rifles behind. In the end, all they could do was watch her silhouette vanish into the tall bushes. A shadow loomed over them, soft light illuminating their faces. They heard the faint murmurs of the rescue staff. "They're not injured. Just take them back and release the vests." Of course they weren't injured. They hadn't even been given the chance to be. The trio screamed internally. Who could be more unlucky than them? Taken out in less than a minute by some unknown shooter. They were nothing but cannon fodder. Even if they had been allowed a full round, they couldn't have felt more humiliated. But there was no chance now. Their game was over. The only way they could see the one who had so cleanly eliminated them was on a screen. Elsewhere, within just 4 or 5 minutes of the start, the leaderboard began to shift. In that short time, some had already started scoring. But the most conspicuous was the name at the very top. Jiang Hui probably never imagined she would find herself in such a spotlight, and in this manner. Not because she was exceptionally skilled or scoring rapidly, but because her accumulated personal points were absurdly high. Due to 2 previous incidents, the school had compensated her with a significant number of personal points. Now it was inevitably visible she was the freshman with the most personal points in the entire grade, naturally ranking first, leading the second-place contender by over 100 points. Her abnormally high score naturally sparked discussion among the spectators. Most students had undergone similar military training and understood the sources of personal points. That's precisely why they found it hard to comprehend how she had amassed so many points within just a month of school. Moreover, her name was hardly known, which seemed rather odd. Of course, the class advisors and instructors were well aware of the situation. It had been approved by the school and faculty, so there was nothing to debate. I recall. The top one is in Captain Stark's class, right? Quite sharp, scored within 5 minutes of the start. Indeed. The speaker was Zap, the class advisor for Combat Squad Class 5. Unlike most of the restless or arrogant officer advisors, he was a rare, good-natured soul who maintained decent relations with everyone in the grade. Stark gave an almost imperceptible nod, then once the other's attention shifted leisurely, used his instructor privileges to call up the recorded footage on the workbench. Zap had only glanced at the overall leaderboard, but Stark had deliberately pulled up the details, clearly witnessing Jiang Hui's entire scoring process. Stark raised an eyebrow. It wasn't particularly impressive given the enemy's sheer stupidity, but he could see she had some nerve. While others were still tangled up in team formations, she had quickly assessed her position and secured all available points. Her performance was passable. The scene shifts back to Jiang Hui. After completing her first round of shooting upon entering and having secured the initial wave of supplies from the unfortunate trio, Jiang Hui hid in another more concealed corner she had just discovered during her shooting intervals. Although given the current situation, absolute concealment was impossible, her solitary state would inevitably lead to her being targeted as an easy mark. Otherwise, she would have to endure until the end of the competition. But what would be the point of that? It would be better to seek something exciting. After all, there was no real danger to her life. As for the ship that came to retrieve those 3 unfortunate souls, she had noticed it and appreciated the school's unprecedented efficiency. It seemed that the previous monitoring system failures had taught the school a lesson, making them aware of the importance of being foolproof, and this awareness was immediately reflected in their safety measures. Excellent. The eliminations were completed in under 3 minutes, ensuring safety. This also allowed Jiang Hui to feel a bit more secure. After all, she had no idea when she might become collateral damage. If she were to remain paralyzed for 10 or 8 hours, she would truly be on the brink of collapse. Jiang Hui took a moment to glance over there, and then disregarded it, quickly sorting through the items she had obtained from the 3 individuals, confirming her current inventory. In reality, there wasn't much. Despite having robbed 3 people, their previous careless behavior indicated that they weren't particularly capable, and the quality of their supplies was quite low. As for the supplies, it all began half an hour ago. After completing the search, the supervising instructor announced the rules and organized the teams, then the school unleashed a major event. Just moments ago, Jiang Hui was wondering if it would be an airstrike or something similar, when suddenly a series of sharp alarm sounds rang out from above, accompanied by a prolonged rumble. Now distributing various supplies. Please follow the broadcast instructions to collect the materials designated for the off-road combat training in each drop zone. During the collection of supplies, please take items in an orderly manner, and fighting is strictly prohibited. Also, please use the supplies safely during the off-road competition and refrain from harming others. Violators will be expelled from the competition, and the school reserves the right to pursue responsibility for serious offenses. The first batch of supplies is prepared for deployment and will be distributed within 5 minutes. Firearms, medicines, tents. The entire training ground was filled with these mechanical sounds, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Dozens of small spiral helicopters hovered in the air, dropping foam-packed items through the gaps with both large and small various lengths and shapes, including essentials and random odds and ends that seemed of no use. Each item distributed was different. Due to the rapid changes in the situation, everyone present was momentarily stunned, and by the time they reacted, some had already leaped into action to grab supplies. Jiang Hui was among those who moved neither too fast nor too slow. By the time she reacted, there were already crowds around her, some standing and some squatting, huddled in various circles focused on collecting items, while others darted from one side to the other, scrambling to snatch things, creating a scene of chaos. Being relatively slim and not very tall, she could only be pushed around as she mingled in the crowd. Moreover, with limited time and supplies, it was better to observe and pick up items from nearby circles. Jiang Hui was quite lucky as she managed to stumble upon a simple nano-military pack. Although it couldn't hold much, at least it provided a place to keep her collected items. Otherwise, Jiang Hui could hardly imagine the sight of a scissor sticking out one side of her belt and a rope tangled on the other. She also found a few items that were either nutrient solutions or stamina supplements, and she sincerely hoped they were the latter. The rest were fragmented items like straps, ropes, scissors, covers, and even needles. She had no idea how to use these items or what purpose they served, but she picked them up as she followed others. Perhaps they could be useful, right? Then she acquired a submachine gun from a fellow who had too many items and was getting disorganized. Before she could feel grateful, she was hurriedly transferred over here. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to get any bullets, but being able to snag some scattered supplies amidst the chaos was a stroke of luck. She noticed that some people were even less fortunate than her, ending up with nothing at all. Jiang Hui casually sorted through the supplies obtained from the 3 kind souls and found that although their items were of poor quality, they had still managed to acquire some valuable essentials. One person had even managed to get 2 rows of spare bullets. Although one row was for handguns, and she didn't possess any firearm that used such bullets, neither did those 3 fellows. However, just because she didn't have the right type now didn't mean she couldn't take it. Continuing to search would eventually yield something compatible, and she would gladly accept the items for now. Additionally, Jiang Hui managed to retrieve the guns from those 3. 2 of the guns were submachine guns, the same type as the one Jiang Hui had acquired, suggesting they came from the same drop zone, and none had been fired. The other gun was of a different specification than the submachine gun she possessed, with a slightly different appearance, and given her current knowledge, she couldn't distinguish it well. She decided to keep it for now on. It should have a similar function. Lastly, she had managed to grab an entire row of 12 nutrient solutions. Since this row was intact, it still bore the unopened label, matching the packaging of the few she had collected. Unfortunately, they were not stamina supplements. They were the kind of nutrient solution that provided a slight boost to stamina, primarily meant to fill the stomach, with stamina replenishment being merely a side benefit. However, if one wanted to replenish stamina, drinking 7 or 8 tubes would barely suffice for a round. Jiang Hui knew it was impossible for her to have such luck. If she really found 12 stamina supplements, that would be truly absurd. Nonetheless, being able to grab something, whether stamina supplements or nutrient solutions, was better than nothing. This way, she wouldn't have to go hungry during the off-road competition, which was quite useful. Although the supplies were few, the usable ones were limited and stacked together chaotically. She couldn't even move them. Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel grateful that she had secured a nano-military pack from the start. However, even with this pack, which she wasn't sure could hold half a cubic meter, it was already nearly stuffed to the brim. Soon, even small items would be squeezed out. Jiang Hui hurriedly checked the items in her pack, and then set her mind on other matters, waiting there for quite a while. The 3 individuals had already been taken away, and the area had been thoroughly cleaned, as if no one had ever been there. Now it was her turn to face a question: where should she go next? Should she stay here and wait for another wave of unsuspecting prey, or... Jiang Hui's gaze fell on the fork where the 3 had just entered, her expression reflecting uncertainty. After a period of chaos, the new students quickly managed to grasp the situation at hand. It was destined to be a tumultuous war with enemies as far as the eye could see. Every person in sight was a potential target, a stepping stone for advancement, provided one had the capability. Thus, upon reaching a certain tipping point, the entire scene erupted into chaos. For they began to realize that understanding a concept was one thing, but experiencing it was entirely another. Perhaps at the outset some were uncertain of what to do or where to begin, but once the first shot was fired, everything changed. The moment they entered this training ground, the game had already begun. No one could remain aloof. All were fish in this pond, destined either to devour or be devoured. While some students struggled to adapt, others like Jiang Hui instinctively made their choices. With the awakening of a small group, the minds of others were inevitably influenced. Thus began the hunt. Jiang Hui was relatively fortunate. She had landed alone in a remote area and immediately encountered 3 hapless souls who delivered themselves to her doorstep, earning her points. But many others landed in the main arena or crowded areas. If unlucky enough to encounter a large group in an open space, a fierce battle was inevitable. These newcomers, often without a clear understanding of the situation or a shift in mindset, were swiftly sacrificed, becoming trophies for others. In truth, participants in this orienteering battle had 2 modes available. One was group combat. At any time, they could form a team through the simulation vest reporting system. A team was limited to 5 members. Fewer than 5 constituted only a temporary squad. After forming a team, points were still tallied individually based on shots fired, and resources were each person's own to be managed internally. However, a team of 5 was not mere cooperation. Members had to share certain burdens. Under normal circumstances, a solo act would be eliminated upon a single hit. The simulation vest possessed extremely precise positioning and identification functions, leaving no room for error. Once hit, the vest would automatically restrict the wearer's movement and simultaneously signal the system for elimination. The elimination mechanism was ruthlessly efficient, offering no second chances. However, if a team of 5 was formed, all members collectively shared 3 chances. That is, when they were in a fully formed team state, the first and second hits on any member would not result in elimination. But if any member or individual members of the 5-person team were hit 3 times in total, the entire team would be forcibly removed with no exceptions, even if one member of the 5 had never been hit. Thus, forming a team required caution. If team members were not chosen carefully, even if 4 were exceptionally strong, dragging a weak link would likely yield no benefit and incur additional costs. Clearly, this was a mechanism with a strong collective nature, requiring ample trust and cooperation among team members. Used well, it was a formidable weapon. Used poorly, it would drag them into a quagmire of immense restriction. The other mode was solo play. One could go it alone the entire way, eliminating opponents one by one to earn points without any worries or burdens. A death would be yours alone. For someone like Jiang Hui, who had landed alone in a desolate and remote area, teaming up was a secondary concern. It was unrealistic to think about it now, and she still had choices. But for those caught in the melee, the situation immediately became precarious. This was not a shooting drill where orders were given to fire in unison. Rather, it was a free-for-all with no commands, control, or order maintained. Everyone could choose their own targets, firing at will. Shoot when you see, shoot when you have the chance, each hit earning a point. It was sheer chaos. In such circumstances, no matter how skilled your marksmanship or sharp your eyesight, you could not ensure your own safety. You could only drift with the tide and rely on luck. It was a completely uncontrollable situation. This was clearly not a good thing. They didn't want to take down opponents and score points, but not to be eliminated so inexplicably. If they wanted a true contest of skill, at least create a proper arena. What was the point of this chaotic mess? How many capable individuals had been inexplicably caught in someone else's crosshairs and eliminated? Thus, more and more people realized that if they wanted to continue the competition, they had to divide the battlefield, or at the very least distinguish friend from foe. If neither was possible, they had to at least escape this chaos first. Good heavens, how long would this entanglement last? These people were truly terrifying. At the edge of a small splintered battle zone, a grimy figure cautiously slipped out from the periphery. Whether it was his luck or the fact that the surrounding crowd simply didn't deem this small fry worth their attention, he was allowed to escape. As he ran farther away, the figure seemed to realize he might actually escape this dreadful war zone. He hunched over and ran faster, heedless of how unsightly his fleeing posture was. Huff, huff, huff. He finally understood why those in the circle were still locked in an intractable battle. Before, he couldn't fathom why they insisted on exhausting themselves in such internal conflict. Hadn't they noticed the vast stretches of rocky terrain and shrub forests all around? There were plenty of places to hide. Wouldn't jungle guerrilla warfare be more meaningful and thrilling? Why did they have to face each other in such an open space, pulling at each other's hair and even shooting at each other's faces? Wasn't that just making things harder for themselves? It wasn't until he had run a good distance that he realized the rocky area and shrub forest that looked close were actually far away. If they all fled separately, they would inevitably expose their backs to the enemy's eyes. They could not safely escape the war zone without ensuring their own safety and avoiding elimination, just as they could not control the actions and motives of others. Thus, the only option was to stop killing with killing, eliminate a portion of the opponents first. Only someone like Zhou Xiaowen, who held little hope of escape and simply wanted to distance himself from the chaos, would turn his back on the melee like this. When he ran out, he had mentally prepared himself for elimination, even estimating when he would be hit. But whether it was luck or his inability to arouse the hunter's desire to hunt, no one took the opportunity to shoot him in the back, and in the end, he actually managed to escape. He remembered, It had been less than a single stellar hour since they were teleported here, hadn't it? The race duration, however, was a full 36 stellar hours. With not even a fraction of that time elapsed, the participants were already so heavily depleted. Was this level of brutality really necessary? If he hadn't been unable to find a chance to slip out of the combat zone, he would have long since abandoned staying with that pack of lunatics. He felt that lingering even a moment longer risked elimination as the least of his worries. Oh, someone might ask why he being so cowardly managed to endure for so long in this chaotic war zone. To be honest, even Zhou Xiaowen didn't know. He just scurried around entirely on luck, relying on his innate intuition to dodge every which way, or upon sensing the slightest hint of being targeted head, find a convenient shield to cling to. In short, he muddled through by sheer chaos, and in the end, he somehow managed to carve out a path to survival. Although Zhou Xiaowen knew that emerging from here didn't guarantee safety, he could easily be seen as an isolated weakling by others at any moment. But wasn't it still better than lying prone in the war zone and getting trampled? Besides, he really didn't want to be eliminated so soon. No matter how difficult it was, he had to hold on a little longer for that someone who came to watch him, even if it was just for a tiny fleeting moment. Zhou Xiaowen thought back to the tragic state of those unlucky souls eliminated in the war zone before being slurped up by rescue shuttles, and couldn't help but shiver. Even with the barrier projected by the simulated chest guard, taking a dozen kicks and stomps like that probably wasn't pleasant. He had seen some unfortunate brother nearly coughing up blood from being stomped, and at that moment he swore he would never get shot in the war zone. Now he had finally. I'll wait, don't. Brother, can you not make a move? I'll give you everything I have. Aye. Zhou Xiaowen was utterly spineless, immediately crossing his arms over his chest, as if trying to block a bullet that might be fired at any moment. Jiang Hui was lying in ambush here precisely to pick off stragglers. How could such a large figure darting out from the ranks not catch attention? She spotted him at once. By Jiang Hui's nature, that bullet should have been fired long ago. There was no way she would have waited for him to utter those words. But for some reason, watching that person stumbling and fleeing as if in panic from the war zone, Jiang Hui inexplicably sensed a faint trace of familiarity. Yet in that brief moment he had already walked quite far. Jiang Hui snapped back to reality and immediately aimed her gun to shoot him down, but in that sequence of movements she caught a clear view of his face. Oh, no wonder he seemed a bit familiar. It was an acquaintance. This guy had to walk right into her path instead of taking another route. Old pal, couldn't you use your spiritual sense to probe your surroundings at such close range? A huge person right here, a gun barrel aimed squarely at you. How did you not notice at all? Now she didn't even have to hesitate about whether to shoot. He had delivered himself directly. With just a slight squeeze of the trigger, Jiang Hui could claim a point and resources without even needing to aim. This couldn't be the way to play the wolf in sheep's clothing game, could it? Jiang Hui suddenly wanted to see how long it would take him to realize a gun was pointed right at his face. Fortunately, this prey wasn't a complete fool. He sensed the unusual aura in the air, and then spotted Jiang Hui, who was hiding in concealment, watching him leisurely. Zhou Xiaowen. Jiang Hui. What to do? This guy was way too stupid. It might be better to just send him straight to the finish line, conveniently gifting him points for this acquaintance. As if sensing Jiang Hui's intention, the guy immediately started howling, which was the scene at the beginning. Jiang Hui several times abruptly tried to pull the trigger, but ultimately couldn't. So she simply used the gun barrel to press against his chest, coercing him to move to a certain spot. Throughout this, Jiang Hui didn't forget to keep an eye on the surroundings while also guarding against any sudden outburst from him. Well, although she truly felt he didn't seem to have the brains for it, weren't there plenty of cases of capsizing in a ditch? Jiang Hui, without a shred of sympathy, pressed the gun muzzle against his chest, kindly demanding he hand over all his supplies and the only firearm he had for self-defense. She admitted it was indeed a bit unscrupulous. It was hardly different from shooting him directly, just temporarily withholding that one point. But at least she had left him with some leeway for the future. Wasn't that also her own request? The other party was clearly sensible, aware of his situation, and quite cooperative, even voluntarily pulling out his belongings. As he pulled them out, he even seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as if everything would be fine as long as Jiang Hui didn't blow him away. The more he acted this way, the stranger Jiang Hui found it, and her gaze toward him grew tinged with suspicion. She couldn't help asking, "You look like you don't want to compete. How about I help you out?" The young man frantically waved his hands. No, just like this, let me walk away like this is fine. Don't worry about me." His reaction only deepened Jiang Hui's doubts. No weapons, no resources, just seeking not to be eliminated. But this guy really didn't seem like the type to bide his time and strike, nor did he appear to be someone clinging to a reputation, stubbornly surviving despite knowing his own lack of strength. To be honest, his demeanor was fundamentally out of sync with all the other students present. Everyone's eyes were filled with intense emotions like craving, striving to win, I must triumph, while only his face seemed to bear the peculiar expression of "so tired, when will this end?" which was quite subtle. In such a chaotic life-or-death setting, having someone out of place slacking off with a look of begging for a swift end was genuinely a bit irritating to behold. Anyway, it made Jiang Hui often want to just follow his wish and shoot him straight back to the start. He first nodded, then seemed to catch himself, and shook his head, saying in a rather embarrassed low voice, "My father came to watch my match this time. I don't want to be such a disappointment. His health is poor, and he rarely gets a chance to go out. I just don't want to get thrown out of the arena at the very start. Could you let me off this once?" Jiang Hui's face remained expressionless, as if scrutinizing his words. Just as Zhou Xiuwen thought all was lost, her demeanor suddenly relaxed, no longer so tense, and the hand gripping the gun was no longer poised to fire. They exchanged a glance, and the girl took a small step back, slightly retracting the gun barrel. Although it still retained enough room to shoot, her eyes were already downcast, as if letting him walk away. Jiang Hui wasn't afraid of him suddenly lashing out, because she had stripped him of everything he carried. All she had to do was watch him walk away with his back turned. Whether he would later be taken out as a point by someone else unarmed was no longer her concern. On the battlefield, she couldn't afford any more softness. That was the rule she had to follow here, even though she knew she had already been inappropriately soft-hearted just now. He, on the other hand, showed no sign of being cornered, even sporting a delighted glint in his eyes, as if Jiang Hui's tacit permission for him to stay even a second longer on the field was a huge bargain. Just as Zhou Xiuwen half-rose, preparing to turn and leave. Suddenly, almost simultaneously, he spun around with a trace of anxiety on his brow. Ignoring the gun barrel that seemed ready to aim at him, he lunged straight at Jiang Hui without a second thought. At that moment, 2 gunshots rang out. Had Jiang Hui ever considered the possibility of a counterattack? Naturally, she had, for this was in a sense another battlefield where everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, and words could never be taken at face value. Her failure to eliminate Zhou Xiuwen in a single strike was already a result of her indecisiveness. Later, swayed by his dubious words, she chose to show mercy, fully aware that she might be deceived by this very man standing before her. Yet she still did it. Her decision to take nothing from him was not merely because he was an acquaintance. To speak of acquaintances, just moments ago during her scavenging, she had unhesitatingly eliminated a familiar face from her own class. This classmate Zhou she had only met once before. However, during the last training exercise when she had fainted, it was he who had dragged her back and diligently watched over her in the temporary medical station. For that, Jiang Hui felt a debt of gratitude. His intense desire to remain here was something Jiang Hui could not simply ignore. Consider it repaying a favor. After all, it was merely 1 point. Of course, she could not let him leave with anything that might threaten her. That was why she confiscated all his belongings, severing any possibility of a counterattack. She knew this was essentially no different from eliminating him outright, save for not taking that single point from him. Jiang Hui even felt a bit hypocritical. Yet his reaction was strangely unexpected. Not only did he have no objections, but he even seemed quite pleased about it. If this man was not harboring other plans or biding his time for a final strike, could he truly believe that escaping this way was a stroke of good fortune? How peculiar. Did he really think he could last long in this chaotic war zone without any weapons? He would be lucky to survive another half hour unless he could wrest a weapon from someone else. Thus, Jiang Hui grew even more suspicious that he had some other scheme. Even as she let him go, she remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings, refusing to let any movement escape her notice. Yet her fears were realized, though the course and outcome seemed to differ from what she had anticipated. Realizing that the kind-hearted Jiang Hui truly had no intention of striking him down and seemed intent on letting him go, Zhou Xiuwen was overjoyed. He thought he might be able to stay in the arena a while longer, so he decided to leave quickly. Before his joy could last even 2 seconds, he spotted a dark gun barrel aimed in their direction from afar. He swore he was not mistaken. Was it aimed at him or at Jiang Hui behind him? Zhou Xiuwen's mind went blank as he turned to warn the kind-hearted Jiang Hui. He didn't know if he had a screw loose, but he instinctively moved to block it. Could it be that Jiang Hui misunderstood? Zhou Xiuwen could already foresee the scene of being caught in a pincer attack and eliminated. Alas, lacking ability meant lacking ability. He had survived this long solely by hiding, only to linger a little longer to avoid a disgraceful score. He had shamelessly begged an acquaintance for mercy, only to find that even though she spared him, he still couldn't escape, and it seemed he had dragged her down with him. Zhou Xiuwen felt terribly embarrassed. Yet the anticipated scene did not come. He turned slightly, his waist firmly supported by an arm. It was a well-proportioned arm, slender, yet surprisingly strong. Jiang Hui, who should have struck him first, had her rifle aimed in another direction, and it was she who was holding him. Jiang Hui's gaze sharp as a hawk's locked onto a direction behind him, her eyes gleaming. Then he heard her mutter, "Can't even hold your breath. With such poor scavenging skills, you think you can ambush me?" Zhou Xiuwen suddenly understood. He had been about to warn Jiang Hui of the ambush, but she had already spotted it and struck the target in one move. He might have been blocking her aim, holding her back. After completing the sequence, she quickly withdrew her arm. Zhou Xiuwen felt even more that he had only caused trouble. Seeing that she still had no intention of attacking him, he wisely decided to take this chance to leave. Since she had spared him, it was best not to linger and cause more trouble. Wait! The person seemingly absorbed in checking and reloading ammunition suddenly called out. She looked up at Zhou Xiuwen. May I ask, classmate Zhou, what is your current spiritual power level? At the finish line, viewing area teachers and instructors sat in the central stands to watch the event. On either side were spectator seats built for this orienteering race, all filled to capacity. Among the packed rows, one section stood out for its emptiness, the special guest seats. Not a single row or column was full, though only a handful of people were seated. Of course, not just anyone was qualified to sit here. These seats were reserved for the board of directors and invited guests from various sectors of society. Each seat bore a fixed name confirmed by the board before a final list was drawn up and assigned here. These seats were unique. Even if an invited guest did not show up, the seat would remain empty with no one else allowed to take it. In essence, these were privileged seats. In the emptiest front row sat a strikingly conspicuous man. It wasn't that his features were particularly handsome. While he was indeed quite gaunt and handsome, but he was far too thin, almost emaciated. The contours of his face, jawline, and cheekbones were starkly prominent. His complexion was a sickly pale, and his lips were drained of color. Upon closer inspection, he wasn't sitting in the soft chair provided by the school, but in his own wheelchair with a uniformed man standing behind him. What brings you here today? Why not rest more at home? I heard your little activity yesterday caused quite a stir. The man in the wheelchair spoke, clearly addressing the person behind him. The uniformed man seemed surprised to be addressed, paused, then replied helplessly, "What could there be? You know, I was just there to fill a spot that felt like it ended before I did anything." "So did you catch them?" The uniformed man nodded, then shook his head, as if recalling something, his expression tinged with bitterness. It would have been better if they hadn't caught them. Everything was blown up, people and objects all obliterated. Not only did they fail to obtain detailed information or recover the lost item, but the soldiers sent for support also suffered undeserved calamities. However, that thing must have been completely destroyed. In the morning, orders came down to cease the search, indicating that the imprint engraved in the secret chamber by the mainframe had been rendered entirely ineffective. Such a situation, it was said, only occurred when the imprinted data was thoroughly damaged or destroyed. So this mission could be considered complete. The man in the wheelchair was about to ask something else when his expression suddenly shifted. Though his complexion had never been pleasant to begin with, at this moment it turned even whiter than paper. Just as he seemed poised to speak further, fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his face, gathering thicker and thicker, until in an instant his brow and temples were glistening with moisture. The uniformed man hurriedly leaned in to check on him, only to see the other's bony wrists drooping over his knees, his fingertips slack and trailing weakly along the curve of his lap. Beneath the man's kneecaps, everything was hollow. Both legs were the same, the trouser legs empty all the way down, resting faintly on the footrests of his mechanical wheelchair. In the modern era, this might have been considered an ordinary misfortune, at most a tragic turn in one's life. But in the interstellar age, it was highly unusual. In a world where technology and bioengineering had advanced to such a degree, the regeneration of lost limbs was no longer a fanciful notion. Though the cost was indeed prohibitive for most, and the replacements were never quite original, inevitably causing some discomfort in operation, requiring a lengthy recovery period and needing regular injections of maintenance fluid to sustain their long-term efficacy. Otherwise, they might need replacing within 2 or 3 decades. Moreover, even if cost or other factors were an issue, there were semi-mechanical, semi-biological prosthetics available that looked no different from the real thing and could even be customized with functional features as needed. In short, in the interstellar era, people with missing limbs were truly rare, and most terminal illnesses had corresponding treatment options. Apart from congenital genetic disorders and certain ailments caused by biological toxins, the interstellar world had essentially eradicated any incurable diseases. Not to mention that the young man was entitled to a seat in the privileged section arranged by the academy, and the mechanical wheelchair he sat in, though outwardly unassuming, was clearly a high-end piece handcrafted by a master mecha engineer, its very wheels coated with hexapeptide alloy, a material used only in constructing advanced mechs. How could someone like him possibly lack the funds for limb regeneration? Judging by his moribund appearance, it seemed his body could no longer support such a procedure, forcing him to remain in this incomplete state. The uniformed man naturally understood the source of his discomfort, and even now could hardly believe that the once mighty man had become so frail and broken. Yet this was undeniably the truth. The uniformed man was about to crouch down to check on his superior when something seemed to occur to him, and he abruptly halted his movement. Finally, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he asked softly, "If you're uncomfortable, shall I escort you back first? Xiaowen can come pick him up later." The man in the wheelchair was silent for a moment, neither agreeing nor refusing. Just as the uniformed man was about to make the decision for him, he spoke weakly, an old ailment. It doesn't hurt much today. Doesn't hurt much, but it still hurt. The young man who knew the true reason behind his pitiful disability and watched him weaken day by day understood his suffering better than anyone. Yet tragically, he was powerless to help, unable to offer comfort. He could only watch. And just watching filled him with a deep, heartfelt sorrow. So how much more must you be suffering? All right, it's rare for me to get out. Don't ruin my good mood. Besides, I promised that kid I'd come see him. He's stubborn as a mule. He's been at it for a whole month just to get me here, messing up all the housework he promised to do. Even the butler can't stand it. If I just turn around and leave now, who knows how he'll throw a tantrum when I get back. The sickly man in the wheelchair seemed to complain about that kid in his words, but his tone was filled with unmistakable affection and tenderness. That cherished feeling was almost overflowing. The uniformed man, who had been looking somber all along, couldn't help but let a helpless smile creep onto his brow. I never imagined Xiaowen would grow up to be so lively. You must have had your fair share of headaches over the years. Time really flies. Yes, terribly annoying. Luckily, he's finally reached this age. If he hadn't grown up soon, I'd have been tempted to ship him back to the capital star system to stay with his grandfather. The man said with a laugh, pressing his forehead in exasperation. In that smile, his frail and skeletal silhouette unexpectedly revealed a trace of his former glory. Speaking of him, it's been 2 standard hours already, and he hasn't been eliminated yet. Looks like he's lucky this time. I thought he'd last about half an hour at most. How can you say that about your own child? Surely he'd last more than half an hour. What misunderstanding do you have of him? After all, he is your child. The descendant of a once legendary empire builder, your child. But the sickly man waved his hand dismissively. I know him well enough. Mediocre talent, lazy and irresponsible, a coward. His only saving grace is his mental fortitude, which is barely passable. What can he do? Nothing. Well. But that's fine. Though his words were full of criticism and scrutiny, his brow was filled with such relief, as if this was all he had ever wished for. The more he heard, the more uneasy he grew. Seeing the other's eyes darken as he sank into some past memory, the man beside him sensed trouble and urgently sought something lively to divert his attention. Suddenly, the screen broadcasting near them switched to a certain live feed. The uniformed man's eyes lit up, and he quickly urged the other to look. At the center of the frame was a team of 5. Unbeknownst to them, over 2 hours had passed since the orienteering race began. During this time, participants had been eliminated one after another. In both the general and military specialty zones, the elimination rate had reached an extremely high level. But as time went on, after surviving the initial chaotic melee that caught everyone off guard, most of those who remained were those with at least some cunning. The reckless and those unable to adapt were weeded out early on. Gradually, they realized that continuing such a chaotic fight was detrimental to the overall situation and rendered the drill meaningless. Only after breaking free from the initial skirmishes and entangled zones did they begin to truly engage in this hunting game. Clearly, individual strength was limited. Finding reliable teammates to share combat power and split lives was the optimal choice. Within just 2 standard hours, teams had sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain on the training ground, along with even larger coalitions formed from multiple teams. On the leaderboard, those who had formed teams had their team numbers appended after their names for distinction. Having extricated themselves from the chaotic battle and grasped their current predicament, the freshmen gradually began to disperse, each fighting their own battle. As time wore on, they too started to perceive a modicum of genuine intrigue within this competitive game. True marksmen on the field were ultimately a rarity. The vast majority, even with training, could at best be described as capable of holding a gun, falling far short of aiming and hitting their targets. But once a bullet was fired, it could not be recalled. Whether it hit or missed, it would inevitably stir up some commotion, and alerting the enemy was commonplace. The opponent, after all, would not stand idly like a target, allowing themselves to be aimed at and eliminated. They were bound to resist. And if the adversary was equally mediocre, the scene would likely devolve into a clumsy exchange between novices. Should there be several other groups lurking nearby, waiting like mantises stalking the cicada, how could they possibly pass up such an opportunity to pick off the vulnerable? Thus, the freshmen who had peeled away from the plainly visible war zone gradually shifted into the uneven jungle, only for it to transform into another form of melee. To avoid elimination, one had to not only compete in accuracy, but also see who could endure the longest. This was precisely the thought of a certain student, whom we shall temporarily call Xiao Wu. He was among those who had survived the initial chaotic war zone. Hailing from the mecha department, his marksmanship was merely average, but his secondary awakened spiritual power was barely passable, granting him keen senses. Thus, although he experienced a period of fluster at the start, he managed to barely hold on. Seizing the moment when two war zones collided, he escaped the chaotic area and successfully fled to this location. Apart from those who attacked him relentlessly upon sight, eager to claim his points, or those with abysmal shooting skills who sought a scapegoat to latch onto, he encountered no reliable teammates. Consequently, he journeyed here alone. He had now been holed up in a certain patch of uneven woodland for quite some time. This area mimicked the typical terrain and ecological environment of Planet 732. The forest was filled with either towering trees dozens of meters high or dense shrubs several meters tall, with the ground undulating concealed beneath grass or bushes. Therefore, one had to tread carefully while moving through it, lest a misstep caused them to plunge headlong into a large pit from which they couldn't climb out. Moreover, it made exposure easy, and such exposure was nearly equivalent to broadcasting one's location to others. In a situation where one could neither counterattack nor quickly take cover, they were at the mercy of their foes. However, Xiao Wu was fortunate. He quickly found a highly concealed and easily defensible position. To his left, right, and rear were two large rocks, while behind him were several clumps of dark shrubs sufficient to conceal a person's form. The only drawback was that the space was somewhat cramped. Any careless movement could produce a sound, easily giving away his location. Someone might ask if shooting could lead to exposure and staying put served no purpose. Then what was Xiao Wu doing holed up here? The forest was utterly silent. Trees were trees, rocks were rocks. Not even a wisp of breeze stirred the air, which was saturated with a stagnant aura. If not for what he had witnessed earlier, Xiao Wu, immersed in this place, would have doubted whether anyone was nearby at all. Suddenly, a different sound broke the tranquility of the quiet woods. Someone was coming. Xiao Wu's brows twitched. He fixed his gaze on the direction of the sound, his grip on the gun instinctively tightening. His thumb slowly stroked the handle, his index finger loosely resting on the trigger. Yet he did not act immediately. Clearly, the newcomers were unaware they had been spotted by a predator. From the faint rustling, Xiao Wu could roughly discern that it was a small team. The footsteps were chaotic. Unfortunately, it wasn't a single person. He felt a tinge of disappointment at this result, but his hands did not relax. In fact, he restrained his breathing even more intently, tracking the trail of sounds. Not yet. Not yet. Can these bastards hold out any longer? Just as he was about to lose his patience, a gunshot suddenly erupted from the grass, aimed directly at the center of the commotion. Xiao Wu's spirit jolted. Here it comes. That single gunshot seemed to flip a switch. From multiple directions, successive responses followed, as if everyone sought to seize the chaotic moment to strike. Yet for some reason, Xiao Wu still held back. His index finger resting on the trigger tightened, and then abruptly relaxed, repeating this motion several times. The central area under siege felt utterly silent, as if every shot had found its mark. Then suddenly the people in that area erupted into a frantic rustling, a palpable agitation churning beneath the thick layers of brush. The hidden shooters in the vicinity paused for a moment, then unleashed a second volley, denser and fiercer than the first, this time from every direction. The cacophony of overlapping sounds made it impossible to tell where the gunfire originated or where it might come from next. Yet this was not what Xiao Wu wanted. Suddenly the commotion seemed to shift without warning to another area a few meters to Xiao Wu's left. Though it only stirred briefly, it triggered over a dozen aimed shots. Amidst the numerous similar sounds, Xiao Wu's eyes glimmered faintly. He crouched lower, but his gun had somehow shifted, now aimed at a very close direction to his right. Then as the opponent fired their second shot, he released his own. Because of the proximity, Xiao Wu could even hear the thud of a body collapsing. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Finally got him. He had felt something was off all along, sensing a presence nearby very close. But the opponent was evidently skilled in concealment, no matter how he tried to sense them, he couldn't pinpoint their exact location. This had forced Xiao Wu to hold back, causing him to miss several such opportunities. He had refrained from acting, waiting for the other to lose patience first, and finally, he had caught this lurking viper. As for the other lurkers, either they were too far away to shoot accurately in his direction, or their marksmanship was so poor they couldn't even handle a small team, resorting only to blind firing. He merely needed to be cautious and avoid them. But strangely, it had been so long. At least 3 minutes. Why hadn't a rescue ship arrived to pick anyone up? Had he missed? A peculiar unease crept over Xiao Wu. Then, as if responding to this strange feeling, a gunshot rang out from the now quiet forest. But this time it was different from the previous indiscriminate firing. Every shot seemed meticulously calculated, landing with a deliberate, unhurried precision. Xiao Wu instinctively sensed something was wrong. He tried to flee through the only escape route behind him, but the next moment a chill ran down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Why were the footsteps of this suddenly appearing small squad so densely packed, yet seemingly chaotic? And why did they later carelessly reveal their whereabouts on such a large scale? And why, after so long, had no rescue ship arrived to retrieve the dead? Perhaps because the person who triggered their haphazard shooting was not truly human. Someone had manipulated things from the shadows, making everyone believe prey had stumbled and all, while waiting behind the scenes for them to expose themselves. Before the one who noticed this could think further, the simulation vest locked him in place, silencing his voice. In that brief moment, he could only tremble and murmur trap. But his voice was destined not to travel far. Someone struck him squarely in the back from above. He was eliminated. Bound by the simulation vest, he lost all strength to support himself, ultimately collapsing face first to the ground. Even in the end, he never saw who had dealt him that blow from behind. He had endured so much, biding his time until now, only to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xiao fall did little to change the situation. The unhurried gunfire continued. At first, the lurkers hidden in the forest paid it no mind, even secretly mocking the rash and impulsive actions of that person. This area was so small, everyone had to fire cautiously, blending their shots into the volley for fear of being discovered. Wasn't that person practically flaunting their position? Even if they wanted to put in some effort, there was no need to overdo it so blatantly. But as time passed, the opponent did not let up, firing shot after shot without pause. Those lurking in the shadows, who had been leisurely watching and even sneering as they sought prey, could no longer manage a smile. For they realized that this seemingly reckless bird was not acting on a whim or madness. It was clearly premeditated and well prepared. The opponent seemed to know exactly where each of them was. Amidst this lush, indistinguishable forest, they accurately pinpointed every hidden lurker. Everything seemed laid bare before them. As lurkers, whether discovered or not, were picked off one by one, the remaining grew anxious. They tried to locate the sniper's position, otherwise they might be the next to be eliminated. Yet strangely, they could not accurately pinpoint the opponent's location, not even a general direction. It felt as if there was a layer between them, as if they were not on the same plane. But the opponent seemed able to precisely locate each of them, pulling them out one by one and clearing them all. In the very end, they never saw who had eliminated them. The forest was silent for a long time. Not far from where Xiao Wu had fallen atop an extremely tall tree, there came a rustling sound as something descended. The movements were not large, slow and cautious, with a hint of tentative probing. After a long while, a very faint sound of footsteps landing was heard. It seemed the area was finally cleared. No untimely gunfire responded, only silence answered. The person moved about cautiously for a while, then looked up to the tree and said, "Should be all clear. Do you want to come down and rest?" "Wait, let me check again," the person above said in the lowest possible voice. Zhou Xiuwen knew they were still worried that someone might be lurking nearby. To let their guard down and get taken out would be like trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. But considering their sweeping style just now, if anyone could survive several rounds of probing, they would truly be a resilient man. He genuinely admired this Jiang classmate, bold, sharp-minded, and decisive in action. If others could endure, she could endure even more. Zhou Xiuwen had initially just wanted to follow someone to find a place to hide. He hadn't expected that she would lead him to this spot, immediately formulate a plan in her mind, and have them lie in ambush, until now ultimately sweeping away all the scattered opponents in one fell swoop. That round alone had eliminated at least 20-some people, all wiped out, without even using half the ammunition. Truly a formidable person. Formidable, and with a ruthless edge. At this point, Zhou Xiuwen could only say he was in awe. Having witnessed such a chaotic situation turned around so neatly, Zhou Xiuwen genuinely felt that even if he were eliminated next, this trip would have been worth it. As he let his mind wander, he waited quietly below. Finally, the person above seemed to deem it safe and slowly climbed down the tree, stowing away their homemade climbing tool. Zhou Xiuwen sighed with some regret. So many people must have dropped plenty of resources. Too bad we couldn't pick them up. Jiang Hui just shook her head, saying nothing. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't that she didn't want the supplies, but the situation was too chaotic and fraught with danger. The threat from hidden enemies was too great to risk gathering a few resources. After all, resources could be found again, but losing a life meant it was gone for good. This logic held true both in reality and in the game. In truth, the outcome had surprised even Jiang Hui. Although she hadn't obtained any supplies, she had scored 23 points in this round, hitting 23 people, more than her total score from shooting in the entire competition so far. Even Zhou Xiuwen, who had been coasting, managed to pick up 4 or 5 points. Not to mention him. Even Jiang Hui herself found it hard to believe the plan had gone so smoothly. She had prepared for the worst, never imagining such a crude plan could succeed so easily. And no one would have thought that this Nerthur-type person melee was orchestrated by just the two of them. To that end, they had even made some interesting little tools. What tools? Remember the big commotion that triggered the initial volley? It was actually created by Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen, using a few pairs of shoes and ropes tied to bushes and tree branches. It was meant to create confusion and misdirection. They never expected the friends on site to be so cooperative. They pulled the ropes a few times, and those people lost their composure, firing wildly. Wasn't that practically confessing their positions? Then Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen watched from above with Jiang Hui memorizing positions and picking them off one by one, while Zhou Xiuwen checked and finished off the rest. With this crude plan, the two of them systematically rooted out and eliminated all the lurkers hiding in that small patch of forest. One might wonder why Jiang Hui ended up working with Zhou Xiuwen given that they had just been exchanging fire moments ago. Yet here they were cooperating as if nothing had happened. In truth, Jiang Hui had not planned this from the start. She merely intended to repay a favor and let him off since he had pleaded so earnestly. However, she had never considered dragging someone along. Although she owed him a favor, it was not enough to justify hauling him across the perilous training ground. Nor did she have the capability. Yet just moments ago, Jiang Hui had a sudden change of heart. During her earlier standoff with Zhou Xiuwen, she had not fully let her guard down. While conversing with him, she remained vigilant of her surroundings, fully aware of the adage, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. Jiang Hui had no intention of being caught off guard. After confirming that Zhou Xiuwen posed no threat, she relaxed her vigilance toward him and subtly shifted her attention elsewhere. That person was hidden with great stealth and patience. Even Jiang Hui, with her terrifyingly acute perception, only sensed their presence faintly at first. But after Zhou Xiuwen appeared and interacted with her, the hidden observer's gaze grew bolder, lingering several times. It did not take long for Jiang Hui to notice. The observer clearly lacked confidence in a precise shot and hesitated. Jiang Hui too was cautious. The area where they were hiding was relatively open, and any action would likely expose them, leaving them surrounded on all sides. Thus they maintained an uneasy peace, each pretending not to see the other. But this fragile balance was shattered by Zhou Xiuwen's arrival. With a new target delivered to her doorstep, Jiang Hui had to divert her attention. The hidden observer saw this as an opportunity, unaware that Zhou Xiuwen posed no threat to Jiang Hui and barely distracted her. If the observer had directly targeted Zhou Xiuwen, it would have actually benefited Jiang Hui, revealing their position and making it easier for her to deal with this cunning foe. Her confidence in marksmanship was growing. Unfortunately, the observer's pride got the better of them. Despite Zhou Xiuwen being an easy target, they stubbornly fixated on Jiang Hui. As expected, the observer struck when Jiang Hui appeared to let her guard down. Little did they know she had already locked onto them, turning the tables and using Zhou Xiuwen as a pawn to counterattack. Yet Jiang Hui had not anticipated that this unarmed classmate would display such loyalty. Instead of seeking revenge or fleeing, he stepped forward to shield her from the bullet. Jiang Hui was unsure whether to call him brave or foolish. She had already calculated the angle to dodge, but Zhou Xiuwen's sudden lunge threw her off course, causing the enemy's bullet to miss. However, her own carefully aimed bullet had already been fired faster than both the enemy's and Zhou Xiuwen's reactions. It ultimately struck down the cunning adversary. Despite some unexpected twists, the outcome was satisfactory. Afterward, Jiang Hui realized that Zhou Xiuwen was not as burdensome as she had imagined, prompting her to inquire about his mental fortitude. The hidden shooter had demonstrated impressive stealth capabilities. Had her own spiritual perception not been of a high level, she might have missed them entirely. Thus, Zhou Xiuwen, who not only detected the threat, but also reacted swiftly, must possess considerable spiritual perception. Jiang Hui mused uncertainly. And so an odd temporary team was born. It was called a temporary team because it consisted of only 2 members, far short of the 5-person squad required to reap the benefits of a full team. Moreover, as merely temporary allies, each fought independently, with no damage sharing. Naturally, if one teammate was hit, it would not affect the others. In essence, it was just a nominal team, not a true squad. The only useful and binding aspect of this temporary relationship was that it restricted actions between members. Specifically, members of a temporary team could not attack each other. Any such attempt would be rendered invalid by the simulation gear. This type of temporary team served as a transitional phase for forming a proper squad. After all, not everyone could instantly gather 5 reliable teammates, so a reasonable transition period was necessary. Jiang Hui had never considered forming a team. Given her limited acquaintances at the school, she could not even assemble a full squad. Thus, from the beginning, she planned to fight solo. She had no grand ambitions for rankings or eliminations. She simply wanted to do her best, earn as many points as possible, and make the most of this intriguing large-scale event. However, navigating such a chaotic environment alone proved challenging. Moving through the complex terrain and melee was difficult enough, let alone staying constantly vigilant. Who knew if there were eyes watching from behind? The mere thought was terrifying yet unavoidable. With 2 people covering each other's backs, they could achieve near-comprehensive vigilance, roughly approximating full visual coverage. As long as they remained cautious, no one could easily ambush them. After careful consideration, Jiang Hui formed a temporary alliance with Zhou Xiuwen. This arrangement ensured mutual non-aggression without deepening their entanglement. For now, the team consisted of just the 2 of them. She generously returned the firearm and some essential resources she had taken from him earlier. Then she led Zhou Xiaowen through the treacherous training ground, initiating a pleasant collaboration of one shoots the other covers. During this process, Jiang Hui discovered that despite Zhou Xiaowen's laid-back demeanor, his spiritual perception, intuition, and reflexes were exceptional. He was highly cooperative and brimming with potential. More importantly, their coordinated acting was seamless, luring out many deeply hidden snipers. Those eliminated likely never realized the two were working in tandem. Zhou Xiaowen had no obsession with leadership or scoring points. He only sought Jiang Hui's protection and fully complied with her lead. He was an ideal teammate. Jiang Hui thought that even if Hillman, a familiar face, were beside her, he would be no different. But she could not be sure if Hillman would even agree to be her teammate. After all, friendship was one thing, but competition was another. She certainly would not hold back. So what was Hillman's situation at that moment, the one who had been on Jiang Hui's mind for a while? Unbeknownst to all, nearly 7 stellar hours had passed since the match point, and time rewound slightly to before Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen successfully pulled off their scheme. As the chaotic battle zone gradually dispersed, the surviving freshmen also scattered within the forest, commencing a true game of cat and mouse. As time wore on, the initial supplies distributed for the orienteering race were nearly exhausted. They had no other means to acquire more resources except by scavenging from the eliminated. Especially the most crucial and scarce resource in this event, firearms and ammunition. Each bullet spent was one less, and each broken rifle was lost forever. Some had an abundance of certain items, but were pitifully lacking in others. Consequently, many began forming teams aiming to pool resources or combine manpower to seize goods from other squads. Yet all resources were being consumed at an alarmingly rapid rate, with none left to spare. Some participants, even entire teams, were now on the brink of running out of ammunition and supplies. They had no idea where to obtain more resources, nor whether the school would replenish them. But for now, the best course before finding a supply route was to defeat others or teams and take their resources. This had been their primary activity since entering the arena. Thus, more and more people formed teams. When teaming became the norm on the training ground, solo fighters naturally fell into a disadvantage. Those in teams with the advantage of sharing lives became tougher to deal with. Taking down any squad required considerable effort. In contrast, isolated individual targets were much easier to handle. Just take down that one person to snatch some resources. So some teams avoided confronting other squads or alliances and instead targeted lone stragglers. Hillman was one such target, but he wasn't facing a direct pursuit. Rather, he was targeted in a more insidious sense. He was truly unlucky. Initially, his situation was quite favorable. Like Jiang Hui, he had landed in a remote corner, secluded and quiet, giving him ample time to organize his supplies and thoughts. Moreover, his initial resources were decent. He started with several firearms as backups. Among them was even a handgun, something Jiang Hui had never encountered in his wanderings, and the nano-marching bag he snatched was the largest size, more than enough to hold everything. Nothing was lacking. Given his nature, he wouldn't cower in a corner waiting for prey. After waiting a while with no targets in sight, Hillman simply left. Along the way, relying on his exceptional marksmanship and high spiritual energy level, he navigated through successive crises, racked up points, and gained considerable resources. He seemed every bit a seeded contender. But his good fortune ended there. During a risky venture into the combat zone, Hillman encountered a classmate he usually got along with who invited him to team up. Hillman didn't overthink it. He figured that when teaming up, you either find acquaintances or reliable, strong partners. But the latter weren't easy to come by, and even if found, they might not agree to cooperate. So why not stick with familiar faces? After all, that's how everyone else was doing it. So he readily agreed, joining the 4-person team that was just one member short. The team included that familiar classmate who invited him, plus another from class 1, though Hillman wasn't close with that one. Just exchanged greetings and moved on. The other 2 were complete strangers, and the acquaintance didn't seem inclined to introduce them, so Hillman didn't ask. Later he was brutally betrayed. Hillman thought this classmate was offering timely aid. After all, the 4-person team was missing its rightful 5th member, and his arrival seemed perfect. Little did he know, they hadn't been unable to find a 5th, they'd been actively searching and scheming. None of the 4 were easy marks. They had all been lone operatives and ambushers. Over the past few hours, each had relied on their own skills to climb the ranks in the arena. Even without a team, they had stubbornly survived for hours, earning plenty of points individually. But they too suffered from dwindling resources, especially the lack of bullets, which crippled their movements. They gradually realized that going solo wasn't sustainable, yet they were reluctant to bind themselves to others, sharing resources and prey. After all, if they truly wanted to fit in, they wouldn't have waited until now. But with more teams forming, it was increasingly difficult for a single person to rob an entire squad's resources. Thus, they found themselves in a dilemma. By a stroke of chance, these individuals crossed paths. The details of that encounter are omitted. Suffice it to say, it wasn't pleasant. After a brief truce, they formed a temporary team to limit mutual attacks and eliminate the worry of internal strife. But they knew this was just a stopgap measure. With less than a quarter of the race completed, they didn't want to be tied down early. So why were they temporarily bound together? Naturally, they had a goal, a common one: resources. Though they coordinated well, they were still unwilling to take on another member and form a proper team. In their minds, once they seized enough resources, they would part ways, possibly even turn on each other. This was merely a transitional cooperation, so a fifth member was unnecessary. So when would they accept a fifth member? When the knife was sharpened. The fifth slot was deliberately reserved as a sacrificial seat. Anyone who fell into their trap would become their offering. Unfortunately, Hillman became that unlucky soul. His familiar classmate unhesitatingly lured him in, planning to butcher him and plunder his resources. After all, a team could be dissolved, generally if 4 members agreed to dismiss the fifth, that person could only be expelled. This loophole perfectly suited their not-so-clever scheme. They had already used this method on several others successfully, or they wouldn't be able to deceive Hillman now. So when the trap sprang, Hillman was utterly bewildered. Though he quickly caught on, he was no match against the 4's combined assault. To preserve his life and a chance for revenge, he had to abandon the looted supplies and flee in disgrace. His situation then took a sharp turn for the worse. Within the arena, the freshmen were each displaying their unique talents, while the spectators outside watched with great delight. The orienteering race had been underway for nearly 8 stellar hours, yet it had only progressed to a quarter of its course. To conclude the event, the participating freshmen would have to endure another full day and night. However, judging by the number of freshmen eliminated thus far, the elimination rate was quite high. Nearly half had lost their qualification and been teleported to the rest area outside the field. Strangely enough, the elimination rate among students from ordinary majors was even higher. In the military majors sector, only about a third of the participants had been eliminated, indicating that the progress of the 2 sectors was not synchronized. Currently, the students, whether inside or outside the arena, were in relatively good condition. There were no casualties, and any injuries sustained were minor and easily treatable. A certain principal was quite satisfied, thinking that this outcome justified his efforts to report the monitoring issues to the board of directors. To be honest, the process of negotiation had been truly annoying. Extracting a bit more funding from those old fogies was like pulling teeth, but fortunately everything was finally resolved. Still, he couldn't fathom their thinking. Weren't the 2 previous accidents sufficient to make them realize the importance of student safety? Frankly, they might be even less sensible than a young student who had never stepped into society. Thankfully, they ultimately and reluctantly approved the proposal, hiring professionals and manufacturers to install the equipment and upgrade the entire monitoring system. This orienteering battle had now become the maiden test site for the system. So far, the results were quite impressive. After all, in previous years, such timely rescues during the orienteering battle were impossible. The money had not been wasted. He also hoped that this competition would proceed smoothly without any further mishaps. If 3 accidents could occur during a single month of military training, he might as well resign as principal. With this thought, Principal Xia seemed to recall something. His gaze fell upon a certain name at the top of the leaderboard. The name of a little unfortunate soul who had been targeted twice. He paused for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. Such a score. The little one was indeed quite competitive. At the same time, someone in the faculty section was also looking at the leaderboard. Jiang Hui's initial score was very high, reaching 245 points, over 100 points higher than the second place beneath her. In such a situation, even if she were to lie low for the entire event, she would likely remain on the leaderboard. Moreover, Jiang Hui would never simply lie low. From her solo operations to later forming a temporary team with Zhou Xiuwen, she had been accumulating points non-stop, her pace no slower than that of the few seeded players who had garnered the most attention in the grade. Her total score had now exceeded the 300 mark, reaching a staggering 314 points. This meant that since entering the arena, she had eliminated 69 people, earning 69 points, a terrifyingly high score for a solo player. In the entire grade, only 2 individuals could rival her. One was Hui Qi from Class 1. The team he belonged to was the strongest in the entire military sector. He personally had earned 72 points, the highest individual score among all students in the grade. The other was Clarence, a classmate of Jiang Hui's, who could even be considered an acquaintance. Like Jiang Hui, he was operating solo and had not formed any team, not even a temporary one. After entering the arena, he had accumulated a personal score of 65 points. No, it should now be 67 points. The leaderboard had just updated, and his total score currently ranked him 7th in the entire grade. Of course, due to her exceptionally high base score, someone still firmly held the first place. Yet perhaps because her initial score was so high, it was already conspicuously prominent. Thus, no matter how many points were added, they didn't seem particularly noticeable, instead being taken for granted. This made her less conspicuous than Hui Qi, Clarence, and a few other popular contenders. Only those who had been paying close attention knew the truth. They had their own scales and judgments. For instance, Stark did not display any particular gratification at Jiang Hui's decent performance. However, his actions ultimately betrayed his true feelings. Apart from those who had advanced, he most frequently called up footage of Jiang Hui. Stark would even cross-reference the sudden changes in the leaderboard with specific time periods to review her performance. He had also witnessed the round in which Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen had frantically accumulated points. Something about it seemed to strike a chord with him. Stark's perpetually stern face softened, a hint of helplessness and amusement flickering across his features, a sight that Instructor Tan happened to catch. Since becoming the instructor for this year's freshman at Beska Intermediate Academy, Instructor Tan had expended considerable effort in scheduling and management. Naturally, he had come to understand the temperaments of these first-year homeroom teachers. To be honest, just like this year's high-quality freshmen, the school had also attracted a batch of highly capable yet diverse teachers. This was especially true for the military majors, which boasted 7 captains with distinguished military records, 12 lieutenants, and over a dozen outstanding second lieutenants. These were the teachers that the 8th Legion had secured for Beska Intermediate Academy at great expense in manpower and resources, all for the purpose of instructing these future stars of the battlefield. Among these captains, the easiest to understand was Captain Zhou. Despite his bad temper, he came from a good family background and had genuine military achievements. However, his personal cultivation and temper were truly lacking. He was easily provoked and difficult to get along with. Still, he wasn't a bad person, he was simply easy to read. Instructor Tan was merely troubled by his penchant for stirring up trouble. The most worry-free was Captain Lin Chi from Class 3 of the Combat Solo Operations Department. He was an experienced instructor who had previously undertaken similar work, albeit not at Beska Intermediate Academy. He never required any oversight. Only Captain Stark from Class 2 of the Combat Solo Operations Department was the one instructor Tan found most inscrutable. It wasn't that he was difficult to get along with, but he was simply too opinionated, with a naturally cold and unyielding disposition that bordered on aloofness. Moreover, the illustrious military achievements and experiences listed on his resume added a layer of mystery to his persona. It was truly hard to believe why such a promising officer, clearly in the prime of his ascent, would choose to come here for a teaching assignment. Heaven knows that even Instructor Tan couldn't help but feel some pressure when dealing with Stark. Even though, given his own seniority, he had no reason to fear any officer below the rank of Lieutenant General. But Instructor Tan was naturally at a loss when dealing with people of such temperament, as his former superior had been a person of a very similar disposition. Thus, this instructor had long been troubled by how to communicate with Captain Stark. It wasn't until recently when he learned from a familiar second-year colleague about Captain Stark's confrontation with Carl and his son in the principal's office that day. Today's events seemed to confirm this account. It appeared that Stark held a certain student in his class in considerable regard. Captain Stark, the performance of this student Jiang in your class is indeed remarkable. If she manages to secure a top 3 position this time, you can't back out. You must treat everyone to a drink. Instructor Tan chuckled. To his surprise, the other party actually agreed. He continued, however, one cannot take a child's antics too seriously, as she merely had a bit of luck, no offense intended. To Tan's astonishment, the person actually responded. He had prepared himself for a simple monosyllabic reply as usual. He did not expect such a serious and lengthy response, and what was with that distinctly elder tone? Could that child truly be a relative of his? Nearby, Lieutenant Lin Chi shook his head, saying, "What are you talking about? Captain Stark is being too modest. Your student is far from being a nuisance. If any of my students had her skills, I'd be shouting about it so loud that half the venue would hear me. However, none of them possess such abilities, and not many have made it onto the rankings so far. So I just watch, I'll deal with them later." In truth, he was also being modest. His class had 2 students who scored 59 points in individual combat, and they were siblings. One of them, currently at a second awakening, had a mental power level of only B grade. Reaching such a level was entirely due to solid shooting skills and adaptability. However, among the brightest students this year too were in Stark's second class, causing envy among the other instructors. If Zhou were present, he would have caused a ruckus by now. How would Stark respond? He was not one to joke around, so he could only reply, "You flatter me." Fortunately, everyone knew his temperament, and no one thought his attitude was overly proud. Instead, they took this opportunity to start a discussion. With someone initiating the conversation, they began to comment on the most outstanding individuals currently on the leaderboard. There was Jiang Hui, Clarence Hodge from Class 1, the Lava siblings from Class 3, and several other new students with impressive scores. Some expressed their admiration for the enthusiasm of the children this time. The competition was more engaging than in previous years. Indeed, I heard the Mace family invested quite a bit into the school this time, and even provided additional funds specifically for the obstacle course. In addition to expanding the scale and enhancing spending, they significantly increased the prize offerings, making it quite a generous investment. I'm even a bit envious. Lieutenant Zapp from Class 5 could not help but laugh. His words immediately garnered agreement from many other instructors. This area was occupied by instructors from military-related majors, and nearly all the other instructors shared a similar military background, naturally understanding what would attract students keen on joining the military. The Mace family was quite generous, offering 3 custom mech slots. The top prize even included the qualification to have a mech customized by a renowned high-level mech designer in the imperial capital. What does this mean? Mechs as essential tools of warfare in the future world are indeed common, but the barriers to owning one are not low. As restrictive weapons in daily life, ordinary people are destined to have little access to them. Even if one wants to casually purchase a decorative mech as a luxury item, they must submit a simple application, and daily use would require the installation of control devices for monitoring by relevant departments to prevent misuse. Acquiring military-specific mechs is even more restricted. Unless you have sufficient family background and financial support to access the masters who build individual mechs, and they agree to customize a non-official model for you, otherwise you must purchase or order mechs through authorized military vendors. The standard models available directly from manufacturers are the easiest to obtain, and their prices are only about half that of custom mechs. However, even that half still costs hundreds of thousands to millions of interstellar coins. As for custom mechs, the price can vary wildly based on the situation, reaching tens of millions or even over 100 million interstellar coins. The prices are utterly outrageous. Given Jiang Hui's relatively considerable wealth, she might only be able to afford a standard mech. To custom order one would likely require her to exhaust her entire fortune, and if this is her situation, one can imagine other circumstances. Even in the highly developed interstellar world, it ultimately does not escape the realm of human existence. The same essentials of life must be earned, and only a few can afford to take out hundreds of millions of interstellar coins. However, most interstellar troops need personal mechs to carry out missions and participate in wars. Thus, many military school students or socially recruited soldiers whose family situations do not permit them to buy a mech will enter contracts for mech purchases through the military or some third-party organizations. This essentially resembles a form of contract loan for purchasing mechs. Party A provides the money and purchasing channels, while Party B is responsible for fulfilling certain requirements set by Party A. The military generally offers such assistance with the hope that Party B will serve a certain military faction for a period, which can be seen as an alternative recruitment method. Meanwhile, third-party organizations hope that Party B, once successful and financially stable, will return the favor to Party A. Of course, there are also genuinely charitable organizations that provide such support to impoverished military students and soldiers. So those choosing must discern carefully, or they may end up in unexpected troubles. Now do you understand how rare a custom mech slot is? Obtaining this slot is almost equivalent to having a mech made for you free of charge, requiring only a nominal service fee, and there would be no worries about future enlistment. While those below the top 3 won't receive mechs, the rewards are still substantial. For example, from 4th to 10th place, the reward is a complete set of military standard beta ray weaponry. This standard weapon is something that even active soldiers must pay a hefty price to acquire. Although they cannot receive it immediately and must officially enter military service to be issued one, it is, after all, a high-risk weapon that ordinary people cannot carry around freely. Even if they cannot officially enlist later, they can still sell it at a high price for a substantial amount of interstellar coins. And then there are the rewards for those ranked 11th to 20th and 21st to 30th, which include 10-year memberships to a military club and 8 experiences at a renowned military summer camp. Of course, these 2 rewards are also part of the additional benefits for the top 3, just at a reduced value. After all, they can't take all the benefits. Rewards continue down to the top 100 with consolation prizes and participation subsidies also available. Such a scale truly qualifies as a grand event. No wonder so many media outlets are here to cover it. Tomorrow, I expect a significant portion of the planetary newspapers will feature this event. Jiang Hui remained oblivious to the storm raging beyond her. She quietly ventured deeper into the battlefield alongside her new teammate. They attempted a similar ploy afterward, but fortune turned against them when their ruse was discovered. Their adversary, a formidable opponent, turned the tables, causing their efforts to fall short. In the end, they could only snatch a few scattered targets and flee. Thus, the two embarked on a guerrilla journey fraught with uncertainty, pausing and resuming, seizing every point within their grasp. Fortunately, they encountered no formidable foes along the way. Though their progress in scoring was slow, it was not overly lacking. Just as they believed they could endure for a while longer, an unforeseen event shattered all their plans, catching them utterly off guard. Nearly 9 stellar hours had elapsed since the start of the race, and they were about to reach the quarter mark. She calculated that she still had to survive a full day and night to complete the match. The mere thought made Jiang Hui's head throb. Oh, of course, if she were eliminated from the arena in less than 36 stellar hours, she would be spared this worry. It seemed to be just past 6 in the evening as the sky suddenly darkened, serving as the most natural timekeeper. The training ground had no lighting. The simulated supermoon in the sky was far too dim to illuminate their path through the woods. Aside from handheld tools, their only source of light was the small electronic screen on the upper right corner of each simulated vest. It flickered incessantly in the night, more conspicuous than the scattered stars above. Yet in this environment, it offered no advantage. Instead, it made them easier targets in the darkness, ripe for sniping. The conditions had changed, and the tactics that worked in daylight were no longer viable. They had to adapt, absolutely. Deprived of light, they dared not venture far nor speak aloud. Using the faint residual glow, they stumbled and fumbled until they found a crevice between rocks to take temporary refuge. They actually had flashlights and light panels, one of each sufficient for their needs, but dared not use them lightly. Not out of reluctance, but because a beam of light in the pitch-black darkness would be like a beacon announcing their presence to anyone nearby. Thus, despite their unease in the darkness, they suppressed the urge to illuminate their surroundings with the flashlight. The entire training ground was constructed to mimic a real forest, complete with genuine shrubs and trees, which naturally attracted small creatures. Of course, all medium to large animals, as well as minor star beasts, had been cleared by the school to prevent a recurrence of previous incidents. Hidden in the night, Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen could hear the melodious chirping of birds, as if some unknown species were singing, quite pleasant to the ear. Classmate Jiang. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Jiang Hui snapped back to attention. Due to concerns about being tracked by sound, Jiang Hui rarely conversed with Zhou Xiuwen. Yet they had spoken at the beginning. If she remembered correctly, his voice didn't sound like this. It felt stiff, as if squeezed, with unclear word connections and trailing tones, oddly strange. Jiang Hui didn't realize that what she perceived as hearing had already transcended the limits of normal senses. She was actually listening with the unfamiliar power within her consciousness. Classmate Jiang, it's me here. Jiang Hui hesitantly tapped her companion's shoulder. Yes, it's me, Zhou. The words came in fragments, but Jiang Hui distinctly caught the character Zhou, and her companion responded in kind, confirming that these peculiar sounds indeed came from Zhou Xiuwen, who was right beside her. She was certain it wasn't his voice, and it seemed the sound didn't enter through her ears but appeared directly in her mind. After his stammering explanation, Jiang Hui finally understood this was the effect of spiritual power transmission. Not only was the voice's timbre wrong, but no actual sound existed in reality. He was transmitting directly into her mind via spiritual energy. So spiritual power had such marvelous uses. This was Jiang Hui's first encounter with something beyond her comprehension. Heavens knew that in her world, transmitting sound over the internet was the limit, as she never imagined she would experience something akin to whispering into the mind. Well, it was spiritual transmission, but functionally, and in effect, it was nearly the same. Though she didn't know the principle, it was truly astonishing, so much so that her curiosity was piqued. So spiritual power could be used this way. The military training these days had never touched upon this, not even mentioned. Was this something taught in formal courses, or was it a special talent? How was it done? If not for the inappropriate setting, Jiang Hui would have grabbed him and demanded an explanation. Never mind. It wasn't urgent. He wouldn't run away, as she could seek his guidance once they left the arena. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become a target of interest in the eyes of his seemingly reliable classmate Jiang. He continued to stammer his message through spiritual energy, struggling to convey his meaning. He told her that this method consumed considerable spiritual power. Prolonged use would drain it quickly given his level, so he would only relay the most urgent matter. After a moment, Jiang Hui's face twisted in confusion as she instinctively looked toward her right shoulder. Really, no way. Her mood could be summed up as when it rains it pours. Utterly unlucky. Why did it have to happen now? The battery was dead. Why hadn't anyone told them this thing needed charging? What would happen if it ran out of power? Would she be ejected from the arena? That would be truly infuriating. Yes, the dead battery belonged to the simulated vest they were wearing. She had always thought it was just a control device of sorts, also serving as safety gear, but no one mentioned it needed charging. So where was she supposed to charge it? Jiang Hui was dumbfounded, and Zhou Xiuwen as well. Of course, many other freshmen present were equally baffled by the same predicament. Outside the arena in the spectator stands, a gentle melody suddenly played, followed by an announcement: the quarter mark has been reached. The first supply point is now open. All participants proceed to the designated locations for replenishment and recharging. This announcement also reached the training ground, where thousands of surviving students reacted with surprise or suspicion. Aside, alone again. Under the dim light, a silhouette cautiously hugged the wall, minimizing her presence as her spiritual sense spread out delicately to probe the surroundings inch by inch within a limited range. After all, she was the only one left now, so she had to be careful. It hadn't been long, yet she had already grown accustomed to having a partner. Not long ago, she had thought being alone was fine. What had gone wrong? This damned place was utterly unscrupulous. They had barely charged through the entrance when in the blink of an eye they were scattered by the teleportation. By the time she realized that she was alone, abruptly losing her perfectly matched partner Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel a moment of disquiet. Yet she quickly recovered, for the current situation was hardly suitable for overthinking. In the dead silence, a sudden beep rang out, making her already on edge bristle with alarm. Then Jiang Hui realized the sound came from beneath her right shoulder. Along with the faint beep, the numbers on the electronic screen flickered assertively, demanding attention. Fine, I know you're running out of power. But what could she do now? She had no idea where to recharge. She had followed the main group and found no charging station and lost her teammates, leaving her utterly passive. Jiang Hui quietly surveyed her surroundings, using the faint light seeping from unknown sources, uncertain of the situation. It was dim and airtight with grayish walls and floor. Close up, a faint, fresh, earthy smell lingered, and her breathing quickened. The whole environment exuded a subterranean chill. Was she underground? The space she occupied was narrow, but it widened as it turned. From her vantage point, she could see little. Only intersecting passages leading to unknown destinations and pitch black holes. Had guerrilla warfare turned into tunnel warfare? So many tricks. Jiang Hui was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Glancing at the red 8 on her simulated vest, a headache struck her. This was just one of many troubles. Ask how she ended up here separated from her teammates. Honestly, she was still dazed. It all started half an hour ago. After the announcement about supplies echoed, changes began on the training ground. Hearing it, Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen were leisurely drinking nutrient fluids. After all, they had been in the arena for 9 stellar hours from morning till nightfall. It had been exhausting. Only now did they find time to eat and fill their stomachs. Once they started, they couldn't stop, downing one tube after another. The two consumed nearly half their stock of nutrient agents before feeling slightly less fatigued, proving the label's claim. Replaces physical boosters, rapidly replenishes stamina, was not entirely false. But the announcement with its sudden, seemingly omnipresent surround sound startled them, both nearly making them drop their nutrient tubes. Supplies. Recharging. Zhou Xiuwen wondered, meeting Jiang Hui's slightly brightened gaze. Supplies they understood, resources they could grab. Like the batch they received at the central area. Only the quickest got them, and how much they secured would directly impact their next moves. There was no question they had to follow up, for their remaining items were scarce, and they couldn't afford to waste any more. Neither Jiang Hui nor Zhou Xiuwen had good luck. Their initial resources were meager, barely enough after scraping together bits and pieces. Later, the pair relied on guerrilla tactics to score points, but opportunities to scavenge resources were rare. Their efforts often yielded little usable stuff, and more than once others snatched the spoils. Thus their demands grew lower, eventually aiming only for bullets and firearms. As for others, high-end expedition gear, like stealth tents for camping, farsight scopes, low-altitude wings, they could only dream. Even if found, they were always broken, which was infuriating. But everything else could be ignored. Bullets and spare firearms were essential. And used now, they'd be needed later. Never enough, the more the better. Yet no matter how accurate Jiang Hui's shooting was, and how carefully she conserved each bullet, her ammunition had dwindled to less than a third of the original, including Zhou Xiuwen's nearly untouched stash. Jiang Hui's personal bullet consumption was alarmingly high. Once depleted without new supplies, the consequences would be dire. So no matter how risky, they had to secure this resupply. As for recharging, what needed recharging? It clearly matched their simulated vests, showing critically low power. Even if not, they had no other leads to pursue. Otherwise, Jiang Hui couldn't fathom why the school would create a device needing charging. So both supplies and recharging were urgently needed. Where and how to reach the supply point? The answer came swiftly. As the announcement faded, the ground trembled slightly, as if some great beast was slowly awakening in the darkness. The boulders shielding them rumbled with the shaking, emitting dull thuds. Even the surrounding bushes rustled incessantly. Everywhere felt unstable, too dangerous to stay. Helpless, the two had to leave their spot. But they had no time to find another hiding place. Their gazes, or rather everyone's attention in the training ground, was drawn to a strange platform that had appeared hundreds of meters away. Calling it a platform, it resembled a crude building, square flat on all sides with irregular rectangular openings like windows. Yet on closer look, it didn't quite fit, for the openings seemed too large for windows, appearing hollow with pitch-black emptiness inside. Was this the supply point? Were they supposed to enter and search? The two exchanged a glance, and without hesitation rushed toward the faintly lit area. Moi. Principal Xia, who had been watching alongside the others, suddenly expressed a note of confusion. Teacher Duan cast a sidelong glance at him, without even twitching an eyelid, his expression seemingly etched with the words, "What trick are you up to now?" A clear testament to his profound familiarity with the principal's antics. That reaction, so adept at stirring conversation, remained just as contrived as ever after all these years. Jason, as if utterly oblivious to the disdain in his old companion's eyes, remarked with a hint of amusement, "It seems I didn't make a mistake in asking Dennis to design the competition segments. This year is indeed far more engaging than last year's, quite intriguing and well worth the expense. Only you would dare approach that old codger Dennis. Heaven knows when I later heard about it, I thought you'd lost your mind. Just how much money were you planning to pour into it to see any results? I feared you'd not only drain the budget, but also end up losing your own fortune." Duan Wenyao retorted with displeasure. At this, Principal Xia's expression turned somewhat sheepish, for the other man had spoken nothing but the truth. Dennis Sullivan, the professor of the second-year mecha department's major course, was a highly renowned intermediate mecha engineer at this school, and also notoriously known for fleecing every penny he could. Not only was his salary exorbitantly high, but custom mecha from him were also famously expensive, so renowned that even the inner and central star systems had heard of it. Jason had spent a substantial portion of the budget this time just to secure that man's assistance. Even with the doubled funding from both the school and investors, it could still be deemed a substantial sum. By the standards of previous years, it would indeed have required him to dip deeply into his own pockets, just as Duan Wenyao had said. But Principal Xia was of course unwilling to admit that. He wasn't foolish enough to subsidize it himself. It was only because the school had provided the funds and declared that money was no object wanting to host a grand event that the entire permanent star system would know about that he had dared to hire the man. If he had to foot the bill himself, he would rather not do it at all. And Dennis, though expensive, was genuinely gifted. Otherwise, why would so many people seek him out for custom work despite the high cost queuing up from the beginning to the end of the year and still not necessarily securing a spot? His acceptance of orders entirely dependent on his whims. It was sheer luck that they managed to engage him to design the arena and props this time, as he happened to have some free time. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to secure his services. All right, I know you're doing this for the school's benefit, Teacher Duan. But hush. Now that we've hired him, things have turned out quite splendidly, haven't they? We mustn't let anyone else hear this, or it'll be impossible to smooth things over. Principal Jason quickly cut off the other's words. Although the man wasn't present today, who knew if any of his people were nearby? If word reached him, they could forget about ever hiring him again. And if he were petty enough, they might have to find another senior lecturer. Teacher Duan couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Who was it that had argued with Dennis last time, openly criticizing his high prices? In the end, they had no choice but to keep him by offering one times the price. At the time, you were so furious that you spent an entire day venting to me about it. Now that he's done you a favor, and a paid one at that, with business handed to him on a silver platter, you're suddenly singing his praises. Do you have any idea how much that sum amounts to? So, Principal Xia, you truly are a scion from a wealthy family in the capital, innately somewhat oblivious to the value of money. But never mind. Dennis does possess genuine skill. The school administration is constantly worried he might abruptly abandon his post and jump ship to another institution, so they often issue orders for someone to have heart-to-heart talks with him, terrified he might leave. In truth, the principal's actions align with the administration's wishes. Playing the good cop and the bad cop together is just part of fulfilling the task. Of course, the offstage scene was merely a minor interlude. Let us shift our focus back to the training ground, or rather to the supply points. Because the screens in the viewing stands had already switched almost entirely to the interior of the supply points, capturing from every angle, direction, and level the states of all the contestants entering them. The broadcast center informed the contestants that they could enter the supply points to replenish energy, but did not provide further details about the points, though that didn't mean those outside were kept in the dark. Because this hidden information was fully broadcast to the outside audience, they could clearly see on the observation screens that 3 supply sites had simultaneously appeared in the 2 training grounds. The vast majority, or rather nearly all, of the contestants who heard the announcement chose to head for the nearest supply point and enter it. This maneuver was completed within just over 10 minutes, as if they feared that a single step too slow would leave them behind and unable to secure resources. Of course, there were also those who defied convention and sought alternative paths, refusing to enter the supply points. Little did they know that the moment they made that choice, their elimination was sealed. Because according to the rules, all contestants must wear simulation chest guards until the end of the match. Beyond serving as the standard for judging match results, these guards were multifunctional protective props custom designed by intermediate mecha engineer Dennis for all students, intended to ensure their safety during the competition. After all, this was merely a competition. These young, vibrant students still had far longer journeys and greater missions ahead, and they must not suffer harm for the sake of momentary thrill. This was also the tenet of both the military and the school. They genuinely hoped to prioritize safety above competition. The energy consumption of the simulation chest guard's protective mode varied depending on usage, so each person's energy drain differed. However, under such high-intensity operation, the power would on average last only about 11 to 12 hours at most before depletion. At that point, recharging, what the school called replenishing energy, would be necessary. Jiang Hui and his team had guessed correctly. This replenishment was indeed designed specifically for the simulation chest guards. Once the simulation chest guard's energy ran out, the wearer would be immediately eliminated from the competition, thus ensuring their safety. In other words, they had to enter the supply points to recharge in order to keep the simulation chest guard functioning, otherwise they would have to wait for the next quarter of the race. But could the simulation chest guard last that long? That meant that those who gave up entering the supply points were essentially forfeiting the sustainability of their participation, destined to be unable to continue. Of course, the broadcast center did not announce this, as it was considered a minor test of the contestants' decisiveness, testing whether they would be content with temporary ease or abandon a present opportunity due to potential danger. Yet for those who unhesitatingly entered the supply points, the path ahead was far from easy. Everything was just beginning. New terrains, new rules, unknown journeys. All were about to face fresh challenges. Hey buddy, move over a bit, you're crowding me. Come on, be reasonable. You were the one who came later. I already shifted to make room for you. What's there to argue about? It's all the same. We've been charging for so long, and this is all we get, and it only goes up to 40. What are we supposed to do? What can we do? Just charge for now. Something's better than nothing. You have no idea. When I first got in, I only had 3 energy left. Scared the hell out of me. One unlucky teammate nearby didn't even make it to the supply point before his energy hit 0, and he was eliminated. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have known the simulation vest had this feature. We didn't hesitate for a second when we rushed in. Wait, you sly devil. Damn it, the spot you're sitting on really does charge faster. I was stuck at 16 for ages where I was. Quick, everyone move over there. We're stuck out here on the edge. Hey, watch it. We were here first. Why should we move for you? Don't you know first come, first served? Don't push it. Who's pushing it now? You've been hogging that spot forever. I've held my tongue long enough. Don't think you're in the right just because we didn't say anything. Don't forget, guns and ammo are useless here offline. If we're going to fight, we still have our fists. You want to try? Try it. Who's afraid of who? Look at you, so full of yourselves. If we were outside, I'd have eliminated you long ago. You wouldn't be jumping around in front of me now. Clearly the ones causing the ruckus were no pushovers. Their quarrel stirred up the dozen or so people present, making them restless. The brief peace was shattered and the atmosphere grew tense. Of course, most people were dissatisfied with this hostile turn of events. It threatened to ruin the hard-won mutual benefit they had built, and most hadn't finished charging their simulation vests yet. To be honest, the reason everyone could coexist peacefully was not just because guns and ammo were useless in this space, but also because of this very fact. Otherwise, how could such a crowd squeeze together so harmoniously? Not robbing each other would already be a blessing. Of course, what they planned to do afterward, whether they'd fight or turn on each other, was another story. For now, no matter what they thought, they had to maintain at least a semblance of friendly relations on the surface. So the priority was to calm down these troublemakers before they ruined everything. At least wait until everyone was mostly charged up before making a move. After all, some of them had been eyeing the more well-off participants for quite a while. Amidst this small chaos, there were a few discordant voices. TCH, fighting over this. If you want to die, don't drag others with you. Still watching the show? I really don't get these people. The youth muttered under his breath. Isn't there anywhere else I can go? I can't stay with these idiots. They'll get me killed sooner or later. He mumbled to himself for a while, then finally spoke toward a certain direction. Hey, are you alone too? Want to go somewhere else together? Not far from him sat a figure, but they didn't respond for a long time, as if they hadn't heard or didn't care. The youth muttered another sentence to himself before finally catching their attention. The girl turned her head, looking at the youth with confusion, as if unsure what was happening. Are you talking to me? She pointed at herself. He nodded without hesitation. He really was talking to her. Wait, buddy, do I even know you? Jiang Hui half raised her finger, not sure whether to put it down or not, utterly bewildered. Was he inviting her to team up and explore new territory? Were people this forward these days? The problem was she'd never seen him before, and clearly he didn't know her either. Could they really team up like that? Well, under the current circumstances, it was barely possible. Out in the training grounds, it would be unthinkable. Even if she ran into Hillman on the road without being in a team, she wouldn't dare trust him easily, let alone a stranger who approached her out of nowhere. Who knew if he was just using the team-up excuse to steal resources? But the situation here was special. When she first entered the supply point, she ended up in some kind of underground maze. After wandering around for ages, she finally found a place with signs of people, only to be stunned by what she saw. The cavern was huge, at least 1,000 square meters with a high ceiling. Coming out of the narrow, winding tunnel, the extreme contrast in scale was overwhelming. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the cavern wasn't just occupied, it was packed. Over 100 people, a noisy, chaotic crowd filling the space. All of them were contestants wearing simulation vests, some sitting, some standing, gathered in circles from the inside out, doing who knows what. Jiang Hui's pupils dilated in shock. What on earth had happened? What could bring together a bunch of people who would normally shoot each other on sight, making them huddle together like cats on catnip, sprawled in a messy circle? This scene was way too bizarre. Jiang Hui began to wonder if she had stumbled upon some supersized team's rest area. No. She knew allied teams existed, but they were usually just 3 to 5 teams, maybe 20 people tops. She had never heard of a 100-person alliance. 100 people, dozens of teams crammed together. How could they manage it? Who could possibly take on the role of command and organization? In that instant, Jiang Hui's mind raced with questions. It was so chaotic that even her instinct to flee was delayed. Her arrival only earned a few puzzled glances before everyone looked away. After all, Jiang Hui was just one person, small, thin, short, and dusty. She carried an unremarkable standard rifle and the lowest-tier nano backpack, which probably meant she had few resources. She couldn't be anyone important. Not even worth stealing from, everyone judged silently. Jiang Hui had no idea she had been instantly labeled like that. She was still baffled by the situation. Although her body and instincts gave no warning of danger, the scene before her was just too strange. Beep. Total energy block A3 found. Simulation vest entering charging mode. Charging limit set to 40. A mechanical voice rang out from the vest's electronic screen. Jiang Hui. If she had been uncertain about the situation before, the simulation chest piece's prompt was enough to clarify the gist of it. Realizing that these people showed no inclination to attack, Jiang Hui cautiously surveyed the cavern's interior and emboldened sought out a spot at the edge with a relatively strong signal to replenish her energy. She even dared to eavesdrop on a nearby fellow's conversation with his companion. The man was clearly a chatterbox, blurting out everything he should and shouldn't have, practically forcing others to listen. The process was actually quite simple. These people had arrived in the same manner as she had. Upon entering the supply point, everyone like Jiang Hui was separated. Of course, some were luckier, quickly finding the main group, wandering through the tunnels for a while before arriving here, and finally discovering this central energy block. Although it only allowed a 40 charge limit for many whose simulation chest pieces were nearly depleted, it was a timely relief. Naturally, more and more people gathered, unwilling to leave. It started with 1 or 2 people, then a few teams, and eventually nearly 100. With so many, problems were inevitable. In fact, trouble had already begun when the first few teams converged. Accustomed to taking down opponents with a single shot outside the training grounds, they attempted to replicate that here. In their eyes, anyone pushing in was competing for energy and resources. Why not eliminate one and claim a point? Unfortunately, they quickly discovered a problem within this peculiar supply point. Firearms and bullets were rendered useless. It wasn't that they were completely ineffective, but the cost of eliminating someone here was far too great. Consider that outside it was usually 1 shot, 1 kill. With good team coordination, wiping out an entire squad was not impossible. But at the supply point, each bullet only depleted one of the opponent's simulation chest piece's energy. That meant taking down a single person required over a dozen bullets. Who could afford such a loss? Moreover, even if they could afford it, it was uncertain whether the points would count or how they would be calculated. Hence the scene Jiang Hui witnessed upon her arrival. Logically, even if they couldn't eliminate each other outright, they should at least form factions, not sit together in a harmonious animal-like cluster. The scene was almost too peaceful. It was only after staying for a while that she understood why the situation had turned out this way. Because even Jiang Hui found herself irresistibly drawn closer to the crowd. Since entering, she had changed spots 3 or 4 times, finally settling on her 5th location, not far from a tall, slender classmate. This cavern seemed to be a specially demarcated zone. As soon as participants stepped inside, their simulation chest pieces automatically received energy wave lines from the central energy block for charging. However, the charging efficiency was not uniform throughout the cavern. Each spot, or rather each spot at each moment, varied and changed constantly. To illustrate the point, Jiang Hui initially found point A charged rapidly. The electronic screen on her simulation chest piece jumped from 8 to 13 in no time, but after a few minutes it stalled at 13. Meanwhile, someone who had just moved nearby had already increased twice. Thus, Jiang Hui had to follow others and switch to point B. Though not exceptionally fast, it was better than being stuck. After a while it charged from 13 to 15, then stalled again. This cycle repeated, and she never managed to charge smoothly to the end. Clearly, she wasn't the only one facing this. Almost everyone experienced the same, differing only in how they rotated. Consequently, nearly everyone in the cavern was on the move, especially those on the periphery who roamed the entire cavern without interference. They were mostly solo fighters destined not to secure good positions. Those occupying the inner rings near the central energy block were mostly members of organized teams. Was the charging efficiency better near that ring? Well, it was quite possible. After all the way they guarded their spots, so anxiously suggested it was beneficial. Why else would they be willing to sit so close to so many strangers? Though occasionally Jiang Hui overheard their noisy arguments, implying things weren't much better for them either. The central energy block lay at the very heart of the crowd, layers of people obscuring it so thoroughly that she still hadn't caught a glimpse of its true form. Jiang Hui roughly surveyed the people present. Regrettably, among the 100 or so Zhou Xiuan was nowhere to be seen. They had entered through the same opening almost simultaneously had he ended up elsewhere. She didn't cluster with others, instead, carefully maintaining a small distance, trying to stay inconspicuous. In truth, Jiang Hui was uneasy about the current situation. She felt a constant sense of disquiet, remaining tense and vigilant, never ceasing her guard. Fortunately, her charging efficiency on the outer ring seemed decent. Perhaps because her basic energy was at 8, it didn't charge too slowly. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the indicator at the upper right of her simulation chest piece showed energy storage at 38, with 10 still available to charge. But should she really charge it to the max? Even at full, it would only reach 48. Jiang Hui began to consider whether she should make a run for it now. It wasn't that she didn't want to charge fully, but if she did, these people would likely finish charging around the same time. With no worries left, could this win-win situation be maintained? When that time came, no, they would inevitably fight. And these people had deliberately crowded so close, their intentions must be significant. Jiang Hui could almost envision the ensuing chaos. Although she could hide and scavenge in such an open, unshielded space, she couldn't guarantee a clean escape. She quickly dismissed that idea and focused on something more practical. This couldn't be the only supply point. Since there was one with a 40 charge limit, there might be one with 60, or even unlimited charging. There had to be a way to fully charge the simulation chest piece. Only by fully charging her simulation chest piece and securing enough energy for the upcoming quarterfinals could Jiang Hui continue to advance in this competition. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. Watching the numbers on the display creep up to 38, Jiang Hui made a firm decision. So when the seemingly unreliable young man extended an invitation, Jiang Hui hesitated for a moment, then to his evident astonishment resolutely accepted. Amidst the increasingly tense atmosphere, the two seized an opportunity, slipped out of the cavern, and sprinted down a tunnel leading to an unknown destination. The two had just collaborated to take down another isolated enemy, and the other deftly retrieved the field pack to share its contents with Jiang Hui. "You seem quite skilled at this," Jiang Hui remarked, glancing at the one she could tentatively consider a new teammate. He didn't mind at all, rubbing his nose with a silly grin, just as he had been doing throughout their journey together. Jiang Hui had initially approached with a "let's see what you're up to" attitude, even ruthlessly thinking that if he tried to scheme against her, she would make him taste the harsh realities of the world. She was always prepared for that. Yet throughout their travels he had shown no signs of anomaly. In fact, he seemed remarkably at ease with her bustling about here, and they're far more carefree than she was. Jiang Hui sometimes couldn't help but wonder if he realized that she could knock him out from behind and loot everything he had. Now that would be the true harshness of the world. As for how things had come to this, even Jiang Hui couldn't quite explain. They had wandered aimlessly through the chaotic tunnels for a few turns before encountering another unfortunate soul doing the same, though his attitude toward them was far from friendly. This fellow was taller and more robust than them, with a fierce demeanor that ignored their friendly greetings, launching a swift and violent attack instead. He was quite selective, charging straight at Jiang Hui, who was shorter, slender, and seemingly the epitome of weakness. Would Jiang Hui let him have his way? A month ago, perhaps. But now, having endured a full month of brutal training in the combat soldier department, she certainly wasn't going to stand still and take the hit. One thing was certain, this brute was far less agile than her. The moment he made his move, Jiang Hui's mind was already racing through several possibilities. Observing his punching form, well, it was clumsy and rather unintelligent. She gave him a brief opening, and just as his fist was about to reach within half an arm's length, she ducked down with a swift motion. Her bones were supple, and in the blink of an eye she vanished from his sight entirely. Indeed, he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, slow to react, and before his mind could catch up, his bulky frame, unable to break, pitched forward uncontrollably. Jiang Hui silently calculated the trajectory of his fall and the likely point of impact, preparing to deliver a sweeping kick or a vertical strike to his lower body, ensuring he crashed even harder. Then the other person, who had been watching idly, stepped in. He seized the big man's arms, one in each hand, and with a slight twist of his body, he pulled and yanked, then pushed with the momentum, sending him flying. Thus, the oversized individual, who could barely manage a proper leap, was propelled several meters away, as if pulled by some immense force. In reality, such a fall would have caused fractures, or at least knocked him unconscious. Fortunately, his simulated chest guard activated, deploying a shield as tall as a person, enveloping his head, neck, and torso in an impenetrable barrier. Yet the simulated chest guard could only provide protection and cushioning. It couldn't prevent his awkward landing or spare him the miserable fate of face-planting into the ground. In the end, he didn't even have time to cry out, the sound stifled in his throat. A truly pitiful sight. Even Jiang Hui, who had dodged and planned to make him simply eat dirt, felt a pang of sympathy for his face and hair. Seriously, buddy, are you this brutal? Could he have actually been killed by that fall? Jiang Hui looked at him, and he looked back at her, both of them staring in mutual bewilderment. He hadn't even had time to mask the faint coldness and certainty on his face, a stark contrast to the nonchalant demeanor he had maintained throughout their journey, as if he had been replaced by someone else entirely. Meeting Jiang Hui's suspicious gaze, his expression quickly returned to normal, a hint of awkwardness, or something else, flitting across his face. Just a reflex. The key was still you, classmate Jiang. If you hadn't distracted this big guy, I wouldn't have had the chance to pull that off. Hee. Did I say something wrong? Your humility, or rather your guilt-ridden tone, only makes me more worried. And by the way, if the opportunity arises, would you do the same to me? Of course, that was just speculation. Jiang Hui wasn't paranoid enough to go that far. She had already chosen to follow him out, which was tacit agreement to cooperate. Her vigilance on the road was a habit born of caution and a principle she always remembered to uphold in this competition. It wasn't personal, but about the situation. Yet since she had chosen cooperation, she couldn't withhold all trust. He had been evasive and jolly throughout, as if on a picnic. Was it genuine, or a ploy to lull her into complacency? But he had never harmed her, and even when that brute charged at her, he didn't play any tricks. Instead, he helped her out. Thus, he had fulfilled his duties as a partner. Originally thrown together by chance, they had only maintained a superficial team relationship. After this incident, their partnership grew stronger, and they gained a bit of understanding about each other. In comparison, his true intentions and hidden skills seemed less significant. After all, she hadn't given him her full trust, either harboring various suspicions in her mind. It seems you've had training, you're quite skilled. Finally, Jiang Hui replied calmly, then stepped closer and slowly extended her hand. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly recovered, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he gave her a brief handshake. Huanxian Class 2, Command Department. Jiang Hui Class 2, Combat Soldier Department, she said, though he already seemed to know her name, having called her classmate Jiang from the start. In that brief moment, they struck a silent agreement, then quickly turned their attention back to the enemy they had downed, who had been motionless for quite a while. Could something be wrong? It had been nearly a minute since he fell, yet there was no response. Had they actually injured him? Jiang Hui and Huanxian were both students participating in this competition to train and improve themselves with no intention of harming anyone. If excessive force had caused real injury to a fellow student, they would never forgive themselves. Though aware that the simulation vest offered protection, the two exchanged a glance and immediately flipped the person over. To their relief, his eyes were still open, blinking helplessly, though he remained immobile. Wait, did that single move of theirs just drain the simulation vest's energy to zero and eliminate him? Jiang Hui's pupils contracted in shock. The countdown on the simulation vest ticked from 23 to 22, then 21. This student was about to be teleported out. Jiang Hui felt a pang of regret for their earlier actions, having nearly missed the prime opportunity to collect resources. Had they delayed any further, he would have been transported out entirely. Fortunately, it was not yet too late. Thus, under the unfortunate fellow's unresigned gaze, one shouldered his rifle, while the other grabbed his pack, stripping him of every last resource without mercy. Scarcely had the spoils been claimed when the ground beneath him began to dissolve, and he drifted downward, vanishing as he was teleported away. This was the first time Jiang Hui had seized resources barehanded since entering the arena. Previously, she had always clashed gun to gun. While truth be told, she had been secretly picking off opponents from hiding one shot at a time. Now at this supply point, firearms were useless, so she had to rely on her bare hands. Unexpectedly, this method yielded resources as well, an unforeseen boon. Yet to replenish supplies here by taking down one opponent after another seemed far too challenging. Jiang Hui mused silently. Better than nothing. Until we find real supplies, this will have to do to keep us going. We'll take it step by step. The youth crouched down, emptied the captured pack onto the ground, rummaged through the contents, split them into two piles, and gestured for Jiang Hui to choose. Glancing over, Jiang Hui noticed he had divided the items randomly. Things that could be split were halved, while indivisible items were tossed one per pile. Only the ammunition, nutrient fluids, and medicine were evenly distributed, ensuring fairness. Quite equitable. Jiang Hui raised an eyebrow, casually picked one pile, and selected a firearm. They dusted themselves off, acting as if nothing had happened, and continued wandering through the tunnels. What followed was a repetitive cycle. They encountered few people, only 3 or 4 times. but each encounter honed their coordination. Jiang Hui even felt a strange illusion of playing a game, defeating monsters, and collecting loot. Well, in a sense, it wasn't far off. Yet despite their efforts, they had only obtained some resources from the encounters, leaving them still clueless about recharging the simulation vests. Meanwhile, outside the arena, though the school had upgraded its full surveillance system to monitor students' movements and ensure safety, even having the training ground simulated by a mecha master specializing in mechanical design, displaying every individual's perspective on screen remained challenging. Thus, the projections showed wide-angle views capturing the crowd as a whole. To enhance the audience's viewing experience, numerous smaller screens surrounded the main display, broadcasting highlights of the contestants' scoring moments. Hence, outstanding performers could be seen from multiple angles by the audience. Teaching staff and instructors, of course, had greater privileges. They could access individual footage, making it easier for class advisors to record and analyze each student's performance. This was in fact the first real assessment for the freshmen since enrollment, with scores to be factored into the semester's final evaluation. Jiang Hui's name at the top of the leaderboard suddenly flickered, though only by 0.5 points, a noticeable change among the largely static names. In another moment, it rose by another 0.5 points. Haven't they already reached the supply point? Someone questioned. Yes, they entered long ago. Those who haven't entered by now likely can't continue the competition and will be ejected soon. But I recall the supply point has different rules. Most people probably haven't figured them out yet. How are these few scoring? A dark-skinned young officer gestured toward the names shifting on the board. The points they gained were modest, some 0.25 points, others 0.50, and a few even jumping by 1 point at a time. Under these circumstances, earning any points at all was commendable. Look at the small screens. They're the only ones doing something different. Take a peek. Tisk, a bunch of clever little devils coming up with all sorts of tricks. This was the instructors section, filled with class advisors and teachers. Naturally, they focused more on their own students. Each of them wished their students would appear on the leaderboard, showcasing brilliance and bringing them pride, as if it were their own glory. Even the more reserved ones couldn't help scanning the contestants for their favored students, harboring quiet hopes. But as time passed, this inclination gradually faded. Perhaps they didn't realize they had begun to look beyond their own classes, evaluating students from various majors and groups from different perspectives. For these vibrant youths were truly moving. Yes, moving. A group of adults, some holding military positions, others familiar with war, found themselves moved by a children's game. Yet it was not an incomprehensible oddity. Because regardless of their experiences, abilities, or positions, they all shared the same goal: to protect the Empire, humanity, and this hard-won starry world. The hearts of those who chose military service were mostly alike, and in the spirited, fearless forms of these youths they saw a similar nascent spirit, one that stirred their souls. Perhaps this was part of what they were willing to sacrifice everything for. Among the crowd, Stark quietly watched the central leaderboard, then shifted his gaze to one of the small screens, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The little rascal is quite clever. Cleverness is good. It means a longer life. May you keep going strong, walk far. Even farther. At that moment, Jiang Hui was unaware of the mentor's thoughts about her outside. Nor did she know how long this uncertain journey had lasted. It felt neither too long nor too short, but wandering aimlessly was no sustainable solution. The two finally chose a relatively hidden spot to pause, hoping to uncover some useful clues. By the way, I want to know what this extraordinary ability is. It feels like so many people have it. After all, I am the only one who doesn't. Once again receiving the voice transmitted through mental power, Jiang Hui felt quite puzzled. The other party seemed somewhat surprised. Jiang, have you encountered another commander? Commander, the one from the command department. Could it be that this is exclusive to commanders? Forgive Jiang Hui for her lack of knowledge, as she had no relevant understanding in the meager memories of her youth, so she truly had no idea about this. Of course, this is also the norm for the vast majority of ordinary people in the starry sky. They often hold a somewhat one-sided perception of fields that are distant and unfamiliar to them. They are grateful and admire the military guards of the star domain, yet their understanding of them is not very clear. Perhaps they know that there are mecha soldiers, combined soldiers, mecha masters, commanders, starship officers, and many more. But they do not have a clear understanding of these professions and their functions. Even the original owner, whose parents were both in the military, did not have a deep understanding of this. It was unclear whether it was due to missing pieces of memory during fusion or simply ignorance. However, Zhou Xiuan, commander, that guy seems to have said he was from the logistics department. This major seems too far removed from command. It feels like they cannot be connected. Unable to comprehend the nuances and seeing the other party's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Hui's doubts were somewhat alleviated, but her suspicions remained. However, this was not the time for discussions, so she suppressed them. The two briefly discussed what they had gained during their aimless wandering. In fact, there was not much to discuss. If they had any gains, they would not have stopped in this place where accidents could happen at any time without safety guarantees. It was simply because they had no other choice. This cursed place feels like a maze. How are they supposed to find their way? Even if it truly is a maze, there must be an exit. It can't be that they are doomed to wander in circles. So did they not follow the right method, or did they miss some details? After having interrogated several passers-by with unfriendly attitudes, the two had to temporarily rest to search for clues, or else they would be forever stuck in this dead end like headless flies. Who wants to play around in a maze? They haven't forgotten that they came here for supplies and energy. Now that they have achieved neither, how can they be satisfied? Yet they had been searching for quite a while, going over every inch of ground, and still had not found any breakthrough. What could they do? Could they ask the heavens? Speaking of which, they really hadn't looked up. Jiang Hui couldn't help but gaze at the dark void above. Suddenly a person beside her sharply pulled her, dragging her into the corner of another wall. In the next moment, Jiang Hui also felt faint footsteps coming from the northeast, a strong aura faintly brushing against the edge of her mental power field. She didn't have time to ask about the situation and instinctively adjusted her angle and hit her figure with Huan Xian. What the hell is this supply point? There's nothing here, and it can't even replenish energy. After all this time, it feels like we're just wandering in a maze. Are they playing with us or what? A gruff person. The voice was quite distinctive. Stop complaining. Time is short, and the competition organizers won't let us linger at the supply point for long. If we can't find the true location of the supply resources, we might not get this supply at all. This person was clearly much calmer, but his tone still conveyed some dissatisfaction, clearly troubled by the current stalemate. It's easy for you to say. We have to find it first. Haven't we been searching all along? Just look at the ground we've covered. Oh, we've practically trampled every inch, and we're just short of blasting through the walls to see what's inside. We haven't tried that. It might actually work. Why not give it a shot? The obviously irritable young man suddenly had an idea, speaking with interest. Then you try it using these laser marking guns and game props. If you really can blast through this wall, you wouldn't even need to compete anymore. You're already so impressive. The school might as well have you design the levels directly. The other party scoffed, clearly disdainful of such fanciful ideas. Am I joking? Look, we can't dig through the ground, nor can we blast down the walls. We can't escape this passage. Where else can we find a way out? Supply? I think it would be better to just let us all snatch what we can from each other. That would be faster. I say this might just be the method the school provided for supplies. All right, stop shouting. Are you trying to attract everyone around you? Another voice chimed in, sounding soothing, and the two immediately fell silent. This was a team of at least 3 people. From the conversation, it was clear that they were also searching for a way out, and had obviously not found it. Jiang Hui and her companion had limited visibility, and the voices were also faint and intermittent. The two exchanged a glance, and Huan Xian gestured 3 to Jiang Hui. They understood and planned to avoid them. Although they could not see the people from the sound of their footsteps, those individuals were balanced and stable, clearly demonstrating some level of skill. They were definitely more proficient than the 2 of them. Despite their loud and boisterous conversation, as if afraid others wouldn't hear, their mental power was also quite expansive and far-reaching, raising their alertness to the highest level, clearly not to be trifled with. There were only the 2 of them, and their skills were not particularly good, so it was better to avoid taking risks. Resources could still be found later. Both were self-aware and quickly made their decision, but in the end things did not go as planned. Just as they were cautiously hiding along the concealed wall, nearly escaping, that group suddenly changed direction. It's better to go that way, or it feels like we've been this way before. Jiang Hui thought it was bad, and at this point it was too late to change course. Even though she and Huan Xian instinctively retracted their expanded mental power, both sides had awakened individuals with high-level mental power, making their awareness of the surroundings sharp to a considerable extent. It was not something that could just be turned off or on at will. The other party immediately noticed something unusual around the corner ahead. They had been discovered. There are people hiding there. Well then, if they don't run now, when will they? Are they going to stay here and deliver supplies? Jiang Hui and Heng Xian seemed to have an agreement, disregarding everything else and directly taking off running. That way, quickly pursue them. I see them. There are only 2 of them. They can't run far. Yes, they really couldn't run far. Their guess was correct. There were indeed 3 of them, and they coordinated exceptionally well, displaying remarkable synergy. One of them, perhaps slightly lacking in stamina, lagged behind, while the other 2 were tasked with keeping close on their trail. Those 2 were clearly in excellent physical condition. Before long, they intercepted Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, encircling them in a pincer movement. Jiang Hui's expression darkened. These 2 didn't seem like the foolish passers-by from before who couldn't gauge their strength before provoking them. She sensed an extremely familiar and similar aura from them. It was the same combative spirit she felt daily from her classmates. They were clearly trained fighters, formidable opponents, especially since there were 3 of them. How unlucky could they be? They had retreated quickly enough, yet they were still caught in the end. You two, why are you running so fast? Since we've met by chance, why not stay and chat? One of them let out a snickering laugh, pressing his palms together and cracking his knuckles, a gesture that was undeniably classic villainy. Jiang Hui recognized him. This was the one with the irritable voice they had heard earlier. With his bulging eyes and slightly raised brows, his appearance matched his voice quite well. I won't make things difficult for you two. If you cooperate, we might let you off easy. The other man had a more refined demeanor, appearing gentle, but his casual words carried a blatant threat, as if they had a choice. If they surrendered now, it would be certain death, no chance of survival. But if they fought back, there might be a sliver of hope. This man knew the situation well, yet spoke such words, clearly mocking them, wanting to see them rage and lose their composure. Jiang Hui didn't know what Huan Xian was thinking, but she felt a surge of fury and acted without hesitation. Huan Xian was not one to be left behind. He was momentarily startled by Jiang Hui's unusually aggressive move, then quickly snapped out of it and lunged forward without a second thought. Indeed, they both chose to attack the same person. If they couldn't win unknown, why couldn't they gang up to known? Fighting wasn't about playing fair. The best strategy was to take down one enemy before the other two could regroup, eliminating a combatant to boost their odds of victory. Their thinking was crystal clear. Before the other guy could react, one of them had already locked his ribs while the other launched a flurry of strikes. You idiot. What are you standing there for? Get over here and help. The young man, dazed from being tackled and battered by Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, snapped out of it. Seeing his companion still frozen, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. To be fair, his reaction wasn't slow. It was just that Jiang Hui and Huan Xian's movements were incredibly practiced. They targeted the lower body, hit wherever it hurt most, and after stunning the enemy, they disrupted their thoughts and actions. One used enough force to knock out an entire ribcage, throwing the opponent off balance, while the other twisted an arm and locked the ribs to immobilize them. Through 2 or 3 such coordinated moves, they eventually sent the enemy crashing to the ground. This was a brutal fighting style they had developed through their cooperation, a completely unorthodox approach filled with dirty tricks like eye-poking, neck-choking, and hair-pulling, since the simulation vest ensured no real harm was done. The goal was to use this chaotic sequence to throw the opponent off balance and achieve a one-hit KO. The more violent the fall, the better, preferably with the head hitting the ground first. This was the most effective method they had discovered through practice for eliminating opponents at supply points. Although they had gotten lucky the first time and taken down a big guy in one go. But not all their subsequent encounters were with such mindless foes. They had also faced some tricky opponents who were not only hard to beat, but could also drain their resources. For instance, if the opponent had some fighting skills and a thick health pool, your attacks might barely reduce their simulation vest's energy while your own energy got depleted. Such foes couldn't be fought hidden, they required clever tactics. Instead of chipping away 3 or 5 at a time, it was better to go for a big hit. The simulation vest was designed to protect students, preventing them from accidentally injuring themselves or others. But this device was only an auxiliary protection tool and couldn't interfere with the competition. So even though the vest constantly shielded the wearer from external damage, the damage still reflected in the remaining energy. In other words, if severe damage occurred, the simulation vest would protect the wearer, but the impact and injury would be converted into an equivalent energy loss. Thus, they gradually figured out that to save time and energy, the best approach was to directly attack the enemy's head. Because the human head is the most vulnerable part. Once the simulation vest registered a heavy blow to the head and activated its barrier, the enemy's vest energy would essentially bottom out. They had stuck with this method ever since until now. This time they naturally used the same tactic, but their previously unfailing technique didn't go as smoothly. Because this time they had to deal with 2 people. Jiang Hui shot a glance at Huan Xian, who was finishing off the other side. He immediately understood and released his hold, turning to face the other opponent, who was about to crash into him. She then pressed her entire weight along with her legs onto the opponent's chest, while locking his collarbone with one hand and punching his face with the other. Knock him out first, then worry about the rest. That was her plan, but she underestimated the physiques of these two, especially the one she was grappling with. Jiang Hui had chosen him because he seemed the weakest. But what Jiang Hui didn't know was that while this person's spiritual power level was relatively weaker, his physical fitness was exceptionally strong. He was actually the most formidable of the two. An average person would have been eliminated by now, even with the simulation vest's protection and barrier. Yet he relied on his robust physique to dodge and counter many of their attacks with subtle angles and struggles, absorbing the blows. After the onslaught, his vest energy hadn't bottomed out, still holding at 13. Truly impressive. Huan Xian had to split off to deal with the other opponent, leaving Jiang Hui to fight alone. While Jiang Hui's spiritual power was strong, her physical fitness was average. Although a month of training had slightly improved it, she was still far from matching this opponent. Even with such an advantageous start and locking down his movements midway. The fundamental gap in physical fitness remained. With the barrier of the simulated chest guard, the opponent could only feel an impact of equal force, but would not actually be injured. Sensing the weakening of Jiang Hui's strength, the opponent swiftly turned the tables, seizing the opportunity to twist her neck and pin her entire body to the ground. Jiang Hui thought she finally understood what it felt like when the simulated chest guard was activated. It was truly only pressure with no sensation of pain. For even though the opponent now pinned her to the ground by gripping her neck with one hand through the barrier emitted by the simulated chest guard, something seemed to firmly protect her vital life force under its effect, preventing any real harm. For some reason, Jiang Hui felt a faint sense of relief and even regretted not having tried this move herself earlier. Because the oppressive feeling of such a hold was certainly stronger than any restraint on the collarbone or ribs, giving the sensation that one's life was clenched in another's hand. Yet back then she had never attempted it, fearing she might not gauge the force properly. No, what was she thinking? How had her mind wandered here? She had to find a way to break free immediately, or it would truly be over. Seeing the opponent sneer and raise a fist as large as a cauldron ready to smash down, Jiang Hui's pupils slightly dilated. A torrent of chaotic thoughts raced through her mind, yet her body remained inexplicably frozen. Danger! Danger! She must not be hit. She could not let this continue. She had to protect her brain. This fragile place must not be struck again. All forces intent on harming her must be expelled. As if responding to her thoughts, the power hidden deep within Jiang Hui's mind surged forth like a beast unleashed, charging unhindered toward the imminent threat. At that moment, Jiang Hui did not notice her gaze turn momentarily vacant, her dark pupils growing brighter with a faint purple light flashing deep in her eyes. The one above sensed something, instinctively retracting the arm pressing on Jiang Hui's neck and leaning slightly back, but it was already too late. This fellow followed in the footsteps of Mr. Little Carl, caught off guard as a tremendous force from below sent him flying. The force was invisible and far greater than usual, hurling him away with almost no resistance. The remaining energy in his simulated chest guard was completely depleted by the counterforce of this defense, naturally eliminating him from the match. This sudden anomaly naturally startled the two others locked in combat nearby. Both stared in shock at Jiang Hui, who seemed immersed in a dazed state after unleashing her spiritual power. This time the opponent reacted faster, shoving aside the tenacious Huan Xian and charging straight at Jiang Hui, who appeared to be slowly closing her eyes as if drained of all strength, with the clear intent to strike while the iron is hot. How could Huan Xian let him succeed? One lunged while the other intercepted, and they were about to tangle again. Hearing faint footsteps behind, one of the entangled figures visibly brightened, speaking without turning his head. You finally caught up. Look how slow you are. Thomas is already out, and you only just arrived. Hurry up and help. Damn it, I need to slaughter these two brats to vent my hatred. The footsteps drew nearer. Huan Xian naturally heard the shout, but had no spare strength to stop it, so he could only fight desperately, hoping to drain the remaining energy of the opponent's simulated chest guard quickly. Spiritual power rampage. Those outside the screen were not so calm. Quick, prepare the therapist. Ensure that child is examined immediately upon teleportation. This was not referring to Jiang Hui, of course, as she was still dominating the field and unlikely to be teleported out so easily, but rather to the student struck by Jiang Hui's spiritual power. A spiritual power rampage was no trivial matter. Both sides were incompletely awakened individuals with unstable spiritual power, so this required careful handling to avoid long-term adverse effects. Moreover, the opponent's simulated chest guard had little energy left. A spiritual power strike was different from a physical blow. If it exceeded the defense limit, the consequences would be dire. However, the simulated chest guard has reserve energy inside enough to withstand a full-force strike from a Brankstar beast at least. It's just not used to maintain the guard's operational energy, so it should be fine. Whose student is that? Go and check. The homeroom teacher of either class 6 or 7 from the combat soldier department had already left the scene, likely to check on their own student's condition. Nearby, Captain Lin Chi frowned. He was older, having entered the military long before many present, and had seen such situations many times. Veterans who had spent years on the battlefield often faced such conditions, but that was usually due to mental illnesses like excessive brain domain depletion. Ordinary awakened individuals rarely experienced such loss of control. Even for incompletely awakened individuals who could not yet master spiritual power, this was a situation to be avoided at all costs. Each rampage represented a loss of control, continuously damaging the brain domain and undermining its foundation. Thus, seeing Jiang Hui in such a state, the teachers felt uneasy, their gazes involuntarily turning to the homeroom teacher of the other party involved. It's not a rampage, Stark suddenly said. That child is not having a spiritual power rampage. She had voluntarily mobilized her spiritual power to attack. This was not the first time Stark had seen Jiang Hui in such a state. The same had occurred when she was ambushed by little Carl, as evidenced by the recorded footage. At the time, Lu Jin had diagnosed it as a slight spiritual power rampage caused by pain, but later based on data changes before and after the incident, therapist Michael redefined the situation. Michael believed Jiang Hui had voluntarily mobilized her spiritual power to counterattack. Even though her consciousness was not entirely clear at the time, her body and brain domain instinctively coordinated the response upon sensing danger. There was no rampage, because the wavelength of her released spiritual power showed not a single characteristic of loss of control. This time Stark witnessed it clearly. She was not out of control. After striking the enemy with her spiritual power, she even consciously scanned the surroundings before smoothly retreating back into her brain domain. It was truly precise and controlled. If spiritual power rampages were this easy to manage, the Empire would not have to spend so much annually on pacifying soldiers' spiritual power. Rather than a rampage, Stark felt it was more like another peculiar feature of Jiang Hui's unique brain domain condition. But afterward, no matter how much others asked, Stark said nothing more, only staring intently at the small broadcast screen to follow the subsequent actions of the few participants. So what happened to Jiang Hui at that moment? Had she fainted? Not exactly. She simply shut down early. Exhausted both physically and mentally, plus recklessly exerting her spiritual power, she entered the spiritual space directly, without waiting to fall asleep or for the clock to strike 12. Standing in the living room of the spiritual space, Jiang Hui felt an unshakable solidity beneath her feet. In the end, she had to accept the fact that she had been teleported back to the spiritual space midway through the competition. Truth be told, this was hardly the right moment. First of all, she was in the middle of a fight at a critical juncture, yet with just a blink, she found herself in a different place. Wasn't this akin to forcibly logging out? Even if the blink lasted no more than an instant, that momentary lapse could prove fatal. Would her opponent miss such a golden opportunity? Like dousing a flame with water, this one move extinguished everything, leaving no trace of passion. After all, she would have to wait a full 24 hours to learn what happened next. 24 hours. Not only would her heart grow cold, but by the time she snapped back to reality, she might very well be dead. Jiang Hui had already steeled herself for the possibility of being eliminated the moment she woke up. Thus, she instantly deflated, her entire demeanor relaxing, and began to feel hungry, well, ravenous. How Jiang Hui managed to eat, loaf around, and waste time in the spiritual space was something outsiders could never know or understand. In their eyes, Jiang Hui had only been dazed for a split second. At that moment, however, they were drawn to something far more pressing. Meanwhile, the last member of the trio finally dragged over his leaden feet, arriving belatedly after one companion had been eliminated and the other had been reduced to a mere 5 of their energy. The one locked in combat with Huan Xian was both furious and elated. Furious that the fool had gotten lost, and only now remembered to come, yet elated that at this critical moment reinforcements had finally arrived. Although this newcomer was the weakest of the trio, his participation would surely turn the tide. In the blink of an eye, he had already plotted many outcomes, even envisioning how to deal with those who had brought him to this state. But he never expected that while someone did arrive, it was not his ally. A youth taller than average wore a grave expression. As his gaze fell upon the girl at the center of the chaos, a hint of anxiety crept onto his face. Zhou Xiaowen made a swift judgment, and without hesitation delivered a brutal blow from behind, sending the man straight to elimination. Then he moved to close in on Jiang Hui. "What are you doing?" Huan Xian propped himself up, staring coldly at the newcomer with a guarded expression. It was clear he was utterly spent, with little combat strength left. Even though the other's attention was drawn to Jiang Hui, he still leaped forward to block the way. Had Jiang Hui witnessed this, she might have marveled at his loyalty and how their brief cooperation had indeed fostered a sense of camaraderie. Unexpectedly, the youth's reaction was rather odd. Instead of answering directly, he said, "Aren't you going to collect the resources? That one over there seems about to expire." Huan Xian's expression remained unchanged, as if sizing him up. "I'm in a temporary team with Jiang Hui. You go ahead and grab the resources. I'll just help Jiang up," Zhou Xiaowen said helplessly. This guy clearly had an extremely cautious nature. Would he attack him? Should he counter and score points, or what if he accidentally eliminated him? How would he explain that to Jiang Hui? Zhou Xiaowen was a bit worried. Well, no need to worry anymore. He went to collect the resources. Though his gaze grew more puzzled, he still couldn't resist scooping up the 2 hard-won resources, swiftly gathering them. Then the 2 of them gathered around Jiang Hui. Zhou Xiaowen lent a hand to help the girl sit up. She seemed dazed, instinctively following the force to rise. In just a moment, as if she had blinked, her eyes reopened with a glimmer of life. Seeing the familiar face that should not have been there at that moment, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty crossed her features. "You. How are you here?" In the blink of an eye outside, Jiang Hui herself had already spent a full 24 hours loafing in the spiritual space. She had cleaned out the kitchen twice, taken a nap, and read half a book. By the end of this routine, even the fiercest inner fire would be doused. Jiang Hui's heart was now as still as dead water, numbly awaiting the verdict. She was also thinking that this time she must learn her lesson. Next time there was any event, she should enter the space early to use up the 24-hour quota. Otherwise, having it suddenly happen during an event would not only create variables, but also leave her feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, if everyone was striving in the competition, while she comfortably exploited the time difference in the spiritual space, even if forced, she would naturally feel guilty. Then as she opened her eyes, instead of the anticipated blow, she felt someone helping her sit up. Jiang Hui knew that her time in the spiritual space did not overlap with the real world. She always entered and exited at the same moment. She had deliberately stayed awake when leaving the spiritual space, so she could judge that the time now should be nearly identical to the moment she entered. The person who had been trying to choke her out moments ago couldn't possibly be so gentle as to help her up now. So had Huan Xian finished off the other and then taken care of her opponent? If so, that was incredible. At this point, Jiang Hui had completely forgotten that they had initially encountered a trio. Besides the two they were fighting, a third would also come. Yet when Jiang Hui sat up straight, the face she saw was entirely different from what she had expected. She blinked hard, and her usually placid expression finally showed a hint of surprise. "You? How are you here?" "I'm your temporary teammate." Zhou Xiaowen paused, then said with a hint of grievance. Why did it sound like he shouldn't be here? Could it be that Jiang had found a stronger teammate and didn't want to be stuck with a dead weight like him? No way. He had finally found someone strong to carry him, and he wanted to stay in the training ground a while longer. Father must be watching. He'll surely be pleased. Jiang Hui's spirit had been fully replenished in the space, with no trace of fatigue. Her mind quickly caught up. Zhou Xiaowen had finally arrived. That was indeed a good thing. In this space, firearms were temporarily useless. Resources had to be fought for barehanded, and having more people capable of fighting was an advantage. Zhou Ziyuan's joining was just right. Jiang Hui glanced at Huan Xian, who stood by holding a military pack, then at Zhou Xiaowen beside him. In an instant she pieced together most of the plot she had missed. Through Zhou Ziyuan's hushed account, Jiang Hui finally understood what had transpired to cause such a dramatic change. Upon entering, he had been teleported to another side. As it happened, Zhou had been rather unlucky, once again mingling with the crowd, only to be thrust into a chaotic battle upon entry. Naturally, these contestants who had just arrived at the supply point, unaware of the diminished effectiveness of firearms, wasted a vast number of bullets and resources. After much skirmishing, they discovered that bullets here could not kill instantly, and moreover they lost a great deal of resources. Only then did they reluctantly cease fighting, and each seek ways to replenish. Zhou Xiaowen had no intention of seeking resources, he only wanted to find his companion. Thus he took advantage of the chaos, scouring everywhere for traces of Jiang Hui. Yet no matter how he wandered around, he could not find her until he encountered someone who suddenly emerged to take advantage of the situation and rob him. He, being such a coward, would naturally submit. But why should he accept defeat? Outside, Zhou Xiaowen might have conceded, for his marksmanship was decent within 10 meters, but beyond that it was pure luck. Without Jiang Hui, he would be at their mercy. But here at the supply point, firearms were useless, and his simulation vest still had 61 energy. Those people could not easily overcome him, unless they were strong enough to knock him out directly. A fellow shorter and slimmer than him dared to rob his resources. If Zhou Xiaowen did not dare to fight back, he would be utterly pathetic and unworthy of Jiang Hui's guidance along the way. Thus at that moment, shedding his idle demeanor, the young master, Zhou, engaged in a bare-handed brawl with this audacious individual. That fellow probably had no accurate self-assessment, for he was soundly defeated by this weakling and eliminated from the match. Then Zhou Xiaowen, clutching the resources he had scavenged, pressed forward until he unexpectedly stumbled upon the melee involving Jiang Hui. In truth, given his nature, if it had been anyone else, he would have simply turned and fled. But catching a glimpse of Jiang Hui's face from afar, Zhou Xiaowen instantly changed his mind, transforming from a bystander into an ally. He charged in and delivered a finishing blow leading to this very scene. It was all quite fortuitous, perfectly timed. Zhou Ziyuan's timely assistance was crucial, otherwise the outcome of this chaotic battle could have been uncertain. Having successfully eliminated the enemy and reunited with his lost teammate, Jiang Hui felt somewhat relieved. Suddenly Jiang Hui glanced at the electronic display on Zhou Ziyuan's right shoulder, noting the 56 reading, and asked thoughtfully, "Did you find a place to recharge?" She recalled that when they entered, the remaining energy on his simulation vest was even lower than hers, nearly depleted. That was why they had rushed to the supply point without hesitation. There was no survival outside otherwise. Now his simulation vest showed 56. Given the energy he had expended in between, he could not have come from the same central charging block they had used, which had a limit of only 40. Had he found another supply point? He nodded and said yes. I was quite lucky and stumbled upon a hidden charging spot with a limit of up to 60. Jiang Hui was pleasantly surprised. If they could find that spot combined with her remaining energy, they could approach 100, ensuring no energy issues for the next phase of the competition. After receiving his confirmation, Jiang Hui eagerly asked if he remembered the route. Zhou Ziyuan's face showed a hint of difficulty. I'm not sure I can find my way back. However, I was cautious and made a few discreet marks, though I don't know if they've been discovered. That was not a major concern. Jiang Hui thought wasn't that quite clever of him to leave marks. As for whether anyone had found them, she was not worried, or rather worrying was pointless. After all, the charging spot she had last checked in at was even more crowded, packed with people. She had even picked up her new teammate there, so she was used to it. If they encountered enemies at the charging point, there was no help for it. They would have to deal with it step by step, improvising as they went. Besides, this vast supply point was teeming with enemies. Even they themselves were enemies to others. Compared to such baseless worries, Jiang Hui was more concerned about failing to replenish energy. How long had they been in the supply point? Probably 2 stellar hours, yet they had gathered few resources, and their simulation vests were only half charged due to various restrictions. If they were suddenly ejected, wouldn't it all be for nothing? No. Jiang Hui forced herself out of that terrifying scenario and returned to practical thinking. Her logic had always been clear. The top priority was to fully charge the simulation vest to ensure survival through the next checkpoint, which was the essential purpose of this supply. Resources, though urgent, could be sought later. Jiang Hui intended to invite both to set out together, but when she faced her newly acquainted teammate, her words changed. Huan Shui, do you still wish to accompany us? Asking this was indeed a bit awkward, as if she were pushing him away. But everyone understood she meant no harm. It was better to clarify matters to avoid major issues from poor communication. Zhou Xiaowen had followed her all the way, and Jiang Hui knew his intentions well. He clearly wanted to stick with her. Familiar with him, she found their cooperation comfortable and didn't mind having him as an assistant. But she hadn't forgotten that she had only temporarily formed a team with Huan Xian. He might be willing to cooperate with her, but that didn't mean he would agree to work with an additional person. Jiang Hui felt it best to ask clearly. Upon hearing this, he raised his eyes, glanced at her, and did not answer immediately. His playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Just as Jiang Hui thought he might have objections or be displeased, he said leisurely, "Even if we leave, we should divide the resources first." He then handed her the resource pack he had taken from the person she had knocked out and evenly split another portion into 3, 1 for each. Wasn't he being a bit too fair, even dividing resources like this? But his words seemed to imply he didn't mind traveling together. Good, he didn't mind. With Huan Xian's consent, the trio set off toward the charging spot, uncertain whether they could actually find it. Oh, where have we got to now? Stark was quietly observing the students' performances on the large screen when a voice utterly familiar reached his ears. That blabbermouth could only be him. Without shifting his gaze, Stark said in a flat tone, "Didn't you go back?" "Go back? After last night's commotion, not only can I not go back, but they're sending someone over to investigate. They don't need me at the hospital, and to avoid causing more trouble, I thought I'd just take a stroll." Though Nia Erki spoke lightly, Stark gleaned some crucial information from his veiled words. It seemed yesterday's incident was no small matter, having alarmed the highest authorities, and the hospital was now in complete disarray. That things had come to such a dire end, even the capital was unlikely to find peace. In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Stark's mind, though his expression remained unchanged. Nia Erki seemed reluctant to dwell on the topic. He glanced at the central screen, his eyes traveling from bottom to top, finally landing on the name at the very summit. His brows twitched involuntarily. What the hell happened in the half day I was gone? Is this kid really that ferocious? Nia Erki had taught class 2 for an entire week, so he was naturally aware of some of Jiang Hui's abilities. As far as he knew, the child indeed possessed some talent, was calm in temperament, and had the makings of someone who could accomplish great things. However, his current abilities and qualities were still limited, only his marksmanship was somewhat passable. But missing just 1 day of observation, how had this child shot so far ahead, leaving everyone in the dust? It seemed a little unreasonable. Even if it was the child of Senior Jiang he held in high regard, things still had to follow the laws of development. 342. 33. Points. First place in the military specialty, over 100 points higher than the second place candidates, 231 points. Even if Nia Erki didn't understand the school's scoring standards or the details of the process, just looking at the score alone, it was an overwhelming victory. Even if he didn't compete for first place from now on, Jiang Hui's score would likely secure him a top spot. Of course, isn't that the predetermined first place? Someone who hasn't even officially started school yet and has already received nearly 200 points in compensation is unprecedented. A deliberately affected voice sounded from behind, grating on the ears. Stark didn't even need to turn around to know who was speaking. It seemed that injury couldn't keep this fellow down. He even had time to come here and belittle the younger generation. Oh my, who do we have here? It's Captain Zhou. My apologies, my apologies. Your words sound like you've swallowed a whole bottle of vinegar. A bit sour, aren't they, eh? Regretting that the 200 compensation points didn't go to your student. Stark was not one for quarrels, often too lazy to engage in such meaningless arguments. But Nyaerki was not to be trifled with. Although he had cultivated a more restrained demeanor over the years, honing a calm, outward image that gave everyone who met him for the first time a false impression, he was inherently fiery-tempered. This guy not only puts on such a face, but also speaks with sarcasm, as if being a captain makes him a big shot. He doesn't even spare a child, sparing no effort in his slander. Stark might endure it, but he couldn't. If he didn't give him a taste of his own medicine, he wouldn't be true to his own mouth. Who are you? Even if my position in the military is insignificant, I am still a captain. On what authority do you speak to me like this? Zhou didn't know Nyaerki, but seeing him so close to Stark, he naturally lumped them together, sneering in retort. Oh, so you do remember your position here. Even if Jiang Hui isn't your student, there's no need to slander him like that. Your heart must be black. The more Nyaerki spoke, the angrier he became. How could this man be so foul-mouthed? If someone with ulterior motives spread this, things wouldn't be so simple. He had only just learned about the compensation points. Even if he didn't know the exact details, the school must have had a reason to award Jiang Hui those 200 personal points. Regardless of the reason, the name on this screen today represented the school's stance. These so-called 200 compensation points for Jiang Hui, or rather the bright red 342, 33 points on the screen, were well-deserved and contained no exaggeration. What was Captain Zhou's intention in making such public remarks? Instructor Tan pressed a hand to his forehead. Great, another quarrel. He had just been wondering why Captain Zhou was absent, and now he shows up and stirs up trouble, and it's always with Stark students. What is his obsession with Stark? According to his usual balancing strategy, he should have let Zhou argue a bit longer before stepping in. But Nyaerki's words reminded him. He immediately cut off the conversation, speaking sternly to Zhou. Captain Zhou, please choose your words carefully. Every student's personal points go through the school's review process. You know very well what these compensation points are about. I recall you voted in favor at the time, so why have you changed your tune now? They all knew the truth about these points, but Zhou's words had completely twisted the meaning. If someone with ulterior motives were to spread rumors in the future, causing a stir, how would this child be able to hold his head up? Even Instructor Tan, a man of good temper, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He understood that Jiang Hui's performance had probably cut into Zhou's interests. After all, without these compensation points, the first place would belong to his class. And the other party probably didn't object at the time because he didn't expect Jiang Hui to be so formidable. He thought that even with nearly 200 compensation points, he would eventually fall behind due to failing to keep up with the scores. Now the result was out with the added nearly 200 points. And Jiang Hui was still scoring, making it difficult for Holly to catch up even with her skills given such a large total score gap. How could Zhou, who had dragged himself here despite his injury, swallow this? Seeing that the other party didn't immediately retort, Instructor Tan was about to say something more when he noticed that Zhou, whom he hadn't seen for just a day, had bloodshot eyes and a face pale as paper. A deep gash ran across his right cheek as if cut through by something extremely sharp. Even after a night of specialized medical treatment, a very obvious red mark remained. Was he injured? Or traumatized? Instructor Tan's words died in his throat. The muscles on the other's face twitched a few times, and it was unclear if he had taken the advice to heart. In the end, he said nothing more, simply found a seat and sat down to watch the competition. Thus, the commotion dissipated without drawing further attention. With this, the faculty for the 89,983rd batch of first-year combat soldiers was now fully assembled. All that remained was to watch the students showcase their skills. It must be said that Zhou Xiuwen was truly a master of the survivalist school, always having his own way to stay alive. After dealing with the scattered enemies along the way, Jiang Hui and Huan Xian followed him and actually found that hidden charging point, and luckily no one was around. Whether few had discovered it, or those who had were already fully charged and gone at work to their advantage now. Only upon arriving did Jiang Hui realize why he had called it a hidden charging point, and why it wasn't swarmed like the other one. From the outside, they couldn't see the main charging block at all, and one had to press half their body against the uneven wall to connect. If not for the beep main charging block, A2 found. Prompt, they wouldn't have dared to confirm it was a charging point. Unlike the previous one where the block sat on a flat surface, this one seemed embedded in the wall. No, rather it resided in an invisible space beyond the wall, suggesting the other side might be a chamber similar to the one they first emerged from. Their inability to connect from this side was likely because they were at the very edge of the charging range. A new space also meant new clues. Naturally, they wondered if the other side held the supply energy they had been seeking all along. Jiang Hui refused to believe that such a vast charging point had only charging facilities and no resources. There must be something they had overlooked or failed to find. Yet she ultimately curbed her restless impulse. She decided to take it step by step, leaving aside whether they could even get there. Who knew if it would be a blessing or a curse? It was more practical to use this convenience to fully charge the simulated chest piece. When it came to risk, Jiang Hui personally favored a steady approach. Jiang Hui's simulated chest piece had 38 energy when she came from the other side, but after some losses along the way and the recent scuffle, it was now below 30. If she could fill up to the 60 limit, even if not to 100, she could reach 70 or 80, which would sustain her for a considerable time. Even if she were ejected now, she wouldn't face the tragedy of running out of energy mid-match. Huan Xian was in a similar state, though his energy was slightly higher than Jiang Hui's. Thus Zhou Xiuwen, who had charged the most earlier, now had the least. However, since each person could only connect to a main charging block, once Zhou Xiuwen, who had already charged here, couldn't connect again. They tried several times in frustration, but had to confirm this fact again. Now they were in a bind. Having discovered a potential unexplored charging chamber nearby, they certainly wanted to search it. But the team's situation was unbalanced. Zhou Xiuwen had led them here, giving them the chance to boost their simulated chest piece's energy to a relatively high level. In fairness, they should help him get to the A3 block chamber to recharge, restoring balance. No one knew when this supply point session would end, so which way should they go first? Unexpectedly, the other was quite open-minded and said to Jiang Hui without any attachment, "It's fine. Go wherever you want, he'll follow you. Wasn't it always like this? Charge if there's a chance, if not, let it be." After all, lasting this long in the arena was already a win for him. He really didn't care much about the competition. "Jiang Hui, bro, can't you have some ambition? I know you're always laid back, but this is too much. This tourist mindset just doesn't fit in with everyone else." Huan Xian, witnessing this new teammate style for the first time, cast a curious glance at him, and then discreetly observed the one rubbing her temples in apparent headache, a flicker of inquiry in his eyes. But perhaps due to unfamiliarity, he ultimately refrained from commenting. "All right, once we're charged up here, let's scout the area. If we can't find anything, we'll head back there. We might not even find our way back. This place is built like a maze, we can only stumble around blindly. Speaking of which, if there's A3 and A2, shouldn't there be an A1? Jiang Hui speculated aimlessly. They chatted for a while, and then fell silent. The atmosphere seemed relaxed, but it couldn't mask the growing tension in the air. Of course, it wasn't from the trio's emotions. Aside from Jiang Hui, the other two were taciturn, leaving her to ask questions sporadically. This unease came from the surrounding environment, which grew increasingly unsettling. The area was too quiet, much more so than when they were scurrying through the tunnels. Not that silence was bad. During such a critical charging moment, they wished for no interruptions at all. But this deathly stillness evoked the calm before a storm, of vague sense that something was about to happen, though they couldn't pinpoint what. "Do you hear a strange noise? It sounds like water." Two voices arrived, almost simultaneously, overlapping in her mind. It took Jiang Hui a moment to distinguish them as belonging to two different people. Spiritual transmission was fine, but did they have to be so mysterious? The eerie silence, combined with voices suddenly echoing in her head, was quite startling. And weren't they forgetting something? "I heard it too," Jiang Hui said aloud, expressionless. "You're both using spiritual transmission, but I can't, so what's the point?" Realizing this, both looked a bit awkward. "How far along are you?" Jiang Hui glanced at the electronic display below her right shoulder. The progress bar showed 76, with 10 remaining capacity. Huan Xian had reached 80, with the same remaining charge limit as Jiang Hui. But they grew increasingly restless as the environment became stranger. At first there was no sound, but as they charged, peculiar noises emerged from the other side of the wall, like water converging. It grew from a trickle to a gush, with liquid squeezing like plop plop in a bottle, then louder and closer, accompanied by high and low screams. Jiang Hui immediately abandoned the remaining charge, her expression darkening as she rummaged through her backpack. "Who among you can't swim? Wait, neither of you can swim? Or is it just that swimming isn't taught in the Interstellar era?" Jiang Hui had only intended to ask as a formality. In her past life, there had been a strong trend of teenagers learning to swim, so she subconsciously assumed many people could swim. For a time, society had even advocated for young people to strengthen their bodies and develop morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically. Parents were enthusiastic about enrolling their children in various interest classes. Swimming was one of the most popular specialized activities. Many of Jiang Hui's classmates had learned to swim back then, and she had followed the trend to systematically learn it herself. Now she could be considered proficient in water, a rare skill from her past life. Although no one was required to know how to swim, it was truly unfortunate that 2 out of their 3-person team couldn't. Without time to complain, Jiang Hui frantically searched her marching bag for anything useful. The other 2 did the same. Regardless of their differing thoughts at that moment, they all sensed an eerily similar premonition of an impending storm. "Better nail it higher," Jiang Hui said, handing over the pack of hooks and rings that Huan Xian had provided. She then reminded, "Classmate, Zhou, make sure it's secure and firm. Otherwise, if it came loose midway, they would be doomed." She and Huan Xian fastened the full safety harness around their waists and began searching for places to secure their hooks and rings. In the interstellar era, such tools were much more convenient, almost semi-automated, eliminating the need for brute force installation. Simply finding the right spot and pressing the head mechanism would lock them into place. Even with their clumsy movements, they managed to finish the setup. Speaking of these tools, they had been traveling on the plains, and the safety harness had never been used. She had wondered why such items were included in the resources. Did the training ground involve rock climbing? Unexpectedly, they hadn't needed them for climbing, but now they did. None of them knew if their haphazard preparations would be of any use, nor what they were about to face. They only heard the increasingly fierce roar of water and the growing chorus of high and low cries. They hastened their movements, adjusting their safety harnesses to brace for whatever sudden event might come. The safety harness itself was equipped with 2 fixed movable buckles. For stability, Jiang Hui also found other items that could serve as backup anchor points. In a flurry of activity, her eyes darted around frantically. Finally, she took out 2 sets of retractable ropes that could be easily unfastened and handed them to the others. Seeing their confusion, Jiang Hui simply demonstrated by temporarily linking the safety harnesses around their waists to prevent them from being separated again. "Hey, don't tie a dead knot. This can be undone. Just buckle it like this." Jiang Hui quickly stopped Zhou Ziyuan's movements. This was just a precaution. They definitely shouldn't be tied together permanently. No sooner had they finished buckling than a tremendous roar of floodwater surged in like a thunder dragon. A damp breath mixed with a strong, earthy smell rushed toward them, and a cool breeze kissed their necks, sending a chill down their spines. Then swirling currents burst forth from the tunnel entrances on all sides, sweeping the 3 to the ground with a splash. And this was only the beginning. The initial rush of water from the sluice gate was powerful, yet the actual volume barely reached their knees, merely drenching them from head to toe. Before they could get up, an even greater, more violent roar of water filled the winding tunnels, pressing in with full force. This time it was real. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hui was completely submerged. Immersed in the water, she lost all ability to move, only feeling powerful currents colliding and surging beneath the surface. If not for the safety harness strapped around her waist, anchored to the wall by the hooks and rings, Jiang Hui would have been swept away in an instant. She certainly wouldn't have been spinning around in this confined area, occasionally catching glimpses of Zhou Xiuan and Huan Xian bobbing up and down. The current was too strong. Jiang Hui's earlier idea, that the 3 of them could form a circle floating on the surface by the pull of the hooks, had been far too naive. She quickly realized that in such a powerful current, she couldn't even control her own movements, let alone guide others to float. So Jiang Hui gave up struggling. She occasionally caught sight of the figures bobbing in the current, pulled by the ropes, and felt a slight sense of reassurance knowing that neither had been eliminated. But whether they would be eliminated as time wore on was uncertain. Since they couldn't swim, they would eventually have to rely on the simulated vest for rescue. Yes, the simulated vest had that function. After all, the students wore the simulated vests in the training ground for full protection against falls, hits, electric shocks, and naturally against water. However, the simulated vest had limited energy, and the consumption at supply points was especially noticeable and rapid. If the vest was triggered for rescue, the 2 would likely be eliminated once its energy ran out. Jiang Hui was slightly better off, but only slightly. The water filled every gap in the tunnel almost seamlessly. She knew some principles of breathing and holding her breath, but even that had its limits. With the powerful current surging over her head and no fresh air, Jiang Hui felt herself repeatedly slipping into a dangerously suffocating state. Her chest grew tight, her consciousness blurred, and everything became hazy and fragmented. After an unknown period, the current seemed to gradually subside. Though the water around them hadn't completely receded, the violent force that had threatened to tear them out of the tunnel was gone. Jiang Hui emerged from her daze to find herself floating on the surface. "This isn't how I imagined it." She snapped, fully awake in an instant. She had been nearly unconscious, yet she hadn't sunk. Looking around, she realized it was the effect of the simulated vest. The material of the simulated vest was unknown, but it buoyed her entire weight on the water's surface like a life buoy, except even more buoyant and tense. Regaining clear consciousness, Jiang Hui glanced at the electronic screen below her right shoulder. The previously charged energy had dropped by about 20, now at 57. The ropes on the safety harness were still properly attached, the other end fixed to the hooks on the wall. They were still in the same spot. Wait, where were the other 2? Jiang Hui flipped over in the water with a carp leap, changing to a treading water stance to get a clear view of the situation. The surging waters had receded, yet the accumulated water remained in place, flooding most of the intricate tunnel space. Jiang Hui treaded water floating on the surface and strained her foot arch, but still couldn't touch the ground, indicating the water level was still quite high. However, she had little mind to observe anything else at the moment. Once she had a grasp of her own situation, her eyes immediately began searching for the two unfortunate souls who couldn't swim. Jiang Hui, who prided herself on being a swimmer, had nearly drowned just moments ago. She could only imagine the plight of those two non-swimmers. The three had been linked together, each connected by an elastic rope for easy retrieval later. So reality quickly answered her question. Huan Xian, somewhat disheveled, tugged at the hook ring on the wall, pulling himself up to maintain his balance in the water. When he noticed Jiang Hui looking at him, he nodded stiffly at her, seemingly still lucid. Good, this one survived. But what about the other? Jiang Hui glanced around, but couldn't immediately spot the other figure, a flicker of worry crossing her mind. Could he have been eliminated already? Suddenly remembering that their safety belts were linked in a loop, she quickly followed the rope around her waist. But why was this rope so far out? Where was he? Eliminated for real. Suddenly a considerable pull came from the other end of the rope, nearly causing Jiang Hui to lose her balance and sink into the water. This direction wasn't Huan Xian. It was. The lingering water refused to drain, swirling through the complex tunnels, forcing Jiang Hui to swim to move around. Huan Xian seemed terrified of the water. Whether it was an innate fear or the trauma from their recent water adventure, even with the buoyancy of the simulated vest and the rope's guidance, he floated stiffly like a wooden log, barely daring to move. Seeing his poor state, Jiang Hui dared not ask for help and simply informed him before setting off on her own. She swam a few meters toward the other end of the rope, tugging at it, while swimming to conserve energy, hoping Zhou Xiuan would respond. What was this? As she swam, Jiang Hui's right hand suddenly touched a hard object with a strangely familiar shape. Fishing it out, she found it was a base for a row of nutrient solutions. How did this end up in the water? Could it have been swept here from someone else's belongings? Why couldn't it be something useful so she could scavenge something handy? Her thoughts wandered aimlessly. Well, Jiang Hui knew better than to expect too much from her luck. It was already fortunate that she hadn't been swept away entirely. How could she hope to stumble upon nutrient solutions so easily? It's fine as long as she stayed in the arena, resources and nutrient solutions would come. If she really couldn't get any, she could just buy a few rows of nutrient solutions herself once she got out of the competition and drink to her heart's content. Jiang Hui consoled herself like this. However, she never imagined she would soon witness the disparity in this world. Just moments ago, perhaps because she was too far away, her tugs on the rope yielded no response. After swimming a few more meters and tugging twice the other end finally responded faintly, but undeniably. Jiang Hui thought there was no need to worry about volume in this situation and called out classmate Zhou Xiuan. Zhou Xiuan. She shouted loudly at first, but no one answered. She wondered if he hadn't heard or was too dazed to respond, so she called his full name twice more. Still no reaction. Gurgle, gurgle. A muffled bubbling sound came from beneath the water. Could he still be submerged down there? Startled, the girl plunged her head underwater without a second thought to check. The tunnel space was already dim, the area above water was murky, and below the surface it was even darker with almost no light penetrating. Though the genes of interstellar humans had been enhanced in many ways, they hadn't yet evolved organs suited for underwater environments. Her fragile eyes were assaulted by the strong pressure of the deep water, causing considerable discomfort. In such darkness, she could only make out some blurry shadows. Then Jiang Hui spotted a familiar figure not far from her side. The rope attached to him led back to her, so this must be Zhou Xiuan. He hadn't been eliminated after all. Jiang Hui felt a mix of relief and confusion. His vest was properly worn, everything seemed fine, so why was he sinking in the water? As she struggled to observe underwater, his back seemed to shift slightly, as if he was adjusting something he was holding. Countless questions arose in her mind, but speaking underwater was undoubtedly the most foolish thing to do. So confirming he was likely fine, she surfaced abruptly. Since there had been no response earlier, she didn't bother trying to communicate with him. Jiang Hui navigated the waterway with difficulty, gently pulling the rope connecting them while using the section attached to the hook ring to draw him closer. Could he be unconscious? He barely reacted to her pulling. Growing anxious, Jiang Hui quickened her movements. What's wrong? Huan Xian, who had used the rope to set up a temporary narrow perch on the wall, asked as he watched. He didn't look too well himself, seemingly a bit shaken. Though his expression had calmed, the lingering fear was still visible in his brows, his face pale, and he was drenched and disheveled. A true drowned rat. Zhou Xiuan seems to have passed out. I called him for a while with no response, and I don't have the strength to pull him up with one hand, the girl said, struggling with the effort. Jiang Hui released the rope connecting her to Zhou Xiuan and began leveraging the hook rings on both sides. With a solid fulcrum, the other end became easier to manage using the rope's retraction function. She had thought it through. But why was it so exhausting in practice? Zhou Xiaowen was incredibly heavy. Jiang Hui used every ounce of her strength pulling and tugging with all her might until she finally managed to bring him close to the water's surface. Hey Zhou Xiaowen, wake up. Are you unconscious? Don't sleep here. If you can't hold on, I'll just send you out of the arena. After all, soaking in this water was bound to cause problems. Jiang Hui had braced herself for him, being completely unconscious, ready to laboriously haul him out of the water. But the moment his head broke the surface, he began struggling violently. Jiang Hui was startled and quickly stepped back, not out of regret for not wanting to save him, but knowing that if the other party was in a state of drowning, she could not easily reach out lest she too be dragged in. However, it was also not right for her to stand by and do nothing, so she used the elastic rope to assist him in breaking free from the surface of the water. Huan Xian, being close to the ring, also lent a hand, and soon a head broke the surface of the water with soft black hair hanging limply at the forehead and temples, droplets of water covering the face looking pitiful. Zhou Xiaowen's face immediately displayed a fierce expression. Yes, it was indeed fierce, almost as if he was holding his breath. No, my friend, weren't you awake? Why didn't you react just now? Jiang Hui couldn't help but murmur to herself, yet she swiftly extended a hand intending to pull him up with the rope. To her surprise, as soon as he emerged, he shouted, "Come help me. I can't hold on much longer, I'm going to fall." Help? Help with what? Haven't I already brought your head above water? By now you should be able to breathe without issue. Did you get hurt during the tumultuous flow of water? It's just the thing I have in my hand. Pull it up first, it's too heavy, I can't float. He panted, his tone somewhat complaining, but it was clear that both his shoulders and arms were straining to claw at something underwater that he refused to let go. Perhaps due to the truly fierce expression on his face, Jiang Hui didn't bother asking what he was holding on to so desperately that he risked drowning. Instead, she moved forward to help. Huan Xian, still unable to overcome his fear of water, could only sit on the platform, serving as a laborer to hold the ring. The only one who could actually help was Jiang Hui. She took the coiled retractable rope, secured it on the wall at Huan Xian's end as a pivot, and then dove underwater to find the thing Zhou Xiaowen said had caused him to sink. To her surprise, upon diving down, she found a square box, black on the outside, made from an unknown material, slightly reflective, but just by the texture, she could tell it was very heavy, and she had no idea what was inside. Not wanting to linger in the water to ponder this, she quickly wrapped the box with the rope and floated back up. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Hui, Huan Xian, and Zhou Xiaowen sat together on the makeshift platform, drenched, their legs hanging down with their lower legs submerged in the water, but at least their bodies were above the surface. They exchanged glances, and an absurd sense of humor arose among them, bringing an inexplicable sense of relief, grateful for their survival. The black box had already been secured with ropes and was now hanging between two platforms. To prevent it from falling, they had tied it down with multiple layers of ropes in various ways. After all the fuss, they were all feeling somewhat drained and had to take a moment to recuperate. As for the box, they could open it later after all the contents wouldn't run away. What they didn't want to admit was that they were actually exhausted from swimming, even though it was merely a couple of steps. So they decided to sit for a bit. Is this a supply point? Why do I feel like ever since we came in we've just been chased around, not knowing what we're doing, making it worse than outside? Moreover, where are the supplies? Huan Xian could no longer maintain his indifferent facade and sarcastically remarked with a deadpan expression. Indeed, Jiang Hui also felt that they had gained nothing beneficial at this supply point. In just a few hours, it was more taxing than outside, and the resources they managed to gather were minimal, wearing them down all the way. As for the simulated chest, who knew if there would be another chance to recharge? They were starting to lose hope about that. After this round of water turbulence, their confidence had dwindled further. Jiang Hui was feeling somewhat irritated, twisting the soaked and stinging hem of her pants, but ultimately said nothing. As for Zhou Xiaowen, he lay on the edge of the platform, seemingly lost in thought, making her feel sympathetic. Feeling a bit better, Jiang Hui called out to Zhou Xiaowen several times, but received no response, so she let him be and turned to Huan Xian, who seemed to be in better spirits. The two of them focused their gaze on the box floating on the water's surface. Jiang Hui certainly did not believe that the box they salvaged under such circumstances would be worthless junk, especially since it was so heavy something fell off. After inquiring about Zhou Xiaowen's willingness, she and Huan Xian each took a side of the box to open it, and then they were nearly blinded by the dazzling contents. Had they finally hit a stroke of good luck? It seemed like the game organizers finally remembered to reward them with some resources after making them toil through the escape room for so long. So you finally realized that this place is called a supply point and needed to address the bug of having no actual supply resources. Was the reaction a bit slow? Speaking of which, Zhou Xiaowen was indeed strong. While everyone else was swept away by the sudden torrent, he still remembered to salvage something and ended up with such a large box of treasures. How did he know this was a treasure box? Even when he was about to drown, he refused to let go. This made Jiang Hui recall how he had slipped and dodged attackers several times, and how he often found treasures while on the road. It seemed that walking with him always brought good fortune, and no matter how tumultuous the process was, the outcome usually turned out perfectly, making one unable to help but call him a lucky star. Jiang Hui felt an unprecedented sense of luck emanating from this Zhou classmate, the kind of luck that continuously brought good fortune even in the face of storms, enabling him to gain something beneficial. Truly, comparing oneself to others could be infuriating. In the same perilous situation, she could only salvage a base for nutrient solution, while he managed to secure a whole box of supply resources, leaving her feeling discontent. No wonder it was so heavy. Looking at the neatly packed boxes of bullets inside, both Jiang Hui and Huan Xian were stunned. If Zhou Xiaowen hadn't held on earlier, he would have missed this box of goodies. This was likely why the organizers deliberately chose a heavy black wooden box instead of a lightweight military-style packing to store the supplies. This was the first time they had encountered supply resources since entering the supply point. By the way, is there still time to dive down and search? Who knows if there are any more supplies? Zhou Xiaowen seemed to have recovered and peeked up, clearly having spotted the bullets, exclaiming in surprise, "These are indeed good items. It was worth all my effort to dig around." Jiang Hui calmly glanced at Huan Xian beside her. Seeing him composed, she said to Zhou Xiaowen, "Classmate Zhou, you can distribute them." Outside the training ground, the lights in the spectator area blazed through the night, as countless onlookers remained to witness this orienteering combat exercise. This was a grueling 36-hour drill with participants constantly immersed in the training field, perpetually facing the challenge of crises. The spectators outside, many of whom had also stayed awake all night, eagerly watched the participants' performances through multidimensional projection screens. Unlike the contestants, they could take breaks and return the next day, or even review the footage later through the school network terminals. Yet how could they miss such a thrilling live event? Most refused to leave, buzzing with excitement, determined to endure through the entire day and night. After all, everyone was curious to see who would ultimately claim those enviable top prizes. For the instructors, however, this was an unmissable judgment session. These children were all newly enrolled, fresh from only a round of rough training. Barely even students yet. This contest was called an orienteering exercise rather than a school battle, precisely because it involved no mechas or star beasts. It was almost entirely a test of human endurance, a profound measure of individual capability. With identical conditions yielding different performances and varying responses to the same predicaments, superiority and inferiority were starkly evident. Yet this was precisely how they could clearly discern the students' most fundamental qualities and potential. The school had designed this competition for this very purpose, to understand the children's potential strengths, weaknesses, and possible future directions before the term began. Dubbed the freshman's first battle, each class teachers meticulously recorded and archived every student's performance as a reference for future career development. Thus, the teachers also remained steadfastly in the spectator area. Near midnight, the school thoughtfully provided nutritious meals for the audience to replenish their energy after a long day. The instructors section was no exception. In fact, since many of these teachers were former military personnel requiring substantial nutrition to sustain their physical stamina, their meal standards were even higher. Instructor Tan ate a little, but had little appetite. Understandable given his age. Even by interstellar standards, he was old and nearing retirement. His physical strength had waned. Yet he willingly devoted himself to education, striving to shine. He passed his unopened high-quality energy-boosting drinks to Stark and Zoe beside him. The two, likely reluctant to refuse the elder's kindness, accepted them quietly with thanks. Instructor Tan gazed at the bedraggled freshman on the screen and sighed. "We can eat our fill here, but these poor kids probably have to endure until the competition ends to fill their stomachs." After all, the brutality within the training ground was evident to all. Merely avoiding elimination was a challenge. How could they spare a thought for food? Even if they did, it would likely be a dry sip of nutrient solution to barely stave off hunger. Moreover, the participants had reached a critical juncture. The teachers, just watching from outside, could barely stomach their own meals, let alone those inside. The level of peril was self-evident. Indeed, human potential is boundless. Even without mechas, functional firearms, or explicit directives, forced to stumble about like headless flies, some still managed to fight through treacherous circumstances. Many present had experienced such orienteering exercises multiple times. Though the challenges, scales, and participants differed, the spiritual core remained remarkably similar. No matter how many times they watched, they couldn't help but applaud the indomitable spirit of these young ones, striving with all their might. Zap turned his gaze from the screen and smiled at Instructor Tan. "I think you needn't worry about these lads, they're tough as nails. Haven't you seen how even the regular course students are giving it their all? If they can't keep up, that would be truly embarrassing. It's just a day of hunger. They won't starve. Let them taste some hardship." If they're to join the military in the future, they'll have plenty more such suffering to endure. That may be true. Instructor Tan chuckled. No wonder many parents wrote to me last year hoping you'd go easy on their kids during training. They could barely recognize them when they came home. The elimination at the supply point was massive, get thinned out by more than half in an instant. Just a moment ago, there were nearly 2/3 left, remarked a class advisor with emotion. When that floodgate suddenly opened, even I was startled, let alone those kids. This twist is quite novel. I don't recall any previous competition having something like this. I wonder who designed this exercise. I heard it was Professor Dennis. How could he have the time for such a small project? We rarely see him, only catching a glimpse during large lectures. The principal actually managed to enlist him. The other instructors were also chattering about the performances at the supply point. That torrent was of course a major test at the supply point, a sifting of the chaff. Shooting prowess alone was merely one aspect, offering only a partial view, unable to probe the depths and limits of an individual. Thus, this seemingly bug-like supply point was created. Its apparently arbitrary and illogical setup actually revealed the students' characters and approaches from various angles. At a crossroads where the path ahead was invisible, some chose to go with the flow, others insisted on acting independently, while some adapted step by step, responding to each challenge as it came. Different people adopted different strategies, displaying distinct traits. None could be deemed superior or inferior, but those willing to use their minds rarely fared too poorly anywhere. Of course, many things required a bit of luck in addition to subjective initiative. That was another matter. It was also Jiang Hui and her group's quick reaction, though somewhat fortuitous and reckless, that drove them by instinct to find ways to stay put rather than being swept away. Otherwise, they would likely have been flushed out of the supply point like hundreds of others. Those who left the supply point could not re-enter. This meant they could not recharge later, and without acquiring any supplies, their trip to the supply point was in vain. Those like Jiang Hui who managed to stay still had a window of time to search for resources within the supply point. The crate of ammunition Zhou Xiuwen salvaged was one such find. Isn't that the troublemaker from your class? Never thought he'd cooperate with anyone, murmured the usually composed command department, stirring rare whispers from the other side. Which specialties are those two from? I don't know about the tall one, but the girl is currently the top of the military specialties. The other. In Bester Intermediate Academy, the command department was arguably the most unique specialty. It was undeniably a popular major, as it was at any school, attracting countless high-potential awakeners, yet it had the smallest enrollment. The 89983 cohort only had 3 classes. The 89982 cohort had 2, and the 89981 cohort now had fewer students than a single class. Thus, the command department had very few people. Only 6 homeroom instructors, and the student body was the smallest in the entire academy. Moreover, unlike other specialties, student aptitude was not ranked by class number. Indeed, one of their classes didn't even have half the students of an ordinary class. Command required innate talent, and if they tried to rank them, they couldn't even form a proper class. Yet none of this dampened the students' natural pursuit of this seemingly glamorous profession. The vast majority of those who applied for military specialties had considered entering this field, but talent restrictions meant the school didn't accept everyone, and there were additional special interviews. Despite being such a popular major, it kept a remarkably low profile, often training independently and rarely interacting with other specialties. Sometimes by the end of a semester, other specialties still couldn't recognize all of them, just a few dozen people. Even though the semester had just begun, this was already evident. The combat individual system had many students and classes, with elite and regular classes crammed together, bustling enough to almost form half a class. Most of the popular contenders in this competition were their students, and those who performed outstandingly could easily fill a whole class. With so many people, even if each restrained themselves, the commotion was significant, making their section the liveliest among the instructor seats. The neighboring mecha department was no less enthusiastic, with everyone dressed immaculately and eagerly discussing the figures on the screen as if watching a spectacle. Most who chose this specialty were partially awakened individuals from well-off families with decent spiritual power levels, but naturally their combat abilities couldn't compare to the powerhouses of the combat individual system. The mecha department instructors knew their students' capabilities and didn't expect to compete for the top spot, with the best. Participation was the main goal. In fact, they naturally held a high-minded attitude, not particularly caring about the few mecha prizes. Because they were mecha engineers, no matter their skill level, they were born to build mechas, with dreams of creating sought-after interstellar mechas in their lifetimes. Some even secretly set up a pool in their department to bet on the top 3 winners, creating quite a stir. As for other specialties like reconnaissance, navigation, and logistics, each had their own excitement. The command department remained calm throughout. Even when a student stood out, they observed with a critical eye rather than showering praise, as an excellent commander required more than just individual ability. Unfortunately, so far few performances had met their standards. Of course, a bunch of kids who hadn't even grasped spiritual energy conduction couldn't be expected to command a situation. Showing a hint of command qualities was already good enough. The homeroom instructor of the so-called troublemaker was Lieutenant Min Hao of the 89983 Command Department Class 2, and that troublemaker was Huan Xian, one of Jiang Hui's current teammates. The one conversing with Min Hao was Captain Nordbei from Class 3. Captain Nordbei was an aging military veteran nearing retirement. Given his years of service and rank, he wasn't a particularly formidable figure. But surviving fierce battles and tact meant he was no ordinary man. He had vast military experience leading his squad through several uneven battles and emerging victorious. He was straightforward, unashamed in his laughter and anger, embodying the typical soldier's boldness, and was the most respected big brother in the department. He treated almost all the kids in his class equally and naturally appreciated students from other classes. He also remembered that little troublemaker in Min Hao's class. With so few in a class the classroom couldn't even fill up, they saw each other constantly, and even with different personalities social interaction was unavoidable. Moreover, since they had the smallest numbers, internal division would be detrimental. However, among these 15 to 20 people, many had strong personalities. A few were particularly hard to manage, either difficult to discipline or too intimidating to handle. Huan Xian belonged to the former category. His abilities and potential needed no elaboration. He was sent by the 8th Legion with a presumably clean background. His training performance was outstanding, and only a few in the department could match him. Yet he was truly odd, not arrogant. He was quite down-to-earth, even a bit rough without the pampered air of noble children. He was obedient in training, making him a worry-free student. But if he was approachable, he couldn't get along with anyone in his class. His classmates inexplicably rejected him, either isolating him or quarreling with him, and nearly came to a group fight half a month ago. When asked why he wouldn't say out, questioning the others also yielded nothing. A bunch of troublesome kids. Min Hao assumed Huan Xian was just aloof, and that it was fine if he didn't get along, as command didn't require teaching that. But during the military training half a month ago, a group of fools who hadn't mastered spiritual energy actually dared to clash with it over personal grudges. If Min Hao hadn't intervened in time, both Huan Xian and his two opponents would have suffered spiritual damage. Spiritual damage before the semester officially started. The command department, proud of its composure, had never seen such a thing, nor had it witnessed a brawl with a crowd watching. Min Hao was hot-tempered to some degree and couldn't tolerate these brats' mischief. Not forcing them to explain earlier was already a rare display of patience. So he severely punished the entire class, and then singled out the involved parties, determined to get to the bottom of it. To avoid further escalating the conflict between Huan Xian and the others, he first spoke, with Huan Xian hoping to finally learn why the whole class rejected him. Regardless, a group ganging up on one person smacks of bullying the weak. Min Hao never believed that the clamor of a mob attack constituted justice, nor did he think that self-deceptive silence offered an escape. Justice requires discernment, but it cannot rely solely on individual subjectivity. Everything must be traced back to its roots and examined within the actual context. Setting aside who was right or wrong, the origin of the matter lay in the conflict between Huan Xian and the rest of Class 2. He wanted to know what earth-shattering event had caused such discord and resentment among these people, driving classmates to harm each other. They had only known each other for a short while. Why did it have to come to this? One must understand that for a minor whose brain and spiritual level had not yet fully awakened, spiritual energy was of paramount importance and could not be compromised. And yet a bunch of reckless fools were messing around here. If they caused real damage, they would have nothing left but tears. If he could clarify the conflict, see whether it was a personal issue or a misunderstanding, and then find a way to resolve it, everyone could shake hands and get along. That was the outcome Lieutenant Min Hao hoped to achieve. But the person in question was utterly uncooperative, stubborn as a mule, and no one knew what he was thinking. Min Hao had already mustered 12% of his patience, putting on a facade of a confidant, a role that ill-suited him, to communicate with Huan Xian. He tried his best to use gentle and neutral words to persuade the other, guiding him to speak out his worries and concerns. But this person simply refused to speak. No matter how Min Hao asked, guided, or even scolded, he wouldn't talk. He even stubbornly declared in front of several first-year homeroom teachers that they need not bother and to just punish him for any consequences. Would speaking kill you, huh? And do you realize you're saying the opposite of what you feel? You tell others not to interfere, yet your face unconsciously shows a slightly aggrieved expression, as if thinking you want help me anyway, even if I tell you. You have to speak up. How else can everyone solve it? In the end, no matter how Min Hao and Nordbei interrogated him, he still didn't reveal anything. At that moment, Lieutenant Min Hao finally felt a sense of exhausting helplessness from this student who had never been a cause for concern before. With no other choice, he turned to the remaining dozen or so people, thinking that questioning them one by one would surely yield something. Min Hao first called in third-party witnesses to get the situation, then had two others confirm what they said, and finally summoned the other party involved in the brawl for questioning. This time, perhaps because the punishment was severe, their sealed lips seemed to loosen all at once, and the questioning went smoothly. The cause and effect were revealed, and the origin of the conflict seemed clear, but it would have been better not to know. This problem was completely unsolvable. Apart from the disgraceful Tubiganstone nature of the fight, for which the other two deserved punishment, neither side was clearly right or wrong in the root of the issue. Each had their own reasons, and he had no way to resolve it. No wonder Huan Xian had been so stubborn. Judging by his demeanor, this had likely been the case all along, leaving him without hope. To be honest, if one had to assign blame, he was probably the most innocent. Were the others wrong? Not really. After all, humans instinctively fear the unknown, fear things that hold overwhelming power over them, and thus choose to distance themselves and not grow close. They could not be blamed for that. Min Hao could teach Huan Xian not to be so aloof, could guide him on how to get along with classmates, but he still couldn't directly change the other's circumstances. He could also punish those people, make them stop their childish and foolish exclusion, but he couldn't order them to set aside their apprehension and fear to become close to another person. So did the 8th Legion find this kid too troublesome and send him here? But did they ever consider that this child might not be suited to being taught among ordinary children? He was in fact an anomaly. How could this be managed? A group of little hedgehogs now mixed with an unstable element, and it had only been a month. Wouldn't chaos erupt later? Min Hao began to worry about his years-long teaching task ahead. He had finally sent these little troublemakers off for 2 days, letting them have fun in the competition, thinking he could give his own mind a rest. Unexpectedly, the first one from the command department to jump out of the arena was Huan Xian, and in such an ordinary way. It indeed surprised Min Hao. That little girl reacts very quickly. She had a great sense of the bigger picture, Captain Nordbay commented. After watching the trio's struggle for survival in the torrent, both officers of the first-year command department were somewhat astonished. Jiang Hui and the others experienced everything from their own first-person perspective, muddling through it all. But those outside had a third-party god's-eye view. In this sudden and irresistible flood, the reactions and self-rescue actions of the few were clearly visible. Among the three, the girl was likely the most outstanding. Though she had a high initial point advantage, there was a reason she remained at the top of the leaderboard since the start. Her mobility, tactics, speed, thought process, and even instinctive reactions were all commendable. She had shortcomings and the inevitable recklessness and blind spots of a novice, but there was no denying that her overall approach was exceptional. Her top position was not undeserved. Next was Huan Xian. Though it was unclear why this child inexplicably took the initiative to approach such a stranger, he had to admit that choosing Jiang Hui as such a unique partner was fitting. The two had clicked in a short time, showing signs of mutual trust with a remarkably high level of cooperation. So this Huan Xian could get along with people after all. Why was he doing so poorly in class? Alas, it was his ability. In the eyes of those who knew, it was an extremely terrifying presence, almost impossible to deal with unless he himself gave up using it. Probably because that student Jiang Hui was a solo combatant and hadn't noticed, so there was no apprehension or anything. And what surprised Min Hao the most was that Huan Xian, in the fear of drowning, had taken the initiative to communicate and cooperate with another unfamiliar classmate, Zhou, to get through the chaotic ordeal. And that person had actually managed to overcome their natural fear and apprehension to accept it. That was what truly exceeded Min Hao's expectations, making him momentarily wonder if the kids in Class 2 were simply too fragile. How could just anyone, not even from the command department, accept him while they couldn't? And who could tell him why a student from the logistics department possessed talent that should belong to a born commander? Did the admissions staff not screen properly? Letting such a talent slip into the logistics department, wasn't that a terrible waste? Leaving aside the murmurs and judgments of outsiders, the trio, remaining at the supply point, were still drifting in the water. Since Zhou Xiaowen had retrieved the items, it was naturally his right to distribute them. Even if he chose to give nothing to Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, neither could object. This rule was established when Jiang Hui first formed a temporary team with Zhou Xiaowen. Whoever procured the resources would decide their allocation. Though in most prior instances Jiang Hui had been the one to gather resources, with Zhou Xiaowen merely assisting on the sidelines. However, when they worked in tandem, it was often impossible to delineate exactly what each person deserved. Surely they couldn't divide every single bullet with precision. If so, Zhou Xiaowen would likely end up with just a single bullet as his labor fee most of the time. Thus, Jiang Hui frequently allocated resources based on need, without such strict division. But this time was different. These dozens of ammunition boxes containing hundreds of rounds were all retrieved by Zhou Xiaowen alone. If one insisted that Jiang Hui and Huan Xian had contributed in some minor way, it would only be the final effort of lending a hand. This time Jiang Hui had no intention of overriding Zhou Ziyuan's decision. She simply waited to see how he would arrange things, her sole concern being Huan Xian's reaction. Having cooperated with him for a while, she felt she understood Zhou Xiuwen well. The boy was pure-hearted and kin-natured almost without guile. Jiang Hui found it natural to interact with him, and before she knew it, they had grown familiar as if they had been friends for some time. She trusted his character and temperament implicitly. However, she could not say the same for Huan Xian. She didn't possess any skill like mind reading, and though she had cooperated well with this classmate along the way and had some degree of trust in him, he was different from Zhou Xiuwen. He had far more cunning, though without malice, and thus could not be treated in the same manner. Moreover, he and Zhou Xiuwen were strangers connected only through her as an intermediary. When it came to the distribution of benefits, even the best of relationships could sour, let alone such a half-baked acquaintance. If the two were to clash over resource allocation, it would be troublesome. Had Jiang Hui been the one to obtain the items regardless of merit, she would simply have divided them equally among the three. After all, they were teammates. If anyone later lacked something, they could exchange or share, ensuring everyone's peace of mind. But according to the rules, Zhou Xiuwen should be the one to distribute, otherwise it would be unfair to him. Unfortunately, Jiang Hui had no means of telepathically nudging Zhou Xiuwen to be cautious, since they would still need to cooperate in the future. In the end, she could only subtly observe Huan Xian's expression. Seeing no sign of discontent, she decided to let matters rest for now. As a new teammate, he gave off an impression of fairness, not like someone narrow-minded. Surely, he wouldn't overthink things. Yet Zhou Xiuwen's distribution completely caught her off guard. Jiang Hui had imagined the ideal scenario to be a three-way split, one share each, so as not to make the new teammate feel excluded. Instead, he divided the items into 3 portions, half, that is 1/2, went to Jiang Hui, 1/3 to Huan Xian, and the remaining roughly 1/6 he kept for himself. Now it was Jiang Hui's turn to be at a loss. This wasn't right. Previously, when gathering resources outside her, taking half, or even more was normal, as she was the team's main force and Zhou Xiuwen the support. But this time the items were entirely Zhou Xiuwen's own find. A reversed ratio would have been appropriate. Even if he kept 2/3 for himself, no one could fault him. Despite a 3-way split, he still gave the lion's share to Jiang Hui, leaving himself with the smallest portion. Afterward, he even told Jiang Hui that if she ever needed more, she could take from his share, claiming he wouldn't use that much. Brother, aren't you too sincere? Such pure kindness left her somewhat bewildered. Little did she know that Zhou Xiuwen had his own reasons. He wasn't cunning, but neither was he a naive fool. He simply had self-awareness. Who in the team needed these bullets most? Certainly not him. His marksmanship was mediocre, and he had been following Jiang Hui's lead all along. If all these hundreds of rounds were given to him, he wouldn't be able to make much use of them. If he were unlucky and got eliminated with a bang, the items would go to waste. So it was better to distribute them to those who needed them more. Among his teammates, he naturally favored Jiang Hui, who had always looked out for him, trusted him, and even patiently guided him. If the team had only the two of them, he would have given the entire box to Jiang Hui without a second thought. After all, throughout their cooperation, resources had always been shared between them. The key was that one was generous and the other accepted without pretense. But now that a new member had joined someone he barely knew, he couldn't distribute in the same way. The principle of those present share alike was simple enough for him to understand. Besides, the new teammate seemed like a decent person. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hui, amidst the torrent, her two teammates had once had a direct exchange without her. In a moment of crisis, they had cooperated directly. Though the experience was dreadful due to the other's terrifying ability, it was undeniably effective under the circumstances. Thus, two people who couldn't swim relied on this brief connection to aid each other, preventing themselves from being swept away by the flood and eliminated. By all logic and reason, he had to allocate a fair share to this person. So Zhou Xiuwen unhesitatingly set aside 1/3 for him. The small remainder was for himself. But to be honest, if not for fear that this unfamiliar classmate might overthink things, Zhou Xiuwen wouldn't have wanted to keep that much either. With these few dozen bullets, hitting 20 would be a good day for him. Better to let Jiang Hui use them to score points. While he'd hold on to them for now as a reserve for Jiang Hui. After all, one shouldn't put all eggs in one basket. Jiang Hui had no idea that Zhou Xiuwen, whom she had labeled as pure-hearted and guileless, harbored such intricate thoughts. In an instant, he had devised a plan and cheerfully distributed the items without a change in expression. She found it hard to accept such overly generous goodwill. One should not accept rewards without merit, should they? His decision to give 1/3 to Huan Xian already showed consideration for team balance and compromise. Then giving her half meant he was essentially offering her his own share. The one who had secured the resources ended up with the least. Such an absurd outcome, no matter how Jiang Hui reasoned, she couldn't justify to herself. Jiang Hui attempted to decline, but Zhou Xiuwen's attitude was unyielding. He directly said back, "Then whatever resources you found along the way, whether I contributed or not, you always shared a portion with me," without being overly precise. Now why are you drawing such a clear line? Are you not treating me as a teammate anymore, huh? This left Jiang Hui momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain the distinction between the two situations. Seizing the advantage, he pressed on, "Anyway, I can't use that much. Just like before is fine. If I really need more, I'll ask you for it." With the matter pushed to such an extent, Jiang Hui had no choice but to accept with a sheepish demeanor, silently resolving to find ways on the road to help him gain a share. As for Zhou Xiuwen's distribution, Huan Xian naturally had no objections. Yet Jiang Hui felt he seemed momentarily stunned, as if caught off guard, or perhaps concealing some other complex thoughts. Jiang Hui could not decipher it clearly, nor did she dare to stare at his expression for long, but she could sense his barriers gradually dissolving. Yes, barriers. Jiang Hui had felt this since she first teamed up with him. This Huan Xian, though he wore a smile and appeared carefree, exuding an air of familiarity, harbored no shortage of vigilance and caution. Although he seemed to trust Jiang Hui to some extent, due to some unknown reason, his combat prowess displayed during battles along the way was undeniable. This guy was deeply reserved, harboring no malice, yet always holding back, never fully opening up to Jiang Hui, a stark contrast to his initial invitation to travel together at their first meeting. It was only after they had completed their cooperation and introduced themselves to each other that the two began to connect, feeling closer and achieving greater synergy. Zhou Xiuwen's arrival, however, slightly disrupted this balance, causing that state to subtly regress. Clearly, this person was highly guarded against the outside world and not easily trusting of others. This was why Jiang Hui hesitated about Huan Xian's feelings when Zhou Xiuwen divided the resources, because he was the type to overthink such matters. Could it be that sharing resources together, creating a sense of common interest, had loosened his defenses? Jiang Hui found it puzzling and decided to stop pondering. After all, they were teammates now, and barring unforeseen events, they would journey together through this leg. To cooperate effectively and last as long as possible in this competition, the greater their compatibility, the better. As for the resources in the competition, they could be negotiated amicably, redistributed internally if unsatisfied, as long as they ultimately united against external threats. Having each secured their resources and repacked the surplus tools and ropes, the group rested while genuinely worrying about their next direction. Without a bird's eye view, they were unaware that over half of the participants had already been swept out of the supply point by the torrent. After much effort, they had barely scavenged a few resources within the point, but it was far from sufficient. Since a box of ammunition could wash in with the water, other resources must exist in different forms. Their task was to find a way to locate them, certainly not to settle for just a few hundred rounds. At this supply point, they had come to appreciate the importance of various tools. Without these miscellaneous implements, they would never have lasted this long. Finally, there was the issue of recharging the simulation vests, which left them utterly clueless. "Sigh, if only we could find a place to recharge these simulation vests," Zhou Xiuwen lamented, staring at his nearly single-digit remaining energy. He had the least energy reserves among the three, and the flooding had drained a significant amount, reducing it to near a single digit. At this rate of energy consumption, he doubted he could even make it out of the supply point. Another major hit would surely be the end. He began to wonder if he had kept too many bullets after the distribution. Perhaps it would be better to leave everything with Jiang Hui now. He even considered asking Jiang Hui to eliminate him from the competition in a gentle, friendly manner, sparing him a beating from others. "There will definitely be a way," Jiang Hui said, wringing water from her sleeves and pant legs. She had checked the water again for resources, but found nothing. "I don't have much left either," Huan Xian chimed in, echoing Zhou Xiuwen's sentiment instead of responding to Jiang Hui. "Hey, I'm trying to comfort you too, you know. Why are you undermining me? Would you prefer I say, let fate decide?" Jiang Hui grumbled inwardly, though she knew they spoke the truth, and the matter was indeed urgent. With the situation unclear and dangers ahead, both had limited simulation vest energy, unable to withstand even a couple of strikes. One misstep, and Jiang Hui would be left alone, rendering all their prior efforts futile. Even for Jiang Hui herself, her remaining energy was precarious. What if they were thrown out of the supply point in the next moment? Could this half-charged simulation vest sustain her through the next stage? The situation was equally grim. They had to find another energy source, ideally a total recharge unit that could fully replenish their remaining power. But where could they find such a thing? After wandering through these tunnels for so long, they had only found two. Could the other chamber they had discovered before the flood be the place they sought? Yet now, with the tunnels flooded like sewers, it was even harder to locate. What were they supposed to do? These two. Jiang Hui glanced wearily at Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen. One seemed unable to shake off the shadow of the water, while the other, to avoid getting wet, had curled up ungracefully, hugging his knees. With two companions adamantly declaring, "I'm not swimming again, no matter what," where could they go? If only the school supplies included a rubber boat or something that could float. She simply couldn't lead them through these waterlogged tunnels. Just as Jiang Hui was at her wits' end, something emerged from a certain cave floating on the now sluggish current drifting lazily toward them. This caught the attention of not only Jiang Hui, but also the two dispirited ones. Given their experience with Zhou Xiuwen fishing out the box earlier, they naturally assumed it might be another resource. The three exchanged glances, and ultimately Jiang Hui, being the best swimmer, retrieved it. A few minutes later, they stared in silence at the large piece of wrapping paper which had apparently once served as the casing for some sizable item. This must be what they call luck, I suppose. A crumpled piece of packaging. Trash, just trash. She really shouldn't have held out much hope for her luck. Jiang Hui grumbled about to toss away the tattered wrapping paper, but hesitated, thinking it would be a shame to discard something retrieved after such arduous swimming. In the end, she could only sullenly fold it into a small bundle, tie it with a thin leather cord, and stuff it into her knapsack. Then, under the slightly peculiar gazes of her two companions, her movements abruptly halted. Jiang Hui felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. No, it wasn't that she had taken to scavenging, she just thought such a large, unsoiled piece of material might come in handy. Back on Blue Star, if there had been such a large, indestructible piece of rubber, countless people would have picked it up for use. Regardless of wealth, something you could grab and use on the spot was far more appealing than something bought with money. Making the best use of everything right. It might prove useful. Jiang Hui chuckled dryly, ultimately deciding not to discard it. The group returned to square one. Zhou Xiuwen, perhaps unable to bear the tense silence any longer, murmured, "Should we keep moving? Stalling like this won't solve anything." That was obvious, provided they could actually move. Jiang Hui had secretly hoped the water would gradually drain away. The transition from a completely flooded state to this half-submerged condition indicated there must be an outlet. Perhaps the water would eventually flow out. But after waiting for so long, the water level hadn't receded at all, and the other two seemed far from adapting to the water. Jiang Hui was growing impatient when unexpectedly Zhou Xiuwen himself voiced such a suggestion. As if to prove his words, he reluctantly lowered his legs into the water, tentatively kicking a few times, a flicker of regret crossing his face. But since he had already spoken boldly, he could only steel himself and go through with it. He figured it was a matter of facing the inevitable. Whether he hesitated or plunged ahead, the outcome would be the same. Better to try now while everyone had the time to spare. If anything went wrong, his teammates could still pull him out. Trust. He had to learn to trust. Zhou Xiuwen silently repeated to himself. He suddenly recalled the simple tales his father had rarely shared with him during his childhood. Brief battle stories with only basic names and plots devoid of bloodshed or brutality, yet brimming with the quiet warmth of comrades trusting and supporting each other. Back then, a small seed of faith had been planted deep in young Zhou Xiuwen's heart. Though time had passed, and he was no longer the naive cub yearning for the iron-blooded battlefield of his youth, but merely an ordinary scion of a noble house drifting through life. And his father was no longer the esteemed general who once roamed the stars, but a frail invalid confined to his bed. He still held on to that belief. That as long as he entrusted himself to true comrades, he would never be let down. Suddenly his fear subsided. He relaxed his legs and let his entire body sink into the water. The water was cold, just like the relentless torrent from before, dragging him mercilessly toward some unknown direction. The overwhelming sense of helplessness from that time surged back, robbing him of his composure. But this time there was no rope pulling at his waist. He lost his balance in the seemingly bottomless current, plummeting downward deeper and deeper. In his violent struggle, the simulation vest he wore seemed to slip from his chest. Zhou Xiuwen panicked. Thinking was one thing, facing reality was another. How could someone who couldn't swim, having just endured a terrifying ordeal in the water, instantly overcome their fear of it? Moreover, Zhou Xiuwen had been submerged for a long time because of that crate of bullets. Only he knew the psychological torment he had endured during that period. Just looking at Huan Xian, whose face was still pale, showed the impact of such a severe water ordeal on those who couldn't swim. Zhou Xiuwen actually had strong mental fortitude. Though he was the weakest fighter among the three, he was also the most perceptive. While Jiang Hui surveyed the surroundings, fretting over the next move, Zhou Xiuwen had already figured things out. He knew that in this environment, he and Huan Xian had become burdens to Jiang Hui. Without them, she wouldn't have lingered here so long. She would have swum off somewhere to find an exit long ago, instead of staying here helpless like this. This classmate Jiang Hui had always been that kind of person. No matter the time or situation, whether alone or with a group, she always had her own ideas and moved forward without fear. The water wouldn't recede on its own, and Jiang Hui showed no intention of abandoning them. So there was only one solution left. They had to overcome this obstacle and find a way out themselves. Thus, before Jiang Hui could voice her plans, Zhou Xiuwen proactively offered to try going into the water, jokingly begging her to make sure she'd fish him out if he couldn't handle it, or else he wouldn't be able to bear it. But the moment he actually entered the water, he realized the vast difference between imagination and reality. "Hey, my good friend Jiang, aren't you going to come and save me?" I can't last long with my remaining energy. Zhou Ziyuan's mind was flooded with frantic thoughts as he began to feel a slight suffocation in his head. Suddenly someone supported him around the abdomen. His hands instinctively thrashed wildly in all directions as if desperately trying to grasp something. Don't move. A voice came through the water, not particularly loud, muffled by the current into a watery murmur. Didn't we agree? If you keep moving, you'll really drift away. The speaker's tone seemed a bit exasperated. Zhou Ziyuan's muddled mind began to regain some clarity. He vaguely recalled that before entering the water, Jiang Hui had repeatedly warned him not to make any large movements, and if he felt like drowning, he should relax his body and let her adjust his position. Right, relax. He had moved too much just now. The upper part of the simulation vest had slipped up to his neck and chin, causing some resistance with his movements. Though his attempt to relax wasn't entirely successful, he at least made a show of it. Seeing that Zhou Xiuwen, who had been flailing in panic, was beginning to calm down, Jiang Hui, waiting outside, found it easier to proceed and began to adjust his posture properly. Jiang Hui was grateful that her strength was now considerable, a result of her intensive training over the past few days. If she still had the weak physique from before the semester started, she would have been kicked away by Zhou Ziyuan's limbs immediately without ever getting the chance to adjust his position. The so-called adjustment of posture was not as profound as everyone imagined. Jiang Hui was, after all, not a professional coach. She had only systematically learned to swim in her youth, and to maintain her skill she would swim for a period each year. Thus, she could be considered somewhat adept in water. Having taken quite some time to learn swimming herself, she understood that a person could not overcome their fear of water in a short period. Even though she had learned to swim long ago, she could never achieve that state of effortless harmony with the water, a state perhaps only attainable by natural-born swimmers. However, with more swimming, she gradually discerned certain techniques, for practice makes perfect. Jiang Hui discovered that water was an exceptionally yielding existence. Visible and tangible, yet impossible to grasp, touchable and collectible, yet impossible to shape. All that humans could currently do was to move through it. Yet human survival required a great deal of oxygen. Although strengthened by interstellar evolution and the passage of endless ages, humans could also survive by absorbing other gases. They still could not adapt to water, especially water devoid of any gas or space. Being in it felt like being trapped in a non-Newtonian fluid, making it difficult to swim freely, and if unable to escape, one would inevitably suffocate. Moreover, interstellar waters could contain other substances and structures, making them far more perilous than ordinary. Many water sources in the cosmos were terrifying, far more so than those on Blue Star. Interstellar humans would instinctively avoid water sources, for no one knew the true nature of what lay beneath the surface. This was why even scions of noble families like Zhou Xiuwen, or obviously martial individuals like Huan Xian, were unable to swim. It wasn't that they couldn't learn or didn't want to, it was simply that the thought of learning such a thing had never occurred to them. Of course, this was merely a small orienteering exam, not a life-or-death situation. This water was a mimetic substance highly similar to the ecology of the home planet, filled with abundant symbiotic gases. Even if one were submerged for a long time, they would not drown, posing little danger. Thus, when Jiang Hui and the others were swept away by the current for so long, even losing consciousness, none were eliminated, and their simulation vests had only depleted a small amount of energy. On Blue Star, if someone fainted in the water, they would be dead in 3 to 5 minutes. Yet here, each of them awoke with only 20 to 30% of their simulation vest's energy consumed, an incredibly lenient arrangement. The school had gone to great lengths for the students' safety. However, Jiang Hui and the others were unaware of this, focusing intently on how to overcome the water's resistance. She recalled the movements her coach had taught her when she first learned to swim, supporting Zhou Ziyuan's waist to lift his entire center of gravity, spreading him across the water's surface to experience the sensation of floating. This step was particularly crucial in learning to swim. When a person unfamiliar with water comes into contact with it, losing the air they depend on for survival, panic naturally sets in. This fear causes involuntary struggle and expends a great deal of energy, which accelerates the sinking of their center of gravity, leading to more flailing and sinking, a vicious cycle that ultimately results in complete submersion. Therefore, whether one can swim or not, the most important thing is to conserve energy and keep the body in a relatively low power state to maintain endurance for subsequent movement. Relaxing and spreading out the arms and legs was the optimal posture for conserving energy. Jiang Hui could not teach Zhou Xiuwen to swim in such a short time. But fortunately, they had simulation vests. Due to their material, these vests allowed everyone to float lightly on the water's surface. Especially those who had lost consciousness, aided by the simulation vest, they would float gently due to their involuntary relaxation, serving a life-saving function. Now, this device became an excellent tool to help Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian learn to swim in a short time. With this, if Zhou Xiaowen could learn to relax his limbs and mimic the state of floating on the water, he could probably manage to stay afloat. So with great effort, she lifted his body to help him acclimate to the feeling of floating. Zhou Xiaowen was clearly still quite confused and tense, forcing Jiang Hui to switch from a single-handed hold to using both hands. While admittedly this was a bit improper, but in an emergency such concerns had to be set aside. Summoning all her strength, Jiang Hui lifted him out of the water in this awkward position, constantly telling him to relax and trust that he wouldn't sink. Finally, after a bout of effort, Zhou Xiaowen managed to float, albeit barely. Though his head often dipped due to poor center-of-gravity adjustment, causing him to choke on water, at least he was afloat. After all this exertion, both Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen were exhausted. Jiang Hui in particular was utterly drained, more tired than the one actually learning to swim. Even in the water, he was so heavy. She also had to be mindful of her footing, keeping away from his hands, elbows, and feet, lest she get entangled and they both sink. Her feet were also aching from constantly treading the water, and she longed to swim back and rest for a while lest she suffer a cramp later. Oh, I can swim. Am I actually swimming? I really can swim, I'm really floating. Jiang Hui weakly rubbed her forehead, fastened the safety belt around his back, and first returned to the frame, tugging and pulling the man still immersed in the joy of learning to swim back. Save your energy. That's not swimming, that's floating like a corpse. Don't move recklessly or you'll sink, and he'll have to pull you up again. Sitting on the frame, Jiang Hui pinched her ankle to relax her muscles as much as possible, silently sighing in relief, and idly thought to herself that she had quite a talent for teaching. But with one taught, there was still another. She couldn't help but glance in the other direction where the other person was also silently watching her. Was it her imagination, or did his lips seem paler, his eyes a bit dazed? Was he scared? Was he that afraid? Well, it was hard to say. For those with a fear of water, it was truly a terrifying monster ready to claim their lives at any moment. Huan Xian was clearly one such person. It was precisely because of his state that Jiang Hui had chosen to teach Zhou Xiaowen first, for his symptoms were less severe. Having soaked in the water for so long, he could still move about freely and even took the initiative to take this step, showing his fear was limited. But Huan Xian was different. Though he had composed himself and appeared normal, anyone with discerning eyes could see the terror lurking deep in his gaze. This man was deathly afraid of water. This child seems quite adept at swimming. Instructor Han remarked in surprise. Stark shook his head. He truly didn't know. He had known of Jiang Hui for many years, since the day she was born, but their actual time spent together was minimal. They had scarcely even crossed paths before now. And that fellow Jiang Hui, though he chattered endlessly, only spoke of trivial, irrelevant matters, and those were all from her childhood. After all, he too had been stationed abroad all these years like her, so how could he have spent much time with his daughter? To be honest, his understanding of Jiang Hui was quite limited, confined solely to the fixed days each month when they communicated via the optical brain link. Thus, this was Stark's first time learning that Jiang Hui could swim. In the interstellar era, swimming was an exceptionally niche sport. With countless planets across the galaxy, each with its own distinct ecosystem, the state of local water bodies naturally varied greatly. Moreover, not every planet's water source was compatible with humans. Some water bodies contained components that could be lethal to people. Among these waters, the few suitable for human swimming were naturally those imprinted from the water cycle of the home planet. Perfect in structural density, harmless in composition, truly befitting the origin of human life. Yet humanity's home planet no longer existed. Apart from the species genes and non-biological specimens carried during the migration, nothing else remained. The original water species brought by the first generation had long been depleted, leaving only a tiny amount preserved within the Imperial Gene Bank. Thus, all existing water from the home planet was mimetic water, and due to the complexity of the process and production costs, it was exorbitantly expensive, often served only as a rare delicacy in high-end restaurants. Truly comparable to gold and jade. And other water bodies suitable for swimming might cost even more than mimetic water, making them utterly unfeasible. To learn swimming, one first had to maintain a pool filled with mimetic water and then find a qualified instructor, an endeavor that was predictably arduous. A skill that might never prove useful, coupled with exorbitant costs, made this sport an extreme niche. Even among wealthy aristocratic youth, very few chose to learn it. Unexpectedly, this child had actually learned to swim. Was it a hobby? Now it had indeed come in handy, and she taught with impressive skill. Unexpectedly, this child had actually learned to swim. Was it a hobby? Now it had indeed come in handy, and she taught with impressive skill. Zap's focus was clearly different. Born into a poor family on the border, even after joining the military and achieving some success at a young age, he never shed his frugal habits, and his attention immediately went to that. Captain Lin Chi looked again and again, finally unable to restrain his curiosity. Isn't that young Master Zhou? There were countless students surnamed Zhou at the school, but the one they referred to in that manner was only one. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, he had appeared as an ordinary, even somewhat shy figure upon enrollment, a stark contrast to his illustrious father, leaving those in the know unsure whether they felt disappointment or something else. Now it seemed they had judged too hastily. Whether it was his ability to conduct mental energy, his performance during the water crisis, or his choice to overcome his fear of water in such a short time. He was far from ordinary. And the other child? Yes. No wonder he looked unfamiliar. Those command department fellows always keep their talents hidden, and their training is shrouded in mystery. Today we finally get to see one. The instructor's seats buzzed with continuous discussion, gradually entering a strange atmosphere. Stark was always taciturn, and few bothered to approach his cold, impenetrable demeanor. If Nurch had been there might have been a few words exchanged, but he wasn't truly free. He had only dropped by for a brief visit earlier and was called back to the hospital in less than 2 hours. He watched the group's frantic efforts on the video, then turned his gaze to the leaderboard scrolling on the main screen, frowning, as if lost in thought. As expected, teaching Huan Xian did not go smoothly. Just as she had thought, he harbored a profound fear of water. Initially, Jiang Hui assumed it was a natural fear triggered by the recent water disaster or the unknown, but as time passed, she realized that might not be the root cause. He was afraid of the water itself. He was so terrified that even the sight of gently rippling water made his pupils tremble violently, making it impossible to force someone to confront something that evoked such deep dread. Jiang Hui hesitated, wondering if she should just give up. Perhaps she could ask him to wait here for a while. Or they could wait and see if the water would recede on its own. But if they did that, they would all die in the end. The energy reserves of their simulated life vests were nearly depleted, and continuing like this would soon lead to their elimination. Before she could come up with a suitable excuse, he refused to give up and cut her off. Let's try again, he insisted. Then Jiang Hui saw him stuff something into his ears and cover his eyes with adhesive tape 3 fingers wide. No hearing, no sight. What kind of preparation was this? Jiang Hui wondered. Could blocking out sound and sight make him immune to the sensation of water? She began to feel that her earlier assumption, that he feared the water itself, might not be entirely accurate. But she still didn't know what was going on with him, so she had no choice but to let him be. Still not working. Jiang Hui looked at the person who went rigid the moment he entered the water and was about to pull him up for good. Suddenly he grabbed her arm. Jiang Hui's heart skipped a beat, silently scolding herself for her carelessness. If he panicked and clung to her, thrashing wildly, she would inevitably be dragged down as well. Just moments ago, while teaching Zhou Xiuwen, she had been so vigilant, yet now she had forgotten. Annoyed, the girl resolved to harshly push his hand away and then use the retractable rope to bring them both back to the platform. But unexpectedly, his grip was steady without force or struggle. The veins on the back of his hand were nearly bursting, yet the pressure of his hold was paradoxically firm yet gentle, not at all like someone unfamiliar with water. Don't move. Let me take a moment, he said. Jiang Hui looked down, but could only see him facing downward, his head slightly raised, soft scattered hair covering his entire face. The adhesive tape ran along his temples, sticking to the back of his head, tangling his hair into disarray, making his expression completely unreadable. Was it working? He was actually floating. She was astonished, but he gave no further response. Aside from his unyielding stiffness, his overall state seemed completely devoid of fear. Though he appeared terrified of water, when Huan Xinjin truly floated with the aid of the simulated chest garment and the water's buoyancy, his balance proved no worse than that of Zhou Xiuwen, who had been practicing for some time. Jiang Hui even suspected that he might actually know how to swim. If not fully skilled, then at least slightly familiar with the properties of water enough to float without issue. But how had he managed to master this despite his fear of water? Had he truly experienced a sudden breakthrough? And what principle allowed him to achieve such an effect only by covering his ears and eyes? Jiang Hui harbored many questions, yet seeing his body as rigid as a brick, she felt this was hardly the right time to ask. Once he seemed sufficiently acclimated, Jiang Hui grabbed the safety strap on his back and pulled him back to the rack, where the three of them returned to the wall-mounted shelves sitting side by side. After all this time, the water level hadn't even dropped half an inch. Jiang Hui glanced at the positions they had marked earlier and was certain the water hadn't receded a single bit after all this commotion. Finally, she abandoned the idea of waiting idly and truly considered setting out to find a way forward. Jiang Hui herself had no issues. She was the most autonomous of the group. She could swim, and the remaining energy in her simulated chest garment was sufficient to last a long while. This pool of water posed no problem for her. She could leave at any time if she wished, but taking the other two along was impossible. The problem had earlier lain with the other two. One couldn't swim, and the other feared water. Now it seemed the issue had been resolved. Though neither could swim, as long as they could float, Jiang Hui could find a way to guide them. After all, it was still better than being stuck as they were. Thus, this rest was specifically set aside for Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xianjun, giving them ample time to consider whether they should persevere. After all, their remaining energy was scarce. If they stubbornly followed her on this search without considering their own limits, it was hard to say how much longer they could hold out. Of course, if they felt they couldn't give up and wanted to push further, Jiang Hui as their teammate was naturally willing to help. After all, on this journey, they were all fellow travelers united by the same goal. So what do you think? Jiang Hui asked once more. This was the final time. As they rested and consumed the last of their restorative nutrient fluids, they made their final decision. Zhou Xiuwen naturally nodded in agreement, even with a hint of indifference. He had never held high expectations for himself anyway, though reaching this point was already a gain. His father, watching his performance from outside, was probably pleased. All right, Huan Xianjun said, his expression grim, even more so than after the near-drowning earlier. But under Jiang Hui and Zhou Ziyuan's gazes, he finally nodded, firmly indicating he would follow. Fine. Then, let's go. As she spoke, she acted. Jiang Hui had been waiting long enough and felt she could delay no longer. Leaning forward, she released her feet and plunged into the water, then skillfully surfaced with a smile, gesturing an invitation to the other two. Though she seemed light-hearted and fully prepared, none of them truly had any confidence. After all, even before the flooding, they had found no patterns in these tunnels. Now submerged in water, how could it be any easier? And Jiang Hui not only had to expend double the effort to swim, but also double the effort to guide the others. How could that possibly make things smoother? Indeed, Jiang Hui took the lead while the other two, well, for now, they were merely floating corpses each, playing their part, hoping to get through this ordeal in this bizarre fashion. Truth be told, this was the best solution, given that she had to bring both teammates along. It was a last resort. Even though the two had barely managed to float with the aid of the simulated chest garments, mastering swimming in such a short time was a pipe dream, no matter how talented they were. Especially Huan Xianjun. His psychological shadow over water was immense. He could only float by constantly forcing himself to ignore his surroundings. Actually asking him to swim would be like asking for his life. So Jiang Hui dared not let them move their limbs to swim, lest they sink, and she have to fish them out. With no other aid, Jiang Hui had to grit her teeth and slowly drag the two forward, all while carefully observing their surroundings. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to rely purely on brute force. Throughout the journey, she used wall anchors and retractable ropes to pull them along in segments. Her own effort was spent on clearing the path and connecting the segments. After covering just over 100 meters, Jiang Hui began to feel her energy draining rapidly. Her arms trembled and the muscles in her legs ached with a faint cry of protest nearing their limit. It wasn't that she was weak. This short journey had been a true ordeal for both body and mind. In her past life, she had been an ordinary person who couldn't even finish a kilometer run, and her current body was born without robust physical strength, even weaker than the average person. Though military training over the past few days had improved her condition, she was still far from matching those in military-focused disciplines. With such a low baseline, no matter how resilient she was, she could only see darkness ahead and an endless road before her. It seemed she had overestimated herself, thinking she could swim a few hundred meters without issue, yet she couldn't even manage 100. Jiang Hui had no choice but to set up a rack at the nearest wall anchor, pulling her two still floating teammates up to rest and recuperate. Once on the rack, Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen skillfully wrung out their sleeves, pant legs, and belts, areas prone to water accumulation that could hinder movement. After drying off, they wasted no time, each downing several nutrient fluids to sustain themselves. As for Huan Xianjun, Jiang Hui only spared a glance after catching her breath. She almost couldn't bear to look as his complexion grew visibly worse each time, now pale-lipped, and readied his heavy panting audible even from a distance. Earlier, Jiang Hui had tried talking to him to distract him, but seeing his state, she dared not say a word, leaving him space to regulate his breathing. Once everyone had recovered slightly, Jiang Hui recalled the route they had painstakingly traversed and remarked in surprise. Only 100 meters, and we've passed 4 tunnel openings. Not only that, but it seemed the tunnels ahead grew longer and the current swifter. What lay ahead that was so different? The temporary rest spot Jiang Hui had found was a wall facing inward, so she and Huan Xian, sitting inside, could not see what was happening in the tunnel. Only Zhou Xiuwen, seated at the outermost edge, had a view. Though the line of sight was less than ideal, the concealment was somewhat guaranteed. With their backs against the wall, there was no fear of an attack from behind, though the lookout would have to be extra vigilant. As the undisputed lookout for this round, Zhou Xiuwen had already turned his head several times, which was unusual. The frequency seemed a bit high for a lookout. Something seems to have drifted over, he said before Jiang Hui could ask. She instinctively thought of getting into the water to check, but remembering the previous false hopes, her enthusiasm quickly waned. Oh, this time it was probably just some wrapping paper or a base shell, definitely not a resource. Jiang Hui couldn't understand it. The drifting objects were indeed increasing, but they were all useless packaging waste, not a single thing of any use. The feeling of reaching out time and again only to grasp empty air was truly disheartening. With the constant ups and downs, Jiang Hui had grown numb, even cynically thinking that the box of bullets from earlier was probably the best they'd ever get. So this time it would probably be the same as before, right? No, it was different. It turned out that people truly were different from one another, and Jiang Hui couldn't help but weep inwardly. Why was it that what she found were always packaging bags, nutrient solution-based stands, and even torn cardboard? Why was it that when others found something they always got the good stuff? Was this some kind of targeted discrimination? Although she no longer held any hope for the drifting objects among the three of them, Jiang Hui was the only one capable of moving in the water, so she had to retrieve it. But before she could get into the water, Zhou Xiuwen stopped her. He said that after observing the direction and angle of the object's drift, he estimated it would drift directly to the edge. All they would have to do then was bend down and reach out to pick it up, sparing Jiang Hui the trouble of going into the water again. Jiang Hui didn't mind. If it drifted farther away, she could still retrieve it later, saving some energy for now. Sure enough, a moment later, they saw Zhou Xiuwen scoop something out of the water. At first, he casually lifted it, but then his movement paused as if feeling the weight, and he added more strength to haul it up. It's a bit heavy, Zhou Xiuwen stated objectively, placing the object on his lap. Jiang Hui's brows twitched, instantly sensing something different. What Zhou Xiuwen had fished up was another small box similar in material to the one that had held the bullets. Without a doubt, whether or not it contained anything now, it had originally been used to store resources. They seemed to have vaguely figured out the pattern of resource distribution in this stage. But seeing such a small box, Jiang Hui held little hope. Because earlier she had also fished out two similar items. One was even heavier, feeling solid, but when opened it was either empty or filled with useless scraps of paper, infuriating her. This one might also be empty. However, Zhou Xiuwen's remark about it being a bit heavy wasn't made lightly. The weight could refer to the box itself or its contents. They had encountered the former several times, and there was no need for Zhou Xiuwen to point it out. They could just open it and see. But if it was the latter, his saying it had some weight meant there was at least something movable inside, and it was of considerable mass. Then, under the watchful eyes of Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, he said nothing more and simply opened the box. Heavens above, could this be what they called the disparity of the world? How far apart were her luck and Zhou Xiuwen's? How was it that every time he fished something up he hit the mark, while all she got was garbage? Was the universe playing tricks on her? Perhaps Jiang Hui's expression was too clearly full of complaints, causing the atmosphere to freeze. Everyone fell silent, and at that moment they seemed to hear a sound like something shattering. If Jiang Hui could hear their thoughts, she would probably tell them it was the sound of a heart breaking. Fine. She should have accepted her fate long ago. Her cursed hands were just like that. Jiang Hui took a deep breath, composed herself, and urged Zhou Xiuwen to take it out quickly so they could see. When he turned it over to read the description, their eyes lit up with surprise. It was spiritual energy supplement. Although this was one of the most common replenishing agents on the market, it targeted spiritual energy. In their current state of physical and mental exhaustion, it was a godsend, precisely the vital resource they needed. After all, none of the three had any such resource before. To fish it up at this moment was nothing short of good fortune. Good lad, your luck is truly remarkable. This is no less valuable than that box of bullets. At that, Jiang Hui cast aside her earlier dejection. Though it wasn't something she had found, it was still retrieved by her teammate, and was exactly what their team needed. By that logic, it was as good as her own good luck. Jiang Hui even thought that next time she might as well let Zhou Xiuwen do all the fishing. Because she had fished 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and come up empty each time, while Zhou Xiuwen had only tried twice, and succeeded both times. It was impossible not to believe in luck. The group had to drag each other along, learn to swim on the fly, and force those afraid of water to overcome their fear, each one more battered and miserable than the last. After trudging through all this without much good news, they couldn't help but feel weary and disheartened. So this box of spiritual energy supplement was like a rallying flag, lifting their spirits. It seemed to prove that their arduous persistence had been worthwhile and not in vain. Perhaps even more resources awaited them ahead. With that thought, even Huan Xian, who had been listless all along, couldn't help but crack a smile. As per usual, Zhou Xiuwen was in charge of distribution. They had long established a balance and had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for extra words. But this time Jiang Hui stopped him. She took the 4 vials he had set aside for her, gave 2 to Huan Xian, returned 1 to Zhou Xiuwen, and kept only 1 for herself. The spiritual energy supplement was a scarce commodity. There were only 5 vials in a row, and this divided them all. I don't. Huan Xian refused. Keep it. I don't really need this. You two have been conducting that spiritual energy transmission all along, haven't you? It must have drained a lot of your spiritual energy. You two need it more, Jiang Hui said. This time it was Zhou Xiuwen's turn to be puzzled, Did I accidentally transmit it to you? How could Jiang Hui not know? She pondered for a moment and said, no, but it's no different. The sound of your mental energy intertwining was so distinct that my ears still seemed to be ringing with static. Throughout their journey, Zhou Xiaowen had been conducting bidirectional mental energy transmission with Huan Xian, which by all accounts should only be audible to the two of them. How could Jiang Hui have heard it? Thus he instinctively assumed that his own inexperience with mental energy transmission had inadvertently caused it to leak over to Jiang Hui. Can you hear what we're saying? This time it was Huan Xian who was astonished, his expression tinged with disbelief. I didn't catch the content, Jiang Hui shook her head. Just a series of long and short static noises. Upon hearing her answer, Huan Xian was uncertain whether he felt disappointed or unexpectedly awed, but in any case his emotions were a tangled mess. Mental energy transmission was not about sound, rather it was the ability to convert thoughts into magnetic waves of mental energy and transmit them into another person's mind, achieving true synesthetic communication. Only a rare few awakened individuals possessed this talent, and such people were often born commanders. So it was never sound but magnetic waves, energy wavelengths, something the ears could never possibly detect. Therefore what Jiang Hui had captured could only have been the magnetic wave bands of mental energy. Yet she claimed not to have heard the content, which meant she was fundamentally different from him. Indeed, there were hardly any other oddballs like him in this world. Still, it was just as well, otherwise this Miss Jiang, so trusted by her friends, might have suffered a predicament similar to his own. As for Jiang Hui's situation, it was likely related to her level of mental energy. When he had previously attempted to issue her a direct command, he had felt an unusually strong resistance from the barrier, a phenomenon that only occurred with an exceptionally high-level awakened individual. Yet given her untrained mental domain, how could she possibly possess such acute sensitivity to detect energy as fine as mental energy magnetic waves? Unaware of the turmoil within his mind, Jiang Hui continued casually, how should I put it? It wasn't like ordinary sound, more like a faint vibrating hum, intermittent and broken. At first she thought the tunnel was up to some new trick or that an enemy was approaching, and it startled her. But then she noticed the two floating behind her were as still as corpses, each eerily quiet and unmoving. Jiang Hui found it strange. Was she the only one who could hear it? She was exhausted from swimming and lacked energy, so she didn't want to make a fuss and alarm the two who were still struggling to adapt to the water. Instead, she suppressed her curiosity and listened carefully for a while. She discovered that the sound wasn't coming from anywhere else but from behind her, precisely from the two teammates she was leading. Moreover, it wasn't a sound emitted by any single individual, it seemed to be a reciprocal exchange between the two. It mimicked the cadence of human speech rising and falling, and though it carried no specific content, she could distinctly sense an odd connection between them. Were these two talking? Mental energy transmission. After observing for a while, Jiang Hui confirmed that they were indeed engaged in mental energy transmission. So they were just whispering to each other. Nothing to worry about as long as it wasn't some unknown danger. Jiang Hui had been wondering how long Huan Xian, with his terrible mental state, could hold on. If Zhou Xiaowen could communicate with him, it might help distract him. As for what two people who barely knew each other might discuss, that was beyond Jiang Hui's concern. After all, wasn't it perfectly normal for two strangers who had just met to want to get to know each other? They were all partners now, and mutual trust was the foundation of cooperation. Jiang Hui wasn't that curious. Besides, if these two did uncover any issues, wouldn't they eventually tell her? If they didn't say anything, it was probably because they hadn't reached any conclusion or it simply wasn't necessary. Jiang Hui trusted both of them completely and saw no problem with them talking behind her back. In fact, she was quite pleased to see two relatively unfamiliar teammates taking the initiative to communicate. She simply recalled Zhou Xiaowen mentioning that this method consumed more mental energy than usual. Though she still didn't fully understand this thing called mental energy transmission, she could grasp it literally. It seemed that the two had inevitably expended a considerable amount of mental energy along the way, so this mental energy supplement was definitely more necessary for them. Jiang Hui had always believed that resources should be allocated rationally to maximize the team's combat effectiveness, and hoarding them for meaningless people or things was pointless. As for herself, she truly didn't need it that much. To her shame, she had only recently emerged from the mental space, fully satiated. Although she had expended some energy since entering the supply point, it was still far less than her teammates who hadn't rested for over a dozen stellar hours. Alright, stop pushing it back and forth. I really don't need it. I haven't been using my mental energy that much. But you two should take it easy. Mental energy depletion won't be resolved in just a few hours. There's no one around here. If you want to talk about something that doesn't need to be secret, just say it out loud. Why waste energy on mental energy transmission? Jiang Hui suggested pragmatically. Neither of them could argue with Jiang Hui. Seeing her firm stance, they each accepted the supplements lest their back and forth caused them to drop everything into the water. Hearing Jiang Hui's words, Huan Xian's hand clutching the 2 vials of mental energy supplement stiffened slightly. He pursed his lips as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Xiaowen replied, I noticed that Huan Xian's mental energy was extremely tense. Engaging in mental energy transmission with him seemed to help, so I've been helping him distract himself. I thought it would be discreet. I never imagined you could hear it. The sound wasn't loud, just a bit unsettling. Anyway, handle it as you see fit. Keep an eye on your mental energy levels. I won't be dragging you along if you collapse. Jiang Hui raised an eyebrow in a mock threat. There's no one around here. If you want to talk about something that doesn't need to be secret, just say it out loud. Why waste energy on mental energy transmission? Jiang Hui suggested pragmatically. The young man of course noticed the unfamiliar teammate's expression, but showed no sign of it, continuing his casual banter with Jiang Hui. In truth, he didn't quite understand Huan Xian's apprehension. What was so hard to talk about? It was just a rather special talent, nothing frightening about it. This Huan Xian was far too sensitive. He himself hadn't been scared. Well, maybe just a tiny bit startled at first before he understood what was happening. Zhou Xiaowen was both curious and amazed by Huan Xian's talent. Although he was currently facing some difficulties due to various reasons, it was only temporary. Zhou Xiaowen believed that if they could continue to cooperate in the future, this ability of his would undoubtedly become a powerful asset for their group. As for why Zhou Xiaowen didn't tell Jiang Hui directly, it was because the situation was already complicated enough and Jiang Hui had enough on her plate. Even though she always appeared composed, Zhou Xiaowen didn't want to add another burden to her at this critical moment. Now that he could barely help Huan Xian through this ordeal, he would take on the task. He couldn't let Jiang Hui shoulder everything alone. As a teammate, he had to be useful, didn't he? According to what they say, only commanders can sense the unique mental waves of a commander. Could it be that this is another overlooked potential commander? Outside, Manhwa remarked curiously as he happened to switch to the channel of the 3-person group, clearly observing their words and actions. Manhwa could roughly guess the reason behind Huan Xian's unusual behavior. Adopting such a method to alleviate the situation was indeed a good approach. With teammates willing to trust him, unafraid of his abilities and ready to offer help, he quickly emerged from his predicament, despite the fact that the ordeal had felt like a nightmare to him before. So it turns out that the little rascals in my class are not up to scratch, unable to compare even with these wild ones when it comes to commanding. It's really a waste of the month-long special training I gave them. What can one achieve in a month? If you really want results, even 3 years wouldn't be enough. Lieutenant Nordby glanced at the young lieutenant, thinking that this young man was still too naive. Those with commanding talent are exceedingly rare, and even fewer can truly apply it effectively on the battlefield. Lieutenant Nordby was nearing retirement, and this teaching role had almost become a transition phase that had lasted for several years. He had already transferred between several schools, including renowned institutions, and had taught many students in the command department. He was well aware that the number of students who truly emerge as real commanders on the battlefield was very limited. How can they manage? Their field is completely unrelated to commanding. They should know a bit of everything: commanding, reconnaissance, coordination. That should be the students from our command department. Moreover, it was evident that there was a talent for command, they just didn't know how to utilize it yet. Manhwa grew increasingly displeased, feeling both frustrated with the ineptitude of his classmates and a sense of regret for the wasted talent. You think too highly of them. I never expected Lieutenant Nordby to strike again. One is the top student, or just look at her performance, and you can tell she will certainly be a key figure in individual combat training in the future. I heard she is a student favored by Lieutenant Stark, so how could they let her go? As for the other one, you dare to think. His surname is Zhou, the Zhou of Marshal Zhou Yuanjing. Lieutenant Nordby couldn't help but pat his junior's shoulder, lowering his voice as he noticed no one was paying attention. Is it really him? Manhwa was startled, immediately taking a closer look at the child's features, which indeed bore a certain familiar charm that matched his memories. Manhwa had been busy with other matters when school started and had missed the secret meeting attended by nearly all the faculty. The only child of the severely injured retired Marshal Zhou was coming to school, sent over by Rex Delaney, the commander of the 23rd Legion, who had been personally trained and promoted by Zhou Yuanjing. The teachers certainly needed to familiarize themselves with him. Even if there were no special considerations, it was necessary to at least recognize his face to avoid causing trouble in the future. Marshal Zhou Yuanjing's merits go without saying. He was someone the upper echelons of the empire would avoid. Given his achievements and remaining influence, no one dared to harm his only son. Otherwise, they might be drowned in public scorn. The school had been troubled about how to arrange for such a hot potato. Fortunately, neither Marshal Zhou nor the Legion commander seemed to have requested any special treatment. They only asked for the protection of the child's safety and privacy, allowing him to grow and learn like an ordinary child without unnecessary fuss. Manhwa had also heard about this matter upon returning, and learned that the child seemed to have no interest or talent in military-related majors and had chosen a fringe subject. After that, there had been no further news, only to find out it was this child. So who said that child had no talent? The other party could even use mental power transmission effortlessly without any professional training and resonate with Huan Xian, a high-aggression awakener with connected senses. Is that what is called lacking talent? I wonder if that person knows, or did he know but still choose to let it go? Minhao's fleeting interest quickly dissipated as he looked at the few clumsy figures on the screen, momentarily unable to articulate his feelings. This batch of mental energy supplements was probably a timely boon. Besides Jiang Hui, both of the other two chose to take a bottle before setting off again, appearing somewhat eager. Jiang Hui figured as much. These two had hardly rested and had engaged in high energy-consuming mental activities in between. To hold on until now was already impressive. But it was likely they were nearing their limit, and this mental energy supplement was just right for them. Then the difficult underground journey was about to commence again. Perhaps having seen some hope, the two who could only float earlier gradually began to adapt. With the help of the simulation harness, they even started to glide a bit significantly, saving Jiang Hui some effort. The team finally returned to a state of cooperative balance, no longer just one person dragging along. Jiang Hui truly breathed a sigh of relief, as she had no idea how much longer this waterway would be. Among the two, it was evident that Zhou Shouwen adapted a bit more quickly. He actually was not afraid of water, but had simply not learned, and was thus unfamiliar. Jiang Hui discovered that this person, though seemingly unremarkable, was sometimes truly clever, quickly grasping new skills. While he might not learn exceptionally well, this very quality often helped him overcome personal challenges. Huan Xian, on the other hand, remained the same. Moreover, Jiang Hui now noticed that he and Zhou Shouwen were not merely engaging in mental power transmission, but rather a stranger connection. Every time he entered the water, he had to plug his ears and wear tape over his eyes, sealing off the two most crucial senses. However, in the water, one hardly needed these two senses. The underground water was dark, and one could see nothing while submerged, hearing only the sound of water. Thus, Huan Xian's actions indeed seemed somewhat excessive. Yet the fact that he maintained mental power transmission with Zhou Shouwen, despite his inability to overcome his fear of water, was inherently quite strange. Let alone the fact that the two had previously not known each other at all, they certainly had no reason to chat casually. These two did not seem like the type to talk endlessly during the journey. How long had it been? And during this time, Huan Xian, in his current state, had genuinely persevered through one passage after another, never stopping on his own. Jiang Hui speculated that the mental power transmission between the two was likely not so simple and could very well be the reason for Huan Xian's improving condition. Why is it so mysterious? Can't they just say it directly? Well, perhaps they really can't say it directly, otherwise they would have spoken up long ago. In the end, Jiang Hui did not inquire about the two, instead giving them space and continuing to forge ahead with all her strength. At the end of the narrow, dimly lit tunnel, a pool of water with an unfathomable depth suddenly emitted a series of gurgling sounds. The surface, which had been still for a long time, was abruptly disrupted by a violent disturbance. The water churned as if something massive was about to emerge from its depths. Yet it seemed perpetually constrained, the surface trembling and heaving without allowing the submerged entity to break through. As if its strength had been exhausted, the unknown force suddenly lost its momentum, sinking back into the water. The surface instantly fell still. It felt as though a power was roiling and thrashing beneath the pool, churning the entire surface into chaos. A round, indistinguishable object abruptly emerged from the water, followed by the connected portion, struggling to float halfway up. What had suddenly surfaced from the depths was actually a person. However, the trembling shoulders and the laborious movement of the head and neck revealed that the ascent was far from smooth. It seemed as though something from below was dragging her down, making it impossible to rise no matter how hard she struggled. Just as her trembling shoulders appeared on the verge of sinking back beneath the surface, she suddenly lunged forward with fierce determination, raising her arm. Her weak fingertips, upon touching the rough rock, instantly clenched and began to claw desperately. Although the wet surface caused her to slip and fail, she refused to give up. Drawing on some unknown reserve of strength, she angled herself upward with immense effort, forcing the part above her chest to break free from the water. After an indeterminate amount of time, her hand, groping along the rock, finally found a surface resembling a ledge. Overjoyed, the girl immediately pressed her full weight down and pulled upward, intending to use the edge of the stone platform to lift herself out of the water. But she had overestimated her strength. Twice again. After a series of blind, frantic grabs that nearly wore her fingertips raw, she still failed to climb up. At one point, her elbow almost hooked onto the stone ledge, but the slippery surface caused her to fall back into the water, forcing her to start over. Jiang Hui had no idea how she had finally managed to climb out. Her mind felt waterlogged and oxygen-deprived, dizzy. Her fingers, palms, and the sides of her hands ached fiercely, burning, as if they had been scraped raw, no doubt covered in wounds. Having finally leveraged her elbows to pull herself onto the stone platform, she felt her knees and calves touch the flat surface, and her heart steadied instantly. Ignoring how awkward her posture was, Jiang Hui dragged herself forward using her elbows and knees for support, crawling away from the deadly pool, leaving a trail of water behind. Had anyone witnessed the entire process, they would have understood why her ascent was so arduous. For she had not emerged empty-handed from the depths. Around her waist was a safety harness from which several ropes extended forward and backward, trailing far behind with their other ends still submerged in the water. Among them, 3 ropes were tangled around her legs, tied into chaotic knots that severely restricted her movement. Even a skilled swimmer would likely be dragged to death under such conditions. It was a close call. Had she fainted halfway, she would have woken up outside the arena. Jiang Hui had never expected to last until the end and was prepared to be eliminated at any moment, but she had never imagined it would happen this way. She was a capable swimmer. Being eliminated because her legs were tangled in ropes would have been utterly foolish. Wait, what was she thinking? Her teammates were still in the water. 2 of them. Had the poor fellows already been eliminated due to suffocation? Jiang Hui quickly set aside the tangled mess of ropes and reached for the 2 still submerged. Not with brute force, of course. She had none left. Fortunately, the retractable ropes could automatically recoil, making it easier to pull them in. Feeling a slight resistance from the other end, Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, assuming the 2 had managed to hold on. When she saw the 2 struggling figures emerge from the water, she quickly lent a hand. After an immense effort, she managed to drag Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian onto the shore. The poor souls were completely dazed by the water, having fought only on instinct. Upon realizing they were safe, they immediately relaxed, losing all will to struggle. Jiang Hui had to roughly drag them up single-handedly, and they offered no resistance throughout the process. Truly a pathetic sight. It was tough on them. Neither had ever been in water before, and one was severely hydrophobic. Now they had endured both drowning and a whirlpool. This ordeal might leave them with a lifelong psychological trauma regarding water, because even Jiang Hui was nearly traumatized. How had the group, which had been floating calmly in the flooded tunnel, ended up submerged in the depths? It was a long story. They had been swept here without warning, and even now they were utterly baffled about what had happened. After picking up a spiritual energy supplement, Jiang Hui and her team continued swimming for a while, occasionally finding insignificant items, but nothing of major value. Fortunately, the journey had been relatively smooth with no further incidents. The other 2 were also recovering, and Jiang Hui considered letting them swim on their own. As they swam a certain distance, the current suddenly grew fierce. Before they could react, the surrounding water environment underwent an indescribably violent transformation, and the water level surged. Startled, Jiang Hui and the others had no time to dodge. A tremendous force seized their feet, dragging them all down into the depths. Even Jiang Hui, a competent swimmer, was caught off guard by the sudden event, instinctively struggling to break free from the vortex. The other 2 fared even worse, lacking the ability to resist. In moments, they were swept away by the torrent toward an unknown direction. And then, they ended up here. What a harrowing ordeal. This place seemed unfamiliar, possibly the new space they had been searching for. Yet Jiang Hui felt no joy, for although they appeared to have been saved, they had inevitably stumbled into a dead end, especially for her 2 teammates. Jiang Hui steadied Zhou Xiuwen, who was coughing from inhaling water, and glanced at the bright red number on his simulated chest display, which was about to hit the critical low. She considered suggesting he take a hit and leave the competition. Beep. Total charging energy block A1 located. The simulated chest display is now entering charging mode. Unlimited charging capacity. Free charging available. Supply point opening countdown 0 to 0 star hours. After the countdown, all individuals at this point will be evacuated.